Family, this is outrageous. A new recruit who just joined the army a few days ago was shot at by a dozen rifles on the street, and despite the bullets hitting him, he was completely unharmed. How is this guy so incredible? The story begins with Moro, who traveled to a naval ship and, after eating a devil fruit, embarked on a path of crazily becoming stronger. I tell you, I've never seen such an absurd scene in my life. I was there at the time, watching as this rookie, who had just enlisted, stood straight on the street while a dozen rifles shot at him like crazy. The bullets rained down on him, ding, 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 hitting him all over. And what was the result? Aside from a few sparks, not a single scratch on him. Goodness, I thought, what kind of cheat is this guy using? He's absolutely ahead of the game. Want to know what's going on with this guy? Let's rewind time a bit, and he'll tell you all about this tough guy named Moro from the beginning. The story starts when he first boarded our ship. I opened my eyes, and goodness, I had traveled through time. And the way I traveled was a bit too artistic, right? While reading One Piece at a comic book store, I was pushed out the door by two guys arguing, stepped on a banana peel, and just as a big truck passed by, the process was a perfect loop. When I woke up again, I was already in the naval ship's cabin. A naval guy was shouting, "He's alive. Vice Admiral Carp, this guy didn't die." I looked up, and an old man in a floral shirt, leisurely picking his nose, turned around. I focused my eyes and thought, what the heck, Carp? At that moment, my mind went buzz. Family, who understands? I encountered a T0 character right at the start. Before I could react, my stomach growled. That's when I realized the original owner of this body was a down-and-out prince whose kingdom was destroyed by pirates. He set out to sea in a tiny broken boat and ended up starving to death after finding a strangely shaped fruit on a deserted island without even getting to eat it. I was clutching that fruit in my arms. Starving to death? I couldn't tolerate that. Whether it's a devil fruit or not, I had to survive first. I grabbed it and took a big bite, and hey, guess what? It was actually sweet. A nearby glasses-wearing lieutenant was dumbfounded and said, "This is the first time I've heard that a devil fruit is delicious." Then, a seaman brought in a big plate of seafood fried rice, and I devoured it like a starving ghost, followed by a huge chunk of grilled meat, and down a big cup of lemonade. After burping, I felt like I was alive again. I swore that from now on, anyone who dared to waste food would have to deal with me. After eating and drinking to my heart's content, the old man Carp became impatient, picking his nose and telling me to hurry up and get lost. I thought to myself, since I've traveled and eaten the fruit, shouldn't I be taking off? I patted my chest and promised Carp, "Don't worry, old man, I will definitely save your grandson in the future." After saying that, I jumped onto the railing for a stylish leap of faith. Splash! I went straight to the bottom, elegantly bubbling underwater. Dude, did you forget that you just ate a devil fruit? You're a landlubber plus. When I woke up again, I heard the familiar shout. He's alive. Vice Admiral Carp, this landlubber didn't die. I was so embarrassed I could probably dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Carp was picking his nose, complaining he ate a paramecia-type fruit, known as the immortal bird can't die. Great, my little broken boat has fallen apart, and my journey to become the pirate king has ended. Fine, he'll join the Navy, get food and shelter, and I won't starve to death him, set to become the Navy king. That day, I began researching the abilities of this fruit. Infinite vitality? Sounds impressive, but there's no attack power. Looking at my pale and thin reflection in the mirror, I pondered, then clenched my fist and punched myself in the face. Bang! It hurt a bit, but the next second, a warm flow surged into my body, and the bruise on my face disappeared instantly, with my complexion looking much better. I punched myself a couple more times, and goodness, I felt full of strength. At that moment, I realized the ability of this fruit is essentially what doesn't kill me, only makes me stronger in its ultimate physical form. All damage can be converted into energy. Finally, the riches have come to me. I excitedly rushed out of the cabin, looking up at the sky, and laughed. I'm invincible. The next second, Duong, a love punch hit my forehead. Let me tell you, that feeling was so painful I almost cried. It was Carp. He thought I was disturbing his afternoon tea. But then something miraculous happened. The bump on my head disappeared in a flash. It turned into an even stronger warm flow, and I felt like I was walking on air. My eyes lit up, and I immediately leaned over cheekily. Old man, Vice Admiral Carp, can you hit me a few more times? Carp rolled his eyes at me. Get lost. Another punch sent me flying, but in midair, my heart was overjoyed. This ship was the right choice. From that day on, my training style was completely different from that of new recruits like Kobe and Helmeppo. Working during the day, training at night swordsmanship, martial arts, marksmanship, I wanted it all. While others trained suffering, for me, it was like an Aleocaniate buffet. The more tired and painful it was, the more energy my fruit converted. Kobe and the others were exhausted like dogs, while I grew more spirited and built muscle. It was all about pain conversion. My goal was clear: the iron block in the 6 powers of the Navy. This thing would allow me to take more hits and was a prerequisite skill for awakening armament hockey. So I stayed up every night doing horse dance on the beach, shouting iron block. Iron block. One night, when I pushed myself to the limit, I felt a bang sound in my body as if I had broken some shackles, and a weak aura covered the surface of my body. I did it. Iron block. I even felt the embryonic form of hockey. Just then, Kobe came running over with Luffy's 30 million bounty notice, enviously saying we would also make a name for ourselves in the future. I looked at the sea, grinning foolishly, and said, of course, I'm going to be the man who becomes the Navy King. A week later, the opportunity came. Our ship docked at an island with thick smoke rising, and Carp told the lieutenant to take us new recruits to deal with a group of pirates while he stood on the deck, not knowing who he was waiting for. Kobe and Helmeppo were so scared their legs went weak, having heard that there were more than 20 people on the other side, with the leader having a bounty of 800,000 berries. I wasn't afraid, but once we entered the village, I felt something was off. It was too quiet, not a single shadow. I stayed alert and sneaked into a small building. When I opened the door, my blood boiled. 2 elderly men lay in a pool of blood. These bastards. I was furious and climbed to the second floor, finding 3 pirates preparing to ambush Kobe and the others outside with guns. Without saying a word, I charged in and started throwing punches. One pirate reacted and raised his gun at me. The distance was too close to dodge. I instinctively shouted, iron block. Clang. It felt like my forehead was hit with a hammer and my head buzzed. But that bullet actually stopped right in front of my forehead, deformed, and then plop fell to the ground. The toothless pirate who shot was wide-eyed, probably wondering what kind of monster I was. I didn't give him a chance to complain. I could punch him to his knees. I picked up his gun and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger on the 3 bastards, then threw their bodies out the window. The gunfire startled all the pirates, forcing them to fire early. Kobe and the others quickly found cover and shouted to me, Moro, hide. I stood by the 3 corpses, feeling the pain from the bullet's impact on my forehead rapidly converted into energy by the fruit. I felt stronger than ever. Hide? Why should I hide? I looked up at the heads peeking out from the surrounding houses and coldly said, I'm not planning to hide anymore. Bullets rained down like hail. My mind was filled with the images of the 2 elderly people who had died tragically. I guessed that everyone in this village had probably fallen victim to the poison hands. The thought of this ignited my anger. I shouted, iron block. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets hit me, but the pain grew weaker and weaker, all transformed into strength. My body was becoming stronger at an incredible speed. As the smoke cleared, I stood there unscathed. The pirates looked stunned. I began to step towards their largest stronghold, the granary. With each step I took, I activated iron block the moment the bullet struck me, using the impact and the transformed energy to take another step. My speed increased, and amidst the hail of bullets, I charged straight towards the granary door like a ghost. Moral, KB and the others were already dumbfounded. Just when everyone thought I was invincible, a dull thud echoed, completely different from the sound of bullets hitting me before. A heart-wrenching pain shot through my back, and I felt all the strength in my body drain away in an instant. A bullet had struck my spine. I could no longer hold on, slowly sliding down against the wall to the ground, cold sweat instantly soaking my entire body. The excruciating pain made it impossible for me to maintain iron block. The door of the granary creaked open, and a one-eyed captain with a full beard pointed 2 guns at my head. He saw through my iron block, but grinned fiercely, kid, you don't seem that strong. This shot will be enough to make you lose your resistance. He was right. With a bullet in my spine, I was completely immobilized. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the granary, where piles of gold lay next to more corpses of villagers. Not a single survivor. This place, which should have been a paradise, had been turned into hell by this group of demons. I roared at the top of my lungs, frantically pounding the wall with my fists. That old man Carp must have known long ago, with his observation hockey, that there were no living people left on the island. He is testing me. The pirate captain did not kill me. Instead, he seized my hair, pressed a gun against my temple, and laughed maniacally at the Navy outside, saying, Despair, do you? I am a notorious blood hook, with a bounty of 800,000. I have seen your Navy's ship long ago. Without this, how could you escape? Now this lad is my hostage. I tell you, he is over there laughing, believing he has won, robbing and taking hostages, securing his future. But guess what? A sharp sound rang out. He looked down to see a bullet casing at his feet. When he raised his gaze to meet mine, my expression frightened him so much that he shuddered. Suddenly, he understood. The casing falling meant my wound had healed. Family, who understands this absurd regenerative ability? He panicked, thinking, if I'm going down, I'll take you with me. He pulled the trigger against my temple, screaming, "Die!" Bang! But I was no longer the same person. Every bullet I had endured transformed into energy through my shung fruit. My physical prowess was now tenfold stronger than before. I shouted iron block. The bullet striking my temple felt like a mere tickle, leaving not a trace. His eyes nearly popped out, and with a swift counter, I delivered a black tiger heart-piercing strike, piercing through his chest. Before he could utter another word, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. I stepped over his corpse with a stoic expression and entered the granary. Inside, 5 henchmen were still shooting away, but their bullets struck me without effect. I advanced step by step, delivering a punch to each one, and within 10 seconds, all 5 were dispatched. After dealing with these scoundrels, I turned to find a young girl lying in the corner, lifeless, with gunshot wounds to her head and chest, her eyes wide open, unable to close even in death. An indescribable rage surged within me. I felt weak. If I'd been stronger, if I had sensed all of this earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have had to die. I clenched my teeth and did not close her eyes. I thought to myself, "Sister, you shall gaze upon this world. Witness how I send each of these pirates to accompany you in death. Evil must be eradicated." Then I charged out of the granary, as if possessed. The pirates hiding on the rooftops opened fire at me, but I leaped several meters high, landing on the second floor, delivering a punch to each one. I dashed across the rooftops, unbothered by knives or guns. It was all about my fists. The pirates were terrified, firing wildly and screaming, "Monster! Why won't you die? Help!" In mere minutes, the entire town was silent. I stood alone in the street. My previous wounds had long since healed. KB and Barumabur on the ship were astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. This was a pirate crew with an 800,000 bounty, over 20 men, all taken down by a mere deckhand. Once I finished my task and dragged their bodies to the sea to feed the fish, Carp leisurely jumped down from the ship. He lifted me up and scolded. "You little rascal, you fed the bodies to the fish. How am I supposed to write a report and claim the bounty?" He scolded me, but I could see the joy in his heart. In my excitement, I stared at him and asked, "Old man, how strong must I become to foresee tragedy and save everyone?" He tossed me aside and coolly replied, "Want to surpass me? Little brat, first achieve that position in the Marines, become an admiral, and then we shall talk." With that, he walked away, but from the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of his secret smile. I felt somewhat juvenile at that moment, but that fire ignited within me. "Wait for it, old man. An admiral is nothing. One day, I will surpass even you." That night, we celebrated on the ship. Carp, in light of my promotion, pounded the table with superiors, and after venting his frustrations, he lay back in chair and fell asleep, so carefree. The result was that I, Molu, was directly promoted from deckhand to sergeant. KB and Barumabur also officially became my subordinates. My appetite surged. I could devour 5 large plates of lobster fried rice in one sitting, like a starving ghost reincarnated. After dinner, I couldn't possibly sit idle, so I continued to train, while repeatedly practicing iron block. I suddenly realized I could activate and deactivate it in an instant while moving, then unleash that defensive force outward. I tested it with a punch and a kick, and a sharp wind blade appeared out of nowhere, cleaving a large tree by the seaside in half. Incredible. While others first mastered the high-speed movement technique called shave before comprehending the long-range strike called gale foot, I had managed to create a half-finished gale fist. This was truly a remarkable leap ahead. KB and Barumabur stood nearby, utterly astonished. "Brother, are you trying to outshine everyone?" Barumabur was nearly in tears. KB, however, quickly reacted, gritting his teeth and saying, "Enough chatter. Let us practice. If we don't, we'll be left in the dust." My presence alone sparked a wave of competition among the crew. Carp sat on the deck, munching on snacks, watching the 3 of us foolishly compete, perhaps reminiscing about his youth. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and a cloaked figure appeared beside him. This was Long, the leader of the GM army. He informed Carp that he had seen Luffy off in Roadtown. Carp simply responded with an "O," as if unfazed, even asking Long if he wanted to take his ship to the Grand Line. Long was baffled. "I'm with the GM army. Why would I ride your Navy ship?" Carp retorted, "But aren't you standing on Navy ship right now? You little rascal, always so brooding." Long swiftly departed like the wind. Family. This is a father-son dynamic like no other. Carp is truly unique in his role as a father. The next day, we entered the doldrums, a place devoid of wind and waves, with enormous sea kings lurking beneath, eerily quiet. Now, a sergeant, I had my own small room, and I devised a rather reckless training method, soaking in seawater, Devil fruit users fear seawater. One touch renders them powerless, but my fruit grows stronger through suffering. I wanted to see whether the sea's debuff was stronger than my fruit's buff. I tied myself to the door with rope to prevent drowning and plunged into a tub filled with seawater. The sensation was immediate. I felt all my strength drained, struggling to breathe, as if drowning. Just when I was about to pass out, I sensed a faint warmth emerging within me. My extraordinary fruit began to convert the pain of the seawater into energy. Though painfully slow, it was indeed working. The following morning, KB and BulletproofMarine came to find me as instructed. Upon opening the door, the rope loosened, and I tumbled down. They were terrified, quickly pulling me out. BulletproofMarine scolded, "You truly don't value your life, soaking in seawater." I told them I would do this weekly. Don't worry, I would eventually be able to climb out myself. Then, I casually went to the mess hall to eat. They looked at me with one expression. "Brother, you're not competing. You're insane." A week later, during another seawater soak, I could already move my fingers in the water. My progress was astonishing. Just then, a new mission arrived. Carp summoned the three of us, announcing that there was an island nearby with a pirate boasting a bounty of 50 million who had taken over 100 hostages. We were to scout the area. I directly asked the old man, "Are there any survivors on the island?" Carp replied, "They are in it for the money. How many will survive depends on you." I understood. This was a lethal order and a test for me. As long as someone was alive, even if just one, I had to rescue them. We boarded a small boat and approached the base of a steep cliff. So sheer it was like a knife's edge, impossible for normal people to ascend. But I was no ordinary person. I unleashed a grappling hook and swiftly scaled to the top like Tarzan. Billy Boy expressed his skepticism. Is this physical strength genuinely attainable? As we delved into the island's forest, a revelation dawned upon me. Figures like Kapu and Zhangguo are undoubtedly privy to numerous clandestine affairs. Yet they are overwhelmed and incapable of managing everything. This world is vast, littered with chaos. Thus, our only recourse is to meticulously tend to our immediate surroundings. We soon stumbled upon a pirate town, shrouded in a haze of debauchery. I spotted 3 intoxicated souls sprawled by the roadside, and without hesitation, I dispatched them with 3 swift punches, dragging them into an alley to relieve them of their garments. "Put them on," I commanded. Kobai hesitated, questioning whether our actions were too ruthless. I snapped, glaring at them. "We cannot afford to show even a hint of mercy to such scoundrels. If you cannot commit, return to the ship at once and do not waste my time. My sense of justice demands the eradication of evil. Those who stand in my way shall perish." The 2 of them, intimidated into silence, complied and donned the stolen attire. We 3 then masqueraded as petty pirates, striding confidently into the liveliest tavern, eager to uncover the whereabouts of the hostages. The scene within the tavern was a veritable frenzy, filled with drunken pirates swaying haphazardly, the air thick with the stench of sweat and cheap rum. My 2 novice apprentices, Kubai and Bei Lume Bo, were as tense as quails, hardly daring to breathe. I slammed the ill-gotten coins onto the table, ordering the most expensive roasted meat and spirits, determined to outshine them in audacity. As I feigned drinking, I chided Bei Lume Bo. "Weren't you once a privileged heir who walked with swagger? How have you become so timid?" He was on the verge of tears, replying, "Brother, that was in the East Sea where the Navy provided cover. Now this is a den of thieves." No sooner had he finished speaking than a tipsy man with a red nose approached, brandishing 2 guns at his waist. My keen eyes recognized him immediately. I had seen his bounty notice prior to our departure. 25 million berries for the notorious, hot-tempered flame, Gunjilo. He scrutinized me with narrowed eyes. "You look unfamiliar. Keep a close watch, and don't let the hostage escape." I chuckled, raising my glass, and quietly warned my 2 companions, "Step back, a dog is about to bite." My words seemed to incite him. The red-nosed man turned hostile, lunging for my head with one hand while drawing his gun with the other. Bang! A gunshot rang out. And then? There was no then. That man's weapon was now mine. At that moment, a resounding cannon blast echoed from the shore. I glanced over, and, to my astonishment, Kapu, clad in his flamboyant justice coat, leapt from his ship. In an instant, clarity struck me. I had been outsmarted by that old coot. He had known all along that the hostages were aboard the genuine pirate ship, deliberately luring me to the island as bait to draw fire. That cunning old fox was intensifying the challenge for me. The pirate leader, known as Yin Feng, upon seeing Kapu's arrival, realized his plan was utterly foiled and promptly went berserk. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Rather than confronting us, he chose to flee, dashing towards the cliff with a band of loyal followers. In an even more audacious move, They detonated explosives they had buried earlier, unleashing a torrent of molten lava. The scalding magma surged forth like a flood, attempting to sever our escape route. That scoundrel was cackling, declaring that the island was rigged with explosives, intending for us to perish alongside it. Madman, as I pursued him, I cursed, hastily contacting the old man. Kapu, these fools are going to blow up the island. Hurry and retreat. To my astonishment, Kapu nonchalantly replied, "Oh, explosives? Is that so?" In a flash, a bomb larger than me soared overhead, crashing into the lava pool with a deafening roar. I was left dumbfounded. This guy truly knew how to fan the flames. The island's explosion was set off prematurely, igniting a spectacular conflagration, with lava spewing everywhere, creating utter chaos. By the time I reached the cliff's edge, Yin Feng and his crew had already launched a hidden boat into the sea. That rogue, brimming with confidence, prepared to leap onto the vessel. However, upon turning, he spotted me. In a shocking twist, he ordered his men to hold back while he himself dove into the sea to seize our approaching boat. Even more astonishing, he ignited his own cruise ship with a lighter. What a ruthless individual. This was the mark of a true pirate, merciless even to his own. As he swam towards our boat, he believed I was incapacitated by the explosion, left on the cliff merely watching helplessly. He assumed that this distance was insurmountable unless I had the ability to shave, which he presumed I lacked. He was partially right and partially wrong. While I indeed did not know how to shave, his actions awakened a newfound capability within me. With a decisive shave, I performed a sudden teleportation onto his ship. His expression was one of shock as he pointed at me, stammering, "You can shave?" I had no time for banter. I drew the twin guns I had just acquired from Gilo and fired 2 shots into the hull of our own vessel. "You wish to undermine our foundation? Well, I just learned how." Then, with another shave, I flashed back to the shore. Now, it was his turn to panic. The ship was taking on water, and sinking was merely a matter of time. Jumping into the sea, he would never reach the next island alive. With no other options, he resorted to a similar technique to shave back onto the shore, preparing for a final showdown with me. We clashed fiercely on this last piece of solid ground, engulfed by flames and molten rock for over an hour. The surrounding heat was so intense it could roast a man alive. Eventually, he could no longer bear it. His sword became too hot to hold and clattered to the ground. Seeing me, standing unscathed, he was bewildered and questioned how I could still be upright. Little did he know, my shung fruit thrived on adversity, enabling me to endure. This extreme environment was the finest nourishment for me. The burns on my skin were healing, shedding away to reveal renewed vitality beneath. He finally comprehended that I was a devil fruit user, emboldening me to play with fire on the shore. He began to speak of my limitless potential and promising future, but I paid no heed to his dying words. Did he not understand that villains perish through excessive dialogue? With a swift kick, I sent him on his way, ensuring a final blow. This is common sense. After dispatching him, I was nearing my limit, on the brink of losing consciousness. With my last ounce of strength, I dialed the telephone beetle. "Hello, old man. I am about to die." In the next moment, Kapu emerged from the inferno behind me, unscathed. He hoisted me up and began to flee through the air, simultaneously providing encouragement, proclaiming that in the presence of formidable foes, this mere flame was inconsequential. I was utterly exhausted, and, as I listened, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, I found myself in the ship's cabin. Kapu forbade anyone from attending to me, insisting that my fruit was unique and that I must recover independently to grow stronger. Later, I learned that night, Kabai and Beilu Meibo had been thoroughly inspired by my exploits, fervently training on the deck. As for me, having single-handedly taken down 2 pirates with bounties totaling 75 million, I was promoted 3 ranks by the Navy headquarters, achieving the rank of lieutenant. Upon waking, I felt as though I had evolved. My previous encounters with flames and blades had activated my fruit's resistance to high temperatures. Suddenly, an ingenious training method struck me, a masterful exploit of the system. I utilized an iron block, extending my hand into my specially crafted seawater bath. In the moment of weakness caused by the seawater, my fruit would fervently replenish me, providing an energy boost, and I would then cycle the iron block infinitely. Was this not a method to counter life's challenges? Through this self-destructive training, my resistance to seawater and physical strength surged exponentially. The only downside was an insatiable hunger. I felt as if I had been reborn as a famished specter, nearly emptying the mess hall. just 10 minutes after devouring 5 servings of curry rice. I was ravenous once more. Ultimately, the cook was bewildered, coming to me in distress, claiming I had consumed all his wages and rations for the month. If I continued, the entire crew would be left to starve alongside me. I assure you, just as I set down my bowl, 2 individuals approached me. A plum marine, resembling a eunuch delivering imperial edicts, approached me and proclaimed, "Lieutenant Molu, Vice Admiral Karp has decreed that your salary and provisions for this month are entirely revoked. From now on, you shall receive only the basic rations." Beside him, a young lad added with a worried expression, "I've eaten 17 meals since morning. If I continue, the ship will surely sink under my weight." I let out a hearty belch, momentarily dazed. No salary, no food, yet clarity dawned upon me. I had grown stronger. Previously, it took me 10 minutes to digest. Now I could last half an hour. This was a profitable venture. Wiping my mouth, I cared not for ranks and directly inquired, "What about the bounty from the 2 pirates I just dispatched? Where's my money?" To my astonishment, they responded, "Capturing pirates is a duty of the Navy. There is no reward. Bounties are reserved for bounty hunters." I felt like an elderly subway passenger engrossed in his phone. Was I merely a cyber volunteer here? Fine. No money, is it? Just wait. I shall seize an opportunity to don a sack and play the part of a bounty hunter, targeting those with bounties exceeding 100 million, and see who outlasts whom. But I could not cease my training. If they wouldn't provide food, I would find a way. I made my way to the deck, wielding Karp's oversized fishing rod, casting it into the sea with a swift motion. To my surprise, I hooked a sea beast nearly the size of our warship. With a powerful leap, I executed a swift kick, and soon, massive chunks of fish meat lay scattered on the deck. My mouth watered at the thought of grilled fish, but suddenly, I felt a thud on the back of my head. Karp had materialized from nowhere, delivering a punch that left me dazed. "You fool. Dragging such a creature will delay our journey." I winced in pain, hastily discarding the remaining fish. Karp delivered another blow, leaving me with 2 lumps on my head, resembling a gourd. He declared, "This fish will reward the entire crew tonight." Undeterred, I approached him, asking, "Can I have a bit more?" Karp glared at me. "Do you seek another beating? If you wish to grow stronger, hurry up and master the Marine 6 styles. What kind of training is this? Burning money. The entire ship isn't enough to feed you alone. Fool." With that, he turned and left. It dawned on me then. He had known of my struggles with the sea and was nudging me to improve. That evening, savoring the fish I had caught, I began to grasp the essence of my situation. The Navy headquarters intended to promote me to major, but Karp insisted I needed further training. Who could understand? My recent battles have been nothing but reckless brawling. Aside from speed and defense, I lacked agility and ranged attacks. Karp was right. I needed to master the 6 styles. After dinner, I returned to my small cabin, sleepless through the night, staring into the tub of seawater. Suddenly, an epiphany struck. My fruit was the shungxing fruit. Why should it only nurture myself? Water is the essence of life, and the sea restrains those with abilities. This was a paradox. My fruit should govern life itself. It was undoubtedly a superior fruit. The more I pondered, the more excited I became. I placed my hand upon the tub, focusing my energy, and began to infuse my understanding of life into the water. To my astonishment, the water surged upward, coalescing into a humanoid form. The tub shattered, transforming into a Navy uniform that adorned its figure. Finally, its face mirrored mine. I had manifested a duplicate of myself. This was the essence of granting life to inanimate objects. Just as I reveled in my accomplishment, the door burst open, and KB and his crew rushed in. Standing at attention, "Lieutenant Molu, Vice Admiral Karp has ordered that you be responsible for our training from today." My water clone shattered into countless droplets. I was taken aback, covering my face. Do I still appear presentable? Developing this new ability drained my energy, and my stomach growled like thunder. The meager rations of bread were insufficient to satisfy me. I dashed into the kitchen, where the cook stood bewildered. Seizing the dough, I declared, "Step aside. I'll handle this." With a sizzle, the oil-soaked dough transformed into crispy youtiao, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Paired with a large cup of soy milk, it reminded me of home. The inexperienced Marines surrounded me, drooling at the scent, while the head chef, trying one, exclaimed with wide eyes, "Youtiao is truly a marvelous creation." As I savor my meal, KB approached, offering me a piece of compressed biscuit, saying, "Molu, this isn't tasty, but it's filling." I took it and bit down, casually replying, "Thanks, I'll add an hour to your training later." Satiated, I pushed KB and his crew to their limits in training. After a month, we finally arrived at a new locale known as Storm Island. At the center of the island, a tornado spiraled toward the heavens, dark clouds roiling ominously. As soon as we disembarked, we clashed with pirates. Carp immediately spotted several ships attempting to flee amidst the chaos and ordered cannon fire. The pirates, realizing escape was futile, turned to fight. A massive horde surged toward us, as we were the least numerous. Leading them was a one-eyed pirate known as Dulong, with a bounty of 30 million. Brandishing poisoned twin blades, shouting, "Kill them all. Leave none alive." I couldn't help but chuckle. I swiftly dashed before him with a shave, delivering a lightning-fast kick that dispatched him in an instant. Standing amidst the pile of corpses, I echoed his battle cry to the stunned pirates. "Leave none alive." After dispatching the remaining scoundrels, KB approached, questioning my ruthlessness, stating they posed no threat anymore. Anger surged within me as I pinned him to the ground. Silence. First, they were no match for me, not us. Secondly, if I do not eliminate them, my subordinates and innocent civilians will pay the price. Lastly, do not let your naive ideals dictate your limited intellect. Pointing at him, I chastised, "Do you remember the pirate named Luffy you spoke of? He is kind and offered you hope, but do not forget why you joined the Navy. Do you think the world is filled with chosen ones like the Straw Hat crew? I'll tell you this. My hometown was ravaged by pirates, leaving me as the sole survivor because we could not pay the tribute. Every pirate you let go will be responsible for every life they take in the future. Will you pay for those lives? Do you deserve that burden? Fool." With a punch, I jolted him awake, dismissing him thereafter. Having vented my frustrations, my hunger returned, and I bid them farewell to seek sustenance. However, just as I departed, a thunderous revelation struck KB and the others. The Vice Admiral was reporting to Carp, revealing that a more formidable crew lurked on the island, led by a deranged individual with a bounty of 105 million, possessing the power of the Ding Ding fruit, capable of immobilizing anything it touched, rendering them powerless. The most alarming detail was that their landing site was precisely where I had ventured. KB and the others turned pale, rushing into the forest in a panic, fearing for my safety. What happened next? When they found me, I was perched upon a massive pirate ship, feasting on barbecued meat with one hand and lobster with the other, my face smeared with grease. I had just dealt with a few scoundrels on the ship and plundered their warehouse. I held the transponder snail to my ear. "Hello, KB? There's a pirate ship at the coast of the forest, filled with treasures. Hurry and collect the spoils. I have other matters to attend to." KB's voice trembled through the line. "Do not act recklessly. Molu, those fellows are formidable, and their leader is also a devil fruit user." Before he could finish, I stood on the deck, a chicken leg dangling from my mouth, waving cheerfully. We exchanged glances, and an awkward tension filled the air. I waved the tattered map I had just discovered. "Are you here to warn me about the devil fruit user?" "No worries. I've dealt with a few. The main force should be absent. Next time, just use the transponder snail. I've muted it, and you want to find it." KB and the others were dumbfounded, crowding around to inspect the map. An old Marine named Jack gasped. "So this is how the Storm Bay works. The treasure of the Chuan Shua Feng Bao Zhong Xin is a conch capable of storing and unleashing tremendous storms. In the vast ocean, it is akin to a natural disaster-level weapon." I must say, while Jack, that old veteran, correctly deduced the nature of the treasure, he immediately raised a pertinent question. If this artifact is indeed so formidable as to conjure calamities, why has it remained untouched for so many years? A valid inquiry. But where could I possibly find the answer? There was no time for brainstorming. I swiftly contacted my superior's superior, Old Man Kaboo. The response on the other end was a thunderous roar. "You little rascal," reporting at a higher level again. "Do you not understand the rules?" I was asleep. I was left speechless. I retorted, "Old man, if you were truly asleep, how could you have answered my call so quickly? Who is truly acting here?" Perhaps he felt a bit embarrassed, for after muttering a few curses, he informed me that our adversary was the immobilizer, Lola, a troublesome user of a devil fruit power, and advised me not to underestimate her. Remarkably, I could hear him snoring on the line shortly thereafter. What a swift descent into slumber indeed. After hanging up, my expression grew grave. I summoned KB and the others, my demeanor serious enough to wring water from stone. "Listen up, comrades. We are entering a life-and-death situation. I require some items from you, including the clothes you are wearing." They looked bewildered, questioning why we needed their clothes for a fight. I refrained from explaining. Instead, dashing into the nearby forest, where I began to chop down a large tree with fervor. In no time, I had hewn the tree into 11 humanoid wooden figures, each roughly the same height as my subordinates. Soon, we traversed mountains and valleys to reach the island center. What a sight! A tornado stood like a colossal pillar, swirling debris and foliage, yet remaining eerily stationary, the howling wind nearly deafening. Yet the question lingered. Where were the pirates? Surely, they could not have been swept away into the sky. My mind raced. If not above, could they be below? I quickly retrieved the map for a second glance, and had an epiphany. The 4 inconspicuous dots on the map formed a line, with their intersection marking the eye of a storm. This was not merely coordinates. It was 4 entrances. We stealthily approached the nearest location, where a seemingly ordinary boulder lay. KB naively asked, "Captain, is this the entrance?" I dismissed further conversation, steadied my stance, and embraced the several-ton boulder, letting out a mighty roar as I shifted it aside. A dark cavernous opening appeared before us. To my surprise, BulletproofMarine pointed out a mechanism disguised as stone nearby. My face darkened. I feigned ignorance and waved my hand dismissively. Onward, onward, as if nothing occurred. Do you not understand that great strength yields miraculous results? Upon entering the cave, I executed a cunning plan. Remember those wooden figures? I had them don our discarded clothing and lead the way as a daring vanguard while we stealthily followed behind. We had not ventured far when gunfire and shouts erupted ahead. "Hold steady," a shrill voice commanded. Instantly, the pirates began clamoring. "Captain, the Navy has infiltrated." "Wait, no. These are wooden figures." I nearly burst into laughter at their panic. With a mental command, I activated my devil fruit ability, animating the walls of the cave, which swiftly converged and sealed the pirates inside. They were utterly bewildered. What the hell? The path is gone. What sorcery is this? KB and the others were wide-eyed. I reassured them. What is there to fear? It is merely a user of a devil fruit. I'm one as well. Indeed, my life-giving fruit allows me to imbue inanimate objects with vitality. Wooden figures, stone beings, even the cave walls. Anything I desire can spring to life, though it does consume energy, necessitating swift action. When I reopened the walls, we charged in, and the pirates were thoroughly exhausted by my ghostly antics. I instructed KB and BulletproofMarine to split up and pursue, while I made a beeline for the main culprit, Lola, who possessed the storm conch. Finally, around a corner, I caught sight of him. This fellow, with a shock of white hair and massive shell, was clearly no ordinary foe. Upon spotting me, he unleashed a torrent of taunts, declaring that a mere naval cadet like myself, with only the 6 styles to my name, could never comprehend the strength of those who traverse the Grand Line. With that, he lunged at me with incredible speed and claws that were nothing short of terrifying. I barely evaded with a shave technique. Astonishingly, he too employed the shave. This rascal not only wielded a devil fruit, but was also proficient in the 6 styles. I was swiftly battered, bloodied, and bruised. He believed he had me defeated, growing increasingly frenzied, hurling insults that hinted at past traumas. It appeared my youthful vigor had struck a nerve. As he grew wilder with each blow, I endured. A claw struck me, leaving several gashes across my chest, and suddenly, he immobilized me. I found myself unable to move, a mere spectator as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. Little did he know, my life-giving fruit harbored a hidden passive trait. The harder he struck, the quicker I healed, and I could feel my strength surging. My health bar was dancing with vigor. He mercilessly pummeled me, contorting my body, believing I was finished, and turned to leave. Yet, after only a few steps, he collided with the wall. "What have you done?" He roared in disbelief. With a smirk, I revealed, "While you were busy beating me, I sealed the passages behind us." He was utterly taken aback, frantically attempting to break through the walls, exhausting his energy at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, within my immobilized form, my bones began to reset with a series of audible cracks. Just as he finally managed to create an opening, panting like a dog, he turned around to find me standing as if nothing had happened. Panic etched across his face, he drew forth the storm conch, bellowing, "Die, Navy scum." A horrifying whirlwind erupted within the narrow confines of the cave, sending me crashing against the wall. The recoil was equally fierce, sending Lola tumbling and knocking him unconscious at the entrance. This reckless maneuver had indeed inflicted harm upon himself as well. As I staggered through the still, howling winds towards him, he regained consciousness. Both of us were down to our last reserves of strength. He unleashed his finger gun, and I, having learned from his relentless assault, retaliated with the same technique. Our finger guns struck simultaneously at each other's throats. He sputtered blood before collapsing, while I remained standing. Bearing his lifeless body and the enormous storm conch, I stepped out of the cave, where KB and the others awaited. Each bore wounds but sighed in relief upon seeing me. Exhausted, they collapsed upon the grass, gasping for air. I flipped over the genuine treasure map, only to discover a lengthy inscription on the reverse side. White Sea, my unreachable homeland. I can no longer recall the day I descended from the heavens, discovering this miraculous shell on an island, realizing it could store vast hurricanes, unleashing powers more terrifying than those of the shell of destruction. I once believed it could replace the divine, only to find myself plummeting from the White Sea due to an unforeseen accident. A person unable to return home. These final words of the diary rendered me speechless. We, KB Barumabur and I, lay exhausted on the ground, our hearts heavy after hearing this tale, a story of longing for home, entangled in a lifetime of loss. As a result, we found ourselves enveloped in melancholy when a thunderous voice resonated in our ears. You fools have ruined the spectacle that occurs once every 3 years on the island. Upon opening my eyes, I realized that Old Man Carp had arrived. My comrades, I must say, changed their expressions faster than a page can turn, springing to their feet and pointing at me in unison, their faces betraying an unmistakable accusation. Who among my family understands? Just moments ago, we had fought side by side, and now they were quick to sell me out. What could I do but helplessly hand over the storm shell and the map? Old Man Carp glanced at them with disdain. Is this what you think will make you strong? Dream on. After saying this, he shoved the items back into my hands. I was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Isn't this supposed to be submitted to headquarters?" He ignored my question, and it was his cool aide, Bogart, who stepped in to clarify. At that moment, I comprehended the magnitude of the hornet's nest we had stirred. The pirate captain we had defeated, Lola, had dominion over 3 islands and was engaged in a comprehensive arms trade, managing everything from mining to production, even selling weapons to Alabasta. With Lola gone, his base on Chiemlong Island was now devoid of leadership, leaving nearly 1,000 of his subordinates, desperate men who had been subdued by him, acting like unleashed wild dogs, clutching explosives that could obliterate the island. Should they escape, the entire Grand Line would tremble. I suddenly understood. Carp handing me the storm shell was not a reward. It was a target painted on my back. The Navy would soon announce my triumph over Lola, and all the lunatics eager to seize the storm shell would come after me. In this way, the common folk of Storm Island will be kept safe. I, Morrow, the newly appointed Naval Lightning Rod of 2025, expressed my gratitude. A few days later, the news arrived. I had been promoted to the rank of Major at headquarters. As for the other rewards, that old man Sengoku converted everything into food, claiming he had heard I could eat a lot. Fine, I accepted this arrangement. The newspapers also arrived, half of the front page dedicated to me, the other half to Smoker. The papers hailed my exposure of a grand conspiracy and lauded Smoker for defeating Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I chuckled at the newspaper, realizing the exaggeration was as vast as the ocean. Even more amusing was Kobe pointing at the bounty notice, his eyes nearly popping out. Luffy, why is his bounty only 100 million? Seeing the grin on my naive compatriot's face, I felt no surprise. I knew that my presence had begun to skew the timeline of this world. Once the old man observed that we had recovered sufficiently, he initiated a hellish version of training. His aide, Bogart, the man who rarely spoke and resembled a statue, became our swordsmanship instructor. Balumber attempted to showcase his skills before him, only to have his blade cleaved into several pieces with a single stroke. Balumber immediately stood at attention. I was wrong. I will learn diligently. Thus, while enduring relentless beatings, we finally arrived at the legendary Chienlong Island. This was no mere island. It was akin to Jurassic Park. Carp ordered us to form small teams and infiltrate, specifically warning me, "Don't rush ahead alone. Your comrades are not as resilient as you." Understood. I led 30 men, leaping from a ship and plunging into the primitive jungle. Shortly after entering, a prehistoric bear charged at us, and I struck it down with a single punch. The commotion was so great that a Tyrannosaurus Rex burst through the foliage, peering at us with a bewildered expression. My comrades turned pale, their hands shaking. I couldn't help but chuckle. Was this not a natural steed? I leapt onto its back and executed a series of strikes, and 10 minutes later, our team had transformed. I was mounted on the T-Rex, which I named Little Bow Bow, while the others rode 5 days Triceratops, marching through the jungle in a grand procession. My comrades looked at me with expressions filled with sympathy for the dinosaur. I patted Little Bow Bow's head. Is there anything tasty nearby? I'm hungry. Little Bao Bao emitted a distress call, seemingly protesting. I glared. You don't understand human speech, do you? It immediately cowered and bolted. Soon after, we stumbled upon a flock of large birds. After roasting them, we discovered their taste was mediocre. While gnawing on a bird leg, I pondered whether the pterodactyls above might taste better. Just as we were satiated and ready to move on, little Bao Bao suddenly halted, trembling and refusing to proceed. I dismounted and sensed an unsettling aura. Anger filled the air, a profound and desperate rage. It dawned on us that, despite our time on the island, we had yet to encounter a single pirate. Intelligence indicated that no one had escaped. Where had those thousands gone? We stealthily climbed a tree and maneuvered through the canopy. 20 minutes later, we beheld an unforgettable sight. At the island's center lay a hollowed-out mountain housing a colossal, frenzied laboratory. Inside were dragons, their skin crimson and grotesque, each one shrieking in agony. A golden-haired madman with mechanical arms stood atop a platform, cackling like a cult leader. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. I have created the perfect serum. That fool Lola will never witness this glory. In an instant, the truth struck me. There were no pirates left on this island. They had all been taken by this madman for experimentation, transformed into these failed dragon-like monstrosities. This was not scientific research. This old fool was not cooking up anything wholesome. This was inhumane cruelty. Then, he commanded the release of hundreds of pirates imprisoned in cages, dousing them with a dark blue serum. The pirates howled in agony as their bodies contorted and twisted, eventually breaking free from their cages, morphing into fire-breathing dragons. The madman spread his arms wide, hysterically shouting, "Go forth, my children, let the world witness your majesty. A legion of dragons. This shall be a tidal wave of chaos." As I gazed at the swarm of dragons soaring above, my scalp prickled, and I hastily contacted Carp. "Old man, we've located the lair. You little rascal, what's the situation?" One good piece of news and one bad. The good news is there are only a few dozen enemies. The bad news is the remaining 1,000 have all transformed into flying, fire-breathing dragons. There was silence on the other end. Soon after, Carp's voice came through. "Resolute. All personnel retreat. Prepare bombardment to reduce the entire island to rubble." I watched as the dragons began to dive towards us, shouting, "It's too late, old man. These creatures can fly." Just as I finished my shout, a massive beast burst forth from the mountain, a peculiar dinosaur, but absurdly, it was clad in human clothing. Upon closer inspection, I realized who it was. Drake, the former vice admiral turned pirate supernova. Kobe beside me was dumbfounded, stuttering. "Is that a human or a dinosaur?" I shot him a look and replied curtly, "It's a human. The ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit. Drake, you can ask him yourself later." I had no time for idle chatter and issued a direct order. "Now, all of you, immediately return to the ship. Leave these flying lizards to the naval artillery. But I must personally apprehend the mastermind. Otherwise, if he escapes, who knows how many more lives he will ruin." Kobe attempted to dissuade me, but I interrupted him. "That's an order, Kobe." Seeing their worried faces, I resorted to my trump card, patting the storm shell on my back and flashing a confident smile. "Don't worry, I've got this. Worst case, I'll fly away. Who among my comrades understands?" I was merely painting a grand picture. My storm shell was already depleted, and the little wind gathered over the past few days would barely suffice to blow a flutter. However, there was no alternative. I had to first drive away this group of hindrances. Once they left, I would immediately charge into the depths of the mountain. Upon entering the inner sanctum, what a thrilling scene it was. Dalik was being mercilessly beaten by dozens of modified humans, while 3 complete evil dragons in the sky unleashed torrents of fire upon him. The leading scientist, named Sakari, was covered in mechanical arms, resembling a giant octopus. As he taunted and fought simultaneously, I stealthily approached Dalik and calmly remarked, "The animal types should have quite the resilience, shouldn't they?" Dalik turned to look at me, mistakenly believing I was aligned with that scientist. "Unbelievable. My friend, has your undercover operation rendered you utterly daft?" Ignoring him, I turned and walked toward the cave behind him. Upon seeing me enter the cave, Sakari burst into laughter, resembling a typical villain as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, how naive. Inside lies enough explosives to level the entire mountain. I shall ensure you accompany Captain Lola to the afterlife." Only then did he realize, pointing at me and shouting, "I remember now. You're the naval hero Molo." Dalik was equally bewildered, likely pondering how a fool like me emerged from the Navy. Immediately thereafter, Sakari and his minions produced a vial of blood-red potion and gulped it down in unison. In the next moment, they transformed into half-human, half-dragon monstrosities. Sakari, particularly arrogant, was covered in dragon scales, flaunting his superiority as he derided Dalik, stating that his ancient fruit was already outdated, concluding with a memorable quip, "What era is this? Still battling traditional dinosaurs?" I nearly burst into laughter in the cave. Then, he pressed the detonator. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the entire Qianlong mountain was sent skyward, flames engulfing the sky, and massive boulders flying about. Dalik, relying on his tough exterior, barely managed to roll away from the edge of the explosion. Turning back, he realized the mountain had been flattened and thought to himself that he was surely doomed. "Did you think my friend met his end there? Not a chance." I crawled out from beneath a pile of scorching rubble, my body coated in soot, save for my gleaming white teeth. My resilience was truly remarkable. Thanks to my life-giving fruit, I felt as though I had died at least twice, but was forcefully revived. Moreover, I conveniently retrieved 3 vials of serum samples from the cave. What a windfall. My pet Tyrannosaurus Rex, Xiao Bao Bao, had not fled and was waiting for me outside obediently. I placed the potion on its back and instructed it to deliver it to Kuobai without delay. Then I pulled out my Din Mushi and called Kuobai. He was nearly in tears on the other end, stating that the old man was preparing to personally tear apart those flying lizards after witnessing the mountain explode. I reassured him to remain calm. Then, utilizing the final gust of the Stormberry, I stomped down with force. Let me tell you, I am a genius. With that single action, I instantly mastered the moonwalk technique from the Navy 6 styles. In a flash, I soared into the sky, darting past Dalik, who was preparing for a desperate fight. His eyes nearly bulged out as he inquired how I was still alive. I shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Our superhuman types possess greater vitality than your animal types. Is that not evident?" With that, I commenced my performance. I leaped onto the head of an evil dragon, gripping its horns tightly, and used it as a bumper car, crashing through the horde of dragons, inciting them to turn on one another. The half-human, half-dragon creatures rushed towards me in an attempt to halt my rampage, which amused me greatly. I directly shouted to Dalik, "Brother, strike at their heads and bellies. Those areas are unarmored and their weaknesses." Dalik instantly understood, wielding his axe and sword with agility, swiftly dispatching several of them. This turmoil sowed discord among their ranks. The little dragon men turned to question Sakari, wondering if they had been administered a subpar potion. Realizing he was in trouble, Sakari confessed that the potion was modeled after himself, inherently carrying a bloodline suppression that forced these test subjects to their demise. Without further ado, he turned to flee, his armor igniting with flames, resembling a rocket. I thought, "Can you truly escape?" I grabbed the still-dazed Dalik, leapt onto the dragon I just tamed, and shouted, "Pursue!" The creature was remarkably swift, and I could hardly keep up. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I instructed Dalik to hold on tightly to the dragon's horns while I embraced the Stormberry, charging against the wind. As he was about to fly out of Qianlong Island, I called the old man, "Old man, that ugly creature is about to flee. Stop him." On the other end, Captain Carp wasted no time, standing on the deck, spinning around while grasping a cannonball, and threw it with force. Boom! The cannonball exploded just ahead of Sakari, creating a massive shockwave that startled him into an abrupt halt, leaving him suspended in midair in a daze. Now it was my chance. I clung to the Stormberry, utilizing the freshly charged wind as a boost, and lunged, attaching myself to Sakari's armor. Holding fast, I complained into the Din Mushi. "Old man, you should have just blown him up. You nearly let him escape." To my surprise, Carp hung up, instructing his subordinate Bogart to deal with the remaining lackeys. Now it was just Sakari and me, twirling in the sky. He frantically pounded me with his mechanical arms and dragon claws, and though it hurt, I was tough enough to withstand it. I mimicked his actions, grabbing his dragon horn and yanking it upwards. He could not contain himself and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath skyward. I remained latched onto him, relishing his impotent fury. Dalik watched in awe from behind, realizing he was no longer relevant, and quietly dismounted from the dragon, using the moonwalk to head back to his own pirate ship. Let me tell you, once this fellow left, the sky became a cacophony of chaos. That lunatic Sakari, clad in his patchwork of junk, with mechanical arms flailing like an octopus, was attacking me wildly. What a surprise. The more he struck, the more I found it amusing. His attack seemed utterly ineffective, akin to a massage. Meanwhile, I clung to his dragon head like a piece of taffy, relentlessly tearing apart his back equipment. I even narrated my own actions, delivering a powerful kick while shouting. Raging Wind Foot Cut. The name was whimsical, but the momentum had to be impressive. You won't believe it. With a snap, I ripped off half of his acceleration device, sending it plummeting like a broken kite. Now, he was in a panic, sparks flying from his back as he roared at me. You dare dismantle my accelerator. Naturally, I retorted, what? Am I supposed to leave it for the new year? With his speed compromised, I wondered how he would contend with me. This fellow was truly stubborn. I seized the alloy armor at his neck and pounded it relentlessly. 1 punch. 2 punches, 1,000 punches. I refused to believe that with enough force, I couldn't break through his armor. Ha ha ha. When I finally dented and cracked that piece of armor, revealing an opening, I couldn't help but laugh. Opportunity had arrived. My fist transformed into a spear, aimed directly at the gap, ready to deliver a decisive blow. To my surprise, he unleashed a laser. Several mechanical arms shot at me, and my immediate thought was, activate the iron block. Unyielding iron block. I braced myself like a steel plate, absorbing all of his attacks. He had clearly broken through, and in a fit of rage, he shouted at me, iron block. Iron block. All you know is iron block. I chuckled and retorted, are you daft? If I wait until I'm exhausted to use the iron block, I might as well be made of paper. With that, I yanked one of his mechanical arms over and swiftly tied it in a knot around his dragon horn. Now, there was no one to stop me. I unleashed my spear. With a whoosh, blood spurted from his neck. He cried out in pain, momentarily relieved that he still had his dragon scales for protection. However, the next moment, I began to strip away his dragon scales with my bare hands. I must tell you, the scene resembled the act of tearing corn husks, as layers were swiftly stripped away. In no time, I had entangled several of his mechanical arms into a deadlock. His neck armor shattered, and the dragon scales vanished, leaving his bare neck exposed before me. He was utterly outmatched, and in a desperate attempt to perish alongside me, he plunged into the sea, seeking to nullify my powers as an ability user. He cackled maniacally, proclaiming that an ability user was rendered useless in the ocean. Perched upon his back like a dragon rider, I calmly replied, ah, but I possess the moonwalk. That drawn-out O of his echoed with despair. Yet, he inadvertently reminded me of something vital. I seized one of his dragon horns, forcefully redirecting him back towards the 1,000-dragon island from whence we had just soared. Can you perform the moonwalk? I inquired, and his face blanched with an ominous premonition. A grin spread across my face as I pointed towards the island, saying, Doctor, look at your failed experiments. They detest you. Why not greet them? He stubbornly retorted, what do you intend to do? Dismantle my wings? My wings possess far greater strength than yours. Be cautious lest you be torn asunder. I chuckled. Who said anything about dismantling too? One shall suffice. No sooner had I spoken than I leaped, gripping one of his dragon wings with all my might. My feet unleashing a tempestuous force akin to a chainsaw. The technique, dubbed Tempest Severing Wings, was a whimsical name, yet yielded remarkable results. With a sharp crack, his entire dragon form lost balance and began spiraling down towards the island. You madman, he cursed in despair. I merely thanked him for the compliment. He attempted to retaliate with his claws and tail, yet I braced myself against them with iron resolve. Though blood spilled from my mouth, I reassured myself. I feel no pain. I am unscathed. My iron is invincible. He stared at me in disbelief. You're bleeding, yet claim not to be in pain. From this height, you will surely perish. I roar back. I can perform the moonwalk. I wield iron. I have transcended human limits. I cannot die. In that final moment, I forcefully tore away his dragon wing, and in his madness, he realized escape was impossible. He clutched me tightly with his claws, attempting to drag me down with him. We resembled conjoined twins, and he even breathed fire towards the sky to gain speed, resulting in a thunderous crash as we struck the island, creating a massive crater. With a cough, I spat out a mouthful of dark blood, feeling my insides shift. He, too, was not faring any better. His claws loosened weakly. We lay on the ground like two defeated dogs, unable to move. I gasped for breath, feeling the power of the fruit of life gradually mending my body. As fate would have it, a horde of dinosaurs emerged from the forest, along with the modified fire dragons he had rendered disabled. Initially, they trembled at the sight of Sake, but when he let out a feeble roar, they froze. Lying on the ground, I taunted him. Cease your cries, doctor. The beast scent blood and will only go mad. Look, your blood is nearly forming a river. He continued to curse, get lost, you beasts. Yet it was in vain. One ferocious dragon lowered its head to lick the blood from the ground, then let out a long, piercing howl. In an instant, all the failed experiments went berserk. surging forward. Some attacked his wings, others gnawed at his tail. The scene was nothing short of gruesome. This was retribution. At that moment, my old friend, Xiao Bao, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, charged forth. I struggled to sit up against a tree and shouted to it, beware of his claws and tail, whether it understood or not. It roared a few times, and to my astonishment, the dinosaurs began to focus on Sake's vulnerabilities. While he continued to struggle, I had regained some strength and pulled out my phone bug, dialing Grandpa Carp. Are you there? Came Carp's impatient voice. I'm currently enjoying a show, I replied nonchalantly. This fellow is loaded with alloys. There should still be some in the lab ruins. Would you like to come collect some scrap? Carp called me a fool, but I knew he merely wished to confirm my survival. At that moment, Sake, nearly devoured, began pleading with me, Molo, grant me a swift end. I beg you. To be consumed by his own creations was indeed a wretched demise. Without a moment's hesitation, I replied, not a chance. Your death is of no concern to me. I only care whether you will perish. Would I grant him respect? He was hardly worthy. In the end, Xiao Bao seized the opportunity and bit through his throat. Thus fell a mad scientist, devoured by his creations, leaving behind only a heap of bones and alloy scraps. When I returned to the ship, having utilized the moonwalk, Carp wasted no time in delivering a loving iron fist, instantly raising several lumps on my head, which vanished at an observable rate, leaving him in astonishment. A colonel from a branch approached to shake my hand, declaring I had accomplished a great feat and would soon be promoted. That evening, I bound myself in a bathtub filled with seawater, attempting to develop my fruit abilities. As I pondered how to master the sixth technique, paper drawing, Carp kicked the door open. Stunned, I exclaimed, "Old man, I'm taking a bath. What do you want?" He sat down nonchalantly, muttering, "From rigidity comes softness, and from rigidity comes true softness." Goodness, was he implying something? Just as I was about to inquire if he had been eavesdropping, his aide, Bogart, joyfully informed me, "Molo, congratulations on your promotion to the rank of colonel in the naval headquarters." Before I could celebrate, I noticed Carp wore a serious expression, completely contrasting his usual frivolity. Tentatively, I asked, "Old man, are you not pleased about my promotion?" Bogart quickly whispered, "The Rear Admiral is not displeased because of this. It's about the Straw Hat Kid. He is currently clashing with CP0 on Judicial Island." My heart stirred, and feigning ignorance, I said, "Oh, that rookie with a bounty over 100 million is quite impressive." Bogart continued, "In fact, the Straw Hat Kid is the grandson of Rear Admiral Carp." I nearly burst out laughing. Carp finally spoke, seriously commanding, "I order you to challenge that kid once he finishes on Judicial Island. Cool him down before he becomes too arrogant." In an instant, I understood. This was no mere command. It was a concerned grandfather looking out for his precious grandson. Observing his tough exterior masking a soft heart, I felt something within me thaw. At that moment, I grasped the essence of true softness. What a revelation! I suddenly comprehended the secret behind paper drawing. I smiled, agreeing, "Very well, old man. But after I succeed, you must teach me to harness the armament hockey." He glared at me, saying, "Hockey is something everyone possesses. The key lies in the loving iron fist." Just as they were about to leave, Bogart revealed a shocking secret. The pirate who had once obliterated my fallen kingdom had been casually dispatched by Carp on his return to the East Blue. I was momentarily taken aback, my emotions a tumultuous mix. After they departed, I shouted towards the door, "Hey, Carp, close the door for me." The next day, Kobe and Barumi pulled me from the bathtub. At breakfast, they continuously congratulated me. Barumi even jested that at my current pace, I would become a general within 5 years. After our meal, we resumed training, and I shared my newfound insights on paper drawing and various understandings of the 6 techniques with them in a companionate teaching style. That evening, as everyone noticed I was still training in the training room, they habitually departed. Only I knew that I was soon to leave them. In the corridor, Kobe and the others had learned from the veterans that I was being promoted, would have my own warship, and be assigned to headquarters for missions, causing them to wilt like withered eggplants. Kobe's eyes turned red, yet he clenched his fists, vowing to train harder to put my mind at ease. Meanwhile, I remained in the training room, repeatedly practicing, striving to fully integrate the Navy's 6 techniques. I tell you, when practiced to the utmost, the 6 techniques become nothing but muscle memory and instinct. What a peculiar dance of the moon, as iron blocks guard the boundaries, and one runs faster than the wild beasts, while shadows evade like phantoms. These thoughts have traversed my mind countless times, to the point where my body is nearly igniting with sparks. As for the restoration of life, I possess the sheng fruit, which promises miraculous feats with great strength. I shall take my time, There is no need to rush. Just as I was sweating profusely, feeling as though I might ascend to a higher realm, lo and behold, KB burst through the training room door with a forceful kick, exuberantly shouting like an exuberant child weighing 200 pounds. Molo, we have arrived at the Seven Water City. In that instant, I sprang up from the ground, tears nearly spilling from my eyes. Who among my family understands? The Seven Water City. It is a veritable paradise of culinary delights. At long last, I have a place to spend a reward I received from the Qianlong Island incident. Upon disembarking, I split from Grandpa Carp and the others. They went to find Luffy, while I dove headfirst into the food street, indulging from one end to the other. Barbecue, fried skewers, seafood rice. What a delightful chaos. Life cannot be more splendid than this. Just as I was savoring a skewer of barbecued meat in my left hand and a cup of iced orange juice in my right, the phone bug in my pocket began buzzing incessantly. Upon glancing at the caller ID, it was none other than Grandpa Carp. With a skewer in my mouth, I answered, somewhat muffled, "Old man, what is the matter? Are there any valuable pirates around here? I can help you capture one to earn some pocket money for more food. I must tell you, after this period of combat and training, my physique has grown robustly. I am now taller than Byron Mabwa, and without seeing my face, I resemble a hulking brute." On the other end, Carp's voice boomed like thunder. "Still eating, still drinking orange juice. You little rascal, do you remember our previous agreement? Hurry over here and teach that little rascal a lesson." I couldn't help but chuckle, as if he were speaking in riddles. I downed the orange juice and replied, "Understood, understood," serving the Lord while alleviating his worries. "Just let me wipe my mouth first." Wipe my mouth? Carp was likely fuming, contemplating crossing the phone line to deliver a beating. I ambled over to the building where the Straw Hat crew was resting, and from a distance, I spotted KB and Byron Mabwa, two unfortunate souls, sitting on the wall, bruised and battered, evidently having just been dealt with by Luffy and Zoro. Jack, that rascal, rushed over to inform KB. "KB, Vice Admiral Carp has summoned Molo. Your friend is likely in big trouble." KB looked bewildered. No way. With Molo's character, he wouldn't leave the food street until the vendor closes up. How could he possibly think of fighting? Jack also wore a worried expression, but his concern was rather peculiar. "I'm afraid he'll be late for dinner. It's not every day we get to eat a hearty meal." Goodness, do you all see me as merely a glutton? Luffy and Zoro also heard my name, wearing expressions of confusion. KB hurriedly recounted my illustrious feats, mentioning how I had single-handedly defeated over 100 pirates, how I had slain a falling fire dragon, and how I accidentally blew up an island. Byron Mabwa chimed in. "He is far stronger than both of us. He is the direct disciple of Vice Admiral Carp." Upon hearing this, Luffy and Zoro's eyes lit up. One clenched his fist, while the other gripped the hilt of his sword, their entire demeanor exuding the desire to engage in battle. At that moment, I strolled over in my flamboyant shirt adorned with barbecued meat and fruit, leisurely as the Navy personnel parted to make way. I spotted Grandpa Carp and was about to share my culinary discoveries. "Grandpa Carp, I found an amazing barbecue place you should..." Before I could finish, a powerful iron fist struck my head with a resounding thud. "Get moving. I need to rest," Carp bellowed, rubbing the swiftly healing bump on my head. I turned my attention to the Straw Hat crew. Sanji, Robin, and Nami clearly had done their homework, instantly recognizing me, referring to me as a Navy supernova and a monster. Only Luffy, Zoro, and Chopper remained oblivious. Chopper, frightened, hid behind Nami, while Luffy seriously remarked, "I like his shirt. I like barbecued meat." Zoro, noticing I was unarmed, dismissed me as irrelevant. I gazed at them, feeling somewhat nostalgic. These were characters I once admired. But now I am part of the Navy, our allegiances diverging. I smiled and began speaking in riddles. "I am here to offer a friendly warning. Whether you intend to confront the Shichibukai, battle other pirates, or provoke those celestial beings is inconsequential. However, if you dare to release those heinous criminals from Impel Down, I shall ensure you are confined in the depths of darkness, never to see the light of day again." Upon hearing this, Nami and the others turned pale, likely contemplating how the Navy dared to insult the celestial beings. Luffy, ever the simpleton, asked, "We're celestial beings." "Trash," I replied decisively. In the distance, Grandpa Carp remained calm. He was well aware of my past and found my attitude unremarkable. Luffy scratched his head. "You are quite strange, but you seem to mean no harm. That is unimportant." I rolled up my sleeves. "Come at me, Straw Hat Boy." In the next moment, Luffy activated Gear Second, steam rising from his body as he charged at me. I stood my ground, activating Iron Block. Who among my family understands? I merely stood there to let him strike. His rubbery punches fell upon me like raindrops. Truth be told, it felt rather pleasant, akin to a massage. The power of my shung fruit surged back to me, invigorating. Luffy, perplexed, questioned, "Why aren't you fighting back?" I grinned at him. "Keep going. Unlike that fellow Lucci, who prefers to activate Iron Block when he has but a breath left, I enjoy it at the peak of my strength, embodying a style of companionable endurance." Luffy's enthusiasm waned. He withdrew from Gear Second, feeling unchallenged. I realized this wouldn't do. I had not yet had my fill. I swiftly dashed in front of him, using finger guns and kicking him relentlessly. Luffy, in his Gear Second state, dodged frantically, but I seized his arm and immobilized him with another Iron Block. "Aren't you going to activate Gear Third?" I urged him, my anticipation soaring. Reluctantly, Luffy complied, activating Gear Third, his fist swelling to giant proportions as it came crashing down. I felt a thud in my head, slightly dizzy, but soon after, the energy returned from my shung fruit, surging powerfully. It was effective, remarkably effective. One punch after another. Luffy panted from exertion, while I found my spirit invigorated with each blow, feeling as though I were leveling up. Why is this guy getting stronger while he's hitting me? Luffy collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. I shook my head, feeling refreshingly clear-headed, and reappeared before him. "Your speed has increased." Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment. Zoro watched with a grave expression. Is he getting stronger in battle or through the punishment? Sanji exhaled a smoke ring. Perhaps both. He is simply a monster. Just as Luffy was about to say something, our stomachs growled in unison. I patted my suddenly famished belly. The energy conversion of the shung fruit is rapid, but so is the consumption. I waved my hand, beginning to persuade him. What's the point of defeating me? I don't even know hockey. Rather than wasting time here, why not go grab something to eat? You guys haven't even upgraded to hockey yet. Let us discuss this later. With that, I disregarded their bewildered expressions and turned to dash toward the food street. Ridiculous. Luffy's Gear Second and Gear Third had already exhausted all available energy. What was there to wait for? I needed to replenish my energy swiftly. Behind me, I heard Luffy's reluctant shout. "Hey, next time we meet, I will truly knock you out." Without looking back, I called out, "By the next time we meet, you likely won't have time to hit me." As I walked away, I could still hear Nami muttering, "Why do I feel like nothing was lost? It feels as though something was stolen from me?" Robin explained with a smile that his fruit ability had inadvertently stolen Luffy's strength to enhance himself. Zoro, that rascal, unsheathed his sword and muttered with a wicked glint in his eye, "I just want to know if that guy can grow stronger under my slash." Well, it seems everyone wants to use me as a test subject, huh? Meanwhile, at the port, Carp was cursing. That little brat Moro promised me a fight, and then went off to laze around. His aide Bogart advised, "After all, he is your grandson and disciple. It would be unfortunate if either were hurt." Carp snorted. "Do you think he cares about that? He believes that Luffy and the others are not truly evil, not yet worthy of his intervention. This kid's clarity on grudges is commendable, but is far too clear-cut. There are many instances where I can temporarily endure for the sake of justice, but he won't yield an inch." Bogart was taken aback. He could never have imagined that one day he would personally defeat the Pirate King, who was both an enemy and a friend, nor that before that. He would obliterate countless so-called kings. Upon returning from Water 7 to the Marine headquarters at Marineford, Carp found various excuses to hit me. While Bogart imparted all his swordsmanship to me, I integrated everything into my thrust and storm kicks, enhancing my strength once more. Upon arriving at the headquarters, I was assigned a warship and over 100 new recruits, with orders to set sail a month later for a mission. However, I was well aware that a month? Impossible. A major event was about to unfold. Sure enough, within days, I noticed Mr. Bogart wearing a troubled expression. Upon inquiry, I learned that the new warlord of the sea had emerged, Blackbeard Tiki, who had captured the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. I immediately understood. The fuse for the war at Marineford had been lit. I rushed to Admiral Sengoku's office, finding Carp there as expected. I approached him with a deliberately playful demeanor. "Hey, old man, are you planning to hit me again? Did you go easy on your grandson?" Upon hearing this, Carp stood up, ready to strike. I dodged while saying, "A war is about to break out. I assent it? Old man, don't I still owe you a favor?" Carp's fist froze midair, and both he and Admiral Sengoku's expressions shifted. "What are you planning? Do not seek death. You bear the mantle of justice." Carp bellowed. Observing their anxious expressions, I smiled. "I wish to take a stroll at Sabeti Archipelago. I hear it's quite chaotic there." Carp sighed in relief and then punched me on the head. "Next time, don't scare me. Rubbing my head, I dashed towards the port with Sengoku's orders in hand. Spending every day training at headquarters was driving me nearly mad. If I didn't go out to experience real combat, I would surely waste away. The Straw Hat crew was likely finishing off Moria. I couldn't fall behind. All hands. Set sail. Destination, Sabaody Archipelago. My new recruits looked puzzled as they turned the ship around. Standing on the deck, gazing at the boundless sea, I opened the mission dossier, which contained a single line. Assist Bartolomeo in maintaining order at Sabaody Archipelago. I let out a cold laugh. Maintaining order? No, I was there to procure goods. Those supernovas were all lively experience packages, weren't they? Once the warship docked, I ordered all my recruits to stand by, without my command. Not even the king of the world could make a move. Then, I alone ventured into the most chaotic pirate gathering area of Sabaody Archipelago. I understood the rules here. The celestial dragons were gods. Who offended them would meet their doom. However, as a marine, my mere presence was the greatest provocation. Soon, I attracted everyone's attention. The godfather Becky, the gluttonous girl Bonnie, and the bizarre monk Urki, all supernovas, fixed their gazes upon me. I, however, calmly purchased 10 skewers of grilled squid, and as I turned, I collided head-on with Zoro, who was walking towards me. "It's you? Long time no see." I offered him a skewer, noticing his lost demeanor. "You've gotten lost again? Haven tea you?" "Nonsense. I'm just shopping." Zoro stubbornly denied. We started chatting casually on the street, drawing the attention of those around us. While I munched, I discreetly surveyed the area, quickly locking onto my targets. That monk Urki, who could convert damage into power, was a perfect sparring partner for me. And that scarecrow Hawkins, who could transfer damage, was also an ideal test subject. Urki and Hawkins sensed my gaze, grinning as they thought I was foolishly challenging both of them alone. Just as tensions escalated, a rotund figure resembling a pig, donned in a glass helmet and surrounded by a throng of guards and slaves, arrogantly strutted into the street. A celestial dragon. Unfortunately, he blocked Zoro's path. Zoro's hand was already on his sword hilt, and a major incident seemed imminent. In this critical moment, the gluttonous Bonnie transformed into a little girl. Rushing over to restrain Zoro, everyone around exhaled in relief, thinking they had narrowly escaped disaster. "Everyone, you think this is over? In Sabaody Archipelago, if you dare provoke a celestial dragon, there are no good outcomes. Let me tell you," Bonnie was nearly frightened out of her wits. She reverted to her little girl form and clung tightly to Zoro, exclaiming, "Are you insane? That's a celestial dragon." Zoro turned back. "Huh? Where did she go?" The little nurse, who was about to be taken by the celestial dragon and her boyfriend, along with Moro, had vanished without a trace. To my astonishment, in the instant Zoro drew his sword, Moro had already spirited away the couple. He hid them in a tower and stood by the window, watching the celestial dragons swagger past below. Who understands that feeling of wanting to act but being unable to? His fists were nearly crushed, nails digging into his flesh. The anger he felt was like a boulder lodged in his throat, impossible to swallow or spit out. And guess what? Just when he was about to explode with frustration, he actually attained enlightenment in that moment of helplessness. He directly comprehended the highest realm of the Marine Six Styles, life return. At that moment, I thought to myself, this guy certainly knows how to seize the moment, awakening at the most dramatic point. His hair stood on end, as if a special effect had been activated, utterly stunning. "You think that S word ends?" Moro, unable to contain his frustration, turned around, shed his marine uniform, donned civilian clothes and a mask, and charged straight towards the source of evil, the slave auction house. The passion of youth, understandable. Upon arrival, the scene was even more explosive. Luffy, that hothead, without a moment's hesitation, sent a celestial dragon flying with a single punch. I tell you, everyone was dumbfounded. But even more shocking followed. At the very moment Luffy struck, Mass Moro also made his move. With a punch, he shattered another celestial dragon's ridiculous fishbowl helmet. Without giving any chance for a reaction, his fists rained down like torrential rain, and with a final kick to the chest, that celestial dragon spat blood, clearly on the verge of death. This caused the entire auction house to erupt in chaos. Kid and Law stood up, their faces filled with disbelief, wondering who this madman was. The Straw Hat crew was equally stunned, especially Nami, who tightly covered Luffy's mouth, fearing he would reveal Moro's identity. After all, they had just met in Water 7. Why was the Marine attacking the celestial dragons? Amidst the pandemonium, an old man, the Dark King Rayleigh, unleashed his conqueror's haki, silencing the entire venue. Kid and Law were taken aback. Today's events were overwhelmingly intense. Rayleigh glanced around and remarked, "How interesting," while Moro wasted no time and slipped away amidst the chaos. As he brushed past Luffy, he left behind a line, "This time, I'll take the blame. I'll return the favor later." Then, this kid was remarkable. He circled back, returned to the previous street, removed his mask, changed back into his marine uniform, and stood there, providing a perfect alibi. I tell you, this kid not only can fight, but also possesses a keen intellect. In a moment of clarity, he realized that mere strength was insufficient. One must also possess power. He promptly established 3 ambitious goals. First, to become an admiral of the Navy, or even ascend higher. Second, to acquire all the advanced technology of Vegapunk. And third, to attain a level of strength that would render him indifferent to everyone, including him. Such audacity left me somewhat apprehensive. As he was charting his future, trouble unexpectedly arose. The peculiar monk Worky, Hawkins, Apu, and Drake, along with several other supernovas, converged upon him. The pirates, upon spotting the Navy, particularly a mere colonel, saw an opportunity for easy achievements. Worky charged forward, wielding a massive pillar as a weapon, while Apu unleashed a barrage of musical attacks. Drake drew his sword, and Hawkins cryptically predicted that Molo's chances of victory stood at a mere 7%. I thought to myself, is this the end? Yet Molo boldly declared, "Let us not waste any time. Let us fight together." Astonishingly, he was prepared to take on 4 adversaries simultaneously, igniting an immediate clash. Amidst the chaos, a pacifist emerged, unleashing a flurry of laser blasts upon them. Molo thrived on being battered. His unique fruit powers made him a nemesis for someone like Worky. Worky's damage absorption only rendered Molo stronger, and Hawkins's straw man tactic failed to deter him, causing both pirates to question their own existence. How could someone with similar abilities surpass them in strength? Just as they engaged in fierce combat, a languid voice echoed, "Oh, what a terrifying creature." The Admiral Kazuru had arrived. With his trademark nonchalance, he effortlessly dispatched several supernovas with a lightning-fast kick. He then casually greeted Molo, saying, "Colonel Molo, you've done well holding off so many monsters," swiftly absolving Molo of any suspicion and implying that they were there to assist him. The supernovas, witnessing the Admiral's presence, hastily retreated to protect their crew. After the skirmish, Molo, feeling famished, ventured to a roadside stall and indulged in some skewered meat, leaving payment behind. Once the area cleared, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, indicating he had sustained internal injuries. Remarkably, his recovery was astonishing. After expelling the blood, he appeared unscathed and promptly commanded his rookie subordinates to board the ship and pursue their target, the Godfather Beiji. Beiji, possessing the castle fruit, was essentially a mobile armory, disregarding their vessel entirely. As cannon fire erupted from both sides, Molo's inexperienced subordinates quickly depleted their ammunition. In a moment of genius, Molo infused life into the cannonballs, transforming an entire crate into winged crows that acted as homing missiles, bewildering Beiji and prompting him to flee in terror. Following this victory, Molo was promoted to Brigadier General, and his masked alter ego appeared on a bounty poster, with a reward exceeding 200 million. He attempted to warn Sengoku about Blackbeard, only to be met with indifference. After all, his words carried little weight. Before long, the Marine headquarters at Marineford was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Suddenly, the sea erupted as Whitebeard and his fleet emerged from the depths, delivering a thunderous punch that shattered the air and summoned colossal waves toward Marineford. The sight left my inexperienced subordinates trembling, clutching my arm and questioning, "Brigadier General, can we win?" Before I could respond, Akiji made his move, unleashing an Ice Age attack that froze the towering waves along with the pirate ships. The battle commenced in earnest. Molo instructed his men to form a defensive line, and without hesitation, he charged into the heart of the fray. This reckless youth dove headfirst into the throng of pirates, executing the 6 powers with grace, sending pirates sprawling. However, he quickly underestimated the sheer scale of the Whitebeard pirates. Facing numerous adversaries, he was soon overwhelmed by hundreds of elite New World pirates, sustaining severe injuries. Amidst the chaos, Whitebeard was inadvertently wounded by a comrade, causing pandemonium. Seizing the opportunity, Molo attempted to ambush Diamond Jozu, but Akiji was swifter, freezing the distracted Jozu in place. Just as Molo fought his way out of the pirate crowd, he was met with Akiji's admonition, "You dare venture here without having awakened your haki? That is exceedingly reckless." Upon hearing those words, I was incensed. Reckless? What of it? I retorted, "Do the tens of thousands of Marines below all possess Haki? As I spoke, I produced several small steel balls, prized possessions from previous skirmishes. Without hesitation, I infused them with life force, transforming the steel balls into gleaming swords. Following this, I slammed my hand onto the ice, channeling life force into it, causing a towering ice golem, resembling me, to rise. I placed a sword in its hand and commanded, "Go forth and slay." Then, I vanished with a swift movement. Just as I evaded a pirate's blade, I was confronted by a knight named Doma, brandishing dual blades with an annoying monkey perched on his shoulder. Another figure emerged, a cigar-chomping rogue named Fasa, wielding a flaming sword, and together with a throng of minions, they surrounded me, leaving no escape route. Meanwhile, Akiji had slipped away to confront Diamond Jozu. My situation was dire. My 6 powers felt ineffective against them, especially against the captains, whose blades bore Haki. I found it exceedingly challenging to withstand their onslaught. Just as I was on the brink of collapse, I felt a gust of malevolence behind me. Turning around, I was met with the formidable presence of Diamond Jozu, who had somehow freed himself. With an arm radiating diamond light, he charged at me like a mountain. At that moment, Doma, Fasa, and Jozu surrounded me, and I thought, how could I possibly contend with such formidable foes? My mind raced with a singular thought. It was over, I was finished. Instinctively, I asked after this battle, "What shall we eat?" Jozu, ignoring my query, demanded to know if I recognized who he was. Of course, I knew all too well. Politely, I recited his illustrious history, mentioning how he had allied with Whitebeard decades ago and braved countless storms. Upon hearing this, he scoffed coldly. "Good, then you'll die knowing." As soon as he finished speaking, the trio launched their assault. Blades flashed, fists whistled through the air, all enveloped in a layer of ominous Haki, bearing down on me. I exerted every ounce of strength to evade, slipping behind Doma, only to find Fasa's flaming sword approaching rapidly. I could not escape. Preparing to absorb the blow with my steel, Jozu's fist barreled toward me. The impact was deafening. I felt as though my entire abdomen had caved in, my insides churning violently. The sensation was unbearable. My only thought was, damn it, this update is too swift. I haven't even downloaded the Haki patch. Just as I struggled to regain my composure, Jozu charged at me once more. With a single powerful thrust, I was sent flying like a puppet with severed strings, spewing blood high into the air. His strength, combined with Haki, rendered my defenses utterly inadequate. Observing me sprawled on the ground, he loomed over me, imparting a lesson. Without Haki, you lack even the right to stand before me. I tell you, I felt as if my body were disintegrating, yet his words only fueled my defiance. Struggling to rise, I locked my gaze upon him and declared, "No, I am a Marine. I cannot allow a pirate like you to pass." Jozu, perceiving my resolve, must have thought I was deranged, stating, "You are courting death." He wasted no time with idle chatter, directly stating his intention to use a single punch to incapacitate me. At that moment, my mind buzzed. It was the first time I truly felt the vast chasm between myself and a top-tier master, an insurmountable gulf. But what could I do? I had no choice but to fight. If I didn't grow stronger, death awaited me. I summoned every ounce of strength I had, executing a technique called Lan Jiao Wan Feng Xie, unleashing dozens of slashing strikes, only for him to stand there, emanating a faint diamond glow, completely unscathed. With a steely resolve, I decided to go all out. I invoked the Navy's 6 forms, the ultimate technique, the Spear of Life. This was a move I had developed at the cost of my own vitality, concentrating all my power into my fingertips, exploding forth in an instant. I transformed into a fleeting shadow, unleashing countless finger strikes like a torrential downpour upon Xiaozi. And what was the result? Xiaozi, enveloped in Haki, absorbed all my attacks without flinching, then coldly remarked, "I am unscathed." Following this, he executed a brilliant charge, crashing into me like a diamond cannonball. Crack! In that instant, I felt as though my waist had shattered, my shoulder bones fracturing. The blood I coughed up was laced with fragments of my own organs. I was sent flying, crashing to the ground, and after a brief moment, my vision faded to white. Xiaozi, with a casual punch, reduced my ice-based ally to mere rubble. I was dead. As my lifeless body lay on the ice, my Master Carp and Sengoku continued their conversation at the execution platform. Sengoku remarked, "You finally had a decent disciple. And now he is dead." To which Carp grinned, saying, "That kid's fruit ability is special. He won't die." He was right. I tell you, at that moment, I felt darkness envelop me, believing I was truly finished. But guess what? I came back to life. It turned out I had prepared for this. When I created the Ice Soldier, I had secretly stored some of my life force within the ice and the alloy sword. I was my own resurrection armor. In the moment of death, the shackles within me seemed to shatter. A torrent of immense energy surged through my body, and I attained enlightenment, complete understanding. I realized that death was indeed the correct way to unlock the powers of the Sheng fruit. Not only could I bestow life, but I could also siphon the vitality of others. I felt myself grow stronger by at least 5-fold. I leaped back to my feet, and the pirates who had been pursuing me with swords stood dumbfounded. Wasn't he, this guy, supposed to be dead? I offered them no chance to react. Plunging into the fray, delivering blows one by one, effortlessly absorbing their life force. The sensation was exhilarating. Power restored. My first thought was to reclaim my honor. Chowzi had vanished, but I spotted a far greater target. I dashed over the corpse of little Uz, racing past countless battlefields until I stood before the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. I turned my back to Luffy and Ace, facing Whitebeard without fear, announcing my name. Carp's disciple, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Moro. Whitebeard bellowed with laughter, declaring that facing him alone would lead to my demise. In a moment of bravado, I retorted, then so be it. I poured all my strength into my fist and charged directly at him. To my dismay, Whitebeard didn't even use haki. He simply swung his fist, and I was sent flying once more. Yet, having died once, my body was now far more resilient, allowing me to rise again. I adjusted my stance and dashed towards him, unleashing my ultimate technique, the Spear of Life. This time, Whitebeard finally acknowledged me. His fist, imbued with haki and the powers of the Gura no Mi, struck my chest. In that moment, the world seemed to freeze, followed by an indescribable wave of agony. And then, nothingness. I was blasted away like a rag doll, embedding myself into a distant wall, my form contorted beyond recognition. Remarkably, I had died twice in one day. As I lay there, the most tragic scene unfolded on the battlefield. That bastard Akainu pierced Ace's chest with a single punch, though I was trapped within the wall. Thanks to the vitality I had secretly infused into the uniforms of other Navy soldiers, I began to revive once more. As I crawled from the debris, I witnessed Ace falling, Luffy in despair, and Master Carp firmly restrained by Sengoku. My body trembled, whether from pain or rage I could not tell. I had grown 5-fold stronger, and under Whitebeard's devastating blow, the final shackles within me shattered. I had awakened my armament haki. Though still weak, it had indeed manifested. I felt the power surging within me, witnessing the carnage before my eyes, and my heart was torn. I owed a debt to Carp, but I was a Navy officer. As I passed by Ace, an inexplicable impulse compelled me to stop. I extended my hand, quietly allowing a droplet of life force, infused with all my hope, to fall upon his scorched back. Having done so, I turned only to find a large hand gripping my collar. It was Master Carp, having broken free at some point, his eyes blazing red as he glared at me. "You little brat, what have you done?" I paled, my voice weak as I replied, "You saved my life once. I am repaying that debt. I do not like owing favors." "You fool, you're a Navy officer." Carp's voice was filled with barely contained fury. "Of course, I knew I was a Navy officer, old man. But let me tell you, this matter is not so simple. Once the war at the top concludes, I promise I will not let a single one of Whitebeard's remnants escape. I will pursue them to the ends of the earth. As for Fire Fist Ace, he will never have the chance to commit evil again. And that Straw Hat Kid, I owe him a personal debt, but once he emerges from Impel Down, he will be nothing more than a confirmed criminal, and I will personally bring him in." Old man Carp threw me to the ground, shouting that I had changed, questioning my sense of justice. I stood up, clarity illuminating my mind. I told him, "Old man, think about it. If Whitebeard falls, the vast territory he protects will be torn apart by those great pirates. Big Mom will extract lifespans, and Kaido could turn that region into a weapons factory and hell on earth. For common folks like Wang Ji, is there any path to survival under their rule? At least Ace knows how to deal with pirates. He never indiscriminately kills the innocent, nor has he ever targeted our Navy. Therefore, saving him this once is merely repaying your favor." I could feel the power within me restoring itself. The Sheng fruit was astonishing. The old man stared at me, realizing that I was defining my own sense of justice for the first time. He asked, "Moro, what is your sense of justice?" I halted, and the entire battlefield seemed to fall silent for a moment. I declared I did not know before, but from this day forth, My sense of justice is called supreme justice. What does supreme justice mean? It signifies that no one can dictate my actions any longer. From now on, I will determine what is right and what is wrong. No one shall command me. The look in Old Man Carp's eyes suggested he feared I might stray down a dark path. I understood him. In this cursed world, tainted by the celestial dragons, how many lost souls remained? Sengoku's justice can control those beneath him, but can it govern the worthless ones above on the red line? Zephyr, who vowed never to kill, only to have his family slain by the pirates he spared. Akainu's absolute justice sounds impressive, but does he not bow his head before the Gorosei? Akiji, once passionate, has grown apathetic due to his powerlessness to effect change. Even Old Man Carp himself, to avoid becoming a dog for the celestial dragons, spent his life never ascending to Admiral. Which of their senses of justice is complete? As I pondered this, I suddenly sensed danger and pulled the old man close. The enemy is coming. Turning around, I was taken aback to see Blackbeard and his crew had emerged from who knows where, surrounding Whitebeard and attacking him fiercely. Moments later, witards final, rua aqua, declaring that the One Piece was indeed real, causing Sengoku's face to pale, and Old Man Carp clenched his fists tightly. I tell you, this battle is far from over. Blackbeard has already acquired the Jinjin fruit, laughing maniacally, causing the very foundations of Marin Fander to tremble once more. His boisterous laughter echoes painfully in my ears. He exclaims, "So powerful! This is the force that can destroy the world. Who among my comrades understands this despair? Whitebeard is dead. Ace has been rescued. Yet why is it not over?" Old Man Carp gazes at the battlefield, coldly inquiring, "Do you remember what I told you?" I wipe the blood from my face and reply, "The distance of the road determines the strength of the fist. I sense my haki is still weak. So I emulate the use of the iron block technique, covering myself with the meager amount of haki I possess, hoping to bolster my defenses. In the next moment, Fleet Admiral Sengoku transforms into a colossal golden Buddha, delivering a punch straight to Blackbeard's face. Carp also springs into action, and without hesitation, I follow suit. For us old-school Marines, the fight is never truly over. We either fight to the death or take a breather and continue. Blackbeard's crew is audacious, taunting us. "You old geezers, do you think you can obstruct my era?" To be frank, while Sengoku and Carp are engaging the main forces, the officers of the Blackbeard pirates are no pushovers. As a mere commodore with newly awakened haki, challenging them is tantamount to self-sacrifice. Just think, Jozu's punch and Whitebeard's punch had already sent me back to the fountain. Were it not for my ability to resurrect twice and enhance my strength 25-fold, I would never dare engage. Old Man Carp swiftly knocks down a burly man named Bagus. Turning to me, he states, "Moro, watch closely. This is the might of my fist." Bagus, likely nursing a broken arm, stubbornly retorts, "Damn it, how can an old man still possess such strength?" The old man points at him, saying, "This fellow still has the strength to fight. If you wish to hone your haki, go and take him down. Let your fists become iron fists, for in the presence of your fists, everyone else's fists are but flesh and blood." In that moment, I grasped the true essence of the iron fist. It was overwhelmingly powerful. I scattered a portion of my vitality around me like confetti and advanced towards the champion Bagus. His bounty was a mere 20 million, which seemed laughable, yet everyone knew he was hiding his true strength. Upon seeing me approach, he hardly regarded me, seeking trouble with Carp instead. I swiftly blocked his path. Your opponent is me, emulating Old Man Carp. I channeled all my feeble haki into my fist and unleashed a powerful blow. Bang! When our fists collided, I was astonished to find I held my ground. Bagus was taken aback, exclaiming, "Your haki is weak. How can you possess such strength?" Well, of course, I had died twice, didn't I? A 25-fold increase in power is no joke. However, he retaliated fiercely, sending me flying with a single punch. Yet, I remained unfazed and even amused, wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth, feeling reassured. You are not as strong as Jozu, and I am significantly stronger than before. Bagus can now only use one arm, his strength and haki inferior to that of Diamond Jozu. So what was there to fear? My confidence soared as I charged again, mimicking the old man's stance, desperately condensing my haki into my fist, unleashing the move Moro's Iron Fist. Boom! Another clash of fists. Bagus suddenly appeared astonished. For at that moment, a flicker of black hardening flashed across my fist. He roared, "Armament haki hardening? How could you possibly possess such haki?" I secretly reveled in my achievement. While I could not fully harm my body yet, I could concentrate all my haki into my fist. The effect was instantaneous at the moment of impact, and that was sufficient. From that point onward, you were my prey. I took a deep breath, clenched my right fist while extending my left hand. Green light began to shimmer. In the instant we collided fists again, I swiftly seized his arm. Your vitality is now mine. Those who understand such a feeling know it is akin to plugging a phone into a power bank. Vitality surged into my body. Bagus, having likely never encountered such a despicable marine, was left bewildered. What are you doing? He attempted to break free, but it was too late. His arm visibly shrank, dried, and wrinkled like old tree bark. In a frenzy, he struck me with his other hand, but I withstood it using the iron block. It hurt, certainly, but the devil fruit immediately returned energy to me. I was far from dead. I wrapped both arms around his arm, becoming like glue, refusing to let go, and voraciously absorbing. Bagus was utterly terrified, transitioning from attacks to curses and finally to pleas for mercy, until he had no strength left. He shouted, "Are you a pirate or a marine?" I gazed at him, feeling him grow weaker while I grew stronger. I replied, "If you were strong enough, I would certainly choose to die once to upgrade, but alas, you are not worthy." In a last-ditch effort, he attempted to headbutt me, but I swiftly evaded to his rear, and he collapsed to the ground. He lay there, disgruntled, claiming that had he not been injured by Carp, he would have never had the chance. I laughed heartily. Then guess why old man Carp sent me to deal with you? I struck his head with a punch, not to kill him, but to render him immobile. He continued to laugh maniacally, insisting I could not kill him. I ignored him, casting a glance at the distant battlefield, calculating that red-haired Shanks would soon arrive, and I had to eliminate him before that. I dragged him towards the battlefield's edge, my hands pressing against him, absorbing furiously. He broke down, begging for mercy, offering treasures in exchange for his life. Did I care? I transformed him into a desiccated corpse. At that moment, the ship of red-haired Shanks arrived, intercepting a Kainu with a sword, as Fleet Admiral Sengoku announced the end of the war, and all Marines erupted in cheers. Only Blackbeard was left shrieking, "Where is Bagus? Bagus!" I kicked aside the corpse on the ground, declaring, "Right here." All eyes turned towards the emaciated corpse. Blackbeard's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, fixated on me. I leisurely pried open the bony fingers that still clutched my wrist, tossing them aside, and said with a smile, "He is dead." Blackbeard, enraged, sought to kill me on the spot, but old man Carp stood beside me, and the entire red-haired crew drew their swords, instantly deflating his arrogance. He uttered a fierce threat, claiming he would soon dominate the new world. Questioning if I dared confront him, I coldly responded, "I will pursue Whitebeard's remnants, and I will also collect your worthless life. Do you believe you have reached your peak? For me, the battle has only just begun." Blackbeard mocked me for lacking Conqueror's haki, then slinked away in defeat. With the war concluded, I reclaimed all the vitality I had previously scattered across the battlefield, then began to treat my subordinates. As long as they still drew breath, I could revive them. Those who had died less than 5 minutes ago, I could bring back 3, but the toll was immense, leaving me utterly drained, lying on the ground, unable to move. It was then I realized that my ability to resurrect came at the cost of shared life. If I were to truly die, those I saved would perish alongside me. Days later, I fully revived, feeling my strength had considerably improved, and I could freely use armament haki. Absorbing Bagus had proven to be exceedingly rewarding. Because of this achievement, I was officially promoted to Rear Admiral in the Marine headquarters. Yet, the new mission assigned to me was to escort some royal family. I arrived at Sabeti Archipelago with my newly supplemented 200 personnel. As soon as I set foot on land, I overheard discussions about me, noting that Blackbeard had placed a bounty of 500 million berries on my head. I couldn't be bothered by their chatter and immediately ordered all the money to be converted into supplies and food, for I knew that when out in the world, one must not heed the commands of nobility. When I finally met those so-called passengers, I found them to be a group of ostentatiously dressed nobles, looking at me with disdain as if I were beneath them. I inquired about the cargo. One man with a small mustache sneered, "What cargo do you want?" We brought only gold and Bailey, preparing to indulge ourselves in the splendor of Dreas Rosa. Ah, I see. I cast a glance at those inept buffoons, and thought to myself, they're indeed not worth my trust. They even expressed disdain for me. Of course we should board your warship. You possess only one, which is far too perilous. Previously, the escort commanders were all vice admirals, with 3 warships at their disposal. Your position and prowess truly inspire skepticism. Upon hearing this, I cannot help but chuckle. One cannot expect wisdom from a fool. Had he not accepted this escort mission, he would have found himself tethered to headquarters for the foreseeable future. I then contemplated that perhaps it would be better to emulate Smoker, remaining at the branch, far removed from the Emperor's gaze, free to roam as one pleases. To be honest, I was tempted. A plan swiftly formed in my mind. There is no naval branch in the New World. Very well, I shall establish one myself. A brand new, unforeseen route unfurled within my thoughts. As I was mulling over this, a particularly punchable noble leaped forth. His appearance was quite abstract, resembling a nascent celestial dragon in the midst of gaining weight, exuding an air of superiority as if we were mere peons. He sarcastically remarked, "What's the matter, Major Morrow? Are you lacking the capability and feeling intimidated?" I retorted with 3 blunt words, "Stop your nonsense." Then I stepped closer to him, causing him to nearly collapse in fear. I surveyed the so-called nobles and declared, "Hurry aboard. My men have procured the supplies. Oh, and by the way, each of you must pay for your meals. Considering your esteemed status, I shall only charge you 3 times the usual rate." 3 times? The prince erupted in outrage, stating that meals had always been complimentary. Our nation has already paid the world government. As he spoke, his fists clenched, clearly ready to strike. I did not even flinch. I tend to react defensively. If your fist advances even a millimeter further, I may inadvertently strike you down. My gaze swept across the assembly, and silence enveloped the room. I turned on my heel and walked away, sensing the hairs on the back of their necks standing on end. An hour later, the warship set sail. The nobles had just entered the cabin when they sensed something was amiss. Our young navigator approached with the sea chart and began to speak. "Major Morrow, we are to proceed to Punk Hazard first." Then, I interrupted him by pointing to a corner of the chart. "No, we shall take this route." My men looked astonished, while the navigator grew anxious. "But, Major, the location you indicated is marked with a very high threat level. Although Punk Hazard is an uninhabited island, it is at least safe." I chuckled, "Yes, we're going there. At your command." My soldiers, ever reliable, though each one appeared tense, their eyes filled with concern, still obeyed the order. I must say, the path I chose would also lead us to Dreas Rosa, albeit via a longer detour. Our first destination was the legendary Thunder God Island. That night, as the nobles slept soundly, a tremendous roar erupted, shaking the entire ship. They had not had a proper dinner, and I had charged them 3 times the usual rate, serving meals identical to those we sailors consumed. Yet these nobles had deemed it trash, preferring to munch on their own snacks. Well deserved, let them starve. Awakened by the thunder, they were dizzy with hunger, lacking the strength to rise. The prince, panic-stricken, pressed his face against the window to gaze outside, utterly stunned. Outside, on the pitch-black sea, loomed an island that appeared to be straight out of hell, shrouded in thick clouds, with lightning pouring down like rain. The scene was nothing short of a thunderous rave. That madman, where has he brought us? The prince seethed, speaking nonsensically in his rage. His sister, a princess resembling a caricature of misfortune, clenched her fists and declared, "We must confront him. He must take us to safety, or we shall report him to the world government." Where was I during this commotion? Let me tell you, I was lounging on the deck, reclining on a chair, leisurely munching on potato chips while reveling in the rare spectacle of lightning. The nobles, brimming with indignation, surrounded me, clamoring in a cacophony. The prince, leading the charge, bellowed the loudest. "Our intended route was to Punk Hazard. You are seriously off course. I will contact your superior." I couldn't even be bothered to set down my chips. Responding nonchalantly, "My direct superior should be Old Man Carp, so feel free to contact him." "Which Carp?" The prince faltered, then froze in shock. "The hero Carp?" "Indeed." I finished my last chip, elegantly wiped my hands, and approached the railing. Unless I were promoted to admiral, no one could truly claim the title of my superior. "What's the matter, Prince of the Pig Kingdom? With such a unique view, do you not wish to explore?" "I am not the Prince of the Pig Kingdom. This is an insult." He fumed, hopping in frustration, yet he could not lay a finger on me. Contact Carp? Even his father, the king, would lack the clout to do so. I spoke in a particularly gentle tone. "Oh, by denying your identity. Do you not concede to the idea of going ashore for sightseeing?" No. I refused to disembark." He shook his head like a bobblehead. "Very well." I changed my tone, issuing an order. "All hands heed my command. Upon stopping the ship, proceed to the designated positions on the island as I instructed. Strive to master the iron block technique. Otherwise, you will not even make it to the shore." At your command, my men shouted as they disembarked, commencing their training along the shoreline where the lightning was least intense. As for the nobles, they scampered back to the cabin, terrified to set foot on that island. I was preparing to venture deeper into the forest when an old woman paddled over in a rickety boat, calling out, "Young man, with such a heavy downpour, would you care to purchase an umbrella? Who understands family matters? What time is it to be conducting sales?" I ignored her entirely and plunged into the electrified forest. Once inside, the lightning struck me with wild abandon. Boom, boom, boom. I must say, the sensation was exhilarating. My Gura Nomi abilities akin to a small spring were transformed into vast rivers by the relentless force of the lightning. I felt every ounce of potential within me being fervently unleashed. Just as I was reveling in the experience, a thought struck me. Wait, how have these trees survived? They're living beings too, right? To endure in such a place, they must possess considerable strength. Without hesitation, I pressed my hand against a large tree and quietly activated my powers. Good heavens! As I absorbed from the tree, it erupted with immense vitality, all charged with electricity. These lightning trees, having been struck daily, had long since compressed the lightning into liquid-like energy. By golly, I hit the jackpot. My hair stood on end, and I felt as though my very core were about to combust. Yet the exhilaration was unparalleled. The tree voraciously absorbed the surrounding lightning, which I then transformed into energy. I estimated that, after all these years, I was the first to dare absorb from a lightning tree. My soldiers on the beach stood dumbfounded, witnessing a brilliant white light shooting skyward from the forest, illuminating the entire island as if it were day. Look, the forest is going wild. How terrifying. Will Major Moro be struck down? 16 bolts of lightning, far thicker than before, converged and struck down towards the center of the island. At that center stood only a blackened silhouette, grinning widely, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. Ha! Splendid. Nearly a millennium of vitality is now mine. By dawn the next day, the waters outside had cleared, yet the lightning upon Thunder God Island still raged, albeit significantly diminished. The umbrella-selling old woman paddled over and, upon witnessing the scene, was left dumbfounded. There stood over 200 figures, all resembling charred coal, grinning widely, their gleaming white teeth nearly blinding. Shortly thereafter, I emerged from the forest, hands on my hips, grinning broadly. My smile gleamed as if plated in silver. Let me see your training results. Iron block. Among my soldiers, 1/10 have successfully grasped the essence of the iron block. Indeed, I embarked on the warship, accompanied by these resilient lads, setting sail forthwith. The old woman dared not glance back at Latian Island until our vessel had ventured far from shore. Upon that fleeting glimpse, she nearly toppled from the ship in shock. The towering thunder trees, some standing for centuries, had overnight transformed into mere saplings. The old woman was utterly petrified, exclaiming, "Is this still humanity? What on earth has he done?" On board, I allowed my men to slumber soundly before tossing the nautical chart before the nobles. Who shall navigate? Naturally, it falls to them. Unable? Then learn or prepare to feed the fish. The prince, in tears, grasped the helm, muttering curses about why such a person had not perished by lightning. I awoke in the afternoon, feeling rejuvenated, my strength magnified manifold. I silently calculated. Previously, I could contend with at most 7.5 Rob Lucci. Now, I could easily face 15. When I next encounter the true Rob Lucci, he shall receive a thorough thrashing for providing such a splendid metric for measuring strength. I stealthily approached the helm to find the nobles intently studying the map, which filled me with satisfaction. Splendid. Have you deduced our next destination? The prince, nearly beside himself with frustration, eventually conceded. Major Morua, our next landing will be on Orange Soda Island, which lies within the territory of the Four Emperors Big Mom. I feigned ignorance, nodding in affirmation. Ah, so swiftly you have charted a course. These nobles appear to be biting their tongues, for had I not altered the route, they would not have to traverse the domain of a Four Emperor. Major Morua, that is indeed the realm of the Sea Emperor. We must replenish our supplies and depart swiftly. I immediately assumed the role of a dramatist, feigning shock. What did you just say? The territory of the Four Emperors? These pirates possess territory? This is outrageous. Slamming my hand on the table, I declared, I shall not permit this. How dare these pests claim their own dominion? The nobles turned pale, genuine fear etched upon their faces. If I were to impulsively fire upon the Four Emperors' territory, they too would find their nations at war. Fear not. You need not intervene. The Navy headquarters shall handle the 4 emperors. They nearly pleaded with me. A smirk crept upon my lips as I replied. I am the Navy. Thus, despair enveloped the nobles entirely. I turned and activated the ship-wide transponder snail, commanding all sailors. Sailors, the island we are about to land on is under Big Mom's control. The inhabitants suffer greatly. We must repel the pirates. This is the unanimous decision of the nobles and princes aboard. Understood. My men's spirits soared, infused with a sense of justice, while the nobles were left in utter despondency. Their greatest regret now lay in having crossed paths with a madman like me in the Chambord archipelago. The ship soon docked, and the islanders, upon seeing our naval vessel, were rendered speechless, unable to fathom the sight before them. Meanwhile, over 500 inebriated pirates approached, shouting, "This is Big Mom's territory. The one in charge is the Bear Pirate crew. Scram if you know what's good for you." I paid them no heed, instead publicly reading the bounty on their captain. Bear Pirate crew? Captain's bounty is 270 million, an ancient Zoan user, the bear fruit. Overall, a commendable watchdog. No sooner had I finished speaking than a towering figure emerged from the tavern. He stood over 3 meters tall, muscles rippling, with ears akin to a bear's and a sinister gaze. He was Bear himself. A fledgling dares to seek justice? He bellowed, "Those who trespass upon Big Mom's domain shall die." He instantly transformed, his limbs morphing into colossal bear claws, charging toward me. I stood firm before my sailors, a solitary guardian. Yet, I did not focus on him. Rather, I pointed towards a massive Big Mom pirate flag fluttering above. Open fire. My men did not engage the pirates, but instead aimed directly at the flag. Flames rapidly engulfed the pirate emblem. I was proclaiming to all, "This island is under my protection. I shall confront the 4 emperors. Once I dealt with this brute, I would coordinate a counterattack." I shouted to the astonished islanders. Before me, Bear's Claw, capable of shattering boulders, loomed large. Shatter Mountain? How audacious! I instantly gathered my haki, my fists darkened like ink. After my trials on Lation Island, my haki had reached unparalleled heights. Without hesitation, I struck forth. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as Bear was momentarily stunned. An ancient Zoan user. He found himself at a disadvantage in sheer strength. Shatter Mountain, he roared, unleashing both claws with ferocity. Why can I not overcome this mountain? I scoffed, swiftly disappearing from sight. In the next heartbeat, I appeared above him, channeling all my might and the pinnacle of my haki into a punch that descended with ferocity. Boom! Bear felt an excruciating pain in his arms, utterly bewildered that, as an ancient Zoan user, he could suffer such a setback in strength. Little did he know, my sustenance was far from ordinary. I feasted upon vitality. During the Paramount War, I absorbed a surge from the champion Bagus, elevating my haki to the point where I could harden my fists. Later, I underwent extreme training on Lation Island, and now, Bear's strength appeared trivial in comparison. Strength, speed, haki, I had comprehensively eclipsed him. What is the matter? Are your bones fractured? My fists rained upon him like a rapid-fire mechanism, swift and painful. The great Bear was on the verge of tears, covering his head as he wailed, "Impossible! How can your strength merely be that of a rear admiral? Family, who comprehends?" He believed I must be at least an elite vice admiral. I mused, "Your intelligence is sorely outdated." He cursed while his body swelled. I recognized the signs. He was on the brink of a berserk transformation. At last, this was the moment I awaited. If you do not unleash your full potential, it would be a mere bore to fight you. The surrounding small-time pirates stood aghast, exclaiming, "The captain is being suppressed. How come these Navy men are as immovable as wooden stakes?" Of course, my soldiers were forged from the purest iron block, standing firm to receive your blows. You must first assess whether your wrists possess the strength to contend. Moreover, when the cannons aboard our warship unleashed their thunderous roar, the once numerous pirates were reduced to a quivering mass. At that moment, the great Bear could no longer restrain himself, bursting forth from the smoke with a deafening roar. I beheld him transform into a 5-meter-high behemoth, his eyes blood-red, his size doubled, and the bones I had previously fractured mended in an instant, his strength multiplied manifold. I understood. This was the trait of ancient Zoan users, trading reason for power, achieving a pseudo-awakening. He shouted for me to die, flailing about like a rabid dog. I remained steadfast, motionless. The ground beneath my feet began to flow like molten chocolate. His massive claw descended, broader than my arm, casting a shadow over me. Yet, I felt no fear, gathering all my strength and hockey in my fist, ready to clash with him head-on. Excellent. I even chuckled. In his berserk state, his strength finally matched my own. I began to comprehend Bajus's earlier confidence. Had Carp not incapacitated him first, I would have had difficulty asserting dominance. But now this fellow, despite risking his life, stood merely on equal footing with me. Next, your life shall be mine. The ground beneath my feet abruptly transformed into a swamp, causing the massive bear to plummet, half of its body ensnared, utterly immobilized. From that moment onward, the stage was mine. With one hand pressed upon its form, a verdant glow surged forth as if drawn by a pump, flooding into my being. My other hand descended like a torrential downpour, fists raining down upon it. Mere seconds passed, just a handful of heartbeats. Its blood-red eyes regained clarity, morphing from a vacant stare to one of sheer terror. What manner of power is this? Why do I feel myself waning? I chuckled in delight. You are not weakening. Rather, your strength has now become mine. I continued to draw energy while taunting it. Did you not claim that once you regained your wits, my defeat would be inevitable? Alas, you shall not witness tomorrow's dawn. With one final strike, it transformed into a lifeless husk, floating weightlessly from the earth. Having dealt with the chief, the remaining minions were easily handled. I approached, grasping one with each hand, twisting them as one would wring out a towel, draining their vitality. Those who had once flaunted their bravado now wept and wailed, calling me a demon. I mused silently. Did you not feel like a demon when you oppressed the weak? Soon, the pirates across the island were swept away like autumn leaves in a gust. The islanders, witnessing the mountain that had loomed over them vanish, seized their hoes and shovels, rushing out in a fervor of liberation. In half an hour, the battle concluded. My subordinates reported that the pirates had relayed news of our victory to the Big Mom pirates. Inform them? I laughed. How could I allow Big Mom to remain unaware? This is not merely causing trouble. It is a declaration of war. With that, I stepped before the injured soldiers and islanders, waving my hand as countless green orbs cascaded down, instantly healing their wounds. I informed them of my impending departure, but assured them I would return soon. From henceforth, this island would be under my protection. The islanders were ecstatic, weeping with joy, insisting on bestowing upon me several crates of oranges. I accepted one, leaving payment behind, and set sail. No sooner had the vessel departed than I placed a call to headquarters, only to find it answered by the venerable Sengoku. Upon hearing of my actions, he erupted in disbelief. Nanny, you've taken down Big Mom's island? Wasn't your mission to escort the nobles? Do you have any idea how critical that location is? You are leaping into the maelstrom. I replied with calm poise, Admiral Sengoku. I believe that location holds strategic value for establishing a naval base, which I shall defend. Sengoku fell silent, quickly discerning my true intent. You intend to claim dominion over it. He cautioned that such a venture required discussion, for I had many enemies in the New World. Big Mom, Blackbeard, and the remnants of Whitebeard's crew surrounded me like wolves. I feigned ignorance, bantering with him until, in a fit of exasperation, he hung up, exclaiming, I have resigned. Just after our call concluded, intelligence from a New World's major powers landed on their desks. Big Mom, indulging in dessert, scoffed at the report. Moro, what a triviality. Her eldest son, Perispero, suggested sending the nearby fourth son, Owen, to handle me. Big Mom, unconcerned, merely requested that her meal not be interrupted. Meanwhile, Blackbeard slammed his fist on the table. This brat dares to enter the New World. He pondered briefly before dispatching the colossal warship, San Juan Wolf, to intercept me. Most absurdly, among Whitebeard's remnants stood a man who should have perished in the War of the Best, clad in black robes before his father's grave. Marco and the others called him Ace. Indeed, that was the famed Fire Fist Ace. He had survived. He claimed to feel a connection to me, asserting that I had saved him, and thus he must repay the debt. Consequently, he too set out, his destination, Dressrosa. What a splendid journey this to Dressrosa turned out to be, directly embroiling 3 of the 4 Emperor's forces. Upon our arrival at Dressrosa, the scene was bustling. Don Quixote da Flamingo, clad in a flamboyant pink feather coat and strutting with an air of superiority, personally came to greet me. His sunglasses could not conceal the malice glimmering in his eyes. He was well aware of the turmoil I had stirred, hoping to block my entry at the harbor to prevent the flames of conflict from reaching his territory. We stood in opposition, he grinning like a villain, while I cut through the facade with a single phrase. With a former world noble like you here to welcome me, I feel honored. At that moment, his fingers twitched, and a nearby Marine suddenly lost control of his body, a clear threat. Did I fear him? I strode forward, wagering that he would not dare to strike here. In an instant as I brushed past him, he grinned widely. I turned back, realizing my folly. On the horizon, a ship bearing the Big Mom Pirates flag thundered toward us, with none other than the golden-haired Owen leading the charge. Doflamingo, that scoundrel, had deliberately stalled for reinforcements. He even pretended to plead, "Oh, Major Morrow, do protect us ordinary folk." At that moment, I felt the urge to strike him. I pivoted, leaping into the air with a moonwalk, shouting to my crew, "All hands ready, fire at Big Mom's ship." Doflamingo laughed behind me, mocking my folly as he sauntered away, oblivious to the greater surprise that awaited. As we exchanged fire with Owen's vessel, I suddenly sensed the sky darken. Glancing up, I beheld a giant, the colossal San Juan Wolf, emerging from behind our warship. In its grip, it held a pirate ship, dumping hundreds of pirates onto our deck like refuse. At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. This is a disaster. I'm being served a three-course meal of trouble, with Owen's forces in front and Blackbeard's behemoth behind, and bodies raining down from above. My crew stood paralyzed with fear, left with no option but to leap into the sea. "Do not panic," I bellowed, urging them to hold fast. I then knelt, placing one hand upon the deck. In the past, I had attempted this to no avail, but this time felt different. A torrent of life surged into the warship, and I shouted to all, "Hold steady, I am about to transform." In the next instant, our vessel, enveloped in a green glow, erupted into a magnificent spectacle. It twisted and contorted, transforming into an immense iron sea serpent. With unparalleled smoothness, it slithered through the encirclement of Owen and the wolf, escaping their grasp in a flash. The duo stood dumbfounded, questioning, "What on earth is that?" Standing atop the serpent's head, I unfurled a nautical chart and a new compass, which pointed toward a location: the City of Gold. Doflamingo, seeking to divert disaster? Not a chance. I would not play his game. Instead, I would plunge into an even grander scheme, stirring the waters even further. City of Gold, here I come. I must tell you, my ship felt alive. Moments ago, it had been a contorted iron serpent, and in the next breath, it transformed back into its warship form with a series of clicks and clanks, akin to a transformer. I was left pale-faced, not from fear, but from the exertion of that last maneuver, which had drained my vitality. I dashed into the mess hall, devouring food like a starving wretch. My comrades, understanding my plight, hurriedly brought me all the provisions they could find. As I gorged myself, I issued orders. "Listen closely. Our target is the City of Gold. That place is ripe with opportunity. Who knows, we may even encounter the celestial dragons." One Marine's eyes lit up. "Major, are you suggesting that if the celestial dragons are present, our pursuers will hesitate to act?" I roll my eyes. "No, my dear friend. What I mean is that the area is littered with golden refuse. It can be shattered without regret. So let loose and fight in a swift and decisive manner." I consumed all the food, while simultaneously imparting crucial intelligence regarding the Golden Emperor Taizolo, his peculiar cadre of devil fruit users, as well as the information about Owen and the colossal warship St. Juan to these inexperienced recruits. I must tell you, their gazes towards me transformed. Previously, they admired my martial prowess, but now they realized that with me, both intellect and might could prevail, instilling an unwavering sense of security in them. Before long, a resplendent city of gold emerged before our eyes. How can one express the gravity of this sight? Beneath it lay an enormous ship, the entirety of the city crafted from gold, utterly ostentatious. Upon our arrival, the atmosphere was vibrant with revelry, beautiful women, sumptuous cuisine, and renowned artists from the New World performing concerts on streets. One of my subordinates stood in awe and reminded me that the area was off-limits for fighting, as the Golden Emperor was affluent and powerful, protected by the celestial dragons. Paying no heed, I led them into a narrow alley. Upon our emergence, everyone, including myself, was clad in civilian attire. Listen closely, form groups of 5, and secure the port. Ensure Owen and his entourage remain oblivious. Use the din-din mushy for communication. I will return shortly. Having arranged my people, I glanced upwards at the pinnacle of the Golden City, swiftly descending into the city's underground. My plan was straightforward. The first step was to incite rebellion. In the depths were hundreds of defiant souls resistant to Taizolo's authority, led by a legendary gambler known as Riaz, who was, in truth, a member of the GM military. My objective was to liberate them, transforming them into my initial wave of cannon fodder. But why would they heed my call? Thus, I needed to deliver a minor naval shock. I proceeded to locate the massive turbine at the heart of the warship's power core. If it ceased, the entire Golden City would be incapacitated, ultimately submerging beneath the waves. Taking a deep breath, I executed a swift step into the rapidly spinning turbine, pressing my hand against it just before my body was torn apart. Vitality infused into me. The turbine jolted violently, an immense force nearly shattering me. Yet the paramecia fruit instantaneously granted me an overwhelming surge of life force. After mere seconds of struggle, the enormous turbine gradually came to a halt. Mission accomplished. I clapped my hands and approached the group of prisoners. Upon seeing me, they recoiled as if confronted by a specter. Who are you? I directly addressed their leader. Reeyes, cease your pretense. I am aware of your identity. Now, gather your people and follow me. The time has come. Reeyes eyed my naval cloak warily. Why should we trust you? Whether you trust me or not is inconsequential. I replied with a smile. I have already halted the turbine. It won't be long before the sea floods in. Do you wish to fight your way out with me or remain here to feed the fish? With that, I turned to leave, swiftly dispatching all the guards. I had no concerns about their reluctance to follow. This operation was designed to compel them into action. Indeed, no sooner had I departed than chaos erupted behind me. Is he serious? He truly stopped the turbine. We have no choice. We must charge out. Excellent. The first wave of reinforcements was secured. Next, I needed to arrange for the second wave. I donned the attire from my earlier escapade in the Sabeti archipelago and wore an expressionless mask, infiltrating the observation deck at the zenith of the Golden City. There, two celestial dragons sat upon the backs of fishermen slaves, directing their petty ambitions. I fail to comprehend Taizolo. He was once a slave to the celestial dragons. His beloved perished at their hands. Yet upon escaping, he turned into their most loyal dog, embodying the very essence of what he despised. I had no time for idle chatter. I vanished in a flash, the guards collapsing at my feet. The swine-headed celestial dragon reached for his weapon, only for the female celestial dragon to scream. I recognize him. He is the one who killed Charlos in the Sabeti archipelago. What? The pig-headed celestial dragon was so startled he nearly lost control. Bang! His hand trembled, and the gun went off. In an instant, I appeared before them. Bang! The observation deck's glass shattered, and I snapped the necks of the two celestial dragons, sending them plummeting like discarded carcasses from an immense height. I liberated the fisherman's slave S. Chains and instructed him. Amidst the chaos, seek out a large-headed individual named Reeyes. Follow him for a chance at survival. The fisherman knelt, stammering, Great benefactor, are you a celestial dragon as well? I offered no reply, vanishing into the shadows. In the next moment, alarms blared throughout the island. The celestial dragons had been attacked and slain. The turbine had ceased operation. The Golden City was on a countdown to submersion. The entire island descended into utter chaos. In his palace, the Golden Emperor Taizolo kicked over a dining table, frenzied. Who did this? Who dares to harm the celestial dragons? Reports indicated that it was that Avenger. And furthermore, Vice Admiral Moro had sabotaged the turbine and released the underground prisoners. Taizolo was utterly dumbfounded. He could not fathom how both the Avenger and the Dragon Slayer Moro appeared simultaneously on his territory. Little did he know, they were but two facets of my singular existence. I shall personally deal with Moro. Taizolo bellowed, the ground beneath him surging with gold. You lot. Capture that Avenger for me. Meanwhile, at the port, Owen and the colossal Saint One finally arrived. The mountain-like giant, annoyed by the noise of his subordinates, crushed one beneath his hand. Is this the team culture of the Yonko? Truly admirable. My men quickly spotted them and contacted me via Den Mushi. Vice Admiral, it's utter chaos. They are pursuing us. Do not panic. A hand rested on the shoulder of one of the soldiers. I have returned. Vice Admiral. Everyone was taken aback upon seeing me. Follow my orders, I commanded, glancing at them. This island is on the brink of sinking. You must return to the ship and evacuate. I will stay behind to draw their fire. No, it's too dangerous. This is a mission. I glared at them, then smiled reassuringly. Fear not. I have already contacted headquarters for support. You are quite safe. I can perform the moonwalk, the kind that defies gravity, so I shall not perish. Once I had deceived them into leaving, I stood alone in the empty port, inhaling deeply. Then, with every ounce of strength, I unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed across the skies. I am Moro, summoned by all for a battle. The sound reverberated throughout the chaotic Golden City. In an instant, all eyes were fixated upon me. The CP0 agents preparing to flee glanced back, hastening their retreat. Saint Juan grinned broadly, while Owen eagerly licked his lips. The Golden Emperor Taizolo emerged amidst a tumultuous wave of gold from the depths of the city. I surveyed my surroundings. Pedestrians were fleeing, and every gaze was hostile. The next moment, a colossal figure made entirely of gold rose from the ground, while Taizolo's three eccentric subordinates encircled me. The fortunate FruitUser, Bakera, cast a flirtatious glance. "Young man, I shall bring you immense misfortune." I paid her no heed. Boom! Owen unleashed a punch, the scorching wind from his blow barreling towards me. Just as I intended to evade, my foot slipped unexpectedly. Good heavens, had the fortunate fruit truly debuffed me? In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the muscular man Deus struck me with a punch, while the one with the ability to manipulate the ground from the depths of gold seized my foot. Moonwalk. I attempted to soar into the air, only to find the gold beneath me had become exceedingly viscous, rendering escape impossible. Young man, in the new world, you are not yet worthy. Owen wielded a blazing naginata, cleaving towards me. Simultaneously, the golden giant behind me unleashed blinding beams of laser light. With a strike from the front and lasers from behind, ensnared beneath, and surrounded by gunfire, I was immediately engulfed by a multitude of attacks. At that critical juncture, I sensed that a switch within me had been activated. My eyes instantaneously transformed into a crimson hue, imbued with a fierce aura, awakening in the face of death. Yet it was too late. Boom! Following the violent explosion, my lifeless body floated upon a golden torrent. I had perished. Owen laughed heartily. "Is this the extent of your power?" Bakera disdainfully curled her lip. "I have yet to even play." At that moment, the colossal Saint Juan reached out a massive hand to retrieve me, intending to present me as a gift to Titch. Just as he prepared to turn away, the sky was suddenly illuminated by a barrage of cannon fire. The Demon Slayer order has commenced. Vice Admiral Kizuru made a dazzling entrance. With a single finger, he unleashed a laser beam that pierced through Saint Juan's palm. Ouch! Saint Juan winced in pain, releasing his grip. At that instant, my departed naval warship and the belongings of the crew I had saved erupted into a brilliant green light. A vast surge of vitality traversed the distance, flooding into my being. Kizuru, cradling my corpse, stared in astonishment at the encroaching green light. Is the green light of the Marineford warrior doing? What kind of monstrous fruit is this? Coughing violently, I opened my eyes. I was alive. Furthermore, I could feel the power, speed, and aura within me had quintupled. "Thank you, Mr. Kizuru." I executed the moonwalk. Levitating once more in the air, my fists clenched tightly as the armed hockey surged forth, my blood-red eyes locking on all foes below. Kizuru regarded me with an expression of disbelief. "Did you come here to awaken your kin Bunchika hockey just to seek death?" "Indeed." I grinned widely. How could I contend against these monsters while blind in the new world? No sooner had I spoken, the titanic Saint Juan, growing impatient, seized a pirate vessel and hurled it towards Kizuru with tremendous force. Let me tell you, this nearly drove my ally Owen to madness. He watched helplessly as that great fool, Saint Juan, threw their last ship like a brick. Who understands the plight of having such a clumsy teammate? Meanwhile, the Golden Emperor Taisolo was in utter disarray, his mind consumed by one thought: flee. A celestial dragon had perished on his territory, and he was certain the Navy would sink him along with the city. Now, with Kizuru personally leading 5 rear admirals in a battle, there was no choice but to run or face immediate demise. Just then, his subordinate, the female officer Bakura, approached in a small boat, her face a mask of despair. "Boss, all our men have been outwitted by that one named Rieyes." Upon hearing this, Taisolo's blood pressure surged, and he cursed vehemently. "Damn it, it's all that Moro's scheme. Set sail, we must leave at once." He desperately sought to shrink the golden giant, carving a path through the Navy's encirclement. But Owen found himself with no escape. With their ship gone, he could only rush towards Taisolo's last luxurious liner with his remaining crew, hoping that by joining forces with Taisolo, they could survive. Just as they leapt onto the ship, barely steadying themselves, Kizuru, ever unyielding, leisurely ascended into the sky, muttering. Hakishaka Kagayaka the next moment, a rain of photon meteors fell from the heavens. Countless light projectiles rained down mercilessly upon Taisolo's vessel and Saint Juan, unleashing a relentless barrage. Taisolo hastily conjured a large barrier of gold to withstand it, while Owen swung his sword desperately to fend off the light projectiles. The worst fate befell Saint Juan, a massive target, instantly transformed into a sieve, howling in agony. As the light rain ceased, Kizaru lazily surveyed the scene. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, landing steadily at the ship's stern. Who? Moro. He was miraculously alive. Owen's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, incredulous. Wasn't he this fellow dead? Taisolo glanced back and commanded Owen, "You hold off those 5 admirals. This one is mine." His fortunate subordinate Bakura, along with a muscle-bound Deus and a wall-passing comrade, readily volunteered, shouting as they charged towards Moro. I assure you, the ensuing spectacle was astonishingly swift. Bakura boasted, "In my presence, your luck will plummet to the depths." The wall-passing comrade vanished from the deck, seeking a surprise attack. But Moro did not remain grounded, effortlessly floating mid-air. "Hey, you can't reach me." Just as the wall-passing comrade emerged, Moro stomped him back down, rendering him unconscious. Bakura's assault was evaded with a stylish sidestep, and with a reverse-armed hockey thrust, he pierced her throat, eliminating her in an instant. Finally, the muscle-bound Deus charged in for a fistfight, only to hear a crack as his prized armed hockey crumbled before Moro, his arm rendered useless, followed by a punch to the face, sending him down as well. A triple kill. The entire ordeal took less than 10 seconds. Then came the most audacious maneuver. Moro extended his hand, drawing 3 strands of green light from the fallen trio, absorbing them into his own being. My goodness, this was not a fight. It was an experience harvest. After dispatching the minions, Moro strolled confidently to the ship's bow, confronting Owen and Taisolo. Owen, witnessing the loss of his entire crew, felt his eyes redden. "You dare to kill my men?" Moro grinned broadly. No need for thanks. He even attempted to absorb the life force from the 2 of them, only to find it ineffective. It seemed they still possessed some strength. Thus, a confrontation became inevitable. Taisolo, equally formidable, instructed Owen to battle Moro while he took on the 5 admirals alone. Owen brandished his magma great sword and charged forward, only for Moro to lift his foot, stepping directly onto the blade, reenacting a legendary scene with a Kainu. Owen's face turned pale. He never anticipated that the little brat he had once dispatched with a single blow would now be so overwhelmingly strong. He unleashed a furious assault, engulfed in flames, reminiscent of a miniature sun, summoning a barrage of fire dragons. Yet, Moro seemed to possess an advantage akin to a cheat, effortlessly healing with each blow. Just as he sustained burns, a flash of green light would heal his wounds instantaneously, leaving no trace. Owen was left dumbfounded, feeling as if his very CPU were about to combust. How could this brat suddenly wield advanced Kenbunchika hockey, master advanced armed hockey, and appear as if he had awakened? Controlling the ship's deck? He could only conclude, "You're playing the fool." Moro, unperturbed, grinned mischievously. "You guessed correctly. Now, can you fathom just how strong I truly am?" Owen, utterly driven to madness, resolved to channel all his power into a single fist, unleashing a move he dubbed the Golden Volcano. His fist became molten lava, crashing towards Moro's face. Moro did not flinch, countering with his own iron fist tempest, aimed directly at Owen's face. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as both struck each other simultaneously. Owen staggered back, leaning against the railing, laughing heartily, believing that surely he would perish now. But upon glancing at Moro, he saw half of his face mangled and charred, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yet in the next instant, something outrageous occurred. A brilliant green light surged from Moro, and that horrific injury began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. The process was excruciating, causing him to grimace and convulse. Yet he persevered, rising once more. Owen's laughter froze, his eyes filled with terror. He sought to flee but found his feet ensnared by chains sprouting from the deck, rendering him immobile. It turned out Moro had long since infused life force into the ship, setting a trap for him. "How can you still be alive?" Owen's voice trembled. Moro approached step by step, coldly stating, "Your physique is commendable, but pales in comparison to your mother's." With that, he pressed his hand against Owen's chest. Life chain. A surge of green light flowed forth, and Owen watched helplessly as his life force was voraciously siphoned away, his figure rapidly withering away. With his last breath, he retrieved the Den Den Mushi and dialed his brother, Peluo Scipii. "Brother, Luo's powers are remarkably similar to Mother's, so be cautious." Before he could finish, he became a lifeless husk. Luo picked up the Den Den Mushi and coldly remarked, "Do not be anxious. Your Andy's crew will meet the same fate." He then casually discarded the device. Having eliminated Owen, Immortal felt a surge of strength. He gazed at the distant golden giant, still embroiled in a fierce battle with 5 vice-admirals, and even established a new power ranking, termed ED, measuring others' strength against that of a golden emperor. This young man possessed an understanding of abstraction. He shouted at Taizolo, formally declaring war. Enraged, Taizolo unleashed his full might, drawing all remaining gold from the sinking golden city, causing his golden giant to swell to hundreds of meters in height, resembling a colossal golden Gundam. Montak Luol, refusing to yield, imbued all the remaining scrap metal on the ship with life, constructing a massive scrap Gundam for himself. Though vastly inferior in size, his presence was equally formidable. Taizolo laughed heartily at the sight of the ragtag creation, but Immortal remained composed, extending 5 fingers, 5 punches, within 5 punches. I shall defeat you. The first punch, Immortal's scrap Gundam swung, only to have its fist effortlessly crushed by the golden giant. Taizolo's derisive laughter echoed. The second punch, the scrap Gundam attacked again, and Taizolo easily blocked it, even beginning to dismantle the Gundam with his bare hands. The third punch. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above the golden giant's head. Taizolo looked up in shock, witnessing Immortal himself had appeared above him. With a fist infused with a faint red hockey, he descended with a thunderous crash, piercing the golden giant's crown. This technique was none other than Kapu's Iron Fist of Love, transcending ordinary hockey and capable of destroying the internal structure of objects. The first 2 punches were mere distractions. A sleight of hand, Immortal descended through the shattered gold, landing before Taizolo, who stood in disbelief. Immortal shook his fist, looking at him coldly. I still have 2 punches left, correct? Taizolo, now agitated, bellowed, I am a god. I will make you perish. It seemed he had succumbed to a fit of delusions. Cloaked in gold, he charged at Immortal, proclaiming himself a golden bomb. The spectacle was blinding, with waves of heat and shockwaves resembling a grand fireworks display. Yet to Immortal, it felt like a mere drizzle. He couldn't even be bothered to evade, countering with a couple of powerful punches, suppressing Taizolo's hockey effortlessly. Taizolo, taken aback, questioned how Immortal's hockey could surpass his own. Immortal simply chuckled. What use is hockey alone? Without strength and speed, it amounts to nothing. Soon realizing he could not best Immortal in close combat, Taizolo melted the golden giant into a pool of molten gold and reformed anew not far away. With a triumphant laugh, he declared, back to square one. Hiding within the new giant's head, he boasted of his dominion over the golden realm. Then, he executed a grand move called Golden Divine Fire. The power was indeed extraordinary, enveloping the battlefield in a golden glow, causing monstrous waves to rise on the sea, blinding Immortal entirely. The shockwaves slammed against him, rattling his insides. It was formidable. Taizolo taunted, where's your 5th punch? Come at me. Immortal was propelled backward by the force. The vice-admirals in the Navy turned pale, thinking he was finished. But lo and behold, he landed on an enormous meat cushion. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the colossal warship, Shenghuan, felled by the Yellow Ape. Yellow Ape stood nearby, hands in pockets, wearing a nonchalant expression. He asked if Immortal was all right, to which Immortal replied, no worries, just wait a moment. Realizing he had stumbled upon a power bank, he swiftly pulled out the life chain and plugged it into Shenghuan's back, initiating a frenzied absorption of energy. The already weakened giant screamed as his strength surged into Immortal's body. In no time, he transformed into a massive skeleton, sinking into the sea. Meanwhile, Immortal felt rejuvenated, his wounds healed, and even felt a bit taller. Yellow Ape observed in astonishment, commenting, you are indeed fearsome. At that moment, Taizolo was still engaged with the Navy, preparing to flee. Immortal soared into the sky, shouting, Taizolo, you still have 1 punch left. The madman declared himself a god and a king. Immortal retorted, what sort of god are you? The celestial dragons you now grovel to are the very ones responsible for Stella's demise. If she were alive to see you now, she would surely be disgusted. Do you still deserve the name Taizolo? These words struck deep, breaking Taizolo's composure as he screamed in denial, summoning all the gold from the Golden City to confront Immortal. Golden divine punishment. Thousands of golden pillars, like cannonballs, rained upon him from all directions, creating a barrage so dense there was nowhere to hide. Yet Immortal thought, dodge? Absolutely not. In moments like this, one must confront the challenge head-on. Determined, he charged forward through the relentless onslaught of golden cannon fire, throwing punch after punch. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks struck him painfully, blood gushing forth, outpacing his recovery. But he pressed on, gritting his teeth and hammering at a single point. At last, with a colossal crash, he broke through the golden barrier and stood before the giant's head. With a decisive strike, he shattered the giant's head, along with Taizolo himself, sending him crashing onto the deck of the warship, barely clinging to life. Mo Luo staggered beside him, bloodied yet resolute. I promised, my last punch would defeat you. The life chain extended towards him. Taizolo lay on the ground, mocking Mo Luo, claiming that the more he guarded, the greater his despair would be when he lost it all, stating he would watch from the heavens. Montak Luo Chakot. Oh, you wish to ascend? Make sure to check if Stella is up there. Despite your shortcomings, she deserves to be in the heavens. Upon hearing Stella's name, Taizolo's expression shifted, tears streaming down his face as he gazed skyward, departing this world with unclosed eyes. His vast life force surged into Mo Luo, healing his wounds instantaneously, restoring him to full strength. Yellow Ape slowly descended, hands still in his pockets, remarking on Mo Luo's fearsome nature. Mo Luo shot him a glance, stating, "Is it time to clock out? We ought to prepare some supper." This commotion would surely make his name echo throughout the new world. On the return voyage, the Den Den Mushi of the Navy headquarters rang. After a formal exchange, the core messages were clear. First, he had been promoted to a distinguished vice admiral. Second, the establishment of a Navy branch on Jazizi Island was approved. Third, he was tasked with monitoring developments in Punk Hazard. Understanding the implications, Mo Luo realized that Akainu and Akiji were about to clash for the position of Fleet Admiral in Punk Hazard, and he was summoned to witness the celestial duel. They also cautioned him about the chaos in the New World, urging him to remain vigilant, as formidable beings like Barrett and Crocodile had emerged. Upon my arrival at the Orange Soda Island aboard the warship, I was greeted by the sight of a bustling base under construction. A statuesque woman, adorned with the renowned sword Jinbaira, approached me to report on her duties. She introduced herself as Tao Tu, an esteemed rear admiral temporarily assigned to assist me. I waved my hand dismissively, inwardly lamenting the misunderstanding. My character was destined to be devoid of a female lead. How could there be a misunderstanding? The island's inhabitants, upon seeing me, erupted in a frenzy of emotions, weeping and laughing as they showered me with oranges and soda. Tao Tu observed this spectacle with a look of bewilderment, perhaps pondering how someone who appeared so foolishly joyful could possess such a magnetic charm. While she was occupied with strategizing for the new world, I had already dug into my rice and tea. Her gaze towards me was akin to that of a colleague resigned to their fate. Yet she could not help but utter a single word: eat. Unbeknownst to her, as we indulged in our meal, the entire new world was thrown into chaos due to my actions. In the land of Wangua, an enraged matron was in a frenzy, having lost her beloved pastry chef Owen at my hands. She promptly dispatched Admiral Clea and her eldest son Perispero to raze my Orange Soda Island to the ground. Even the formidable Katakuri volunteered to confront me, eager to teach me a lesson. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo swirled his glass of red wine, laughing maniacally. He reveled in the misfortune, for with the demise of Tesalo, the entire underground world's profit chain had been severed, leading to financial losses for countless underworld lords. Presently, those who wished to see me dismembered could be found lining up from the New World to the Grand Line. The news mogul Morgans was feverishly printing newspapers, while the maritime king of meat placed a bounty on my head, inciting the entire dark world into a frenzy. But guess what? The desire to see me obliterated was not limited to them alone. I must tell you that on the other side of the New World, atop Hive Island, Blackbeard himself was in a fit. He smote a hapless underling into the ground, causing the entire island to tremble thrice, followed by his signature maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Has that idiot in St. Juan perished? This lad, named Moro, is gathering too much attention. It's rather irritating. He turned to his formidable associates, the tyrannical King Pizarro and the enigmatic hunter Caterina, issuing orders. These individuals were no strangers to bloodshed. Upon hearing their boss's commands, a palpable aura of malice enveloped them. Caterina, with her hands on her hips, cackled, "Leave that girl named Tao Tu to me." Pizarro joined in, declaring, "I shall avenge Saint Juan." It was as though they believed they had me firmly in their grasp. Meanwhile, I found myself at my new base, Orange Soda Island, yawning and munching on bread, feeling as if life were a beautiful dream. Truth be told, ever since I had drained the life force of the Golden Emperor Tezelo, I felt as though my strength equaled that of two emperors combined. My haki? Not only did I possess the true teachings of the Iron Fist of Old Man Carp, but I also awakened a higher level of armament haki. My observation haki had also evolved, now remarkably potent, with an unusual ability to sense others' emotions. Truly my family. Who understands this? My ears have become akin to emotional radar, capable of detecting who is feeling down from hundreds of miles away. Just as I stepped out of the mess hall, Tautu approached me with a grave expression. Moro. Urgent orders from headquarters. Over at Punk Hazard, Admiral Akiji and Akainu are about to clash, and we are commanded to maintain order in the surrounding seas and prevent outsiders from intervening. As her words echoed, I furrowed my brow. I raised my gaze to the other side of the sea. My emotional radar was off the charts, sensing an overwhelming wave of hatred and murderous intent, thick and unyielding. Do not go, I replied calmly. Enemies are approaching. Tautu was taken aback. How far? My observation haki can't even detect the ships. How do you know? I just know they're getting closer. I cannot leave this place. My conviction was unwavering. Tautu, skeptical, followed my gaze until, after a while, 3 black dots finally emerged on the horizon. As they drew nearer, the pirate flag became visible. Goodness, it was the big MOM pirates. In an instant, our transponder snail rang frantically. As Tautu answered, the voice from headquarters was nearly frantic. Information confirmed. The Admiral Clea and the eldest son Perispero of the Big Mom crew are racing towards your Orange Soda Island. Furthermore, Katakuri has already blocked the route from Punk Hazard to your location. We are currently preoccupied with the Admiral's duel and cannot provide support. Evacuate the civilians if you cannot hold out. I cannot help but chuckle. On one side were Clea and Perispero, and on the other, Katakuri blocking our path. Wasn't this akin to being wrapped in a dumpling? That old woman, Big Mom, was calculating indeed, choosing the most opportune moment to strike. It seemed we could not head to Punk Hazard after all. I gazed at the 3 ships and grinned. You take the people and retreat. I will carve a bloody path through Clea. Tautu shot me a glance, swiftly drawing her sword. Jinbaira, exuding an imposing aura. Are you stronger than me? Enough chatter. Let us fight together. Akiji and Akainu are divine beings clashing. That is beyond our concern. What we must do now is tear apart this dumpling skin before we become the dumpling. Truly, a future candidate for Admiral. Her murderous intent surpassed even my own. Very well. Let the islanders take refuge in the base. All Marines, prepare for fire support. I clench my fists, dark red armament haki enveloping my hands. Upon witnessing my advanced haki, Tautu's tension eased slightly. However, at that moment, my radar beeped once more. There are more, I murmured. Tautu was astonished. What on earth is your observation haki? Before long, 3 massive pirate ships appeared on the horizon. This time, they bore the black flag adorned with 3 skulls, the Blackbeard pirates. The tyrannical King Pizarro and the enigmatic Hunter Katarina had also arrived. Thus, we found ourselves beset by 2 of the 4 emperors for high-ranking officers, and thousands of their minions. Was I merely waiting for a rabbit, or had I stirred a hornet's nest? Which side do you wish to confront? Tautu inquired while directing our 4 warships to set sail. My mind raced as I began to analyze on the spot. Katarina, if she has consumed the fruit, is a mythical Zoan, the 9-tailed fox, capable of transformation. Be cautious of her. As for Pizarro, despite wielding a gun, I suspect he is an ancient Zoan type, with strength and vitality that must be off the charts. Tautu assumed I was selecting opponents and chuckled. You seem to know them well. It appears you have this side covered? No, I shook my head. What I mean is to be careful when you fight them. I intend to confront the Big Mom crew. Clea is more cunning than both of them combined. So, you are offering a warning? Tautu samai sopti. Though her eyes conveyed a seriousness. It's not so much a warning as it is a desire to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Too many have perished in the battle atop. Just as I finished speaking, I stomped my foot and propelled myself into the air with moonwalk. While still airborne, I activated my ability. Life chains reap. Countless green chains surged forth from my being, aimed at draining the life force from the 3 pirate ships infused with souls. Yet, strangely, while the chains connected, they could not draw in the energy as if blocked by some force. I quickly realized the truth. Big Mom Esrasuru, Nomi possessed a power level too high, effectively creating a firewall around these vessels. Attempting to siphon life from a distance was futile. I needed to engage up close. I landed on one of the ships, and the moment my feet touched the deck, the situation transformed. The previously unresponsive homies, the pirate ship itself, and a crew of pirates suddenly activated the life chains, and an immense surge of life force poured into me like a verdant torrent. This operation felt akin to a cybernetic healer extending life, a miraculous revival. What was he doing? A grotesquely unattractive cookie soldier spoke, and I recognized it as the cookie armor of Collegia. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed beside me. So you're the one who killed Owen? Then I shall offer you as a blood sacrifice. The eldest son, Pilosopilio, that loquacious individual whose tongue could wrap around his neck thrice, made his appearance. While I fervently absorbed life force, I pondered, is the soul considered a part of life? What nonsense are you spouting? Pilosopilio replied arrogantly. You dare provoke the big Immortal pirates? Do you know what awaits you? Beneath him, a viscous syrup began to spread. I interrupted him directly. The big Immortal pirates? Merely a bunch of remnants from a bygone era. Whitebeard has perished at Marineford. How long do you think your mother can last? Times have changed, and no one can stand in the way. Before my words could fully dissipate, he launched an attack. Candy wave. A torrent of syrup surged towards me. I regarded it with disdain, letting out a scoff, and unleashed a single punch enveloped in advanced Busashoka hockey. Crack! The so-called candy wave shattered before me like glass. Power is absolute. Your flashy techniques are futile against me. I vanished from my position and instantaneously appeared before him. He reacted quickly, erecting a wall of candy, but alas, before my advanced Busashoku, it was as flimsy as paper. Iron Fist. Another crisp sound resonated as the candy wall crumbled, and my fist landed solidly on his candy armor. He was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of disbelief. Damn, how can your strength be this formidable? Your speed, strength, and hockey are all beneath me. Is it not natural for me to dominate? I prepared to pursue and deliver the final blow when a sharp flash of sword light slashed towards me from the side, forcing me to dodge. To my astonishment, the entire ship was now occupied by Collegia-S cookie soldiers. Pilosopilio took refuge behind them, catching his breath, and began to sneer again. Your Busashoku is indeed powerful. But here, with countless cookie soldiers, just wait until your hockey depletes. My mind was as clear as glass. These cookie soldiers were merely shells. The coward Collegia must be hiding at the back of the ship. You think to exhaust me with sheer numbers? How naive. My goal is clear. I must incapacitate you first. I feigned distress under the assault of the cookie soldiers, and Pilosopilio fell for it, soaring to the highest point of the ship, looking down upon me while conjuring a candy longbow in his hands. Audacious little brat. This move will end your life. The rain of termination. A rain of candy arrows cascaded down. This was the moment I awaited. I did not evade. Instead, I stomped my foot, causing the entire deck to come alive, wrapping around me and retreating into the ship's interior. Indeed, from the moment I boarded, this vessel had been eroded by my life force, becoming mine. What? Pilosopilio was taken aback. Damn it, this ship is transforming into Moluos form. Unfortunately, you realized this too late. I appeared spectrally behind him, catching him off guard as he had just unleashed a powerful move. Iron Fist Storm. This time, a relentless barrage of heavy punches. His candy armor was no match for my Busashoku-imbued fists, crumbling upon contact. The sound of his insides rupturing was unmistakable. Owen was right. You are indeed a monster. He coughed blood, his eyes rolling back, muttering incoherently before losing consciousness. I seized his neck, instantly draining the immense life force within him. I felt my strength surge, now nearly equivalent to 3 emperors. Observing the cookie soldiers rushing from all directions, I hoisted Pilosopilio's lifeless body and leaped gracefully towards another ship. Just as the cookie soldiers were about to follow, I snapped my fingers without looking back. The pirate ship I controlled instantly opened its gaping maw, swallowing all the cookie soldiers whole before collapsing with a thunderous crash, dragging them into the unfathomable depths of the sea. Thank you for your life force, Pilosopilio. I casually discarded his body onto the deck with a dull thud. The ship beneath me was attuned to the most intense hatred and murderous intent I sensed. Collegia, come out and play. If you don't show yourself, I'll sink this ship as well. You seek death. The cabin door exploded open, and a figure over 3 meters tall, wielding a famed sword shaped like a pretzel, charged out. With a tuft of fire atop his purple hair, it was none other than the real Collegia. Upon emerging, he unleashed an intimidation akin to Conqueror's hockey, attempting to frighten me. I merely dug in my ears. Is that it? I thought it was Conqueror's Haki. So what if I lack Conqueror's Haki? I am still a formidable force in these waters. Collegia's face turned green with rage. It truly mattered little. I chuckled. Even the 3 admirals lack Conqueror's Haki and still dominate the seas. I find it laughable that as a pirate, you possess neither the ambition nor the qualifications to be king. Spinning pretzel, he roared, the whirling blade generating terrifying sword energy aimed at me. I stood my ground, meeting it head-on with a punch. Clang! My fist collided with the blade, sparks flying. Collegia's grotesque face was instantly filled with shock, for his sword was halted by my fist. Meanwhile, my other fist had already imprinted itself onto his face. Impossible. He clutched his face, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, screaming in agony. It was impossible. I advanced step by step, recalling how Old Man Cap smashed 8 mountains just to crush Qingjiao's head. Without a heart of a relentless warrior, no matter how strong you are, you will remain stagnant. Collegia, I only wish to know one thing. Have you ever been defeated? How could I possibly lose? He bellowed in a fit of rage as he lunged with another strike. Your sword may be swift, but it lacks precision. I easily dodged it. I suspect you faltered before, which is why your heart is now in disarray. My fist landed on his face once more. Nonsense. You speak nonsense. He rolled on the ground in pain. It hurts. It hurts too much. Observing his state, a thought struck me. That scar at the corner of your eye, and your aversion to pain, always hiding behind your cookie soldiers. You must have lost to a monster, right? A red-haired monster. Red-haired Shankins left you that scar, forcing you to spend your life cowering behind cookies, confining yourself. You lie. I could never lose to a brat. Collegia completely lost composure, howling in fury, his eyes bloodshot, channeling all his strength into his sword, which turned as dark as ink. Heaven-shaking pretzel. The terrifying sword energy tore through the air as he poured all his life's anger, resentment, and fear into that strike. Are you afraid of a legend? I grinned. ISNT is just a tale. I'll simply shatter it with a punch. He gritted his teeth and shouted, You won't withstand this blow. Withstand? Who told you I intended to take it head on? I retorted, Let me tell you, Collegia is also a werewolf. That hockey coiling around the sword is akin to a high-speed drill, aimed directly at my chest. Did he think I was afraid? At that moment, a singular thought resonated in my mind. The coward is the one who is a dog. Defense? Nonsense. All my hockey was channeled into my fist, ready to deliver a forceful strike. Boom! A resounding explosion followed as we both took hits. I had a massive hole in my chest, blood gushing forth as if it were free. And him? His head was reduced by a third. One moment he was brimming with arrogance, and the next he was cradling half of his shattered skull, wailing in pain. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. How could you not defend yourself? My comrades, who understands this stark contrast? He still attempted to maintain his composure, exclaiming, Even if I die, you won't survive. At that moment, I couldn't help but chuckle as I approached him step by step and said, Brother, it seems you've made a mistake. I am invincible. With a swift motion, I reached out, and with a resounding thud, a vibrant green chain was yanked from his body. His eyes nearly bulged out as he exclaimed, What are you doing? What do you want? Naturally, I was replenishing my vitality, my power bank. The sensation was akin to watching a phone charge from 1 to 100 in an instant. It was exhilarating. I witnessed the gaping hole in my chest visibly mend, while he, like a deflated balloon, collapsed into a lifeless husk. Before his demise, he glared at me, declaring that I was a calamity of the sea. I thought to myself, My friend, your arrogance is your downfall. If only you had one more ally, like that foresight Karakuri, capable of turning me to dust, I might truly have perished today. Alas, the art of delivering the final blow was a skill they had yet to master. After dispatching this weeping wretch, I picked up his famed sword, the Jiao Yin Wan Bing, which had quite a delectable name. My gaze then drifted towards Blackbeard's ragged fleet not far off. I mused that the buffet was far from over. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to see Sister Peach Rabbit single-handedly overpowering 2 of Blackbeard's formidable subordinates. The so-called Xianyu Hunter Katarina and the tyrant Pizarro, who were howling in distress. I'd always thought Blackbeard was overly arrogant, sending these 2 rookies to capture us. It was as if they were delivering takeout. I strolled over as if I were in my own garden, dragging a multitude of green chains left over from my recent exploits. The effect was magnificent. Sister Peach Rabbit looked bewildered and asked what I was doing. I replied, just replenishing my energy and enjoying a little dessert. No sooner had I spoken than the chains erupted from my body, piercing Blackbeard's ships. In the next moment, the entire vessel was filled with screams of agony. Help! I can't breathe. Within seconds, all aboard had become mere husks. The expressions of Pizarro and Caterina were akin to seeing a ghost. They turned pale. Upon witnessing this, their legs quivered, and they attempted to flee. Could I allow them to escape? I said with a grin, "Since you're here, why rush off? Sit down for a cup of tea." Pizarro, still attempting to intimidate me with Blackbeard's name, insisted, "We are members of the Blackbeard Pirates." I found this amusing and retorted, "Yet I have heard you plotting to usurp your captain daily. What is this? Now you become a loyal dog?" This remark shattered his composure. He roared and charged at me, attempting to brawl. I swiftly ensnared him in a life chain, trapping him in a cage of my own making, and unleashed a barrage of blows upon him. The sensation was reminiscent of whacking moles, each punch creating a new crater. Each time he touched my chain, his body withered a bit more until he was ultimately reduced to a mummy. Meanwhile, Caterina had already found herself at Sister Peach Rabbit's mercy, a sword poised at her throat, unable to flee. She was still searching for me when I appeared before her, saying, "Looking for me, beautiful?" With that, I plunged my sword into her and drained her vitality. The scene was so astonishing that even Sister Peach Rabbit was left speechless, likely pondering who the real villain was. At that moment, a telephone beetle fell to the ground. Blackbeard was calling. He was cackling maniacally, issuing threats about how he would come to end me once he was done. I was incensed, seizing the telephone beetle and shouting, "What are you laughing at? You think you can kill me? Bring one, and I shall slay him. Bring two, and I shall slay them both. If you dare, send your entire crew. I will turn you all into fish feed." Without waiting for his response, I abruptly hung up. Such playful banter. After dealing with these minor nuisances, Sister Peach Rabbit and I prepared to continue on our journey. I suspected that Akainu and Akiji had already begun their clash. I needed to ensure the mission's success. Suddenly, I sensed something amiss and told her, "Sister, if I happen to fall, remember to retrieve any part of me. Head, arms, legs, just bring it back." She looked at me, puzzled, thinking I was making final arrangements. How could I admit to her that I sensed a formidable boss ahead? That would be too embarrassing. I could only laugh it off, saying, "Consider it a favor owed to you." As fate would have it, our ship had just reached the vicinity of Thunder God Island when I was taken aback. Who could understand the scene before me? The sea was teeming with pirate ships, 30 in total. We were cornered. I realized that the intelligence we had received was false. We had fallen into a trap from the beginning. The crew of Kureha was merely an appetizer. The real feast awaited us here. Using my unique Kinbunchika haki, I perceived the overwhelming aura emanating from the opposing forces. Two of them were even stronger than Kureha. As they landed, I was left stunned. The star of the battle, Katakuri. The juice minister, Smoothie. Behind them followed a throng of thousands, including Big Mom's children, the emperors of the dark world, and mercenaries. Such a spectacle would lead one to believe we were preparing to confront an emperor. I couldn't help but chuckle at the grandiosity of my situation. Sister Peach Rabbit shot me a glance, exasperated. "So this is your doing." Sister Peach Rabbit immediately confronted Smoothie, and the two female swordsmen engaged in a clash that shook the very heavens. As for me, I faced the main event, Katakuri. Upon noticing the sword Kureha strapped to my back, his eyes instantly blazed with fury. Undeterred, I quipped, "Oh, this sword is quite nice. Just right for slicing vegetables." The murderous intent radiating from him was palpable, causing the entire island to tremble. Then boom, a wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from him, sending all nearby, be they navy or pirates, crashing down like harvested wheat. I felt as though a mountain had been placed upon me, every bone in my body creaking. But could I show fear? I was destined to embody justice itself, to rise above all. In that fleeting moment, I sensed a switch within me flicking on. A surge of black and crimson haki shot forth from my being. Boom! The clash of our Conqueror's haki split the very sky asunder. Indeed, at that moment, I too had awakened my Conqueror's haki. As the confrontation unfolded, Katakuri suddenly became eerily calm, a chilling demeanor that was most disconcerting. He unleashed a machi punch, and, as I prepared to evade, he was at my side in an instant, delivering a blow straight to my chest. Then, treating me like a mere punching bag, he ensnared me with his machi whip, flinging me into the air, and began firing at me like bullets from a machine gun. Struggling to stabilize myself with moonwalk, he escalated his assault, transforming his arm into a machi gatling, unleashing a relentless barrage upon me. I was incensed. Did he truly consider me a target? Gathering all my haki into my fist, I descended from the heavens, executing an iron fist storm, pulling down the very wrath of the heavens. And guess what? His own fist expanded, igniting into flames, countering with a fiery machi attack. Boom! His colossal machi fist, enveloped in armament haki and ignited by fierce flames, disregarded all my offense. The clash of wind and flames converged, elevating the battle at Thunder God Island to unprecedented heights. I foresaw your future, yet you would still close in on me gradually. Perhaps it was time to take this seriously. Observing that my attack had failed, Katakuri's arms split into dozens of machi tendrils, enveloped in armament haki, launching an onslaught against me akin to a torrential storm. In the face of absolute power, what does it matter if you glimpse the future? No matter how many techniques you wield, my armament haki shall withstand, and your occasional wounds pale in comparison to my rapid recovery. Thus, you were born to confront my attacks with calmness, leveraging your speed to strike first. As long as my defenses are sufficiently formidable and my strength is unparalleled, I can remain as steadfast as a mountain. The might of Molo, along with his Busashoka haki and regenerative abilities, surpasses that of Katakuri. Katakuri's Kinbunchika haki and speed instill a sense of pressure upon him, leveraging his speed advantage. He occasionally inflicts injuries upon Molo that he cannot immediately defend against with Busashoka haki, yet Molo recovers swiftly, leaving no trace of harm. Both combatants possess their unique strengths. Molo's physique has evolved into that of a monster, and the vitality he converts into energy amplifies his overall prowess. Consequently, aside from a specialized existence of Katakuri, he has ascended to a first-rate level, akin to the top-tier powers of the four emperors and admirals. Each pirate crew's vice-captains consistently exhibit their own strengths and weaknesses. With a swift motion, Molo pursues the rain of glutinous rice punches, retaliating with his own strikes. The speed is overwhelming. Those he cannot block, he allows to strike him without feeling pain. You seem quite arrogant, Katakuri observes Molo with a calm gaze. After ceasing his assault, his arm expands once more, enveloped in Busashoka haki, forming a spike club that spins at an incredible velocity, maximizing both power and speed. Cut the rice cake. Life chain. Iron fist. The sound of metal resonates as his life force coalesces into chains that swiftly ensnare Molo's arm, transforming into a giant fist. In that moment, their attacks collide, one delivering a rice cake slicing strike, the other a life-infused iron fist. Both utilize a similar giant-like assault, the fusion of a devil fruit and Busashoka haki. One enhances Busashoka haki and strength through Kinbunchika haki and speed, while the other amplifies attack speed through Busashoka haki and strength. With a swift motion, Katakuri's spike club of rice cake strikes first against Molo's life iron fist. The latter, after a momentary halt, resumes its counterattack with unwavering confidence. The clash of haki generates shockwaves that traverse the beach, stirring up clouds of dust. Indeed, Molo possesses the qualification to contend with a vice-captain. However, he is acutely aware that Katakuri's move is the strongest before he enters his awakened state. Every vice-captain harbors their trump card. Katakuri, with mastery over all three forms of haki, possesses a formidable Kinbunchika haki that echoes across the seas. Should he combine this strength with the awakened powers of his special Paramecia-type devil fruit, the Machi no Mi, its potency would increase exponentially. The two combatants take a step back, retracting their fists simultaneously. I see your future, Katakuri declares, his gaze piercing as it lands on Molo. You lack an awakened devil fruit. And so what? Molo responds, feeling powerless against the likes of the Golden Emperor and Katakuri, both of whom are monstrous in their awakened forms. It remains uncertain whether Kuri has awakened, but that individual perished due to underestimating his opponent and fearing pain. In contrast, Molo, having prepared for a long time, is utterly unafraid of pain and exerts complete dominance. Unfortunately, Katakuri would never underestimate his foe. Thus far, while Molo has sustained no injuries, neither has Katakuri. His speed and Kinbunchika haki are sufficient to evade attacks, even if he cannot defeat his opponent head-on. That is enough. Katakuri states calmly. The ground begins to shift, rapidly granting elasticity and resilience. Flowing Machi, the earth churns as Molo's domain, Raijin Island, is now under Katakuri's control. The sand transforms into part of the glutinous rice mass, seeking to envelop Molo. Spear fingers residual blades. Molo, with Busashoka haki enveloping his spear fingers, aims to slice through the Machi. Your Busashoka haki and strength are formidable, and your speed is not to be underestimated. I even have an intuition that the moment I reveal any hint of anger or hatred, you will seize upon that power. Yet I am utterly calm now. Just as the machi appears ordinary, it conceals an exceptionally subtle power. Your strength is so robust. How could you possibly escape my gentle yet forceful approach? Katakuri has always played both parental roles, while Big Mom merely gives birth and never nurtures. His ability to articulate such sentiments reflects an inner resilience. Even if one day the four emperors fall, he will strive to grow and protect his family. This is what he, as a king, seeks to safeguard. The notion of overcoming strength with gentleness from a pirate is indeed surprising. Molo ceases his attacks against the machi, allowing it to consume him. Chain's attempt to break free from the machi, but Katakuri anticipated this. The beach, the forest, the entirety of the island is under his command, swirling to ensnare Molo, reminiscent of a constrictor suffocating its prey. The force pressing down upon Molo is akin to that of a mountain, imbued with the subtle power of machi. Mirror machi, as a life chain attempts to escape from the machi, a layer of machi quickly adheres to it. You shall not escape, otherwise, many will suffer dire consequences. Katakuri seems to foresee the future. Should Molo's life chain break free, countless lives would be lost. I never expected your devil fruit to possess such traits. The nature of Molo's devil fruit has remained a mystery. Aside from Carp and his Lieutenant Bogard, few know the truth across the seas. Katakuri recalls the information relayed by Odin through a din-din mushi before his demise. Without employing mirror machi to ensnare Molo, he would inevitably use the life chain to claim numerous lives of pirates. This connection leads him to form a preliminary judgment regarding Molo's devil fruit abilities. The ability to seize the lives of others parallels that of Big Mom. However, the fact that Odin likens it to her Suru, no Mi, suggests that Molo's fruit possesses additional bestowing capabilities. As Katakuri articulates his thoughts, the towering mirror machi undergoes a subtle transformation. It is worth noting that among the many capabilities of Big Mom's Suru no Mi is the ability to seize souls and bestow them upon objects. The act of bestowing souls implies that this can achieve effects akin to the awakening of paramecia-type fruits. FruitUser, possessing such powers without being awakened is tantamount to holding a trump card. This exemplifies the advantages of formidable devil fruits. Truly, a fearsome opponent. Your survival until now is undoubtedly the gravest oversight of your past adversaries, who likely lack the opportunity for regret. Katakuri gazes coldly at the mountain of machi, realizing that if his suspicions are correct, Molo would not be hindered by this move, and it could even be exploited. Awakening a devil fruit is indeed a wondrous phenomenon. It is as if granting life force. These objects now exhibit the properties of machi, akin to that individual Tesoro. Machi gold, and the one hidden in Dressrosa, the Ito no Mi. The power is truly remarkable. If one possesses sufficient strength, one could even assimilate an entire island, transforming it into one's own domain. The voice of Molu echoed softly from Nuamishan as he stood atop the peak, his life chains entwined around him, spinning at an astonishing speed. Could one escape from the sticky rice by maintaining the fruit of this substantial chain in a high-speed rotational state, attacking with a spiral drill? Your development of the devil fruit is indeed unique, Katakuri calmly remarked. While you can subdue the firm with gentleness, am I not capable of breaking your mountain with a drill? Molu extended more life chains from his back. No way. Katakuri foresaw the future. Molu intended to seize vitality at that moment. Raining sticky rice. The beach transformed into part of the sticky rice, soaring from the ground and morphing into sticky rice strips, aiming to shatter Molu's life chains and confine him there. Such a brutal move. Should you use it against my marines, it would be utterly devastating, Molu coolly assessed. In his view, Katakuri's strength was formidable, marked by a balance across various domains and an extreme proficiency in singular aspects. The weakness of Busashoku haki pales in comparison to Kinbunchika haki. In terms of Kuri, he excels in Busashoku haki, yet he falls slightly short of Katakuri's strength. As for Haushika haki, it can inflict damage on matter, but has yet to reach the level of being entwined with Haushiku. Had Molu not awakened advanced Busashoku haki first and devoted himself to honing his power, he too would have faced dire consequences today. Life chains, iron armor. Clang. The chains interwove above his head into a semicircular iron armor, shielding Molu within. Previously, he had merely intertwined the life chains into a giant fist, lacking imagination. It was only after encountering Kuri, Perispero, and Katakuri that he truly witnessed the diverse applications of the devil fruit. The drill formed by the high-speed rotating life chains became a formidable defensive armor, allowing Molu to grasp the essence of that saying. The strength of a devil fruit lies in the developer's ingenuity. Once more, Katakuri, wielding his trident, cleaved through the iron armor. Yet, Molu had long been prepared. I understand your intent. Whoosh! Both erupted with Haushika Haki. Molu recognized that he was compelled into this confrontation under the emotional and atmospheric influence of Katakuri's Haushika Haki. At this moment, his own Haushiku served to protect him. Crack! The lightning tree bore signs of fracture at that instant. Molu, feeling the pressure, realized that Katakuri's momentum aimed to defeat him, initiating a genuine battle. What future have you perceived? I care not. Since you wish to engage once more, I must vanquish you. Henceforth, I shall no longer merely exploit my strengths while evading my weaknesses. To grow stronger, one must transform their shortcomings into advantages. This time, I shall not allow you to seize the initiative. These words were originally meant to be uttered by Molu. Molu clenched his fists. He had pushed Katakuri to the point of awakening his devil fruit, yet he remained unscathed. Under such circumstances, Katakuri sought to inflict a profound psychological blow on Molu. Leveraging the advantages of Haushiku, Kinbunchiku, and the awakened fruit within a short period. Are you afraid? Katakuri summoned a series of hovering donuts, culminating in 9. Peerless Donut. Monster Rice Cake. 9-headed Rice Cake. Katakuri's thunderous shouts seemed aimed at shattering Molu's psyche amidst what appeared to be an evenly matched confrontation. First, the hovering sticky rice donuts appeared, followed by the amalgamation of foundational forms and giantized rice cake arms, cloaked in Busashoka Haki, thus giving rise to the colossal arms hovering among the 9 donuts. Clapping Rice Cake. Slap. 2 of the suspended rice cake arms combined to strike, and Molu, witnessing this, stood firm without a hint of evasion. Have you fallen into my trap? Katakuri believed Molu had lost his sanity, as the remaining arms swiftly converged towards him. With fists raised, the pale red Busashoka Haki enveloped his hands, shattering the rice cake's massive hand upon impact. This is the essence of gentleness overcoming rigidity. The advanced Busashoka Haki, coupled with internal destruction techniques. This embodies the power of supreme love. I have long known, merely informing you that you are deeply ensnared. As Katakuri's words fell, a colossal cluster of sticky rice spikes materialized in the sky. Sweet chestnut rice cake. Clash. The spikes atop the rice cake mass, hardened by Busashoka Haki and propelled at breakneck speed, left Molu with no escape route. Simultaneously, the 2 arms that had been internally damaged were reconstituted by Katakuri. Assembling all 9, they hovered in various directions, launching a simultaneous assault on the grounded Molu. This spectacle was awe-inspiring. Molu, ensconced within, could no longer discern the incoming strikes. Katakuri's Kinbunchika Haki accurately tracked his movements, rendering Molu unable to evade, while the awakened fruit allowed Katakuri to control the environment flawlessly. Molu was akin to a bird trapped in a cage, desperately attempting to escape through a tiny opening, unaware that every visible gap was a carefully prepared trap by Katakuri. How could a bird ever flee the cage of fate? Katakuri coldly remarked. Damn it, the pain. This guy's attacks are relentless, compensating for his lack of strength with sheer speed. Every inch of Molu's skin was under siege, despite the advantage held by the peach rabbit in the forest. She too struggled to swiftly defeat the fully committed smoker. Should Molu falter and allow Katakuri to free himself, the consequences would be catastrophic. Spitting a mouthful of black blood, Molu's complexion paled significantly. No wonder Luffy favored giantizing his fists to attack. Under sufficient power and speed, such strikes were indeed excruciating. In the battle at Judicial Island, he had rapidly adapted to Luffy's strength due to his fruit's advantages. Yet now, facing the fully developed Katakuri, adapting swiftly required enduring this tempest of assaults. Each punch would fortify Molu, but only if he could withstand all the attacks without reaching his limits. For the Shungxing fruit, absolute power could annihilate, and absolute speed could deny opportunities for adaptation. Speed is power, and power is everything. Molu endured the onslaught, uncertain whether to feel grateful. Even Luffy in his 4th gear would appear dejected under such relentless attacks. Yet Molu persevered, his fists quickening in an attempt to match Katakuri's strikes, blocking more attacks. He could not allow this fellow's speed to gain the upper hand. He must either enhance his strength or transform his speed. He can no longer afford to be a mere punching bag. Maluo coughed up fresh blood, once again besieged from all sides. Learn, master, and exceed. Chains erupted wildly from within his being. Maluo was not foolish enough to seize vitality. Katakuri's attack range was extensive. If his life chains could strike out directly, Maluo would have no need to fear the battle. He could absorb the vitality of all pirates while enduring damage, rather than pursuing such impracticality. It would be wiser to replicate all of Katakuri's abilities. Life Chain's Hydra. With a whoosh, the first massive arm of a life chain emerged, followed swiftly by the second and third. Initially, Maluo found himself overwhelmed, but as more life arms manifested, he began to envelop them with his Busashoka Haki. The 9 arms entwined by the life chains could not match Katakuri's speed, but endured with overwhelming power and Busashoka Haki. At that moment, Maluo finally stabilized himself, surviving Katakuri's frenzied assault. You may imitate 9, 10, or even 20, yet you will inevitably reach your limit. Without the awakening of your devil fruit, you remain constrained. Just as your speed and Kinbunchika Haki have been suppressed by me. Katakuri observed this scene without concern. He still held back his ultimate techniques, which Maluo could never replicate without the awakening of his fruit. I do not require more arms, as I have never endured your punches in vain. Maluo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In this vast ocean, some can see miles away, while others can perceive thousands in an instant. Some can foresee the future, some can see into the hearts of others, some listen to all things, and some perceive the world without sight. My Kinbunchika Haki differs from yours. It has always been unique. From the onset of battle until now, I have been growing stronger. Katakuri, what you perceive as the future is merely the hypothetical nature of time and space. I have always understood that the voice hidden within every life is not mere thought, but emotion. As long as you are alive, even a stubborn madman has his own feelings. This is the essence that separates the living from the inanimate. Maluo gazed at Katakuri in that moment. Katakuri transformed in Maluo's eyes from a definite being into a mass of glutinous rice, possessing elasticity and resilience, yet unable to advance further for the sake of his vast family. You remain sufficiently calm, yet must constantly remain taut like a drawn string. Katakuri, I see your color, purple, a dark shade of purple. Your calmness is also repression. Such a version of you is no longer invincible in my eyes. Maluo spoke calmly. Can you sense emotions? Do you truly believe such nonsense will be believed? Even if it were true, what difference would it make? As Katakuri spoke, an increasing number of suspended donuts began to appear above Raijin Island, far exceeding previous quantities. Their descent would deliver a devastating blow to those upon the island. In the midst of battle, I sensed your emotions as exceedingly calm, starkly contrasting the extreme rage before the fight commenced. Later, at the turning point of the battle, before your fruit awakened, you once again released your conqueror's haki to instill a sense of pressure in me, and I keenly perceived your anger. Thus, your fury and unease never vanished. Much like your careful protection of your family standing behind you, your anger and impatience must remain concealed beneath your absolute calmness. This imbued your emotions with a dark undertone of purple. With each strike from your fist, I could sense your struggle to suppress your fury beneath a calm facade. Though faint, I continuously sought to discern that trace of emotion, striving to perceive it at the first moment. Finally, after enduring countless blows, as I unleashed my life chains, Hydra, I glimpsed your emotional hue for the first time. Maluo laughed joyously. Katakuri, I have captured you. Nonsense. Katakuri could not contain his anger. He had not wished for this. Yet he foresaw a future where Maluo indeed evaded his attacks. This proved Maluo's honesty, but Katakuri was unwilling to accept such a future. This left him unable to restrain his anger in the short term. What use is it to sense so-called emotions? Your speed will not quicken, nor will your strength amplify. Your defeat is inevitable. Katakuri resolved to unleash his strongest strike. In that moment, they spoke in unison, words Maluo intended to declare, but which Katakuri preemptively voiced. The sea will inevitably dry up. No human can claim to be invincible forever. Both were unwavering in their belief that they would never fall. The glutinous rice chant echoed. An unending array of unparalleled donuts materialized around Maluo. Subsequently, numerous hardened glutinous rice hands formed, fists accelerating towards Maluo's position, compelling him to block this overwhelming, rapid assault without any blind spots. In that moment, Maluo realized there was no escape, yet he understood that evasion was unnecessary. In a lifetime, one may endure and avoid, but there are encounters one must face head-on. If evasion is impossible, then one must advance boldly. Life's death song. With a swoosh, Maluo's body transformed into an abyss, as countless chains erupted forth. This time, he did not utilize Kinbunchika Haki to guide the life chains. Instead, he closed his eyes, enveloping the chains with Busashoka Haki. Countless chains shot forth like a ruptured spring, as if to unleash the waters of an underground river held captive for millennia. Seek it out with the essence of life, to sense that anger, that calmness, that fervent emotion. No matter how strong a person may be, they cannot conceal their feelings. Even a madman possesses his own obsessions and madness. Maluo roared, fingers splayed wide before clenching into a fist. The life chains surged forth, disregarding all obstruction, permitting Katakuri's myriad glutinous hands to strike him. Yet the chains continued their frenzied flight. He lifted his gaze to the sky, his entire being shrouded in Busashoka Haki, dark and formless. In that instant, without the need for sight, the life chains would seek out Katakuri, for he had revealed his emotional hue, that dark purple undertone, which Maluo had already locked onto. You madman! With a swoosh. As Katakuri spoke, a life chain darted forth like a green snake from within his attack range, heading straight for him. Damn it! Is this fellow attempting to sense hostility for my assault? Katakuri struck the life chain away with a trident, only for more life chains to emerge in its wake. Furthermore, Maluo astonishingly sensed the hostility within each of Katakuri's attacks. As Maluo had stated, such obsession, as long as it is a living being, even those granted life forms through a devil fruit, will embody the tenacity of the wielder. Relying on instinct, Maluo evaded the attacks while recklessly unleashing an endless torrent of life chains. He gradually began to adeptly evade the attacks, almost like a musical note dancing amidst a flurry of strikes. After withstanding the initial onslaught, Maluo's Kinbunchika Haki indeed captured the essence of obsession, feelings, and emotions. The chains of life surged forth unbidden, racing straight towards Katakuri. As Maluo stated, this was a death song of life. With a sudden rush, dozens of life chains shot out, resembling green serpents, locking onto Katakuri. No matter how he attempted to evade, they relentlessly pursued him, refusing to relent. Was he tracking my emotions, endowing his chains with such qualities? Katakuri grasped the complexity of the situation. Maluo was a rare combat genius. Not only that, he had even comprehended advanced Kinbunchika Haki through battle. This was distinct from a foresight of the future. It was about life, all the obsessions, emotions, and madness. As for inanimate objects, Maluo had already demonstrated this with his technique. The death song of life held no value for lifeless entities. The first life chain struck Katakuri, followed by the second, the third, and increasingly more, starting to lash out like whips, inflicting immense pain. Damn it! Katakuri forcefully broke the chains with his hands. These were insufficient to siphon away his vitality. The two were currently evenly matched, far from reaching a state of exhaustion. Katakuri felt no fear. He understood that only through fear could one be bound by a contract with Big Mom, while ordinary individuals required the suppression of strength. Fear or strength was the essence of seizing souls. Thus, the Goma Goma no Mi must possess similar attributes. At present, he was neither in a slump nor afraid. How could his life force be taken? Hundreds of life chains hung in the air, akin to green serpents flicking their tongues. Maluo emerged from the fray, bloodied yet unyielding. He was injured. This was the price of awakening advanced Kinbunchika Haki, each mistake a step toward mastery. What more do we lack? Maluo wiped the blood from his lips, as if emerging from a hellish realm. Kinbunchika Haki was steady, Busashoka Haki was mine, and Conqueror's Haki was defied. The awakening of the fruit was insignificant. Maluo's demeanor clearly indicated that he believed himself victorious. It was surprising that a person like you could become a Marine. Your unabashed ambition and madness for power should have made you a pirate reigning over the seas. Katakuri grasped his trident and spun around. After this prolonged battle, they had both expended substantial energy, and it seemed the ensuing exchanges would be more direct. In what camp you belong is irrelevant to me. I only know that protecting my family as a pirate is but a dream. Do you think you're a Whitebeard? He wished to protect his sons until death. Yet even now, they were still struggling for survival. Katakuri, a person like you cannot become a Marine, nor should you be a pirate. Maluo's words were clear. Katakuri was more suited to be a member of the GM army. I was born a pirate. My mother is one of the 4 emperors. What nonsense are you spouting? Katakuri advanced toward Maluo. Not far away, Maluo's scars faded, and his wounds had fully healed, as if he had never been injured. You appear to be healed, but your stamina must have been considerably drained, Katakuri remarked with a smile. Nonsense. Energy must be expended. Do you believe that a devil fruit user can disregard the law of energy conservation? Maluo rubbed his fists, his stomach growling simultaneously. I perceive your aura transforming from dark purple to pure purple. So what? You killed Perispero and Owen. I will never forgive you. Katakuri's haki surged forth, compelling Maluo to unleash the latent power within him, which he had yet to master. Boom! For the third time, their conqueror's haki clashed. One was a deep purple, the other a dark red, enveloping the beach and reaching into the forest. The pirates and marines, who had previously retained some stamina and will, could no longer withstand it, most losing consciousness. From awakening to being compelled to use it, Maluo was mastering Conqueror's haki at an astonishing pace. After 3 clashes of Conqueror's haki, how many could still stand? What exactly were these two monsters attempting to achieve? The 3 emperors of the dark world began to feel uneasy. Yet, the peach rabbit in the forest smiled with delight. He has grown stronger again. So what? In the face of Brother Katakuri, he will still be defeated, Smooji stated resolutely. My weapon is named Talon. What about yours? Katakuri plunged his trident into the earth, causing countless glutinous rice spikes to erupt from the ground. Cloaked in his formidable Busashoka haki, Maluo glanced at these sharp attacks, seemingly strolling through them, gradually revealing his figure to the onlookers. Unwounded, without using Jeppo, he could easily sense and evade on the ground. Your Conqueror's haki is slightly stronger than mine, but I shall not concede. After all, I too will become stronger in the future. Maluo waved his hands like a rogue, yet his palms remained empty. I was inquiring about your weapon, not your Conqueror's haki. Katakuri's Talon was already entwined with his powerful Busashoka haki. Did I not already mention this? Maluo spread his arms, still empty-handed. At that moment, Katakuri finally broke into a grin. Truly a monster. Such pure fighters relying solely on their fists are exceedingly rare in these seas. Is that so? I happen to know another. Maluo's fists were enveloped in Busashoka haki, a faint red aura swirling around his hardened fists, akin to a torch in the dark night, radiating boundless hope. Your Busashoka haki, like your Kinbunchika haki, possesses a unique quality. What color does it appear to you? Katakuri swung his trident with lightning speed. Kinbunchika haki? Can you not see it? Maluo's gaze met Katakuri's, his eyes igniting like a bonfire. Bang! The collision of fist and trident no longer exhibited the noticeable disparity of before. Maluo's speed was catching up. It was merely a difference between weapon and fist. I'm rather curious. Over 30 years ago, during that great war, where were you? By age calculation, you must have been in your teens then. What are you talking about? Katakuri's expression shifted. No one understood the implication of that statement better than he. The Great War over 30 years ago was clearly the God Island, erased from history by the world government. Now in his 40s, that battle had occurred during his youth. Big Mom was still a member of the Rocks Pirates. At that time, she was already indifferent to their survival. That battle had a profound impact on him as a youth, and he remembered it vividly. There is no need for you to lie. It will alter your aura, as you cannot deceive your own heart. As Maluo spoke, he launched a punch toward Katakuri's chest, only to find that he had preemptively turned his chest to glutinous rice, causing the strike to miss. As a unique superhuman-type devil fruit, Nua Gua sure possesses formidable abilities. It allows its user to anticipate an opponent's attacks through Kinbunchika haki and to transform their body into a glutinous rice-like form, thereby evading strikes. Akin to the powers of a Logia type. The trident sliced through the air, aiming for Morowa's waist. His torso contracted like a piece of paper. Paper drawing, safe haven. Morowa thought to himself, I can execute this move as well. If he had not awakened his advanced Kinbunchika haki, attempting to evade Katakuri's assault with paper drawing would have been tantamount to courting death. A single misstep could result in a gaping wound. Some pasts are beyond the comprehension of novices like you. Perhaps one day the world will come to know them. But this realm does not require the existence of those who might threaten the celestial dragons. Katakuri had no desire for riddles. However, he perceived Mo, a marine, as someone who, despite having risen to the elite ranks of vice admiral, still held secrets that were likely classified within the Navy. Knowing them would only bring him harm. What a pity. I find myself somewhat hungry. Morowa accelerated his punches. Both possessed advanced Kinbunchika haki. One foresaw the future. unraveling Muruwa's myriad skills and techniques, while the others sensed emotions, deftly dodging every attack and seizing the opportunity to counterattack. In terms of Haushiko Haki, Muruwa remained at a disadvantage. Were it not for his accumulated momentum and combat prowess, he might not have been able to withstand the forced clash of Busashoka Haki. After all, Katakuri's Busashoka Haki could inflict damage upon matter, conjuring violet black lightning. Although Muruwa had specialized in Busashoka Haki, granting him an advantage. The close-quarters combat between the two had reached an impasse, with neither able to break through. The battle would be won solely by the one with superior endurance and stamina. Bang! The Earth Dragon trident thrust forth, and Muruwa countered with a punch, retreating several steps. This time, he did not charge forward again. Katakuri intended to intervene, but it was too late. At this distance, he could do nothing. Moreover, the life force Muruwa had claimed was not from the Big Mom Pirates. Continuing this fight would merely result in one of them being exhausted or retreating. Unfortunately, there were no donuts here. Katakuri noticed that Muruwa's life chain had ensnared a dozen of the Dark King's subordinates, promptly draining their vitality and discarding their lifeless forms. Haven't you 3 left yet? Muruwa turned to the Heijin Wang and the others, the formidable life chains emanating from his grasp. Katakuri struck. He could not allow Muruwa another opportunity, lest he emerge as the victor in this war of attrition. Having exhausted his means, he could not defeat Muruwa and was left to await the conclusion of the others' battles to sap Muruwa's strength. TCH, the life chain was struck down by the trident, and the excitement vanished from Muruwa's face. There's no need to impede my sustenance. Muruwa glanced at Katakuri. This prolonged struggle had lost its significance. If he were to feign death, he feared that Peach Rabbit, who had just gained the upper hand against Smuji, might be restrained by Katakuri, who could foresee the moment of his rebirth and obliterate his remains. It was evident that this battle had reached its climax. The key to breaking the stalemate lay solely with Peach Rabbit. With a glance at the Dark Kings, Muruwa turned to depart. Along the way, he siphoned the life force of the obstructing pirates and assassins. Bang! He finally encountered Smuji, delivering a powerful punch. His fist met the blade without yielding an inch, even surpassing it. The force of his strike made Smuji's sword tremble. Damn, you managed to escape from Brother Katakuri. Smuji glared at Muruwa, his once charming purple lips now lacking allure. A stalemate. He could not overpower me. This was not an escape. Muruwa stood back to back with Peach Rabbit, saying, "Be careful. Katakuri is about to unleash his full strength, and he will not grant me a chance to recover." Huh? Peach Rabbit was perplexed. If he could contend with Katakuri, why engage in battle within the forest? Wasn't he that complicating matters? She had initially held the upper hand, seeking to suppress Smuji. Time is running out. Muruwa gritted his teeth. Just now, I sensed 2 distinct powerful emotions approaching, one golden and languid, likely Kizaru, and the other chaotic and disorderly, most probably Charlotte Linlin. We must conclude this swiftly. You mean Big Mom? Peach Rabbit could scarcely believe it. This was the reason Muruwa had relinquished his advantage. Big Mom is coming. Yes. Katakuri's attacks will be relentless. You must flee quickly. Having said that, Muruwa once again surveyed the pirates and marines in the forest. Whoosh! Katakuri's figure materialized within the forest, and soon the 3 Dark World Kings arrived. To them, it was evident that Muruwa was in a precarious state, and the previous scene unmistakably portrayed him as fleeing. Run! Muruwa commanded the remaining standing marines. Most had succumbed to the clash of Haushiko Haki. Only a few remained, who had no chance of survival. Unexpectedly, Muruwa unleashed his own Haushiko Haki, sweeping away the surrounding foes. This granted the marines a glimmer of hope for escape. They fled frantically from the forest, and at that moment, Katakuri, Smuji, the large-handed Undertaker, the Dark Gold King, and the Sea Transport King had encircled Muruwa and Peach Rabbit. Flee quickly. I'm about to go berserk, and I will create a window of opportunity for you. Muruwa directed his gaze at Peach Rabbit, who appeared bewildered. To her, confronting these adversaries seemed daunting, yet she believed in her capability to break free. Do you remember our agreement before the battle? Muruwa's words jolted her from her reverie. Peach Rabbit suddenly understood. Did Muruwa have a hidden card? Trust me, Peach Rabbit. Don't die. Peach Rabbit looked at Muruwa, no longer hesitating. After all, he was a disciple of Garp. How could he lack a trump card? Having made a prior commitment, she resolved to see it through. Smuji raised his sword to block, only to find Peach Rabbit's blade superior, cutting through forcefully. At that moment, Katakuri's Haushiko Haki erupted as well. Trees were shattered by this force. And on the forest's edge, Peach Rabbit joined the Marines. She intended to speak, but saw pirates and assassins ecstatically rushing toward the forest. Witnessing this scene, Peach Rabbit finally comprehended Morua's plan. The more it became a one-on-one battle, the more Morua could rely on endurance and stamina to prevail, ultimately exhausting his enemies. However, if the adversary had reinforcements, such as the four emperors, Morua would need to recover quickly, necessitating the attraction of enough foes to break the stalemate. At this moment, Peach Rabbit realized that every standing figure in the forest had been targeted by Morua, poised to become his indiscriminate offerings of life force. It was also Immortal's intervention that allowed her to escape, for he would likely lose all reason in such circumstances. The forest core. Immortal calmly gazed at Kata, coolly, and recounted, "When I first arrived in the New World, my initial adversary was a creature known as the Savage Bear. This beast, an ancient zoantype, possessed the healing abilities, explosive power, and brute strength akin to that of a fully awakened devil fruit, even without having awakened its own powers. Do you comprehend why? The recklessness." Kata coolly understood all too well what would transpire next. At that moment, he could only resent the limitations of his foresight. Immortal had deliberately extracted himself from the fray, retreating into the forest to unleash his conqueror's haki, providing cover for the Marines. All of this was for this singular moment. Regrettably, it was too late. "I am still too weak, otherwise the Marines would have had at least double the chance of escape," Immortal stated coldly. Too many Marines had perished. Even with his conqueror's haki and the cover of Tao Tu, not much remained. Though many had been rendered unconscious by the conqueror's haki, fewer than 100 had managed to escape. They had come with nearly 1,000, but only a mere 100 had fled. Should they lose this battle, those who had fainted would surely lose their chance for healing, succumbing to their injuries in the storm of lightning. "What do you wish to say?" Kata coolly beckoned, signaling the pirates to withdraw from the forest. "It's futile. You have grown complacent. Initially, the odds were 10 to 1. Now, you still stand with over 4,000, making it 40 to 1. Under such circumstances, your subordinates have already descended into madness, believing they have secured absolute victory." Immortal could hardly suppress his amusement. "Just like these three foolish beings daring to stand before me. Do they truly believe that being called the Dark Emperor makes them one? If that were the case, what would the four emperors be?" "Retreat," Katakuri commanded. The pirates and assassins paused, unable to fathom this order. After all, the Marines were diminished, and Immortal was at his last breath. If they continued to fight, they could annihilate them all. "Why should we flee?" Kata coolly. Smooji also failed to comprehend why they should retreat in such a favorable position. "He is merely putting on a show," Kata coolly. "We shall make this defeated general understand the virtue of humility." The Dark Golden King erupted in laughter as he pulled the trigger. At that instant, a swift chain of life pierced through his abdomen, its velocity so great that even Kata coolly could not intercept it in time. In that fleeting moment, Immortal's life chain had fully unleashed its potential. His blood surged, and he maximized his devil fruit ability and haki. "Since you are not curious, I shall reveal the answer. The method that allows the Savage Bear to reach its zenith is called recklessness." The crimson hue of his Kinbunchiku haki faded from his eyes, and this characteristic would be imparted onto the life chain, indiscriminately siphoning vitality. Anyone harboring hostility towards him would have their life ruthlessly stripped away by the life chain. Life's death song. Immortal raised his head, and every inch of his skin erupted with life chains. His pupils, devoid of hope, turned as dark as his irises. This signified that Immortal had relinquished his reason, fully unleashing the power of life. This madman, Kataku had no choice but to exert all his efforts to stop him. Nuatuan Injua. This scene unfolded once more, as the life chains surged forth, evading Nuam Mies arm attacks while pursuing their prey. Unlike the desolate beach, this place was teeming with pirates and assassins. Immortal had lured everyone here, intending to seize vitality without restraint after losing his sanity. "Damn it, I will extract all your strength with my Jaja fruit." Smooji was burning with rage, unable to believe that Immortal dared to act so brazenly before her, a celestial star. If recklessness could defeat opponents, what need was there for speed and Kinbunchika haki? Bang! Kata coolly deflected the approaching chain with one hand. Smooji looked up in shock, only to see countless fists emerging from every corner. These life chains, cloaked in Busashoka haki, transformed into azure serpents. Sensing her greater fury and fighting spirit, they accelerated and locked onto her even more swiftly. What he seeks is to restore his strength. Do not let your anger flare, for that will only hasten his recovery. Kata coolly offered a warning. He had already ensured the escape of the Dark Emperors. To thwart Mo Luo, he had no choice but to unleash his full firepower. In such a scenario, it was an indiscriminate sweep within the battlefield. Smudgy had to both fend off Lee's new-on-me arm attacks while dodging Mo Luo's life chains. Others were even less fortunate. Mo Luo's recklessness pressured Lee to unleash his full might. To protect my brothers and sisters is tantamount to protecting him. He is all too aware of this, Lee remarked. As he stated, he could only do his utmost to restrain Mo Luo's life chain attacks to save a portion of the people. As for the Dark Golden King, the Grim Reaper, and the Sea King, they were undoubtedly courting death. Their remaining 2,000 assassins and subordinates would become Mo Luo's meal during his recklessness. Swish! A chain mercilessly pierced through the Dark Golden King's chest. He gazed incredulously at his wound. Shortly afterward, the Grim Reaper, having been struck by Lee while evading, fell prey to Mo Luo's siphoning of vitality, while the Sea King had already become a desiccated corpse. Brother Lee, he is using you. Smudgy seethed with rage, viewing Mo Luo as even more detestable than a villain. These ferocious Dark Emperors were all but sacrifices for him. There was no way out. This fellow even understood that only by sustaining injuries and being battered during recklessness could one regain their rationality. To protect others, I would inevitably have to attack him, and by the time he regained his senses, he would return to peak condition, while I would have exhausted nearly all my strength. Lee regarded Mo Luo as both a formidable rival and a true enemy. He was powerful and cunning. It mattered not if he sacrificed a portion of his people. They would unite to eliminate Mo Luo. Smudgy wished fervently to tear Mo Luo apart. He was already capable of matching me with his Nua Tuan Injua without entering recklessness. Now, he disregards all destruction and seizure. While I must still protect you and everyone else, what chance do I have? Upon hearing this statement, Smudgy's eyes brimmed with disbelief. You think I am inferior to him? Smudgy could not accept that in Lee's eyes, she was less formidable than Mo Luo. No, damn it, do not let your anger flare. Lee was compelled to once again restrain his arm's attacks around Smudgy, preventing the life chains from rampaging. Any hint of excessive emotion would amplify the attacks. Mo Luo was nothing short of a monster. This scoundrel is completely manipulating us. Smudgy and Lee found themselves ensnared, unable to retreat or advance. The only solution was for someone to emerge and break the deadlock during the battle. Lee's eyes appeared to glimpse a fragment of the future. What? Smudgy turned to Lee. Their mother had arrived, but that also meant that the Marine admirals would soon be on their way. As Katakuri's words faded, the phone bug of Smudgy quietly rang. Gulu, mother. Smudgy, hold Moro. I intend to tear him apart. The voice of Big Mom echoed as pirate ships traversed the sea, advancing majestically towards Raijin Island. Damn it, how can this guy be so powerful? The Dark Gold King, even at the brink of death, could hardly believe he was vanquished by Moro. Not only him, but all 3 Dark Emperors who ventured here met their demise at Moro's rampage. The surviving 2,000 assassins all perished, leaving only over 700 subordinates of the Big Mom pirates alive, thanks to Katakuri's intervention. Beyond that, despair was all that awaited them. So many lives reduced to mere sustenance for one man's rampage. Moro sacrificed thousands, seizing their vitality while ensuring he would not succumb to weakness post-rampage. Utilizing Katakuri's onslaught to hasten his own frenzy, he ensured a swift return to clarity. With meticulous strategy, Moro managed to eliminate as many foes as possible before Big Mom reached Raijin Island, exhausting Katakuri and Smudgy's stamina. He would awaken in peak condition after absorbing the vitality of thousands, granting Tatao a chance to regain strength. Victory in battle relies not solely on might, but also on the will to confront death in desperate circumstances. What a feast! Moro's laughter erupted as the chains of life retracted, transforming into countless azure serpents coiling upon his back. Katakuri and Smudgy, nearly spent of their energy, gazed at the madman before them. It seems I have won my bet, Moro remarked, his attention drawn to the murderous intent emanating from Big Mom. He lagged just a step behind. Had he been swifter in claiming all the vitality and regaining clarity, he could have subdued Katakuri and Smudgy. Now, Even in their weakened state, he could not seize them. After all, they were emperors of the sea, and a single moment's distraction could spell disaster. But you have still lost. Before Mother, victory is beyond your reach. Katakuri spoke truthfully, his serious gaze fixed on Moro. It is rare to encounter an opponent with both strength and intellect. Should circumstances allow, he would relish a fair fight. Yet the outcome was evident. Moro rapidly regained his combat prowess, exploiting the advantages of his devil fruit. However, even at his zenith, he would find himself helpless against the impending arrival of Big Mom. Is that so? In this grand gamble of life, I have never feared defeat, nor do I dread loss. Even so, I firmly believe this battle cannot end in failure. Without comparison, what does it matter if one faces an emperor? Moro realized he had caught up with Katakuri, even surpassing him in endurance. Yet, the uncertainty lingered when confronting a foe of such caliber. After all, in the battle at Marine Ford, he clashed with Whitebeard, only to be met with defeat. Reflecting now, the might of that punch was undeniable. The power of the Gura Gura no Mi, pure strength, and Busashuka Haki all surpassed Katakuri. Comparatively, how formidable was the power of Big Mom? The fervor to protect his subordinates propelled him to remain. If he fled now, facing a fully restored Big Mom would ensure his demise. It was better to confront her head-on and buy enough time. Through his kin Bunshiko Haki, Moro sensed the languid presence of Kizaru upon the sea. If he could endure until then, he and Tatao, along with Kizaru, would possess a certain advantage against Big Mom. Boom! The earth trembled. Countless pirates advanced from all directions of Raijin Island. Excluding the originally injured ministers, among the newly arrived were powerful figures such as Dafu and the fourth star, Snag. Leading them was none other than Big Mom, who hovered in the sky, adorned with the blazing fireball Prometheus, standing upon the thundercloud Zeus, wielding the sword Napoleon. You wretched fool, you have gone too far. You forced me to alter my course from watching the spectacle at Pongo Island, interrupting my grand performance. You shall have no grave. Mama, mama, mama. The iron balloon, the born destroyer, with a bounty of 388 billion berries, the malevolent deity in the eyes of giants. Known as Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, standing at a towering height of 8 meters, as a naturally mutated human, she rampaged with her extraordinary innate power. Thunder. With a command from Big Mom, Zeus unleashed a colossal thunder strike, enveloping Moro. Having already undergone transformation on Raijin Island, Moro disregarded the attack, immersing himself in the energy feedback from his paramecia fruit. Boom! Another thunder strike, which Moro perceived as merely a tickle. The great deity of the heavenly realm, situated on Raijin Island, Big Mom appeared particularly fond of lightning assaults. This time, she indiscriminately unleashed a torrent of purple lightning capable of automatically seeking targets. Moro continued to withstand all damage head-on. He had not anticipated that the strength gained from enduring the harm on Raijin Island, coupled with the energy feedback from his fruit, would evolve to such a remarkable extent. It was indeed a serendipitous occurrence. How delightful! This damage barely compares to my energy feedback and self-healing speed. Moro grinned, having just emerged from a rampage, raising his head and clenching his fists. Observing this scene, Katakuri and Smuji evaded the indiscriminate lightning strikes, their hearts swirling with despair. Could he truly adapt so swiftly to the discomfort following his rampage? Smuji felt an inexplicable terror. The more frenzied he became, the stronger he grew, having utilized the vitality of 3,000 lives as his nourishment. Therein lay his confidence. Katakuri was unaware of Moro's past experiences, yet his fearless demeanor, unafraid to confront anything, exuded a sense of invincibility. At sea, the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are unyielding. As the saying goes, to dare to sacrifice oneself is to challenge an emperor. Fireball from the heavens. Big Mom unleashed a long-range attack once more. After the lightning failed to yield results, her fury escalated, causing Prometheus to swell rapidly and expel a massive fireball. Boom! The enormous fireball surged forth, and even the lightning-resistant tree was scorched by the intense heat, its leaves igniting in flames. Moro stood amidst it all, gazing upon the colossal fireball. Memories of his first battle in the Grand Line flooded his mind. Back then, he had yet to master the 6 powers of the Marines. Recalling those moments, especially Carp's words, Moro found himself murmuring. In this vast ocean, the strong abound. Some obliterate everything with searing molten lava, while others freeze all with chilling ice. Some are as languid as light, appearing in an instant, while others transform into dragons that dominate the skies, and some, like deities, manipulate all. You need only to forge ahead without hesitation. How far must this path extend? And how long must the fist endure? Let this flame grow fiercer. Morelos roared defiantly, allowing the fiery orb to engulf him without a trace of fear. Instead, he relied on the comprehensive defense of his haki and the formidable adaptability of the gunging fruit to withstand the intense heat. The inferno spread rapidly, consuming the entire island in a matter of moments. Morelos stood resolute, his gaze fixed on his approaching adversary. Do you truly believe yourself to be a monster? I am one of the four emperors. Thunder and fire cannot claim your life, but what of your sword? Charlotte, lingling, emerged from the heart of the flames. Her towering figure, an imposing 8 meters tall, reminiscent of a small giant. What thunder and fire? As far as I know, there are those above you in the heavens who wield electricity even more adeptly. Kaido's flames rival your own, perhaps even surpassing them when unleashed to their fullest potential. My Navy's Admiral Sakazuki could obliterate you with a single blow of his magma dog. And as for your sword, do not even mention the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, let alone Shanks, who has crossed blades with him. Can you truly compare? Old hag, what do you know? You are nothing but a waste. Prattling on here, Morelos sneered, making Charlotte Lingling feel distinctly uncomfortable. Life or death? Soul curse. Any hint of fear would lead to the loss of one's soul. The towering figure of Big Mom was convinced that Morelos was merely bluffing, yet no matter how she screamed, Morelos remained unfazed. Fear? She was merely one of the four emperors. I am destined to become the king of the Navy. What is there to fear from the Emperor of the Sea? Morelos planted his feet firmly on the ground, leaning forward with the shoulders, his fists enveloped in haki. As it hardened, a faint crimson aura flickered like flames around him. In that moment, his eyes ignited with a fiery glow. He laughed heartily. The lightning and flames inflicted no harm upon him, instead inexplicably reddening his face. Such exhilaration. Each day of adventure upon the seas was utterly thrilling. Nanny, Emperor's sword Broken Blade. The sword Napoleon expanded in an instant, enveloped in scorching flames, with Big Mom's formidable haki enhancing its power to the utmost. This strike possessed immense might, a true testament to Big Mom's heart of a warrior. Yet in Morolos's eyes, no matter how strong she appeared, she was merely a person reliant on external forces. She believed that possessing the strength of all races, especially the giants, would guarantee her victory over Shanks, Kaido, and Whitebeard. In truth, many others on the seas shared a similar mindset to Big Mom's. The likes of Gecko Moria, who lost comrades and now only trusts in the undead, believing death to be the ultimate safeguard. Crocodile, once defeated, became a warlord of the sea, only believing in ancient weaponry. Yet Big Mom stood out as an exceptionally powerful figure, making her thoughts more restrained by comparison. Throughout, she lacked Kaido's invincible spirit, Whitebeard's willingness to die, and Shanks's pursuit of freedom. Iron Fist Storm, Life Dance. Morelos charged forward with a punch, colliding with Napoleon while countless dark chains extended from his arm, attacking from all angles towards the blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. Even Napoleon felt the strain. The force of the strike created a recoil sensation. Regrettably, he failed to seize the life force of Katakuri and Smoothie. Otherwise, this punch would have been exponentially stronger. Feeling the power of the four emperors in that moment, Morelos recognized the quality of advanced haki, yet it paled in comparison to the vast reserves of Big Mom's haki. This is the essence of a four emperor, nearly devoid of weaknesses as a dominant force. Each of the four emperors possesses a powerful conqueror's haki. In the world of pirates, unless one wields unparalleled destructive power, to truly reach the pinnacle of personal strength, one must possess conqueror's haki. You have some strength, but your next sword will be your end. Big Mom cast a disdainful glance at Morelos. The gun of Elbaf, sovereign of nations. A colossal and overwhelming sword energy erupted. The might of this strike was terrifying, with shockwaves that epitomized both speed and range. If one could not evade, they would meet a fate of being cleaved in two. With all his haki concentrated in his hands, Morelos clenched his fists, layers of chains entwined, culminating in two fists comparable to giants. Life Iron Fist Skyline. Boom! The explosion of haki infused Morolos's strike with tremendous shockwaves. The clash of fist and sword sent tremors throughout the island, the shockwave carving deep ravines into the land, while the ocean surged with monstrous waves. Brother Katakuri, this guy's grown even stronger. Smoothie exclaimed in disbelief, sensing Morolos's enhanced state. Yes, but he still falls short compared to Mother. Katakuri acknowledged Smoothie's assessment. Yet he understood that Morolos's shortcomings in his devil fruit and conqueror's haki could not be rectified in such a short time, even if he compensated. Due to age and battle experience, Morolos's speed and strength had yet to reach their zenith. He possessed a unique fruit ability, indeed capable of chasing after the four emperors who had long dominated the New World, but that required time. The most daunting aspect was that each year brought forth new pirate supernovas. How many could stand tall before the four emperors without bending the knee? Boom! The shockwave unleashed by Morolos ultimately dissipated under Big Mom's onslaught, forcing him to rely on his fists to withstand the impact. The flames still danced upon Napoleon's blade, indicating that the earlier clash had indeed destroyed the life chains wrapped around his fists. Yet Napoleon remained unscathed. Such was the disparity in strength. Kid, your fists evoke an all too familiar loathing. Do you understand? Big Mom remarked with palpable disdain. Is that so? I find it rather tolerable, Morolos retorted. Having endured multiple strikes of lightning and fire, followed by 2 sword attacks, he had expended substantial stamina, while for the four emperors, this was merely a standard battle. This explains why, in Luffy's battle against Kaido, even if he were to be defeated, a battered Kaido could still sweep through the battlefield. No weaknesses, an all-encompassing strength. With a strike, Big Mom observed Morolos's faltering state, grinning as she lifted Napoleon once more. Radiant Sword, the combination of lightning, flames, sword, and haki coalesced into a formidable blow, imbued with immense power. You truly are an old crone. Morolos's fervent battle spirit ignited, condensing all his haki and strength into this final punch. Life Iron Fist, Crimson Bloodstorm. Once again, Morolos entwined his fists with life chains, releasing the full extent of his haki, which manifested upon his fists and life chains. In that moment, everything was painted blood red. The formidable combination of Bachi, Kisu, Tishu, and Shengming Solan, Shengming Suo Lian, erupted in unison. With a resounding crash, Malua unleashed a punch, sending forth a blood-red shockwave of Bachi alongside the immense power of the Shengming Solan. He directed his assault toward the flames, lightning, and sword energy before him, declaring, "Perish, audacious little brat. Provoking one of the four emperors is undoubtedly the gravest error of your life. Is that so? Then I shall offer my iron fist to this world." Malua sensed the peculiar emotions emanating from Big Mom, perhaps a consequence of her having devoured too many souls, rendering her inner feelings and thoughts twisted and frenzied. The crimson tempest of blood and golden flames, intertwined with violet lightning, surged skyward, causing even the ominous clouds above to shy away. Ordinary lightning dared not approach the realm of their confrontation. You reckless youth, seeking death. At your age, you ought to be resting in peace. As their attacks collided, both combatants unleashed their Ba-Chi simultaneously. In that moment, Malua activated his Ba-Wang-Se once more. However, his original prowess failed to inflict substantial damage. Lacking even the caliber of Katakuri, it only served to daze ordinary individuals and paled in comparison to Big Mom's terrifying Ba-Chi. Nevertheless, he persevered under the pressure, releasing his energy with fervor. The contrast between them resembled that of a sovereign of the seas gazing down upon all. The rising youth, undeterred, unabashedly unleashed his own forceful aura. Your Ba-Chi is woefully inadequate, just like your devil fruit. Charlotte Linlin recognized Malua's evident shortcomings, especially since this punch was his utmost effort. Old hag, you are being unreasonable. My fruit's abilities are far more refined than your Ba-Wang-Se. Ming Guang Pao. Big Mom responded by amplifying her counterattack, and Malua found himself quickly at a disadvantage against the dual onslaught of her Ba-Wang-Se and armed haki. The two fighters also established a considerable distance between them. Malua leaped, determined to drive his strike home. Linlin, elevated above, initiated a ranged attack. The combined delaying of Ba-Chi, flames, and lightning coalesced, culminating in a high-density energy beam that erupted from a blade. Boom! This strike exerted pressure even on Malua, who was suspended in midair, enveloped by the energy beam, which inflicted tremendous destruction and damage. Gasp! Malua spat out a mouthful of black blood, suffering continuous harm while airborne. Despite having developed his devil fruit to an advanced level, awakening high-tier armed haki and keen observation haki, he still had glaring vulnerabilities before the Four Emperor. Yet, he reached out with determination, attempting to grasp Big Mom's sword, Napoleon. Cough. Malua coughed hoarsely, his head drooping backward, mouth agape, his eyes rolling back in a haze of fading consciousness. Boom! Boom! The assault persisted, clearly indicating that Big Mom intended to eradicate him entirely. Swish! On the ground, Peach Rabbit dispatched all adversaries in her path, escaping the encirclement of Snag and Dafu, and emerged at the heart of the forest. Holding her sword, Peach Rabbit sensed the immense pressure from Big Mom. She swung her blade in an attempt to rescue Malua. No way. Katakuri appeared just in time, his trident blocking Peach Rabbit's path. Surrounded by Katakuri, Smoothie, and Snag, Peach Rabbit found herself in peril. The sea looked like a solitary vessel adrift against the vastness of the Four Emperors' pirate fleet as the soldiers who had narrowly escaped gazed upward at the unfolding spectacle. Malua, Peach Rabbit, we have encountered nearly the entirety of Big Mom's pirate crew. How can we possibly prevail? Turn back, and let us meet our end together. The soldiers shouted as they fired their cannons. A flash materialized out of nowhere, pausing briefly at the bow of the ship before vanishing with audacity. When the light reappeared, it was over the skies of Raijin Island. What do you intend to do now, Big Mom? Are you bullying my young sailors with your status? A languid voice resounded, followed by a figure soaring in midair, spinning rapidly. Hachi Shikango, a luminous orb of light, potent and swift, shot forth towards the pirates on the island, even affecting their ships. In the distance, the tardy naval vessels began to emerge on the horizon. What a terrifying sight. You pirates dare to witness such chaos. Along the way, I've had to resolve numerous troubles. Just as Big Mom was about to counter Yellow Monkey's maneuver, he concentrated the light into his sword. Tian Zong Yunjian, Boru Salino, you dare to disrupt my affairs. Oh dear, Big Mom, why such hostility? Isn't it only natural for the Navy to thwart the pirates' destruction? Yellow Monkey unleashed a series of sword strikes, only taking a moment to glance at Malua. He could sense that even the formidable Charlotte Linlin had lost a modicum of stamina. After enduring a surprise attack from Cracker and a blockade by Katakuri, Malua had managed to hold his own against Big Mom, achieving remarkable progress compared to their battle in the Golden City. Aside from the pirates personally brought by Big Mom, the rest had exhausted their energy, leaving little behind. He believed that had the Four Emperors not intervened, Malua would have had an absolute advantage in this confrontation. Such a promising individual could not perish at Big Mom's hands. Furthermore, it was still working hours, and as Yellow Monkey, he was duty-bound to fulfill his responsibilities. Malua, amidst the chaos, Peach Rabbit saved Malua, surrounded by foes. Had Katakuri and Smoothie not exhausted much of their strength from prior battles, she likely would not have been able to rescue him. Allowing Malua to escape could lead to even graver consequences. Smoothie, devoid of stamina, stood behind Dafu, calmly treading water. We must not let him leave. Similarly fatigued, Katakuri stood resolutely in front of Snag, undaunted. Are you fearful of Malua? How absurd. You have lost consciousness, yet still tremble in fear. Is this the Four Emperors' pirate crew? Peach Rabbit, cradling Malua, mocked outwardly while her heart raced in trepidation over the battle. Just then, an unremarkable figure appeared. Armed with a long sword, he vanquished the pirates in his path, finally sending Dafu flying, which caused concern to flicker across Snag's face. Cha-Tun, I was startled to hear you were reassigned to the Navy headquarters after the Paramount War. I didn't expect to encounter you so soon. Snag was well aware of the situation. Peach Rabbit and Cha-Tun had once been formidable forces in the Navy's branches, akin to Virgo, yet significantly more powerful. However, following the Paramount War, for reasons unknown, the Navy headquarters had recalled many strong individuals from various divisions, including Cha-Tun and Peach Rabbit. Even so, among the Navy, a multitude of formidable warriors remains concealed, including Fujitora and Greenbull. Prior to the arrival of the World Conscription, they were but free spirits among the monstrous ranks. Tao 2. This battle is perilously dangerous. Allow me to profess my feelings for you once more. T-Pig harbored no fear, for without the intervention of Katakuri and Smoothie, and with Big Mom being restrained by Kizaru, the remaining foes could not possibly impede him and Tao 2's day perish. He exclaimed. Tao 2 rejected his declaration on the spot. While warships began docking along the coast, the elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters followed suit, disembarking. Our advantage is waning. Katakuri understood that if this battle concluded, even if Big Mom emerged victorious, the Yonko crew would be rendered a mere shadow of its former self. Even more alarming was the proximity of Punk Hazard. where Akainu and Akiji were still engaged in combat. Should the standoff continue, and should they pause, even Big Mom would be laid low. "Mother, should we retreat?" Katakuri called out to the Emperor of the Sea battling above. "Nanny?" Big Mom had no such intention. She believed that even if Kizuru delayed, the arrival of Akainu and Akiji would pose no threat to her. Merely a bunch of children, she looked down upon the Navy admirals, not for their strength, but for their lack of experience. Yet, on the vast sea, it appeared that several small vessels had emerged, manned by familiar old figures. Sengoku? Tsuru? Garp. According to his intelligence, Garp had returned to the East Blue after the conclusion of the war on the top. Witnessing this scene, Big Mom unleashed a powerful strike and bellowed, "Return to Whole Cake Island. I shall no longer play with this rabble." The countless homies, ministers of Whole Cake Island, and her pirate crew surged towards the pirate vessels. Damn it, Katakuri had not anticipated the arrival of these relics from the old era instead of the other admirals. Kizaru was preoccupied with Big Mom, while Moro was shielded by Tao-Tu and T-Pig. They could only retreat in frustration. Is Lin Lin fleeing so swiftly? On Raijin Island, as Big Mom's pirate crew departed, Garp and Sengoku approached Moro. Is he dead? Garp glanced at Moro and delivered a punch to his chest. Garp. Sengoku and Tsuru were taken aback. Even in his unconscious state, Moro was struck. Such inhumanity, even if he is your disciple. Suddenly, Moro coughed up a mouthful of black blood. First, green light erupted from the warship they arrived on, flooding into Moro's body, and shortly thereafter, numerous green lights soared from Orange Soda Island, once again surging into him. This young man had many means of preserving his life. Do not be deceived by his seemingly righteous demeanor. Garp picked his nose and cast a glance at Moro. "Old man, I have achieved a great feat this time. Could you promote me to Admiral?" Moro's lips gradually regained some color. "I am not the Fleet Admiral. The new Fleet Admiral is currently being contested. Do you wish to see?" "Certainly. I thought you returned to the East Blue. I too wish to retire soon." Moro, cradled in Tao-Tu's embrace, appeared pitiful. He had dealt with some trash and taken a few punches from an old woman. This time, he merely returned to take a look. Garp uttered a phrase and promptly seized Moro, tossing him onto the Navy warship. Thrown onto the deck, Moro found himself at the mercy of fate, lying on the ground and awaiting the healing of his injuries. The wounded sailors were carried aboard the warship for rescue and treatment. He lay on the deck, watching as his fellow sailors were carried away, many of whom he recognized, though he did not know how many had perished. At sea, the warships headed towards Punk Hazard, passing by numerous sunken pirate ships. It seemed there were many who enjoyed the spectacle. Once Moro regained his strength, he leaned against the railing, gazing out at the endless sea. "Should I perish alongside you?" Moro was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. He had grown sufficiently powerful that Big Mom merely rendered him unconscious. Dying like Whitebeard during the war on the top was no longer a simple endeavor. But what of the sailors he led? Contemplating this, Moro made his way towards the cabin. Inside sat numerous dignitaries: Sengoku, Garp, Kizuru, Tao-Tu, T-Pig, Onamaru, and Fire Mountain. Moro experienced a sense of bewilderment, realizing he had inadvertently become one of them, though he had yet to fully acclimate. He took a seat at one of the chairs, with everyone gathered around the long table, conversing intermittently. This assembly would give even Big Mom pause. Aside from the drought-causing Jack, no one would dare approach. After a moment of silence, Moro spoke. "I have slain a number of individuals. May I receive a bounty in return?" Sengoku looked at him. "You are a Navy officer. How could you claim a bounty? That is the business of bounty hunters. I wish to secure compensation for the fallen warriors." Upon hearing this, the meeting room fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, Sengoku finally nodded. Punk Hazard. Molten lava flowed, and the searing heat obliterated everything in its path, leaving none unscathed. Ice encased every corner of the land, and snow fell heavily from the sky. A fleet of Navy warships anchored outside, awaiting the conclusion of the battle. After the war on the top, the Navy headquarters had dispatched its full might to pursue those who had escaped from the 6th level of the war. After capturing all that could be apprehended, a few madmen remained unrecaptured. Naturally, Blackbeard's crew was among them. This also included the likes of the monstrous devil FruitUser Barrett. Currently, the Navy headquarters was embroiled in disputes over who would assume the role of the new Fleet Admiral. Sengoku supported Akiji, while the 5 elders backed Akainu, leading to a fierce confrontation on Punk Hazard. Unbeknownst to all, this ultimate showdown of the Navy headquarters might had already persisted for several days. The sea breeze carried a hint of heat. Moro's justice cloak thickened as he walked the deck. Following the recent battle, he had fully recovered. Kizaru, Sengoku, and Garp had departed from the vicinity of Punk Hazard, each attending to their respective duties. Ultimate modo tautu tipik, along with 5 other elite vice admirals and 10 rear admirals were entrusted with the defense of the area. During this time, the Navy branch on Orange Soda Island was finally established, aside from appointing Tao Tu to work alongside Moro in ensuring the surrounding safety. The headquarters specifically selected the seasoned vice admiral, Onamaru Virgo, to serve as Moro's aide. To the headquarters, this selection of a powerful ally in Tao Tu and a veteran like Virgo as assistant was without doubt a strategic move. In previous times, aside from Sengoku and Garp, it would have been impossible for a vice admiral to become an aide. However, Moro had slain 2 captains of the Blackbeard pirates, the powerful star of the Big Mom pirates, and had held his own against Katakuri and others on Raijin Island. He had also eradicated 3 Dark Emperors of the New World, earning the title of Dragon Slayer that resonated throughout the New World. Certainly, the more crucial aspect lies in surviving under the hand of the Sea Emperor, as the 10,000 pirates who besieged him dwindled to merely a few hundred. This was the reason for solidifying the naval branch base on Kizikishui Island, appointing Tao Tu as the base commander and transferring Virgo to serve as his aide. In no time, Moro became the talk of the New World, overshadowing the notorious pirate supernovas of the same era. The news outlet Morgan prominently featured the headline, declaring that even before the ice-fire conflict had commenced, the next Marine Admiral had already been established. It is said that a bounty of 15 billion berries has been placed on Moro's head in the dark underworld. Yet, he remains utterly unconcerned. As long as he can establish a foothold in the New World and secure this territory, he can further tear open the dominance of the 4 emperors. General Moro, the battle has persisted for several days. Who do you perceive as the victor in this conflict? Virgo had joined Moro here 2 days prior, appearing harmless as he often stuck a spoon to his face. In truth, as a mole planted by Don Quixote da Flamingo within the Marines, he has long been calculating his strategy. Moro, for the time being, had no excess time to address this matter and merely considered it a source of amusement. The destructive power of Admiral Sakazuki is formidable. If a fight to the death were unavoidable, I believe Kazan would still show restraint toward his comrades, while Sakazuki's unwavering justice would leave no room for hesitation. Moro directly articulated his conclusion. It was a blatant act of cheating. Tao Tu and Shibuda exchanged glances with Moro, both aware that Kazan, like them, was a disciple of Zephyr. Yet in his youth, he had idolized Carp and benefited greatly from him. As a well-known disciple of Carp, Moro should have sided with Kazan. To their surprise, he believed Kazan would emerge victorious. Once the battle concludes, injuries are inevitable. Will your devil fruit abilities be able to heal? Tao Tu inquired of Moro, her question entirely reasonable, for such a relentless battle would surely straddle the line between life and death. Yes, but the injured may not necessarily survive, Moro replied nonchalantly. Over the past few days, he has been adeptly mastering his Conqueror's Haki, while his Armament Haki and Observation Haki still possess room for advancement following their high-level awakening. He cannot afford to rest idly. The Paramecia fruit has been continuously developed through life-and-death struggles with formidable pirates, its power growing day by day. The fierce battle, as legendary tales foretold, lasted for a full 10 days and nights. Moro admired these 2. Do they truly not require sustenance? If it were him, even if not hungry, he would take a moment to find something to eat. It is no wonder they are referred to as the monsters of the Marine headquarters. The clash of ice and magma erupted, generating a cloud of steam. Moro and his companions sensed the battle had ended and swiftly made their way toward the island. The icy terrain and fiery magma seemed to belong to 2 disparate worlds. The confrontation between Kuzan and Sakazuki had irrevocably altered the climate of the island, transforming it into Ice-Fire Island. At the boundary where steam continuously billowed, Kazan lay sprawled on the ground, one leg annihilated by magma. Sakazuki stood amidst the molten rock, coldly observing the scene. Subsequently, Moro grasped a sphere of green light, intending to infuse Kazan with life force to heal his wounds. He gazed skyward at the misty heavens, gently shaking his hand, unwilling to accept Moro's life force for healing. Unsurprisingly, Kazan's character would never permit him to accept Moro's healing. The battle concluded. Sakazuki cast a glance at the severely injured Kazan, disregarding his own wounds, before turning to leave. These 2 were indeed too obedient, after so many years as colleagues. Had they formed no bond at all? Their starkly contrasting notions of justice led them on divergent paths, inevitably heading towards different destinies. Moro, however, gazed meaningfully at Kazan and the receding figure of Sakazuki. Their conflict was far from a simple fight to the death. It also determined the future harvests of a new world. With the battle concluded, Moro commanded, "Let us return to the headquarters." He directed the elite commanders to advance swiftly. This brutal conflict had come to an end, yet the two admirals of the Marine headquarters, historically at odds, commenced their own strategic maneuvers. 3 days later, upon returning to Kizikishui Island, Moro received word from the headquarters. Sakazuki had officially ascended to the position of the new Marine admiral. On the same day, a shocking announcement reverberated throughout the new world. Kazan, the highest combatant of the Marines, had resigned and departed from the organization. An era had truly opened a new chapter. In the morning, at a small tavern, Moro nibbled on a pineapple bacon sandwich while perusing the newspaper, as was his custom. Tautu was already indulging in tea with rice early in the morning. Virgo entered the tavern holding a hamburger, accompanied by a mission freshly dispatched from the headquarters. As a former commander of the G5 base, he held considerable prestige in the eyes of the Marines in the New World, now dutifully serving as an aide. After all, for Don Quixote da Flamingo, Virgo's proximity to Moro yielded greater benefits, even allowing him to share intelligence and earn extra income from CP0. General Moro, the headquarters has issued orders for you to set sail and obstruct any unnecessary troubles during the relocation of the headquarters. Relocation of the headquarters? Moro had anticipated this. With Sakazuki newly appointed, he was determined to move the headquarters from the Grand Line's Marine Ford to the former G1 branch in the New World. To his surprise, Sakazuki wanted him to thwart any inconveniences along the way. "Understood. I will gather my belongings and be on my way," Moro replied, standing up and exchanging a glance with Tao, too, before exiting the tavern. He ventured into the forest of Kizikishui Island, calmly pausing at the water's edge. There stood a large penguin, alongside a languid man leaning against a wall. This man was none other than the former Admiral Kazan, who had departed from the Marines. "I knew you would come," Kazan remarked, adjusting his sunglasses as Moro tossed him a bottle of liquor. "Where you go next?" Moro seated himself cross-legged by the shore, gazing out at the shimmering sea. Their encounters had been few, yet their dedication to justice resonated closely. Following his own heart, he had come merely to offer a trivial assistance before his departure. Kazan took a sip of brandy, stating, "Before I leave, I have already selected 2 individuals to fill the vacancy of the Shichibukai. They are likely to be made public in the near future. I have come here to entrust you with a matter. You just said you'd assist me. How has it turned into a burden?" Moro shrugged in resignation. Kazan did not retort, but simply addressed his junior disciple, with whom he had little connection. "Do you know about the non-execution of admirals? Black Arm Zephyr, who forged the golden generation of the Marines, has nearly all the powerful Marines whose names can be called out as his disciples. The candidates you mentioned for the new Shichibukai are likely to be Whitebeard's second and the Clown Buggy. The latter is inconsequential, but once the former is made public, it will unleash Zephyr's despair like a runaway horse." Moro was unwilling to squander time. Kazan was taken aback by Moro's knowledge of so many historical events from the bygone era. According to reason, at such a tender age, Maluo should be utterly ignorant of the bygone era. However, his prior training under Kapu elucidates everything. He is indeed my mentor, and should the worst come to pass, it is highly likely that teacher Zifa would take the risk of departing from the Navy, just as I have. I hope you can intervene at that moment to prevent him. Qingzhue gazed at Maluo, finding it hard to fathom that a former admiral would entrust a task to an elite rear admiral of the present. The mission entailed stopping the betrayal of a former admiral. Is this even reasonable? Without further ado, I shall take my leave. Qingzhue rose, nonchalantly vying with the great penguin for a slippery path of ice across the sea, preparing to depart. Yet, upon reaching the shore, he paused, not turning back, and remarked, "Your subordinates have connections to CP0 and the warlords of the sea. Currently, lacking evidence, we cannot take action, but it is wise to remain cautious." "Understood. Regarding Weirge and Duafulangming, I am aware, Senior Brother Qingzhue. I shall extend my greetings once I ascend to the position of the new Admiral of the Navy." Maluo waved his hand, leaving Qingzhue momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this junior brother possessed such extensive knowledge of secrets, many of which were typically reserved for those of admiral rank. As for Weirge and CP0, these matters, while traceable, lack concrete evidence. Everyone maintained a facade of tacit understanding. For the warlords of the sea were a card in the Navy's hand that could not yet be played openly. While you may accommodate a grain of sand in your eye, for the time being. I find it difficult to be so magnanimous. Maluo bid farewell to Qingzhui. What does the absence of evidence matter? As long as he possesses strength, he dares to confront anyone. If he cannot defeat them, he will at least throw a few punches, seizing any opportunity to take down Wei and, in turn, uproot Duofulaming's influence. Since Duofulaming and CP0 conspired to place this thorn in his side, he would be more than willing to engage in a fierce contest. Half a year later, Maluo was responsible for safeguarding the waters surrounding Pongdao, Leishandao, Qizhi Dao, and Delaisaluosa. He had dealt with dozens of reckless pirate crews passing through. With his and Teorabit's presence, along with Wei, the new Navy branch had truly established a firm foothold. The impregnable defense base, alongside the transformed Marines, protected the island. The local populace experienced significant improvements in their lives, often presenting Maluo with oranges. During these 6 months, Maluo dedicated himself to training, having developed the abilities of the Shengxing fruit to their utmost potential while diligently mastering hockey. However, upon concluding his seclusion, Maluo found himself increasingly bored. He longed to capture evidence against Wei and eradicate the Don Quixote family of Duofulaming. Yet, Wei was relentlessly seeking traces of Maluo. Helpless, Maluo could only immerse himself in training, frequently practicing swordsmanship and marksmanship to instruct the Marines. However, while proficient, these skills paled in comparison to his prowess in hand-to-hand combat. This monotonous existence persisted, amplifying his ennui exponentially. During this time, astonishing news arrived in succession. First, Whitebeard II and the Clown Buggy became the new warlords of the sea. Following closely was an even more astounding announcement. To compensate for the absence of 2 admirals, the Navy would initiate a worldwide conscription, seeking to select 2 new admirals based solely on strength, regardless of age or past credentials. Soon enough, Qizhi Dao erupted in celebration, for both Maluo and Teorabit had each secured place. Their performances in the battle at Leishandao, with one holding off Katakuri and the other perfectly suppressing Smoker, naturally warranted their recognition. Only Maluo was aware that 6 months prior, Teorabit's strength mirrored his own, and in the absence of intervention, both could defeat formidable pirates beneath the 4 emperors. However, engaging in direct combat with the 4 emperors, akin to an admiral, was still beyond their reach. This reflected the strength of a candidate admiral, able to defeat a vice-admiral under full exertion, yet still distant from the true might of an admiral. Throughout the past 6 months, Maluo remained oblivious to how much he had grown stronger, continuously merging his will with the powers of the Devil Fruit and Conqueror's Haki. Only a true powerhouse could unearth the potential that now lay within Maluo. The following day, the warship set sail from the coast. Maluo and Teorabit departed, leaving Wei behind to oversee the training of the Marines. In the eyes of the Marines and the Islanders, Wei had a good reputation, suggesting he was adept at playing the role of an undercover operative. Thus, as long as the facade remained intact, Maluo harbored no concerns regarding any threats to the base. At sea, Maluo reclined on a lounge chair, savoring grilled rice crackers and sipping chilled cola, reveling in the comfort of being at sea again. Finally, he could truly set sail. How pleasant. What were those previous tasks about? Escorting an admiral back to headquarters and safeguarding the establishment of the new headquarters. What a headache. As he mused, Teorabit tossed a fresh newspaper onto his face. Zifa has departed. Teorabit appeared somewhat disheartened, as Zifa held considerable respect in her eyes. Maluo, having anticipated this, picked up the newspaper, feigning ignorance. Boldly emblazoned on the front page was, "The path of justice ends. Former Admiral, Black Arm Zifa departs." As expected, once again, Morgan had unearthed a hot topic. Maluo gathered the newspaper and stood up, downing the ice-cold cola in one go. No matter how the world changes, this new admiral is destined to be him. Suddenly, Marines rushed from the deck to the cabin, reporting to Maluo, "Rear Admiral Maluo, a giant walking elephant has appeared ahead. Should we take a detour? There is no rush. We shall decide once we disembark." Maluo exited the cabin, raising his gaze to behold the majestic elephant ahead. It was a remarkable encounter to come across such a creature traversing the sea. How extraordinary! How many years has such a being existed? Teorabit marveled at the wonders of nature. Maluo had ordered the Marines to dock and begin boarding the elephants back. This was the realm of the Fur tribe. As masters of static electricity attacks and the Moon Lion, the Fur tribe was formidable in combat. Maluo had no ulterior motives, since the world conscription had yet to commence. He intended to explore this place thoroughly. Before Taoju arrived from past, he must take the opportunity to roam around. Is this truly the legendary fur tribe? The more observant Marines gazed around in astonishment. Such beings seldom frequented the seas. There had been a pirate from the fur tribe, rumored to have vanished after losing his vitality to Big Mom and Wayno. Taya Rabbit likely referred to Pedro. According to the timeline, he should have perished in Wayno a year and a half later after the Straw Hat set sail. The streets were filled with the cheerful smiles of the fur tribe, with various adorable animals abounding. Are you humans from overseas? We, the Fur Kingdom, do not welcome you. It was daytime, the domain of Duke Inuarashi, the king of the day. He brandished a long sword, donned in armor, with his musketeers poised at the ready behind him. Regarding the furry tribe, Moro possesses a confidence to confront them, even to subdue them entirely. However, every member of the furry tribe, even a child, is proficient in basic combat skills, and for millennia, they have kept their enigmatic veil intact from humanity. Except for Roger and his companions, they rarely open their hearts to humans and often harbor hostility. Allowing his subordinates to engage in battle with them, the outcome remains uncertain. Inulan appears quite courteous. He simply does not wish unfamiliar humans to set foot on Zo Island, rather than being intent on combat. Nonetheless, over the years, there have been those who sought to exploit the furry tribe, as a single member of this tribe commands a minimum starting price of 700,000 berries at the slave auction. Due to their formidable combat prowess, many powerful individuals aspire to claim them. In such circumstances, how could Inulan permit Moro and his party to intrude? Duke Inulan, I come seeking your assistance in the near future to defeat Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido of the Beasts? Inulan, having previously served as an intern with the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates, quickly discerned Moro's identity as a Marine, recognizing the emblem of an elite vice admiral on her shoulder alongside Peach Rabbit. How could someone of such strength and status arrive at the furry kingdom of Zo to invite them to confront Kaido? There remains a bit of time before the prophecy is fulfilled. You should be able to see the newspapers and are aware of the current changes in the seas. I wish to invite you to join me in the campaign against Kaido. Against Kaido? Upon hearing this declaration, not only Inulan, but even Peach Rabbit stood in astonishment. Moro had remained silent throughout her journey, only discreetly altering the ship's course a few times. Was this the true purpose of her actions? This individual, yet to participate in the world conscription, already dreams of toppling one of the four emperors? Over the years, aside from Whitebeard's demise in the Paramount War, no one has dared to utter such words. Are you joking, Vice Admiral Moro? I have heard of your exploits at sea. After all, we can see the newspapers. However, Kaido of the Beasts is one of the four emperors. Inulan felt compelled to exercise caution, but refrained from outright rejection. The furry tribe is aware that red-haired Shanks is one of the four emperors and is privy to various significant events, as they differ from the common folk of Wayno country and are able to read newspapers. Naturally, they are acquainted with Moro's deeds. If it is the fervor of youth seeking to challenge the four emperors, that would be no issue. Yet, if it is merely a solitary attempt to mock the furry tribe, they must consider expelling her with force. For emperors, I am a rear admiral. Soon, I shall be promoted to a new admiral at headquarters, and then I will uproot Kaido's pawns one by one until I reach Wayno to confront Kaido. The words confront Kaido echoed once more in Inulan's ears, and his gaze towards Moro transformed from skepticism to intrigue. Vice Admiral Moro, please allow us to host a banquet in your honor. There's no need. We must continue our journey. I am here solely for an invitation. Moro accepted a fruit offered by the furry tribe and took a bite, casting her gaze upon the beautiful and peaceful furry kingdom before turning to depart. Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom are both adversaries she intends to confront. Now, aside from red-haired Shanks, who among them is not steeped in infamy? As for Blackbeard, his pirate crew grows increasingly powerful, with his influence expanding rapidly, though 3 captains under him have already fallen to Moro's hand. The clash with the black and white pirates is yet to come. Before that, Moro must strengthen her own wings until she can soar through the skies on her own merit. The furry tribe is merely her first ally. There will be more forces to come. I await the day you become an admiral. Inulan is taking a gamble. The 20-year prophecy of the Red Scabbards has yet to materialize, but he will not let this opportunity slip away. I shall be waiting for you in Wayno. Moro waved her hand and leapt into the sea. 2 days later, as warships docked at the Marine G1 branch beneath the Red Soil continent, the new Marine headquarters, Numerous figures appeared here. They're vying for the position of Marine Admiral. Moro, Peach Rabbit, Chavo, Fujitora, and Green Bull are set to unveil the terrifying depth of the Marines to the new world. Esteemed guests, you have arrived from all corners of the world. Aside from a portion directly selected by the headquarters, most have endured numerous fierce battles and selections across the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. Please take a night to rest. Tomorrow morning, we shall proceed to a vast deserted island nearby to compete for the new Marine Headquarters Admirals, with only 2 slots available. The ever-enthusiastic conference leader, brand new, announced this news. Many gazes turned towards him. As soon as he finished speaking, Akainu and Kizuru emerged from the high platform. Standing before the crowd, Moro quickly spotted the notably low-profile Fujitora, alongside the proudly confident Kizuru. At dinner, Moro consumed 18 plates of roasted meat, 7 servings of pasta, 10 plates of seafood fried rice, and 9 enormous lobsters, devouring all the food in a whirlwind, much to the astonishment of those around her. She understood that after a period of tranquil cultivation on Orange Soda Island, she needed to prove her strength through battle. The following day, Moro washed the dishes alone in the cafeteria before heading to the port. On the Marine warship, over 100 powerful individuals gathered, having been conscripted from the world. Akainu stood at the bow, heading towards the deserted island. This event had drawn countless eyes from the New World. After all, the defection of Akiji had left the headquarters without its highest combat power, making many pirates secretly amused. If 2 new admirals could truly be selected this time, it would be a genuine reflection of public support and would help silence all malicious gossip amid the storm. On the deck, various ambitious Marine warriors eyed each other. Every individual here could potentially become their enemy. Among them were strong figures from various branches, elite vice admirals from headquarters, and even powerful individuals who had undergone rigorous selection from around the world. Except for a few like Moro, who were directly recommended by Sengoku and Garp. Most were already well known. At the stern, the atmosphere was considerably quieter, with only Moro and Kizuru present. It has been half a year since we last met. You have almost vanished from the seas, Moro. Kizaru casually sipped his morning tea, appearing quite relaxed. Fortunately, I have been growing stronger at an astonishing rate, requiring time for refinement. It has been over half a year since the Paramount War, and countless monsters have risen in the seas. Monsters? Are you not one yourself? Kizuru glanced at Moro, who was drinking coconut juice, completely devoid of any tension regarding the impending battle. The 2 sat on deck chairs, calmly gazing ahead. For half a year, Moro had diligently cultivated, pushing her abilities to their utmost limits. In the tranquil isolation of Juzi, Chishui Island, many have nearly forgotten the remarkable achievements of its past. Almost single-handedly, he instigated a war against the entire pirate crew of the 4 Emperors' Big Mom. Presently, the most prominent figure, Blackbeard, has witnessed 3 of his captains perish at the hands of Molo. It can be stated that he has already stirred the very foundation of the New World. Little monster, how confident are you? Huang Yuan casually inquired, as if engaged in a mundane conversation. What is the highest percentage? Molo countered. Naturally, it is 100%. Huang Yuan realized that Molo was far more adept at playing riddles than he had anticipated. Then I'm undoubtedly at 100%. Molo finished his coconut juice, and, weary, let out a yawn before drifting off to sleep. This scene left Huang Yuan momentarily stunned. He could hardly believe Molo could sleep so soundly at such a time. Unbeknownst to him, the chair Molo reclined upon seemed to blink, and then quickly shut its eyes, appearing almost animated and endearing, as if imbued with a spirit of its own. Hundreds of nautical miles away from the Red Land, on a vast deserted island, a volcano continuously spewed forth molten lava. Although many primitive trees stood tall, no creature dared to inhabit the vicinity. It is said that these trees are peculiar, capable of sprouting overnight. They are consumed by flames with each volcanic eruption. Dubbed rock trees, these strange specimens bear no fruit, only glowing leaves that resemble flickering flames upon closer inspection. A warship docked at this location, and immediately, a temperamental individual leapt onto the shore, only to discover his shoes igniting upon landing. The ground here was seething with geothermal heat, the temperature exceedingly high. It's scorching. This intensity required the use of haki to endure. Land ho! With a command from Akainu, all personnel disembarked. This group of over 100 individuals comprised elite vice admirals, a number that typically would not exceed a dozen at headquarters. Had it not been for the worldwide conscription, the Navy would not have realized the depth of their resources. It is no wonder they harbored thoughts of selecting new admirals. Originally, Only a handful of elite vice admirals and base commanders from various branches had qualified for the rank of admiral. Now, with so many powerful individuals recruited, it was certain that one or two would emerge as contenders. Moreover, the headquarters was well aware of the strength of those they were selecting. Fujitora, Green Bull Molo, Peach Rabbit, and Chahuan were recognized as the 5 candidates with the highest potential. However, only 2 slots were available, and their true strength could only be assessed through this battle. From the outset, we shall await you at the volcano's mouth. I trust you comprehend the significance of this. Akainu stated, turning his back as he strode toward the volcano. Huang Yuan followed suit. This battle would be broadcast live via Din Din Mushi to the Navy's various branches. Headquarters and Mariehua, all were urged to remain vigilant. With that, as Akainu and Huang Yuan moved, figures began to infiltrate the forest from all directions. Racing toward the volcano's mouth, everyone understood that only 2 places remained. The first to arrive at the volcano would undoubtedly become the new admiral. Suddenly, someone touched a rock tree, which swiftly ignited, transforming into a flame before vanishing. It seemed that these rocks could be extinguished with merely a slight force, leading to increasing gaps within the forest, with pillars of fire erupting intermittently. "Where's that guy?" Peach Rabbit queried as she navigated through the rock tree forest, having already thwarted several assailants. "Long time no see, the beautiful Ms. Peach Rabbit. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chahuan. This rare moment presents the perfect opportunity for my confession." Chahuan emerged from the forest, exuding an air of nonchalance. To him, it appeared that battle was merely a sideline, with his true intention being to profess his feelings to Peach Rabbit. "Impossible. I shall never agree to your proposal. There are some tricky fellows around. Do not let your guard down," Peach Rabbit retorted. "Are you concerned for me?" Chahuan chuckled joyfully. "Not at all." Peach Rabbit shot him a glance before continuing on her way. This fellow seemed perpetually intent on confessing, appearing quite devoted, yet in reality, whenever he found a moment of leisure, he frequented taverns, often surrounded by beautiful women. There was no way Peach Rabbit would entertain his advances. "Wait, has Fujitora already engaged in battle? That doesn't seem characteristic of him," Chahuan observed, glancing toward the distant skirmish, where a meteor descended from the heavens. Further away, intertwining vines ensnared over a dozen powerful adversaries attempting to take their lives. Had this not been an internal Navy contest, many would have already perished. "What about Molo?" Peach Rabbit cast a glance at the hasty Chahuan departing. Regrettably, this individual, who held immense renown among the populace, was always quick to arrive and just as swift to depart. In contrast, Molo, this eccentric being, often vanished at critical moments. Today was the selection for the Navy's admirals. The conflict had not even truly commenced. It was merely the first round of eliminations, yet Molo had disappeared. At that moment, at the rear of the warship, the sailors intended to awaken Molo, but everything surrounding him, be it the sunshade, the lounge chair, the small table, or even the empty coconut shell, seemed to blink its eyes, vigilantly observing them, as if keeping watch for Molo. Such characteristics of the fruit had been entirely absent 6 months prior. Molo had not actively utilized the Shengshang fruit, nor had he imbued the surrounding objects with life. Merely through the aura he exuded while resting, life essence permeated the surroundings. "Major Molo, the battle has commenced," a respectful Navy captain announced. Molo stretched, rubbed his eyes, and finally rose. With a single breath, all life-infused entities around him fell into silence. The sailors secretly marveled at the spectacle. "Has the battle begun? Uncle Huang Yuan truly possesses good character, noticing my slumber and refraining from disturbing me." Molo yawned, expressed gratitude to the sailors, donned his cloak, and leaped from the ship. A sweeping glance revealed chaos all around. Initially, those with merely a bit more haki would be eliminated. Soon, only familiar faces remained. Ultimately, only a dozen or so individuals would persist, all of whom were the creme de la creme among vice admirals, including Peach Rabbit and Fujitora. They had now entered the second round of battle eliminations. Once this round concluded, they would advance to the third, where only a scant few would remain. The victors would have to defeat several elite vice admirals single-handedly. Only then would they reach the semifinals. The victor would be named admiral, while the defeated would become reserve admirals. Even in defeat, they would prove capable of suppressing multiple elite vice admirals. Molo, however, remained indifferent to the battles unfolding ahead. He had not engaged in combat for quite some time and was eager to stretch his limbs. If he were to fight, it must be a grand affair. The title of admiral held little significance for him. What mattered most was the opportunity to spar with Chawan, Fujitora, and Green Bull, to test the fruits of his arduous training over the past 6 months. As for Tao 2, a casual strike will suffice. After all, we are old acquaintances, and it would be excessive to go too far. With a thunderous sound, the sword aura sliced through the air beside him, forcing Guizhiju to cease his actions. The trio struggled to suppress Cha Tun, each of them overwhelmed. Prior to this, the elite generals had already vanquished their foes one by one on the battlefield, leaving only 1/5 remaining, approximately 20 individuals. In such circumstances, even the combined efforts of Guizhiju, Dauk Bowman, and Stolo Belly failed to subdue Cha Tun, who instead dominated them. The battles in other arenas were equally intense. Fujitora chuckled. Green Bull, Cha Tun, and Tao 2 exhibited an overwhelming prowess against the elite generals. We have lost. It seems that only these 4 monsters will ascend to the summit. Dauk Bowman sheathed his sword, while Stolo Belly, wielding dual blades, smiled. Moru has yet to make his appearance. The dragon-slaying Moru had been surprisingly subdued of late, since the tumultuous events during the battle at Ice Fire Island. He had fallen into a deep silence, almost vanishing from the new world for the past 6 months. The bounties placed upon him by the Dark World had been raised repeatedly. Speaking of Moru lifted Guizhiju's spirits considerably. Moru had obliterated a star of the Big Mom Pirates, 2 ministers, 3 captains of the Blackbeard Pirates, and 3 Emperor-level figures from the Dark World. Not to mention sinking the Golden City, created by the Golden Emperor Tezelo, to the ocean's depths. With each skirmish in the New World, pirates loathed him to the core, often taking detours to avoid him. The Navy, however, held him in high regard, placing great expectations on this young man. Gentlemen, the battle is far from over. I believe I have not arrived too late. Moru casually greeted Guizhiju and the others. Upon his entrance, their gazes sharpened. Over the span of 6 months, Moru's stature had notably increased. Once just over 2 meters, he now towered at over 3 meters, a true giant akin to a Marine headquarters admiral. Those present were no mere monsters. Aside from Tao 2, none would show mercy. Neither would I. Moru glanced at the volcano. Atop the peak, Akainu and Kizaru had long awaited. The branches of the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World's various branches were all keenly observing the events unfolding. As for the 5 elders in Mariewa, Moru believed it best not to draw their attention. Someone was approaching. It was none other than the legendary killer of the supernovas. Behind Green Bull blossomed a rapidly spinning flower, soaring towards the mountain summit. Why can't this old man see through his mindset? Fujitora stood on a rock, suspended in midair. Has Moru arrived? This lad is about to steal Tao 2's heart. Cha Tun appeared calm, yet his speed was remarkable. This fellow truly is lazy, only showing up after we have dealt with our opponents. Tao 2 understood Moru well. He preferred to avoid unnecessary actions. On Orange Soda Island, he engaged in 3 pursuits daily: his own cultivation, training with the Marines, and indulging in copious feasts. Occasionally, he expressed interest in Vegapunk's experimental research, often inquiring when gaming consoles would be mass-produced, as he envisioned opening a tavern, a comic shop, and a gaming company. In truth, Tao 2 comprehended little of Moru's elaborate musings. Ah, what splendid weather, bathed in glorious sunshine. Moru did not fly nor rush, but leisurely made his way towards the summit. At this moment, the defeated marine powerhouses at the foot and halfway up the mountain observed the situation atop the peak. They knew they were about to witness the most thrilling battle, though they remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. Soon, the first 4 had already reached the volcano's rim, yet they continued to watch Moru ascend the mountain. Let that fellow hurry up. This is the selection for Headquarters Admiral, not a leisurely stroll. Akainu was nearly dizzy with frustration. Allow me to assist him. Green Bull, upon hearing Sakazuki speak, felt a surge of excitement. Vines materialized, swiftly morphing into a gigantic serpent from the mountainside, aiming to devour Moru in one gulp. What are you doing? A welcoming ceremony? Moru nonchalantly waved his hand, causing the surrounding rocks to transform into a colossal bear, which captured the vine serpent and tore it to shreds in mere moments. Damn it, I must seize this fellow's nutrients. Green Bull fumed. He had intended to showcase his abilities before Akainu, having heard tales of Moru's decisiveness and absolute justice. Regarded as a promising talent by both the old-school Sengoku and the new-school Akainu and Kizaru, yet adhering to his own absolute justice, how could he tolerate Moru's existence? This would undermine his standing in Akainu's eyes. In truth, Moru had always adhered to his own sense of justice. His supreme justice dictated that he decisively eliminate the most vile of foes, leading outsiders to mistakenly perceive him as an embodiment of absolute justice. Green Bull advanced, sprouting green seedlings beneath his feet as the plants grew rapidly. As Moru approached the summit, stone bears, volcanic ash wolves, and tyrannosaurs emerged in his wake. Boy, do you know what the nature type is? That is me, the nature type Mori Mori no Mi. Any plant or root buried deep underground can be resurrected through my means. What right do you have to covet the title of admiral in my presence? Jealous. Green Bull's admiration for the idol Akainu fueled his extreme jealousy towards Moru. This potential threat. Is the nature type invincible? Even Akiji has vanished. Moru looked up. Behind him a multitude of life forms coalesced into beasts. Forbidden Forest. Without hesitation, Green Bull transformed into a towering tree, and simultaneously, countless plants sprang forth around him. He clenched his fists, rivaling giants, and, in an instant, covered the volcano's rim and the mountainside with his vegetation. I am a forest dweller. In this world, if the sea, sky, and earth are equal in measure, then my forest represents nature. My strength and life are boundless. Before long, you too shall become my nourishment. Green Bull's laughter struck Moru as quite endearing. With a mere flick of his finger, the life forms surged into action, invading the forest to tear trees asunder. He stepped into the woodland, exuding an air of confidence. What does the future admiral amount to? From today onward, he shall be the headquarters admiral. This position is firmly his. Celestial dragons? Don't think of summoning the admirals in times of danger. Beware the pirates who may not spare you, for Moru may well send you to your end. This fellow is too arrogant. Cha Tun chuckled helplessly. He generally had a good temperament, but when Moru was mentioned, he might display some displeasure stemming from Tao Tuesday. Yet, in the face of peril, he would undoubtedly give his all. It was unexpected that Moru would choose to challenge Green Bull, who had taken an immediate dislike to Moru. In this scenario, he could only offer no assistance. It appears that the three of us shall need to contend for supremacy. Fujitora gripped his sword, smiling. How can we fight? We have known each other for many years. Cha Tun was well acquainted with every move Fujitora made, and vice versa. Before he could act, it was evident that the situation was far from simple. Tao Tu had not been idle during these 6 months. His strength had significantly increased. Merely sensing the presence of Moro, it is evident that he continues to conceal his true prowess. Strangely enough, she has not witnessed Moro truly unleash his strength in the past 6 months. The extent of his hidden abilities remains an enigma. It seemed that Fujitora has caught on to something. In the next moment, Shibutten decisively draws his sword. You indeed count me among your opponents. There is no surprise for Mamatatsu. He understands that Moro, diligently honing his skills, must be seeking an opportunity to validate his strength. During the battle on Raijin Island 6 months ago, Moro had matched Katakuri's power, subsequently gaining an advantage in endurance. However, at that time, Mamatatsu had already subdued Smoker. Given these circumstances, how could Moro overlook the fact that Mamatatsu's strength was merely the tip of the iceberg? At this moment, a fierce battle intent radiates from him, affecting the resolve of everyone present. This is precisely why Fujitora, Shibutten, and Mamatatsu swiftly draw their blades. Even Green Bull is taken aback. He initially anticipated a one-on-one confrontation with Moro, but to his astonishment, Moro's battle intent envelopes the entire arena, challenging all 4 of them. Even more astonishingly, Moro's life forms possess tremendous destructive capability, having dismantled an area with his bare hands. These creatures seem nearly immortal. Green Bull can obliterate them in one moment, only for them to reconstitute into new life forms in the next. Previously, he had boasted of possessing a vitality akin to that of nature itself. Yet, Moro's life forms exhibit a resilience comparable to that of the undead, continuously rising only to be destroyed by Green Bull again and again. Everyone, let us strike together. I wish to ascertain my own strength, Moro declares, intentionally glancing back at Mamatatsu. Unleash your full power. Otherwise, I might mistakenly consider myself formidable. Understood, Mamatatsu responds. Drawing his sword, enveloping the blade in armament haki, his gaze fixed resolutely on Moro. For so long, she has yearned for a confrontation with Moro to gauge his true strength. With a swift motion, the blade glimmers, cutting through the obstructing forest as her steps quicken. Truly formidable. How bold of you to exhibit such arrogance at such a young age. You must possess considerable strength, Shibutten remarks with a smile. finding it commendable to engage in battle with Moro. This youth, after carving out a niche in the New World, has chosen to retreat into diligent training, honing his abilities to their utmost potential. This speaks volumes of his resilient spirit, not one to achieve success in a single leap. Furthermore, having known Fujitora for so many years, should they engage in battle, it would be devoid of any elaborate schemes. It would merely involve him fighting fiercely while charging forward, and Fujitora employing pressure and meteor strikes to hold his ground. Ultimately, it would come down to a contest of swords. If he chooses Moro, the conflict would be simplified. After all, they are not familiar with each other, and fighting is the only option. Moro, a name long revered. Fujitora, perched on a floating rock, promptly draws his sword. A colossal meteor descends from the clouds, streaking across the sky, engulfed in flames and exuding intense heat. Utilizing the shockwave and searing temperature of the meteor, Fujitora unleashes a weighty pressure. In such circumstances, Moro must withstand not only the immense pressure, but also slice through the meteor, significantly amplifying the challenge. Damn it, fire! Fujitora, what are you doing? Green Bull thinks to himself, realizing this is merely inviting trouble. In this situation, hurling a meteor would incinerate his forest on the spot. I beg your pardon. I truly could not refrain from acting. Fujitora apologizes, just as flames begin to engulf everything. As Moro feels the weighty pressure, he slowly raises his gaze. He does not strike, but remains steadfastly in place, a layer of armament haki swirling around his form, resembling a faint crimson glow. Boom! The meteor crashes down, shattering not Moro's head, but itself. It splinters into countless pieces, while Moro stands unscathed in the crater, the ground beneath his feet remaining intact. With a resounding rumble, the emergence of the crater causes a breach in the volcano's side, from which torrents of magma surge forth. Coupled with the previously unleashed shockwave, the breach widens further. The magma swiftly engulfs the area, racing toward the mountain's base. I shall not allow you to have your way, insolent brat. Green Bull bellows, suddenly appearing on the nearby ground. The wild shepherd has transformed the desolate island into a nurturing ground for towering trees, turning the land outside the volcano into his domain. It seems it's time for some fireworks. Though I cannot see, I can still contribute to the excitement, Fujitora declares, drawing his blade, and 3 meteors veer away from Moro, instead hurtling toward the volcano. This time, they travel faster, with an even more potent shockwave. Ah, you truly provoke me to unleash my full strength, Shibutin remarks, appearing unfazed, seemingly accustomed to grand spectacles. Yet, in an instant he becomes alarmed. Mamatatsu, do not engage that youth. We must retreat. The volcano is about to erupt. Boom! The 3 meteors plunge into the volcano, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion alongside Fujitora's heavy pressure. The overwhelming force proves too much for the volcano, which can no longer withstand it and erupts violently. Kizaru hovers in the sky, coldly observing these formidable beings. Akainu stands undaunted within the magma, calmly watching the chaos unfold. With a swift motion, Mamatatsu, fully aware of the danger, charges toward Moro with her sword drawn. As their blades collide, Moro swiftly counters with a punch, the two appearing evenly matched in a fleeting moment. Yet beneath Moro's feet, a rocky pedestal rises, while the magma, flowing below, morphs into molten tigers, racing toward the forest. You have indeed grown significantly stronger, Mamatatsu acknowledges, noting the advanced armament haki enveloping her sword. With such mastery of haki and rich combat experience, it is no wonder she stands as a candidate for the position of admiral. Thankfully, your speed and agility remain as formidable as ever. Moro recognizes that Mamatatsu embodies both swiftness and strength, her speed and leaping ability remarkable. My fists are formidable, Moro asserts, his aura surging as 4 figures converge on him from different directions. To be besieged by these 4 future naval powerhouses on this desolate island speaks volumes of Moro's formidable strength. If you dare harm Mamatatsu, I will not let this matter rest. Shibutin slashes from the side. Moro's fists clash with those of Mamatatsu and Shibutin. His eyes blaze with a fiery red light, keenly discerning the differing hues of their emotions. If Mamatatsu's emotion radiates a pure pink, reflective of her unwavering sense of justice, then Shibutin's is a gentle, earthy tone, symbolizing the esteem he earns among the common folk. However, no matter how fiercely they battle, the speed and agility of Mamatatsu and the strength and defense of Shibutin prove futile against Moro's superior armament haki and observation haki. If haki represents a qualitative transformation in personal power, then observation haki must be matched by corresponding speed. Otherwise, even with foresight of the future, one cannot thwart an opponent or evade their strikes. Moreover, armament haki must possess formidable strength to yield overwhelming power. Simultaneously, the ability to engage in prolonged combat and whether the imposing aura can withstand full force assaults is of paramount importance. Coincidentally, over the past 6 months, Molu has been tirelessly unearthing his potential, refining his three-colored haki, speed, strength, martial arts, and the powers of the devil fruit to their utmost limits. He possesses unwavering confidence. How swift! Tao Tu was astonished that Molu, who had been by her side day after day, had secretly grown so formidable. The alignment of speed with the emotional perception of Kin Bunchika haki signifies that Molu is capable of evading all incoming attacks and retaliating even faster than his adversaries. Remarkable. Is this sheer strength? Cha Tun was equally taken aback, realizing that Molu's power surpassed his own. He could dominate both Tao Tu and Cha Tun with his speed and strength. As he blocked sword techniques with his fists, he effortlessly sought out opportunities to counterattack. Truly, he lives up to the title of a future candidate for a fleet admiral. His prowess indeed transcends that of elite commanders, though he still has a way to go before reaching the ranks of an admiral. Molu's advantage is undeniably evident. Tao Tu leaped into the air, unleashing astounding speed, only to be struck down by Molu's fist from the heavens. Immediately following, Cha Tun appeared before him, launching a sword strike. Molu raised his arms in defense, as if merely scratching an itch. My defensive capabilities are as robust as my other attributes. You cannot gain the upper hand. His fists struck like meteors, each blow infused with tremendous strength, rendering Cha Tun incapable of withstanding them. Speed, strength, defense, and the enhancements of Busashoka haki and Kin Bunchika haki coalesced to suppress the candidate for admiral. And even in a 2-on-1 scenario, despite their combined efforts, they could not breach Molu's defenses. His monstrous physique, a product of the Shengxing fruit and his rigorous training, has endowed him with extraordinary capabilities. The Dragon Slayer is indeed formidable. Fujitora observed for a considerable time and finally seized an opportunity during a brief respite for Tao Tu and Cha Tun. He unleashed a sword strike. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. Molu executed a moon walk, vanishing from the air, only to reappear before this immense pressure, disregarding the winds and the slash. A faint blood-red Busashoka haki enveloped him once more. You are the embodiment of purple emotion, Fujitora chuckled. I sense all your feelings. A person cannot deceive their own heart. Thus I have seen through all your techniques. Hell Journey. With a powerful surge of pressure, Fujitora attempted to overwhelm Molu. This resembles a formidable form of pressure. I too possess a similar technique. Molu smiled at Fujitora, unleashing a ferocious conqueror's haki. In an instant, the trees conjured by Lun Nyo at the foot of the mountain were shattered by Molu's conqueror's haki. His conqueror's haki has reached a level that inflicts tangible physical damage. He stood before Fujitora unscathed, unaffected by the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Lun Nyo was equally astonished as he observed Molu. The legendary young general who wields conqueror's haki truly exists. Lun Nyo was astounded, for the likelihood of a marine possessing conqueror's haki is exceedingly low. From Molu's earlier display of power, it was clear he had never submitted to anyone. Even in the presence of the so-called monster, Fujitora, Lun Nyo still felt minimal pressure. Such a savage conqueror's haki rolls like a sea of blood, inducing a primal sense of suffocation. Despite Fujitora's terrifying demeanor, he remained unharmed as he swung his sword once more. Bang! Molu clashed with sword and fist. The two engaged in fierce combat, and soon the scene was filled with flashes of blades and swords. Fujitora's Kin Bunchika haki was exceptionally keen, enabling him to perceive the fluctuations of individuals' auras, akin to Molu's Kin Bunchika haki. However, Molu's perception extended beyond mere emotions and sentiments. He possessed an acute instinct for danger. Just as Katakuri can foresee the future, and Jesus Burgess can perceive even the slightest movements, Molu too has honed his unique path of perception. With this refined Kin Bunchika haki and his unparalleled speed, Molu moved seamlessly in battle. No matter how Fujitora wielded his sword, he could never genuinely strike Molu. Regardless of the relentless pressure exerted, the meteorites hurled, or the upheaval of the Earth's rocks, the two soared into the sky, and Molu remained unfazed. So powerful. Even so, Tao Tu and Cha Tun recognized the true disparity in strength between themselves and Fujitora. Fighting alongside Molu felt akin to Tao Tu and Cha Tun joining forces to combat him, preventing Molu from having the opportunity to engage others. Have you not yet unleashed your full strength? I am drenched in sweat. Fujitora chuckled, aware that Molu was a capable individual. Yet thus far, he had only utilized martial arts and haki. His devil fruit powers had not been employed. Under these circumstances, he was evenly matched against Fujitora's probing. Should he unleash his full potential, it is likely that Fujitora would not hold the upper hand either. I shall take a brief respite. Fujitora descended from the floating rocks in the sky. The desolate island lay ravaged by meteorite impacts, riddled with craters, and volcanic eruptions had incinerated the forests, releasing noxious gases and harmful substances throughout the island. Unleash the power of nature. Lunyo emerged, and his formidable plant life seemed to gradually conquer the high temperatures, once again enveloping the island. On one side of the island, a towering tree transformed into a humanoid form, clenching its fists. Molu, come and battle. Oh, Molu, suspended in midair, gaze at the colossal treant that was Lunyo. This is my verdant domain, unless you can obliterate the entire island, digging 3 feet into the earth. I shall have infinite rebirth as long as a single leaf or blade of grass remains. Lunyo proclaimed with pride, believing himself to be truly immortal. The former admirals of the Navy, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, were all users of Logia-type devil fruits, yet their powers pale in comparison to his. Akiji, bound by solid matter, must first employ Kinbunchika Haki to sense his surroundings and then transform his body to evade attacks. This resembles the peculiar nature of the Machi fruit. Kizaru, wielding light, possesses duality, allowing him to conceal himself within a portion of light. Even if his body is severed, as long as the concealed essence remains unharmed, he is fine. While effective, light remains confined. Akainu's magma flows appear impressive, and even if Kinbunchika Haki detects him, a Busashoku attack on the entity cannot deny that a stray drop of magma on the ground could well be his true form. This is why Akainu often manifests portions of his body as magma during combat. But Lunyo, his powers surpass theirs. The great tree can be consumed by flames, pierced by lasers, or encased in ice. However, his essence does not need to conceal itself within any tree, flower, or blade of grass. In any location on this island, as long as there exists a plant transformed by him, even a seedling buried deep within the earth can serve as an opportunity for his rebirth. This is also the reason why Lunyo, while walking, always seems to unintentionally have plants sprout at his feet. In other words, what appears to be a solid form similar to Qingji, albeit fraught with shortcomings, is in truth a formidable manifestation of nature. Furthermore, the sun fruit itself endows Lunyo with extraordinary vitality, granting him even greater strength. Thus, from a certain perspective, this island truly belongs to Lunyo. Any island, or even a warship, once his feet touch the ground, Lunyo can utilize his all-pervasive fruit abilities to secure a chance of survival. However, the opponent he encounters is none other than the extraordinarily resilient Morowa. When it comes to harboring life force, Morowa is equally adept. Your territory? Morowa chuckled, finding Lunyo, though rather foolish and dim-witted, adorably naive in this statement. Of course you are doomed. Lunyo clenched his fists, and soon, towering tree men, all resembling him, emerged around. Encircling Morowa, do you wish to strike me down with reckless punches? Morowa glanced around, observing that Lunyo had summoned giants even taller than ordinary giant clan members, intending to give him a thorough beating. Sen fin fung. Whoosh! The fists of the giant were particularly agile. Morowa stood his ground, deftly dodging the incoming blows, countering any that dared to challenge him. Your strength is lacking. Morowa's fists were powerful. To feign a semblance of courtesy, he summoned the life chain for the first time, entwining it into a colossal fist and striking out. Bang! The treeman's fist shattered in an instant, only to reassemble shortly thereafter. Is that Morowa's fruit ability? Fujitora watched this scene in astonishment, truly unexpected. Do you know? Morowa turned to Lunyo, his eyes gleaming with delight. I haven't had a hearty meal in ages, and your life force seems remarkably rich, just perfect for me. Is that so? I happen to desire you to become nourishment for the forest. Lunyo scoffed. His ability could also absorb life force to convert it into sustenance. This explains why he rarely requires food. Any life, whether flora or fauna, could become his nourishment. Very well, let us see who is faster. This time, Momo not only summoned a chain space beneath him, but also behind him. The life chain surged forth like a tide, sweeping across all directions. Lunyo transformed the plants within the forest into thorns and vines, directing them towards Morua's location in an attempt to cover everything. Take a good look. Whose domain is this? Lunyo laughed heartily, finding Morua to be a foolish joke. Is that so? Morua looked up at him, narrowing his eyes with a smile. You. Lunyo gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene. Suddenly, Morua's body rapidly disassembled into chains, engulfing the entirety of the visible area. Fruit awakening. Life domain. Possession. Indeed, under Morua's full power, the life force he seized had escalated to a new level of possession. This did not imply that he would take over another's body, with his soul residing within another's form. Rather, the speed at which he absorbed life force was so swift that it would leave only a lifeless husk in an instant, with Morua taking its place. This scene resembled a corpse being possessed by Morua. Fruit awakening. When Tao Tu heard this phrase, she was filled with surprise. Half a year ago, Morua had encountered numerous strong individuals with awakened fruits. Time and again, he had pushed his fruit abilities to their limits during battles. His journey had led to numerous transformations, bestowing and seizing life force, condensing life chains, and assembling chains. Faced with formidable foes, he had even contemplated going berserk, igniting his fruit abilities to their utmost. At this moment, all his training and experiences converged, allowing him to lightly declare the awakening of his fruit, alongside the advanced awakenings of armament haki and observation haki, enhancing his speed and strength to their peak, perfectly complementing Morua's prowess. He indeed possessed the capability to maneuver effortlessly in the presence of any formidable adversary. The deserted island was no longer the realm of Lunyo, but rather Morua's domain. Whoosh! Morua vanished, and the first colossal treeman rapidly withered. The life chains converged like flowing water, forming Morua's body. Go! Lunyo roared, the trees and thorns surging towards that location. Yet, Morua reappeared, replacing another colossal treeman. Time and again, he manifested right before their eyes, akin to a current, swiftly appearing and disappearing, seizing life force, causing trees to wither, until the life chains and trees on this island reached an equilibrium, each claiming half. Did Morua finally present himself in his domain? Looking around, he stood amidst a sea of electric-like life chains, coldly gazing at the unreachable Lunyo. You still possess some strength, but if you think you can defeat me with such trivial tactics, you are sorely mistaken. Lunyo mocked, using his fruit ability to blanket an island, relying solely on his speed and observation haki to evade attacks. What was so remarkable about that? He could achieve it too. However, Morua's abilities were far more intricate than he imagined. I have said, when my fruit awakens, this place is my domain. Morua and Lunyo locked eyes, and suddenly, the volcano erupted with a rumble. It was then that everyone noticed the absence of magma flowing from the volcano. Boom! A giant emerged abruptly from the volcano's mouth, its appearance strikingly akin to Morua's. The towering figure and boiling magma exuded an overwhelming presence. Akainu's expression was as if he had swallowed something unpleasant. He was the first to notice the change in the magma, yet he found himself at a loss for words regarding Morua's display. Lunyo, you are indeed unfortunate to encounter him. Indeed, the Sun-Sen fruit was quite overpowered, but Morua could not only drain life force but also bestow it. A natural type can only transform into one substance at most. But Morua? He is a walking natural type monster manufacturing machine. Swish! The magma giant grasped the volcano's edge with one hand, while the other emerged in kind. Lunyo gazed mournfully at the mountain top, witnessing the magma giant ascend, clearly the nemesis of his ability. While his power allowed him to be reborn in any plant, who knew how much magma Morua could control. Alas, I must humbly showcase my abilities. Morua gestured invitingly. The magma giant retrieved a fiery longsword from the volcano's mouth and strode down the mountain with great strides. Do you think this is child's play? How could such a thing possibly be effective against me? Lunyo erupted in fury, convinced that Malua was merely toying with him. I can fight back as well. Malua remained unperturbed. The life chains before him had already converged into a tidal wave, devouring all the vegetation in their path. The plants, upon encountering the life chains, could not serve as nourishment, for in comparison, the life chains themselves lack vitality. Rather, the life chains could continuously siphon vitality from the plants. In Malua's eyes, Lunyo was akin to a rather excellent battery. The magma giant swung its sword, forcing Lunyo to use his haki for defense. Seizing this opportunity, Malao reappeared at various positions, extracting vitality. Damn it, I have always treated others as nourishment. I never imagined there would come a day when I would be exploited. Lunyo's fury was palpable. He had been cornered to the last stand, and it was evident that he could not rely on his previous advantages to battle Malao. Slash! Infuriated to the extreme, Lunyo drew his long sword from his waist, enveloped in armed haki, and struck at the magma giant, cleaving it in two. Only haki matters. However, unexpectedly, the magma giant, unable to coalesce due to the armed haki, transformed into two smaller magma creatures, continuing their assault. Are you joking? Lunyo was enraged, feeling that Malao was entirely mocking him. This method cannot be used to attack the plants, nor can it serve as nourishment. It can only be countered with haki. Yet, upon shattering the magma creatures, they instantly transformed into even more numerous and smaller monsters. Do you think awakening the fruit merely makes it look more impressive? Malao held a tiny magma creature in his palm, happily playing. This thing posed no threat to Lunyo now, but had depleted a portion of his stamina. Lunyo slashed toward Malawa's chest, only to hear the sound of metal clashing. Malawa did not employ armed haki for defense. Chains? Lunyo turned in disbelief, only to see Malawa's chest morphing into a series of chains. The part he had exerted all his might to sever was merely chains breaking apart. As the life chains reformed and skin covered them once more, Malawa returned to his original state. Can a paramecia fruit awakening still possess the characteristics of a logia? Lunyo found it utterly unreasonable. There is nothing exaggerated about it, provided you use observation haki to find the true body, just as you would find mine, right? It's not difficult at all. Malawa shrugged, making Lunyo even more displeased. Their standoff seemed like a child's play, appearing utterly ridiculous to the onlookers. Only Lunyo understood the despair that had accumulated over the years. Damn it, if this move cannot eliminate you, then we shall have to gang up on you. Once you are dealt with, we will contest for the position of Marine Admiral. Lunyo's towering figure swiftly transformed into a tree. The forest, vast as the sea and sky. The trees grew like vines, their speed accelerating, soon reaching a height that obscured the sun. Malao, occupying half the island, appeared particularly insignificant in comparison. Yet, his gaze remained as calm as ever. In the sky, sitting on a floating rock, Fenhu sensed this scene and felt a tightening in his heart. He wanted to engage in a full-scale battle with Malao, as it would be unworthy to be defeated by Lunyo. This grand spectacle was truly intimidating. As Malao spoke, the island trembled, undergoing some special transformation. It took me a long time to understand why I could extract life from Big Mom's homies. One afternoon on Orange Soda Island, sipping on orange soda, I felt the essence of summer. Immersed in such a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere, I finally comprehended that life, apart from the shell, also requires a potion known as the soul. What are you saying, you damned fool? Lunyo, looking down from above, unleashed a move powerful enough to impose dominance over the entire island. Under the absolute scope of this attack, as long as strength and speed were sufficient, regardless of durability, it could inflict harm on anyone. Every individual's defense is limited. Grant life to all things. Bestow souls upon life. This is the awakening of my fruit. Malao was unprecedentedly serious, simultaneously unleashing an extraordinarily intense aura. His three-colored haki surged to its utmost limit. The power of the life fruit was also stimulated to its peak. Life unceasing, domain of souls. In that fleeting moment, Lunyo felt an illusion, as if he could hear the sound of water. The next moment, aside from the half of the island controlled by Malao, the entire volcano, including the magma, transformed into a series of life chains. What is this? Lunyo looked around, desperately augmenting his own power. Giant fists, enveloped in armed haki, rained down. It was as if half the island's trees and chains were converging into colossal fists for a clash. This scene was truly terrifying. What monster? In the waters surrounding the island, the elite generals watched this spectacle, breaking into cold sweats. The four emperors could annihilate a kingdom with their strength. Although these monsters before them had not reached such a gruesome level, they were still formidable. It seems it is time for me to take action. Fenhu drew his sword, realizing that if he did not carve out a territory of his own on the battlefield, the position of admiral would slip away. Boom! Boom! This time, countless meteors descended from the sky, attempting to forcibly seize 1/3 of the island. In such dire circumstances, Tongtu and Chatuan still fought their way through. With all their might, They were capable of suppressing the vice-admirals. How could they possibly be defeated before the future admiral had even made a true move? In this battle, only the victor could reap all the rewards. Malua laughed heartily, surveying his surroundings. He was about to unleash his full potential. Blades flashed and fists flew, and all worries seemed to become tedious and monotonous. Malua relished the battle. Only in such an environment could he forget everything. With the clash of enemies and strength, every moment spent in a desperate struggle. The concept of winner takes all, my young friend Malua, is indeed intriguing, and I find it rather delightful. Fenhu's sword slashed forth, and Malua blocked with both fists, counterattacking. In that instant, the entire island was enveloped by his life chains, even Lun Nyo's domain completely belonging to him, the overwhelming pressure inducing a sense of suffocation. Boom! Another fist struck out, and in the green sea of life, the battle of the five had become indistinguishable. Tong Tu and Cha Tuan gradually found themselves at a disadvantage before Malua, Fenhu, and Lun Nyo. Their strength was still incomparable. Until the very end, the two unwillingly appeared on either side of the island. The battle on the deserted island had lasted a full day and night. Tong Tu stood behind Malua, feeling utterly depleted, unable to lift her sword for combat. Cha Tuan was in a similar situation. His sword was also severely compromised. Even with Fenhu's cover, it was difficult to conceal the truth of their exhausted stamina. In stark contrast, Malua, Fenhu, and Lun Nyo were each claiming a third of the island, tearing open a breach for themselves. Lun Nyo aspired to convert Foam Tiger into sustenance, while Malua had drained its vitality from the plant. In the end, Lun Nyo found himself at a disadvantage, growing increasingly feeble. Foam Tiger, evading attacks, utilized the aerial advantage to rain down meteors, incinerating the flora and leveraging gravity alongside swordsmanship to gain a considerable edge. Malua, on the other hand, sustained his robust state through a vast array of plants, remaining at the pinnacle of power. Damn it, you two. One uses my plants as nourishment, while the other incessantly bombards from above. Is this not a form of bullying? Lun Nyo seethed in frustration, realizing that his fruit abilities were utterly ineffective against Foam Tiger and Malua. Consequently, he revealed his true form, drawing forth a long sword from his side, his gaze fiercely fixed upon Malua. Malua, I detest you. Why must your Sinsen fruit exist alongside your monstrous capabilities? Lun Nyo felt that Malua's fruit ability was entirely aimed at him. You seem to have misunderstood. I merely happened to suppress you, not target you, Malua retorted, unperturbed by swordsmanship. Boom! The clash of fist and sword unleashed a shockwave of overwhelming force, causing the observing naval vessels to sway. Witnessing this spectacle, Akainu discerned Lun Nyo's limits. He was prepared to fight with all his might against these two monsters. Is that so? It will be of no use. The power of the Wangmu is too effectively countered by Malua and Foam Tiger. Kizaru understood that Lun Nyo was thoroughly outmatched in terms of fruit abilities. Even Haki would not suffice. Under such circumstances, his defeat was inevitable. On the edge of the desolate island, Lun Nyo realized the formidable strength of Malua's Haki and martial arts, feeling pain in his hands as he struggled to breach Malua's defenses, only to suffer significant injuries himself. He feared that a single misstep would lead to Malua siphoning away his vitality. Moreover, any lapse in concentration with his Kinbunchika Haki could result in Malua's terrifyingly acute perception tracking him down. In combat with Malua, Lun Nyo found himself ensnared by chains. While Malua's strikes connected with his physical form, how could he possibly fight back? Am I truly a Logia user, or are you? Since in Tree Realm, grievance and hatred tied. Swish! Lun Nyo transformed into a colossal tree, with vines, thorns, and trees appearing at breakneck speed across the island. These plants, seemingly alive, leaped forth, attempting to seize all of Malua's power. Oh! Malua grinned, knowing Lun Nyo was ready to go all out. In the center of the island, where the volcano once stood, a massive whirlpool of plants had emerged. Even if engulfed in flames, Lun Nyo was determined to pursue Malua and claim his vitality, creating a genuine sense of tidal illusion. Go! Foam Tiger, sensing the momentum, drew his sword, and meteors rained down like a deluge, striking the entire island, the shock waves and flames engulfing the land. It hurts! Lun Nyo cried out, taken aback by the overwhelming defeat that followed their collaboration. This move deserves a new name. After all, unleashing such a technique means devouring an entire small kingdom. Malua deftly dodged the vines, appearing directly before Lun Nyo. I have located your true form. Why is your Kinbunchiku Haki so powerful? If I were to speculate, it is likely due to your profound resentment towards me. Maluo unleashed a punch, and Lunyu's physical form morphed into a treant, its bark seemingly unscathed, bolstered by armament hockey. Yet internally, it suffered dire damage. An old man once said that a fist born of love cannot be defended against. Maluo's fists rained down upon Lunyu's true form. Finding your true form and striking at your essence, strength, speed, hockey. This is the true trump card of a strong individual. Your hockey is formidable, yet you remain too reliant on your devil fruit. Maluo's punches were so swift that they appeared to create afterimages. In an instant, thousands of blows struck Lunyu's face, his expression shifting from disdain to disbelief, then to agony as he rolled his eyes back, losing consciousness. Damn it, why am I being defeated by both of you? Just before he succumbed, Lunyu believed he had fallen to the combined might of Phone Tiger and Maluo. In truth, he had been targeted solely by Maluo's Sensen fruit, never utilizing his own Sensen fruit to its potential. Throughout this day and night, even with abundant vitality, there comes a time when it is depleted. Those who naively believe in the invincibility of their fruits are but fools upon this vast ocean. Maluo stepped out of the battlefield, gazing skyward at Phone Tiger with a smile. Before him lay the desolate island, bombarded by colossal stones, leaving behind terrifying craters. The ravaged, all bore no trace of life. You destroyed those plants to prevent me from recovering my strength, did you not? If I were to contend against you at full power, I might not have a chance. Phone Tiger spoke candidly. Bang! Lunyu collapsed to the ground behind Maluo. This day and night of battle culminated in Phone Tiger obliterating Lunyu's proud Sensen. Maluo defended the supremacy of hockey with his own fists, leaving Lunyu in a state of unconsciousness. Do you wish to determine a victor in the end? Maluo smiled. This hardly seems to be your style. An opportunity to engage in such a spirited battle with you is a rare treasure. An opportunity that is hard to come by. Maluo understood that the battle had concluded, and the two of them remained as candidates for the new Marine admirals. However, Phone Tiger was unwilling to forego this chance for combat. This was the fervent desire of a gambler's heart. As the saying goes, the winner takes all. They both replied in unison. I have always been curious. Where do all those meteors come from? Do you perhaps have to have a multitude of massive stones floating about wherever you go? Or is the range of your fruit abilities that extensive? Maluo's inquiry caught Phone Tiger off guard, eliciting a smile. Your question is quite astute, yet as an old man, it is best not to pry into such secrets. Everyone harbors their own mysteries, do they not? Whether Phone Tiger had a multitude of massive stones suspended above him to serve as meteors would only be revealed after the battle. Maluo's chains ensnared Lunyu, casting him out of the battlefield and taking control of the island, preparing for a final showdown. Unexpectedly, Phone Tiger's veins bulged at this moment. The once intact island fragmented into pieces, floating into the air. Swish! Phone Tiger drew his sword, half of the island transforming into floating boulders, descending upon Maluo. Still this technique? Maluo had anticipated this move. If Phone Tiger proceeded, Lunyu would have nowhere to take refuge. It appeared feasible. Phone Tiger's devil fruit was indeed remarkably useful, capable of exerting influence at any moment. Take this. Phone Tiger swung his sword directly, transforming into a violet, ferocious tiger. Maluo clashed his fists, shattering the boulders as he charged toward the sword energy. Boom! Once more, the attacks collided, shock waves sending waves crashing and submerging the fallen boulders. The magma lost its cover, flowing freely into the river. These two monsters had dismantled half of the island with their bare hands. Toto gazed upon this scene, feeling her teeth ache. Is this still humanity? I fear that this island will leave nothing behind. T-Pig has witnessed the full strength of Fujitora in battle. With his unparalleled fruit abilities, Fujitora does not need to rely heavily on the earth like Ryakuju. Thus, he can engage in combat without restraint, often struggling to protect ordinary individuals. In the face of the all-encompassing monster, Moro, he can certainly unleash his full power in fierce combat. Massive boulders hover in the air, blocking out the sun. Utilizing the remaining half of the island, Moro unleashes countless life-chained giant hands, shattering the boulders piece by piece. With advanced Kinbunchika Haki, advanced Busashoka Haki, Fruit Awakening, speed, strength, monstrous physique, and defense, Moro has transformed into a creature without weak points after countless training sessions since awakening his fruit 6 months ago. Under such strength, Moro only lacks the advanced awakening of Conqueror's Haki, which is the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki. Beyond that, the only thing he can enhance is his fists. This indicates that Moro's strength has already ascended to the level of a Marine Admiral. However, like his fists, there are different enhancements among various monsters at this level. Akainu elevates temperature to the extreme, resulting in terrifying lethality. Akiji's coldness and territory can freeze the visible sea in an instant. Kizaru's speed and development make it nearly impossible to evade his attacks unless one possesses a special Conqueror's Haki that can resist others' Kinbunchika perception, like Shanks. Fujitora, when fully committed, can hover in the sky and become a deity capable of destroying an island. Ryakujiyu's vitality exerts a powerful suppression, and his ability to drain life from others for nourishment can also suppress many powerful figures outside of the Yonko and Admirals in a short time. Moro understands that in order to become a Marine Admiral, he must forge himself into an absolute monster. Fortunately, he has achieved this, becoming a rare creature in the world. Boom! Conqueror's Haki erupts, charging towards Fujitora in the sky. The latter stands on a floating rock, a sword embedded in it, gripping the sword with both hands. If it weren't for his short hair, he might have already been struck to a disheveled state by Moro's Conqueror's Haki. Do you wish to pursue both Haki and Fruit abilities to their extremes? Across the New World, the Haki of Marine Admirals is not weak, yet comparatively. His attack Fruit abilities are truly exceptional. In the realm of Haki, Shanks stands as an unparalleled monster, with only Dracul Mihawk able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The path you should take should emulate that of Kaido and Big Mom, striving to elevate both Fruit abilities and Haki to their utmost potential. As Fujitora speaks, the remaining half of the island begins to shatter into boulders. Very well. I shall refrain from further embellishments. Moro initially intended to transform the entire half of the island into life chains under the state of Fruit Awakening. However, upon witnessing Fujitora's intent to destroy it and convert it into boulders for attack, he chose not to interfere further, decisively stepping forward towards Fujitora's main body. At this moment, the last portion of the desolate island also rises into the air, transforming into a fragmented floating island, continuously crashing down upon Moro. Dragon coiling, tiger crouching. Fujitora slashes towards the sky with his sword. The Fruit ability reaches its peak. Bang! Bang! The boulders collide at an incredible speed, influenced by gravity, making their velocity unfathomable. Moro is struck by the boulders enveloped in Busashoka Haki, until the boulders collide in the sky, forming a massive sphere. Due to the Busashoku, it appears pitch black. What is this? The earth-shattering celestial sphere? Moro's voice emerges. Fujitora is also taken aback, immediately calming his mind with a cold snort. The boulder sphere shatters, and one can only imagine the distortion that Moro within will endure. Boulders crash down, creating towering waves in the sea. Only a young boy hovers, his entire being wrapped in a faint red, flowing Busashoku Haki. What is this? You intend to test me, a new admiral, with this? Moro scratches his neck. Apart from a slight soreness, he feels no adverse effects. On the contrary, an immense vitality continuously surges within him. The awakening of the life fruit, when not activating its effects on the surroundings, essentially manifests in three aspects. First, like Akiji and Katakuri, utilizing Kinbunchiku to sense and allow his body to transform into life chains in advance, rendering attacks ineffective. Second, the ceaseless vitality, reminiscent of the awakening of ancient Zoan-type fruits, exhibiting an extraordinary healing speed and stamina. Third, similar to Don Quixote Doflamingo's Ito no Mi, but while Tenyasha stitches the injured body to expedite healing, Moro uses many chains to grasp every detail. By perfectly employing these three aspects, he can achieve nearly seamless evasion, recovery, and healing. Moro's strength has experienced an unprecedented enhancement. Otherwise, without the awakening of his fruit, he would have genuinely faced a precarious situation against Fujitora's powerful move before his physique underwent daily transformation. Next, you wield your sword while I use my fists. Who will fall first? What Moro wishes to know is, in the absence of the fruit's advantage, who among the two can endure until the end? At this moment, even the initially targeted Ryakuju remains unconscious. Akainu observes this scene and offers but a single evaluation: a clash of dragons and tigers. Precisely. Fujitora also realizes that without the island, if even that recent move proves ineffective, he must resort to the most fundamental combat style. The two engage, exchanging sword strikes and punches, relying on who is faster and whose techniques are stronger. Your fists possess a simplicity of grandeur, yet lack a certain ultimate refinement. I believe this is still related to your insufficient experience. Fujitora perceives Moro's fists. Although powerful, they have not yet reached their zenith. Is it still insufficiently strong? Moro is aware that his weaknesses lie in Conqueror's haki and martial arts, and he did not expect them to be keenly observed during his battle with Fujitora. Why not describe Ryakujiu in such terms? The same as other admirals, his haki is formidable, yet he relies more on his devil fruit. This is where we differ. You have excessively enhanced your attributes and quantity, resulting in your personal might being extraordinarily robust. In such circumstances, relying on your fists that surpass ordinary individuals can achieve a tactical suppression. However, each individual capable of becoming a Yonko or an admiral has attained their status through life and death struggles. If they lack attributes as powerful as yours, they risk losing their lives in battle due to momentary lapses in technique. Fujitora's explanation holds considerable merit. Yet Moro has no intention of becoming a compliant disciple. Could it be that my base values have already surpassed theirs? No, at best they are equal. When an individual's technique is sufficiently powerful, continuous combat and survival will enhance various attributes until one day they reach a monstrous level. And you, if you wish to advance further, you must elevate your technique to its peak. Fujitora's words are quite insightful. Although his swordsmanship has not yet reached that transcendent level, he still possesses a slight edge over Moro. Is there an ultimate in technique, martial arts, swordsmanship, and marksmanship? Moro pondered if this were indeed the case. Could it be that only by reaching such a realm, akin to the advanced awakening of haki and the awakening of the devil fruit, could one attain true mastery? If so, would not Karp's fists, Mihawk's swordsmanship, and Jesus Burgess's marksmanship reside within this very domain? It is no wonder they do not announce their techniques when they strike. Have you come to comprehend this? Fujitora observed that Moro's punches grew increasingly profound, to the point where he began to trail closely behind him in skill. Yet, he had not fully grasped the essence. Moro accelerated his punches, each strike unleashing shock waves powerful enough to carve a breach into the ocean's surface before being consumed by the waves once more. Whether it be sword or fist, the true pinnacle lies in the unity of both, a realm to which you still have much to aspire. If the sword can achieve harmony with its wielder, that is commendable, but how can my fists achieve such unity? They are an intrinsic part of me. Moro found himself at a loss for words. Was Fujitora deliberately toying with him? He resolved to call Karp S. Snail to seek clarity on this matter another day. The two clashed in the skies, with no solid ground beneath them. Thus, they battled for an entire day and night. Are you utilizing my sword to sharpen your fists? Your technique has become increasingly refined. Fujitora sheathed his long blade and took a deep breath. Thank you. Moro stood suspended in mid-air, gliding with a moonwalk. Now, even Fujitora could only tread upon a small fragment of rubble. He too engaged in a moonwalk, maintaining a delicate balance in the air. It appears that I have ultimately been defeated. However, one thing eludes my understanding. Are you of the mythical Zoan type? How can one possess such formidable vitality and yet wield an extraordinary chain ability? Fujitora appeared unscathed, yet he considered himself the vanquished. A paramecia, as the old man Karp described, otherwise I would not have overlooked any signs of awakening related to my fruit. Moro had contemplated whether the life fruit might be a Zoan-type mythical beast, but now he preferred to refer to it as a paramecia. Indeed, the classification of paramecia, Zoan, how wonderfully they correspond. Furthermore, throughout the annals of history, many fruits have borne various names, and the true challenge lies in harmonizing with their essence to attain awakening. Fujitora gasped for breath, thoroughly composed. During their 2-day and 2-night battle, he first expelled Shibuda and Momonosuke from the battlefield. Then, alongside Moro, he subdued Green Bull, nullifying the advantages granted by his devil fruit, leading to his defeat when his physical form was attacked. Now, he finally comprehended that even he could not endure against Moro. This fellow's vitality was inexhaustible, akin to the boundless sea. He was utterly exhausted, while Moro remained in peak condition. If the battle were to continue, he could endure for another 2 days, but what would that achieve, except prolonging his defeat? In a contest of equal strength, only Kaido of the Beast could match Moro in stamina. However, he had developed his Conqueror's haki to a level where it entwined with his very essence, making it perilous for Moro to charge in alone. Thus, after truly testing Moro's full strength, Fujitora decisively chose to cease his attacks. Although Moro could not break through his techniques, he soared higher, relentlessly pursuing now evenly matched. Yet, Fujitora's foundational attributes, stamina, vitality, and the like, fell short, leading to his inevitable defeat. I concede, Fujitora declared, bringing the battle to an end. On the deck of the warship, Green Bull felt a surge of anger upon seeing Moro. He had just awakened and could not shake off the resentment of having been outsmarted by Moro. Little did he realize that during the fight, Moro had further honed his only weakness, his martial arts, now nearly on par with Fujitora. Green Bull's fruit was suppressed by Moro, and in such circumstances, even if they were to engage in a one-on-one duel without Fujitora's intervention, he would still emerge the loser. The thought alone stoked his ire. Clearly, his strength was not inferior to Fujitora's, yet due to the constraints of Moro's abilities, he lost his chance to become the new Marine Admiral. Once I deal with the Beast Pirates, I shall challenge you, he vowed. Moro, on the other hand, found Fujitora to be a commendable person. While Green Bull's character fell short, his sense of justice distorted. He had spent considerable time with Momonosuke, who was quite amiable. Chibuta was easygoing, albeit somewhat infatuated with beautiful women. The battle is concluded, Akainu announced, witnessing the scene. A multitude of gazes converged upon Moro and Fujitora. They were the ultimate victors. Regardless of who held the upper hand, their performances were sufficient to elevate them to the rank of new admirals. In that moment, eyes from naval bases across the world and Mariehua turned their attention towards them. East Blue. Since the battle at Raijin Island, Carp had returned to the small town. He also received the live broadcast, witnessing the battle unfold before his eyes, and could not help but lean against the wall, grinning foolishly. Should you dare to rescue the celestial dragons, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Though he spoke such words, he was filled with joy. In Mariehua, the five elders were silent for a moment before striking a classic pose and then speaking. The title Dragon Slayer is rather audacious, is it not? Should we have Moro change it? After all, it is somewhat disrespectful to the celestial dragons. No need. It merely signifies that he is destined to become the hound of the celestial dragons. Does that not make him the next Sakazuki? Green Bull's sense of justice was commendable, but he was unfortunately constrained by Moro's abilities. The deliberations of the five elders were merely nods of agreement. To them, Moro was a disciple nurtured by Carp and recognized by Sengoku. Becoming an admiral of the Navy would be more beneficial than harmful. A mere youth without guile could not stir any storms. A week later, a message swept across the New World, the Grand Line, and the Four Seas. The Navy, through world conscription, had selected two monsters as the new admirals. Dragon Slayer Moro and Fujitora, alongside three reserve admirals, namely Green Bull, Momonosuke, and Chibuta. This news swiftly reverberated across the seas like a tempest. Orange Soda Island. At first glance, it appeared ordinary, yet it was guarded by a Marine Admiral, a Reserve Admiral, and a former G5 base commander, becoming one of the critical strongholds in the New World, gradually nurturing a new generation of Marine supernovas. Following the world conscription, Moro seemed to have bid farewell to his former self, the one who relished in conflict. He devoted his energies to the training of martial arts. Occasionally gazing at the sea, he patiently awaited the day he would attain the rank of admiral, yet due to his youth, he was confined to safeguarding the entrance of a new world, thwarting countless frenzied pirates. Beyond that, he appeared to have vanished from sight. In contrast, Fujitora thrived in the New World, gaining immense popularity. Even Green Bull sought to prove his superiority over Moro. Moro observed all of this, but remained indifferent. He aimed to refine his martial arts to perfection, enhancing both haki and his devil fruit abilities. Only in this manner could he possess the true strength to flatten the New World on the day he departed from Orange Soda Island. Months later, in a seaside tavern, a gathering of Marine elites, including admirals and headquarters majors, filled the room. The grilled meat was delightful, but the tempura was even more delectable. Moro, with a piece of grilled meat in his mouth, looked on with delight at the figure of Smoker before him. You have lingered here, indulging in my hospitality for an entire week. That Dasky, if I may ask, could you refrain from obsessively studying famous swords day in and day out, and perhaps devote some time to honing your imposing presence? Moro gestured towards Smoker, who was preoccupied with exhaling smoke rings. He had arrived at Kizikishui Island with his subordinates a week prior, unexpectedly deciding to settle down, adamantly refusing to leave. At present, it is widely acknowledged that the Marine headquarters boasts 3 admirals and 3 prospective admirals, with Akainu decisively establishing the Marine base in the New World, creating an unprecedented tension within its landscape. Not long ago, the Loki port incident erupted, the captain of the Red Heart Pirates, one of the notorious supernovas of the worst generation, Law, presented 100 hearts of Marines, thus becoming the new Shichibukai. Consequently, Whitebeard II, Law, and Buggy emerged as the new Shichibukai, while Black Arm Zephyr departed from the Marines. In parallel, a major upheaval has recently shaken the New World. The Black and Whitebeard pirates are on the brink of a cataclysmic battle, a confrontation that has been dubbed the War of Resolution. Following Blackbeard's defeat of the Pirate King at Lokiport, he has formally ascended as a dominant pirate in the New World, seizing a substantial territory that once belonged to Whitebeard. After the Marineford War, the Whitebeard pirates have once again rallied their strength to restore their father's honor. The arrival of Smoker, the Smoke Man, is intrinsically tied to this endeavor, as he has been promoted to Rear Admiral due to his repeated engagements in battles and missions since the war concluded. You have been dormant on Kizikishui Island for several months. It has been a year since the Marineford War ended. Reflect upon your actions. Do you truly believe that attaining the rank of Admiral grants you perpetual security? Smoker slammed his hand on the table in frustration. If it were Fujitora or even the departed Akiji, Smoker would not have been so reckless. Moro, however, occupies a unique position within the Marine headquarters. Since Akiji was defeated by Akainu and left the Marines, the old guard supporting Akiji, including Sengoku and Garp, have naturally aligned themselves with Moro. Fujitora remains neutral, while the acting Vice Admiral, Mamanosuke, has assumed the role of Deputy Base Commander of Kizikishui Island. The loyal Smoker fervently believes that Moro and Akiji are of the same ilk. Recently, the rising star of the Marines, Kobe, has become a hero following the Lokiport incident, and he is also Moro's junior. In this context, Smoker has found himself in a predicament and instinctively thought of Moro. Why should we meddle in the affairs of the Black and Whitebeard pirates? Smoker, given your character, shouldn't you be focused on fulfilling the orders of the headquarters? Moro appeared quite relaxed. Following the Lokiport incident, Blackbeard has reached the pinnacle of his power, should he continue unchallenged. The New World will once again witness a balance of power among the four emperors, and the hard-earned victory of the Marines in the Marineford War will be rendered null and void. Smoker desires Moro to intervene in the War of Resolution, aiming to capture Blackbeard amidst mutual destruction. He wishes to prevent the emergence of a new emperor in the New World, were Green Bull to become an admiral. Smoker would undoubtedly continue to fulfill his duties as before. It is precisely due to Moro's presence that Smoker has come personally. You're taking too much for granted, Smoker. Have you considered why Akainu, stationed in the New World, has yet to eliminate all four emperors? Why do they seem to relish watching this internal struggle unfold? Do they have nothing better to do, simply idling about? Moro took a piece of roasted meat, wrapped it in his sandwich, and took a bite. The situation is straightforward. Our Marines currently lack the strength to subdue all four emperors. Just one Whitebeard was sufficient to devastate Marineford, and at that time, Blackbeard and red-haired Shank's appearances brought an overwhelming sense of despair. While we have our pacifists, you had best abandon this notion until the new Shichibukai, the Seraphim, are successfully created. Moro exuded an air of indifference, as if he wished to remain uninvolved in any matters. He exited the tavern, making his way toward the base, where an array of technological marvels awaited him in his office, all sourced from the Vegapunk laboratory. Occasionally delving into science is quite delightful, is it not, Smoker? You have lost your mind. Smoker could scarcely believe that the once spirited Moro, who had vied for the position of admiral, had transformed into such a despondent figure. He had faced the four emperors a year ago. Why now, in the midst of chaos, does he hesitate to confront Blackbeard? The War of Resolution has yet to fully ignite, and the vast ocean has fallen into a brief silence following the Lokiport incident. This is not our era, for the time has not yet come. Moro utilized the food machine crafted by Vegapunk to prepare a serving of fried potatoes and offered it to Smoker. I cannot eat that. Smoker, having spent a week here, has been met with Moro's various evasions. Most importantly, he feels fatigued, while Moro does not. Moro would even train diligently late into the night on the island, relentlessly throwing punches. Humans are iron, and food is steel. You're the Smoke Man. Must you rely solely on cigars? Moro consumed another fry, his gaze becoming increasingly sharp. At some point, Mamanosuke entered the office, eagerly gripping a long knife. Virgos arrived, looking perplexed, uncertain of what task Moro had in store. Was he planning a party? Many are aware of Moro's formidable strength. Yet his youth has led to his placement at this strategic entry point to the New World, guarding a territory. To put it positively, it is a chance for experience. To put it less kindly, Moro has been shelved. Typically, Moro immerses himself in sunbathing and training, displaying no grand ambitions. Over the past months, it has been said that even Virgos, along with the Goricii and Doflamingo, believe his potential had been squandered. Unexpectedly, Moro's smile has grown increasingly charming. I enlisted the help of Tashiji to secure a vessel departing from Dressrosa, where we discovered some peculiar fruits known as sweet fruits. These fruits have now been dispatched to Vegapunk's island for examination, and results should be forthcoming. After stating this, Moro glanced at Momonosuke and said, "Let us explore the nearby islands. Moro, we are responsible for the security of the vicinity. Why the sudden departure from the base?" Virgos unusually expressed himself, because, including Pone Island and Dressrosa, these are the areas for which I am accountable. Moro's gaze turned icy, leaving Smoker momentarily stunned. This was a stark contrast to the Moro he had known. 3 warships departed from Kazikishui Island, heading directly towards Pone Island. Virgos, who had always been inseparable from Moro, seized an opportunity to slip away. Upon his reappearance, the atmosphere within the cabin had grown exceedingly tense. Shortly thereafter, as the warships docked at a frigid corner of Icefire Island, the Marines donned thick winter clothing before disembarking. Momonosuke wrapped himself in a fluffy cloak. Dasky, Smoker, and Virgos followed Moro, their expressions filled with confusion. Having visited this place for the second time, Moro moved with the confidence of one unperturbed, swiftly making his way towards the island's hidden base. However, when he burst into this place, he discovered that Caesar and the others had already departed quietly. Virgo's gaze shifted slightly behind his sunglasses. Fortunately, he sensed that something was amiss and had already instructed Caesar and Shue and I to leave with their subordinates on a ship. This place was now devoid of anything but the desolate base. Was the intelligence erroneous? Moro feigned ignorance. It was evident that there had recently been people here. How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? Tao-Tu and Smoker both recognized the bizarre nature of Icefire Island. "Let us depart. Our information is flawed." Moro appeared quite distressed. The group exited the experimental base helplessly, and Moro enveloped the entire island with his observation hockey, confirming the absence of the children and Caesar before finally choosing to leave. Nevertheless, what did it matter? Out at sea, he had never been alone. After the great battle, Shahuten had become his friend, and Fujitora and Moro also shared a good rapport. Shahuten helped intercept and locate the sweet fruits smuggled from Dressrosa. Thus, another opportunity would arise. "Let us go." Just as they stepped away from the shore, the sound of cannon fire echoed. Virgo felt an unsettling premonition. Not long after, he witnessed a scene that shook him to the core. Fujitora was stationed at the port. How could Moro be accompanied by a candidate admiral and command Fujitora and Shahuten? Was it not rumored that their relationship was strained? As Virgo pondered, a familiar figure appeared aboard the 3 warships commanded by Fujitora. Caesar. That rascal had been captured by Fujitora. The children who had undergone experiments were also being guarded aboard the ship. Upon seeing this, Virgo comprehended the situation. Moro had meticulously orchestrated this from the beginning. He was merely waiting for the right opportunity. Among the 3 admirals and 3 candidate admirals of the headquarters, Moro now had 2 at his disposal, making 4 when including himself and Tao-Tu. Who among you and Akainu is truly the commander of the Navy headquarters? No, Snow Woman is absent. Could there be a twist in the situation? Moro, there's a snow fruit user whom I failed to capture. What a pity. What forces are backing her? Fujitora was puzzled. He and Moro had planned this covert operation for a long time. Smoker arrived at an opportune time, for they had prepared all their means prior. "Smoker, please escort these children and Caesar to Vegapunk. They will exhibit violent symptoms due to the experiments. The subsequent matters will be handled by me." Moro had gathered all the evidence. Now all he needed to do was head to Dressrosa. He would unmask Doflamingo's hypocritical facade and destroy the fake devil fruit factory. This plan had been entrenched in his heart for months, all for this moment. What must I do? Fujitora was also eager to visit Dressrosa. The times are about to erupt. Of course, we shall witness it together. At this moment, Moro appeared to Smoker as a monster who anticipated everything. His thoughts were meticulous, and his strength formidable. He had predicted the enemy's predictions. "Moro, will you proceed next?" Smoker inquired before parting. "Kazan instructed me to find and stop Zifa, and you told me to halt Teach. What should I prioritize?" Moro brushed past Smoker, whispering softly, "Nanny? When did Akiji instruct you to stop the teacher? But how do you intend to proceed?" Smoker was taken aback that Akiji had clandestinely met with Moro. Naturally, all must be done. Before that, I must provoke a certain sea emperor whom I have not yet antagonized. Moro chuckled as he patted Smoker's shoulder and stepped onto the deck. Who? Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Upon hearing this name, while Smoker was still in shock, Virgo was already drenched in cold sweat. He knew. He understood it all. Moro had long since perceived everything. But why was he so aware? The experimental base on Ice Fire Island had only been established for a few months, and the sweet devil fruit had only recently come into existence. How did Moro know it all? Cold sweat trickled down Virgo's brow as he realized for the first time that the person he had been with daily was not as simple as the rumors or his own understanding suggested. Everyone believed Moro to be a practitioner of absolute justice, possessing great strength but a simple mind, indifferent to consequences. Even though he had ascended to the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, many still deemed his strength disproportionate to his intellect. It now appeared that this was all part of Moro's concealment of his true capabilities. What could his next move entail? The war at Marineford concluded. Moro entered the New World, directly igniting a thunderous war that echoed throughout the world. This was his third emergence. Could it be that merely throwing punches at the sea daily like a fool could make one stronger? I hope to see you again soon. In this tumultuous season, Morgans could not fathom Moro's mindset, just as Virgo had always regarded him as a capable yet brainless waste. They failed to recognize the truths hidden beneath the surface of this world. We will meet again. Dressrosa. Doflamingo had received the latest intelligence from Virgo. The first report came when Shahutin had just seized the sweet fruit and had swiftly relocated Caesar's laboratory from Ice Fire Island overnight. The second report stated that Caesar and the others had been captured by Fujitora, and now the Navy was divided into two factions. Shahutin and Smoker were escorting the sweet fruit, Caesar, and the children to Vegapunk's island. Moro and Fujitora's 6 warships were heading directly to Dressrosa. Damn it, who leaked all of this, causing everything he had painstakingly built over the years to crumble into ashes? Moro, you madman. You truly know how to play the pig to eat the tiger. Doflamingo cursed bitterly. Young master, shall we temporarily conceal the factory? Let's hold off for now. I will deal with the admiral. Moro, even if he has become an admiral, cannot be that strong. He was a fool in the Marineford War a year ago. And even now, he cannot genuinely possess admiral-level strength. Doflamingo understood that as long as he adamantly denied everything and shut down the factory producing the fake devil fruits, no one could punish him. The Navy and pirates operate differently. Evidence is paramount. Sugar's hobby fruit could not be discovered. Such matters are quietly concealed. Unless someone illustrated all his actions into a comic or penned them into a novel, how could the truth be known? Dressrosa remained as fervent as ever. Here, one could find delightful dolls, robots that could speak and laugh, as if real people were portraying them. Their king was the warlord of the sea, Doflamingo, who had saved everyone in the madness of King Riku 9 years ago. The thought of that formidable figure, who instilled fear in pirates and caused the Navy to avoid their king, filled their hearts with admiration. Little did they know that countless visible and invisible threads manipulated everything above this kingdom. Doflamingo manipulates everything at his fingertips, mocking the world and perceiving himself as a deity, detached from reality. Yet, few are aware that prior to the royal family of Li Kuwang, the former royal lineage of Dressrosa was transformed into the current Don Quixote family among the 19 celestial dragons. Unlike Vivi's ancestors, who resolutely departed upon discovering the truth, the descendants of Don Quixote only returned to the world with the emergence of Doflamingo's father. Regrettably, the naive Don Quixote met his demise at the hands of his eldest son without ever setting foot on his homeland of Dressrosa. Will he come? Fujitora quietly feels the sea breeze. Indeed, he will undoubtedly bury all evidence. If we are too slow, even his title as a warlord of the sea may remain unchallenged. Moro chuckled, acknowledging Doflamingo's cunning intellect. He remains unaware of why the night demon Doflamingo chose to fall from grace, much like Crocodile and Moonlight Moria did later. They should have soared to greatness, confronting this era head-on. The Sand Crocodile fell to Whitebeard, and Moria succumbed to Kaido. What led the once-spirited Doflamingo to ultimately stagnate? He was meant to embody his convictions throughout his life, yet he chose to lie low, his strength stagnating. After occupying Dressrosa 9 years ago, he became the Joker of the Dark World, a warlord of the sea, a king, with mastery over all 3 forms of haki and the awakening of his devil fruit. His vast family influence has since halted, with even his former subordinates aging and losing their once competitive spirit. Has he ever been defeated by Kaido? Moro is uncertain. Among the warlords of the sea, Only Hawkeye ascended to the pinnacle as a Navy hunter, becoming the world's greatest swordsman before joining the warlords out of boredom. The Empress and Jinbe each have their own motives to protect their kin. Should Doflamingo continue to grow stronger, what heights might he reach 9 years hence? Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Choosing the Dark Realm means forfeiting the chance to become a true king. The warship docked at the shore. The sailors swiftly disembarked, standing on either side of the port. Moro, Fujitora, Peach Rabbit, and Virgo stepped off the warship, greeted by none other than the current king of Dracros, Doflamingo. Like a year ago, it is yet another ploy to buy time. Furthermore, Doflamingo remains a warlord of the sea, even as admirals. They cannot directly confront him unless presented with irrefutable evidence. Long time no see, Moro, Doflamingo grinned arrogantly. Let us go. Moro refrained from indulging in pleasantries, striding directly toward the island staircase. Aren't we reminiscing? Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins. He understood that Moro, having gained power and status, would no longer be as patient as before. What is there to reminisce about? We came for the renowned barbecue of Dracros. Moro's words carried a deeper meaning. It seems that the once-harrowed Admiral Moro, pursued by Owen and Saint one a year ago, simply desires to savor barbecue. Had I known, I would have surely protected you. Doflamingo, with a smirk, chose not to obstruct further. Since he could not halt them, he would proceed with other plans. He stepped forward with an indifference that belied his familial ties, ascending the staircase and calmly introducing the customs and culture of Dracros. It appeared quite impressive. Along the way, passers-by on the streets displayed looks of admiration, with girls unable to move upon seeing Doflamingo. This forced his constant companion, Violet, to wear a smile that failed to reach her eyes. As a former princess, her anger could change nothing. All her hatred was buried deep within. Even if 2 admirals arrived, what could they achieve against the warlords of the sea, far more powerful than a princess who had long since lost her influence? A group of ostentatious subordinates emerged, their demeanor shifting to a shifty demeanor upon seeing Moro and Fujitora, as if they were inherently virtuous. Virgo's acting skills were exceptional, appearing entirely unfamiliar with Doflamingo and his entourage. Is this a live broadcast from the arena? Moro glanced up at the live feed of the bullfighting arena. Indeed, countless strong fighters were in combat, among them a girl named Rebecca, renowned as the strongest female bullfighter. Doflamingo found this laughable. To him, the native inhabitants of Dracros were of lowly stock, foolishly believing that endless fighting could grant them freedom. Little did they realize that a single defeat would render them obedient puppets in Sugar's hands. Amusingly, Moro entered a barbecue restaurant. Inform everyone that we shall rest for a week. Once we recover, we will proceed to Egghead Island. Understood. The sailors joyfully dispersed. Fujitora, intuitively aware, headed toward a tavern to cast dice. Peach Rabbit, perplexed, followed Virgo behind Moro, watching him indulge in food all day long, alternating between eating and sleeping. Doflamingo arranged the finest accommodations for them. Moro casually invited Peach Rabbit to share in the exquisite wine. Gradually, Virgo found it increasingly difficult to discern Moro's true intentions, sensing he was merely a seemingly harmless figure. Dracros soon forgot the arrival of 2 top-tier warriors. On the night of the second day, Moro did not return alone to his quarters as usual, but brought Peach Rabbit along. Hey, Virgo, are you still following? Go find yourself a wife. Moro waved dismissively, attempting to shoo Virgo away. What do you want? Virgo looked incredulously at Moro, his spoon dropping in disbelief. Nonsense. Who is your wife? Peach Rabbit blushed with indignation. Let's go upstairs. Moro was elated, swirling the glass of red wine in his hand, a mischievous grin on his face. Virgo, amidst the chaos, quietly awaited, convinced that Moro could not possibly be the person he seemed, believing there must be some ulterior motive. However, it was not until noon the following day that Moro finally descended from the upper floors. Peach Rabbit appeared equally flushed, suggesting they had indulged thoroughly in wine the previous night, yet she seemed even more bashful. Nothing unusual transpired that night. The subsequent 4th and 5th days proceeded in the same manner. Moro was enraptured by indulgence, while Virgo felt he was losing his sanity. Had all his previous judgments about Moro been misguided? On the 6th night, Moro, as before, downed a glass of red wine in his room. Peach Rabbit sat calmly, casually crossing her legs. You've ruined my reputation just to drink alone every day? Shoo, the time has come. Moro raised a finger to silence Peach Rabbit, transforming himself into a mass of chains before swiftly reverting to his original form. Is this not your true self? Peach Rabbit was taken aback. recalling how Moro had appeared as himself for the past few days. Didn't I tell you? Tonight signals the start. Moro's clone, fashioned from life chains, was developed using Doflamingo's techniques for creating string clones. Where's your true self? Peach Rabbit felt a twinge of displeasure, realizing that the events of the past few days would undoubtedly reach the ears of Akainu at headquarters. If this revelation about Doflamingo fails, she will undoubtedly be condemned to a lifetime of suffering at the hands of Moro. Most likely, she will find herself underground, seeking solace in the company of a lowly who enjoys grapes. Moro's clone continues to savor his wine, relishing each sip. In Dressrosa's underground, the true Moro silently arrives, surrounded by a multitude of discarded dolls, none of which have had the chance to bask in the sun. Sugar appears for work, as usual, unaware that Moro's gaze has long been fixed upon her. What a splendid fruit it is, lamentably lacking the means of Blackbeard. As Moro speaks, Sugar catches the sound of his whispered words. The moment she turns her head, a chain strikes, and with it, all her vitality vanishes. It is no easy feat to deceive Doflamingo's watchful eyes. Indeed, the Navy insists on evidence. If I were a pirate, I would have launched an attack without hesitation. Moro discards Sugar's lifeless body and turns his attention to the dolls in the underground chamber, who revert to their human forms as chaos descends upon Dressrosa. In a single night, countless lost memories resurface, and those who had been erased re-emerge into the light. Among the enraged crowd, a figure cloaked in black emerges. He raises his head to witness the searing, frenzied scene before him and chuckles. We should have met here a year ago, but you left too hastily, Admiral Moro. I hope we can cross paths once more. As he speaks, he tips his hat, adorned with two distinctive decorations, one a smiling face, the other a weeping one. Let us vanquish Doflamingo and send this wretched soul to hell. He has deceived us for over 9 years and destroyed my entire family. Kill him. I demand retribution. Shadows begin to gather in the streets, intent on making Doflamingo pay for his transgressions. In the underground chamber, Moro steps over a member of the Don Quixote family, who was protecting Sugar, simultaneously absorbing his life force. No one in his path can escape unharmed. Moro is a veritable machine for harvesting life. As these cries arise, it signifies that Moro has obtained all the evidence he needs. He swiftly appears in the streets, standing at the forefront of the crowd. Peach Rabbit stealthily follows Moro's clone. Fujitora, having appeared near the factory of the false devil fruit, raises his sword amidst the battle between the crowd and Doflamingo, breaking through the doors to enter. This place is constructed of sea stone, used to imprison the Dongdada family, who toil day and night. With all evidence in hand, the true battle is about to commence. No one can stand against the alliance of two marine admirals. Young Master, Sugar and Toripole have both perished at Moro's hands. Pika erupts in fury, realizing that Moro had been merely bluffing. He had been gathering evidence all along. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, he stands ready to act. Since when did an admiral mingle with such an unapologetic individual? What does it matter? An admiral is still an admiral. Anyone who dares obstruct my path shall taste my wrath. Doflamingo can no longer afford to be lenient. Everything he has built is on the verge of collapse. All because of Moro's meddling. Escaping is out of the question. He may flee alone, but what of his subordinates? They will meet the same fate as Sugar and Toripole at Moro's hands. It is said that during the world conscription, Moro fought with Green Bull and triumphed by seizing the vitality of plants. Currently, no one but him can withstand Moro and Fujitora. Even if he intervenes, he cannot stop them. Yet, as the young master of the Don Quixote family, he must act. Why not the family head? Because he must become the true king of the Don Quixote, to become one of the 19 celestial dragons residing in Mariehua on the Red Earth. Doflamingo has always believed that day would come, even envisioning the downfall of the celestial dragons and his ascension as the new ruler of this world. You all leave quickly. I will follow shortly. Young master, we must leave together. If you stay, we must stay too. None of the Don Quixote family members wish to depart. You know my speed. Once I decide to leave, I can soar through the skies at will. Among the admirals, aside from Kazuru, none can match my aerial speed. Once you have escaped, I will be the first to go. Now is not the time for explanations. Obey my orders. Doflamingo cast a fierce glance at them. Since Moro seeks a fight, I shall not hesitate to erase him from this world. Does he truly believe that being a teenager qualifies him as a true admiral? He is merely a relic of a bygone era. The Don Quixote family members departed in deep sorrow, and upon reaching the shoreline, they beheld a massive birdcage descending from the heavens, enveloping Dressrosa. The birdcage. Doflamingo's voice rang out. He would remain behind alone, perhaps to survive, or perhaps to perish. With a crash, before the night Yasha, Moro snapped Virgo's neck and tossed him at Doflamingo's feet. I know you despise fighting in such streets, as you believe it tarnishes your royal bloodline, but unfortunately for you, I do not subscribe to the notion of royalty. Moro and Doflamingo locked eyes. How do you know Virgo's true identity? How can you be privy to my goods? And how did you uncover the secrets of Punk Hazard? Sugar's identity and the factory are absolute secrets. I have concealed them meticulously. How can you know? I will not allow traitors within my family. Doflamingo suspects a traitor lurks among his ranks. But whom should he suspect? Virgo? He was once Doflamingo's most trusted confidant and has now become a ghost, clearly eliminating any suspicion. What of the cadre who departed under his protection? No, allowing them to leave signifies no doubt whatsoever. It is a contradictory mindset, believing there to be a traitor, yet unwilling to suspect anyone. The events surrounding Corazon still weigh heavily on his mind. Holding the title of Warlord of the Sea, King of Dressrosa, and the Joker of the Underworld, all these identities have allowed Doflamingo to thrive in the New World. Yet he maintains control, even placing Virgo within the Navy as a spy, where he ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral and Commander of G5 Base. Such credentials are precisely why he is referred to by law as the button of the New World. It is critically important. By manipulating everything, regardless of which side, the Marines or pirates, emerges victorious, he can stand by and count his berries, for he is a warlord of the sea among pirates, and without that layer, he is also a king eligible to attend the World Conference. I regret to inform you that your subordinates did not betray you. Virgo, until his dying breath, could not fathom how I accomplished all of this, just as you are astonished. With that, Moro prepares to use the life chain to seize the last remnants of Doflamingo's vitality. You won't get away with this. Doflamingo suddenly unleashes his conqueror's haki. Boom! Moro decisively opts for a frontal assault. For months, he has been enhancing his physical combat skills, integrating them with haki and his devil fruit abilities to achieve a state of readiness. He has faced the ocean more than once with his conqueror's haki, attempting to repel the waves with sheer willpower. In this moment, Doflamingo's conqueror's haki did not manifest as the vast sea. Instead, it was Moro's haki that surged like a colossal wave. Damn it! How could a naval officer possess conqueror's haki? Doflamingo was thoroughly displeased. Moro was unlike Sengoku. The latter's haki radiated the regal aura of a protector of the world, while Moro exuded a pure, lethal aura, resembling not a mere man, but a lion king beneath a full moon. Do you think his subordinates can escape? I've been here for nearly a week. Do you believe that Tashigi and Smoker will return the same way? Moro's words turned Doflamingo's expression dark in an instant. If Tashigi and Smoker truly intervened, his subordinates would be in grave danger. That despicable Moro, has he orchestrated everything from the shadows? Boom! An explosion echoed from the shoreline as smoke and sword energy erupted. Indeed, it was Smoker and Tashigi who had taken action. The Don Quixote family was on the brink of ruin. Infuriating, Doflamingo clenched his teeth in frustration. Soon, King Riku would join forces with Cyrus to confront him. Of course, these minor fish were inconsequential. How could he escape the grasp of Moro, Fujitora, and Peach Rabbit? He once had the resolve to protect his subordinates, but now, that was all swept away, leaving him with a tumult of conflicting emotions. Ha ha ha, you think I would flee? No, I will give everything I have. Doflamingo resolved himself. There was no escaping now. If he managed to flee, Kaido would not spare him, nor would the Navy. In such a scenario, all identities would vanish, and the world government's Gorosei would send people to eliminate him. Even in defeat, it must be at the hands of the Navy. He would feel somewhat safer reading the papers and impelled down. The Heavenly Knight demon gambled everything on this final stand. Doflamingo had never felt such fury. Moro had obliterated all his trump cards, everything he had painstakingly gathered, which could have allowed him to navigate through the powers as a mere observer, until he emerged as the ultimate victor. Now all was destroyed by Moro. Strike, Doflamingo! Moro unleashed a punch, vanishing from his original position, and instantly struck Doflamingo's brow. Their eyes locked, and they soon soared into the sky. No one can defeat me in the sky. Doflamingo roared in anger, his neck reddened, wishing to rip Moro apart. Are you dreaming? Big Mom, Kaido, and Kizaru, none of them would hesitate to slay you in the air. Moro faced him with the same unshakable confidence he had displayed a year ago when Katakuri encountered him. Strength is the unchanging law of the sea. Bang! Moro's punch shattered Doflamingo's strings, further increasing the speed of his attacks. The ordinary strings and cuts proved ineffective against Moro. His once proud aerial superiority and speed crumbled before him. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, gritting his teeth in frustration. He kicked out, but upon meeting Moro, he thought to himself, "This is bad." Moro's monstrous strength and armament hockey inflicted excruciating pain. The comprehensive defeat rendered the Heavenly Knight demon plummeting from the skies with a single blow from Moro. "Damn it, do not presume to stand above me." The streets and buildings transformed into colorful strings, hovering around Doflamingo as if under his dominion. "I told you, Doflamingo, this world is ever-changing. Everyone is growing stronger and moving forward. Only you foolishly remain stagnant, believing yourself to be the master of all. Those who stand still will be driven away by the tides of time. Do you understand?" Moro's cloak billowed in the wind, with a movement of his shoulder. He maximized his power and descended to deliver a mighty blow. "Did you truly believe that being an admiral makes you exceptional? You are now but a marginal figure. Both the Kainu and the Gorosei scorn you." Doflamingo wiped the blood from his lips, arms spread wide. 16 sacred death bullets. Divine execution. The strongest strike awakened from his fruit. This brief exchange revealed to Doflamingo that Moro was not an opponent he could easily conquer. Moreover, Moro had yet to unleash his full potential. Such a monster indeed deserved to become a new admiral of the Navy. Ultimately, he had been too arrogant, underestimating Moro's rapid ascent in strength. "For a year, since I stepped into the new world, I have sought the opportunity to sever your reins completely. Today I have finally found it, to erase everything you are." Moro, too, had endured in silence. He had been in the new world for a full year, relentlessly training to grow stronger each day. Those battles, those countless punches thrown against the ocean, each one a reflection on his inadequacies. His solitary strength felt inadequate against this harsh world. He could only strive forward with unwavering resolve. All for the day when he could truly stir the winds and clouds in the new world, allowing the world to finally see his presence. Only then could he truly implement his sense of justice. "You may defeat me, but Kaido will not spare you. Nor will those who fear my existence show you mercy." Doflamingo's sunglasses now reflected Moro's form. Yet he still persisted in his denial, unwilling to admit his defeat. "Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, this world has long since transformed. I will eradicate all evil with my own hands, including you. Life endures." The fists of Ashura explode. Moro clenched his fists tightly, countless chains of life manifesting behind him, wrapping around his right hand to form an unprecedented colossal fist. Armament hockey enveloped it, and he struck. Boom! The earth trembled as Doflamingo immediately spat blood. This overwhelming pressure compelled him to recall a certain figure, Kaido of the Beasts. However, Moro's martial arts were still somewhat lacking. A year. Was it truly enough for a mere rear admiral to grow into a genuine admiral of the Navy? What had he experienced? Whom had he defeated? Who had he lost to? And had he ever despaired? Did the youth have opponents he could not conquer? He had never lost a night of sleep. No one knew. Not a soul. Only the sea truly comprehended Moro. At this moment, he was indeed Ashura. The Ashura from hell grasped the tempest of life, determined to annihilate all evil. No wonder you were the Dragon Slayer. It makes perfect sense. Doflamingo grinned, loathing the taste of defeat, yet recalling his own past failures. Moro had matured into a force capable of standing alone anywhere in the world. Meanwhile, Doflamingo had remained stagnant for far too long. Spit. Black blood spewed forth as Doflamingo's vision blurred. For 9 years, he had been pained, believing himself to be the boss, only to understand true fear upon encountering Kaido. Now, he faced Moro once more. From this day forth, countless pirates in the New World would be overshadowed by Moro's presence. He would become the demon king of this world. Leaving Malikio, he awakened the Conqueror's haki, committed patricide, and was utterly abandoned by the Celestial Dragons. He established the Tangjike family, emerging as a prominent figure, personally witnessing the execution of Ruji, experiencing betrayal from his brethren, and facing setbacks before becoming the ruler of the Dark World. Jakur, he ascended to the ranks of the warlords of the sea, reclaiming their Tangjike royal heritage in Dressrosa, collaborating with the 5 elders, progressing step by step with meticulous strategy. However, he could not withstand the tide of changing times, as the new generation pushed the old aside. May you have sweet dreams. Maluo extended his hand, swiftly draining the life force from all the pirate guards of the Tangjike family. Just as he was about to annihilate Dufulangming, the figures of Taudu and Tunghu appeared before him. The birdcage vanished, and Chatten and Smog swiftly apprehended all the defeated members of the Tangjike family. Surrounded by the crowd, Maluo found himself unable to advance further. The old man knew that Maluo had a penchant for converting others into nutrients, much like Lunyu. However, Dufulangming held a unique status and needed to be escorted back to headquarters to address a series of incidents involving the warlords of the sea. Tenghu emerged, intent on escorting Dufulangming away. The warlords of the sea? It would be better to dispose of them. I am hungry now and require his life. Maluo was eager, extending life chains from beneath his feet. Maluo, the crowd had to intervene. If Dufulangming and the others were to perish, all evidence would vanish, leading to accusations against the Navy for acting independently against the warlords of the sea. Very well, Maluo waved his hand. Since there was no meat to be had, he would seek a more sumptuous feast. There were still many grand dishes ahead. He intended to hunt down the great pirates of the New World, with Dufulangming merely being an appetizer. In a tavern, Maluo, brooding alone, consumed a steak meal to fill his belly. Truly, you are a glutton, my lord. A young man in a black cloak offered him a bottle of wine. Maluo glanced at him and downed it in one go. After several rounds of drink, neither exchanged toasts nor cast more than a passing glance at one another. Only after devouring a substantial amount of food did they finally speak. Thank you for saving my life. I had intended to express my gratitude a year ago in Dressrosa, but did not expect you to be absent. The young man in the black cloak unveiled himself to be an old acquaintance, Huichuan AC. Maluo was not surprised. He had saved him during the Marineford War. For the greatest debt owed in this world was to Kapu. No need for thanks. The old man treats me well, merely repaying a debt, but only this once. How is grandfather doing lately? AC smiled at the thought of Kapu. I thought you would also refer to him as the old man. Maluo, surprised, wiped his mouth. People inevitably grow, do they not? You have transformed significantly as well. Despite our unfamiliarity, I have heard many legends about you this past year, and I feel an aura of the old era surrounding you. When I defeated Dufulangming, I was still proclaiming myself as the new era. Maluo did not concede this point. Even Akiji believed Maluo resembled a being from the old era, hence his belief that he could restore Zephia's sanity. Indeed, who at a young age would admit to aging? AC seemed overly mature now, having quietly shouldered numerous responsibilities. Speak your mind. As long as it is for justice, everything can be discussed. Maluo took a sip of brandy and looked at him. In 2 weeks, we will engage in a decisive battle with the Blackbeard pirates. This past year, I have continuously grown stronger, uniting all the forces under my father's command for this day. I will provide you with the island's location and timing for a coordinated strike. AC chuckled. It is quite unreasonable for you, who claim to be the son of Whitebeard, to seek assistance from the Navy. No, AC replied firmly. This time I will not fail. What I need is for you to capture all the rabble under Blackbeard without exception at the final moment. So, it is about cleaning up the aftermath? Maluo glanced at AC, unsure how this fellow had grown stronger in silence over the past year. Tiki had rescued numerous madmen from Impel Down, and most had pledged allegiance to him. If he could take action, this matter would be much easier to resolve. Really? Do pirates seek justice? Maluo rose, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. This will be our last collaboration, and indeed, it shall be the only one. Of course. The two exited the tavern, parting ways in different directions. This time, AC did not conceal his identity. The final battle was imminent, and his goal was to inspire the fighting spirit of all his brothers. The resurrection of Huichuan AC would undoubtedly ignite the battle fervor of the remnants of Whitebeard's crew. The next day, at the port, great hero, Maluo, will you return again? We will miss you. The crowd fervently bid farewell to Maluo and his companions. Rikawang Jalusi and the Dondada tribe even escorted them for several dozen nautical miles, reluctant to see them go. This time, they were headed towards Impel Down, following a night of deliberation. The Navy headquarters exposed all of Dufulangming's conspiracies, thrusting Maluo and Tenghu into the headlines. Along the way, they would likely encounter a few unruly pirates. More astonishingly, while Dufulangming fell from grace, another individual occupied a prominent corner of a newspaper. Huichuan ACS resurrection, reappearing in Dressrosa. The Whitebeard pirates were invigorated. The final battle was approaching. It was suspected that Dufulangming had saved Huichuan AC a year ago through special means. Maluo showed no concern, allowing News King Morgans to speculate freely. Instead, Taudu delightedly read the newspapers along the way. By the third day, another shocking headline emerged. The substitute Admiral Taudu and Admiral Maluo were spotted on a date in Dressrosa. This news quickly garnered significant attention from powerful figures, who showered it with praise. Chatten almost clashed with Maluo, but was dissuaded from jumping into the sea. Smog, the smoke man, followed closely, claiming he would replace Wei Urge as Maluo essayed. Thus, Maluo found himself surrounded by a throng of people. Escorting Dufulangming felt akin to capturing an emperor. Late at night, as they were about to depart from the vicinity of Raijin Island towards Impel Down, the lookout reported that someone had arrived by ship to stage a robbery. Maluo rushed out first, and indeed, he spotted the formidable Jack of the Beast Pirates. How bold! 2 admirals and 2 substitute admirals dared to rob ship. Maluo had been betting on whether Jack would choose not to play. Unexpectedly, he was resolute, fearlessly confronting all dangers, surpassing even the 4 emperors. Consequently, Maluo decided to capture Jack and deliver him a sound thrashing, given Jack's lack of strength. He had nothing but resilience and no grand techniques. Maluo bound him with sea stone and locked him up alongside Dufulangming, standing outside the cage, laughing at Jack. In the cage, Dufulangming was oblivious to when he had put on his sunglasses again. Molo was perplexed as to where this fellow had concealed them, for they were absent when he arrived yesterday. The one who saved you has also been captured, but has Kaido treated you well? Molo's words dripped with sarcasm, prompting Minga to cast him a cold glance before bursting into laughter. Do you comprehend? Defeating me signifies the complete loss of control over the New World. Pirates will become more active than ever, and that is already more than enough for your navy to handle. Now, if you were to capture Drought Jack and imprison him in Impel Down, Kaido would undoubtedly go mad. Whitebeard would spare no effort to rescue Fire Fist Ace, and Kaido would do the same. Dufulangming believed he had discerned the entire situation. Molo waved his hand and directly handed him a newspaper. Rest assured, reader of news, I will ensure that newspapers are delivered to you regularly, so you may witness how those esteemed figures you deem untouchable meet their demise. What? Minga was taken aback upon seeing the news of Fire Fist Ace's resurrection. What nonsense is Morgan spouting? How could I possibly rescue Fire Fist Ace? This must be a false report. How can someone killed by a Kainu come back to life? That man is hailed as the strongest admiral in history. Molo shot him a knowing glance. Defeating you, Tenyasha, requires but a single punch. Defeating Jack requires no further elaboration. If Kaido dares to initiate another Marineford war, let him be buried without a trace. I await him. Molo's laughter echoed loudly, causing Dufulangming to tremble. He understood. He grasped it all. Why Fire Fist Ace had resurrected, why it was necessary to uproot his business within a year, why Drought Jack had to be captured. Molo was deliberately creating an extremely chaotic pirate world. He aimed to ensnare them all. You madman. Madman. Dufulangming finally realized that the world was on one level, he on another, while Molo resided on a fifth. A week later, Drought Jack was imprisoned, shocking the world once more. Everyone feared the resurrection of the Marineford War. Wano Country, Onigashima. Kaido, intoxicated, swung his kanabo and sent the nearby guards flying. Molo, who is this Molo? I must slay him. In truth, even if Kaido did not seek Molo, Molo would inevitably come for him. It was merely a matter of time. Brother Kaido, Molo purposely captured Jack to provoke us into action. He surely intends to take advantage of the Whitebeard pirates and the remnants of the pirate war. If we were also severely weakened, the Navy would consume the New World entirely, leaving only the red-haired and Big Mom to stand helplessly. Jean was calmly analyzing the situation. Defeated? Do you suppose I am inferior to Whitebeard? Even in his old age, he could allow his remnants to escape. I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Whoa, it is the Tenyasha and Drought who are too weak. My ability user pirate crew. In a fit of rage, Kaido sat down heavily in a chair, casting an irritated glance at the design on the table. He prepared to unleash his full strength, should the Navy dare to execute Jack publicly. He would march to Marine HQ. Kaido had made up his mind. He could not swallow this indignation. As the world's strongest creature, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, why would he endure such humiliation while waiting for Joy Boy in Wano Country? The New World was filled with a sense of impending storm. With the resurrection of Fire Fist Ace, the entire world descended into unprecedented chaos. Hive Island, Blackbeard Teach was equally astonished. He had never imagined that Fire Fist Ace still existed. What was more critical was that there had been no news for an entire year, making him seem as though he had vanished from existence. His reappearance not only uplifted the spirits of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, but also instilled an inexplicable fear among Blackbeard's crew. For no other reason than that Ace had appeared in Dressrosa, associated with the dragon slayer, Molo. This fellow had once been a thorn in the side of both Blackbeard and Big Mom, and now he had become a source of deep resentment for the 100 Beast pirates. This is outrageous. Like Carp, who had enemies wherever he went on the seas, pirates had sought to ensure he met a grisly end. Molo, he must be related to this Molo. Teach ground his teeth, fixating on the intelligence report, hesitating yet gambling, with an inner voice cautioning him to tread lightly. The War of the End was not the culmination of reaching the peak, but rather the beginning of a conspiracy surfacing. With this thought, Blackbeard glanced at his captains, a singular conspiracy brewing within him. When necessary, he would forsake all his subordinates. In the Grand Line, a massive fleet sailed through turbulent waters, bound for the New World. A purple-haired man at the bow was engrossed in a newspaper. "Teacher, are you reading the newspaper again? I'm brought a medicine and water." Zifa said little, glancing at the prominently featured Molo in the newspaper. Recently, the teacher had shown particular interest in this new Marine admiral named Molo. After half a year of being untraceable post-promotion, his recent appearance hinted at something momentous. Binns also smiled, aware that Zifa often grinned foolishly upon seeing news about Molo. Set sail to the New World. Zifa gazed at the sea as their ship quietly sank beneath the waves. Having left the Navy, he was no longer the admiral of the old era, nor the mentor nurturing new recruits. He yearned to sea. Initially planning to prepare for another year, he now wished to take the plunge. "Molo, I hope you do not hesitate too much. I no longer favor a gentle approach." Zifa murmured to himself. Not killing an admiral had cost this world all its past and its will. In the New World, on Whole Cake Island, Big Mom glanced at the absurd news in the newspaper, feeling as though the world was on the verge of turning upside down. "Molo, that wretched fool deserves to die. Do not bring me newspapers. I do not wish to see. By the way, hasn't Jinbei said he would bring the Sun Pirates here? Have they not arrived? Their cakes from Fishman Island are particularly delectable." Big Mom's drool splattered to the ground. Was he plotting now? Katakuri said coldly. Every thought of Molo made him feel that this fellow was extraordinarily fortunate. Yet his internal hatred grew incessantly. "Manga." Jinbei said he would participate in the War of the End. "Your cake will likely be delayed." Before Big Mom could respond, a mere glance from her sent Daifuku into a cold sweat. At this moment, the 3 Dark World Emperors of the New World had gathered. Even the Queen of Pleasure Street could not find joy. Should we not place a bounty on Molo or assassinate him? Assassinate a Marine Admiral? Have you lost your mind? Then what shall we do? Shall we just sit and wait to perish? The Pirate Expo. Barrett was perusing a newspaper within a cave, while his companion, Festa, remained ever cautious beside him. The audacity of that fellow had indeed escalated recently. It was said that from the Grand Line to the New World, Moro's enemies were second only to Carp. Carp? That man still had not succumbed to age, which was quite unexpected. Just the thought of Carp caused a dull ache in Barrett's ears. Carp was, without a doubt, a consummate battle fanatic, appearing harmless most of the time. Yet when he unleashed his full power, even the mightiest beings of the sea would find themselves bloodied. Of course, Moro was no ordinary individual. He was a renowned disciple of Carp, and it was rumored that his fists bore the same terrifying strength. Festa exaggerated. Really? The son of the Pirate King has resurrected. What does Carp's disciple amount to? They will all be my defeated foes. Barrett disdainfully tossed the newspaper aside, although he inadvertently cast a glance at the image of Ace within its pages. Moro was not particularly concerned. He longed to catch a glimpse of this young man. The name Ace was synonymous with Roger's blade. Furthermore, Ace bore an uncanny resemblance to a younger Roger, which had left Barrett momentarily dazed upon their first encounter. The single beam of light within the cave fell upon him. After escaping from Impel Down, Barrett had taken refuge here with Festa. He had grown accustomed to the dank and shadowy environment. Venturing into sunlight felt disorienting. A smile spread across his face as he stepped out of the cave, the sun's rays striking him as particularly blinding. The war would soon unfold. The 4 emperors were about to unleash chaos. It seemed it was time for me to take action. Festa, go and announce to the world. I, Barrett, have returned. A week later, at the new Marine headquarters, Akainu Sakazuki was in his office, plagued by a headache. Has it begun? He rose, extracting a cigar. Sakazuki, do not be too hasty. Moro is still fast asleep, remarked Kizaru, leisurely sipping his morning tea. The Blackbeard pirates had already commenced their preparations, and once the battle began, the new world would descend into chaos. Yet here he was, having distanced himself from headquarters for a week, wandering aimlessly outside. Did he truly wish to partake in this battle? Sakazuki was currently embroiled in internal conflict. With Moro, the Navy undoubtedly acquired formidable strength. He was an exceptionally unique individual. His sense of justice inscribed clearly in the office, absolute justice. Externally, he bore a striking resemblance to Akainu's notion of justice. Yet Moro himself was a source of trouble, consistently amalgamating various trivial matters into significant issues affecting the Marine headquarters. Recently, he had even united Fujitora, Momonosuke, Smoker, and others, commanding thousands of sailors and the firepower of 2 branch bases. A fleet of several warships was arrayed majestically across the sea. One might mistakenly believe that Moro was the marshal of headquarters. Currently, only Kizaru remained in Sakazuki's office. Green Bull was off battling in the New World, determined to prove himself no weaker than Fujitora. As for why not to compete with Moro, that was because his fruit powers were entirely countered, rendering him ineffective. Against Fujitora, he could still fight freely, their strengths being comparable. Sakazuki, if Kazan and I could be as dedicated to battle as you and Moro, wouldn't you be pleased? Kizaru calmly regarded Akainu, concerned for an old friend and colleague still relentlessly forging ahead alone after all these years. Wasn't he exhausted? With assistance, he feared losing control. Being a leader was truly taxing. He preferred the ease of his daily routine. Let him stir up trouble. Once the war concluded, he would leave the matter to Sakazuki. Sakazuki pointed at the latest orders on his desk. Kizaru glanced over and remarked, "Has the teacher come to the New World as well?" Perhaps he was drawn by the lively atmosphere. I originally thought he would prepare for another year. Teacher? He is already a traitor to the Navy, Akainu retorted, visibly more irate. Then why don't you go in person? I am swamped with affairs. On either side of the massive island, a fleet of pirate ships had already gathered. The victor would rise as the new emperor, while the vanquished would lose everything. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates faced the flourishing Blackbeard pirates. Initially, everyone believed that Teach, having acquired Whitebeard's Gura no Mi, would undoubtedly emerge as the ultimate victor in this confrontation. However, with the resurrection of Fire Fist Ace, the tide of bets swiftly shifted. The outcome of this battle had become increasingly uncertain. The 6 captains of the Blackbeard pirates, along with their numerous outlaws, were set to clash with the 15 captains of the Whitebeard remnants. In terms of numbers and established strength, the Whitebeard pirates held the advantage. Yet in the New World, the outcome of battles ultimately hinged on top-tier strength. Even if the 4 emperors exhausted their stamina, defeating the opposing pirate crew's leader could still turn the tide. This was the absolute power of the strong. Everyone anticipated that this battle would see Blackbeard Teach face off against the formidable captains of the Whitebeard pirates, the 1st Division Captain, Marco the Phoenix, and the 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace. Both held exceptional strength. Marco was capable of single-handedly suppressing 2 calamities, while Fire Fist Ace had been elusive for the past year. Had it not been for Blackbeard possessing the world's most powerful paramecia, Gura no Mi, and the Logia Yami no Mi, few would have believed the Whitebeard pirates could lose. They indeed had a wealth of strength. If it were truly 2 powerful vice-captains confronting an ascending pirate, the battle's outcome remained debatable. Ace, Marco, I never expected to see you again. Have you figured out how to relinquish Whitebeard's territory? Teach exclaimed, his hands outstretched, one wielding darkness, the other wielding tremors. Having seized a vast expanse of Whitebeard's territory and with Hakanosu as his base, Blackbeard commanded formidable captains and a horde of crazed followers. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Though this group shared a common affinity for the devil fruits, they were also united in their ruthless ambitions. At this moment, the 6 captains of the Blackbeard pirates had obtained powerful devil fruits, and with their original strengths and continuous battles over the past year, they had grown even stronger. It was a pity for Bagus and Pizarro. These short-lived souls had been denied even this opportunity. Van Augur was an instant transmission fruit user. Blackbeard had even prepared the Rumble fruit for Bagus. It was all due to this fellow's misfortune. Lafitte spread his owl wings, grinning wickedly. I will ensure they all suffer from terminal illnesses. The Grim Reaper, Poison Q, sat atop his horse, which had consumed the mythical Zoan-type Pegasus fruit. As a user of the disease fruit, he was in worse shape than ever. Yet this man who had withstood Ace's flames, Whitebeard's tremors, and Sengoku shockwaves had always been a frail figure. Teach, you have committed an unforgivable crime against the Whitebeard pirates. We will send you to the afterlife, where you will kneel before Dad and Sachi to confess your sins. Marco's eyes held a rare seriousness and darkness. For this day, they had prepared for far too long. Teach, your head is as good as mine. Boom! As soon as the sound that Teach detested the most emerged, a towering and expansive flame appeared upon the sea, surpassing even the pirate ships in grandeur, instantly engulfing the ocean. Fire Fist. Ace. Teach gritted his teeth, and Ace felt no less. Why do the deceased return to life? It is truly spine-chilling. However, at this juncture, there is nothing left to fear. Back on the islands of the Grand Line, Blackbeard had defeated Ace by leveraging the fruit's counteractive advantage. Now, endowed with the powers of the Gura no Mi, he possessed overwhelming strength. If Fire Fist, Ace, and the Immortal Marco had encountered him a year ago, before he acquired the Gura no Mi, their combined efforts might have afforded them a chance of survival. But now, no matter how many came, the outcome remained the same. Death. If you seek my life, then come and seize it. In this vast ocean, only ambition and dreams can dictate all, and only strength and influence can prevail over everything. Pirata. Allow me to demonstrate the power capable of annihilating the world. Blackbeard laughed, mimicking the actions of Whitebeard. With a single punch, the earth, ocean, and sky all resonated with a cracking sound. Dark cloud shattered into fragments. The sea overturned in chunks, and islands trembled, revealing countless fissures. The heavens swayed, and even the ground beneath was unsteady. Pirata. This is the era of Blackbeard. The Whitebeard pirates, wearied by this power, felt an excruciating familiarity. It was the power their father once wielded, imbued with emotion and significance. Yet now, it was possessed by their most loathsome enemy, the one who had slain Whitebeard, Sachi, and betrayed countless brothers. Is this not the height of irony? The most despicable of foes has taken everything from others, a pain etched deep within the soul. Va? Blackbeard and Ace exclaimed simultaneously as the pirate ships opened fire, one after another, pirates landing upon the island. Marco soared through the skies, heading straight for Blackbeard's ship. It had been a long time, Captain Marco. Upon seeing him, Teach felt an unspoken contempt. The title only fueled Marco's simmering rage. Teach, do you truly believe you can continue your reckless ways indefinitely? The flames of the phoenix swirled, coalescing into the most resplendent blue fire blossoms upon the sea. He flapped his wings, delivering a powerful kick. A tremendous shockwave erupted. Phoenix strike. Gura. Boom. Teach grinned broadly, declaring Marco to be too weak. This power was hardly worthy of his true combat. Marco, you are stronger than during the Marineford War. It seems you have exerted yourself over the past year to grow stronger, but alas, your pace pales in comparison to mine. Crack. Feeling intense pain, Marco coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The true strength of the Gura no Mi lies in its comprehensive coverage, delivering internal shock damage. To its possessor, it bestows the effects of advanced hockey akin to the highest level. Receiving this move, Dark Cavern. With a swift motion, Teach ensconced Marco in dark energy, leaving only a flickering blue flame defiantly burning. Your Zoan-type ability merely grants you a recovery ability beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. It does not transform your body into natural substances like a Logia. In the face of the Gura no Mi, you are more susceptible to injury. Crane Claw. Marco resolutely delivered the kick. It hurts, damn it, it hurts so much. Teach cried out in agony as the claw struck him. His momentary arrogance had allowed Marco to seize the opportunity to escape. The double agony rendered Teach utterly miserable. I will slay you. Marco once again reached out, attempting to ensnare Teach with the Yami no Mi, aiming to obliterate him with the Gura no Mi. The powerful gravitational force erupted forth. A flame appeared between them. Fire Fist. Ace cast a fierce glare at Teach, then turned to the sea where the ships of the Blackbeard pirates were engulfed in flames. The true battle had commenced upon the island. Only the three formidable warriors remained engaged in combat aboard the pirate ships. Captain, I have missed you so much. Pirate. This strike failed to capture Marco, yet Teach laughed heartily, delivering a punch. The Gura power, under the red and blue flames, still could not be entirely obstructed, instead causing the island to tremble with a sense of impending destruction. In the next moment, the figures of the three appeared upon the island, each captain confronting the 6 commanders of the Blackbeard pirates. The sounds of battle, the clash of swords, The roar of cannons and gunfire echoed relentlessly. The anguished wails and furious shouts harmonized into an unending drumbeat. Blackbeard held absolute confidence. His Yami no Mi could capture the essence of his foes, exerting dominance over both ordinary humans and devil fruit users alike. Normal individuals must rely on Ken Bunchaku to perceive and evade, employing Busashoku for defense. Yet Blackbeard could directly ensnare tangible forms with the Yami no Mi, while the Gura no Mi could simultaneously assault all. His formidable capacity for coverage, capture, and destruction placed him in an invulnerable position. Darkness spread endlessly, and how could that faint spark of fire be ignited? Teach. Ace tore away Blackbeard's cloak, revealing that he still wore his familiar attire, albeit marked by a gaping wound his chest, reminiscent of Luffy's. Each step he took exuded immense pressure. The Conqueror's haki erupted at that moment. En parallèle aura radiating forte. Over the past year, I have endured sleepless nights, relentlessly growing stronger. Haki, martial arts, and devil fruits are the formidable powers of this world, developed to their utmost limits. This flame, named Luo, who is the result of my metamorphosis after reaching the pinnacle of heat. Every inch of flame can burn infinitely until nothing remains to consume, and its temperature has undergone a transformation, reaching levels unmatched by ordinary fire, potent enough to rival magma. Boom! The flames blazed around Ace, and in that moment his feet and fists remained unconsumed by fire. Instead, they were enveloped in Busashoku haki, while the crimson flames coiled around his fists. A year ago, his flames leaned towards an orange-golden hue. Today, this vivid red resembled molten lava. And had it not been for the flickering nature of the flames, Blackbeard would have surely misinterpreted it. The surrounding temperature surged dramatically at that instant. Boom! Boom! Each surge of Ace's Conqueror's haki unleashed waves of searing heat, igniting the entire arena, the temperature rising abruptly, instilling a profound sense of unease. You have, by misfortune, gained fortune, enhancing the flame's temperature further. Teach glared fiercely at Ace. Haha, as long as you remain a devil fruit user, no matter how powerful you become, I still hope to render your abilities ineffective. Dark Cavern. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Teach extended a hand, attempting to capture Ace's essence and annihilate him with overwhelming force. As long as I can seize you, I can shatter all your defenses with a single blow from the Gura no Mi. It's futile, Teach. Your Yami no Mi can indeed suppress devil fruit users. But if the enemy's haki is sufficiently potent, what can you do? Ultimate haki can nullify the abilities of devil fruits. The haki emanating from AIC is intertwining with flames, forming an invisible barrier that enables him to concentrate both fire and haki within his fists, creating a sphere reminiscent of the Jun fruit's power. Haki alone? Do you think I would be weak? Chi was taken aback by how much Fire Fist AIC had strengthened over the past year, capable of resisting the influence of his dark fruit with haki. Yet, what does it matter? As long as he makes contact with the core, he can unleash devastating power. The destructive capability of the Jun fruit remains. With a sudden flash, armed haki manifested, twisting Chi-Chi's smile into something sinister. Even without the devil fruit, he had once managed to injure the legendary Shanks, leaving a scar that would haunt him for life. How could haki and physical prowess possibly be weak? Let's test this. Jun. Rohu Omahuan, Dian Jia Yindi. Boom. Their fists collided, both infused with armed haki and fruit abilities. When the Jun power erupted, the flames detonated in an instant, unleashing a scorching shockwave that slammed into Chi-Chi's face. AIC-2 endured the immense force of Jun. On one side lay darkness and Jun, while on the other, the searing heat of flames. In a fleeting moment, the entire island was engulfed. Both combatants experienced unprecedented enhancements. Would tragedy repeat itself this time? The reverberations of their battle were enough to inflict unbearable damage upon the world. Vegetation on the island was shredded or incinerated. Blood red and darkness obscured everyone's vision. All eyes were fixed on the final outcome of this clash. Unlike a year prior, AIC was now supported by comrades. The ground was searing, and merely walking upon it would scorch shoe soles. Chi laughed maniacally, his face smeared with blood, several teeth broken. Indeed, formidable haki could counter the influence of the dark fruit. Your flames have transformed, bringing shockwaves and intense heat to combat the Jun fruit. But you forget one thing. If my haki is not potent enough, then you could indeed stand against me. Ha! I possess not only two unparalleled devil fruits, but also formidable haki. What do you have to win? Blackbeard laughed heartily, fingers splayed, blood spilling as he chuckled. His beard had grown long, braided into several small black twists, making him appear even more fearsome. His stature had also increased over the past year, resembling a creature of mutation. AIC, you have lost again, and this time you lose the lives of everyone. Chi spread his arms wide. He would not let Fire Fist AIC escape. This fellow was already powerful, and even without the transformation of this past year, he would have made the Whitebeard pirates formidable as a vice to the Yonko, capable of carving a territory in the New World. Now, he had completed his transformation. If he survived this battle and further strengthened his Conqueror's Haki, he could indeed ascend to become one of the 4 emperors. Currently, AIC had not fully realized the potential of his Conqueror's Haki, but should he stand in the sunlight, leading the Whitebeard pirates forward, his kingly aura would only grow. On that day, if he truly transformed into one of the 4 emperors, Chi would find his path obstructed by the remnants of Whitebeard. Such a scenario must not be allowed. Is that so? It seems you two are filled with trepidation. AIC rose, gravely injured. The powerful Chi, with his dual fruits, had indeed attained the strength of one of the 4 emperors. AIC found himself at a disadvantage, unable to truly match him. Given time and opportunity to grow stronger, he would undoubtedly reach similar heights. His armed Haki and Flame fruit had transformed significantly over the past year. And although he had become the strongest in the Whitebeard pirates, he still could not overcome Blackbeard. AIC felt no despair. He knew he must continue to fight. Blackbeard would not let him leave alive, and he must hold the line, allowing the Immortal Marco and the others to survive. At this moment, each captain bore grievous injuries. Most were Devil Fruit users affected by the Dark Fruit, while the Jun Fruit inflicted great harm upon anyone. Facing Blackbeard's area-wide assault was akin to a hellish ordeal. This was still with AIC's presence. Otherwise, this battle would have resulted in a complete rout. After all, the Blackbeard pirates had also suffered heavy losses, save for him. You all go. I will hold the rear. AIC conjured a high wall of flames to block Chi, playing perfectly into Blackbeard's hands. Ha ha, do you think I'm Whitebeard, Newgate? If you refuse to ally with me, you must die. Chi was not blind to this scene. He recalled how Whitebeard had reacted similarly when he encountered AIC. However, he had no such inclination to cherish talent. This time, can you withstand it? Dark Hole. With a crack, Chi succeeded, and indeed, the heavily injured AIC could not withstand the onslaught. Ha ha ha. The feeling of power is delightful. Eliminating you, who thought you could grasp hope, brings me the greatest joy. Boom. Chi threw a punch, and the captains rushed through the wall of fire, striving to rescue AIC as swiftly as possible. What tragedy awaited? A year had passed, and they had been unable to change anything. I see. The Immortal Marco, the Flower Sword Bista, and Diamond Jaws all ran desperately, extending their hands towards the ground, weeping in despair. Just as the situation seemed dire, a steel alloy pipe appeared, enveloped in formidable armed Haki. One hand grasped the steel pipe, while the other formed into a dragon claw. Beneath a top hat and blue suit lay a face marked with scars from childhood wounds. Dragon claw fist, dragon breath. Boom! You're the chief of staff of the GM army, Sabo. Chi could hardly believe it. Why had this man suddenly appeared? He had prepared thoroughly, expecting Moro to strike. At that moment, he had intended to turn the tables. Do not even think of harming my brother. Sabo charged forth single-handedly, feeling a semblance of pressure even with an injured Chi. Yet once he regained his composure, he felt invincible. So long as Chi exerted his full strength, even with Sabo present, he would ensure that all would perish without burial. I never expected you to be close to the GM army aside from that straw hat rat's son. Chi could only speculate about their connection. Nevertheless, the power unleashed by Chi's Jun and Sabo's Dragon Claw clashed, still tipping the scales in Chi's favor. This was the most destructive fruit ability in the world. To counter it, only the dragon himself could intervene. Currently, both Sabo and AIC possess strength between the vice commanders and the 4 emperors. Without further growth, they would still be courting death before Chi. Sabo, you're alive? AIC seized the opportunity to escape amidst the clash between Chi and Sabo, joyfully gazing at Sabo. And you're not dead either? Sabo grinned at AIC, and the two burst into laughter like fools. Chi, who had intended to eliminate them, was enraged. I'm still here, and you dare to ignore me. You do not even consider who has arrived. To be honest, I never anticipated that this monster would be summoned by you. Sabo glanced behind Tiki. It was merely a coincidence. Ace also rose to his feet, flames igniting once more, a manifestation of life itself. The sound of chains clashing against the earth reverberated. That individual, who harbored a grudge against the Blackbeard pirates, had unexpectedly appeared at this moment. A bead of sweat gradually formed on Tiki's brow. If he were at full strength, the appearance of this archenemy would mean little. Yet he was injured and temporarily hindered by Sabo. Should he provide an opportunity for the newcomer, the outcome of this battle would indeed be uncertain. The Dragon Slayer, Maluo. Tiki turned around, finally confirming the identity of the visitor. Even more troubling was that his kin Bunshiko Haki detected a fleet of warships surrounding the island, among which were the admirals Fujitora and others. Is this a fair fight? Quite an enticing prospect, thank you. Maluo, however, was surrounded by countless chains of life, ensnaring Lafitte and the drunken Jot. Both were now rolling their eyes, their vitality swiftly siphoned away by Maluo. Fawn Aoka! Tiki shouted towards the nearby user of the Shuni fruit, their sniping expert, supersonic Fawn Aoka. At your command, Governor. With a swift motion, Fawn Aoka glanced at the drunken Jot and Lafitte, recognizing that their rescue was impossible. In this dire moment, his only option was to escape as quickly as possible. The Blackbeard pirates, including Tiki, Fawn Aoka, Poison Q, and Ranji Shilio, vanished with extraordinary speed. The remaining powerful subordinates exchanged glances, bewildered. Who could have anticipated that the formidable Blackbeard pirates would encounter such an upheaval? Ultimately, only Governor Tiki and 3 captains managed to flee. They are now mine. Maluo cast a glance at Ace and Sabo, refraining from advancing a single step further, as the frenzied chains of life swiftly engulfed the area, draining the vitality of the entire Blackbeard pirates crew. A Yonko crew, and only 4 individuals escaped. Even that horse named Zhuang, which had consumed the mythical Zoan-type Pegasus fruit, was discarded. All other captains and subordinates fell victim to Maluo's sacrificial offering. You are quite impressive. You too shall belong to me. Maluo patted Zhuang and directly mounted the steed. At a glance, Maluo's belt was crafted from 900 million ivory, and the blade at his waist resembled a pretzel. What a Yonko crew! The concept had long since dissipated in Maluo's eyes. The Dragon Slayer, Maluo, Diamond Jaws had not anticipated such a stark disparity in strength upon their reunion. Depart. This battle shall yield only one victor, me. Maluo waved his hand dismissively. Thank you. Marco and the others were unaware of the transaction between Ace and Maluo, yet the complete obliteration of his forces proved to be a significant bargaining chip for Maluo. Let's depart. Ace glanced at Maluo, opting not to engage in conversation, with Sabo echoing his sentiment. The 3 were undoubtedly the strongest among the youth of this era, yet they found themselves in opposing factions. An hour later, news of the conclusion of the battle reverberated throughout the New World. Even more astonishing news soon followed. The G.M. Army Sabo was revealed to be the sworn brother of Fire Fist Ace. Admiral Maluo intervened, emerging as the ultimate beneficiary of the concluded battle, with only 4 members of the Blackbeard pirates escaping while the remainder were ensnared by Maluo. At sea, Smoker, Fujitora, Peach Rabbit, Chatoin, and Dasiki observed Maluo, shaking their heads in disbelief. Maluo had originally intended for them to monitor Fawn Aoka's abilities, ensuring that Blackbeard and his crew did not escape. However, the distance had proven too great. The opportunity had long since passed. Possessing super long-range Kinbunshiko Haki, Fawn Aoka could have facilitated their swift escape over vast distances. Found it. Maluo raised his head, locking onto a distant direction. His Kinbunshiko Haki transcended distance, detecting the hatred emanating from Blackbeard and his crew. But alas, the distance was too great. Even Kizaru could not catch up. Is that towards the Pirate Expo? Just as he contemplated pursuing, he received a call from Akainu. So you have indeed meddled. Hehehe. Are you pleased, Sakazuki? Maluo laughed heartily, fully aware of Sakazuki's elation. Do not rejoice too early. Black Arm Zephyr has appeared in the New World, seemingly enacting a special plan. You must act swiftly to prevent the annihilation of the New World. What Black Arm Zephyr? ISNT he your former mentor? Sakazuki, you are heartless. Maluo quipped. Are you seriously concerned about that now? Hello. Sakazuki was on the verge of fury. After Maluo finished berating him, he abruptly hung up. 3 days later, following the conclusion of the battle, Smoke and Dasiki departed with their group. Chatoin took on a transport task. Fujitora headed to the Marine headquarters to report the details of the battle. Ultimately, Only Maluo and Peach Rabbit returned to Orange Soda Island. They had initially intended to pursue Blackbeard, who was headed towards a pirate expo, but unexpectedly, Akainu issued a directive for him to thwart Zephyr, who had returned to the New World a year early. After a week of recuperation, Maluo finally acquired the most detailed intelligence. 3 warships appeared on the ocean, and Peach Rabbit glanced at his back, feeling a sense of security. At this point, Maluo had become a formidable individual in his own right. The true Dragon Slayer, Maluo, had engaged with the GM Army, Blackbeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and Ace in numerous battles. This time, he aimed to confront the Neo-Marine Zephyr, a once-revered figure within the Marines, the former non-executive admiral of the pre-admiral era, Black Arm Zephyr. Not to mention, should Maluo succeed in capturing him, it would signify the definitive demarcation between 2 eras, illustrating Akainu's keen insight as he recognized Maluo's rapid growth. 2 days prior, Zephyr had seized the exploding rock and detonated an island with an underground active volcano. Notably, there are 3 such islands in the New World. If all were to be detonated, it would unleash uncontrollable magma beneath the New World, plunging it into a sea of flames, effectively burying it. Peach Rabbit calmly relayed the intelligence. Maluo remained silent, already aware of the situation. However, Zephyr had arrived a year earlier than anticipated, indicating he would be in even better condition. This time, the adversary we face is a man who has fostered a naval renaissance. Peach Rabbit smiled intriguingly. Indeed, who would have imagined that a once heroic figure would eventually stand against the Navy? Yet, the predicament he finds himself in is one that all who know the truth can do nothing about. In truth, the Shichibukai should have been abolished long ago. Should they not? Maluo suddenly spoke, broaching what seemed to be an unrelated topic. The Navy's current combat strength has surged. Aside from Sengoku, Garp, and the elderly Tsuru, the pinnacle of their might includes Akainu, Fujitora, Kizuru, myself, you, Chatoin, and that one who shouts and cries when he fights Green Bull. Pacifists can easily suppress pirates below 100 million in bounty. If we merely wait a little longer, once the Seraphim emerge, we can seize every opportunity to eliminate the reigning emperors of the sea. Yet, what is the outcome? The world government, in pursuit of the balance they perceive, repeatedly engages in actions that are questionable. Tao Tu interrupted his discourse, cautioning that such matters should not be spoken of lightly. As long as you understand my meaning, that suffices. Moruo, disinterested in further discussion, rose from his seat and donned his cloak. With a swift motion, he adorned himself with the cape of justice. Exuding an aura befitting a king, his black eyes appeared deep and inscrutable. Let us set forth for the sake of justice and annihilate that old man. Tao Tu observed Moruo's retreating figure, remaining silent as she followed closely behind. Indeed, uttering such words can be profoundly hurtful, bordering on absurdity. Had it been during the peak of Whitebeard's era or the time of Roger, the news of the Black Arm Zephyr's disillusionment with the Navy and subsequent pursuit would have been met with ridicule. Yet now, it garners no attention. Is it the twilight of heroes? Or has the treachery of the past 20 years rendered the world accustomed to all manner of deceit? With a swift motion, Moruo boarded the warship, greeted by the islanders who lined the way to bid him farewell. Whether in this vicinity, the New World, or the Grand Line, Moruo's assertive actions have increasingly endeared him to the common folk. Recent surveys indicate that he has surpassed the likes of T-Pig, becoming the most beloved admiral of the Navy among the populace. Behind Ma Zhuang always appeared ill, and Moruo's ivory belt and the renowned blade, the pepper salt roll, bore the marks of his relentless training with hockey. Perhaps, one day, he could refine it into an unparalleled black belt. Zephyr was en route to the second island, inhabited by a multitude of humans. Although there exists a sea train, his actions alone indicate the fervor of his conviction. Tao Tu's observations were not unfounded. The man who once refrained from killing admirals had now traversed into extremity. Of the 3 islands designated for destruction by explosive rocks, this was the only one that housed human life. Yet Zephyr, unlike his former compassionate self, chose decisively to detonate it. Let's not speak further. We cannot merely let the horse run without providing it fodder. With a signal from Moruo, the warship surged towards its destination at remarkable speed. Not only would he not grant the opportunity to detonate the 3rd island, but Moruo would also deny any chance for the 2nd. A day later, as the Navy warship docked, Moruo immediately commanded everyone to take cover and for civilians to evacuate. Remaining here would inevitably invite various dangers. To engage in a decisive battle, one must have no lingering concerns. Given Zephyr's pace, he should arrive by afternoon at the latest. Moroa's ship, equipped with Vegapunk technology, was considerably faster. Someone is approaching. Tao Tu observed the departing civilians and inadvertently caught sight of a figure moving against the tide of the crowd. Kazan, the green pheasant. I will step away momentarily. Very well. I will ensure this evacuation proceeds smoothly. A rear admiral beside Tao Tu nodded in agreement, knowing that there were formidable forces stationed here. The port was bustling with people, all fleeing towards the path of survival. The Navy warships, colossal vessels, and sea trains continuously departed from the harbor. Meanwhile, Moroa strolled leisurely along the beach, while Kazan remained silent. The two shared a tacit understanding. Just as Smoker sensed the potential in their clash, so too had the Zephyr incident forged an early connection between Kazan and Moroa. Their encounter that day was merely the fruition of a preordained fate. It has been a long time. Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air. Will you be able to be ruthless? Moroa gazed at Kazan. If possible, there would be no need for your intervention. Kazan conveyed his meaning. Soon, Kizaru and others would arrive with elite rear admirals from the headquarters. This battle would serve as an ambush against Zephyr. I will personally erect the highest gravestone for him. Kazan had already made preparations. He too had departed from the Navy, yet was destined to tread a path distinctly different from Zephyr's. He has arrived, and they too are coming. Moroa turned, his observation haki extending across the seas, tracing two distinct paths. On one side stood black-armed Zephyr and his Neo-Navy. On the other, Kizaru accompanied by countless disciples of Zephyr. The dual burden they carried was destined for mutual destruction. Zephyr emerged from the cabin, cloaked in a black cape, donned with stylish sunglasses, purple hair, and a smile that beamed from his face. Ayn and Bin stood beside him, gazing fearlessly at the distant sea. They were about to be intercepted by two admirals from the Navy headquarters, fully aware of the intelligence at hand. Yet, regardless, they pressed on. Cough, cough. Zephyr suffered from severe asthma. His body and spirit were equally diminished, and his strength was significantly reduced. Kizaru, it seems he is not alone. Zephyr glanced at the intelligence and calmly handed it to Ayn. Has that disciple of Garp also arrived? It appears this fellow has nurtured two commendable disciples. Not long ago, that Kobe had made quite an impression, and Moroa emerged as the ultimate beneficiary of the battle. The sea indeed revels in chaos, gathering all those who are at their peak merely to thwart an old man like me. Zephyr's mechanical arm, embedded with sea stone, served as a crushing device. Due to its weight, it could not truly compare to the prowess of one's haki. Had Zephyr been in his prime, mastering the Navy's 6 styles at 28 and achieving mastery of haki by 34, he would have needed no such contraptions. This seemingly extravagant device, in truth, weakened his stamina while also presenting inconveniences. Yet now, with one arm severed, he had no choice but to rely upon it. The Navy has transformed, to a degree he no longer recognizes. Sengoku always prioritizes the greater good, and Garp no longer reveals himself in public. Their era has long since faded into obscurity. Shall we meet? The grave of the New World. Zephyr seemed to anticipate something, yet quickly donned a broad smile. He must remain joyful, never allowing a moment's hesitation, lest he be consumed by the merciless tides of this age. On the other side of the sea, Kizaru, hands in pockets, exhibited a rare seriousness as a cadre of elite rear admirals stood behind him, gazing intently at the island. Prior to this, Kizaru had engaged in brief skirmishes with Zephyr. This time, Moroa awaited them on the island. However, the closer they approached, the more unease settled within. The black-armed Zephyr was nearing the island. Would Kizaru issue the Demon Slayer order? The question came from a young Navy major. He possessed commendable strength to have been included in this operation. Yet he could not comprehend why the admirals aboard the warship displayed an inexplicable anxiety. Could it be that the aged former admiral still retained formidable strength? Rumor had it that Zephyr's spirit had waned for many years, with his arms severed and suffering from severe illness. In such a state, he could not possibly contend with a prime Kizaru. Why then did everyone appear so grim? He did not understand, but Akainu urged him to remind Kizaru. This fellow had switched off the Den Mushi, causing Akainu to grow anxious. A brief restoration of spirit is normal, yet one must not forget to follow orders. The Demon Slayer order? He was once a hero, Huang Yuan murmured to himself, contemplating the various applications of the Demon Slaughter order, including its use for the convenience of the world government and for the sake of the celestial dragon's dignity. However, he never anticipated that one day it would be wielded against his own mentor. The word demon was far too harsh. Taking a deep breath, Huang Yuan exhaled slowly, and a smile gradually returned to his face. No one knew the turmoil he had endured within. Only the carefree tone returned once more. The demon's slaughter order commenced. Simultaneously, he activated the miniature transponder snail on his wrist and called Moro. "Ah, General Moro, how have you been lately? Tell your men to stay out of the fire. We are about to launch an attack." With a swift motion of his hand, a neatly organized line of pacifists appeared behind him. Moro's voice came through the transponder snail. "It's been a while, Uncle Huang Yuan. Feel free to open fire. The civilians have been completely evacuated." "Understood." Huang Yuan glanced at the island, issuing commands with a wave of his hand, while he transformed into a beam of light, racing towards the volcano. Meanwhile, the Neo Navy successfully landed. Zifa became a shadow, rapidly ascending towards the peak. Let the new world collapse from this moment. Huang Yuan, teacher, boom! The clash between the shattering machine and the celestial cloud sword was instantaneous. A brutal struggle between Haki and the powers of the devil fruits. Moro lifted his gaze from the port, observing the scene with indifference. Akiji also concealed his hands within his trench coat, advancing toward the summit. On the island, the sound of singing seemed to float through the air, as if bidding farewell to the setting sun. This was the final chapter of Twilight, an elegy for heroes. "Let us go. Let the battle commence." Moro also strode toward the volcano. Zifa is now too old to be a match for Huang Yuan or Akiji. "Do we still need to proceed?" Peach Rabbit asked, somewhat puzzled. "This ISNTA battle, it's a farewell." Moro replied without looking back. He was unaware that when that day arrived, he too would become an enemy of the entire world, demanding answers from the 9 centuries of history, proclaiming to the blank pages of history, and opening fire upon the celestial dragons on the red Earth continent. Would there be friends from the past who would betray him? Would anyone come to bid him farewell? After a millennium, all would have departed, leaving only the most gallant of heroes. As he walked along the mountain path, the reverse FruitUser and the flourishing FruitUser bins raced towards the volcano to confront their most formidable enemy alongside their teacher, Zifa. Those former comrades had long since become foes intent on burying them. "Children, one day you will grow up, racing toward the volcano that melts all dreams. Whether as heroes or vanquished, only your unrepentant fists will narrate the tales of the past. Slow down. After all, if you rush, there's little you can achieve with your intellect." Moro's voice emerged softly, while Ein and Binz were filled with despair. Facing off against Moro, an admiral, was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction, with little hope of victory. "What is wrong? Are you afraid? Then who do you think is heading up the mountain?" "Akiji." Binz drew his twin sword from his back as Akiji approached along the mountain path. "Damn it. They, the Neo Navy, must confront the elite vice admirals of the Navy, and their teacher must face 3 admirals. Even the 2 of us must contend with Peach Rabbit right behind us." Despair loomed, a profound sense of hopelessness. "You must have realized, Haven TU, Senior Zifa has long prepared for mutual destruction." Moro looked up at the volcano. "Your devil fruit abilities are impressive, but it's a pity you don't know how to use them effectively. Binz, you must avoid encountering Green Bull, otherwise that guy will go mad. Fortunately, he doesn't have a special physique. He can't consume 2 devil fruits, otherwise the combination of the forest and flourishing fruits would indeed be troublesome." Binz paused, perplexed by Moro's words. Moro then turned his gaze to Ein beside him. "Your reverse fruit can rejuvenate someone by several years, enhancing both strength and physical condition, correct? That's wonderful, but unfortunately, it cannot restore Zifa's arm." Moro's statement left Ein momentarily stunned. Her short hair, reminiscent of a fairy tale princess, was complemented by a blue cape and beneath it, a skirt akin to that of Khalifa from Eni's lobby, along with thigh-high stockings and high-heeled shoes that added considerable combat prowess. "Are you suggesting I haven't said anything?" Moro waved his hand, and Peach Rabbit smiled, striding toward the summit with her long legs. "You truly underestimate people." Shattering blaster. Boom! The forceful cannon fire was filled with sea stone and laser technology. Huang Yuan calmly sidestepped, knowing that Zifa's current condition could never match his speed. Boom! Another powerful punch came crashing down, the elder exerting himself to unleash the strength of his peak years. But he was already old, and in a world where will and spirit defined one's potential and peak strength, Zifa's prolonged period of decline had rendered him far from his former glory. Huang Yuan executed a laser kick. Zifa hastily dodged, only to be struck forcefully on the cheek. "Too slow, your speed has diminished greatly. Even your fists cannot compare to those of years past." Strength, speed, and hockey could not rival the peak. Rather, asthma and age were robbing him of his increasingly frail life. Zifa, how could you possibly withstand my attack? Speed determines everything. Huang Yuan, wielding the celestial cloud sword, executed a swift strike, his attack reaching unparalleled speed. You rely on the speed granted by your devil fruit, but do not forget that in this world, only hockey can transcend all. Zifa coughed, quickly retreating several steps to consume a pill. My hockey may not be as strong as my teacher S at his peak, but it is sufficient for battle. It is not that my hockey is lacking. It is merely that my speed and the devil fruit shine brighter. Huang Yuan appeared composed, akin to a student reporting his homework to a teacher before Zifa. How arrogant you are. Do make sure to train well. Shattering tornado. Zifa's mechanical arm of the shattering machine crashed down, the tremendous shockwave propelling Huang Yuan into the sky. In the next instant, sea-stone bullets flew out like a tornado, all striking Huang Yuan's face, transforming him into light orbs, preparing to reconstitute his form in the distance. Zifa leaped up, seizing Huang Yuan with sea-stone, and the hidden explosives detonated in an instant. Shattering short strike. Could this all-out attack capture Huang Yuan's true form? Bang! Following the explosion, Huang Yuan reappeared, a rare sharpness glinting in his eyes. He gazed at Zifa, sensing the surrounding air quietly dropping in temperature. The magma of the volcano was instantaneously frozen by an extreme chill. It seems that guys also arrived, Huang Yuan remarked, but this was for the best. As long as this place was frozen, Zifa's intention for mutual destruction would become exceedingly simple. Shadows emerged, as pacifists in the Navy occupied every entrance to the volcano. The Navy vice admirals, wielding long swords, traversed the icy surface, advancing toward Zifa. Zifa, you have lost, Huang Yuan said to Zifa with a serious expression. Shut up. I am not Zifa. I am Hero Z. Zifa traverses the world in the name of Z, embodying his original self. Much like the sunglasses obscuring his eyes from childhood to the present, exuding a formidable aura. Teacher, Iron and Bins make their entrance, and vegetation begins to sprout upon the icy surface. The little green bull, Bins, aspires to create a world of plants to protect Zifa. What brings you here? Hurry and lead the others to safety. This battle is beyond your capabilities. Zifa casts a weary glance at them, his breath labored. Ultimately, age has taken its toll, leaving him devoid of the vigor and strength he once possessed. Zifa, I cannot restore your arm, but I can make you 26 years younger. Ian appears behind Zifa, wielding the power of the time-back fruit. A single use rewinds time by 12 years. 3 uses take him back 36 years. 36 years ago, the black-armed Zifa was 38, having just ascended to the rank of admiral at the peak of his prowess. At that moment, the wrinkles on his face vanished entirely. His height gradually returned, and the formidable physique, once replete with dominance, speed, vitality, and stamina, surged back in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Zifa erupted with an unprecedented vitality. The unwavering sense of justice in his eyes, hidden beneath his sunglasses, rekindled. In the name of Z, let all be purged. Though Zifa could not reclaim his lost arm after the rewind, the rest of his physical attributes were restored to their youthful state, free from the burdens of aging, illness, and despondency. At this moment, he has truly returned to the era of his formidable reign. Oh, how terrifying! Younger than when I first encountered Zifa, Kizaru observed Zifa. Acknowledging that despite having only one usable arm, he understood that the severed arm lay beneath the crusher. However, after reattaching it, Zifa's power had already waned, leading him to increasingly rely on external aids. This was merely Zifa's speculation, beyond the fact that the prosthetic arm could not compare to his peak self. The mechanical arm represented the childhood dream of Z. Regardless, even with the crusher, Zifa's speed and strength would not be hindered. In a flash, Zifa enveloped himself in hockey, vanishing in an instant, reappearing before Kizaru, unleashing a punch that radiated unprecedented destructive force. Indeed, you become faster, Zifa. Kizaru swiftly pivoted, delivering a retaliatory kick. This time, Zifa's speed was no longer sluggish, and the power and hockey in his fist were equally formidable. This was the strength attained during his prime, relying solely on physical prowess and hockey, devoid of any devil fruit. Boom! Even Kizaru now wore a troubled expression, realizing that the former Zifa had truly returned. This was no mere bluff. It is indeed possible. Ian suddenly felt foolish. Had it not been for Moro's casual remark, she would not have known that the time-back fruit could not only be used against foes, but could also assist allies. Thunder rumbled as a colossal ice tombstone rose from the ground, with Akiji standing high above, enveloped in an aura of chill, gazing indifferently at the similarly frozen volcanic crater. He could easily guess that this was undoubtedly Moro's idea. However, this only served to complicate matters further, plunging them into peril. Should Zifa shatter the ice layer and trigger the explosive rock, the entire island would be laid waste. Of course, if necessary, he too would intervene to protect the island as much as possible. Jata no Kagami, Zetes Shitterin Storm. With one hand enveloped in haki and the other in kairoseki, Zifa laughed heartily as he unleashed a punch. Were he in his diminished state, this blow would further deplete his already exhausted stamina, leaving him vulnerable. Yet now, he was fully capable of retaliating with the equally potent Yata no Kagami. Boom! The light orbs flew forth, repelled. Zifa laughed heartily. A sufficiently powerful haki can withstand even natural-type attacks, and even counter them. You rely too heavily on your devil fruit. Kizaru, you speak the truth, Zifa, but regardless, we shall send you on your way. Kizaru's hands moved behind him, his gaze growing progressively colder. The two clashed once more. This was a confrontation between the pinnacle of haki combat and devil fruit prowess, a battle of admiral-level intensity, one that ordinary individuals could not dare approach. Until a youthful figure emerged. As the instigator, Moro positioned himself between the two. Endless Life Slaughterhouse. A green vortex formed beneath Moro's feet, immediately unleashing countless life chains that morphed into two enormous hands, reaching out towards Zifa and Kizaru. MX-33 Ekimz. Yata no Kagami. Zifa attacked with a punch, while Kizaru formed a mirror of light with both hands, swiftly evading. A sufficiently powerful haki can nullify a devil fruit's effects. Zifa launched a powerful punch, yet unexpectedly, Kizaru's evasion redirected that very punch back at him. Armament haki, is it? As if no one else possesses it. Before Moro could finish speaking, a faint red armament haki enveloped his fist, extending with the might to strike from afar, showcasing formidable attack power. Zing! Kizaru, unwilling to back down, unleashed his heavenly sword of clouds. He was uncertain why Moro suddenly targeted both of them, but once he regained his composure, he realized they must collectively confront Zifa. Boom! The life chains beneath Moro's feet stretched out, forming shields. He emulated katakuri, conjuring life springs in the sky, from which countless chains erupted. These chains intertwined to create a massive cage, trapping him and Zifa within while isolating Kizaru and the others. What? Moro, what are you doing? Kizaru was taken aback, not expecting Moro to opt for a one-on-one with Zifa. This scene seemed to be anticipated by Akiji, standing atop the tombstone. Ian, standing on the ice, gazed blankly at Binz, aware that Zifa had spoken highly of Moro. The two had employed their fruit abilities to assist after Zifa lost his arm. They never anticipated Moro would act this way, shattering all their illusions. He had not come to aid them, but rather to challenge Zifa. Questions remained unanswered. At this juncture, Zifa's side consisted solely of himself, along with his disciples, Ian and Binz. Your forces have all been subdued. Stand behind me. Peach Rabbit stepped forward, her pink windbreaker and striking silk stockings, coupled with high heels echoing with every step, creating a heart-stirring sound. Ian and Binz remained silent, unable to comprehend Moro's or Peach Rabbit's intentions. However, it seemed there was no immediate danger. Surrounding them were the elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. Alongside Kizaru and Moro, the standard demon-slaying order would typically require 5 vice admirals and 10 rear admirals. The current assembly surpassed that by tenfold, extending Zifa the utmost respect. 2 serving admirals, a former admiral, a candidate admiral, and dozens of vice and rear admirals, along with numerous pacifists and sailors. This assembly was potent enough to obliterate an entire Yonko crew. Teacher Zifa, hold on, Ian cried out, determined not to let Zifa feel isolated and helpless. They were the 2 disciples who had safeguarded Zifa after he lost his arm. How could they possibly fear their former comrades? Teacher Shifa, Humbeada. Binz shed tears once more as he reminisced about that fateful rainy night, when a butcher-like man mercilessly slaughtered his fellow disciples. Had it not been for Zafa's desperate protection, he would have lost more than just an arm. The sound of tears falling echoed softly. Even the admirals of the Navy found themselves weeping. Their teacher, that gentle man, had endured countless setbacks and failures, ultimately leading him down this irreversible path. Akainu commanded. Kizaru moved into action, and Akiji stood sentinel. They were merely disciples here to bid farewell. In this moment, they held no positions or stances. They were united solely by their identity as disciples of Zai-Fa. Countless voices cried out within their hearts, "Teacher Zai-Fa, Ganbada, TCH, a bunch of spineless fellows." Zai-Fa chuckled heartily, glancing at his former disciples, feeling an even greater joy. Why weep? With such vigor, why not confront Big Mom, Kaido, and red-haired Shanks? Kizaru, why does your fruit ability not penetrate Moro's cage? Can light not evade these chains that seize life? Or is your haki inferior to this brat's? Zai-Fa engaged Moro in combat. Their speed so swift, they became mere afterimages. The clash of haki and martial arts embodied the essence of a bygone era. Zai-Fa grinned. Was this not the new age he longed to witness? Kizaru smiled knowingly. He understood what Zai-Fa wished to see. Every era must eventually pass. The era of Steelbone, Sengoku, Zai-Fa Carp. The era of Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji. The era of Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora, Moro. What lies ahead? If no one seizes the baton, the Navy will ultimately be consumed by the rising tide of pirates and the GM army. In these vast seas, to uphold justice, one must achieve continuous victories. Ha! A group of young fools who think they understand me. Moro, is this all the ability you possess? Unleash it all. Let me experience what you call the new era. Zai-Fa laughed heartily, his spirit and combat prowess at their peak. I'm not the new era, but the name of the forthcoming age shall be Moro. Moro unleashed his three-color haki, awakening his fruit abilities simultaneously. Magma and ice transformed into chains of life. A faint red glow enveloping him, the fire in his eyes igniting with surging haki. Everything blended seamlessly, complementing his increasingly refined martial arts, thus maintaining his strongest state. Your haki resembles Carp's, yet your fists have yet to grasp the essence, falling short of martial perfection. Zai-Fa assessed coolly. He had traversed a similar path, mastering the Navy's 6 styles at a young age, being among the first to awaken armament haki. In this regard, he and Moro were strikingly similar, allowing him to swiftly discern Moro's weaknesses. Is that so? Then I humbly seek your guidance, Senior Zai-Fa. With a swift motion, Moro released the life domain, opting not to modify his body with his devil fruit powers, but instead elevating his strength to its zenith, relying solely on haki and martial arts to engage in battle. On the expansive ice surface, the conflict between Moro and Zai-Fa escalated to a fever pitch. Waves of haki generated shockwaves that shattered the ice, sending shards flying into the air. Boom! Zai-Fa executed a devastating machine-like explosion, complemented by a shockwave of armament haki, standing face-to-face with Moro. Both erupted in laughter, reveling in the thrill of battle. Young man, it's time for class. Zai-Fa raised his head, gazing earnestly at Moro. He understood that the future of the Navy had already been passed down. Must it be spoken aloud? Senior Zai-Fa? Moro felt a pang of sorrow. He could scarcely imagine a day when Carp might be forced to depart under duress. What would it be like for him and KB, along with Barumabur, to hunt down Carp? Most likely, everyone except him would meet their demise. However, Carp would likely refrain from delivering a fatal blow. They were alike in that regard. Zai-Fa's words were not directed solely at Moro. Everyone present instinctively turned their gaze towards Zai-Fa, eager to absorb his teachings. In these vast seas, only haki reigned supreme. Haki, martial arts, transcending your limits. The Navy's 6 styles initially developed various simple techniques to their utmost, surpassing human limitations, granting you entry into haki and the ability to suppress ordinary combat prowess, adapting to battles in various environments. After awakening haki, one must refine the defensive, offensive, healing, and precognitive aspects of armament haki to their peak. Even so, human haki possesses an even higher state, along with advanced techniques and awakenings. On the seas, there are occasional powerful individuals emerging from Wano, mastering a technique known as Ryu-Ci, capable of striking from a distance. Yet, this is not advanced armament haki. It merely allows ordinary haki to achieve similar destructive power. Only through enduring the most resilient trials in this world can your ordinary haki evolve into true advanced armament haki. Ultimately, martial arts represent the perfect fusion of strength and haki. Believe in your potential. Regardless of swordsmanship, marksmanship, or devil fruit abilities, while being countered and resisted by Haki. You can still retaliate with formidable martial arts. Your fists, your feet, your head, any part of your body can become weapons. Do not forget the foundational iron blocks and paper drawings, using your entire being as a shield to evade. Conversely, your entire body is a weapon. Merge your techniques with your essence. Let Haki intertwine with your very being. When techniques and Haki are fully integrated with your body, you will reach the pinnacle of martial arts, becoming a true master of both martial and Haki prowess. Embrace the battle. Even if I lose an arm, you will not be able to defeat me. ZFA's declaration rang out, yet the battle raged on without pause. Rather, Moro found himself profoundly enlightened. To merge martial arts, Haki, in oneself, one must attain a state where martial arts and Haki are ever present. How much Haki would that require? Martial arts must also become an instinctive response of the body, harmonizing with Kin Bunshiko Haki, rendering one invincible. Is this the might of a martial arts and Haki master? Bang! Moro infused all his Haki into a single punch. ZFA's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Not bad for talent. Thank you, senior. Moro's punch represented an instinctive strike born from the fusion of martial arts and self, with Haki flowing effortlessly like a stream. Their speeds surged once more, their attacks synchronizing. Even Kizaru found himself challenged. Should he intervene, he would surely face considerable trouble. Soon, ZFA and Moro were engaged in a battle guided by instinct. Haki emerged precisely where defense and offense were most needed, and their attacks became increasingly unadorned. Each punch appeared simple, yet contained immense power. Iron Fist Tempest, Crushing Storm, bang! Moro's fist struck against the machine. With a sharp crack, the sound of the crushing machine reverberated, revealing a dark arm. It was Zifa's severed limb. Though it lacked the formidable power of its original form, it radiated an aura of resilience. Indeed, the potential of the human body surpasses that of any external force. Zifa's smile seemed to convey that despite the destruction of his mechanical arm, it confirmed the truth of his words. His predecessors were undeniably correct. Thus, let us engage in a fierce battle, young lad. Let me witness if Karp's disciple possesses the same vigor of his youth. Very well. This time, even Moro found himself choked with emotion. Before him, Zifa aged rapidly, returning to a state of frailty. What is it? I have long stated that sufficiently powerful Haki can negate the effects of the devil fruit. Have I erred? Zifa continued to laugh heartily. There was no mistake. Moro understood that Zifa's determination to fight with all his might did not daunt him. He would impart the ultimate essence of martial arts without regret, thus nullifying the effect of Ein's fruit. To this day, the black-armed Zifa remains the gentle mentor of the Navy. Zifa, Ein cried out in anguish. Had Zifa been at his peak, even if he could not defeat Moro and Kizaru, he could have escaped. Yet, he had long since chosen to regard this place as the final act of his life. Silly boy, no one can forever maintain their strongest state, save for that monster carp. After all, truly wielding Haki, merging martial arts with the body, is no simple feat, especially for those with devil fruit powers. At that level, your bloodline factors will repel Haki. This is the true curse that comes from a sea. To advance further and achieve the fusion of Haki, martial arts, and fruit abilities is the most arduous challenge. Zifa gazed earnestly at Moro, as if he understood the path Moro was destined to tread, deliberately guiding him. Indeed, Zifa. Moro once again concentrated Haki in his palm, fingers clenched into a fist. With a whoosh, the sound echoed as the two resumed their fierce combat amidst laughter. As men, to aspire to the pinnacle, one must be prepared to embody one's will throughout life. To fear danger, death, and authority. What then is the purpose of being a man? Only by living can one witness the dawn. Moro roared, engaging in a desperate battle, for this was the truest form of respect for Zifa. The dawn, you say? I have seen it. Zifa's words struck Moro's chest like a gentle, yet powerful blow from a venerable elder. The sensation was akin to being struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily stunned. Though this was their first encounter, it felt as though they had known each other for ages. Cough, cough. Zifa coughed a few times, swiftly retreating a few steps. Moro, you are quite the lad. Farewell, Zifa. Moro murmured, delivering a punch that accelerated like raindrops. He knew Zifa would never concede nor return to the Navy. Only a proper farewell would awaken all his students once more, enabling them to uphold their sense of justice. With one punch after another, Zifa's face remained adorned with a smile. He shouted, Ein Bins, do you remember my words? Ein and Bins nodded in quick understanding. They realized that Moro and Zifa had never been in contact, yet they shared an extraordinary tacit understanding even before their meeting. Upon arriving at the island, having learned of Moro's impending obstruction, Zifa expressed his desire to spar and assess the caliber of this new admiral, adding meaningfully that should he fail, they would follow Moro, and all his subordinates would also serve under Moro. Now, those words echoed in their minds, revealing their profound implications. I understand. Moro realized what he must do. He would shoulder the future, both the storm and the sea. Spit. Zifa coughed up blood, casting a satisfied glance at Moro. Dawn, I see you. Bang. The admiral spared no lives, his family perishing at the hands of the pirates he had spared. Black-armed Zifa dedicated his life to justice, fostering an era of prosperity. He collapsed with a smile, gracing his lips. At the volcano's mouth, silence prevailed. Everyone wept silently, the cold seeping into their bones. On the sea, 3 warships floated quietly. Carp, Zifa returned to the cabin, Crane casting a silent gaze at them. The 3 exchanged glances, wordlessly witnessing the sunset fade. The explosive rocks were reclaimed by the pacifists and specialized demolition marines. Following the battle, Zifa's subordinates were initially taken to the Orange Soda island base. Ein and Binz were also taken by Moro, becoming his lieutenants. The vice base commander, Peach Rabbit, had no objections, with Ein present. There would be more voices in the usual discussions. It was anticipated that upon encountering Green Bull again, Aramaki would likely be displeased. After all, Bin's flourishing fruit could promote rapid plant growth, potentially affecting the effects of Zifa's abilities. Following the conclusion of the heroic battle, Moro devoted the large number of Marines he had gathered to training, swiftly returning to Orange Soda Island. Most crucially, Moro successfully pushed his martial arts development to its zenith, merging his techniques with his very being, engaging in combat with instinctive reflexes. However, whether he could perfectly fuse Haki with himself remained a formidable challenge. According to Zifa, the bloodline factor imposes instinctive limitations on the final integration of the devil fruit and Haki. Should he achieve this integration, Whitebeard would not have suffered from ailments throughout his life. Although the devil fruit appears powerful, it can also have numerous side effects compounded by aging and other factors. Ultimately, humanity is but flesh and blood. Even Zifa could only reach the pinnacle of martial arts and Haki, merging his techniques with his body, acquiring the strength to fight with instinctive responses. Moro speculated that only Roger and Carp could fully merge Haki and martial arts within themselves. Though they seemed devoid of devil fruit powers, they achieved this integration. The path ahead is indeed long and arduous. Moro sighed, stepping out of the base. The new world may appear calm on the surface, yet conceals hidden dangers. Due to the resolution of the conflict with the Black and Whitebeard pirates, intervened by Moro and Sabo at the last moment, the Blackbeard pirates have been rendered nearly obsolete. Even their territory, Hive Island, has fallen under the control of Fire Fist Ace. However, Ace did not defeat Teach, and thus did not ascend to the status of the new 4 emperors. Consequently, a triad of power emerged in the new world, comprising Big Mom, Kaido of the Beasts, and Shanks the Red-Haired. A few days ago, a dispute arose between the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates over the ownership of Fishman Island, leaving everyone uncertain if the situation would escalate further. Meanwhile, the Beasts pirates were restless, unable to tolerate the imprisonment of one of their calamities, Drought Jack, and Impel Down. Under different circumstances, one might have simply tossed Jack into the sea, leaving his fate to chance, but Moro's apprehension of him was a blatant challenge reminiscent of the former Marineford War. Yet this time, Akainu found himself in a quandary, reluctant to execute a decisive sentence, triggering a major conflict at this critical juncture. After all, the new world had transformed into a powder keg under Moro's gradual influence. A moment's inattention could lead to complete chaos. Akainu, though seemingly reckless, has always prioritized the greater picture. As for Moro, after guarding the entrance from the underwater Fishman Island to the New World, Binz received reinforcements from Zephyr. As for Ein, to Binz, he was merely a supernova possessing a devil fruit, with a bit more power. Though he had learned Haki under Zephyr's tutelage, he was still far from being able to rival the likes of the Flying Six or the ministers of the Wangua. Moro returned to the base, where Binz was engrossed in studying a collection of botanical data while carrying 2 swords. This information had been procured from Vegapunk, along with various seeds of peculiar New World plants. With these resources, Binz's combat prowess could significantly increase, while his swordsmanship would be personally taught by Moro. Although Moro's swordsmanship was formidable, it paled in comparison to his martial arts. Given Binz's suitability for terrestrial combat and his role in aiding the growth of plants on Orangewood Island, Morrow had chosen him to be responsible for the long-term defense of the base. Upon returning to the office, Ein and Peach Rabbit wore solemn expressions. Morrow surmised that new orders had come from headquarters. During this tumultuous season, he had long lost the luxury of wandering freely. He swept aside the blueprints on the desk, which were filled with designs for advanced laser weaponry from Vegapunk's laboratory. After diligent study day after day, he finally grasped a considerable amount. Now, he could swiftly assemble the life chain into a weapon for ultra-long-range attacks, simply by infusing it with hockey to unleash a powerful strike. Sitting in his chair, Morrow quietly sipped his coffee. Since becoming an admiral, he had not set foot in the Navy headquarters again, only donning his cloak and insignia when dispatched on missions. Admiral Morrow, new orders have arrived from headquarters. Ein turned her head, her hair swaying gracefully, a sight that was particularly captivating. Unfortunately, Morrow was too preoccupied with his coffee to notice. Have you adapted so quickly? Already calling at headquarters. If Morrow remembered correctly, Ein and Binz have been granted devil fruits by the Navy due to their outstanding achievements, nurtured as the rising stars of the future, akin to the next Smoker. Smoker was expected to grow to a level comparable to the three admirals, but regrettably, he had been rather disappointing, his pace of improvement alarmingly slow. Currently, his hockey and devil fruit abilities were both inadequate, yet he still dominated opponents lacking strong hockey, ranking among the top in the vice admiral tier. I was at a loss for words, knowing that Morrow would inevitably mention something irrelevant. Ignore him, let him be. We're off to subdue Barrett. Peach Rabbit knew that after Morrow's moment of distraction, he would likely be unable to articulate anything coherent. Barrett? News from the Pirate Expo? Morrow was taken aback by the rapidity of the developments. After all, that was also the direction in which Blackbeard and others had fled. Logically, Barrett, the descendant of the devil, was a solitary figure and would not likely ally with Blackbeard. Yet, the situation seemed more complex than he had initially anticipated. During the Impel Down incident, Blackbeard should not have taken Barrett with him, and the latter had shown little interest in him. The prospect of their cooperation now was indeed perplexing. Our intelligence indicates that Blackbeard Teach and the descendant of the Devil Barrett have been sighted on that island. Complicating the current situation, along with the simultaneous appearance of the three surviving emperors of the Dark World. Morrow pondered, is Teach overly confident? He realized that with Blackbeard, Barrett, and his three captains, they possessed a level of combat strength equivalent to two Yonko, while the rest barely constituted an Emperor's crew. They represented a dual Emperor threat. The New World was indeed fraught with peril, with three visible Emperors engaged in constant strife, surrounded by a plethora of powerful adversaries. It's time to set sail. It seems we are in for some excitement. Morrow had long yearned for a direct confrontation with the Yonko once more. The hockey of Barrett and the Devil Fruit of Teach would serve as his ultimate experimental arena, with his martial arts nearing their zenith. Morrow realized that the only path to greater strength was through battle. In the New World, the supernovas of the Notorious Era were equally stirred, with the Yonko positions vacant. The most formidable contender, Blackbeard, had suffered a setback, while the legendary Barrett had resurfaced. It was only logical that they would attend the Pirate Expo. The Pirate Expo was originally scheduled to commence a year later, gathering a multitude of powerful pirates at sea. Unlike the chaotic environment of Gold City, this was a feast exclusively for pirates. A week prior, invitations had been dispatched to the New World, claiming the presence of the Pirate King's treasure, a permanent log pose. Consequently, countless pirates flocked to the event, including the notorious supernovas active in the world. In the harbor, ships of various shapes had been anchored for some time. Law, still bearing the title of a warlord of the sea, had his crew, including Bepo, following closely behind. Captain, Morrow has already imprisoned Doflamingo in Impel Down. After we finish at the expo, where shall we go? Strangely enough, Law had initially intended to collaborate with Doflamingo after becoming a warlord, seeking an opportunity to eliminate him and sever the gears of the entire New World. However, Morrow had taken care of everything for him. Now, he found himself somewhat at a loss for what to do, aside from seeking adventure and strength. In the New World, his favorite pastime was reading newspapers. To his surprise, aside from the Straw Hat crew, all the monsters had gathered, including that fellow kid, which was truly unexpected. Law was astonished. The authenticity of the Pirate King's treasure was of little concern to him. He had merely come to partake in the excitement. To be precise, he held no interest in the great treasure. Rather, he was genuinely curious about the Void Century and the secrets of the D family. Captain, There are rumors at sea that Blackbeard Teach will appear at the Pirate Expo, and the two have joined forces. Beepo continued to relay alarming news, which would have frightened others. Even he felt a sense of impending dread. No matter how powerful one might be, only through battle could one truly comprehend strength. One was a descendant of the devil from the old era, while the other was a failed contender for the Yonko title. The sea had never been a realm governed by reason. Law had met Blackbeard Teach during the Rocky Port incident. Even if they were to encounter each other again, it would merely be a reunion of old acquaintances, and violence would ensue. Teach was left with only 3 captains, including Shiryu of the Rain, and Barrett had always been a lone wolf, unlikely to genuinely ally with Blackbeard. Their relationship was likely one of temporary collaboration, understood only between them. This time, it was evident that Blackbeard was lying in wait for an opportunity. On the other side of the harbor, Drake had already ascended to the Flying Six, and other supernovas were likewise eager. Who wouldn't he wish to secure a place on the seas? He glanced at the newspaper, which detailed Moro's complete takeover of Dressrosa. It was satisfying to see, but that was all. Years ago, his father had perished at Doflamingo's hands, and while Moro had no direct ties to him, they shared an indifferent relationship. Now, Moro was not his immediate superior. Instead, he had been isolated by the Navy headquarters, appearing seemingly powerless yet actually commanding Zephyr subordinates. The Orange Soda Island base, along with Peach Rabbit and Ain as his allies. In Dressrosa, the culmination of the battle was marked by the collaboration of Fujitora, Su, and Smoker, who effectively quelled the rising tide of pirates. In the confrontation against ZFA, the previous chief admiral met his demise, which could be perceived as an act of bullying against the elderly. Nevertheless, under the pretense of being the nominal leader, Mo Luo has emerged as one of the only 2 admirals, alongside Akainu, to have genuinely bested a Marine admiral in a one-on-one encounter. Of course, with Akainu and Akiji having ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral, Mo Luo finds himself at a standstill in terms of promotion. It is indeed disheartening to witness Kizaru's sporadic commitment to duty. Would he even show up? As Drake hesitated, his transponder snail quietly rang. Soon, he received intelligence from a navy. This battle would be initiated by Mo Luo, Kizaru, Ryakuju, Peach Rabbit, and the warlords of the sea against the notorious Blackbeard Teach and the devil FruitUser Barrett. With 2 admirals, 2 vice admirals, and the warlords of the sea facing off against 2 pirates vying for the position of emperor, the stakes are undeniably high. Mo Luo, however, appeared largely indifferent to the matter. He did not feel the urgency to hasten his pace, for the speed of the Navy's warships is limited. His primary concern lay with the intelligence within the confines of his residence. Would Ryakujiu and Uncle Kizaru also be joining the fray? That would indeed create quite the spectacle. Although the participation of the warlords of the sea is uncertain, Law should have already joined the commotion, along with Whitebeard II, the Empress, Buggy, and Mihawk. The warlords of the sea have effectively become a mere shadow of their former selves, dwindling to just 5 members following the absence of Doflamingo. Perhaps a name change would be in order. It seems you harbor some dissatisfaction regarding the existence of the warlords of the sea. Peach Rabbit perceived that Mo Luo had never truly found satisfaction in anything. He had a penchant for eliminating those who engaged in wrongdoing. I should take a moment to visit Egghead Island and check on Vegapunk. His health is deteriorating, and he may not have long left. Mo Luo's greater concern, however, was the progress of the Seraphim's research. Should it advance further, he would not hesitate to expedite the disappearance of the warlords of the sea. Approaching the destination, Ain gazed out the window. This time, they had brought only 3 warships. The base on Orange Soda Island was in constant training, with many of the sailors mastering aspects of the Marine 6 styles, and even some officers studying hockey. Binz, appointed by Mo Luo as the chief instructor, was diligently training them in the manner of ZFA, tasked with guarding the premises during this mission. This was also why he felt confident bringing Peach Rabbit and Ain along for the voyage. Mo Luo had delineated the territories of Punk Hazard, God Valley, Orange Soda Island, and Dressrosa as under his jurisdiction. Although his domain may be modest, he resembled a contender poised to dominate a region, vying for the title of the new emperor, more so than a mere Marine admiral. Indeed, the Marine headquarters was currently under the command of Fujitora executing missions, while Kizaru managed intelligence and technology. Mo Luo appeared to be an extraneous entity at times. He even pondered whether the Marine headquarters had selected him solely to subdue the pirates of the New World rather than to uphold justice. Has the battle commenced? Stepping out of the cabin, Mo Luo witnessed crimson shockwaves erupting from the island, stirring tumultuous waves. It seemed the pirate festival had already ignited conflict. The island in the sky was also shattered by a single punch from Barrett. Currently, the supernovas were engaged in combat with Barrett, though it remained uncertain when Blackbeard would make his appearance. According to M.O. Luo's intelligence, the remaining 3 kings of the Dark World were also supportive of this endeavor, evidently believing the Navy lacked the capacity to subdue 2 figures of the Emperor's caliber. The thought of the Queen of Happy Street, Stussy, being present on the island made M.O. Luo realize that CP0 was likely lurking nearby. He also wondered how much Rob Lucci had progressed over the past year. As an unknown force, M.O. Luo held a favorable view of him. Are all the participants gathered? M.O. Luo glanced toward the island's vicinity, observing the warlords of the sea had already landed, seemingly intent on surrounding Barrett. As for Blackbeard, he was entirely outside the scope of this agreement. Ah, M.O. Luo? Kizaru's voice appeared, as he too was spectating the scene. Sometimes, it is even more entertaining than watching pirates battle amongst themselves. Isnt it? Uncle Kizaru, have you seen that rascal Blackbeard? I quite missed that scoundrel. M.O. Luo candidly admitted to his longing for Blackbeard. No, it appears Teach has struck a deal with Barrett. Their target is not these supernovas of the worst generation, but rather you. Kizaru feigned seriousness. Me? M.O. Luo was perplexed as to why Barrett would target him, given that they had never crossed paths. It is indeed alarming. The Yami Yami no Mi poses a lethal threat to its users. Your haki and martial prowess are formidable, yet you must remain vigilant. Kizaru offered this caution before retreating to his vessel. Not far away, on a warship, Ryakuju glared fiercely at M.O. Luo. Truly, fate has conspired to place adversaries in close proximity. This unfortunate soul seems intent on seeking his doom. Barrett's combined devil fruit abilities can absorb and merge any material, while Blackbeard's Yami Yami no Mi counters you. Why would Ryakuju, as one of the 2 nature-type users with a tangible form, seek confrontation with M.O. Luo? Surely, there is no need for such hostility. Wouldn't it be better to coexist? Thank you, Uncle Kizaru. M.O. Luo spoke to the air before stepping forward to set foot on the island. He was aware that Barrett sought a confrontation with him, as did Blackbeard. Fully prepared, Teach was biding his time to strike from the shadows. M.O. Luo, however, felt no trepidation. He understood that he must grow stronger. He had come to close the final gap in his abilities. The awakening of his devil fruit, mastery of advanced Kinbunshika Haki, advanced Busashoka Haki, absolute strength, unparalleled speed, and rapid healing were all pivotal. Behind all this, there lay a crucial step that the sovereign of the pirate world must undertake, mastering the Conqueror's Haki. The 2 figures of Emperor caliber would serve as the stepping stones for his true transformation. Once he completes the mastery of Conqueror's Haki, M.O. Luo will be but a step away from his goal of becoming the king of the Marines, sitting atop the throne of the headquarters. With a swift motion, the supernovas fell one after another. Under normal circumstances, they would have been picked off by Teach. After all, apart from Killer, they were all devil fruit users. Upon learning of the extermination order, they immediately made their escape. They turned to glance at M.O. Luo, who was moving against the tide of fleeing individuals. This towering Marine admiral, standing over 3 meters tall, was younger than most of them, yet wielded immense power at the pinnacle of the New World, commanding an equally formidable faction. Rumors circulated that M.O. Luo enjoyed the backing of the Old Guard and had accepted the entire retinue of the defector Admiral ZFA, enabling him to command any forces within the Marine, aside from Akainu, Kizaru, and Ryakuju, with a single word. This time, Kizaru and Ryakuju were also participating in the extermination order, alongside the complete assembly of the warlords of the sea. This clearly dispelled any rumors. Is that fellow truly M.O. Luo? Kid remarked with discontent to Killer, already feeling that his arm would soon be severed by red-haired Shanks. Standing at the pinnacle of this world, Killer and Kid walked side by side. Damn, how did that guy appear? Bonnie intended to infiltrate M.O. Luo's warship amid the chaos. She had learned from intelligence that M.O. Luo frequently visited Egghead Island. How infuriating. Sharing the same starting point, he had already ascended to the peak. The enigmatic monk Ulki would challenge Big Mom's pirate crew following this battle. His survival rate is 100%. Hawkins feels that something is amiss with his tarot cards. Shadows pass by one after another, and Beiji reluctantly departs. Is it the naval monster that even the old lady despises? It was clearly pursuing me just a year ago. Beiji is quite displeased, yet he still has to make a hasty escape. There are so many formidable beings upon the sea. Moro has grown powerful enough to instill fear in countless hearts, to the extent that few dare to even contemplate a confrontation with him in the near future. Are you aware that the Blackbeard pirates are suspected to be lurking on this island? Suddenly, Luo appears beside Moro, and not far away. Crocodile and the Empress also make their entrance. Moro then sees his concerned companion Rob Lucci. The reason behind their gathering is all too evident. Why don't you flee alongside those supernovas? Moro retorts to Luo. I am one of the Shichibukai. Luo is left speechless. Is that fool also one? Moro turns to glance at Whitebeard too, who is shouting furiously. This guy may appear foolish, but a single strike from him could leave most in dire straits. As for the clown Buggy, he flits about, escaping without a trace. You carry a sword on your back. Do you consider yourself a swordsman? Compared to the bare-handed Barrett, Mihawk seems far more intrigued by Moro. Shouldn't the focus be on Barrett right now? Moro is truly at a loss, facing the malicious gazes directed at him. He has had enough. Just because I have some renown upon the sea doesn't mean I should be surrounded by you like a spectacle. To defeat this fellow, one must undermine him from within. Luo gazes seriously at Barrett, who has now entered his second phase, merging the very matter of the island itself. His colossal form looming ominously over the land. Your Ope Nomi must be capable of achieving this. Yet in this world, Haki reigns supreme. Moro refrains from employing flashy fruit abilities and instead utilizes the moonwalk, leaping directly into the air. What is this guy planning? Luo has yet to awaken his fruit, let alone his advanced Haki. How could he comprehend that Moro at this moment embodies the true strength of a peak warrior? Boom! Barrett's enormous combined fist comes crashing down. Moro is merely a small fist, not even producing a shockwave. Are you underestimating me? To not utilize your fruit abilities, but rely solely on Haki? Do you truly believe yourself to be Garp? Barrett laughs heartily, determined to use this punch to impart a lesson on the concept of disparity. He has long desired a battle with Moro, as he believes the three admirals are too engrossed in devil fruits, lacking truly overwhelming Haki. After all these years, Garp must have aged. The next candidate to inherit the mantle of supreme Haki warrior is undoubtedly Moro. Subsequently, the news of Zephyr's defeat only solidifies Barrett's conviction. His alliance with Blackbeard is also for this moment. In truth, they had wagered, whose Haki or devil fruit would prove superior. This state of yours is suitable for group attacks, but I desire a one-on-one confrontation. Therefore, let this state be undone. Break for me. Moro's fist appears to ignite as, in an instant, his attack speed surges. Bang! Barrett's gigantic combined fist collides with his own. The blow that should have sent Moro flying comes to a halt. How can your strength be so formidable? If you had absorbed the vitality of an entire crew, one could invoke a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. Moro's strength is indeed monstrous. Even Barrett at full capacity finds himself at a disadvantage. I said, fight me without your fruit abilities. Crack! No sooner had Moro spoken than Barrett's colossal fist shattered into pieces. Your Busashoka Haki is impressive, but it should not be entirely expended on this scrap. It is utterly meaningless. Doing so will only disperse your strength, rendering it weaker. Moro lands and glances at the broken giant. At this moment, he has reversed the impression he left during the Marineford War in the eyes of Mihawk, Crocodile, and others. A year has truly forged a monstrous admiral within the Navy. Boom! The scrap giant crumbles. Barrett, having shed his original state, strides forward, his body now a dark crimson, a powerful physique birthed from the fusion of Haki with himself. He refers to it as his devil form. However, Moro understands that as a user of a devil fruit, it is challenging to merge Haki with the powers of the fruit. This also signifies that Barrett's formidable form and strength harbor great danger, unbeknownst even to him. Have you ever felt occasional discomfort or a sense of restlessness? You little brat, do you even realize the nonsense you are spouting? Barrett strides forward. Indeed, the fusion of Busashoka Haki with oneself does grant a tremendous sense of oppression. I see. Your state and your fruit awakening are incompatible with this second stage of fusion. It must be one or the other, or else you will experience momentary stagnation. Just look at how foolish you appear. However, first integrating Haki within yourself before attempting to combine all three is a commendable approach. Since you have done so, I too may consider trying it out. Moro thinks Barrett is a genius. Those who can conceive such brilliant ideas are truly exceptional. Yet even Barrett has not succeeded. He has spent 20 years in Impel Down, madly cultivating Haki. He has indeed achieved this step of Haki fusion, but unfortunately, it remains a choice between two. Conversely, This fellow is indeed a talent. If he advances further, developing all three types of haki to their utmost and merging them with himself, he would likely become even stronger. Red-haired Shanks has become powerful enough to fuse his Haushika haki with himself, allowing him to obscure the perceptions of others' Kinbunchika haki, known as the observation killer. If Katakuri could achieve this, fusing his future-predicting Kinbunchiko haki further with himself, he might also attain a state akin to Barrett's devil form or Shank's observation killer. There would be no need to maintain composure, enabling him to foresee the future at any moment, though the risk of mental overload looms. By the way, do you know how to use haki binding? Observing Barrett's speed and strength, Moro surmises they must be comparable to Kaido, and without the superlative vitality of a Zoan user. Attaining the devil form through haki fusion is indeed monstrous. Haki binding? Barrett looks at Moro, seemingly perplexed. No wonder you fell to Roger and were left deafened by Garp. Moro remarks regretfully, you are lagging behind the outdated version, but this is not entirely your fault. Updates occur annually, and the current struggle is to determine which is the strongest version of haki versus devil fruits. What are you rambling about? Barrett is furious, believing Moro is mocking him. My answer is that I want both the devil fruit and haki. Moro gazes at Barrett, as both their Haushiko haki erupts simultaneously, instantly engulfing the entire island. Boom! The same blood-red hue. One cannot fathom how much blood they have shed or from what mountains of corpses they have emerged to possess such resolve today. Half of the Haushiko haki from each occupies the entirety of the island. Eagle Eye refrained from drawing his sword, having lost interest in battle upon discovering that Moro was not a swordsman. Has he truly evolved to this level? Rob Lucci, clad in a pristine white suit, found it unexpected that this figure, initially inconspicuous in the news, was now a formidable new admiral, so powerful in haki that even CP0 had contemplated sending an undercover agent. Haki reigned supreme. Both are essential. Rob now profoundly comprehended Moro's intent. This was indeed a clash of the foremost titans upon the seas. How terrifying. Moro has grown stronger once again. Kizaru lay in wait, needing only to bide his time until Blackbeard made his appearance. Goodness. Green Bull could hardly bear to see Moro steal the limelight. Why should he, emerging from the same generation, always occupy the most dazzling position? Recent exploits, including the cleansing of Ten Yasha, the subjugation of the drought, and the defeat of Zephyr, had significantly elevated Moro's notoriety, causing Green Bull's standing to plummet. Frankly, he had long felt overshadowed by Moro, as if that position rightfully belonged to him. Green Bull was not one to engage in frivolities. It was merely a clash of haki. While he lacked the prowess of Conqueror's haki, he could still withstand such a level of power. After all, in terms of Conqueror's haki, there was only one red-haired on the seas. Trees erupted from the ground, transforming into a vast forest. Green Bull intended to make this his battlefield, whether against Moro or Barrett. He aimed to eliminate them both. Ah, at last, has he made his entrance? Alas, it is not Kizaru. The voice of Blackbeard echoed. Green Bull impatiently turned his head. In his eyes, as long as Teach was not a Yonko, even with the power of the Tremor fruit, he remained merely a slightly more formidable pirate. Dark passage. Zing. Blackbeard had intended to ambush Moro, but to his surprise, Moro appeared enveloped in armament haki, his observation haki showing no signs of relaxation, leaving him no opportunity to capitalize. Green Bull's appearance at this moment had unwittingly provided him with the perfect opportunity. If he could subdue Green Bull, Barrett would surely defeat Moro. He could suppress the haki enthusiast Kizaru, and as for Peach Rabbit, Teach still had the likes of Rain Jean Bay, Van Augur, and Poison Q at his disposal. Once he dealt with these formidable forces, he would bestow Kizaru's fruit upon Rain Jean Bay. After all, he had yet to seize the opportunity to eliminate the stealthy individual beside Moonlight Moria, having even lost Hakinosu. Furthermore, figures like Eagle Eye and the former warlords of the sea would not engage in a desperate fight. They would retreat after a brief skirmish. He could sweep through this place. Whether it was the Forest fruit or Moro's fruit, he could choose at will. Of course, if the Empress proved uncooperative, he would not hesitate to strike. Zing. Just as Teach thought he had the upper hand by capturing Green Bull, a blade struck from behind him. I shall avenge my father. Whitebeard too roared. Despite his relentless pursuit of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, the task had grown increasingly challenging since the conclusion of the war. Conversely, everyone understood that Blackbeard had a direct connection to the deaths of Whitebeard and Ace. He had delivered the final blow during the Marineford War. Naturally, he must receive a strike. How dare you, you fool, to attack me? Teach was equally oblivious. Had it been before their falling out, he would have counted as a nominal brother to Whitebeard too. Being brothers, attacking him made perfect sense. For my father's vengeance. Whitebeard too exhibited speed and strength reminiscent of Whitebeard in his prime. Teach quickly dodged, abandoning the freshly captured Green Bull. Damn, that must be the dark fruit mentioned in the intel. Green Bull, humiliated and furious, had not anticipated that his momentary lapse would grant Teach the upper hand. It seemed it was time for a 2-on-1. Kizaru had silently appeared, having awaited this moment. With Peach Rabbit and the indifferent former warlords of the sea, they posed no problem against Rain Jinbei and the others. Ahahaha, you are far too arrogant, unaware of my might. Any devil fruit user shall find themselves utterly defenseless before me. Darkness spread. Teach dismissed the dual admirals, daring them to flaunt their powers before him. Do you think you are a Kainu? Peach Rabbit and the Empress confronted Rain Jinbei, Poison Q, Buggy, Crocodile, and Rob Lucci, each harboring their own intentions. Not far off, Eagle-Eye Mihawk appeared to be aimlessly wandering. Unbeknownst to him, he was encircled by Kizaru, Green Bull, and Whitebeard too. Yet he felt no fear. Van Augur had long since vanished. As a user of the Warp fruit, equipped with terrifying observation hockey as a sniper. As long as he did not make his presence known, the Blackbeard pirates could escape at any moment. Boom! The warship opened fire, instantly enveloping the island. 5 vice admirals had surrounded the 3 sovereigns of the Dark World, plunging into chaos. In an instant, the battlefield was divided. The Navy appeared to hold the upper hand. However, Blackbeard's counter against Devil Fruit's and Barrett's terrifying strength, amplified by hockey, loomed like a mountain before Moro, making it difficult for him to divert his attention. As long as he could not locate Van Augur, both Blackbeard and Barrett possessed the potential to flee even when cornered, just as they had before. Moreover, Van Augur's ability allowed him to teleport vast distances. Should he teleport, this battle would end in failure. Moro could not allow the same tactic to be employed against him twice. Before vanquishing you, I must eliminate another troublesome foe. Moro cast a steely gaze at Barrett, his expression growing increasingly fierce. Defeat me? Are you dreaming? Barrett was convinced that Moro had awakened his fruit, and he too had awakened his own. In terms of observation hockey, his range was extensive, covering the entire island, making it exceedingly suitable for battle. His Conqueror's hockey blanketed the island, rendering ordinary individuals unworthy of standing before him. Armament hockey fused with his very being, making it nearly impervious to external attacks, and his strikes surged forth like relentless waves. Once in his devil form, with armament hockey merged within, he would reach a terrifying state that could be described as invulnerable and all-piercing. Barrett glanced at his adversary, a sense of invincibility swelling within him. In his view, Moro stood no chance against him. Not even as much as a mere finger could defeat him. Your hockey merges with your being, while my martial arts merge with mine. Your Conqueror's hockey has yet to reach a state of dominance. Thus you are destined to lose. Moro smiled, gazing at the bloodthirsty Barrett. Hockey elevated to its zenith, his martial arts devoid of extravagant techniques, lacking any ostentatious names. Each of Moro's evasions, every punch he threw, was impeccably timed. This is impossible. Barrett realized that his fists could not touch Moro. Is it truly so strange? Your observation hockey excels in extreme combat. Your speed is unparalleled, yet I possess these as well. The difference lies in my evasion, which is far more fluid. For that is who I am. The strength of martial arts merged. The martial arts that Moro had honed allowed him to evade attacks effortlessly. Yet he also discerned a crucial point. The formidable hockey that merged with his very being rendered Barrett's physique unparalleled and practically impregnable. With the same advanced Busashoku hockey, the unmatched strength of Barrett, having further evolved through hockey integration, withstood all of Moro's assaults. It could be said that both possessed their unique advantages. Unless one could seize the other's strengths, or, alternatively, unless one achieved mastery over the Conqueror's hockey first, thereby amplifying damage and destructiveness. Moro's Conqueror's hockey had grown from a forced release to a pursuit of the seasoned Karakuri, and through countless confrontations with formidable foes, his spirit had burgeoned, beginning to inflict damage upon the material realm. Presently, his range and destructive capability were on par with Barrett's, and he could control the Conqueror's hockey amidst a throng without collateral impact. However, he still needed to progress further, confronting Barrett, who was impervious to true penetration. Moro began to engage in battle while integrating Busashoku hockey into his very essence. In ordinary circumstances, Busashoka Haki resides within the body, readily available for defense and offense. However, the fusion of Busashoka Haki into one's being signifies that every inch of skin, every fiber of flesh, is imbued with this Haki, reaching a level of bodily refinement. Even unarmed, he could rival the strength, speed, and resilience of those awakened to the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits. Should he also master the arts of combat, he would be nearly invincible. After merging Haki into his being, even if the enemy's attack employed advanced Busashoka Haki, true penetration remained unattainable, as the same advanced Busashoka Haki already permeated every organ, bone, and sinew. Barrett needed to actively invoke the power he referred to as the devil form. Carp had reached a passive state, perpetually existing in this form, signifying a further evolution. The amalgamation of Haki and combat techniques enables humanity to attain a genuine pinnacle in this world. This has always been the reason behind the supremacy of Haki. The era has not changed. It simply can no longer give rise to warriors like Carp and Roger, who honed each other to perfection. Occasionally, one or two individuals may emerge, capable of achieving greatness in specific domains, sufficient to become emperors or admirals. Zifa's peak combat skills and Barrett's Haki integration exemplify this. The current emperors are extraordinarily powerful, with Kaido's triple Haki fully awakened, coupled with the terrifying vitality, strength, and defense of the Zoan mythical type. Achieving the effects of Haki integration. Big Mom's iron balloon exhibits a similar effect. Shanks has reached the zenith of Conqueror's Haki. This illustrates the evolution of the times. Various alternatives have emerged, yet the genuine balance between the two remains absent. Boom! Moro chuckled through gritted teeth, acknowledging his fortune in battling the pinnacle of Zifa and the peak version of Barrett, allowing him to comprehend this truly supreme power. Moro understood that the Gomu no Mi also harbored immense potential, yet he could never possess the biological instincts akin to Kaido, nor could he rival Big Mom's innate, aberrant constitution. Thus, he must develop every facet of Haki to its utmost limit. Boom! Another punch collided. Barrett's speed intensified as he sensed Moro's might. You possess a strength reminiscent of Captain Roger. It all makes sense now. I had only perceived the surface before. If I am not mistaken, not only can Haki merge, but combat techniques can as well. The light in Barrett's eyes shone brightly as he was the first to glimpse the hidden truth. The distinction lay in the fact that he had dedicated 20 years to the rigorous practice of combat techniques and Haki within impelled down. This explained why he could detect nuances during his confrontation with Moro at the earliest opportunity. Is that so? You truly are a martial genius. But it ultimately comes down to who can act faster. Moro's skin, once darkened by the hardening effect of Busashoka Haki, turned a faint red at that moment, simultaneously enveloped in a layer of advanced Busashoka Haki. Every inch of skin, every segment of flesh, veins, bones, organs, and even his brain were infused with this energy. Moro's fists quickened as he evaded Barrett's attacks, while increasing his own damage output. Have you learned from me? Barrett grumbled, irritated that after 20 years, such a martial genius still emerged from the sea. Whoosh! Barrett deftly dodged one of Moro's punches. This was no mere coincidence, but rather a clash of equals. The Devil's Descendant was attempting to merge combat techniques with himself. The two engaged in a frenzied battle, their speeds escalating. Moro laughed heartily, relishing this evenly matched fight. Now, the two had nearly identical attribute panels. However, neither wished to employ their devil fruit abilities. Fists, Haki, absolute speed, and strength were their finest adversaries. Haha! So this is the power of Captain Roger, where combat techniques and Haki can merge into one. Truly remarkable strength. Barrett grinned broadly, feeling capable of toppling all the emperors. Not only him, Moro could also sense the inexhaustible reservoir of Busashoka Haki. At this moment, he understood why Carp dared to claim he could defeat Akainu. That old man had further advanced to a state of perpetual Haki integration. Even Barrett could only access his devil form when he activated it. Yet this was, in essence, a curse. As users of devil fruits, Moro and Barrett had to choose one. They could only activate Haki integration without employing their devil fruit abilities. No wonder the Roger Pirates steadfastly refused to consume devil fruits. Shanks may or may not grasp this underlying truth, but he undoubtedly believed in the supreme power of Haki. A certainty beyond doubt. It stands to reason. Sometimes formidable strength is realized amidst repeated crises. Regardless of how powerful Carp and Roger were, they could not fully encapsulate their strength and replicate it for others. Had it not been for Zifa, who spent decades teaching disciples and devoted his life to elucidating the mysteries of hockey and combat techniques, Moro could not have attained this understanding. He would merely signify the difference in hockey and combat technique strengths. As long as I defeat you, I shall be the strongest in this world. Barrett believed that Moro had reached the pinnacle of Carp and Roger's prowess, and defeating him would render him invincible. However, Moro knew that the reason their skin turned red after merging hockey was that they were users of devil fruits, merely suppressing their bloodline factors to obtain another form of power at the pinnacle. Without a solution, they would forever be confined to activating hockey integration in battle. The notion of besting Carp was a mere fantasy, existing perpetually in a state of hockey integration without the hindrance of a devil fruit meant remaining in a state of zenith at all times. This also explained why Carp's strength and condition did not diminish with age. At this moment, only Moro comprehended the immense value of the thrones of the Pirate King and the Navy King. The two were evenly matched, the sky, the earth, and every punch they exchanged shattered the very islands, creating spectacles that rivaled Blackbeard's tremor powers. What kind of power are these two monsters wielding? Dichi found himself puzzled, feeling an inexplicable urge to suppress Barrett and Moro after encountering them. Was it merely an illusion? Should he even be concerned about others? Titch, perhaps you should focus on your own predicament, Huang Yuan remarked, delivering a swift kick to Titch's face. The pain was excruciating, and Titch could not endure such suffering. Darkness swiftly spread beneath his feet. If Moro and Barrett intended to fight with their fists, then this island would be his playground for destruction. With a resounding crack, everything shattered as Blackbeard unleashed his full power, causing the earth to tremble. He aimed to render all devil fruit users within his vicinity incapable of fighting and then capture everyone present. The Yami Yami no Mi would swiftly drain the combat abilities of those it touched, followed by his own annihilation of their physical forms using the Gura Gura no Mi. This was merely the beginning. Titch had meticulously calculated everything. Even if Admiral Akainu or Sengoku arrived, despite both being devil fruit users, he still could not face them both alone, for absolute power could obliterate all. Let the darkness consume all your light. Blackbeard laughed heartily as the darkness descended, enveloping the entire island, a formidable gravity tearing at everything, while the tremors of the Gura Gura no Mi continued to wreak havoc. Anyone standing here was destined to be found. Near the port, Buggy, the Empress Crocodile, Poison Q, Rain Jinlu, and Peach Rabbit had all retreated from this area, not wishing to be caught in the chaos. Yet 5 individuals remained locked in battle, all devil fruit users. Could Moro withstand this? I glanced at Peach Rabbit, who was also a user. If she hadn't fled swiftly, she too would have lost her ability to resist. He was a miracle in himself. Peach Rabbit had never doubted Moro's combat prowess in their years of collaboration. Their strength had always been undeniable. Was this power that of the Yonko or the Admirals? Rob Lucci had believed himself sufficiently strong, perhaps the most formidable Zoan user aside from Kaido, but witnessing this scene made him realize his profound ignorance. Boom! Titch unleashed another powerful punch, shaking the ground as waves surged forth, threatening to engulf everything in sight. They had many strong fighters here, but who could withstand waves capable of covering the entire island? Shing! Figures leapt into the air, their only option being to save themselves. Oh! Mihawk observed the grand spectacle, calmly slicing through the waves with a single, unadorned strike. Without uttering any technique names, his effortless strike cleaved the waves in two. The sands of the port transformed into a shield, soaring madly into the air, crashing against the waves. Whoosh! As the waves receded, only Mihawk and Crocodile remained unperturbed. Buggy, hovering in mid-air, was drenched in sweat, having been terrified. After all, his feet were still on solid ground. It was a harrowing experience. Rob Lucci, having escaped to his warship, displayed his displeasure upon witnessing the scene. What the great swordsman and the sand crocodile? What skill did they possess in single combat to withstand the waves? Stussy seized the opportunity to escape to his warship. On the warships at sea, the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters had just concluded their battles, successfully capturing 2 of the Dark World Emperors. Stussy had faced no difficulty throughout the ordeal. What could 2 against 5 accomplish? Is it over? Ghost Spider inquired, gazing at the now calm sea. No, it is not. The smoke from the fiery mouth of the volcano had extinguished. They were merely on a fragment of shattered waters. Nevertheless, the battle raged on. Darkness spread, enveloping the entire island, leaving them to hope for victory in this 3 against 2 confrontation between the Navy and pirates. Even though everyone felt the suppressive nature of Barrett and Blackbeard's powers over devil fruit users, they had no other recourse at this juncture. Despite summoning the warlords of the sea, it still seemed overly ambitious. Even the Navy headquarters, without the full deployment of their forces, faced excessive risk against two Yonko-level figures. Your Demon Slayer order seems ineffective. Barrett's laughter sent chills through everyone's hearts. Had Moro been defeated? I am here to slay you, you devil's progeny, Moro retorted unwaveringly. His aura surged, strength escalating in that moment. What a thrill! You are formidable, but your defeat is inevitable. Barrett regarded Moro as a rare adversary, yet in his time, the Navy's strongest forces had been Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr. Confronting them had instilled in Barrett an immense pressure. Only against Moro did he feel evenly matched. After comprehending the fusion of martial arts within himself, he possessed an uncontrollable confidence, believing he could vanquish all foes before him. He even considered himself to have reached the pinnacle of Garp and Roger's prowess. With Roger deceased and Garp aging, he was the king of the seas. Only one enemy remained, Admiral Moro. How intriguing. If I defeat you, I shall draw closer to the position of Navy King, Moro grinned. He understood that, at this juncture, the fusion of Haki had left only the Conqueror's Haki yet to achieve its advanced awakening, and it was time to take that crucial step. He attempted to release his Conqueror's Haki outward, quickly concentrating it within his fists. If advanced Busashoka Haki signifies the creation of a seemingly soft yet resilient flowing form based on hardened Busashoka Haki, then the Conqueror's Haki entangled would mean intensely condensing Conqueror's Haki to create an imperceptible area of influence. It could be likened to the tremors Blackbeard produced when utilizing the Gura Gura no Mi. The difference, however, lay in the fact that the Conqueror's entanglement indicated a true advanced awakening of Conqueror's Haki, with his own strength reaching its zenith. Whether intertwined with fists, feet, or weapons, its power would be further amplified. I feel you have grown stronger. Barrett laughed heartily, and even amidst the darkness, his body, infused with Haki, remained fearless. Moro felt the same. The fusion of Busashoka Haki was indeed formidable, and importantly, as a devil fruit user, when entering the Haki fusion in devil form, the genetic factor of the devil fruit would be suppressed. Even Yami Yami no Mi could not affect him. Regrettably, due to being a devil fruit user, they could only initiate this state voluntarily. If caught off guard by the Yami Yami no Mi, it was uncertain whether their physical strength and speed would suffice. You are indeed correct. Moro clenched his fist. At that moment, his three types of Haki ignited, merging martial arts and Busashoka Haki within himself. He had truly stepped into the realm of the top Yonko. In this world, only Haki reigned supreme. Boom! The first punch collided, and Barrett's laughing expression froze. Damn it. He was wounded. Despite merging Haki and employing advanced Busashoku, why had he sustained injuries? As the second and third punches landed, Mo Luo's fists relentlessly struck, and Barrett felt as though his insides had been severely damaged. It resembled the sensation he experienced in his youth when he had yet to master the advanced Busashoka Haki and was at the mercy of those who wielded it. Now, this accursed pain returned, simultaneously foreign and familiar. What power is this? It is the power you have yet to grasp. Mo Luo accelerated, determined not to relent, even for a fleeting moment, for even the slightest lapse could spell doom. Is that so? Then allow me to experience it. Another fist was unleashed. Barrett's punch was unexpectedly intercepted by Mo Luo from a distance, yet the damage inflicted by the entwined Busashoku and Haushiko Haki still permeated his body. Cough. Barrett incredulously spat out a mouthful of black blood. He was injured. Why? What is this power? There should be no combat technique in this world that I cannot master. It's impossible. His eyes widened as he gazed at Mo Luo, striving to decipher his moves. At last, as Mo Luo prepared to strike again, Barrett swiftly defended himself. With a puff, he burst into laughter, coughing up more black blood. I understand now. I comprehend that Haushika Haki can indeed be entwined. This is the strength of Rayleigh and the captain. It seems you are formidable enough. In my youth, I possessed only the devil form and Kenbunchaku. But with the advanced awakening of Busashoku, I could match Rayleigh in combat. Barrett laughed heartily, perceiving that he had now mastered the fusion of martial arts and the entwining of Haushiku, placing him on par with the Pirate King. Oh no, has he become so powerful that he rivals Roger? I have surpassed the Pirate King. Barrett roared. His next punch also entwined with Haushiku. At that moment, despite his injuries, he still pursued Mo Luo's might. Unbeknownst to him, the two appeared evenly matched once more, while in truth, Mo had already become the target of Barrett's chase. And Barrett himself was injured. This fact was lost on the inflated Barrett. You have lost. Mo gazed at Barrett with seriousness. What nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, Barrett brimmed with confidence, convinced that even the 3 admirals or any of the 4 emperors before him would be defeated. Your body is already overburdened. Mo addressed him. You have trained for over 20 years in hockey, persevering even in the 6th level of Impel Down, which has rendered your devil form unparalleled. However, as a devil fruit user, you have squandered 20 years in failing to integrate hockey, fruit, and self into a singular whole, allowing hockey to outpace the rest. It seems you have grown stronger, but this has also created hidden dangers. The longer you maintain the devil form, the stronger your body becomes. Yet it simultaneously renders your insides increasingly fragile. This is the curse upon devil fruit users. You may grasp the fusion of hockey, but you can never remain in that state perpetually. You had 20 years to continually integrate and grow to this point, yet you were defeated by Carp and imprisoned in Impel Down. In this battle, you have indeed learned the entwining of Haoshiku and the fusion of martial arts, establishing yourself at the pinnacle of the world, which is your prideful combat talent. Yet you have maintained this state for far too long. You, a solitary being, cannot survive much longer. After the battle, we will both be injured, and you will be eradicated by Blackbeard, while I will receive aid from the Navy headquarters. This is our distinction. No one can surpass me in endurance. Montak Luo Smedet. He claimed that Barrett's overuse of the devil form was not a mere threat. As a fellow user, Mo too felt the detrimental effects of prolonged suppression of the devil fruit after the fusion of hockey. You are lying in the vast sea. One's own strength is of utmost importance. You rely on external factors and have already lost. Barrett laughed heartily, and in the next moment, Mo's fists collided with his. The powerful shockwave affected the injured Green Bull and Kizuru in the distance, while Teach, bloodied, braced against the shockwave with the Gura no Mi, heading straight toward the two. Light cannot escape a black hole. Boundless life force must also be consumed by darkness. This is the absolute restraint of the fruit. Cough, cough. Barrett staggered back a few steps before steadying himself, his pupils dilating in disbelief. That last punch wielded the same strength, the same hockey, the same technique. Mo remained unscathed, yet he was injured. I told you. You are wounded more severely than I, Barrett. Do you not understand? You have missed the prime opportunities for fusion over these 20 years. The integration of the devil fruit and hockey existed only in theory. You should have been the first practitioner, yet you were extinguished in Impel Down. Bang! Barrett lifted his head as Mo's punch came crashing down without mercy. Cough, cough, cough. Before him, the figure from over 20 years ago seemed to materialize. Captain! Barrett felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, and he was delighted. Once again, he had been defeated. Is it you? Captain! Ha 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 ha. I never expected that the power I take pride in would have flaws. Barrett laughed, heavily injured. Mo had not lied about his internal wounds. Devil fruit users are cursed by the sea. Mastering advanced hockey in normal circumstances means little. However, should one aspire to further attain mastery of hockey fusion like Barrett or Mo, it is imperative to suppress the devil fruit's bloodline factor in that state. In truth, to be more precise, the power of the devil fruit attaches to the soul. This can be evidenced by Brooks' Yomi Yomi no Mi, which can summon souls back from the afterlife. Yet, undoubtedly, this type of suppression also invites a terrifying backlash. Barrett, in his battle with Mo, continued to extend the duration, thereby exceeding his limits while simultaneously breaking through, comprehending, and mastering the fusion of martial arts and the entwining of Haoshiku. This allowed him to rapidly strengthen while his body reached its true limits. As long as I endure longer than you, I can win. Barrett steadfastly believed that since he could suffer such injuries, so too could Mo. He merely needed to persist longer than Mo. It is futile. Your devil fruit differs from mine. Mo looked at Barrett, knowing he could maintain his devil form a while longer. Mo also acknowledged the name Barrett had chosen. They were both despised by the sea, demons who had consumed the devil fruit. By forcibly integrating hockey into their bodies, had they not become something neither human nor ghost? A veritable devil form? You are delusional. The disparity in our strength and speed is negligible. How could it be any different? To be precise, I am superior in every aspect, especially in vitality. Mo momentarily relinquished his devil form. and the frenetic life force of the Shung no Mi surged into his body, causing all his injuries to heal instantaneously. Barrett was taken aback by this spectacle. His vitality and defensive capabilities were indeed formidable, reaching a level where even monsters of the Four Emperors possessed physiques beyond the ordinary. In his later years, Whitebeard suffered from illness, yet even barehanded, he could compel most arrogant pirates to submit. This was the terrifying power that remained even after gradual strengthening and eventual frailty. Whether it be hockey, martial arts, or the devil fruit, their effects upon the human body are permanent. This is impossible. What is impossible? Your combined fruit seems incapable of achieving such results, does it not? Mo Luo let out a cough, his injuries healed, but at the cost of significant physical stamina. Dominance fusion. With a surge, he once again transformed into his devil form, fully prepared to confront Barrett, his eyes radiating a distinct hatred. Have you not yet understood? Unless you possess the vitality of Kaido's Zoan-type mythical beast or Big Mom's mutated physique. Even the formidable Whitebeard bore the scars of his own powers and the effects of his fruit in his later years. Mo Luo's attacks became increasingly fierce and relentless, causing Barrett to feel as if his body was riddled with wounds. Each punch he received sent him into spasms of pain. As demons, we are born cursed by this world, destined to traverse our paths in solitude, relying solely on willpower. This strength does not truly belong to us. Once we perish, it will vanish with us. Should we loathe it? No, in my moments of weakness, it was the devil fruit that granted me a foothold, becoming an inseparable part of me. In truth, even hockey, physical prowess, and strength are the same. When we eventually meet our demise, all of it will dissipate. What remains is merely your story. Regrettably, there are those in this world who delight in erasing our tales. How absurd it is. What purpose does life serve? Barrett, what answer do you provide this world? Mo Luo gazed at Barrett, who was incessantly spitting blood, his fists gradually unable to keep up with Mo Luo's pace. Ha! You triumph because you possess a mightier devil fruit. Had my devil fruit been Kaido's Azure Dragon or Big Mom's Soul, you would undoubtedly be defeated today. Barrett believed that his devil fruit lacked strength, failing to restore his vitality rapidly. Even if Blackbeard's devil fruit were his, it would deny Mo Luo the chance to recover his life force, while the Tremor fruit would only enhance its destructive power. Thus, Mo Luo would surely perish. Are you deceiving yourself? When you first acquired the fusion fruit, did you not yearn to grasp that power which merges all? I reiterate, Barrett, reveal your answer. Montauk Luo, brimming with momentum, was aware that with each punch he threw, his stamina was swiftly depleting, transitioning from an internally overloaded state to full recovery via the life fruit consumed a significant amount of his energy. In confronting an evenly matched opponent, to appear dominant on the surface necessitated absolute strength or the art of intimidation. Mo Luo was currently embodying this. He knew Barrett would retaliate fiercely as death approached, and that would be the moment of their desperate struggle. The answer? Surely it is power. Why did Captain Roger become the Pirate King? Why does Garp act with such audacity? It is power, for upon these seas, only power reigns supreme over all. Barrett laughed heartily, as though he had discovered his own answer, rapidly regaining his resolve. His body, once bent from Mo Luo's blows, began to straighten, as if a taut string had returned to its natural state. Devil form. Once again, bloodlight erupted from Barrett's body. What of overexertion? He would envelop his fists with all his hockey, both armament and conqueror, harmonizing his physical prowess with the fusion of hockey. Defeat Mo Luo. This answer is intriguing. Some perceive it as freedom, others as authority. Some relish adventure, while others attempt to control all. Few, like Barrett, strive to elevate their own strength to its zenith. Their fists flew like meteors, each clash resembling a frenzy. Shockwaves erupted violently within Blackbeard's dark domain, akin to crashing waves compounding upon one another. Get out of the way. Blackbeard's punch shattered Whitebeard too, sending him crashing into a pit. That fool always meddles. He had been engaged in a bloody battle with 3 others. Turning around to see that the once speedy Kizaru was now rendered ineffective by the devil fruit's restraint, relying solely on his sword and hockey to fight, which had already drained considerable stamina. Kizaru bore significant injuries, as there was truly no place to hide in the Black Void. Green Bull, once proud of his vitality, found himself at a disadvantage. He had attempted to plant saplings in the earth, but before Blackbeard he accomplished nothing, as all his seeds were secretly torn to shreds. forcing him to wield his long sword and fight with Haki. What's wrong? After being caught in your true form, your combat strength seems to have diminished greatly. What your speed? Your prowess? Blackbeard laughed, seeing everyone as lifeless as corpses. Now came the real slaughter. Ha ha ha! Luo must be nearing his end. Damn it, I have never wanted that guy to survive more than I do now. Green Bull cursed vehemently. He genuinely did not wish for Luo's demise. Whether it was Whitebeard 2, Green Bull, or Kizaru, their Haki was formidable. Both observation and armament were strong. This enabled them to evade most attacks and inflict damage upon the four emperors. Yet, they remained devil fruit users, susceptible to the effects of Blackbeard's dark fruit, leading to their physical weakening. In such circumstances, while the devil fruit could still be utilized, their stamina was undeniably waning. Compared to Luo's physical skills and Haki, they appeared even more beleaguered. Not to mention, after mastering Haki fusion, Luo could suppress them without relying on the life fruit, remaining unaffected by the dark fruit. Indeed, those strong in Haki are truly monstrous. Kizaru had to admit that the number of specialists in Haki was dwindling, yet those who could stand firm were invariably exceptional beings. Among the 12 of the worst generation, 11 were supernovas, with only Killer and Zoro lacking devil fruit powers. The strongest forces of the Marine during the Warring States era, including himself, were all devil fruit users. Among the four emperors, with the exception of red-haired Shanks, all were users of devil fruits. The era has subtly transformed, yet its essence remains unchanged. Haki continues to be the true sovereign, devoid of all frivolities. You are quite resilient, aren't you? Luo's final punch landed squarely on Barrett's face, sending him hurtling backward into Blackbeard. Damn it, stand up! Blackbeard exclaimed in shock. He never anticipated Barrett would be defeated by Luo. Damn it! Barrett coughed up blood, his body succumbing to collapse from the strain of overexertion for the second time. Since you revere power, I shall defeat you. Luo appeared before Barrett, stepping forward. Bang! Barrett's head caved in, his body resembling a balloon. His limbs propelled momentarily by the shockwave before succumbing to gravity. In the face of Luo's devastating strike, Barrett felt no pain, only elation. He sensed a greater power within himself, reaching his utmost potential. In Luo, he perceived the shadows of Garp and Roger. That was the true sovereign that surpassed the seas. As a demon, I too have tread upon such heights, Barrett mused, stepping over the fallen. Luo then turned to glance at the stunned Blackbeard. Next, he regarded the already unconscious Whitebeard too, along with the injured Kizaru and Green Bull. Logically, the two admirals should have been capable of dispatching a four-emperor in a weakened state, but Blackbeard was specifically adept at countering devil fruit users. Of course, Green Bull was not an admiral. That title belonged to Uncle Kizaru. Green Bull was furious, feeling utterly humiliated. The threat posed by this fellow's devil fruit is insurmountable for us. It appears that had it not been for your timely intervention in this conflict, he would have ascended to the status of one of the four emperors. Upon noticing Molo's arrival, Huang Yuan's expression eased considerably. Indeed, to be among the four emperors, one must not only possess formidable strength, but also wield vast influence and renown. Blackbeard has lost his territory and power, while Firefist Ace lacks sufficient strength. Both have their respective shortcomings. Molo has dispelled the Haki fusion. Prolonging it would lead to complications, for even the life-giving powers of the Sheng fruit cannot resurrect him infinitely, unless he has a means to replenish his vitality. Teach, do you still wish to fight? Molo stepped forward, summoning countless chains of life. Ha ha, you know full well that I am capable of countering abilities, yet you dare to employ your devil fruit? I have perused the compendium of devil fruits, and yours possesses the extraordinary vitality of the Sheng fruit, which is nearly a forbidden power, albeit with an incredibly high development difficulty. Teach grinned widely, asserting that even the so-called immortality granted by the Sheng fruit would succumb before him. Is that so? Molo's chains enveloped Barrett behind him, swiftly siphoning his vitality. You think you can steal Barrett's power in my presence? Teach scoffed, realizing that Molo's attempt to restore his strength would necessitate robbing Barrett of his life force, thereby compelling him to rely on his devil fruit, which would render him susceptible to Blackbeard's countermeasures. Darkhole. Molo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, entwined with armament Haki, flowing fiercely. Though he could not activate Haki fusion in a short span, it did not signify his inability to wield Haki. Even without one trump card, Molo remains a pinnacle existence upon the seas. Unable to absorb? Teach looked bewildered, taken aback by Molo's formidable haki. In his recollection, only the peak powers of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Barrett possessed such might. Do not disturb my recovery. As Molo spoke, the chains in his hands rapidly entwined, transforming into mechanical components. How is this possible? If you have defeated Barrett, you should be gravely wounded. Thus, your haki cannot possibly withstand my dark hole. Teach's expression soured, suspecting that Molo had somehow gained an unfair advantage. Garbage, stop seeking mischief every day. Your father is too busy to pay you any mind. Molo flexed his fists, crafting a cannon with his hands, followed by the emergence of a sniper scope. With a snap, his arms fused into an electromagnetic cannon. Molo swallowed hard, gritting his teeth as all of his armament haki converged into this singular shot. Simultaneously, Barrett's towering form transformed into a lifeless husk, having had all vitality extracted. In a pirate world, formidable beings do not perish merely from falling unless their death is confirmed. Only individuals like Molo and Akainu relish in delivering the final blow to ensure their utter obliteration. At this moment, Molo's aura genuinely revitalized, revealing the terrifying potential and life force contained within Barrett. Molo seldom experiences the sensation of true strength augmentation when siphoning vitality. His haki and power surged, while his stamina rapidly replenished, compensating for previous losses. Super Life Electromagnetic Cannon. Molo turned his head, lifting the electromagnetic cannon formed from life chains. A structure he had learned from Vegapunk's experiments, absorbing knowledge from countless blueprints in that office. What are you intending to do? Blackbeard's recovery speed was evidently inferior to Molo's. Sensing Molo's gradual restoration, unease crept into his heart, yet he could not let this opportunity slip away. Having successfully subdued Huang Yuan and Green Bull, the moment was ripe for seizing. If he failed to capture it, he could not predict when such a chance might arise again. You have thwarted me time and again. This time, I shall take a gamble. A gamble? Molo regarded Teach. Are you not afraid of wagering your life? Is that so? It seems you are utterly oblivious to the terror of the world's strongest devil fruit. As far as I know, your might lies in haki and vitality. Yet, in the face of absolute damage, what can you truly do? Teach approached head-on, unleashing the tremor-producing power of his devil fruit with a resounding explosion. In an instant, the ground shook violently, leaving no one able to maintain their footing. Molo retaliated with a punch, while the other hand unleashed his entire haki. Boom! The Super Life Electromagnetic Cannon indiscriminately obliterated everything in its path. The formidable armament haki fiercely tore through the darkness. It soared toward a distant pirate ship, colossal in size. There, an early hidden Van Oka turned his head in confusion. Immediately utilizing the Shuni fruit to escape, he sought a solid foothold, arriving at the island in an instant. Have I been discovered? Van Oka did not anticipate that Molo would uncover him, despite the control exerted by Blackbeard's dark domain. What have you done? Blackbeard's observation haki did not extend to such a vast range. Nothing, merely severing your escape route. Molo stretched his shoulders as the two clashed. The impact reverberated across the distance. Green Bull gazed in shock at Molo and Teach. Teach, wielding the tremor fruit, did not require further elaboration. His attacks inherently possessed tremor power, capable of deflecting assaults from afar and resonating within his adversaries. To strike from afar, causing widespread destruction and delivering internal tremor damage. That was the essence of a tremor fruit, akin to the power of Conqueror's haki entwined with armament haki. It could incite tremors in all things, endowed with formidable characteristics. Yet in their mutual struggle, this trait served to amplify Teach's might. If paired with powerful haki, the destructive capability and damage, especially against devil fruit users, would elevate further. Teach also commanded a potent suppression over devil fruit users, effortlessly drawing upon the powers of the dark fruit. One could assert that he wielded an overwhelming advantage. However, the Molo before him proved equally formidable. The Conqueror's haki thwarted the tremor fruit's effects, rendering Teach tremors ineffective against Molo, while simultaneously inflicting unparalleled damage. Damn it, have you truly mastered such forbidden power? Teach finally comprehended why Barrett had fallen. Dealing with you is best done barehanded. Following the Super Life Electromagnetic Cannon's assault, Molo reigned in the powers of the Shengshang fruit. With another strike, he enveloped both armament and Conqueror's haki around his fists. In the midst of battle, he maneuvered with ease, evading all of Blackbeard's attacks. His observation haki, as potent as Huang Yuan's, granted him a decisive advantage in speed. Green Bull was astonished to witness Molo's remarkable growth in such a short span since the conclusion of the world conscription, exerting overwhelming pressure and affording Teach no opportunity. You have expended so much stamina, yet you still aspire to defeat me? Molo taunted Teach. In their prime, Whitebeard and Roger battled for 3 days and nights without a clear victor. Though your hockey is formidable and your martial prowess commendable, neither has reached their peak. At least not in comparison to the development of devil fruits. How dare you be so audacious before a martial arts expert like me? Impossible. I possess the most destructive tremor fruit in the world. Dichi could hardly believe that his Inen fruit was ineffective against Moro. While he could tolerate that, the fact that the Jinjin fruit also proved ineffectual was beyond comprehension. The overwhelming hockey could render devil fruits powerless, a concept he was surely familiar with. Moro was effortlessly dominating the battle, thanks in no small part to the fallen Barrett. Each time he found himself injured, it was Moro who capitalized on the opportunity, a situation he found utterly detestable. Glimpsing Green Bull and Kizuru, he yearned for Moro to delay his appearance just a little longer so he could seize both fruits for himself. Fan Oka, teleport everyone here, and let us collectively deal with this fiend. With that command, 3 figures materialized behind him. Rain Shiryu, appearing somewhat fatigued from his previous duel with Peach Rabbit and having endured several strikes from Mihawk, steadied himself upon sighting the enemy. Unexpectedly summoned, Q the Toxic could not hold back his exasperation upon seeing Moro. Where have you taken the strong man? He lamented, his voice dripping with fatigue, soon falling silent. Its saddle has now taken on my form. It shall henceforth be known as Weak. Moro exclaimed gleefully. Perish! Q hurled a basket of apples intended to obliterate Moro. These apples, seemingly ordinary, concealed the damaging effects of his disease fruit. Once contaminated, one would suffer from an array of bizarre ailments. Moro stood resolutely, intently gazing at Fan Oka. A cacophony erupted as a multitude of strange maladies surged forth, yet a faint white mist enveloped Moro, nullifying all effects of the disease fruit. And you? Moro provocatively glanced at Fan Oka, who, without hesitation, fired a shot. Moro effortlessly evaded it. Too slow. Seeking death? Fan Oka, realizing that Moro had dodged his attack, was now convinced he was indeed the one responsible for annihilating their ship. Captain, we must depart, Fan Oka urged, turning to Teach. The captain of the Blackbeard pirates wore an expression of displeasure. With all the warlords of the sea having retreated, Rob Lucci, Crocodile, and the Supernovas merely awaited the conclusion of the battle at sea. Victory in this skirmish would equate to taking half of the Navy headquarters. And with such formidable devil fruits, he could reassemble a vast pirate crew. Without the Navy to hinder him, he could seize the advantage and crush the Whitebeard pirates, thus truly ascending to the throne of the 4 emperors. Just one more step. We can leave at any moment. But the chance to defeat this foe together is a singular opportunity. Teach sought to engage in a high-stakes gamble, pitting himself against Moro, one being the strongest of the new age fruit users, the other, the mightiest wielder of hockey. Their confrontation would ultimately determine the victor. Bang! Fan Oka, upon hearing this, hesitated no longer. He would offer advice to Teach, yet should orders be given, he would comply without delay. Captain, our ship has been destroyed by that guy. If we lose, our only option would be to commandeer another pirate cruise vessel, he declared while firing his weapon. Is that so? Then we shall randomly select a fortunate soul when the time comes. Teach remained unfazed, firmly believing in his ability to vanquish Moro. Swoosh! Rain Shiryu unleashed a blade stroke with astonishing speed. Moro, drawing his own weapon, met the attack. However, Shiryu found himself repelled before even grazing Moro's blade. Damn it! Hugh attempted to exploit the opening with his disease fruit. Moro cast a disdainful glance at him, stepping forward to eliminate him. Teach instinctively shielded himself, activating the Jinjin fruit to its utmost capacity, the two colliding with a thunderous crash. Bang! Another shot fired. Shiryu, Fan Oka, and Q surrounded from various directions, while Teach stood firm. What do you intend to do? Green Bull emerged, clearly at odds with Moro, yet without the need for rescue. Moro would not have been encircled. He advanced, sword drawn, aiming to intercept Shiryu. Kizuru seized the opportunity to strike Fan Oka while Teach was wholly focused on Moro. With his glint fruit and formidable observation hockey, Fan Oka narrowly dodged, yet Kizuru reappeared at his original position, unable to suppress a spurt of black blood. Damn it! My injuries have worsened. I can no longer fight effectively. Have you slowed down, Green Bull? It seems the captain has severely wounded you. Shiryu noted Green Bull's deteriorating condition. The battlefield had been divided into distinct corners. Yet Moro remained unperturbed. A lean camel outweighs a horse. Kizaru and Green Bull were still not a match for Fan Oka and Shiryu. As for Q and Teach, one was merely ailing, the other injured, in his prime state. Moro, too, stood at the pinnacle of the Four Emperors' power. What was there to fear? Bang! Another fist collided, and Teach was struck down, crashing to the ground in agony. At that moment, Moro seized Q by the neck. You have exhausted too much stamina, Teach. You dare. Teach rose, astonished that Moro, wielding Conqueror's Haki, displayed no fear of the Jinjin fruit. His formidable physique, absolute strength, and impenetrable body, combined with advanced Haki and Conqueror's Haki, rendered Moro impervious to Teach's attacks. Were at the peak state of Blackbeard, they might have been evenly matched. However, Moro, in his current state, was unyielding, akin to an injured old Whitebeard facing a peak. Unscathed version of himself. So painful. Q muttered before his neck was abruptly twisted. Moro unleashed 3 life chains from his abdomen, draining Q's vitality entirely. A lifeless husk collapsed, and Q's head separated from his body. Moro turned his gaze back to Teach, whose eyes now sparkled with resolute determination. Fan Oka, let us go. If we cannot win, we shall flee. Run, damn it. Moro swiftly conjured an ultra-life electromagnetic cannon. As Fan Oka, Teach, and Shiryu materialized on the deck of a pirate ship, a torrent of armed Haki surged forth, roaring through the skies. Damn it, Teach cursed, and the trio was compelled to teleport once more. The second teleportation occurred. Moro's emotional observation Haki had sensed Fan Oka's anxiety ahead of time. He arrived on the deck even faster. Just as Fan Oka and the others made their appearance, Moro seized him by the neck. Bang! A bullet flew towards Moro's brow, but his powerful armed Haki thwarted the assault. The life chains continued to swirl, swiftly healing a small scar on his forehead. Crack! Fan Oka met his demise as desired. Moro crushed his head beneath his foot and, savoring the moment, drained the last vestiges of his vitality. Then, before the sweating and trembling reigned Shiryu, he picked up Fan Oka's weapon. If you cannot escape, let's play a little longer. Moro looked up and smiled. Since the conclusion of the battle, he had been tirelessly studying the schematics of the electromagnetic cannon to counter the Shun no Mi. This moment was what he had prepared for. Why? Why won't you die? Barrett was formidable enough at his peak to stand toe-to-toe with the Dark King, Rayleigh. How could he possibly lose to you? Blackbeard Teach wore an expression of displeasure as Moro severed his escape route, leaving him no choice but to fight to the death. Why is there even question? You stated that Barrett, at his peak, could match the Dark King. He was young back then, and, similarly, I am also youthful now. Do you understand? Moro gazed intently at him, as Yuzixiliu attempted a surprise attack with his sword from the side. Crack! Teach seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful punch. Zing! Yuzixiliu pierced through Moro's back with his long sword, a wicked grin on his face. It seems you've sustained quite a bit of damage. If you wish to block my attack, even you cannot evade Yuzixiliu's assault. Teach laughed heartily. His earlier panic was merely a ruse to confuse Moro. The explosive force of his Gura no Mi was terrifying, forcing Moro to defend himself, and in that moment of stalemate he could not evade, thus granting Yuzixiliu his chance. At this juncture, if Moro dared to use the Shung no Mi to restore his vitality, Teach would exploit his opportunity with the Yami no Mi to restrain him. In essence, he would not allow him that chance. One cannot claim invincibility at sea unless one's enemies prefer one-on-one combat, acting as foolishly as a simpleton. Sometimes, defeating the foe is the only path to survival, which includes the strength of allies. Otherwise, what need is there for the definition of the Four Emperors to encompass not only immense power, but also the terrifying influence over territory? If not, Blackbeard Teach and Barrett would have long since become one of the Four Emperors, showcasing their peak strength. Likewise, the Red Count, who escaped from Impel Down, exemplifies the same principle. Alone, he could contend with the Roger Pirates and defeat Steelbone Kong, yet he still did not rise to the rank of a Four Emperor. The Golden Lion had been silent for 20 years before being defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. Everyone knew he had not perished, yet they also recognized that his influence had long since vanished, preventing him from being counted among the Four Emperors. It was only 6 years ago, with the rise of red-haired Shanks, that the title of Four Emperors was truly established. The New World has always been this way. Even now, among the peak powers, whether they're sea emperors, warlords of the sea, or The Marines, they all exist in the same realm. Even those who dominate a territory. Standing atop the pinnacle of pirates, like King, could not truly ascend to the position of a four-emperor until he was defeated by Blackbeard and seized High Island, demonstrating the rapid pace of the reshuffling. Teach has always relished the game of piracy. He believed Moro was overestimating his own capabilities, while Moro plotted against him. Blackbeard was also biding his time for this moment. You come with kill me? Ah. Teach laughed uproariously, and just as Moro was struck by the sword, he pulled 2 devil fruits from his pocket. Do you see? This is the Shun no Mi and the Bio no Mi. Teach tossed the Shun no Mi directly to Uzixiliu. Devil fruits can be reclaimed and taken. You do not understand, do you? It simply attaches to the fruit. Moreover, each type of devil fruit has a specific fruit it can attach to, and as long as one possesses that type of fruit beforehand, one can acquire the abilities of the fruit's user most swiftly upon their demise. With Yami no Mi, it becomes even easier to seize such powers. Moro had long seen through this absurd trick. Upon hearing his words, Teach's face darkened. Should we kill this guy? Captain, Uzixiliu, now confident after acquiring the Shun no Mi, was merely testing the waters. He had not been gravely injured. Your sword merely caused superficial wounds. However, Teach had discerned the truth. He had Uzixiliu consume the Shun no Mi to ensure their swift escape. Superficial wounds? Moro revealed his cloak, showing he was unscathed. How is this possible? Such a physique is only possessed by Kaido of the beasts. Teach believed that if anyone at sea could match Barrett's physical prowess, it would be Kaido. Come on, Barrett is down, and you still cannot see reality? Moro was baffled. Did Uzixiliu truly believe that Sword Strike was formidable? A peak 4 emperor, an existence without flaws, would be injured by your single blow? Even Kazuki Oden required his full strength to contend. We must go. Teach had lost all hope. Any tricks from Moro were merely a waste of time. The only option was to flee quickly and deal with matters later when their strength had increased. In terms of individual power, Blackbeard Teach firmly believed no one could surpass Moro, except for one person capable of rivaling the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, the Red Count. However, that old man had vanished completely after escaping from Impel Down, as if he had evaporated from existence. Run? Not a chance. Moro refrained from attacking Uzixiliu because he too had allies. He once again assembled the super Shengming Densu Pao. The moment Teach revealed himself, the electromagnetic cannon unleashed its devastating assault. Damn it! They were forced to flee once more. Moro pulled the trigger, wielding the very gun of the supersonic Van Oka. Bang! The bullet flew forth, and Teach cursed vehemently, unable to comprehend how Moro's observation haki surpassed even Van Oka's. Of course, the long-range sniper's observation haki was formidable and precise, but Moro's emotional observation haki could immediately sense the feelings of his enemies. Even if you teleport, you must bow before me, express gratitude for wanting to kill you. Otherwise, I will perceive it instantaneously. If gratitude is also an emotion, so is obsession, while indifference pertains to one's state and feelings. All of this would be locked onto by Moro. If necessary, he would swiftly identify the different emotional hues. While Teach embodied pure darkness, Moro had long since become accustomed to it. After the third landing, Teach and Uzixiliu felt as if they had narrowly escaped death. However, Peach Rabbit, Green Bull, and Ain had been waiting for them for some time. In their current state, they were unable to fight and decisively teleported once more. Oh, how terrifying. Have I been found? Kizaru remarked sarcastically, standing coldly at the bow of the ship, observing the two. At this moment, Teach and Uzixiliu were drenched in sweat. If Van Oka had not been obliterated by Moro immediately, with his exceptional long-range observation haki and the level of his fruit's development, there might still have been a chance to escape. Uzixiliu was merely being thrust into the fray, with no means of fleeing. Hey, there's no need to run anymore. For the fourth time, the two appeared on Kid's ship. Damn, Kid was speechless, questioning why they had come to his vessel to seek death. It was only Uzixiliu. Had Van Oka still been alive, he would have teleported to Law's submarine deep beneath the sea, which Moro could not counter in such a short time. Long time no see. Quietly, Moro appeared, casting a gentle gaze toward Teach and Uzixiliu. I shall fight you to the death. Teach roared, determined to engage Moro in a final battle. Hey, this is my ship. Kid was the most furious of all. I'm rather busy right now. I'll deal with you later. Moro glanced at Kid, contemplating the implications had it not been for Blackbeard and Barrett. He could easily capture all the supernovae here. Let us go. While Tiki proclaimed his willingness to fight to the death, he nevertheless sought an opportunity to escape. In an instant, Molo seized Uxiliu. The next moment, the three appeared simultaneously on the island. Tiki felt a chill run down his spine, as if a thorn were lodged in his throat. Before him, Uxiliu, who had just completed his teleportation, not only brought Molo along, but also had him firmly by the throat. Do you think I am Fan Aoka? That simply choking me would lead to my demise? Uxiliu taunted. With his physique and haki, he found such a maneuver utterly trivial. Is that so? Molo's armed haki and Conqueror's haki enveloped him completely, along with his terrifying brute strength. With a forceful grip, Uxiliu felt his veins bulging. This was impossible. With a resounding explosion, the armed haki gathered around Uxiliu's neck was forcibly shattered. He desperately attempted to teleport away from Molo, only to materialize near the harbor. With a swift motion, Molo discarded his lifeless body and crushed its skull underfoot. No matter how potent the armed haki, one must possess commensurate strength. Did he not understand that to achieve greater pressure over an equal contact area, one must increase the force applied? From under Molo's feet, several chains of life emerged, snaking like azure serpents to siphon Uxiliu's vitality. Subsequently, he wielded an additional sword, Thunderstorm. Now, I too am a dual-wielding swordsman. Molo turned around, brandishing Jack's ivory belt, Thunderstorm, and a peppered roll of blades, with Fan Aoka's long sniper rifle slung behind him. He waved his hand, renaming himself as the feeble yet robust Zhuang, swiftly unfurling his wings and soaring before them. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard. Molo had single-handedly eradicated the Blackbeard pirates in the ensuing battle. Now, only the Admiral Tiki remained. Without absolute power, one should refrain from arrogance. After draining the vitality of Du Q, Fan Aoka, Uxiliu, and Barrett, Molo not only stood at full strength, but had also converted considerable energy, growing even more formidable. This power is true strength, yet I still feel so hungry. Tiki, could you satiate my hunger? Molo's eyes turned blood red as he grinned widely, appearing somewhat deranged, prompting Peach Rabbit to take immediate notice of his state. At this moment, the former warlords of the sea, who were supposed to depart, sat motionless on their ships, quietly observing the unfolding spectacle, eager to witness the dawn of a new era. Should Molo emerge victorious, it would herald the commencement of a new age for the Navy. With Akainu at the helm and Molo in the field, one had once been gravely wounded by Whitebeard, while the other had obliterated Barrett and Blackbeard. Undoubtedly, the Navy would then ascend to become the mightiest in history. Molo felt a twinge of unease. He sensed something was amiss with Molo. Do not interfere. It would be fatal, Peach Rabbit firmly restrained on. She understood that this was a battle destined for Molo and Tiki, one that would determine the fate of an era. The pirates and the Navy, who would gain the upper hand in the post-Whitebeard age. Such formidable conquerors hockey. Luo had learned in abundance from this confrontation. Barrett had also perished. That man was truly stubborn. Not all who defeated him would be spared. The clown Buggy, feeling helpless, had no words left for this former friend. Back then, he and Shanks were merely trainee crewmates, while Barrett held the status of a combatant. He had shown no deference to anyone aboard, even after defeating the Dark King Rayleigh. Jabba and Kazuki Odin could only submit to him. He had indeed been the center of attention. Yet, upon hearing of Roger's terminal illness, he departed from the crew. Thereafter, they encountered numerous adventures, growing ever stronger. Barrett, however, gradually faded away. Had it not been for Roger's execution, he might have remained settled for some time. The younger generation is formidable. Kizaru, hands in pockets, always appeared composed. It was simply his nature, as he did not treat anyone lightly. Green Bull had no words. He too respected Molo's strength. This man was indeed terrifyingly powerful. If Kaido of the 100 Beast Pirates were to reside in Wano, Green Bull would hesitate to approach. Yet, as an admiral, Molo was a force he dared not contend with. In a year and a half, Molo had fulfilled all his vows from the Marineford War. The boy who once found himself helpless in the face of cataclysmic events had matured into someone capable of standing alone. Now, I shall claim the era you offer me as a sacrifice. Molo laughed heartily, chains swirling behind him, azure serpents coiling. This era was named Blackbeard. Tiki refused to yield. Is that so? I do not consent. Molo unleashed his life chains with a thunderous roar, assimilating every inch of the island. The fruit awakened, and life thrived. 100,000 azure serpents. Simultaneously, armed Haki enveloped them, giving the serpents a delicate pink hue. To use a devil fruit before me? You are truly insane. Tiki laughed maniacally, believing he had found an opportunity. This time, he would surely annihilate Molo completely. The dark domain. The dark sky manifested once more. And the transformed Fire Fist Ace, Kizaru, and Green Bull could not withstand this onslaught. The overwhelming suppression of devil fruit users and its potent corrosiveness were indeed the might of the Yami Yami no Mi. The 100,000 azure serpents fiercely retaliated, launching a relentless assault. Haha, you are too arrogant, Molo. Is that so? Molo did not share that belief. He was not the same as the one who had previously lost to Tiki. The reason for his extraordinary fruit development was that his Haki and martial arts remained intact, a physique akin to Kaido-S, with formidable defense and vitality, surpassing Fan Aoka and Katakuri in observation and speed, combining martial arts learned from Zephyr with Barrett's demonic form. The Conqueror's Haki of a peak powerhouse intertwined, rivaling the monstrous strength of a young Whitebeard. This was Molo's true strength. Prior to this, the myriad transformations of the life fruit were merely embellishments. The curtain fell, and it seemed as though the dust had settled. Everyone was left in awe of the recent battle. The darkness dissipated, and the 100,000 azure serpents vanished. The island no longer bore the distinctions of high mountains and ravines, reduced to a desolate plain. Crack! The sound of everything shattering echoed. Tiki commenced a frenzied assault. Molo struck with his fists, countering the tremors with sheer force. Shattering. Iron fist. Boom! The impact from this blow reverberated across the land, sending clouds of dust spiraling towards the sea, pushing ships and pirate vessels away from the shores. The ocean churned violently, and the sky itself fractured. Molo laughed heartily, relentlessly throwing punches, while it was Tiki who cried out in pain. Damn it, it hurts so much. Why can't you just die? Tiki spat blood, having believed that Molo would weaken significantly after utilizing the fruit, yet he remained as vigorous as ever. Tiki, as Baihuzi once remarked, your weakness lies in your excessive arrogance, your disdain for all, believing that everything is within your calculation, and that every gamble is one you are destined to win. Molo's iron fist is indeed formidable. Did you truly think victory would be yours? As a member of the Navy, even if you were an admiral, you remain a mere dog of the Tenryubito. Tiki erupted in fury. No, I do not gamble, hence there is no win or lose. Such rules do not apply to me. As for whether I am a dog, that day, you shall not have the chance to witness it. The sea shall resound with my legend, and you are nothing but a failure, akin to Moonlight Moria, who fell from the struggle for supremacy. Molu's fist gathered an intangible conqueror's Haki, his skin turning crimson in an instant. The three types of advanced Haki were unleashed, merging together with his martial prowess. This marked Molu's most powerful combat form. In that moment, Tiki could hardly anticipate the sudden acceleration of Molu's assault. Yet, regardless of strength or speed, each of Molu's strikes was deftly evaded, each punch delivering even greater damage. Spitting blood, Tiki began to doubt whether it was Molu or himself who possessed the Jinjin fruit, especially when he heard Mola mock him, claiming he would meet the same fate as Moonlight Moria and be forgotten by the world. Tiki could not help but acknowledge the decline of his own spirit. This technique Molu had mastered well. It was typically employed by Luffy to scream during battle, disrupting the hearts of his foes. Or perhaps Akainu's few words that sow discord among enemies. Such is the power of language. You, a dog of the Tenryubito. Enraged and humiliated, Tiki unleashed his fury, one hand shrouded in darkness, the other wielding the Jinjin fruit, attacking frantically. Simultaneously, a powerful Haki erupted, complementing his physical abilities. However, had it been the unrefined Molu of the past, Tiki might have held numerous advantages at full capacity. Now Molu was utterly unafraid. For him, the threat of the dark fruit and the Jinjin fruit lay in the fact that he could only face various attacks alone. Yet the widespread devastation they wrought was beyond even Molu's control. But on this desolate island, it was only Molu and Tiki. He was fearlessly undeterred. Dog? You might as well tell Green Bull. That fellow would take it as a compliment. Oh, and you must long to become the king of the world, the next rocks. Indeed, who does not harbor such ambitions? I do as well, ha. Here, only Molu and Tiki remained, and he could speak his mind freely. You madman. No wonder you awakened the conqueror's Haki. It is in your very nature to rebel. Tiki felt that if Molu were to defect and join his ranks, he would undoubtedly find himself restless. This was akin to the monstrous crew of the Rocks Pirates. Gold Lion, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Wang Zhijian, Silver Axe, and the Ventrani Kaido, who among them did not wish to carve their own path. Molu was the strongest among them. What rebellion? This is merely the principle that the capable shall take the lead. Bang! In terms of area attacks, Tiki was superior. In individual strikes, Molu reigned supreme. Iron Fist. Jinli. Once again, their fists collided, the desolate island having long been reduced to fragments, leaving them without solid ground to stand upon. Amidst the smoke, a figure descended swiftly from the heavens. Confronted by a monster brimming with haki and martial skill, Blackbeard Tiki, who was destined to become the sovereign of the seas, plummeted like a cannonball to the ground. Boom! The boulders shattered, creating a massive crater. Tiki lay within the pit, rolling his eyes, unsure of how many teeth he had lost, yet still muttering, "You are injured. You are not truly invincible." As the smoke cleared, Molu descended, calmly gazing at Tiki. Shadows raced in haste, eager to uncover the truth. "Is that so? It concerns you not." A wound appeared on Molu's abdomen. The dark fruit and Jinjin fruit unexpectedly merging with haki at the final moment, transforming into a destructive attack. Even he could not block it. The wound substantial and bleeding profusely. However, you two have attempted to completely fuse haki with your devil fruit, for prior to this, you were a formidable master of haki and martial arts, well aware of what true limits should be. Molu learned much from Tiki. Bang! Molu interrupted Tiki's feeble laughter, crushing his skull with a single foot. The chain of life instantly siphoned countless vitality. He picked up the permanent pointer to Raftel from the ground. Little did he expect that Tiki had seized it during Barrett's demise. Alas, in his final moments, he destroyed the permanent pointer, a truly vile creature. Molu was unfazed, having also acquired another item, the illness fruit hastily crafted by Tiki. Though he did not obtain the permanent pointer, he instead acquired a devil fruit that might fetch a good price. Swish! Rob Lucci, Crocodile, Hancock, the Clown Buggy, Kizaru, Green Bull, Peach Rabbit, Mihawk, and Law gathered, incredulously gazing at Molu, whose injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. One shattered permanent pointer, one devil fruit. Firstly, the pointer was damaged by Tiki. Secondly, this is the illness fruit, not the dark fruit you imagined. Molu's words were hard to dispute. They had originally believed he would be gravely wounded, yet he appeared to recover right where he stood. When Tiki became a lifeless husk, Molu's injuries fully healed as well. However, he did not pause, for his strength still required replenishing. He needed to be at full capacity. In case a Yonko ambushed him at this moment, it would not bode well. As he departed, none dared to impede him. Instead, the pirates and Rob Lucci complained, lamenting the loss of a permanent pointer, a valuable item that could lead to the final island. Molu finally found the body of Whitebeard too, the boy having been severely beaten by Tiki, rendering him beyond salvation. He would rather use it to restore his last bit of strength. Soon, Whitebeard too passed away in a sweet slumber. Molu smiled satisfactorily. Ha ha ha, the feeling of being well fed is truly delightful. He then exited the desolate island, also seizing the 3 flintlock pistols from Tiki's waist. Indeed, he would need to retrieve Big Mom's hat someday, and Kaido's gourd would be splendid as well. The sword of red-haired was of no use. He did not wish to become a 3-sword style user, for using his teeth to bite a sword would hinder his ability to eat. Molu shook his head and returned to the ship. At this moment, no one dared to act recklessly. They could only retreat. After the battle, Molu was not without strength. He merely desired a moment of tranquility to lie down. This was his innate preference. The warship slowly departed the shore, carrying the corpses. Rob Lucci suddenly appeared at the bow, staring at Molu, who was sipping chilled cola. "Did you truly destroy the permanent pointer? Do you have the standing to question me?" Molu was at a loss for words. He too wished to broadcast live from the final island. Yet the issue was that Tiki would destroy it even in death. "Umph. You are overly arrogant. You killed Barrett and annihilated the Blackbeard pirates. Yet you cannot be as boastful as I. There is nothing of significance, akin to the annihilation of a formidable grandmother pirate crew, alongside one Kaido. Can you manage that, you timid pup?" The words of Moro rendered Rob Lucci ashen, and he vanished in an instant. After his departure, a figure emerged, held captive by Ein and Peach Rabbit. Yet, she bore no trace of concern. "Let's converse. What's the matter, Bonnie? You also seem to be a princess. Did you become a pirate due to your refusal to pay for food?" Bonnie felt a twinge of fear. She had never flinched before Akainu or Blackbeard. But now, The thought of Moro, who killed without a second thought, sent chills down her spine. If Zifa, the Black Arm, refrained from killing admirals, then Moro was indeed the Butcher Admiral. News spread rapidly across the seas. The Devil's offspring, Barrett, was slain, and in the dark underworld, only the Queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy, remained in flight. The once ostentatious Blackbeard pirate crew was utterly decimated. Moro's name resounded throughout the world, known to all. Everyone speculated in hushed tones whether a new Yonko could emerge in the New World. Who might the new Yonko be? Would it be the fiery ace, who has consumed the territory of the Blackbeard pirate crew, or perhaps the rising supernovas? No one knew. Only the frenzied times raced onward. There was one consensus. To step into the New World, one must go to great lengths to avoid Moro. Currently, the mightiest admiral, stationed at the Orange Soda Island base, commanded a multitude of powerful allies, earning him the title of Prospective Admiral. The annihilation of the Blackbeard pirate crew, the execution of Barrett, the capture of the drought-stricken Jack, and the obliteration of the star, Kreja. Over the past year and a half, the seas have undergone countless transformations, with pirates being relentlessly suppressed. The kings of the Dark World have fallen one by one, and the last Queen of Pleasure Street seemingly vanished, returning to CP0. After all, remaining any longer could invite Moro to their doorstep. Forget about gathering intelligence. Even the risk of him extracting information from them loomed large. With 3 Yonko remaining, the Dark World faced obliteration. Moro established his dominion at the entrance of the New World, regarded by the world as a Yonko among the Navy, reigning supreme. At Orange Soda Island, Moro sipped his afternoon tea, as usual. My father and I have both been vilified by the world government, Bonnie explained, her delicate pink lips appearing particularly animated. I am aware, otherwise you would have long since perished. Moro spoke truthfully, akin to the encounter between Luffy and him before the Impelled Down event, where Luffy was granted a chance at life, now merely repaying a debt to the people of Sabati Archipelago. Fire Fist Ace would be captured directly by him, as the favor owed to Garp had also been spent. My father is imprisoned in Mariewa, and I need to rescue him. Only Vegapunk possesses the capability to bring my father back. Bonnie had never been so obedient to her. There were only 2 words in Moro's eyes: death or annihilation. You want the Admiral to assist you in rescuing someone from Mariewa? Moreover, Vegapunk is at Egghead Island in the future kingdom, not on the Red Line. Moro knew that now was not the time for him to confront the Celestial Dragons. Kuma is a member of the Revolutionary Army. You would be wise to seek out their chief of staff, Sabo. That fellow has nearly completed his development, and currently, Mariewa lacks Green Bull. Fujitora is present, but there are also some old-timers. It would be prudent for you to have more hands on deck. Moro took Bonnie's transponder snail and dialed Sabo's number directly. Ringing, ringing, ringing. How do you know the Admiral and the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army? Oh, our transponder snails are being monitored. I can only use yours, so speak for yourself. As for whether Vegapunk can be located, it depends on my availability at that time. Moro rose, donning his cloak. Bonnie clenched her fist and decisively picked up the transponder snail. She gazed at Moro's retreating figure and called out, "What is your transponder snail number?" When seeking assistance, one should do so in person, not over the transponder. I did not comprehend. Moro departed without looking back, leaving Bonnie to wander alone. In truth, Moro had awaited this day for a long time. He had also acquired some intelligence, which was quite troublesome. This would be the opportune moment for him to ascend to the pinnacle of power. Therefore, he needed to incite some chaos on the Red Line, ensuring that troubles did not come to his door. Sabo, Bonnie, and others going to rescue Kuma would serve as the best opportunity for his further growth. Upon boarding the warship, one could see a total of 10 Navy warships docked at the base, each manned by hundreds or even thousands of sailors. All were elite sailors trained by Moro. Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Binz, boasting formidable strength, with even other Navy supernovas dispatched to Orange Soda Island. The one they most revered was undoubtedly the Navy hero Moro. Admiral Moro, are you going to fight again? Who is this opponent? Could it possibly be a Yonko? Fool, why ask such a silly question? It is currently 3 Yonko. The Navy supernovas attempted to await Moro's response. 3 Yonko? Soon it will not be so. Moro smiled, his answer igniting excitement among the Navy supernovas. Binz, too, felt helpless. He would soon lead these individuals into battle, with the warships following closely behind Moro. The warships departed the coast. 3 warships, with Moro and Ein at the center, Peach Rabbit taking position on the left, and Binz alongside the Navy supernovas on the right. Their destination was the inevitable route leading countless pirates to the New World, Fishman Island. With a splash, the coated warships swiftly submerged into the depths of the sea. Advancing toward their goal, Morrow grasped the intelligence and mission, his expression gradually growing serious. Mission: a war has erupted between the Big Mom and Whitebeard pirate crews over Fishman Island, both seeking to claim it as their own. Morrow's task is to repel them entirely and establish a Navy base here, thereafter truly suppressing the route from the entrance to Dressrosa. Any pirate must tread carefully. Intelligence: the Red Count has acquired the mythical Zoan vampire fruit, seemingly restoring his peak strength of youth. Admiral-level secret: a public execution of Drought Jack is imminent at the new headquarters, declaring war on the Beast Pirates. One mission, one piece of intelligence, one secret. They encompass the tempestuous seas. Morrow understood what Akainu was contemplating. Once he further crippled the Whitebeard and Big Mom pirate crews at Fishman Island, neither would possess the strength to interfere at the new headquarters. Thus, the headquarters could undoubtedly bring down the Beast Pirates with full force. From then on, only two emperors would remain in the New World. If red-haired Shanks prefers to avoid trouble, then the Big Mom pirates, further weakened at Fishman Island, could be completely eradicated. Akainu is ready to close the net, and his first pawn is the rapidly rising Morrow, his greatest enemy, with numerous vendettas. It is entirely reasonable to provoke a few more. Fishman Island. Ace, I will hold off Kreja. The words of the immortal Marco instilled confidence in everyone. Leave Big Mom to me. Firefist, Ace declared confidently. He had not been idle during this time. Amidst the pirate festival, he had grown significantly stronger in battle. Big Mom desires the cake, while Ace wishes to protect the Fishman Island left behind by Whitebeard. In the end, Jinbei chose to align the Sun Pirates under the banner of the Whitebeard Pirates. Once on the verge of disintegration, the Whitebeard Pirates now regarded Ace as their new captain. With only 14 commanders remaining, a portion of the crew opted to leave, leaving behind just 32 members. Nonetheless, after seizing Hive Island, many began to favor Fire Fist Ace, believing he could ascend to become the next of the four emperors. If he successfully defends Fishman Island in this battle, it would signify a solidification of his status. However, some opined that even if victorious, the Whitebeard Pirates would inevitably confront Big Mom's crew. What? Big Mom is furious, and the consequences could be dire. She realized that the younger generation no longer understood the rules, failing to yield Fishman Island upon her arrival. Ace, do you truly believe that this motley crew can thwart me? You are far from claiming the title of an emperor. Big Mom wielded Napoleon, her sword, and struck with immense force. Flames and lightning engulfed the scene, plunging Fishman Island into peril. Fire and lightning pose no threat to me. As for your sword, let us test my haki. Ace smiled faintly, his elemental form evading the assault, his speed notably enhanced. Since the conclusion of the battle, Big Mom's crew had made multiple attempts to expand their territory over Whole Cake Island. The two formidable pirate crews had clashed repeatedly, resulting in wars. With the complete annihilation of the Blackbeard pirates, the contradictions between the two factions had reached an irreconcilable point, ultimately igniting the decisive battle for Fishman Island. Fishman Island, neither too vast nor too small, faced a cataclysmic disaster with the eruption of such warfare. Fortunately, the Fishmen could temporarily take refuge beneath the waves. Yet, if Fishman Island were to fall, where would they reside? On land? The world government would not permit that. Jinbei wondered in trepidation. Would Fire Fist Ace emerge victorious? King Neptune felt a surge of anxiety. To protect against harm, they had specifically relocated Shirahoshi from the tower to a submarine warship for her safety. Uncertain, they resolved to give their utmost effort. In the face of the conflict between two mighty pirate crews, if Fire Fist Ace triumphed, he could ascend to the status of the new four emperors. If Big Mom prevailed, she would further extend her dominion, consuming all of Whitebeard's territories. Both factions were unwilling to retreat even a single step. Jinbei mused that had he remained a warlord of the sea, this battle involving the four emperors might have prompted the nearby Admiral Morlo to intervene, compelling even Big Mom to withdraw. However, having sacrificed his warlord status for Ace, he now stood with the Whitebeard pirates to protect Fishman Island, each side having its own merits. The battle raged on for a full day and night. Having undergone transformation and the trials of past battles, Firefist Ace remarkably withstood Big Mom's onslaught, standing firm against her might. As the dawn broke and sunlight refracted through the bubbles, both sides found themselves evenly matched. Damn it, you must die today. Big Mom sensed a threat. She recalled intelligence indicating that, without Morlo's intervention during the previous conflict, Firefist Ace would have perished long ago. How was it that he now clawed his way back from adversity to achieve parity in their struggle. The ocean is ever-changing, Big Mom. Have you also ceased to strive for greatness? Countless powerful beings are scaling the heights, yet you remain stagnant. Ace laughed heartily as the temperature of his flames surged. You shall soon understand the disparity between us, little brat. I am the Empress of the New World. Big Mom could not afford to falter. She must ensure that Fire Fist Ace perishes here. With Whitebeard gone, why should she relinquish the meat already within her grasp? Newgate ruled for 2 decades. Now, it was her turn, Charlotte Linlin. You cannot achieve it. Ace's hockey enveloped him. As the son of the Pirate King, he possessed a talent rivaling that of Monkey D. Luffy. No wonder he was destined to die on the original timeline. Surviving the Summit War, backed by the Whitebeard Pirates, he would rapidly evolve, transforming his sorrow into a powerful metamorphosis, ultimately ascending to become one of the new 4 emperors, perhaps even surpassing Luffy to claim the title of Pirate King. Big Mom slashed with her sword, only to have her blow intercepted by Fire Fist Ace. The impact sent shockwaves that disturbed the surrounding waters, creating a brief moment of calm. The battle continued unabated. Marco, the Phoenix, observed Katakuri. You seem to have grown considerably stronger, yet you still lack the power to unseat Big Mom as one of the new 4 emperors. After facing that individual in battle, anyone would undergo transformation, Katakuri hinted. Following the battle at Thunder God's Island, he had indeed become significantly more powerful. Would the Dragon Slayer Morlo make an appearance? Marco wondered, curious about their likelihood of victory should they encounter another youth from the Summit War. He has already arrived. Katakuri turned. Having spent the past year and a half in relentless combat, continuously growing stronger, achieving the rank of a true commander. However, following the defeat of the 4th Commander Snack, the audacity of Captain Kidd and others had rendered the once unshakable Big Mom pirates increasingly fragile. This was also why Big Mom insisted on a decisive confrontation amidst the escalating brutality of their battles. The myth that the 4 emperors are invincible must not be shattered. Bang! A corpse was hurled from a gilded warship onto King Neptune's vessel. He looked down in disbelief as the princes gathered around. It was Vander Decken 9, the user of the target fruit, the persistent thorn in their side. An axe flew past him, and truthfully, it irritated him greatly, prompting him to resolve the matter swiftly. Morlo's casual remark left all the fishmen swallowing hard. Hody and the inhabitants of Fishman Street cursed silently at this sight. Initially captivated by the clash between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, their hearts sank at Morlo's arrival. A mix of fear and unwillingness to acknowledge their own weakness flooding their minds. He will undoubtedly perish at Big Mom's hands. After this battle, both the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates would be gravely weakened, allowing our new Fishman Pirates to dominate the seas. Pirate King Hody will surely claim that title. It seems these young fishmen are quite oblivious to their own capabilities. Admiral Morlo, are you here to assist us? Neptune inquired tentatively. What else could it be? Should I kill Big Mom, or you? Morlo's words sent chills down everyone's spine. With a swift motion, Morlo landed on Fishman Island, accompanied by 3,000 Marines, with 5 naval bases sending reinforcements, and the talented Supernova joining the fray. Ein and Binz were also supernovas in their day, but sadly, Morlo quickly ascended to the rank of Admiral. After the Navy headquarters pardoned the remnants of ZEF and Ein, Binz were assigned to Morlo's command. Thus no other Commodores were dispatched for support. However, with Peach Rabbit present, she was worth 10 ordinary soldiers. The overwhelming Navy swiftly seized a corner of the battlefield. The most abhorrent presence has arrived. Big Mom glared disdainfully at Morlo. It is he. The cloak of AC swayed, starkly contrasting with the pure white justice cloak of Molo. With a resounding boom, as his kin Bunchika Haki sensed Molo approaching in less than a heartbeat, he instantly appeared between the two. This is a battle belonging to pirates. Are you seeking death? Big Mom exuded confidence, believing that no admiral, even at their peak, could possibly triumph against her in full form. Even Akainu and Sengoku would find themselves evenly matched at best. This was the pride of one who reigns as the Emperor of the Sea. What is Molo, after all? Enough with the nonsense. Both of you must pay your dues here. Without hesitation, Molo's fist flew towards the boisterous Big Mom. Strength and speed beget confidence. Seeking death indeed, Napoleon swung his sword, unleashing thunder and fire, along with an overwhelming aura. Molo's fist pressed on, and with the fusion of his martial arts, he no longer called out his techniques during combat. What was even more astonishing was that this strike from Big Mom, which was powerful enough to thwart Molo over a year ago, was now effortlessly blocked from a distance. Nanny? Big Mom could hardly believe her eyes. Molo had mastered the Conqueror's haki. How did he learn such a technique? Katakuri, witnessing the scene, felt a mixture of embarrassment and disbelief. The desire to grow stronger surged within him. Have you also mastered it? AC realized that Molo not only wielded the Conqueror's haki, but was also more adept than he. Does a Marine Admiral aspire to be a king as well? Big Mom would not be outdone. Their previous exchange was merely a greeting. The entire Fishman Island trembled with their overwhelming presence. It was truly terrifying. Yaya. Big Mom appeared furious, refusing to allow Molo's aura to surpass her own. Old fool, do you dare to compete with me? Do you possess the strength for it? Molo's fists tightened, and his armed haki entwined around him. They were merely clashing their auras. It was a stalemate. Bang! Big Mom struck first with a punch, but Molo nonchalantly countered. His skin turned a crimson hue as armed haki fused with his being. This punch, Big Mom had evaded Molo's martial arts fusion, but was struck by his haki-infused blow. Doof! Blood spewed from Big Mom's mouth. The steel balloon without any scars had actually been wounded. Was it not easy to break your defense? The malice emanating from Molo was palpably fierce. Even in your prime state, you could not defeat me, let alone in this battered condition. Molo spoke nothing but the truth, with his tricolor advanced haki, martial arts fusion, and monstrous physique. Along with the awakening of his fruit, he had already stepped into the realm of the Four Emperors. With the fusion of haki, even a fully energized Big Mom would be slightly inferior to him, especially considering she had been engaged in battle with AC for an entire day and night. Damn it, do not think that a fortunate strike could wound me. Big Mom would never admit to such a thing. Mama, the Big Mom pirates were thrown into disarray. Molo's previous strike had instilled a sense of dread within them. If it were any other Marine Admiral, even if Big Mom were to expend energy, as long as she remained uninjured, she could still repel them. However, this monster Molo bore the lives of Blackbeard and Barrett in his hands, proving his single combat prowess was on par with the Four Emperors. Against such a monster, one must be at full strength or death would await. Battle. Not a single pirate shall remain. At Molo's command, the Marines erupted in joy. The Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates would be annihilated. Henceforth, Fishman Island shall be guarded by my Marines. No petty scoundrels shall dare to act wantonly. Molo unleashed another punch, while Big Mom countered with a horizontal slash. Destined to rule, Molo stood firm, blocking from a distance. Endless life devour. Chains of life transformed into thousands of azure serpents, surging towards the two pirate crews. I have stated before, upon our next encounter, you and I shall be enemies. Fire Fist AC. How infuriating. AC understood this point well. He could not afford to be delusional. He readied his full defense to withstand Molo's chain assault, instructing his companions to retreat while he covered their escape. AC, Marco, and the others, witnessing the relentless assault of the Marines, realized that they were about to be encircled. Flee. If I can slay him, I shall restore your souls and lifespans. What he has taken, I shall return. Big Mom shrieked madly. Retreat, Marco, without Big Mom's devil fruit. We are restrained by Molo's abilities. Our current task is to defend with haki and fall back to Fishman Island. He is a power user, and he cannot act freely in the sea. AC, it is too dangerous for you to remain here. The undying Marco recognized Molo's terror. After all, they had personally experienced the battle against Barrett, understanding what Molo's victory over Blackbeard signified, that he could indeed slay a Four Emperor. Even with the presence of Kizaru, Green Bull, and the 7 warlords of the sea, the Marine would ultimately deliver the heads to Molo, as he had undoubtedly contributed the most. Moreover, Blackbeard possesses a formidable restraint against fruit users. To defeat him, one must be a monster like Molo, who can wield both haki and fruit abilities simultaneously. Do not worry. No matter how strong he is, he cannot match 2 of the 4 emperors at once. My strength is no less than Big Mom's. AC was confident. He had grown significantly, understanding the importance of conserving strength, yet stubbornly insisted on covering the rear alone. While the Whitebeard pirates swiftly obeyed their captain's command to retreat, Big Mom was left in a frenzy. We can no longer fight. The tragedy of Raijin Island will repeat, and more will become his nourishment, leading to my further decline, while he remains forever at his peak. Katakuri vaguely grasped why Molo could continue battling Blackbeard after defeating Barrett. It was due to his incredibly resilient devil fruit. Retreat. In this dire moment, he could no longer heed Big Mom. Otherwise, not only would everyone perish, but she would also die due to this foolish decision. At that moment, Katakuri was resolutely determined. On Fishman Island, apart from the Marines, only 3 pirates remained: Fire Fist, AC, Big Mom, and Katakuri. Indeed, the arrogance of the old era's strongmen and the transformation of the new era's champions were quietly unfolding. How dull. Am I truly that terrifying? I won't even devour you. Molo was enraged, yet surrounded by AC, Katakuri, and Big Mom. He found himself unable to feast further. Katakuri, how dare you defy my orders? Manga, it would be too dangerous that way. Katakuri was resolute, unafraid of any consequences. Insolence. Do you think I cannot defeat a mere child? Big Mom's arrogance soon proved meaningless, as Molo unleashed his power, rendering her not just incapable of fighting alone, but even the combined efforts of the 3 were subdued by him. Azure serpents rose behind him, blocking Katakuri's every move, even attempting to overpower him. Molo was surrounded by dozens of colossal life fists, engaged in combat with Fire Fist AC. He relentlessly pummeled Big Mom's face with one powerful blow after another. While others may struggle against many foes, Molo was undaunted, even challenging the 4 emperors with ease. Is this the strength of an admiral? Hody, lurking outside Fishman Island, is fixated on this astonishing scene, utterly incredulous. What he does not realize is that this is merely a glimpse of Admiral Moro's true power. Meanwhile, a pirate ship, adorned with a dragon's head, stealthily approaches. On the deck, red-haired Shanks stands ready with his long sword in hand. Having vanquished Blackbeard, Moro has ascended to a truly terrifying level of strength. Both men are acquainted with Shanks. One left a scar upon him, while the other was a combatant in the Roger Pirates during his days as a rookie pirate. "Captain, we have arrived at Fishman Island," exclaimed Lucky Roo, joyfully biting into a large chicken leg. "Prepare to give it our all." Shanks would never entertain any notions of luck. "Lord Moro, I implore you to grant me a favor." Outside Fishman Island, Shanks ignited the battlefield with a single statement. This signified that Moro would face 3 of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews alone. Even with his immense power, such a scenario seemed implausible. Yet when Peach Rabbit and the others turned their gazes upon Moro, his expression remained unchanged. "You have no favor to grant here." Moro could not relent. His mission was to eradicate all evil from this world, and now that he possessed such strength, he was determined to see it through to the end. Why go to such lengths? No matter how strong you are on your own, can your subordinates withstand so many opponents? Shanks made his entrance, sword in hand, followed closely by Lucky Roo, who wore a mischievous grin. First Mate Beckman and Jesus Burgess aimed their guns at Moro's head. Who would have foreseen that the small Fishman Island would attract such formidable forces of a new world? No matter how strong one is, they are still but a single individual. Shanks felt compelled to intervene. In his view, Fire Fist Ace had only recently attained the status of a strong contender and was not yet qualified to fully rival the older generation. This meant that even with Ace and Big Mom combined, they could not match Blackbeard and Barrett. In such a scenario, facing an endlessly regenerating Moro would lead to inevitable defeat. If that were to occur, the balance of a new world would be irrevocably shattered. The countless pirates under Big Mom and Whitebeard had caused the loss of innumerable lives at sea. Yet you expect me to simply walk away at your command. Shanks, you possess quite the influence. Moro stood face to face with red-haired Shanks. The balance of the seas must not be disrupted. You have already plunged this world into chaos. And to continue down this path serves no purpose but to invite further turmoil. Shanks was resolute in his desire to maintain the current equilibrium. Is that so? What balance? Do you believe this is merely a matter of who among the strong and the weak consumes more? Balance. I seek to eradicate both good and evil. And you speak to me of balance. Evil must be eradicated. Moro stepped forward, exuding an imposing aura. Are pirates truly the embodiment of absolute evil? And is the Navy the epitome of absolute good? That is an overly simplistic dichotomy. In these seas, many have never been labeled as pirates, yet have never obtained the necessary permissions from the world government. Shanks attempted once more to dissuade Moro with his rhetoric. You are quite the orator, I must say. The evils I seek to eliminate are genuine evils. If you stand in my way, you might as well tend to your daughter Yuta. You are still young. Do not utter words that should remain unspoken. A fierce glint appeared in Shanks' eyes. Upon mentioning his daughter Yuta, all members of the red-haired pirates turned their attention to Moro. There is no need for further discussion. I embody supreme justice, and your arguments are devoid of meaning. Moro advanced once more. Everyone was momentarily frozen in place. Even Big Mom regarded Moro with disbelief. Peach Rabbit and Ein exchanged glances. This scenario, even during the Marineford War, would have left Sengoku and Akainu hesitant to continue fighting. Yet here stood Moro, undeterred, truly stubborn. Such potential wasted. I had believed you would uphold the world's balance. Yet you have proven to be merely a harbinger of chaos. Shanks took a step forward, eager to engage. In my eyes, there is no balance, only the eradication of all evil, regardless of how high they stand. One day, I will ascend even higher. Moro returned his gaze. The two unleashed their conqueror-esque haki simultaneously, generating a fearsome aura. Boom! 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 The mermaid princess Shirahoshi, paralyzed by fear, let out a mournful wail. Countless sea kings emerged, yet they felt overwhelmed by the clash of the two mighty wills, succumbing to a sense of dizziness. What kind of power is this? They were primarily engaged in combat with one another. Otherwise, we too would be rendered unconscious. Thankfully, Poseidon was unharmed. Human conflict is truly bizarre. The Sea Kings quickly retreated from the vicinity of Fishman Island, protecting only Shirahoshi. Young man, the rank of admiral should not be your endpoint. Yet I find it difficult to envision what you will bring to this world in the future. Thus, farewell. Shanks has never been one to relish bloodshed. His first bounty increase was not due to his strength, but rather his refusal to destroy or harm the innocent. While tales of his growing might spread, his bounty rose slowly. It was only after his daughter Yuta's devil fruit powers spiraled out of control, devastating a kingdom, that Shanks' bounty skyrocketed. Now, he must teach Moro a lesson. Since the era of rocks, the number of powerful pirates has been steadily increasing. For decades, the tides of change have led to an imbalance with the Navy. With the rise of the Revolutionary Army, the world government even began to face opposition. This indicates that the new generation has ample time to grow, potentially becoming true overlords, even rising against the world government. Shanks understands Moro's commitment to justice. Yet he also knows that no matter how formidable the Navy becomes, whether in Sengoku's or Akainu's era, they can never lay a hand on the celestial dragons. At least, it seems utterly impossible for now. Thus, if Moro disrupts the balance, it would result in the Navy's absolute supremacy, signifying that the world would have lost all possibility of defeating the celestial dragons. He would never allow such a desperate scenario to unfold. As he stated, the definitions of good and evil are often ambiguous. It is the ambition of the world as king, rocks, that has forged so many opportunities. I do not care for your notions of balance. I only know that if such a day were to come, and if there exists a form of evil that persists even after I have eradicated all pirates, then I too shall raise my fist against it. Moro's gaze was unwavering, imbued with unparalleled resolve. Dream on. Even Akainu would not dare entertain such foolish fantasies. Shanks' conqueror-esque haki radiated with astonishing strength. Moro had believed his own conqueror-esque haki to be unrivaled, only to discover that red-haired Shanks surpassed him, a truly astonishing revelation. Indeed, he is worthy of being able to fuse his conqueror's haki with his essence, thus obscuring the perception of observation haki. Do you recall your words during the Marineford War? They still echo in my ears. Shanks reminisced about his encounter with the young Marine, Moro, during that fateful conflict. Indeed, this is my era. Moro would never concede to Shanks. Such a notion was utterly impossible. Akiji, out of respect for Garp, had repeatedly bypassed the Straw Hat Pirates, and had once spared young Robin due to their shared history. Moro too has debts to repay. Now, only Monkey D. Luffy remains on the Sabaody archipelago, bearing the burden of a favor owed. Decisive in action and clear in his judgments. This has long been the life creed of Moro. His conqueror's haki is undeniably potent, yet it pales in comparison to that of his captain. Lucky Lu calmly savors his chicken. Indeed, the captain's conqueror's haki is so formidable that not even an admiral can withstand it, let alone a vice admiral. The most powerful conqueror's haki belongs to red-haired Shanks. In this moment, Moro can vividly perceive the overwhelming strength emanating from him. With an age difference of a decade, this signifies that Moro still possesses immense potential for growth. Stand down, Moro. Never. One is the swordsmanship of the world's premier swordsman, the strongest conqueror's haki wielded by the legendary red-haired Shanks, who reached his peak 6 years ago and is renowned as one of the 4 emperors. The other has just begun to ascend, claiming his place as a marine emperor. The clash of martial arts against swordsmanship represents the zenith of their respective domains. In terms of haki, all 3 types of haki are fundamentally forms of observation haki. Red-haired Shanks has honed his abilities over many years, unmatched in strength. Moro's ability to siphon the vitality of numerous strong adversaries is equally formidable. Ultimately, he is defeated by the conqueror's haki. Not only is his strength insufficient, But for the first time, Moro's observation haki feels constrained. The overwhelming conqueror's haki of red-haired Shanks can obscure his perception, rendering Moro at this moment devoid of an advantage in both conquerors and observation haki. Is there no other way? Moro's fists are relentless, yet he increasingly must rely solely on raw speed and strength in combat, as he struggles to discern Shanks' movements. His observation haki rendered ineffective. In battles of this caliber, the interplay of speed and observation, strength and armament, as well as physical prowess and endurance is crucial. Lacking any one element significantly diminishes one's advantage. Moreover, at the level of the four emperors, the demands for conquerors and armament haki intertwining are even greater. Otherwise, it is challenging to breach defenses, let alone withstand an opponent's onslaught. Moro, having lost his advantage, now encounters a formidable challenge for the first time. Should a Logia user become overly reliant on their devil fruit abilities, facing an opponent like red-haired Shanks becomes a nightmare. He can locate the user's true form with observation haki, enabling him to strike with armament haki. However, a Logia user cannot perceive the incoming attacks, making it impossible to conceal themselves in advance. Such a confrontation is nothing short of a nightmare. Nevertheless, when the two engage, they still strike from a distance. With their physical forms, it is exceedingly difficult to penetrate defenses. Even if strikes land, formidable physicality and the combination of haki will still protect. You wield Conqueror's haki. I possess armament haki. Is this not the fusion of haki? The fields of expertise differ, as do their strengths. Moro bursts forth with tremendous power, his crimson skin revealing to red-haired Shanks the source of his strength, Barrett's might. Shanks cleaves with his sword, instantly leveling a mountain, and their battle unfolds in a back-and-forth exchange. Their strengths precariously balance, since Moro cannot find a chink in Shanks' armor. He must resort to fusing armament haki to enhance his defenses. Though his attacks grow stronger, the issue lies in his inability to land a blow. What use is high damage if it cannot connect? This kid is surprisingly strong. Eat this, you scoundrel. Big Mom seizes an opportunity, preparing to strike. Beckman steps firmly in front of her. Slow down, Lin Lin. Our Captain S battle cannot be interrupted by anyone. What? That guy's a Marine. We're all pirates. You foolish creature. While Big Mom verbally berates him, she refrains from attacking, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Beckman is no Katakuri, and both Yasop and Lucky Lu are ever ready. 6 years ago, red-haired Shanks became a four-emperor after numerous duels with Mihawk, renowned battles indeed. Yet, after losing his left arm, he rose to this status. Without the trials of older, stronger foes, the great pirates, or the emperors of the sea, no one has the right to ascend to the rank of four-emperor. The reason red-haired Shanks commands respect from Big Mom and Kaido and shares drinks with Whitebeard is that he has fought his way through these years with blade and sword. In contrast, when Kaido and Big Mom met on Onigashima, they remarked that they had not clashed in many years. If Doflamingo is the intermediary of a new world, then red-haired Shanks is the linchpin connecting the four emperors, the Marines, and the major powers within. His life and death signify the ultimate turning point and upheaval of this era. It appears that after Whitebeard's demise, the true pinnacle of power at sea has already shifted, has it not? Shanks. Moro believes that even though Big Mom is a monster and Kaido has formidable resilience, they still fall short in the presence of red-haired Shanks. Both are masters of haki and devil fruit powers. Blackbeard represents the peak of devil fruit prowess. Shanks is an unwavering swordsman, devoted to haki. It can be said that Big Mom and Kaido are destined to be relegated to the annals of a bygone era. Their positions will be overtaken by new contenders who embody both strengths. Each position is fiercely contested, without exception. Moro's efforts in battle today are evident through his numerous struggles. Big Mom acknowledges his formidable state, relishing the prospect of Moro and Shanks exhausting each other. Mama. Katakuri attempts to persuade Big Mom to retreat now. Get lost. Katakuri, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you think the whole Cake Island could exist without me? If we lose this time, countless lesser beings will flock to the whole Cake Island. Prior to her hunger pangs, Big Mom's mind remains astute. Red-haired's Conqueror's haki can obscure my observation haki. Katakuri's remark catches Big Mom's attention. Even you cannot perceive it? That is indeed peculiar. Big Mom deems the current situation unimportant. Chaos reigns, and Ace and others refuse to leave. She feels similarly. Who would willingly part with such a substantial prize? Let's wait. Let's see who will ultimately emerge victorious, red-haired Shanks or Moro. Regardless of the outcome, The victor will surely bear injuries. Ace, the immortal Marco, the Phoenix, flies to the side of Fire Fist Ace. At this moment, including Fishman Island, hundreds of pirate ships of all sizes are anchored just outside Fishman Island, watching this monumental battle unfold. This grand spectacle dwarfs even the Marineford War. What crime has the small Fishman Island committed? What have you truly protected? Neptune is engulfed in despair. Ace, Big Mom, and Moro all claim to come to the aid of Fishman Island, yet they are on the verge of dismantling it. What grievance do they bear? Is the Second Marineford War about to ignite? Because of this? Where's Kaido? Hurry and join us. It would be best to perish together in the sea. Just as Neptune succumbs to despair, a tall, lean figure appears quietly. The moment he steps on a Fishman Island, the ground is instantly frozen. The Ice Age. Akiji makes his entrance, causing a shift in the expressions of Big Mom and the others. They never anticipated that Moro would require assistance. In truth, even Moro did not foresee this. The true surprise lies in why Shinji would appear here. It appears you have made progress once again. Shinji glanced at the center of the battlefield, where the flamboyant, red-haired Shanks was present. Well met, Uncle Shinji. Shanks had not anticipated Shinji's arrival. Shinji, on the other hand, felt helpless. He had originally intended to observe the essence of this world as a bystander, thus implementing his own sense of justice. He even contemplated infiltrating the increasingly formidable Blackbeard pirates. However, Shanks had unexpectedly annihilated a pirate crew, forcing Shinji back into a life of wandering. After hearing about the battle at Fishman Island, he had intended to join the fray, but was taken aback by the presence of both Shanks and Shichibukai Moro. This left him with no choice but to intervene. Ultimately, it all stemmed from Moro's interference. Had he not meddled in the conflict, Blackbeard would not have ascended to the status of a Yonko, and Shinji would not have found himself aimlessly roaming. Similarly, the clash between the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom over Fishman Island would have been averted, and Moro would not have found himself here. The root cause of it all is Moro. Damn it, I cannot sustain this for much longer. The battle had stalemated for too long, compelling Moro to release his Haki fusion state. As a devil fruit user, it was indeed troublesome. Even activating his ultimate techniques could not extend the duration. Young Marine, do not squander your life here. Shanks had also expended considerable stamina, yet still held his ground. A chill swept through the air. Shinji swiftly positioned himself beside Moro, and Peach Rabbit appeared in an instant. Facing them were Big Mom, Shanks, and Ace. Two admirals and a candidate confronted two Yonko and a potential Yonko. Their existence transcended mere power. As long as Shanks and Moro did not clash, they were invincible presences on the battlefield. Yet, none would let this opportunity slip away. Shinji's ice against Ace's fire, and Peach Rabbit versus Big Mom. This would merely become a contest of endurance. What was once a one-sided battle had begun to subtly shift. It seems I shall not perish. Moro took a deep breath of cold air, savoring the insights gained from Shanks' observation and the fusion of Conqueror's Haki during their previous encounter. Only when he regained his composure did he speak. Fishman Island is a kingdom that has joined the World Conference. It is also my domain, Moro. If the Whitebeard pirates, the Red-haired pirates, and the Big Mom pirates wish to seize it, they must first consult me. Moro was determined to claim Fishman Island. Sooner or later, Vegapunk's pacifists, the Seraphim and Shirahoshi, the ancient weapon Poseidon's embodiment, would become his allies. Ace, what is your purpose in taking Fishman Island? Shanks did not respond, but redirected the question to Ace. Sufficient strength allows anyone to engage in calm dialogue. Moro's ambition for Fishman Island would even make the Yonko weigh the pros and cons. This island is protected by my father. The great knight Neptune was a friend of my father's youth, Ace stated calmly. It has been many years since Neptune set sail. During that time, the seas were teeming with powerful adversaries, and he fought alongside Whitebeard in numerous battles. Can that individual truly be trusted to safeguard Fishman Island? Shanks interjected, and Ace and others turned their gazes toward Moro. This man had saved Ace's life and bore significant gratitude from the Whitebeard pirates. Entrusting it to him would be the greatest comfort to Whitebeard. Who is that individual? I'm Moro. Moro retorted, irritated, fully aware that Shanks would resort to muddled reasoning. Balance, balance. What on earth does this fellow think about all day? Moro, we will no longer concern ourselves with Fishman Island. Let the war come to an end. The Navy will soon face the full might of the Beast Pirates. If I am not mistaken, the Beast Pirates have already set their sights on the New World. What? Moro understood from Shanks' words that Kaido of the Beasts was already on the move to rescue Jack from drought. This fellow is truly cunning. The world's upheaval has already spiraled into madness. You can hardly absolve yourself, young Marine. Shanks spoke gravely, sheathing his sword and turning to leave. When we meet again, we shall still be adversaries. Firefist Ace waved farewell and departed, leaving behind a furious Big Mom. What do you take me for? Big Mom was taken aback by how completely disregarded she was by these individuals. Then let us fight. Moro, Qingji, and Peach Rabbit simultaneously turned to Linlin. Recalling the evenly matched confrontation between Moro and Shanks, Big Mom gritted her teeth and cursed. Damn it, let go of Fishman Island then. One by one, pirate ships departed from Fishman Island. Moro stood his ground as the residents of Fishman Island returned, until at last they encircled him. Neptune and Jinbei stood at the forefront, with the three princes protecting Shirahoshi, while Hody and others coldly observed the scene from a distance. Bang! Moro pulled the trigger. He still possessed 3 firearms for Blackbeard and a sniper rifle for Van Augur. He had just fired several shots, hitting all the officers of the new Fishman pirates, including Hody. The bullets, imbued with advanced armament hockey, pierced through their foreheads. One by one, corpses fell, causing the fishmen to turn in terror. We came to express our gratitude, yet you have slain our kin. Neptune roared in fury, not expecting Moro to be so unreasonable. They harbored murderous intent towards me just now. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Jinbei. His observation hockey surely sensed it. Moro pondered, unable to fathom how he could simultaneously defeat 3 emperors of the sea. His strongest record thus far was only 2. Who gave Hody such courage? Was it Arlong, who was defeated in the novice village? This sea warrior Jinbei appeared troubled. He had not anticipated that Moro's marksmanship was as formidable as his martial arts. Furthermore, he noticed the salt and pepper pretzels from Big Mom's crew and the thunder from Blackbeard's crew on Moro's waist. Perhaps his swordsmanship is also exceptional. During the fight with Shanks, he transitioned from a disadvantaged position to an equal footing. The two excelled in armament hockey and conqueror's hockey, yet in their peak states, it remained undetermined who would prevail. This rendered him at a loss for words. Jinbei genuinely felt the murderous intent radiating from Hody and the others. From now on, I shall establish a base here. Jinbei and the others will take over. Your Fishman Island already possesses a guard for the royal family, so select some individuals from Fishman Street to cultivate as well. Is there not a Sun Pirates? You will serve as Jinbei's officers, training the fishmen of Fishman Street to become Marines and safeguard Fishman Island. The Navy's flag shall also fly above Fishman Island. Moro's words made Jinbei's pupils constrict. This meant he would transition from being a hunted pirate to an official personnel once again, and the delinquents of Fishman Street, who had perished due to Hody and others, would receive training from the Sun Pirates, rectifying their worldview. Jinbei will serve as the commander of the base on Fishman Island, while all recruits will become Marines. All appointment letters and warships will be delivered subsequently. Moro's declaration left Neptune and Jinbei astounded. This is a direct incorporation, more decisive than the former Shichibukai. Furthermore, it involves bringing the previous Shichibukai under his command, transforming them into allies of Maluo. From this moment forth, Fishman Island, Pong Island, Raijin Island, Orange Soda Island, and even Dressrosa shall all become Maluo's territory. He has truly ascended to the status of the so-called naval emperor. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Perhaps you should temper your hostility a bit. Maluo glanced at the anxious fishman ruffians on Fishman Street. If one wishes to see the sunlight, they must board a ship. To elevate the entire Fishman Island to the surface, a larger vessel is required. As you command, Admiral Maluo, they repelled one of the 4 emperors, swiftly defeated Hody, and subdued Fishman Island. All of this seemed incredible in the eyes of the ruffians on Fishman Street, while others regarded the fishmen as slaves. Maluo instead welcomed them as naval soldiers, creating an illusion that Hody's demise was indeed a good thing. Farewell, Jinbei. Maluo boarded the warship, only to find that Shirahoshi appeared somewhat dazed. Father, this Admiral Maluo is truly kind. He is quite adorable. Neptune looked on in confusion. Adorable? A fearsome figure like him is considered adorable? In this vast ocean, everyone fears the 4 emperors. Only the 4 emperors fear Maluo, yet you find him adorable. He said that if one desires sunlight, they must take a ship to the sea. Shirahoshi murmured softly. His ambition will soon be impossible to conceal. Such potent conqueror's hockey is indeed rare. Jinbei commented, however, as long as he can protect Fishman Island, I will support him. To become a base commander under Maluo's banner is far more advantageous than being one of the Shichibukai. The warship surged forth through the waves. Maluo, holding the transponder snail in his hand, exclaimed angrily, "Why have you assigned me the task of Fishman Island when Kaido is attempting to raid Impel down? He will not succeed. Drought Jack has already been escorted to the Navy headquarters." Sakazuki calmly replied, "So, I am to return to headquarters to engage in battle?" "No. Before that, there's another matter." Akainu exhaled a puff of smoke. "The Red Count, the aloof Red, has made his appearance. Damn it, I'll be the tool then. Where's that old fart? Forget it, just send the intel directly. I lack the patience to converse further. Those capable must shoulder more responsibility," he continued. "The aloof Red is currently with a Zoan-type devil fruit user capable of creating illusions, so..." However, to his surprise, Maluo had already hung up the phone. Enraged, he slammed the table and stood up. "Once again, he hung up on me. What is it, Sakazuki? Is Maluo causing trouble again? Do you need me to intervene?" Kizaru casually remarked, but he was already brewing coffee. In the new world, Maluo took a bite of his sandwich. Seated at the table with his legs resting on the chair. The cabin was filled with Peach Rabbit, Akiji, Ein, Bins, and numerous other supernovas. Among them was one with monstrous arms. Not merely a test subject, but a special race, saved by Akiji in his youth. The atmosphere was peculiar. Akiji stood silently opposite Maluo. This was a conversation of admirals, yet they had not uttered a word. Maluo Akiji finally spoke, his eyes reflecting a faint light behind his sunglasses. "Zifa, the extermination of the Black Organization." As Maluo progressed, he left numerous footprints in his wake, firmly establishing his title as the most powerful admiral. Now, standing here, one could almost feel the illusion that Akainu had defeated Akiji. "Akiji," Maluo swallowed his sandwich and grinned. "Join my ranks. A new era is on the horizon, and the next era will belong to me. Do you understand? Wandering the seas suits my style far better, and I have grown accustomed to this lifestyle. Sometimes, the observer sees more clearly." Akiji replied nonchalantly, having undergone much transformation. From fervent justice to languid justice, and now witnessing justice with his own eyes, he had already evolved. As for the future, whether with the Navy or the GM Army, Akiji did not feel the need to inquire of anyone. He would seek it out himself. "I did not say for you to join the Navy. I meant to join me, free from anyone's command," Maluo asserted, looking earnestly at Akiji. "In your eyes, what will the next world look like? As an observer, you should see more clearly than I who is involved. The winds and waves of the ocean are turbulent. Soon, countless mad pirates will vie for the qualification to become the new four emperors. Of course, the most qualified remains Fire Fist Ace. His threat level is exceedingly high, and if necessary, he must be eliminated." Akiji also lamented the battle at Fishman Island, but the disparity in forces was too great. That lineup, even if all Navy elites from the Marineford War gathered, would not change the outcome. They would still meet a bitter end, unless Garp and Sengoku exerted their full strength in a desperate battle. "No, Akiji, there will never be true four emperors again, only counterfeit sea emperors." Maluo stood up, pointing at the map of the new world laid out on the table. "Kaido has gone to Impel Down if he did not rescue Drought. It means he intends to compromise. This man has long sought to instigate the greatest war in history, and now is his prime opportunity. Tianyacha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, as well as the remnants of the Rocks pirates, and the airborne pirate captain, the Golden Lion Shiki, remains imprisoned within. That man, after being defeated by Monkey D. Luffy, had become despondent, his strength waning over the past 20 years. However, Kaido will surely persuade him. Even if half of the true Golden Line returns, it will still incite an unprecedented war. The worst-case scenario is if Big Mom joins forces with them. In that case, the Rocks pirates will truly reunite. Today, the three major pirate crews attacking Fishman Island will transition to assaulting headquarters. Can headquarters withstand it? Maluo's words left Akiji momentarily stunned. The Golden Lion's spirit had waned. After being defeated by Luffy, he did not join Blackbeard in his escape. How could he possibly be persuaded by Kaido? Moreover, his strength had diminished significantly, far weaker than the aging and ailing Whitebeard. Akiji analyzed calmly. If it were the Golden Lion at his peak, it would require Garp and Sengoku to work together to subdue such a monster, and the battle would last 3 days and nights, devastating half of Marineford. Ultimately, all men grow old. The beast pirate's plague queen, that fellow revels in researching methods to leave people in a state of half-life. One of his creations is called Ice Demon. If paired with an antidote, it could create a Golden Lion at his peak condition. Maluo relayed the information he possessed. Suddenly, the transponder snail rang again, relaying intelligence from headquarters. Admiral Maluo, the aloof Red, has taken 3 islands. He intends to disrupt the entire New World single-handedly. Additionally, Kaido has already returned to the New World. He has kidnapped Don Quixote Doflamingo's crew and the Golden Lion Shiki. Witnesses claim that Shiki's body seemed to have undergone a transformation, half ice and half normal human, yet he appeared remarkably young. Big Mom disregarded surveillance and openly contacted Kaido. The two intended to form a pirate alliance. The once mighty Pirate King, who felt a black beard, has reappeared. This man is not dead. General Moro received an urgent order from headquarters, announcing to the world that in 7 days, the notorious Drought Jack of the Beast Pirates would face execution at the New World headquarters. Everything had been foreseen by Moro. An unprecedented silence enveloped the cabin. The likes of 100 Beasts Kaido, Big Mom, Golden Lion Shiki, and others loomed large in the shadows. The Beast Pirates, with their formidable crew, including the likes of Yamato, Katakuri, and Doflamingo, were preparing for a showdown against the Navy headquarters concealed beneath the Red Line. The Navy's mid-level combat strength was decidedly lacking. What would be the next course of action? Defeating the aloof Red, who could not be permitted to interfere, was crucial, yet he was known for his solitary ways. After speaking, Moro picked up the intelligence regarding the Red Count. Very well, I shall join. A glance exchanged with Aokiji affirmed their mutual resolve. Welcome, Moro smiled. His spirits lifted. He then turned his attention to the details within the intelligence report. The aloof Red, the Red Count, possessed an extraordinarily terrifying observation haki, distrustful of allies, and favored solitude. At his peak, he had once stood toe-to-toe with the Whitebeard and Roger pirate crews. Recently, he had acquired the mythical Zoan fruit, taking on a vampire form that allowed him to siphon blood and even life from others, rejuvenating himself to his prime. Notably, he operated not as an individual, but as part of a crew. After leaving Impel down, he had taken with him a shape-shifting Zoan user, Pudding, who could create a substance known as transformation leaves, allowing him to manifest any entity understood by the user, including islands and powerful beings, replicating their strength and even personality, albeit with weak defenses. When facing the duo, one must exercise utmost caution. Upon finishing the intelligence, Moro understood the implications. It was merely boasting. In his youth, Old Man Carp had chased Roger's entire crew. Could one truly claim invincibility? The Navy relished in inflating the reputations of pirates, such as the 4 Emperors and the 7 Warlords of the Sea. The great pirates reveled in their perceived supremacy, while the supernovas, unwilling to remain in their shadows, aspired to usurp them, leading to internal strife within the pirate world. The aloof Red was indeed powerful, but after defeating Steelbone Kong, he had exhausted his strength and was subsequently captured by Carp. Had he had a partner to assist in his escape, the tale would have been different. One's strength is only as valuable as the context in which it is wielded. The journey commenced towards the Island of Vampires, a name Moro had whimsically coined. As the warships sailed across the ocean, the hearts of those aboard raced with anticipation. Aokiji returned from the Navy to join Moro's ranks, disregarding the commands of others. With Moro's crew, including Peach Rabbit, Jinbei, Ein, Binz, and the Supernovas, he commanded numerous sailors, warships, and territories. This was the path towards becoming the Emperor of the Navy. However, Moro himself remained indifferent. His crew was not particularly formidable. They merely matched a 4 Emperor crew. Stepping onto the deck, Moro enjoyed an orange, tossing 100 berries to purchase a fresh newspaper. The headline screamed of an unprecedented super pirate alliance. The aloof Red declared war on the New World. Navy Emperor Moro repelled the red-haired. The article bore no substantive content, adorned only with striking images of Kaido, the Red Count, and Moro, accompanied by 3 bold headlines. You always crave the spotlight. Peach Rabbit chuckled as she glanced at the paper. Constantly seeking attention is not without its perils, Ein remarked, believing this would render Moro increasingly vulnerable. Is that so? I find it inconsequential, Moro mused, savoring the sweetness of his orange as he gazed out at the ever-calm sea. All were children of the ocean, yet hell beckoned to all. At least the devil fruits were not among them, as they were despised by the sea. As the shoreline gradually emerged, the Island of Vampires came into view. Moro sensed the presence of the Red Count early on, an aura of coldness and solitude. The adversary appeared calm, awaiting his reckoning. What was there to fear? He had already bested Steelbone Kong. Why fear a mere new admiral? Just a wet-behind-the-ears brat. All sailors were prohibited from disembarking. Peach Rabbit and Ein were tasked with the left flank, while Aokiji and Bin secured the right. This foe could restore his strength by draining others' blood and lives, becoming increasingly dangerous the more adversaries he faced. Moreover, he had an illusionist in his ranks, leading to potential confusion between friend and foe. After issuing his orders, Moro leaped into action. He recognized that the more individuals confronting the aloof red, the better. However, the capabilities of this individual were akin to a cheat code. It would be prudent for him, wielding the life-living fruit, to engage as their abilities were closely aligned, minimizing the danger to others. Are you afraid to allow your subordinates to land because of my power? The Red Count smiled. Having taken countless lives and now restored to his zenith, can a vampire still emerge under the sun? Truly absurd. Moro observed the sword concealed beneath the Red Count's umbrella. He was a master in both martial arts and swordsmanship, with formidable haki, coupled with an uncanny ability to read minds. It could be said that only someone with the prowess of the red-haired could truly counter the aloof red. Awakening after 2 decades, the once young Akainu had ascended to the position of the new admiral, while this unknown boy had somehow become a new admiral himself. Had the Navy truly fallen into decline? Where was Steelbone Kong? And what a carp! If you wish to challenge me, you are woefully unqualified. The aloof red harbored no favorable impressions of Moro. Steelbone Kong was now the world military's commander-in-chief, while Old Man Carp had long since entered semi-retirement. The old Whitebeard had also been severely wounded by the young Akainu. As for me, my lack of fame is inconsequential. Defeating you is all that matters. The times are advancing, yet you remain stagnant, old man. Moro struck with incredible speed. The Red Count matched him with astonishing swiftness. Oh, the Red Count was taken aback. It seemed Moro possessed some strength. Run? How dare you? A colossal whirlpool formed beneath Moro's feet, unleashing countless chains of life. Simultaneously, the entire island transformed into chains of life. Buildings, flora, mountains, and rocks were all ensnared. The battlefield instantaneously morphed into his domain. A devil fruit? You're indeed a user. The aloof red was surprisingly pleased by this revelation. Endless life, possession. With a swift motion, Moro transformed into a myriad of life chains, encircling the aloof red from all angles. Numerous Moro figures attacked simultaneously, leveraging their speed advantage, culminating in a sudden, resounding halt. Moro's dual-colored haki entwined, shattering the Red Count. The explosion resonated, enveloping the area in smoke. Was this a transformation of someone altered by the shape-shifting leaves? Moro saw through the illusion instantly. This is indeed a positive aspect. The ability wielder, Pa Dong, has limited knowledge of the Red Count. Suddenly, the scene transforms into a vivid tableau, revealing an isolated island where the formidable figure of the former pirate king, Lei Li, emerges. The manifestation of Lei Li, particularly from his youthful days, seems to stem from the memories of Gu Gao Jihong. Who are you, young man? Inquires the youthful Lei Li, who possesses no recollection of Ma Luo. Is this truly the peak incarnation of the pirate king, Lei Li? Unfortunately, this ability cannot authentically replicate your strength. Moreover, its defensive capabilities are significantly diminished, shattering upon the slightest contact. This domain remains Ma Luo's territory, where he unleashes a flurry of punches, striking hundreds in a mere breath. The foe Lei Li fails to land a single blow, while Ma Luo's solitary punch causes it to explode with a resounding crash. In an instant, the environment shifts again, now resembling the Marine headquarters, from which Wang Guo and Gong Gukong emerge. Ma Luo is particularly intrigued by this transformation fruit's demonic capabilities. It is exceptionally useful, with no regard for its challenges. If employed for the training of those Marine soldiers as a replica, it would be remarkably beneficial. Both figures also originate from Gu Gao Jihong's memories. Existing in their prime, Ma Luo engages in a fierce battle with Wang Guo in his giant Buddha form and the peak-capable Gong Gukong, their fists clashing and sending shockwaves across the ocean until Ma Luo adeptly strikes them down, resolving the skirmish with another single punch. The scene shifts once more, heightening Ma Luo's fascination with the transforming leaves. He has even prepared the corresponding fruit in advance. This time, he intends not only to vanquish Pa Dong, but also to acquire this demonic fruit for future use as a replica fruit for the Marines. Or perhaps to consume it himself. Whether it leads to a catastrophic explosion within his body depends on the peculiarities awakened by the Shengsheng fruit. If Blackbeard represents a mutated entity, then Ma Luo has evolved to a degree of mutation beyond his own comprehension. He possesses Kaido's endurance, vitality, Big Mom's defenses, Whitebeard's monstrous strength, Gapo's martial prowess, Barrett's domineering spirit, Zepha's martial fusion, and Kong's speed. Having integrated all these traits, Malua has transformed into a veritable monster of this era. Otherwise, how could he possibly suppress Blackbeard and bear it? Regrettably, consuming this particular demonic fruit would entail side effects, manifesting a transformation into a raccoon-like form. After a moment's contemplation, Malua shakes his head. Forget it. I will refrain from consuming this and instead capture it. As he speaks, a new adversary appears. A tall man with golden hair wielding a long sword, delivering a punch that causes the earth to tremble and a cacophony to erupt. Who are you, young man? Inquires the youthful Whitebeard. I am Malua, he replies, the very ground shaking beneath them. Unlike the monumental clash of the Marineford War, Malua has become well acquainted with the powers of the Tremor fruit through his numerous encounters with Blackbeard. He cannot help but concede that during his prime, Whitebeard indeed mastered martial arts, hockey, and the abilities of his devil fruit to an extraordinary degree. Alas, as a devil fruit user, he failed to grasp the art of fusion. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to illness in his later years. Thank you for that punch during the Marineford War. You honor me. Malua retaliates with a powerful punch, his hockey repelling the tremor's force, tearing a gaping hole in the sky. What a formidable opponent. Whitebeard genuinely wishes to encounter the peak version of Malua from his youth, yet in reality, it is Malua who has yet to meet the true pinnacle of Whitebeard. Upon connecting with his punch, Whitebeard disintegrates into a cloud of smoke. This time, from within the smoke emerge two silhouettes, Rojia and Kapu, both embodying their youthful prime. One wields a sword while the other readies his fists. Kapu, Rojia, upon their encounter, instead of directing their attention towards Malua, they engage each other. Neither can claim victory, leading them to halt and redirect their gazes towards Malua. Where's Locusi? They inquire in unison. Huh? Malua chuckles, realizing that Kapu, in his youth, resembles a middle-aged version of Lu Fei. My apologies, old man. With a resounding clash of fists and swords, these two formidable beings, having wholly integrated their hockey and martial skills, exert unprecedented pressure upon Malua. The strength is almost unfathomable. One can only imagine how powerful Locusi must be to rival these two. Fortunately, they are but diminished versions. A single strike will lead to their disappearance. Upon Malua's successful confrontation, all illusions dissipate, leaving only his solitary figure. Before him lies an incapacitated wielder of the raccoon fruit, lifelessly collapsed on the ground. The terrifying illusions he conjured had drained an immense amount of stamina in an instant. The figures of Lei Li, Whitebeard Nyogaida, Buddha Wangua, Gonggu Kong, Pirate King Rojia, and Hero Kapu are truly remarkable when the ability wielder employs their powers without exhausting their own strength. Gugaoji Home steps forward, unceremoniously tossing the incapacitated figure behind him. At this moment, the two are poised for a genuine confrontation, standing face to face, their gazes locked. Impressive strength. No wonder you have become the new admiral. Your fists evoke a sense of familiarity. Are you perhaps a disciple of Kapu? Gugaoji Home smirks. I'm not familiar with you. Do not attempt to get close. Let us commence our battle. Malua cracks his knuckles, unwilling to waste words. Is Kapu's disciple equally temperamental? Gugaoji Home strides forward, a smile gradually appearing on his lips. Usually, he prefers a cold demeanor, but today, he is in high spirits, grinning widely. Before him stands the peak version of Kapu's disciple, while he himself is also in his prime. Recalling the moment he defeated Gonggu Kong only to exhaust himself and subsequently be captured by Kapu, awakening in the dark confines of Impel Down. Gugaoji Hong feels a profound sense of dissatisfaction. If possible, he must avenge this grievance. Hence, Malua presents himself as the optimal target for his revenge. I have heard that your observation hockey enables you to hear the thoughts of others. Upon contact, you could even access their memories. Malua gazes at Gugaoji Hong. Indeed, Gugaoji Hong replies with a cold smirk, surprised by Malua's knowledge. Excellent, just what I need for practice. Malua's conqueror's hockey envelopes him, entwining his entire being, akin to the technique of hockey entanglement. He then emulates the method of armament hockey, integrating it from the outside in. The hockey is activated, awakened, hardened, covered, entwined, released, advanced, awakened, inflicting internal damage and permitting distant attacks. Step by step, he traverses this path. To achieve hockey fusion, one must first integrate it into themselves. The world is indeed wondrous. To step forth as a strong man, one must return as an invincible entity. As the conqueror's hockey gradually merges with him, a smile begins to blossom on Malua's face. Do you believe this will shield you from my observation hockey's perception? Gugaoji Hong laughs heartily, finding Malua's inner thoughts amusing. And if so, Malua has long contemplated the fusion of Conqueror's haki, and it was only upon encountering Hong Sha that he truly comprehended the essence of battle. In the realm of formidable powers and fierce battles, the advanced haki of the Supreme King began to intertwine and merge, enveloping Morua in a blood-red hue. At the moment of complete fusion, a faint white aura manifested upon his surface. Once this white mist dissipated, Morua truly achieved the synthesis of the Supreme King's haki. Much like the fusion of armament haki, this transformation conferred immense strength, albeit not without its drawbacks. Morua understood that maintaining this state for an extended period, akin to carp, would spell doom for any devil fruit user. Nevertheless, the temporary acquisition of such formidable might was indeed advantageous. With the fusion of armament and Supreme King haki, complemented by martial arts, Morua's skin transitioned from blood red to a dark crimson. In this form, he would be utterly unable to utilize the abilities of the life fruit. Consequently, the surge of his bloodline factor reached a critical threshold. The aloof Hong gazed at Morua, a flicker of skepticism in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Morua's transformation into a hellish figure would render him undetectable. This peculiar force intrigued him. Unperturbed, the Count advanced, appearing instantaneously before Morua, mere inches apart. In a flash, Morua, utilizing his advanced observation haki and martial arts integration, evaded with incredible speed. However, he had presumed that Hong, whose perception was obscured, could not possibly pursue him. Yet, Hong silently matched Morua's attack. As a sword emerged from the umbrella, his left fist followed with overwhelming force. How could this be? It was inconceivable that any observation haki could evade the detection of the Supreme King's combined prowess. Why was Hong able to evade his strikes? Your skills have become instinctive, your speed is remarkable, and your observation haki is formidable, Hong remarked with a grin. But I awakened my observation haki in childhood, able to hear the voices within others' hearts. In my youth, I achieved advanced awakening, extracting memories upon contact. As I matured, my understanding of human nature deepened, and my haki grew increasingly refined. By the time I reached my peak, defeating Steelbone Kong, I entered a realm beyond comprehension. I discovered that my observation haki no longer required listening. It became an extension of my senses, my nerves instinctively avoiding danger and seeking opportunity. Believe it or not, even now, if I touch your body, I can extract your memories. Morua finally comprehended that before him stood perhaps the only individual worldwide who had fused observation haki in such a manner. They were locked in a standoff, Morua wielding the Supreme King's haki, while Hong embodied the fusion of observation haki and the essence of listening to one's heart. One disregarded the opponent's perception to gain an advantage, while the other fought solely in accordance with his inner truth. It could be said that as advanced techniques of the Supreme King and observation haki, both possessed their unique strengths. Thus far, they appeared evenly matched. Yet, with a determined grit, Morua summoned chains that danced behind him, enveloping the battlefield in an instant. One was a vampire, capable of draining the life force of others to maintain peak condition. The other wielded the life fruit, endlessly siphoning vitality to amplify his own. In terms of power and speed, Hong had once bested Steelbone Kong. As a master of martial arts and swordsmanship from a bygone era, his prowess was undeniable. Such strength posed a terrifying threat to the world, sufficient to carve a niche among the four emperors. However, like Barrett, he held no faith in allies. Alone, no matter how formidable, he could not ascend to the ranks of the four emperors. Just as Mihawk had always stood solitary. Upon losing his title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, his bounty soared above 30 billion berries. Yet he could never be deemed a four emperor. Lacking influence, territory, and power, even the strongest individual could not claim that title. Yet, before Hong stood Morua, who had amalgamated martial arts and armament haki, augmented by the fusion of the Supreme King's haki and Hong's unique interpretation of observation haki. He possessed an edge through this synthesis. In terms of devil fruits, the life fruit paled in comparison to the vampire fruit, not to mention the soul fruit or the underworld fruit, which were inherently inferior. It could be said that Hong was indeed powerful, yet he faced a veritable monster with nearly no weaknesses. The clash of their attacks reverberated through the air. Morua's fists were the mightiest weapons, rendering Hong's sword, concealed within the umbrella, inadequate in comparison. Lacking the most potent observation haki, He relied solely on his formidable martial prowess. Moruo grew more emboldened with each strike, gradually forcing Hong into a defensive position. Your martial skills are flawless, and your armament haki is monstrous, Hong marveled. He had not anticipated the new admiral could surpass Steelbone Kong. In the past, Kong had bested him, but now, in his old age, he remained at his peak. And you, stronger than him, should possess the qualifications to match me. Hong found the situation amusing. Since he could not perceive Moruo's heart, he would heed his own instincts. As long as he was sufficiently powerful, he could suppress and potentially defeat Moruo. You are mistaken. The advantage lies with me. My martial arts surpass yours, and my mastery of haki exceeds yours by one type. The suppression of your devil fruit abilities renders your dreams of victory futile. Moruo continued to unleash his punches, undeterred by Hong's ability to sustain himself at peak condition through life draining. His unparalleled haki could withstand the powers of any devil fruit. Unless the developer of haki could reach such heights, it would be a futile endeavor. Throughout the pirate world, those who could fully harness their devil fruit abilities were few. Blackbeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard were notable examples. Now, Moruo had erased Blackbeard, yet he marveled at how this individual had developed 2 devil fruits to such advanced awakenings. Blackbeard had not yet matured to the strength he would attain in the designated timeline, having been eliminated by Moruo prematurely. Otherwise, he would have been a formidable adversary. Strikingly, the legendary Hong had arrived too late. In terms of combat prowess, he found himself outmatched by Moruo. A powerful blow was unleashed. Hong never anticipated being suppressed by Moruo's strength and armament haki. Rising, he felt a deep ache throughout his body, in stark contrast to Moruo. Empowered by the formidable Supreme King S and armament haki, unleashed a torrent of strikes upon him. Had I not awakened my observation haki, I might have truly struggled against you. Though you managed to strike me, your attacks inflict little damage. Even with your impressive observation haki, I can obscure your senses, and, through my martial arts combined with haki, I can still reach you. Moruo regarded Hong with newfound respect. The essence of listening to one's heart was indeed remarkable. Even while cloaked by Moruo's Supreme King S haki, he had managed to achieve the feat of observation haki. One can still heed one's true intentions, launch an assault on Molo, and evade counterattacks. Regrettably, while the ability to listen to my heart is an advantage, Molo possesses an overwhelming array of strengths. His formidable Kinbunchika haki, combined with the ability to listen solely to the voice of his own heart, reveals opportunities that are undeniably powerful. If paired with Kinbunchiku, even the illustrious Shanks would find it impossible to evade my strikes, and due to my Kinbunchiku, he would be unable to predict my attacks. Molo understands that the fusion of the 3 types of haki, combined with martial arts, is nothing short of terrifyingly powerful. Contemplating this, he cannot help but envy those who are pure masters of haki. Alas, as a devil fruit user, he cannot maintain this state at all times. He cannot resent the Goma no Mi. The two have long since become one. Without it, he would have perished in the cruelty of the sea. Impossible. My Kinbunchiko haki is invincible, and even Steelbone's Busashoka haki is equally formidable. Yet he too cannot land a blow on me, ultimately leading to his defeat. Speed and Kinbunchiku are indeed your advantages, but oh, the prideful red. In this world there are 2 of you, each excelling in Kinbunchiku and Busashoku from a bygone era. Is it not permissible for another to master both? Molo's words are rather audacious, for thus far, a warrior capable of fully integrating the 3 haki and martial arts exists only in theory. At this stage, one has become silently formidable. However, Molo laments that he can only initiate the fusion of haki. It is akin to how others, upon comprehension, possess it as a passive skill, akin to inner martial arts. He, on the other hand, wields an active external skill, and the disparity remains, not to mention the constraints of duration. You have been defeated, O prideful red. Molo approaches him amidst the battle of Kinbunchiku, demon form versus the heart's whispers. The vanquished is the prideful red. Monster, you shall undoubtedly become an admiral of the Navy in the future. Carp has truly trained a remarkable disciple. The prideful red lies on the ground, joyfully stating, I have a question. Ask away. What is a partner? The one who accompanies you through thick and thin, the one worthy of your lifelong devotion. Understood. The prideful red gazes toward the distant unconscious Pado. That fellow must be my partner. If possible, please take care of him. He is unlike me, imprisoned for having crossed paths with the wrong people, without harming anyone. Molo's chains surge forth, a myriad of azure serpents devouring blood. The prideful red smiles, his breath abruptly ceasing. Molo's life chain frantically siphons vitality, and in the blink of an eye, the vampire becomes a lifeless husk. Such strength. Indeed, the prideful red's vitality is distinct from that of Barrett and Blackbeard. The former two represent the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki and the ultimate devil fruit, while this exemplifies the zenith of Kin Bunchika Haki. Upon acquisition, Molo feels a significant stabilization of his aura, learning techniques through combat. The whispers of my heart gradually take shape. Henceforth, with the concealment of Kin Bunchika Haki, it is only Molo who will learn the combat skills of others. At this moment, Molo is unprecedentedly powerful. I have grown by a factor of 0.5. Though it seems modest, it is indeed remarkable. Having reached the combat strength of the four emperors, he has now truly stepped into the realm of kings. He picks up Pado, the crimson glow in his eyes flickering momentarily. At that instant, he hears the heartbeat. A soul's warning. Listening to my heart, independent of external perception, as formidable as the red count, can only trust oneself in this state, thus grasping this technique. Even if the Conqueror's Haki of Kin Bunchiku is encountered by such a powerful being, it will still be sensed. Molo takes a deep breath, completely merging the acquired power with the Kin Bunchika Haki of listening to his heart. He then steps onto the warship. The three Haki, martial arts, devil fruit, strength, speed, defense, and healing abilities are all fully realized in this moment, stepping into the realm of kings while advancing a half-step further. Akiji observes Molo returning to the deck, finding him inscrutable. Molo's combat prowess has advanced further, transforming him into a true monster. In truth, it is quite unfair for Molo, as the rejection of Haki and the devil fruit in their highest forms creates a disparity. Others need merely max out one aspect to step into the realm of the four emperors. Multiple maxed aspects constitute the king level. Only Molo must reach the pinnacle in all. Let us set sail, return to headquarters. Molo yawns, feeling somewhat fatigued. The recent battle, though appearing ordinary, was in truth a clash lasting a day and a night. Upon returning to the cabin, Molo collapses into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, as he sleeps, the entire new world is engulfed in a tempest. The Golden Lion reemerges. The presumed dead Wang, Ji makes a return. Kaido of the 100 Beasts and the Big Mom Pirates join forces. Don Quixote da Flamingo merges all factions of the Dark World, igniting an unprecedented war. The combined strength of three emperors now converges, advancing towards the new naval headquarters, instilling an unprecedented sense of overwhelming pressure. Can the Navy withstand this? A battle more terrifying than the Marineford War. Should the pirates prevail, the world will be upended, turning all into ephemeral dreams. If the Navy triumphs, only the red-haired Shanks will remain among the four emperors. At that time, the sea shall return to tranquility. Pursue the victory? Whichever side wins will suffer grievous losses, requiring time to recuperate. At this moment, at the naval headquarters in the New World, countless elites gather. Each report arriving causes frustration among them. The Whitebeard pirates may very well seize this opportunity for revenge. Impossible, due to the delay in ascending to the throne of the new four emperors. The pirate supernovas of recent years have regarded it as their prime target, rendering them unable to spare any time. Will the red-haired one? Will he act as he did during the Marineford War? No, that individual is fixated on maintaining balance and will not concern himself with trifles. In the conference room, the naval generals anxiously offer their strategies. Suddenly, a piece of news arrives. General Molo has slain the prideful Red. What? That individual is a legendary existence. The naval generals are exhilarated. Finally, some trouble has been stirred. Among this group, three familiar faces lead. The candidate Admiral Ryakuju, the Tea Turtle, and Smoker, who has made remarkable progress due to some previous encounters with Molo. Upon hearing the news of Molo, everyone is astonished. Even Ryakuju feels it is unbelievable. If the pirate banquet were to feature pirate supernovas, Kizuru, Tantata, and the warlords of the sea would exhaust Barrett and Blackbeard's stamina. Then, Fishman Island single-handedly repelled the three major pirate crews. The blood-sucking demon Island slaying the prideful Red is enough to validate everything. Ryakuju, in his prime middle age, naturally understands the legends surrounding the prideful Red. Undoubtedly, Molo has become the legendary marine of this era, leaving behind the most tales. Like the revered Akainu, he boasts an impressive record of severely wounding Whitebeard and defeating Akiji after 10 relentless days and nights. Such feats are sufficient to establish one's standing. He has vanquished both the Yonko and admirals, earning the title of the strongest admiral in history. The title of the greatest admiral undoubtedly belongs to Moruwa, and Karp, he is the mightiest vice admiral. Ha! Who can blame him for not getting promoted? Green Bull feels somewhat disheartened. He has always believed his strength to be on par with Fujitora's, far surpassing that of Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. Could it be that in a parallel universe, he's an admiral there? This thought brings a smile to Green Bull's face. Suddenly, Bongu enters the room. He strides to the front of the conference room, while Karp stands at the entrance. Crane is not aligned with them. She is busy with the meeting. Marshal Sengoku, the meeting king, quickly steps aside. Sengoku and Karp's statuses differ. Although they both appear as vice admirals, they hold much higher ranks. Sengoku retains his title of marshal, merely engaging in vice admiral tasks. This indicates that even in tumultuous times, they can still command the masses. However, as long as Sakazuki is alive, Sengoku need not interfere. His sole task now is to enlighten. I am here to recount some legends that should have been forgotten concerning the Rocks Pirates and the Solitary Red. Once this narrative unfolds, the severity of the situation becomes clear. It turns out these monsters once belonged to the same pirate crew. The Solitary Red has even defeated the current world military marshal, Steelbone Kong, although it was a Pyrrhic victory akin to Straw Hat Luffy defeating Rob Lucci. Their distinction lies in companionship. The Solitary Red, devoid of comrades, was ultimately imprisoned. Admiral Moruwa is truly remarkable. Is Karp not formidable as well? After all, he faced Rocks. I am filled with confidence. It is merely the remnants of Rocks uniting once more. With Karp and Admiral Moruwa present, they were defeated back then, and the same will occur today. For the sake of justice, the elite vice admirals of the Navy are exceedingly exhilarated. At this crucial moment, Sengoku's words reveal the truth while also instilling confidence in them. Indeed, the remnants of the Rocks Pirates are gathering once again. But Karp, Sengoku, Sakazuki, Kazuru Moruwa, and Fujitora are also present. The reason for revealing this terrifying truth is that Sengoku wishes to name more reliable allies, bolstering everyone as confidence. Upon exiting the conference room, Karp glances at him as they walk down the corridor. You didn't team mention Roger, but you did speak of Steelbone Kong's defeat. You want to be pleased? Ha! Karp chuckles heartily. It is precisely because Moruwa is present that they feel more at ease, Sengoku replies with a smile. A day later. What a splendid place. I remember the last visit was indeed the last. Moruwa disembarks from the battleship, and everyone is momentarily stunned upon seeing him. Not only because of Moruwa, but also due to the man standing behind him, Akiji Kuzan. Why do they appear simultaneously? Long time no see, young Moruwa. Fujitora has been waiting for them at the port for quite some time. T-Pig and Smoker are each exhaling smoke rings. I'm a bit excited. War is about to commence. Just thinking about eliminating the Yonko and the likes of Doflamingo and the drought makes me very happy. Moruwa smiles joyfully and heads straight for the mess hall. While others may approach a kainu, Moruwa certainly prioritizes food. The earlier conversation has also caused the sailors to glance at each other with delight. Others may exaggerate, for in their understanding, even an admiral can only contend against the Yonko. It is impossible to eliminate them. Yet, Moruwa's words carry substantial weight. He has countless legendary victories. The monsters that escaped from Impel Down were largely dispatched by him alone. What about you now? Smoker inquires of Akiji. I am still myself. Akiji succinctly answers all questions with a single statement. Smoker gazes up at Moruwa, increasingly astonished. Moruwa. Suddenly, the voice of the fishman Jinbei emerges as he leaps forward, with the Sun Pirates appearing behind him. However, it should now be referred to as the Sun Base. Jinbei dons a martial arts outfit with a cloak draped over it. As the Navy base of Fishman Island, Jinbei is its captain. Like Akiji, he only follows Moruwa's orders, thus feeling no sense of constraint. Moreover, Moruwa has never issued any commands. Jinbei, did you bring any specialties from Fishman Island? Moruwa's favorite food is Fishman delicacies. Jinbei gestures, and the members of the Sun Pirates produce a plethora of Fishman Island cuisine. Let us throw a banquet first. We must fill our bellies before we can fight. Moruwa's words prompt everyone to follow suit. This scene is truly astonishing. Moruwa leads the way, cradling Fishman Island specialties, with Akiji, Fujitora, Peach Rabbit, T-Pig, Jinbei, Smoker, Ein, Bins, and 8 battleships, along with 20,000 sailors, trailing behind him. Above, a kainu stands with his hands in his pockets, exhaling smoke rings. Watching this unfolding spectacle with a pained expression, This fellow is truly audacious. You were never as likable as Morowa, Kazura jests. Has that guy Kazan and Jinbei pledge allegiance? What charm does Morowa possess? Akainu struggles to comprehend. I do not know, but Morowa has consistently maintained close ties with Vegapunk, seemingly learning some technological products. I once witnessed him use something of terrifying power at the Pirate Expo. Kizaru is pleased. In his view, the more vigor this young man exhibits, the easier life becomes for him. The war is about to begin. Nearly 2 years have passed since the Marineford War, and a thorough cleansing of the New World is imminent. Akainu returns to his position, sitting down in his chair. If the Marineford War signified a genuine opportunity for the Navy to penetrate the New World, then for the past 2 years, Morowa has defended the entrance and ultimately seized Fishman Island. Akainu remains stationed beneath the Red Line, having been entirely overshadowed by the duo. To outsiders, it appears that Morowa and Akainu are at odds, completely sidelining one another and denying significant responsibilities. In truth, their collaboration is genuine synergy. It is precisely because they have enveloped the new world that the remnants of rocks have gathered today. This battle shall be referred to as the Apex War. Akainu declares solemnly. Below in the headquarters, Green Bull stares blankly at the earlier scene. He did not observe from above, nor did he go to the port to welcome them. He simply watched Morowa's entrance from a distance. Upon witnessing the throngs of admirers, he is utterly in awe of Morowa. Also observing from afar, KB and Barumaber express their blessings upon witnessing this spectacle. He has evolved into a truly independent entity. KB smiles brightly. Indeed, we have grown much stronger, but in the presence of this fellow, I still feel somewhat inadequate. Barumaber's eyes brim with tears. The three of them exist in the same era. It was also Maluo who taught them not to be excessively blind in their compassion. Of course, he is our esteemed elder brother. KB summoned his courage, vowing not to retreat this time, determined to uphold justice to the very end. In a certain office, after a meeting, Hei returned to find Zhonghua and Kapu already indulging in tea. This little rascal is surely going to drive Akainu mad. Zhonghua pounded the table. Ha! That fool Sakazuki. He never anticipated he would soon be left in the lurch. Kapu shared in the merriment. Are you two particularly clever? Hei shot him a glance, as if regarding simpletons. Would you like some grilled senbei? Hey! Ha! Kapu and Zhonghua feigned seriousness before bursting into laughter again. They understood that the next admiral must undoubtedly be Maluo. The new generation of the Navy headquarters had already taken root. Thus, following this battle, the vast ocean would surely have the opportunity to purge evil. Indeed, all evils, including those individuals. Deep within, Zhonghua and Kapu maintained a scale of judgment, with the weights just beginning to be placed. Upon the sea, thousands of pirate ships blanketed the waters like a dense fog. In the sky, colossal stone vessels hovered, obscuring all visibility. Mother, let the ants witness our terror. Big Mom laughed heartily, with Katakuri, Smoothie, and Snakeman arrayed behind her. Each pirate ship commanded by a minister of the world, accompanied by their subordinates and legions of homies. It has been too long waiting for this day. Let the greatest war in the world obliterate all. Kadu took a swig of drink, seething as he sat down, surrounded by Jin, Queen, and the Flying Six, all ready for battle, along with the warriors and samurai from Wano, the beasts of the beast pirates. In the sky, the golden lion, half encased in ice, half flesh, exhaled a chilling breath, his robust form seemingly returning to its former glory. Only the helm upon his head and the twin swords at his feet spoke of his two monumental defeats, one against the elements and Roger, and the other against Kapu and Zhonghua. The brutality of the sea had returned. The golden lion exhaled a smoke ring, his overwhelming aura sweeping across everything. Behind him stood all the most nefarious criminals rescued by Kadu. At the forefront, standing at the edge of the stone vessel, were Tian Yacha and Doflamingo, with the officers of the Don Quixote family behind them, all on high alert. Interesting, the ultimate rampage, the final chapter of an era, is about to commence. Doflamingo laughed. No one can stop this. In the early morning, the new Navy headquarters was as serene as ever. Yet this tranquility was not born of busyness, but of countless sailors standing in formation, awaiting the moment war would erupt. From a glance, only the Navy Admiral Akainu Sakazuki sat upon the execution platform. Near the water surface, a cadre of elite vice admirals awaited patiently. The warlords of the sea were reduced to a scant few. The Empress Hancock, Myhawk, Buggy the Clown, and the Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law. A row of pacifists stood at the outermost edge. Beneath the execution platform were 3 chairs, occupied by the 3 strongest forces of the Navy headquarters, instilling a sense of security among all sailors. To the left sat the veteran Admiral Kizaru, an expression of tranquility upon his face. To the right was Fujitora, leaning on his sword with a solitary hand. In the center was the youngest admiral in history, the 17-year-old dragon slayer, Maluo, in countless novels and comics. This age is deemed the pinnacle of achievement, the age of world saviors. Maluo arrived precisely at the opportune moment. Apart from Fujitora, the other 2 lounged with their legs crossed. Among the crowd, some figures did not conform to the rules. For instance, a group stood together consisting of Zhanghua, Kapuhei, Jinbi, Chaper, Peach Rabbit, Smoker, and Ein. This assembly appeared rather feeble, merely a collection of the elderly, the infirm, and the smokers. To establish his merit, Green Bull deliberately positioned himself at the forefront. Although he feared Kaido, it did not mean others could not handle the situation. Global live broadcast. The public execution of the beast pirate's calamity. Jack, prepare. Akainu rose, shouting loudly. With a single command, hundreds of pirate ships surged forth across the sea. Sakazuki, Kaido, like Akainu, at the pinnacle of his power, bellowed. The heavens and earth were instantly cloaked by countless pirate ships. The oppressive atmosphere exceeded even that of the Marineford War. Captain, Jack's pupils dilated. He never imagined such a grand spectacle would unfold in his rescue. Kaido, truly, Jack was overwhelmed with emotion. Jack, I've come to rescue you. Kaido roared, for Jack was merely in his 20s, and due to his son Yamato's acknowledgement of him as a father. Kaido had long viewed Jack as his own, having witnessed his growth over the years. How could he not come to his aid? Observing this scene, Maluo yawned. The sense of déjà vu was palpable. What? Does the Beast Pirates have a loyal brother ready to save Jack? Maluo silently watched, indifferent to any pretense. Let the battle commence. The most terrifying war in history, the ultimate conflict, began. Akainu shouted, and countless sailors and pirates roared in response. Maluo reflected that the Marineford War 2 years prior had unfolded in a similar manner, dubbed the strongest in history. Surely, the ultimate war would soon take its place. Fire the cannons, Kaido bellowed, for he was the world's strongest creature. What did the Navy headquarters amount to? Boom! The war ignited, countless strong figures charging forth. Sakazuki felt beads of sweat on his forehead. There was something he had yet to disclose. The Celestial Dragon's assassination attempt on Doflamingo had failed. After his escape, to prevent the Celestial Dragon's secrets from leaking, the Gorosei forbade anyone from killing Doflamingo, lest he take down others with him. Akainu had only confided this to the 3 admirals. A truly vexing situation. One day, he too would face threats. Swiftly, Doflamingo moved, seemingly aware that once he escaped, no one would dare strike against him. Thus, he was the most suitable to rescue the calamity, Jack. Provide full cover for Doflamingo, Kaido shouted, and at that moment, Jin took to the skies, leaping toward the execution platform. Witnessing this, Maluo was utterly bewildered. What? A replica of the Marineford War? They truly do not regard my admirals as worthy. With a swift motion, Jin soared, his flames entirely employed for flight. Boom! At that instant, Maluo sprang into action, landing a punch on Jin, who was about to reach the execution platform. Bam! In a crater created, even the formidable fire calamity was rendered incapacitated. Damn it, what garbage! Voila's foot crashed down upon Jin's head, and moments later, a resounding explosion echoed, followed by the emergence of the blue serpent, which swiftly drained Jin of his vitality. Are you mimicking Monarcha? He is the phoenix, but what are you, an immortal wyvern? With a casual motion, Woaloa picked up Jin's sword and slung it behind him, now considering himself a practitioner of the 3-sword style. What? This scene incited even greater fury among the formidable members of the 100 Beast Pirates. I will slay you. The most incensed was undoubtedly Kaido. Big brother. If Kaido was Jin's elder brother, then Jin was Jack's elder brother. Witnessing this unfold, he stood frozen in shock. It's Maluo again. Previously, when he attempted to hijack a ship and was defeated, others wished simply to capture him, but only Woaloa insisted on crushing his skull. Has Woaloa grown stronger? The force of that punch was utterly terrifying. Even Kizaru, observing the scene, couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. At the Pirate Expo, Woaloa's power had already surpassed his, reaching the destructive capability of Akainu. This implied that at that time, Woaloa was undoubtedly at the level of the 4 emperors, while Akainu's magma fruit was renowned as the most lethal of all devil fruits. In this moment, after witnessing Moaloa's recent punch, Kizaru couldn't help but glance at the composed Carp in the corner. Indeed, Moaloa had matured to this level. However, unlike Carp, Moaloa was a figure who would slay anyone he encountered. With a swift motion, a thin line shot out, restraining the execution platform. Under the assault of the 100 Beast pirates, Kaido himself made an appearance, carving a path for Doflamingo. The Night Yacha was now en route to the execution platform. Damn, are you also emulating the Straw Hat? What's this? Your grandfather is Carp. Moaloa cast a glance at Doflamingo and turned toward him. Originally, Doflamingo had planned to stand tall, believing that no one would dare harm him, but now he felt the need to adopt a more low-key approach. Reflecting on the moment when Jean couldn't withstand even a single punch, fear surged within Doflamingo once more, even greater than his fear of Kaido. You cannot kill me. Sakazuki wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. If I perish, the seas will overturn your navy and the world government. Doflamingo positioned himself before Moaloa, attempting to buy himself some time. Moaloa, Sakazuki shouted, determined not to allow Doflamingo to rescue Jack, while simultaneously wishing to avoid provoking him. Oh, the relentless cycle of life. 100,000 blue serpents. Without further ado, Moaloa awakened his fruit, swiftly surrounding Doflamingo. With a punch unleashed, Doflamingo found himself utterly defenseless. After siphoning the vitality of the lofty red, Moaloa advanced another step. His strength, speed, and defensive attributes were all maximized. Not to mention his mastery of advanced Conqueror's haki and top-tier fruit abilities. Even without utilizing the awakening of his fruit, the fusion of haki and martial arts, no one could stand against him. Aside from the 4 emperors and admirals, no one else, not even the calamities or vice-admirals, had the qualifications to engage him in battle. For instance, Jean was merely a matter of a single punch, akin to how Carp could down Marika with one blow. This exemplified absolute power. Damn it, Doflamingo, unwillingly struck by a punch, lost consciousness. Following this, the 100,000 blue serpents began to devour him, quickly reducing him to a pile of bones. One last fish that slipped through the net remained. Moaloa turned to face the drought-stricken Jack on the execution platform, grinning widely. You dare! Kaido, witnessing this, brandished his kanabo, having already sent countless foes flying, and charged forward with ferocity. What do I have to fear? With a swift motion, Fujitora unleashed his gravity, causing meteors to crash down upon Kaido. Simultaneously, in the skies, Kizaru faced off against the Golden Lion. Green Bull, in a frenzy, charged toward Big Mom. The 7 warlords occasionally joined the fray, while elite navy commanders clashed with the 100 Beast pirates in a brutal melee. Smoker dueled against Toro, while Chaperone slashed at the Plague, and Queen fought like a madman. The death of Jean at the hands of Avlok drove him to a complete loss of reason. Jinbe faced Katakuri, yet the latter easily thwarted his advances. With strong warriors abounding, some high-level powers were locked in stalemate, while others faced suppression. Except for Akainu and Moaloa, no other admirals possessed the ability to confront the 4 emperors directly. This imbalance rendered the battlefield increasingly precarious. For the first time in history, the strength of pirates outnumbered that of the navy. The nefarious forces of Impel Down, the Don Quixote family, the 100 Beast pirates, and the Big Mom pirates united, unleashing a torrent of devastation, even as pacifists fell one after another. Such brutal combat had never been witnessed before. Moaloa. Akainu gazed at Moaloa. The latter leaped forward, positioning himself before Drought Jack. Sakazuki, execute, completely crushed the fighting spirit of these pirates. Their mid-tier and low-tier powers are suppressing us. If we do not shatter their fighting spirit, we face annihilation. Moreover, their high-tier powers are equivalent to 3-4 emperors. With Conqueror's haki and armament haki entwined around his fist, Moaloa left Sakazuki in a bind. He finally grasped the headache that Sengoku had faced when contending with him in the past. Now, with the Gorosei forbidding the death of Doflamingo, it was time to take action. Execution, Sakazuki commanded. The 2 executioners thrust their blades forward, but it was utterly ineffective. Drought Jack's skin was robust enough to withstand such blades. Ha ha ha, you cannot kill me. Drought Jack laughed heartily, yet soon regained his composure. With an Akainu and Moaloa beside him, he found little opportunity to boast. I shall take the lead. Moaloa clenched his fist and stepped forward, one step at a time, under the watchful eyes of many. Jack! Queen roared in fury, you foolish bean. He had warned Jack not to go. Doflamingo could not save him. Damn it, do you think I'm not here? Kaido sent Fujitora flying with a swing of his kanabo. He glanced at the execution platform, unleashing his conqueror's haki in an instant. Boom! Countless Navy soldiers fell unconscious. Even elite soldiers could hardly withstand the might of the Sea Emperor. Almost forgot. Big Mom, witnessing Kaido's display, unleashed her conqueror's haki as well. The golden lion in the sky also laughed widely. Carp, Sengoku, where you two old geezers hiding? Boom! His powerful conqueror's haki erupted as well. At this moment, countless Navy soldiers fell unconscious. Even with powerful figures attempting to block, it was futile. Finally, the combined conqueror's haki of the three great sovereigns surged toward the execution platform. Akainu intended to counter this with the same conqueror's haki he had used against Whitebeard. But to his surprise, Wolub cast a glance his way. A powerful Crimson Conqueror's haki suddenly erupted. Centering on the execution platform, it swept through all like a tempest. Boom! Supported by the Ice Demon, the Golden Lion maintained his escape from Impel Down 20 years prior. At the peak of his power, 100 Beast Kaido and the vengeful Big Mom sought out Voluk. The strength of their conqueror's haki was nothing short of formidable. At this moment, the formidable conqueror's haki of Molu stood unyielding. Boom! 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 Indeed, this marked a profound step into the realm of Kin Bunchiku's conqueror's haki. Three immense crimson spheres of conqueror's haki had reached a point where only Molu could stand against them. In this instant, the surviving Marines displayed expressions of joy. Splendid. This is the Molu Admiral they so deeply admire. Kaido seethed with anger, his brows furrowed as he unleashed his own conqueror's haki. If you dare to obstruct us three, it would be intolerable. Big Mom, exuding confidence, her hair engulfed by Prometheus, transformed into fiery locks, stood atop Zeus's thundercloud, wielding Napoleon, unabashedly releasing her conqueror's haki. The Golden Lion, hovering high above, gazed down upon the earth, embodying arrogance. At this moment, Carp beneath the execution platform remained unfazed. Does this remind you of that scene? Sengoku glanced at Carp, recalling when Carp and the Roger Pirates battled against the Rocks Pirates. Was it not equally brutal and desperate? In comparison, Katakuri, also possessing conqueror's haki, held a status here akin to that of a mere trainee like Kaido back then. At that time, I did not have so many reinforcements. Carp chuckled, keeping the past close to his heart. What a pity. In this era, no one could stand alongside Molu in battle. He is invincible, yet profoundly solitary. What are the emperors of the sea? What are the legendary pirates? Only justice can safeguard the countless innocents upon the vast ocean. I am Molu, the slayer of dragons, the vanquisher of evil. If you seek to disrupt this bastion of peace that protects humanity, then come forth and witness. None among you old relics possess the right. Break! Boom! For the first time, Molu's brow furrowed as he unleashed his power. The conqueror's haki erupted to its zenith at that moment. A king's might is not vastly superior to that of an emperor. It is akin to an emperor facing an admiral. One may defeat the other. Yet it would never be an easy victory. No matter how powerful an emperor might be, they cannot withstand the combined might of two admirals. The same holds true for kings, who can conquer an emperor but cannot contend against the united force of two peak emperors. But Molu is different. He stands as a half step above the king level, possessing attributes and skills fully developed. This moment marks the pinnacle of his conqueror's haki, an enhancement built upon this foundation. Perhaps only the peak of Shanks could rival Molu's conqueror's haki at this instant. Alas, even the formidable Shanks, with but one arm, can merely remain a peak emperor, never to reach the king level. Even Roger, the strongest man in the world, cannot indefinitely maintain his peak due to an incurable ailment. As Whitebeard stated, no one can remain the strongest forever. Even the mightiest man possesses but a single human heart. Boom! Molu gritted his teeth as his conqueror's haki reached its ultimate explosion. The once constricted aura finally reached its limit, bursting forth with a tremendous roar. Break! Boom! Crack! The conqueror's haki of the three emperors shattered like glass struck by a fist, revealing cracks. In the next moment, this barrier shattered. The overwhelming conqueror's haki disregarded all and obliterated the haki of the three emperors. Boom! The Crimson Conqueror's haki swept across the battlefield, causing numerous pirates to collapse in waves. Frothing at the mouth, they succumbed into unconsciousness. All the survivors turned their gaze towards the execution platform. Mola charged towards the despairing Jack with a powerful punch. Not even Kaido, Big Mom, or the Golden Lion could believe their eyes. Molu's Conqueror's haki is so potent. It is as if the peak of Roger has returned. Yet he is a Marine. How could he possess such formidable ambition and presence? Bang! Jack fell, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed by grief. As the blue snake consumed his life entirely, Molu leaped down from the execution platform, advancing towards the three great pirate crews. Who among you dares to challenge me? Terrifying. How fearsome. The haki of the emperors has been subdued by him. Flee. We cannot win. Molu, it is Molu. Quick, escape. Some pirates, positioned farthest from the battlefield, were not affected by the conqueror's haki due to their distance, yet they too lost all confidence. They became the first to flee. The peak battle had just erupted. Molu single-handedly decimated Jack and Doflamingo, shattering the conqueror's haki of the three emperors, driving thousands of pirates into a psychological collapse and retreat. Infuriating. Katakuri, Queen, and Smoothie seethed with rage. This fellow is a butcher, even more ruthless than Akainu. Do not engage. Big Mom, in a rare moment of calm, asserted. He must be dealt with by us. Big Mom stepped forward, while Kaido approached Molu with a grim expression. Such arrogance. Should you prove unworthy, it would be quite regrettable. The Golden Lion grinned widely, tossing over a dozen massive stone ships towards the Navy headquarters. Simultaneously, countless spheres of seawater cascaded towards Molu. Thunder roared. Kaido swung his club. Molu countered with a punch, then retaliated towards Big Mom's sword. As the Golden Lion's attack approached, he raised his head, and numerous chains of life surged forth from behind him, blocking the assault entirely. Akiji, do not let those scoundrels escape. On the surface of the sea, a man, devoid of a justice cloak, appeared. Upon his arrival, he froze the ocean's surface. Akiji, why is he here? Damn it. Was it not said he had defected from the Marines? Flee. Let's escape onto the ice. The pirates frantically dashed towards the sea surface. Jinbe, Bins, Molu engaged in a fierce battle with the three great emperors. At the edge of the icy expanse, the ocean surged upwards as Jinbe's fishman karate stood in defiance. Simultaneously, a multitude of plants emerged upon the ice, ensnaring the pirates and homies. Smoker, understood. Smoker transformed into a mist that enveloped the forest and ice, depleting the air in the vicinity. Tama, Chopper, I entrust this to you. Molu's tricolor haki merged with his combat techniques and the abilities of the Hito Hito no Mi, making the battle far from effortless. The attacks of the three were a flawless collaboration, leaving no room for error. Well done. Tama and Chopper ceased their assaults on the stars, disasters, and turned their focus towards the formidable individuals attacking Wano, such as the Flying Six of the Beast Pirates. Een. Understood. Een sprang into action, coordinating with Tama and Chopper to revert those powerful foes to their juvenile states. Indeed, formidable haki can bypass the effects of devil fruits. Yet, few can master such levels of haki. What devil fruit is this? Green Bull observed Bins rapidly growing the plants with his flourishing fruit, feeling quite displeased. Yet their cooperation proved beneficial. Swish! The forest descended. In an instant, the trees upon the ice once again thrived wildly. Green Bull and Bins coordinated, one wielding the forest fruit, the other the flourishing fruit. Long time no see, Akiji. The yellow monkey spun swiftly through the air. The Yata and no Kagami. Swish! Countless luminous orbs surged forth, swiftly enveloping the battlefield. Exercise caution. Fujitora drew his sword as over 10 meteors plummeted from the sky. It seems it is time for me to intervene. Akainu leapt down from the execution platform, besieged by the formidable admirals Katakuri, Snack, Smoker, and the Plague Incarnate, Queen. Yet, against another harbinger of death, what can they truly accomplish? As long as Moro can restrain the three emperors, these adversaries will surely meet their demise. The imbalance in combat prowess is striking. The Navy has produced a formidable admiral in Moro. The war appears to persist, yet has already entered its twilight. Unless the three emperors can obliterate Moro, they will inevitably return once more, and at that time, even the Navy headquarters will falter. What a remarkable young man. Displaying considerable strength, Kaido transformed into his beast form, gulping down a generous draught of liquor, resembling a diminutive dragon. To defeat you, a part of my life must be sacrificed. Big Mom burned a year of her lifespan. Unexpectedly, I too must join forces with this motley crew to assault one individual. Though the Golden Lion was once a pirate admiral, he has always favored one-on-one combat. Only when facing Moro does he require the collaboration of three. The strongest in single combat, the Iron Balloon, the Golden Lion. Yet, even against a being of Moro's caliber, they must band together. This is the essence of absolute power. Moro sensed the oppressive aura emanating from these three individuals. Should he not enter a more potent state? Merely relying on his normal form would not suffice to vanquish these three titans. The amalgamation of the three haki. The fusion of physical combat is unaffected by the devil fruit's influence, perpetually in use. However, activating haki fusion temporarily seals the power of the devil fruit. After mastering the abilities of Ken Bunchaku and Shurgon, Moro was about to fuse the three haki for the first time. In an instant, a white mist enveloped him. Following that, his entire being transformed into a blend of crimson and dark hues, shrouded in a veil of black smoke. His hair grew rapidly, reminiscent of a lunar lion, turning white with blood-red pupils. With snow-white hair, swirling black smoke, blood-red skin, and a pitch-black cloak, Moro in this moment resembled a hellish Azura returning to the fray. Then let us engage in battle. With a thunderous punch, he unleashed unparalleled destruction, establishing an overwhelming advantage. In this instant, he was invincible in the realm of mortals. The impact struck Kaido, who felt a searing pain in his chest, bewildered by the sheer might of Moro. How could you possibly triumph over me, who wields the power of haki, if you are unwilling to relinquish your devil fruit abilities? Moro grinned, vanishing from the ground. The next moment, Big Mom was sent flying. Upon crashing to the ground, she coughed up blood furiously, her Napoleon shattered. Such a renowned blade. What pity! I had intended to wield it myself. Moro shook his head, turning his attention to the golden lion. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the sky, looking down from a vantage point. The golden lion gazed upward, utterly astonished. He felt the terrifying intensity of Moro's haki, exponentially more formidable than before. With a resounding blow, the flying pirate, the golden lion, fell to the ground. Returning to the earth, Moro's lips curled into a smirk. How amusing! He laughed heartily. At this moment, all three emperors were wounded. Once more, the three emperors ceased to call upon named techniques, launching frenzied assaults. Haki, physical combat, devil fruit abilities, and swordsmanship coalesced into a singular force. The four clashed in a whirlwind of violence, their shadows indistinguishable, with only the catastrophic shockwaves of their fists attesting to the continuation of this fierce battle. An hour later, the three emperors were simultaneously repelled. Amidst the lightning and thunder, fire and oceanic fury, Moro stood resolutely at the center. Kaido, renowned for his strength, coughed blood relentlessly after besieging Moro, clutching his chest and sensing the internal wounds, his kanabo long since reduced to splinters. The iron balloon, known for his invulnerability, was now battered and terrified as he gazed at Moro. The golden lion, with splintered wooden legs and shattered twin swords, could barely maintain his balance, disheveled and dazed. How laughable! These so-called Emperor's legendary pirates, the strongest beings, reduced to this state. Moro scoffed, spitting forth a mouthful of black blood. It seems your so-called strongest state is entirely rejected. Kaido laughed heartily, declaring, if I'm not mistaken, you are playing a dangerous game. This is the rejection of haki by the devil fruit, akin to an ordinary person consuming 2 devil fruits, leading to imminent explosion. Truly, you are a reckless gambler. Do you believe we refrain from mastering such power? Do you think everyone is as foolish as Barrett? Big Mom chuckled at Moro, noting that while she could still expend her life force, Moro was different. The longer he maintained this state, the quicker he would perish. Believing that youth grants him the license to grow stronger heedlessly, he must remember that all power will silently tip the scales of his destiny. The golden lion spread his arms, gazing at Moro. You remind me of an old friend I despise. He once faced a similar dire circumstance, and, like you, emerged victorious through immense strength and will. But what was the cost? He referred to Roger. Indeed, what is the cost? That battle rapidly deteriorated his health, leaving him with a terminal illness. The towering carp on the execution platform regarded Moro with familiarity. This scene was all too reminiscent. The memory of their back-to-back struggle felt as recent as yesterday. Indeed, Moro, are you willing to sacrifice everything merely to entomb all the evils of this era? Life and death. Moro laughed heartily. When I arrived in this world, I encountered countless deaths, each time rising anew. Unfortunately for you, I have seized the world's most formidable loophole. Perhaps my physical condition is currently abysmal, but I shall ultimately recover. Moro spoke the truth. As long as he engages in haki fusion, he can voraciously reclaim vitality with the power of the Sozo no Mi. Any adverse effects can be healed, even leading to heightened strength, restoring him to his pinnacle state. Yet, you likely will not grant me that opportunity, but what of it? At this juncture, can you escape? Moro spat out a mouthful of black blood. Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, Fujitora, and Green Bull approach from all directions. Once more I declare, this is the realm of justice. I, Moro, slay dragons and eradicate evil. Dare you approach, and you shall meet your demise. He lifted his head as Carp and Sengoku strode toward the three emperors. Damn, how outrageously arrogant. Big Mom's expression soured. She had not anticipated that merely one Moro could escalate the battle to such dire heights. Then let us break through. The Golden Lion rose, emitting a cackling laugh. What is there to fear? They stand no chance. Kaido transformed into a colossal azure dragon, swirling through the skies. The Conqueror's haki merging with armament haki, as searing dragon flames intensified, enveloping him entirely, including an even larger flaming dragon encircling his massive form. Countless waves of the sea danced, a vast expanse dominated by the Golden Lion. Mother, mother, mother! I was nearly startled by a dying man. The others are merely the old and the unyielding. Dama laughed heartily, while Mo Luo had already exceeded his limits, teetering on the brink of collapse. What is there to fear? They could sweep across the battlefield with ease. Boom! At that moment, Mo Luo could no longer sustain the hellish state. A plume of white vapor escaped, and he returned to normal. Simultaneously, fierce battles erupted above the new Marine headquarters on the Red Earth continent. Sabo of the GM Army, along with the four leaders and Bonnie, seized the opportunity to infiltrate and rescue Bartholomew Kuma. Sakazuki, the GM Army has penetrated Mary Geos. You must dispatch 2 admirals at once. The 5 elders received frantic calls. Now is a peak war, fraught with peril. Where's Sakazuki? This is not a concern for us. The 5 elders rebuffed again. Fujitora, Green Bull, you are to assist at Mary Geos. Akainu gritted his teeth, his resolve strengthening. After the peak war, that matter must be addressed. The battlefield's dynamics shifted instantaneously. Mo Luo stumbled, bracing himself against the ground, his breathing slowed. The advanced fusion of the 3-color haki had achieved what no one had before. Yet what was the price of such power? Without the Ashi no Mi, he would never have survived to this day, nor would he have transformed so swiftly. The Ashi no Mi prevented him from achieving the final fusion. Damn it, must I fail at the last step? Mo Luo gazed ahead, his vision becoming hazy. The 3 great emperors bore significant injuries. Even so, with Carp, Sengoku, Akainu Kizaru, and Akiji in action, surely it would be manageable? Hiss! The haki dissipated. Mo Luo collapsed to the ground, sprawled out. Had he known, he should have fused only 2 types of haki. He had been too arrogant. Get up, you little rascal. A silhouette stood protectively before Mo Luo. Old man Carp, I can no longer utilize the devil fruit. This time, I am surely finished. Mo Luo coughed up blood, feeling more helpless than ever. Mo Luo, your ambition remains unfulfilled. Akainu appeared behind him, delivering a punch whose destructive force and lethality were nothing short of terrifying. Enough, let me lie down for a while. Everyone dies eventually, and I have died more than once. Mo Luo lay quietly on the ground, watching as 3 monsters soared above him. Kaido, transformed into a colossal fire dragon, was larger than the entire new Marine headquarters. The ocean controlled by the Golden Lion threatened to crash down upon everyone. Big Mom commanded thunder and flames, utterly succumbing to madness. Yes, even injured, they remained the 4 emperors. Should they choose to flee, none could obstruct them. Moreover, their intent was not to escape. It was to unleash their full might. Great Fire Dragon, Ascending Dragon, Flame, 8 trigrams. Sovereign Soul Storm, Lion's Dragon Tornado, wreaking havoc. They loomed above, like a harbinger of doom, unleashing a torrent of attacks. Figures of powerful warriors soared forth to intercept. Mo Luo lay quietly, observing the scene with calm acceptance. He had long known he would eventually meet his end. He understood that the path he had traversed was one never previously walked, an invincible road. To overturn this world, he must integrate the devil fruit, haki, and martial arts within himself, unleashing unprecedented power through an indomitable form. Yet, no one had ever achieved such a feat bare its limits. The solitude of the red-haired after consuming the vampire fruit and the illness-ridden Whitebeard all attested to the impossibility of this path. However, if one could push each path to its extreme, irrespective of fusion, they could become a pinnacle existence in this world. Yet if it were only that, Luo could never attain true invincibility or realize his aspirations. To upend this world, he must advance further. I shall return soon. Luo closed his eyes, the essence of life fading in that moment. Countless observers sensed his demise, shocked at this revelation. Ha 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 ha. Do you believe we are so easily wounded? Kaido laughed heartily, clashing with Akainu using the Great Fire Dragon, his conqueror's haki-infused attacks, rendering Akainu's expression grim. The seas surged forth. Akiji's freezing efforts were met with an onslaught from the Golden Lion. Kizaru relentlessly shattered enormous blocks of ice, yet countless pirates and marines cowered in fear. Big Mom grinned widely as a myriad of fireballs and thunder erupted, indiscriminately sweeping the battlefield. This is the might of the four emperors, unparalleled both in individual power and in mass damage. Their force is terrifying beyond measure. It is time to act. Carp flicked his cape, adjusting his suit and tie. Is that boy all right? Sengoku similarly tidied his attire. He won't die. Carp stepped forth confidently, leaping into action. Old man, finally making a move. Let me see how much strength you still possess, Carp. Big Mom laughed, merging her soul with the fractured Napoleon, mending it once more. Linlin, after all these years, you have truly become more rotund. Carp delivered a seemingly unremarkable punch, yet fiercely blocked Big Mom's advance. Black lightning erupted between fist and sword. With a crack, the recently healed Napoleon shattered once again. This is impossible. Big Mom cried out, attacking once more. Do not worry. That fellow will not perish, and we old warriors will protect this world until the very end. Sengoku grew in size, transforming into the Buddha state, unleashing a powerful punch that significantly eased the burden on Akiji and Kizu, who faced the Golden Lion. I have not forgotten the grudges of that time. Sengoku, the Golden Lion laughed as countless water orbs struck out. Without your dual swords, your strength has diminished. Whitebeard and Roger perished in their respective eras. Golden Lion, your exit is rather undignified. Sengoku's fist collided with the Golden Lion's attack, a brilliant clash of light. Witnessing this, people recalled that the legends of your still endured. The legendary blade remains sharp. Eagle Eye Mihawk stated. Luffy's grandfather appeared stronger than Rayleigh. The Empress, being Rayleigh's daughter, had some understanding of this. Nanny, has Carp made his move? That detestable Golden Lion. Buggy was displeased by this scene. He despised the Golden Lion, with memories of that naval battle still vivid. That battle was so fierce that even the formidable Rayleigh nearly drowned. Had that fellow truly perished? Luo faced off against Apo and Beiji with Drake, who had betrayed during the Peak War, joining forces with him. The battle of the four supernovas had raged on for some time. The outcome of this conflict remained uncertain. Beiji exhaled a smoke ring. That fellow has even wounded the three great sovereigns, and has slain 2 disasters and a Tianyacha. How could he possibly still be alive? Apula scoffed. His conqueror's haki is truly the most astonishing. If he were still alive, it would bode well for our navy, Drake stated earnestly. In this ultimate battle, he must reveal his true identity. Even if he has not perished, will the world government allow him to live after this confrontation? In Luo's eyes, the formidable strength of Moro, along with all that he has accomplished, poses a significant threat to the world. On the sea, 9 Navy warships surrounded Raijin Island, Orange Soda Island, Dressrosa, Ice and Fire Island, and Fishman Island, including the new naval headquarters. Wherever Moro traversed, rays of light followed. On this solitary path of invincibility, he has long left countless footprints. Looking back with a sense of melancholy is enough to make countless people gaze upward in admiration. What is that? A faint green light. How beautiful. It resembles the essence of life itself. Eyes turned toward the heavens. They beheld this scene, their heartbeats quickening involuntarily. Outside, the pinnacle of battle, pirate ships observed from a distance, including other supernovas who had risen to fame over the past 2 years. It is truly terrifying. That fellow has also fallen, and I thought he would suppress us for a lifetime, leaving us with no chance to rise. The bandaged figure of the strange monk, Urki, laughed heartily. His chances of survival remain at 100%. Hawkins looked perplexed. No matter the circumstance, the survival probability he calculated for Moro was always 100%. I truly wish to battle that fellow. However, it seems those old-timers have snatched away the last opportunity. Haven T they? Kia. Kid grinned widely. Even though one of his arms was rendered useless, there will be a chance. Kira does not believe Moro could easily perish. Further away, the Whitebeard pirates remained inactive. Feeling they owed a debt of gratitude to Moro, Yet this was a battle between pirates and the Navy, and they had no reason to intervene. Ace and Sabo had already made their move toward Mariewa. Marco flapped his wings and landed on the deck. Should we continue to wait and see? Diamond Jozu gritted his teeth. Just the thought of Whitebeard's demise makes him want to charge in. Wait, that fellow is likely to come. The person referred to by Hanji and Bista is most probably red-haired Shanks. The green light soared overhead. People raised their heads, watching this scene. Ace felt an instinctive familiarity. He exclaimed, "He is reviving." A surge of green light rushed into Moro's body, gradually healing his injuries. He gasped for breath, feeling a palpable boost in all his attributes, as if they had been multiplied twofold. For someone as powerful as he, achieving a blissful death has become exceedingly challenging. After a fivefold amplification, the power he comprehended on the brink of death manifested. Black and white mist began to emanate from Moro's body. The fusion of the devil fruit and haki does not merely consist of simple overlays or entanglements. Rather, it is a harmonious coexistence that does not reject one another while occupying the body. For this reason, Moro conceived of but one possibility. Whether through the devil fruit or haki, both must be integrated into one's self, merging with his inherent bloodline factor to create a new bloodline factor. Once successful, from that moment onward, every breath Moro takes, along with his every action, would contribute to his strengthening. He would remain in a state of peak performance throughout his life, with haki flowing endlessly without conflict with the devil fruit. Simultaneously, the devil fruit, which had been rejected by the sea, would merge with haki, transforming into pure supernatural ability. A component of the bloodline factor, no longer subjected to the sea's rejection. The prerequisite for this is that Moro must replace the soul contained within the devil fruit with his own. Vegapunk referred to the devil fruit consumed by Kazuki Momonosuke as a failed product due to the absence of the demonic soul inherent in the fruit. Yet it still bore the fruit's side effects. Moro need only usurp the demonic soul, devour it, and he could eliminate such influence, further realizing true fusion and transformation. Kaido possesses a unique fruit ability, while Big Mom, due to her mutated physique, ingested a nun, merging with the soul of the devil fruit. It can be said that their ability to survive in the sea stems from this. This point appears subtle, yet is crucial. When facing Monkey D. Luffy, Kaido would inquire if he was himself or a devil. The guards advancing into Impel Down are all awakened users of animal-type devil fruits, having lost their souls and becoming muddled. Power always demands a price. Failure results in either self-destruction or becoming a fool. What are you all clamoring about? Merge for me. Moro smiled like a demon, swallowing the black and white mist. All of it is his power. What need is there for distinction? The formidable strength wholly became a part of his being. Moro's form began to oscillate between pitch black and pale white, as the two forces intertwined yet repelled one another. Merge for me. The two continued their final rejection, inciting Moro's ire. Life and death, usurpation, three-color haki, advanced awakening, fusion. He was determined. This was his first attempt to initiate the fusion of both powers, with haki needing to merge and the fruit needing to be usurped. Fusion, usurpation. Moro's laughter grew increasingly wild, as if a demon truly sought to seize his body. However, no matter how arrogant the demon became, Moro's strength and willpower always maintained dominance until he once again became the sovereign of this form. With gritted teeth, he amalgamated haki and the devil fruit, striving desperately for fusion. With a whoosh, a stream of gray mist emerged, and Moro exhaled a puff of smoke. He finally opened his eyes, his smile returning to tranquility. The bloodline factor of the devil fruit within him fused with haki, resembling the interplay of black and white, yin and yang, entwining around the genetic chain. Merging into his bloodline factor, becoming an intrinsic part of Moro, the demon residing within the devil fruit dissipated at that moment. It was not that Moro had claimed dominance. Rather, he had outright usurped and consumed it. After digesting this power, Moro felt himself growing even stronger. Without the drawbacks of the devil fruit, one possesses the unique ability to merge the powers of the Shang fruit with advanced haki at any moment. Under normal circumstances, those who wield haki without the devil fruit cannot achieve this fusion. However, once one attains this state of haki integration, it results in a permanent transformation of the body. Allowing one to maintain this state for an extended period, provided no unforeseen incidents occur. Previously, Moro had faced rejection from the Shang fruit, having to activate its powers manually. Yet now, he appears unremarkable, while in reality, he has achieved a true trinity of advanced haki integration, martial arts fusion, and fruit amalgamation. The unity of all things defines the true self, Moro mused with a smile. His eyes, whether open or closed, resonate with the essence of his heart. They do not glow crimson, yet can pierce through the emotions, sentiments, and obsessions of others. Although no faint red of the conqueror's haki manifests externally, an imperceptible barrier envelopes him, constantly entwined with the aura of his haki. His body no longer exhibits the characteristics of hardened armament haki, yet each of his punches is imbued with it. This is the true iron fist of love. The awakening and fusion of the devil fruit and martial arts have become indistinguishable for him. He possesses the powers of the devil fruit, yet is no longer repelled by the sea, rendering the effects of sea stone ineffective against him. This is the essence of unity in all things. Moro rose to his feet, immediately drawing countless gazes. Wonderful! General Moro is unharmed. The Marines and commanders were elated, as this news served as a much-needed morale boost. Flee! The monster is not dead. The pirates, stripped of all fighting will, only wish to escape swiftly. He is merely bluffing. He clearly had no strength left moments ago, Snag and Quinn shouted, attempting to halt the desperate escape. Katakuri and Smoothie exchanged glances, understanding the meaning of despair, and silently took a step back. When a moment demands, they would preserve their strength as much as possible, allowing the beast pirates and the reckless criminals of Impel Down to perish here. With a swift motion, Moro leaped into the air, heading toward the sky where the three monsters battled. Boom! Carp, you're still this strong despite your age? Big Mom did not anticipate such difficulties, immediately sacrificing 5 years of her life to ensure Carp's demise. Sengoku, have you grown complacent over the years? You fought less since becoming admiral. The Golden Lion, sustained by the Ice Demon, remained in peak condition. On another front, Kaido was locked in combat with Kizaru, who was also at the height of his power. Meanwhile, the new Marine headquarters had been nearly obliterated under repeated widespread assaults. In this precarious state, the drought-stricken Jack had fallen. Should the three emperors escape, it would be a chance for them to rise again, leaving the Navy without a suitable opportunity. Carp, Sengoku is aging, and no one knows how much longer they can endure. The Navy must contend not only with pirates, but also with the GM forces. If both sides launch simultaneous attacks as they did today, the situation will undoubtedly become more dire. What of the new generation? The Navy boasts a matured Moro, yet the pirate supernovas and the GM's formidable warriors continue to emerge. Continuing this way will only lead to greater disadvantage. Can we truly place hope in the emergence of the Seraphim? The Navy and the world government may appear to be in a hierarchical relationship, yet each possesses its own intelligence network, often seeking to intercept each other's information. This world is rife with both overt and covert conflicts. The world government seeks to maintain its dominance while pirates aspire to conquer it, and the GM forces aim to upend everything. The Navy, too, yearns to genuinely uphold justice. Standing atop the peak are Sengoku, Carp, Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, and Moro, each feigning ignorance. Yet they all comprehend that this is the worst of times and the best of times. If they do not conclude matters in this era, then either the celestial dragons will continue their tyranny, or the world will descend into chaos with pirates reigning supreme. The Navy finds itself caught between these three forces, compelled to seize this final opportunity. Therefore, these three individuals must not survive today. They cannot escape. Since they have come, they must leave their lives behind. Moro ascended, devoid of any visible haki flow. You're still alive? Kaido attempted to discern Moro with a single glance. Yet before the observation haki, his own had no effect. Kid, how many lives do you think you possess? The Golden Lion turned his gaze toward him as the conqueror's haki erupted in an instant. Mother, mother, mother. Wasting these 5 years of life battling this old fool Carp is truly a waste. Sacrificing your life has greater value. The three appeared gravely injured, yet in reality, they retained ample stamina post-battle. Did they not fight for an entire day and night at the pirate festival? The struggle for supremacy in the pirate world is not so easily concluded. Moro harver no ilusiones. The three surrounded him in the air, their conqueror's haki surging simultaneously. This time, they were close enough to shatter Moro's aura. Boom! As Moro remained motionless, his conqueror's haki erupted, this time devoid of blood-red hues, only pure darkness. In an instant, lightning burst forth. The expressions of the three emperors contorted simultaneously, They had not anticipated the terror of Moro's Conqueror's haki. Crack! Their own haki crumbled within moments. Having undergone a rebirth, amplified fivefold, and further enhanced by the unity of all things, Moro had increased his power by no less than 9 to 10 times. What? Do you feel insignificant now? Moro turned to face them. His haki, martial arts, and devil fruit were all at an advanced awakening, perpetually integrated within him, forever at peak condition, devoid of side effects or the CS constraints. This is the state Moro now embodies, mastering a singular power akin to the four emperors, wielding multiple dominions as one. The King of Kings, lightning, dragon's breath, flames, sword strikes, seawater, and boulders all assailed him as Moro hovered in the air, impervious to their onslaught. After deflecting all attacks, he finally took a step forward. Have you made your decision? Who shall perish first? With that, Moro vanished, appearing before the Golden Lion. Why did I not sense your movement? The observation haki failed against his absolute speed. Moro swiftly articulated the reason, rendering him a clear understanding. Is a Golden Lion powerful? He is in peak condition, yet he bears the scars of past battles. A ship's helm struck by Roger and the loss of his legs after escaping from impelled down, now wielding dual swords, diminishing his prowess as a grand swordsman. He stands at his zenith, yet he is merely an ordinary emperor-level combatant, the weakest among the likes of red-haired Kaido and Big Mom, especially relying on the ice demon and drugs to maintain this peak. Impossible. Bang! The Golden Lion's doubt was abruptly silenced as Moro's fist shattered his skull. This former titan of the old era, who had risen from despair to his former glory in just a month, was instantly ensnared by the chains of life, swiftly drained of vitality. Next, Moro's cold words had scarcely left his lips before he appeared before Big Mom, the formidable figure, having expended 5 years of her life to restore herself to her pinnacle, gazed at Moro with a mocking demeanor. In her eyes, this state of existence rendered her utterly invincible. The quintuple strength of a Yonko must indeed be terrifying. However, she was nearing 70 years of age, and this battle had already consumed 6 years of her life. Logically, she must have previously sacrificed years as well. It was uncertain how many more years she could endure. You are strong? Of course. The confidence radiated from her being. In response, Moro unleashed a punch devoid of any named technique, lacking the characteristics of the three-colored haki. With his dark hair and eyes, clad in a pure white cloak, his fist struck forth, evoking memories of Carp in his prime. Regardless of strength, Moro had indeed mastered the true Iron Fist of Love. Listen to my heart, Iron Fist of Love, the fusion of martial arts, the awakening of haki. In this world, who else could stand against him? Bang! With a punch, Big Mom felt excruciating pain in her bones, followed by the sound of cracking. As a steel balloon, her defenses were utterly shattered. A second punch followed. One of Big Mom's arms was rendered useless, while Moro's fist collided with her heart. Just then, a red figure appeared before Moro, a sword poised at his throat. Stand down, Moro. It was the red-haired Shanks. You are too late. Unfazed, Moro laughed heartily. As Big Mom's eyes dilated, her heart having been pierced through. Enraged, Shanks thrust the sword, causing Moro to transform into chains that ensnared Big Mom, swiftly siphoning her life force. Your presence eludes even my senses, yet you can evade my attacks? Shanks questioned, perplexed. If Moro had indeed grasped his observation haki, it should have rendered him imperceptible to others. Listen to my heart. Moro turned away from Shanks, directing his gaze toward Kaido of the Beasts. At that moment, the world's strongest creatures trembled involuntarily. A blend of excitement and fear surged, as the bloody scene echoed the heartbeat of countless spectators. On the sea, Katakuri gritted his teeth, commanding the Big Mom pirates to retreat. All homies perished, countless souls returning to their original hosts. He is dead. The legendary pirate, Gold Lion, is dead. The Emperor of the Sea, Big Mom, is also dead. Without balance, even your navy shall be eliminated from this world. Shanks shouted, unleashing his full haki as he swung his sword. From a distance, Mihawk observed the unfolding events, fully aware of the significance of that instant. Shanks was being suppressed by Moro. How could this be? He had reached the pinnacle, almost at the level of a king, yet now seemed beleaguered before Moro. God's avoidance. Shanks gritted his teeth, invoking a technique of Pirate King Roger. Even deities would retreat before this strike. Get lost. Moro clenched his fist and unleashed a punch, his aura surging. It appeared that only Shanks remained capable of fully countering Moro's might. This was only because he had previously exerted himself to defeat Gold Lion and Big Mom. Otherwise, that punch might have been fatal for Shanks. Consequently, even after that strike, Shanks was forcibly sent flying. The once formidable conqueror's haki was still shattered before Moro. Boom! At that moment, Shanks was sent hurtling back, unable to withstand Moro's punch. Ben, Beckman, and Mihawk swiftly surrounded Shanks. Mihawk, have you forgotten your identity? Akainu glared at him, seizing the opportunity to attack Shanks. Yet, even against Shanks, Beckman, and Mihawk, Akainu lacked confidence. Still, he dared to engage in battle. This fellow is not part of the agreement. I must take my leave. Mihawk glanced at Akainu before turning away. His small vessel trailed behind the red-haired pirates. Moro, your actions will only incite chaos in this era, leading to the destruction of the Navy and the obliteration of true justice. Shanks called out from the deck of his ship, gripping his sword in one hand while clutching his chest with the other. Red-haired, in this world, there should be no balance between good and evil. Moro's voice resonated across the sea. I am aware that evil exists. Allow me to act. I do not believe in so-called fate. I only know that by taking action, I can create a greater possibility. He turned to gaze at Kaido of the beasts in the sky. At that moment, the Big Mom pirates began their retreat, leaving only the beast pirates clinging to hope. The arrival of the red-haired pirates failed to halt the rampaging Moro, as their assembly of Yonko appeared insufficient before him. Do you believe you can defeat me? I am Kaido, the strongest in single combat. Kaido remained in his dragon form, soaring through the skies, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Do you know my moniker? Moro raised his head, his gaze fierce. Dragon Slayer? Kaido felt a twinge of unease within. Nevertheless, he steeled his resolve. I am the captain of the beast pirates, the strongest creature in the world. For years, I have faced the impossible, watching those who claim to be strong fall before me. The tides of time change, and old relics are discarded. Only I stand at the pinnacle. And what of you? Yellow-hair brat? Boom! The temperature rose once more. The new Marine headquarters had long since collapsed, obliterated by the attacks of Gold Lion and Big Mom. If struck by Kaido's move, it could plunge into the depths of the sea. 100,000 green snakes transform into a green dragon. Moro spread his arms, conjuring a massive dragon from the countless green snakes behind him. This dragon matched Kaido's size and his fiery form. With a whoosh, the green dragon, cloaked in a layer of pale gray mist, Moro's haki, emerged. Endless vitality, the green dragon devours the sky. Roar! The heavens echoed with the dragon's roar as the green dragon collided with the fire dragon. The shock waves of haki and heat, along with black lightning, surged toward the sea and the sky. Boom! The pinnacle of Kaido clashed with the pinnacle of Moro. Acknowledgement of their injuries, reliant on the ice demon. Gold Lion could not withstand Big Mom. The mentally unstable Big Mom also fell before the peak Kaido. Both had met their demise at Moro's hands. Those two punches seemingly ordinary, yet each was a full-force strike, akin to Akainu using his Hellhound. Furthermore, with Shanks Conqueror's haki disrupted, the red-haired pirates retreated in disarray. Moro had effectively unleashed 3 ultimate techniques in succession. Upon entering the fusion state of martial arts, every punch he threw was executed with utter freedom, lacking any named techniques, yet still showcasing a distinction in strength. The Gold Lion could not withstand him, nor could Big Mom. Shanks shielded himself and departed the scene, necessitating the presence of Ingyan, Mihawk, and Beckman for support. Now, the formidable creature Kaido has arrived. With a thunderous roar, the life dragon opened its massive maw, consuming the fiery dragon without hesitation. Despite the relentless bombardment, escape was impossible. Devour! The life chains behind Moro continued to fly swiftly, absorbing all of Kaido's shockwaves. While the Conqueror's haki was entirely thwarted, the flames transformed into heat and smoke, ultimately leaving nothing behind. With a swift motion, the white mist dissipated, revealing a stunned Kaido, his eyes rolling back, plummeting from the sky. He had been defeated. Before Moro, any thoughts of victory were but a distant dream. Merely surviving was a stroke of luck. Even after exhausting considerable stamina and unleashing consecutive powerful attacks, Moro was not someone Kaido could withstand. Just as Kaido began to fall, Queen attempted to rush in for a rescue. In an instant, Moro seized him, gripping his neck tightly. In a fleeting moment, Queen became a lifeless husk. The next moment, life chains ensnared Kaido, swiftly gathering vitality. Moro discarded the corpses of the Golden Lion and Big Mom, both thrown away. You madman! Queen spat defiantly. Oh, with the countless lives you've taken, why not curse yourself? Moro snapped Queen's neck, extinguishing the last remnants of his life force. Rising to his feet, He exhaled a cloud of ash. He then cast his gaze upon the beast pirates, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, and all three disasters lay lifeless. Among the remaining flying 6, Drake seized the opportunity to return to the Marines. Only 5 remained. Without a doubt, Apu was the first to flee, with the beast pirates covering his retreat. The Big Mom pirates, under Katakuri and Smoothie's insistence, also made an early escape. At Marine headquarters, Moro walked across the icy surface, his laughter echoing like a chilling wind. Life chains surged forth like a torrent, ensnaring all members of the beast pirates, and the criminals of impelled down in an instant, consuming their vitality entirely. This man was nothing short of a butcher. Even the clown buggy was struck speechless, swallowing hard at the sight. The only individual who had truly pushed hockey, devil fruits, physical prowess, and martial arts to their utmost limit could indeed be deemed a god. Law, drenched in sweat, realized he had almost fled in terror, forgetting he was still one of the Shichibukai. Is it the disciple of Luffy's grandfather? Equivalent to my uncle. The Empress quickly connected the dots. I'm so full. Moro pondered over why he was always consuming, reflecting on his arrival in the pirate world, where he had nearly starved to death on a small boat, never having the chance to consume the life fruit. He finally understood that the traces of everything had long been set in the tone of past beginnings. I was born a starving ghost. How could I not be hungry? In my rebirth, I became a bloodthirsty ghost, relentless in my thirst for blood. With a flourish, the life chains retracted, and Moro lay contentedly on the ground, breathing deeply. If a Yonko equated to 1.5 of his overall strength, then Kaido and Shanks represented 2. This battle had drained 70% of his overall stamina. As vitality surged back, his condition rapidly improved. However, Moro was not devoid of power. He was simply satisfied. Lying in the shattered New Marine headquarters, he gazed up at the clear sky. Finally, I have achieved it. This vast ocean, a pristine expanse of azure. It was time to prepare for his ambitions. To topple another true behemoth. Taking a deep breath of satisfaction, Moro sprawled out in a relaxed manner and fell into a peaceful slumber. He slept soundly for 3 days and nights before awakening. 3 days later, he roused from his slumber, finding Peach Rabbit and Ein waiting by his bedside for an indeterminate length of time. You are awake? What else would it be? Moro replied, looking at the two and rubbing his head to shake off the remnants of sleep. 3 days had passed since the war's conclusion, and everything felt surreal. Shouldn't you rest for a while? Peach Rabbit suggested, concerned from Moro's exhaustion. You can't push yourself any further, Ein added. Let's discuss it later. What happened while I was asleep? Did Akaina pursue Shanks? That would eliminate the Yonko once and for all. Moro's inquiry prompted the two to exchange glances and smile helplessly. The red-haired pirates, known as the Double Emperors, had Mihawk support at the time, making pursuit impossible. After the climactic battle, Garp and Sengoku confirmed Moro was unharmed and departed. Akiji and Benz returned to Orange Soda Island, while Jinbe went back to guard Fishman Island to prevent any chaos during this period. Despite this, numerous significant events transpired across the seas. Ein spoke as she handed over a piece of intelligence and 3 newspapers. Oh, Moro picked up the intelligence and newspapers to examine them. The first newspaper proclaimed, the 4 emperors and the legendary have perished, ushering in the era of the Marines. The strongest man in the New World, the ultimate beast, has emerged as a single combatant, the super marine hero, Dragon Slayer Moro. Marine King Moro single-handedly swept away the legends, defeating the red-haired pirates, leaving the 4 emperors in name only. The Straw Hat crew set sail, yet no one cared. For there was Moro. The first newspaper contained no significant information, merely stating that the Straw Hat crew had set sail before the climactic battle without any noteworthy developments. He chuckled helplessly, realizing that, given Jinbe's character, he would no longer follow Straw Hat Luffy to sea. However, the remaining remnants of the Fishman Street thugs would likely be dealt with. Without Hody and others, they were hardly a threat. This battle had inflicted severe wounds on the Marines, not to mention the concurrent conflict at Mariehua. Green Bull and Fujitora were still recuperating from their injuries. The second newspaper reported, Mariehua attacked. GM Army Sabo and others infiltrated and rescued Tyrant Kuma. The world descends into chaos, as countless kingdoms respond to Sabo's call, igniting the 8-Nation Rebellion. Is Moro alright? Let us recall his heroic moments during the climactic battle. Speechless, Moro glanced at the third newspaper and decisively picked it up. He did not wish to see any more flattering news about himself. The New World Order is overturned. The Marines appear strongest, yet have also suffered significant blows. The supernovae gather, Katakuri, and Ace have become the strongest candidates among the new 4 emperors. What lies ahead? The Straw Hat crew has invaded Captain John's treasure. Kaido has fallen, and Wano has been invaded by the enigmatic Mink tribe. Oh, Moro had long since allied with the Mink tribe. He had stated that the day he set out to defeat Kaido would coincide with the day the Minks attacked Wano. It seemed they had already made their move. However, even with Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, it would be impossible to conquer it swiftly, as many members of the Beast Pirates and their subordinates remained stationed there. Additionally, loyal dogs surrounded Kaido's side. In Wano's underground river lay the Pluton, which Moro must obtain. He donned his cloak and stepped forward. Let us embark on a journey to the land of Wano. Moro seeks to conquer Wano and Zou, aiming to obtain the ancient weapon Pluton, execute Kaido's subordinate, Kurizumi Orochi, and confront the soon-to-arrive Momonosuke. With Luffy and his companions having entered the New World, it signifies that Momonosuke and others are also on the verge of being transported to the present timeline. Understood? Tontada and Ein hastily followed suit. Akiji and Binz returned to the Orange Soda Island base with the supernovas yesterday, leaving only the 2 of them and 3 naval warships behind. By the way, you overlooked the intelligence report. Tontada, in her high heels, quickly caught up and handed a newspaper to Moro. Upon opening the report, Moro grasped the situation instantly. He had to go to Wano. It appeared that Kazuki Oden was meant to perish in his battle against Blackbeard, but Moro's interference had entangled the timeline, resulting in Kobe and Law growing stronger. Consequently, during the Rocky Port incident, Oden managed to escape through an explosion. He had also joined forces with Kaido and others in this alliance, yet he did not participate in the war and has already fled. This cunning old fox is now in Wano. He aims to consolidate Kaido's remaining power in Wano and once again dominate the New World. Moro mused that this situation would further complicate the matters for Cat Viper and Dogstorm. Just yesterday, Akainu Kizaru and Fujitora collaborated with the remaining kingdoms that had not betrayed them in the World Conference to announce the dissolution of the Warlords of the Sea. They have now dispatched subordinates to suppress and capture the warlords. Crocodile and Doflamingo's incidents remain a menace on the seas, while Gecko Moria is regrouping. Bartholomew Kuma has been rescued, and Mihawk has ultimately allied with Shanks, allowing this coalition to pass. Tontada's words finally shifted Moro's gaze. He stepped out from the resting area, observing the chaos within the new naval headquarters. So, the Seraphim have completed their tasks ahead of schedule? Indeed, everything is unfolding sooner than anticipated. Tontada nodded. She was uncertain of the Seraphim's power, but it was undoubtedly formidable. Understood, after resolving the matters in Wano, we must seek out Vegapunk to reminisce. Moro exhaled, relieved. He recognized that even though only 3 warlords remained, it would soon lead to the reunification of Rayleigh, Shaki, and the Empress. Mihawk, Crocodile, and Buggy would also converge. Now, with Gecko Moria's potential alliance with them following Blackbeard's demise, combined with the formidable Fire Fist Ace and the ever-growing Katakuri due to his battles with Moro, this ocean is still rife with infinite possibilities. The most pressing concern is the dissolution of the warlords and the emergence of the Seraphim, which implies that Vegapunk is on the brink of being discarded by the world government. As long as the celestial dragons control the Seraphim, the pacifists can exert formidable pressure on the lower and middle tiers of the sea, with no fresh blood flowing into the pirate world and the Marines. The era of piracy is destined to conclude. Simultaneously, the Marines, deprived of their trials, will also decline. This is what Shanks refers to as balance. In that time, at most 2 to 3 decades, the world will be entirely transformed into a cage of the world government. Emu and the celestial dragons will forever wield authority. History is approaching its final juncture. Moro concealed all these thoughts within, prioritizing his journey to Wano. Afterward, he would seek out Vegapunk, proceeding step by step, neither too hastily nor too slowly. What may seem like the end of war to others is but the beginning for him. Exiting the building, he was met with numerous respectful gazes directed at him. This super naval hero is now universally recognized as the strongest in the world. For the first time in history, the Navy has claimed such a title, stirring a fervor within the hearts of many. Gurgle. The sound of Moro's transponder snail seemed somewhat out of place. Moro, are you leaving already? The Gorosei wish to see you. Akainu's voice echoed. Yes, I am departing. Huh? Who wishes to see me? No way a barbecue? I don't have time right now. Admiral Sakazuki, perhaps next time. Hey, where are you going? Akainu called, only to realize the transponder snail had been disconnected. Frustrated, he slumped into his chair, brooding. Sakazuki, The Mariewa incident has led to the former Fleet Admiral Steelbone being held accountable. And this dissolution of the warlords is nearly a failure. The already mad factions may become even more unhinged. Kizaru remarked, "Whatever. I have long considered stepping down after this war." Akainu's words caught Kizaru off guard. "You have only been Fleet Admiral for 2 years. And you're already so eager to resign? Not just me. Even Steelbone cannot remain steady. The issue at hand is not whether I can do my job, but rather the risk of being discarded. While we see numerous issues in the sea, to them, it appears as a gradual execution plan." Akainu understood this well. He leaned back in his chair and exhaled a smoke ring. "What do you plan to do?" "Find a reason to test Moro again. Then step back to oversee the scientific division." Akainu's tone was cold. His principles would not allow them to retreat hastily. However, with Moro standing before them, he can now pursue his own agenda. "Shall I join you?" Kizaru chuckled. "Perfect timing. Kazan has returned, along with Green Bull. Moro can handle this situation." Akainu replied in a serious tone. "Then everything hinges on whether Vegapunk is attacked." Kizaru's words trailed off. Akainu understood his implication. If that day were to come, it would signify a schism between the Marines and the world government. They would, like Sengoku and Garp, hide behind Moro. It was straightforward, otherwise. Among the covert members of the Intelligence and Infiltration Unit, Sword, Drake had been saved by Sengoku, later followed Kizaru, and eventually defected, while Kobe was trained by Garp. This was all too simple. From the beginning, Sengoku, Garp, and others had been strategically maneuvering in the shadows. They bid farewell to each old guard of the previous era without ever contemplating submission to the Celestial Dragons. Now, Akainu and Kizaru await the final move. Once Vegapunk is attacked, they too will retreat to the background, truly awaiting the opportune moment. And Moro has become the candidate Akainu wishes to fervently recommend. The transformation of the era is swift as the wind, leaving them with no opportunities. Fortunately, one Moro can withstand countless criticisms. "Then I shall heed your counsel." Kizaru smiled, ultimately leaving his coffee untouched. Both he and Akainu remained bound by the aftermath of the Supreme War, the impact of which on the Marines is far more complex than it appears. At sea, Moro sets sail, with naval personnel standing at the port to bid him farewell. To them, the era of pirates is indeed ending, just as the newspapers have stated, ushering in a bright future. In reality, the true brutality has only just begun. Presently, the structure of the 4 emperors has been shattered, and with the world government's intervention, the sea has entered an era akin to that following the demise of the Pirate King, Roger. However, this also represents the final opportunity for a reversal in this world. Should we fail, the overwhelming power of technology will suppress the ordinary, and even the strongest of this generation will eventually age and perish. In that eventuality, only the nobility and the Tenryubito will reign over the tranquil seas. On the calm ocean, every formidable individual believes they command the grand narrative, while every puppeteer considers themselves the master of all. Blackbeard, the 5 elders each intricately connected. Yet, Moro will never afford them this opportunity. With a swift motion, the warship traverses the ocean, and a fresh newspaper has just arrived. Moro hands over 100 berries and gazes at the paper, his suspicions finally solidifying. The Navy's campaign against the Shichibukai has met with failure. Rayleigh has made his appearance, rescuing the Empress, and they are rumored to be father and daughter. A new Emperor of the Sea has emerged, the infamous Clown Buggy, who is transformed into a force to be reckoned with. Fire Fist, Ace unleashed an unparalleled strike, earning the title of Flame Emperor, one of the new 4 emperors. Katakuri guards whole Cake Island and has defeated the Supernova Alliance, his strength no longer concealed. Moonlight Moria, Crocodile, and Mihawk have never been mere figures of the Buggy Pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates are heading to the waters of Whole Cake Island, with former Shichibukai seemingly allying with them. Moro lets out a bitter laugh, and indeed, this era is quite something. Kaido and Big Mom have been vanquished. Yet the new world has only grown more tumultuous, hasn't it? When will the world envisioned by my teacher truly arrive? Ayan sets down the newspaper, her expression somber. She is seated in a corner of the cabin, her blue attire starkly contrasting with Peach Rabbit's pink coat. As one favors black stockings and the other often dons flesh-colored ones, each possesses their own style. Moro remains indifferent to this, having just awakened. He set off while avoiding any interaction with the 5 elders, his stomach grumbling with hunger. Taking this opportunity, he indulges in a hearty meal, savoring the delightful flavors. As Moro feasts, Peach Rabbit and Ayan exchange glances that shift slightly. "Stop hiding," I wish to eat now. If you want to join me, do so quickly. No sooner had Moro finished speaking than three figures materialized in their line of sight. Sabo, Bonnie, and the mindless tyrant Kuma. My apologies, Mr. Moro. We had no choice but to flee here. Fortunately, you made it here, or a kingdom would have been obliterated because of you. While savoring roasted meat, Bonnie, too, partakes with unabashed ferocity. Why do you say that? We are not merely seeking refuge here. We aim to inform you of a secret as we head towards Egghead Island. The future kingdom. Sabo's expression turned grave. I saw someone on the empty throne. His name is Im, and he wields the true power to annihilate this world. Any kingdom can be erased at his command. The so-called Demon Slayer decree is merely a fabricated imitation to conceal the true massacre that once occurred. That individual sits upon the empty throne, concealed within the annals of history, truly ruling the world. Moro's words flowed smoothly as he continued to indulge in his meal. After a while, Sabo finally spoke. Mr. Moro, do you mean? You and your GM army shall join my ranks. Let Dragon heed my words. Moro sipped his milk, glancing at the still voracious Bonnie, who would indeed be a challenge to sustain. Sabo, wrapped in bandages, appeared somewhat embarrassed. Join the Navy? Dragon would surely oppose that. No, it is to join my ranks. Moro reiterated, and Sabo understood his intent. The concept of absolute justice was not unfamiliar to him. He had heard of it, but had yet to truly comprehend it until now. I will provide you with a confidential new transponder snail to avoid detection by the world government and Im. Thank you. In Wano, before Moro arrived, the Mink tribe had already gathered. Under the leadership of Cat Viper and Duke Inu, they had the potential to advance triumphantly, especially with the support of Ashura Doji and Kin Eamon, intending to seize the unguarded Navy headquarters. However, unexpectedly, the Pirate King, Plant, seized the opportunity, leading the Beast Pirates, Samurai, and Ninjas to mount a formidable defense, ultimately gaining the upper hand. After all, even Blackbeard needed Kobe's observation haki to defeat him, highlighting their immense strength. On Onigashima, the Mink tribe lay defeated. Plant and Kaido's son, Yamato, shared a laugh together. Do you truly believe Kaido's South demise means this place is free for you to tread? How laughable, a bunch of fur-clad fools daring to seek death in my Wano. The despairing Mink tribe watched helplessly from the port. Ashura Doji and Kin Eamon had not anticipated Plant's emergence in the absence of Kaido. Despair was the only sentiment left. Inu, did you not claim that the Navy Admiral would intervene? Cat Viper lay on the ground, his breath faltering. He promised me that once the campaign against Kaido commenced, we could attack. Yet, I never imagined this battle would prove so arduous, even without Kaido. In truth, without Plant, victory would have been almost assured. I must leave this place. I must set sail. Yamato approached wielding a kanabo, with her father Kaido deceased. This battle was meant to be her escape from Wano, yet the explosive collar on her wrist rendered her unable to flee. In her confrontation with Plant, they were evenly matched, yet swarms of henchmen and pirates surrounded them. Futile. At most, they can deal with Jack, and you are merely up against Ash. In the face of me, your strength still falls short. Plant laughed heartily, effortlessly countering Yamato's assault. You stand no chance. Plant and Kaido's son exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile. At this moment, Moro had yet to arrive at Onigashima. He was at Rabo Wan, defeating guards one by one, liberating Leopard Goro and others. Meanwhile, Peach Rabbit, Ian, Bonnie, and other Marines swiftly occupied various locations in Wano. Before long, a man in a black robe emerged from the flower capital, eliminating all remnants of Kaido's forces. Everyone gathered near the port. Moro glanced at the man in black, who was Sabo in disguise. Contact Dragon here. I am heading to Onigashima. Understood, Sabo replied earnestly. Countless defeated warriors, various daimyos, and Leopard Goro followed closely behind Moro. Wano now remained only with Onigashima. Lord Moro, why did you save me? Are you perhaps a friend of Odin? Leopard Goro questioned as he pursued Moro. Odin? Do not harbor such illusions. This era has long since changed. Kaido is dead, and I am the one who killed him. With that, Moro stepped onto the ship bound for Onigashima. Those brave enough to follow me, let us seize Onigashima and reclaim Wano. At that moment, numerous warriors and leaders were astonished by Moro's declaration. They collectively boarded the ship, embarking towards Onigashima in grand procession. Report, Admiral Plant, a fleet has appeared in the distance, led by someone in Navy attire. Is that so? Who dares to seek death? Wang Ji was unconvinced. With the current turmoil at sea, countless pirates vying for the territories of the four emperors, How could the Navy possibly keep up? It seemed like that new admiral, Luo. His voice quivered even while speaking. He was a formidable figure not to be trifled with. Wang Ji had already devised a plan to escape once the great battle commenced. He glanced at heightened Dashi, whose legs trembled in fear. Nanny, the one who defeated Kaido? In Wano, only Kaido and individuals like Dashi had access to information from the outside world. Naturally, they were aware of the ongoing Apex conflict. But so what? Wang Ji glared fiercely at the inner sea of Wano and cursed. I can't escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave. Staying any longer would surely lead to his demise. Luo was a notorious admiral. Opposing him was akin to courting death. Montak Luo, Yamato rose, her body battered, gazing into the distance. Just as she was taken aback, a figure rushed past her. Bang! A punch struck Wang Ji's chest. Escape? Can your speed outrun me? Luo's fist crushed him. Then he cast his gaze towards Onigashima. The Conqueror's haki erupted, causing samurai, ninjas, and pirates alike to fall unconscious. Kill! With a single command, the Navy and the Rabbit Warriors surged forward, delivering fatal blows without mercy. Luo then turned to Inu Erashur, extending his hand. I told you I would come. Montak Luo. Yamato looked at him in disbelief. This man, who was devoted to his family, was now exhilarated to learn that someone had defeated Kaido. Truly remarkable. Bang! Luo shattered his shackles. If you wish to set sail, follow me. You need not be a pirate. You could be a Navy officer instead. However, becoming a Navy officer would not allow for the same freedom of adventure as Yasui. Is that so? Who told you that? Your father has taken risks. You saw him brave the odds before me for mere seconds. Luo's words left Yamato momentarily stunned. Inu Erashur and others stood, cautiously watching Luo. Times had changed. The elite rear admiral of your had now become the most powerful admiral in history. From now on, Wano is mine. There shall be no more shogunate. All of you will serve under my command, establishing a base for Orange Soda Island here. With those words, no one dared to argue. Heightened Dashi must not die yet. He would be escorted to the flower capital, where everyone could witness the truth of the past and face justice. Every sentence he uttered was direct and unambiguous. Trafalgar glanced at Azura, while Kawamatsu arrived from the Rabbit Warriors, just like Bippo. Nico Mamushi and Inu Erashur also looked at Luo. Without a shogun, what will happen to Wano? Azura was the most pragmatic. I will appoint a base chief and a deputy chief. You and Trafalgar will take those roles. The Zou Kingdom will also have shared leadership. Luo's decree would bring the Mink tribe and Wano under his command. From now on, you will be the base chiefs, equivalent to elite rear admirals. Do not worry about anyone daring to act recklessly. Furthermore, as this is a base and not a world conference nation, there is no need to pay heavenly gold. Upon saying this, Luo unleashed his life chain, stripping the last vestiges of life from the deceased. He did not wish for anyone to forget to deliver the final blow, leaving even one or two survivors. Understood? Trafalgar and Azura ultimately accepted this outcome. Nico Mamushi and Inu Erashur had already made their pact with Luo. In the flower capital, Yamato was still protesting. I will not become a Navy officer. Luo, although I am grateful to you, I still wish to be a pirate and seek adventure. Be quiet. Kazuki Odin wanted to protect Wano and the future 20 years hence. Luo replied, casting a glance at her. If you wish to guard Wano like him, you must join my ranks, otherwise, I will treat you as Kaido and let Wang Ji deal with you. Those words left Yamato frozen in place. She wished to seek adventure while also protecting Wano. Ultimately, she could only don the cloak of justice. In the next moment, all of Wano had gathered there, including Tengu from Takis village and Kamurasaki. Eyes converged on Yamato, Azura, Trafalgar, Kawamatsu, Nico Mamushi, Inu Erashur, Shinobu, and Bippo, all clad in navy cloaks. Execute Heightened Dashi, Luo commanded, and the 8 heads of Heightened Dashi fell simultaneously. His life chain swiftly claimed their essence. At a glance, all fell silent, followed by a frenzy of cheers. Montak Luo, Admiral Montak Luo, General Montak Luo, our savior, our new admiral. They could not comprehend the external messages. They only heard others proclaiming Luo as an admiral and called him their new general. On that day, countless adoring gazes were cast upon him. Luo aimed to reclaim Wano and Zou Kingdom, alongside Fishman Island's Ryugu Kingdom, Dressrosa, and Orange Soda Island, thereby truly establishing his domain in the New World. This also meant acquiring the ancient weapon Pluton hidden beneath Wano. The following day, he departed Wano, heading toward Dressrosa under the cover of night. Tengu, disguised as Kazuki Sukiyaki, approached Mo Luo. Please ensure you take Kamurasaki for training. Oh, Mo Luo regarded this fellow. Kazuki Sukiyaki, Kazuki Odin, and Kazuki Momonosuke, all 3 generations lacking intellect. Does Kamurasaki not wish to become a ninja? She admires you and has seen the figures of Yamato and other esteemed women, yearning to become a brave sailor. You may not know, but I was once a general of Wano. That night, Mo Luo learned of Pluton, the historical truths of Wano, and the ancient script mastered by Kazuki Sukiyaki. Handle it yourself regarding your processing techniques for sea prism stone, ancient scripts, and those secrets. I will take them all with me. Mo Luo's words made Kazuki Sukiyaki kneel in submission. I obey your command. The oldest surviving member of the Kazuki clan took matters into his own hands. Mo Luo buried him in Takis village, with the name Tengu inscribed on the tombstone. This endeavor not only secured ancient weaponry and the crafting techniques of sea prism stone, but also mastery of ancient scripts. The next day, Mo Luo set sail, greeted by familiar figures who had waited long. Admiral Montauk Luo, Trafalgar, and others bowed in respect. No need for formality. We shall meet again another day. As Mo Luo turned, a figure clad in navy attire appeared. It was none other than Kazuki Hayori. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be a princess? I wish to meet Admiral Mo Luo. Though I do not wield a sword, I can play the piano and desire to see the world at sea. And Trafalgar has granted me permission. Kazuki Hayori was captivated by the beauty of the ocean. Cannot wield a sword? Then train in marksmanship and physical techniques, of course. Swordsmanship cannot be neglected either. I do not keep idlers. Mo Luo instructed, and Kazuki Hayori nodded vigorously. What about me? Kamurasaki raised her small hand, gleefully exclaiming, Stay with these elder sisters and train diligently. You will surely become an extraordinary sailor in the future. Molo gently patted Xiao Yu's head, prompting the latter to break into a joyful smile and pinch her cheeks. Yes, yes, big brother Molo, I will definitely become the strongest Marine, Xiao Yu declared with utmost conviction. It seemed that becoming a naval officer might indeed be a promising path. Yamato gazed toward the sea, finally having departed from Ghost Island, ready to embark on genuine adventures in Wano country. In the distance, she spotted several massive pirate ships, hesitant to approach. Ace, Yamato waved her hand. The figure in the distance responded with a cheerful wave of his own. Is that big brother Ace? Xiao Yu stood on the deck, stretching her toes to wave as well. Sabo, cloaked in black, concealed himself, observing from afar. Before long, Molo noticed the pirate ships swiftly retreating, unwilling to linger. Honestly, are we supposed to flee as well? Marco on the pirate ship was caught between laughter and tears. The fellow had shown respect to the old man. But such courtesy could only last so long. Ace smiled, sensing the presence of Sabo, Yamato, and Xiao Yu. That was sufficient for him. Wano country had finally opened its doors. Diamond Jozu felt a sense of satisfaction, albeit regretful for not being able to participate. Unbeknownst to him, in the original timeline, he would meet his demise in this war, much like Ashura Doji. Not long after the warship departed, Molo leaped into the sea solo. Wasn't he a power user? Bonnie stood on the warship, puzzled. That should be the case, Tosaka sighed in resignation. Should I learn martial arts or swordsmanship first? Kazuki Odin inquired of Yamato. With Xiao Yu joining in, martial arts, of course. It is what General Molo excels at, K-Mine's reminder. However, his swordsmanship and marksmanship are also formidable, though he rarely showcases them. Even so, Molo swam joyously in the ocean. Unless one could achieve true unity with all things like him, they could not hope to negate the side effects of the devil fruit. I'll go play for a while. You all return first. All right, I nodded. Molo then swam toward the sea, relishing the joy of solitary swimming. He soon arrived at Ice Fire Island, awaiting the arrival of 2 individuals who had just crossed over, still unaware of the significant events transpiring at sea. Among them, Kinnaman inadvertently led Momonosuke toward Ice Fire Island. A day later, the 2 arrived hurriedly, astonished by their surroundings. Presently, Ice Fire Island and Raijin Island had become Molo's territory, tasked with researching Vegapunk's weapons and inventions under extreme conditions. Fire, cold air, and lightning were harnessed as 3 sources of energy. Wano country served as Molo's industrial manufacturing hub, providing sufficient means for ordinary folk to live and improving the environment. Who are you? Momonosuke and Kinnaman asked, their faces tense. I am the one who will take you away. In naval warfare, there was the Fishman Island base. In land warfare, there were the samurai of Wano and the Mink tribe of Zou. The super weapons included the Elephant God and the Underworld King, while the energy sources comprised Icefire Island and Raijin Island. With each step, Molo solidified his rightful place in the pursuit of dominion over the seas. I certainly am. Momonosuke began to speak, but Kinemon swiftly covered his mouth, fearing their true identities would be revealed. No need for further words. Death is the best outcome for you both. Molo unleashed a powerful punch, draining the life force from the two and discarding their lifeless bodies into the sea to feed the fish. Kazuki Sukiyaki was laid to rest in Wano, while Kazuki Momonosuke met his end on Icefire Island. He deemed this the most fitting resolution. Reizo headed to Zou and would soon learn the truth before returning to Wano. Meanwhile, Kiku remained hidden in Wano and would gradually come to accept everything. Presently, there was still one loose end, Kanjuro. Molo swam for half the day before arriving at Dressrosa. There, amidst the lively and bustling streets, he encountered a bewildered Kanjuro. In the time since his arrival, Kanjuro had already learned of Kaido's downfall, the true opening of Wano, and the demise of Orochi. As the last survivor of the Kurizumi clan, all thoughts of revenge dissolved in that moment of utter despair. When Molo found him, Kanjuro was a wretched sight. Having lost all semblance of his spirit, Molo had not anticipated that the most tragic fate would befall Kanjuro, this masterful actor. He swiftly granted him a merciful end, draining his life force and tossing him into the sea for the fish. Having tidied up these matters, Molo concealed his accomplishments and swam back to Orange Soda Island. Sabo had long awaited his return, bearing orders from Dragon. Upon returning to the base, Molo finally indulged in a hearty meal. Late at night, he returned to his quarters. Sabo, seated in the corner, unveiled his dark cloak and handed a din mushi to Molo. Soon, Dragon's voice resonated through the device. Is this Mr. Molo? Long time no see. It seems we have only met once. Molo recalled their last encounter in the East Blue, merely a brush past one another. Indeed, I did not expect your growth to be so rapid. Dragon's tone shifted to seriousness. Mr. Molo, Sabo has relayed your message, and to be frank, our GM army seeks collaboration with you. However, at this moment, even you lack the qualifications to bring the world government down. I understand, Molo nodded. I will seek Vegapunk to restore Bartholomew Kuma's consciousness. CP0 is likely preparing to assassinate him. Once successful, I will ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral, at which point I will require you for a battle. What do you mean by that? Dragon's expression changed. To defeat you. Ascend to the position of World Army Fleet Admiral and bring the Navy, GM Army, Impel Down, CP9, and Vegapunk scientific forces under my command. Molo spoke candidly, revealing his ambition and the path he intended to take. How could the Gorosei possibly agree? Dragon posed a direct question. Some matters do not hinge on their approval. I'm their most significant card in the open. To instill fear in the seas and maintain their status, they have no choice but to acquiesce. Molo's words were straightforward. His supreme justice was destined to transcend all. Then it all hinges on your first step. Dragon did not refuse. If Molo could truly restore Kuma's consciousness, organize CP0, and further become the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, then this plan could indeed be discussed. What do you ultimately wish to achieve? Dragon inquired one last time. To let justice prevail above all, to become the embodiment of supreme justice, thereby realizing the fairness you envision and upholding the freedom and dreams of the world. Supreme justice. I see. Dragon nodded on the other end of the den mushi. He found merit in half of Molo's assertions. If they were all realized, he would be willing to give a try. Farewell, Mr. Dragon. Molo decisively ended the call, laying down to sleep soundly. The conversation abruptly concluded. Even Sabo had not anticipated the pleasant rapport between them. The following day, the warship departed Orange Soda Island, setting sail for Egghead Island, the future kingdom. This realm, known as Whalai Wangwa, is in truth a continuation of the past. Vegapunk possesses remarkable intelligence, yet he has also harnessed a plethora of ancient kingdom technologies, which has enabled him to develop advanced technology that transcends 5 centuries. The colossal mechanical behemoths did not impede the warships. Moro and his companions landed on Egghead Island. He had visited numerous times before, each occasion marked by the departure of some scientific achievement or blueprint. You have arrived? Vegapunk, too, welcomed Moro to the uppermost level. There, Vegapunk, I had awaited for an extended period. I am nearing death. Do you have anything to say? On the other end of the phone was Dragon. This constituted a dialogue among 3 individuals. Vegapunk divulged various secrets, Yet Moro remained indifferent. He had long been aware. Much like the history of Onigashima, Flower City, and even the historical texts inscribed on the back of the elephant, he possessed all the necessary markers. Now, he merely needed to locate the missing piece from Fishman Island, as well as that from the world government. However, rather than aspiring to become the Pirate King, Moro preferred the title of Navy King. Rescuing Kuma's consciousness posed no dilemma. Yet the subsequent adversaries included CP0's Rob Lucci and an imitation of Kuma, the Seraphim. They would arrive here unassaulted, yet would advance without hindrance. My day of demise has arrived, Vegapunk lamented. If the world government were to orchestrate his death, escaping to any corner of the world would be futile, for he harbored knowledge of many secrets, and no method could evade such a cataclysmic strike. CP0, is it? Moro echoed, bemused. Rob Lucci's notoriety within CP0 was well known. Accompanying him was Stussy, the queen of Sweet City, conveniently to be dealt with as well. He rose and took the elevator, slowly making his way to the port. There, Akiji, Mamaturo, Yamato, Ein, and Bonnie had already surrounded the newly arrived Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci. Moro had awaited this moment for far too long. He was prepared to strike, and thus truly ascend to the pinnacle. I have come with a mission. There is intelligence confirming Vegapunk's betrayal of the world government. We shall erase him from existence. Rob Lucci, with hands in pockets, found himself at a loss. He could not combat this spectacle, yet he could intimidate with his title. As the head of CP0, his status was akin to that of an admiral at Navy headquarters, directly obeying the orders of the Gorosei. Nonsense. I see you are the one betraying the world government. Seizing the Seraphim, the Pacifista, the Steel Sea Beast, the Giant Mech, the modified humans, and the artificial devil fruits to fulfill your nefarious ambitions. Moro's string of accusations encompassed all he desired. A portion had already been acquired at Icefire Island, Thunder God Island, Wano, and Dressrosa. Admiral Moro, you cannot slander without basis. In terms of rank, I outrank you. Rob Lucci arrived under the orders of the Gorosei, and theoretically, this was indeed true. Rob Lucci betrays the world government, daring to assassinate Vegapunk. He must be eliminated. Moro struck first, and Rob Lucci's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Moro's audacity to act so openly. Yet, the punch was too swift, striking him from afar without warning. A mouthful of blood was expelled. Lucci appeared astonished. His observation hockey had completely failed to perceive Moro's movements, and Moro could even strike him from a distance, inflicting damage far beyond his capacity to endure. Cough, cough. Another spurt of black blood followed, accompanied by another distant punch. The shockwave compelled all CP0 members to expel black blood. In an instant, they all rolled their eyes back. Damn it, stop wasting my time. Moro's greatest aversion was being someone else's pawn. 5 minutes later, when all the Seraphim of Kuma and the original body converged, Vegapunk began to restore their memories. Malwo dialit Akainu stindimushi. Sakazuki, have you eaten? What is the matter? Akainu was perplexed as to why Moro would greet him without apparent reason. Please inform the Gorosei that Rob Lucci of CP0 has gone mad. He attempted to assassinate Vegapunk to seize the Seraphim and the Pacifista. I have eliminated them all. The statement left Akainu momentarily speechless. CP0 would certainly not report their operations to him, an admiral of the Navy. It could be said that above the Navy admiral lay the world military marshal, who answered to the Gorosei, and CP0 also directly obeyed the Gorosei. What have you done? CP0 was executing a mission. They lacked evidence to claim they were on a mission. Akainu was speechless, yet secretly pleased. 3 minutes later, upon learning of the incident, the Gorosei erupted in furious outcry. Has Moro lost his mind? Yet we did not forewarn him. Of course, he has no right to know. This is troublesome. The logic has closed in on itself. What shall we do? Should we consult Sama? The Gorosei found themselves at a loss for words, and the Den Mushi was promptly redirected to Moro. We are the Gorosei. A scam call. I'm still Akainu. Moro decisively hung up the Den Mushi. With Kuma's consciousness restored, he awakened. I have returned. Tyrant Kuma sat dazed in place. Surrounding him were the Seraphim crafted by the former warlords of the sea. Bonnie and Sabo embraced Kuma, tears brimming in their eyes. This scene was nothing extraordinary for Moro. His dialogue with Dragon and Vegapunk continued. 6 Vegapunks stood in unison, awaiting a resolution. Mr. Moro, on behalf of the GM Army, I await your good news. Dragon spoke into the Den Mushi. Indeed, Moro nodded. After my departure, I only hope that someone can inherit the secrets and technologies of the ancient kingdom, allowing all to lead better lives and achieve true peace. Vegapunk's complexion grew, increasingly pallid. That day is not far off. In Moro's embrace rested the original Vegapunk, who smiled until his breath ceased. Boom! At that moment, all 6 Vegapunk clones knelt on one knee. Kuma, Sabo, Bonnie, Momotaro, Ain, and Nick approached. While programming was being inputted, the Seraphim transitioned from responding to Tyrant Kuma to obeying Moro's every command. The Pacifista, Steel Sea Beast, and Mechanical Giant were receiving identical new instructions. With the commands executed, Weilai Wangwo would heed Moro as every command, awaiting the opportune moment. The 6 Vegapunks submitted, alongside Sabo and Tyrant Kuma's allegiance. Moro had not undertaken any grand endeavor, yet he had gained 2 formidable allies. I have one more matter to attend to. During this period, you must refuse any enemies and henceforth obey only my commands until the final war arrives. Having spoken, Moro then rose. This time, Sabo and Tyrant Kuma departed together. Bonnie, after bidding farewell to Kuma, boarded Moro's warship. The pirate world had descended into utter chaos. Only by following Moro could true change be realized. Half a day later, the warship reached the new Navy headquarters at unparalleled speed. During this time, the news of Vegapunk's demise also reached the Gorosei's ears. Did he die without an assassination attempt? Did we not allow CP0 to perish in vain? This Moro is indeed more of a hindrance than a help. The 5 elders felt a wave of dizziness from their anger. However, this brute is merely a fool devoid of any wisdom. Indeed, when compared to the big-picture thinker Akainu, Moro is nothing more than a madman who revels in combat. If he can be controlled in the future, the Navy can still be firmly grasped. The 5 elders exchanged knowing smiles. In their perspective, this harvest would require at most 2 to 3 decades to completely transform the pirate world into a prison for the celestial dragons. And what of Sakazuki? That fellow intends to seek out Moro for a challenge, to show him what it means to be outclassed. I take back my earlier words. Both of them are equally brainless. Challenge? That lad is at his peak. Even Kaido cannot match him. Is Sakazuki going to headbutt him? The 5 elders scoffed. Regardless, with Vegapunk dead, the future kingdom of Egghead Island will henceforth heed their commands. The Seraphim, Steel Sea Beasts, and Pacifistas are sufficient to suppress the pirates and navy at various stages. As for those admirals, once the 4 emperors are diminished, there will be no successors. By the time they grow old and die, everything will come to an end. By the way, what is Sabo? Has he yet to be found? After rescuing the body of Tyrant Kuma, he vanished completely. Lordum desires to locate him and eradicate that kingdom as well. Upon hearing the 5 elders, the atmosphere lightened considerably. At sea, the Navy, pirates, and GM forces can be said to stand in a tripartite balance. In truth, they merely exhaust one another. Only the world government remains the eternal sovereign. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The den mushi emitted a peculiar sound. This noise only occurs when Moro calls. The 5 elders, perplexed, answered the den mushi, instantly irked at the thought of this fool. The assassination of Vegapunk was a covert mission, which gave Moro a pretext to act. Furthermore, they did not expect Rob Lucci to succumb to Moro's fist. This fellow's strength truly dominates this era. A Navy superhero, obliterating several sea emperors. Moro must be allowed to live, even to maintain the facade of the world government. How troublesome. Fortunately, the 5 elders perceive Moro as a mere brute. If he were intentionally binding his achievements to the world government, that would indeed be a greater headache. Hello. The irate 5 elders answered the den mushi. Hello. 5 elders, this is Moro. Oh, no, it's 5 elders. I am Moro, and I too lament the situation with CP0. However, Vegapunk is dead, and he indeed deserved it. Yet, I have 2 proposals to rectify this matter. As Moro's voice emerged, the mood of the 5 elders improved. This fellow still possesses a sense of reverence. Moreover, he is contemplating solutions. Speak, what are your proposals? First, I shall replace Rob Lucci as the head of CP0. I will complete all tasks. Second, I find Sakazuki's behavior utterly unacceptable, now that the old 4 emperors are dead or injured. He has not taken action to seize the new world in one fell swoop. I propose that this Navy admiral also be put in my hands. The 5 elders fell into silence within the office. Historically, when has a Navy admiral sought to assume the role of CP0? You at least possess Conqueror's haki akin to Sengoku. Is this appropriate? Besides, Akainu has only been admiral for a mere 2 years, and you wish to usurp his position? Indeed, it is well known in the New World that Moro and Akainu are at odds. After all, both are powerful, each desiring to ascend to the admiral's throne. This scene certainly appears favorable to the 5 elders. Internal strife within the Navy is advantageous for them. Do not be foolish. Sakazuki has not yet retired. He is still young. Then I will force him into retirement. Go ask Sakazuki. Do not stir trouble. Let the matter of CP0 be erased in light of your past contributions. The five elders angrily hung up the phone. They then glanced at one another. He truly is a fool. The head of CP0, the Navy Admiral? What more does he desire? Let him cause a ruckus. It is best if the Navy also suffers wounds, resulting in mutual destruction with the pirates, after which they can harvest the GM forces. The chaos of the 8 nations must be resolved. After hearing Moro's words, the 5 elders felt relieved. In their eyes, a brute, no matter how strong, cannot achieve anything significant and will merely serve as their tool. If Moro were to win, let it become the Navy Admiral. Subsequently, he could be dispatched to resolve the turmoil of the 8 nations and engage in battle with the GM forces. Thus, all 3 powers shall collapse. Thereafter, the Seraphim and Pacifistas can sweep the seas. At the new Marine headquarters, Moro finally descended from the warship after ending the call. Foolish? Let the 5 elders think of him as a brute. In this pivotal moment, as he stands at the peak, every step must allow the 5 elders and M to lower their guard. Thus, let this fool take the first step, to become the Navy Admiral. Near the port, Sakazuki had long awaited with a serious expression directed at Moro. He was prepared for this battle. Kizaru stood in the middle, essentially serving as the referee for the 2 elite vice admirals, including the candidate Admiral Greenbull, were also present. Fujitora and Tsuru had returned after completing their missions. They were unaware of why Moro sought to challenge Sakazuki. In reality, this battle was an unspoken understanding between Moro and Sakazuki. They aimed to elevate Moro to the pinnacle of this world. Seemingly at odds, one at the entrance of the new world and the other at its end, they were, in fact, the 2 who understood each other best. This battle would serve as their greeting and transition. At that time, Moro would delegate the management of the scientific forces to Sakazuki and Kizaru. Meanwhile, he would occupy the chair, becoming a blade in the eyes of the 5 elders, a combat machine devoid of emotion. The next step, to subdue the GM forces, was also part of his plan with Dragon. This would serve as the opportunity for him to ascend to the position of World Military Marshal. At that time, Moro would consolidate all forces in this world, declaring war on the 5 elders, the Celestial Dragons, and M. Therefore, it was the 5 elders who were deluded. Young man, do you wish to become the new Navy Admiral? Then you must prove your worth through your strength. Sakazuki stepped forward, and the intense heat generated a wave of scorching air, molten magma, flowing as the temperature surged dramatically. Dark Dog, with a decisive strike, he unleashed a lethal technique. Moro stood firm, his 3-colored haki converging upon his fist, meeting Sakazuki head-on. Iron Fist. Boom! Their fists collided, generating a shockwave that forced many to shield themselves with their hands. This battle had ultimately ignited. To Fujitora, Moro's youth and fervor, coupled with his intolerance for any evil, indicated that such a person would inevitably aspire to occupy that chair to confront the seas. Indeed, since the Pinnacle War ended, Moro had achieved results previously deemed impossible over the past 2 decades, leaving only red-haired Shanks among the old 4 emperors. The red-haired pirates have nearly vanished without a trace. In such circumstances, although numerous tasks abound across various regions, appearing vibrant and vigorous, in truth, Sakazuki has refrained from launching a full-scale extermination of pirates. His aim is to rejuvenate the Navy. However, to Moro, this seems to be a missed opportunity. All of this is derived from Fujitora's conjecture. This individual harbors grand ambitions, yet his aspirations are solely directed towards eliminating the pirates of the New World. Green Bull once idolized Sakazuki, and he continues to do so. Yet, Moro's sense of justice is indisputable. Under these circumstances, it increasingly resembles a blade. Since stepping into the New World, he has engaged in battles against pirates, earning recognition as a representative of the new era of the Navy. What? Has Sakazuki lost his advantage? Kizaru observes everything keenly. Moro's fist can withstand even the mightiest of blows. This is the most formidable natural type devil fruit, the magma fruit, and yet it appears utterly ineffective before Moro. Sakazuki. The forthcoming era shall be known as Moro's. With a thunderous impact, Moro struck Sakazuki in the abdomen, of course tempering his strength. Otherwise, a full-force blow would have certainly left a gaping hole. Sakazuki spat out a mouthful of black blood, kneeling on one knee before Moro. The first punch was Sakazuki's full-force attack, yet Moro effortlessly blocked it. The second punch, intended to unleash full power, was suppressed by Moriwa, resulting in a decisive defeat. Is this the extent of Moriwa's power? No wonder he can overpower the four emperors in every respect. In reality, Moriwa's attack was akin to 1.5 punches at full strength. This 1.5 punches naturally consumed 2.5% of his stamina. This indicates that, at his peak, Moriwa could annihilate all the emperors of the sea. Even the likes of Akainu and Red-Haired are formidable foes capable of withstanding a single blow. Kaido, with his tenacious vitality, could also be dealt with. How infuriating! I will never serve under you. Sakazuki, ever the actor, lifted his head and glared menacingly at Moriwa. Kizaru, of course, Sakazuki, I too shall depart. It is time for retirement. Kizaru responded to Akainu. The two silently agreed to leave the Navy headquarters. Among the generals, after the battle at Icefire Island, only Akiji had left. Now both Akainu and Kizaru were departing? Wouldn't that lead to chaos? Impossible. Moriwa turned to face the two. Should you wish to defect from the Navy, you must die. Moriwa displayed his exceptional acting skills. I will take command of the scientific division, but I will never heed your orders, Akainu stated as he slowly departed with Kizaru's assistance. The onlookers watched this historically powerful admiral leave. Soon, this title would be claimed by Moriwa, who could have anticipated that Akainu, after only 2 years of dominance in the New World, would be replaced by Moriwa. Do as you wish. With Vegapunk's demise, I shan't even glance his way, Moriwa disdainfully remarked. Arrogantly, Moriwa had already considered himself the new admiral of the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, Akainu and Kizaru's departure also saw them succeed Vegapunk as heads of the scientific division, providing some comfort to many. Moriwa joined the Navy at the age of 15, was promoted to admiral at 16, and became the admiral of the Navy headquarters at 17, a pace unparalleled in history. You have defeated me, but can your justice prevail? Sakazuki questioned, an unspoken understanding lingering between him and Moriwa. I have never lost. Moriwa's response was remarkably straightforward. Quietly, Moriwa wounded Akainu, usurping his position. What appeared to be a discord between two generations of naval powerhouses was, in fact, a seamless transition of tasks orchestrated by Akainu and Moriwa in unison. On the Red Soil continent, in Mariehua, the five elders reacted with delight upon hearing the news. Excellent. With Vegapunk's death and the dissolution of CP0, we are currently short-staffed. Entrusting Akainu and Kizaru with command brings us peace of mind. One is a fool, and the other obedient. They are indeed formidable tools. Yet, the finest weapon remains Moriwa. Let it be appointed as the new admiral of the Navy, made public. The five elders nodded in satisfaction. In their eyes, this fool Moriwa is destined to be utilized until his last value is expended. Far away in the New World, Sengoku, enjoying tea with Garp, took a newspaper from Tsuru and burst into laughter, exclaiming, I support Moriwa as the new admiral of the Navy. Ha ha, this lad is truly remarkable. Sakazuki will surely be frustrated for days. Garp slammed the table in laughter, while Tsuru gazed at them as though they were fools. 3 days later, a momentous announcement reverberated throughout the world. Akainu and Kizaru have stepped down to secondary positions, stationed at the future kingdom. Moriwa has ascended as the new admiral of the Navy, appointing Akiji, Fujitora, and Greenbull to the ranks of admirals. This era has truly been renamed after Moriwa. What? That Moriwa defeated even Sakazuki? Has he truly become the strongest in the world? How infuriating. This fellow is merely a weapon, utterly oblivious to it. Ha ha ha, splendid. In such an era, challenges become intriguing. There is both joy and derision. Many have long become accustomed to the name Moriwa. On an island in the New World, Kobe decisively snapped an enemy's neck, intentionally mirroring Moriwa's ruthless demeanor. Balumeb, in the blink of an eye, Moriwa has become the admiral of the Navy. I'm still far from the rank of admiral, he remarked as he approached the pirate crew that had just been slaughtering a village. 3 minutes later, all pirates were annihilated. Moriwa's emergence has already transformed countless lives. A week later, Moriwa had transformed the future kingdom, Fishman Island, Icefire Island, Zo Kingdom, Wano Country, Orange Soda Island, Dressrosa, and the Navy headquarters into his own naval bases. His influence extended like a powerful thread, instilling immense intimidation. Simultaneously, his subordinates also completed their integration. On the surface were Akiji, Fujitora, Greenbull, Shavante, and Peach Rabbit, elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, alongside various bases across the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. Additionally, hidden within the future kingdom were Akainu and Kizaru, Half-retired were Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru. The Navy's power is indeed colossal, warranting the title of the world's strongest. His personal strength is equally formidable. Yamato, Bonnie, Ein, Binz, all the Navy supernovas of the past 2 years, along with the Shuradoji of Wano, Denjuro, Komatsu, the Cat Viper of Zou, and Inuyasha. Jinbe, the Fishman Island Sea Knight, the Seraphim of the Future Kingdom, 6 Vegapunks, and the ancient weapons, Pluton and Poseidon. Finally, his hand is filled with cards, yet it still feels insufficient. He must confront the entire world. As Moroa completed his preparations, an order from the 5 elders emerged to quell the recent rebellion of 8 nations instigated by the GM army. No problem. After this, I will defeat Dragon. I will ensure the GM army vanishes completely. Moroa declared resolutely to the transponder snail. Very well. We await your news, Admiral Moroa. After hanging up, the 5 elders could not help but burst into laughter. After this battle, the Navy will once again face a significant diminishment of its combat capabilities. By the time the Dragon and the new world of pirates are eradicated, the Navy will suffer a substantial weakening. This foolishness, however, aligns perfectly with my intentions. In contrast, Sengoku has been overly cautious, and Akainu tends to consider the bigger picture. Only Moro, this fool, acts with reckless abandon. He may genuinely believe he is enforcing justice, yet he remains oblivious to the fact that in this world, only balance is the eternal truth. The 5 elders are increasingly pleased. The chaos of the 8 nations is bound to entail various complications. At sea, Moro has already set foot on one of the kingdoms, the Lualuxia Kingdom. 10 warships appeared at once, and the GM forces, alongside the rebellious army of this kingdom, found themselves facing a formidable enemy they had not anticipated, the new admiral of the Navy. Akiji mobilized these men. Moro only revealed 2/3 of his naval forces, as 1/3 had been relocated to the seemingly inhospitable ice and fire island, Latian Island. Those 2 islands had long since utilized Vegapunk's technology to construct secret underground bases. Subsequently, Moro will declare that this 1/3 of naval personnel perished during the expedition. As Akiji stepped forward, the area transformed into a glacier, allowing for the relocation of those frozen individuals. Similarly, Moro viewed the GM forces as recoverable resources. After defrosting, they could be dispatched to Wano and other locations. He would inform the higher-ups that the king of the Lualuxia Kingdom perished in this battle and that he would assume the mantle of the new king. Moro shattered the ice sculpture of the royal family and appointed the young leader aligned with the GM forces as the new ruler. The latter stood dumbfounded, still trying to comprehend the events that had transpired. Do not speak. Go inquire with Dragon. Moro dismissed his look of shock and fear. Before long, the rebellion in the Lualuxia Kingdom was quashed, and intelligence regarding the Navy losing 1/3 of its strength reached the ears of the 5 elders. Numerous corpses of royalty and nobles were disguised as Navy personnel and GM forces. Good. Reinforce the troops and let Moro continue his endeavors. The 5 elders rejoiced. They had initially contemplated taking action themselves, but then came Moro, this fool. Truly a fine weapon, albeit one that prefers to cleave stone. 1 month later, only 1 kingdom remained in the 8 nations' turmoil. Moro and his forces landed, suffering losses of 2/3 of their initial strength, while the GM forces were once again obliterated. The 5 elders were ecstatic, and at the same time, shocking news reverberated throughout the new world. The leader of the GM forces, Dragon, has declared war on Moro. Moreover, Moro announced he had discovered the hidden base of the GM forces in the new world, the White Earth Island, Baldigo. The leader Dragon, Chief of Staff Sabo, Ivankov, and the heads of the 4 major bases would convene to utterly crush the heavily weakened Navy. Indeed, in the eyes of the world, Moro, who continuously suppressed the chaos of the 8 nations and ultimately restored order, has undeniably established formidable authority for the Navy, concurrently diminishing the morale of the GM forces. However, this has also led to a severe visible depletion of the Navy's strength following the peak battles of the 8 nations' turmoil. If another confrontation arises, the Navy may revert to the dire state it faced 2 years prior to the onset of the Paramount War, incapable of piercing the new world as a sharp blade. In an instant, everyone expressed skepticism regarding Moro's decision. If he triumphs, the pirates will become brazen once more. If he fails, their arrogance will only intensify. Moreover, as the Admiral of the Navy, why engage the GM forces instead of dealing with the pirates? This reasoning is utterly perplexing. Nonetheless, News of Moro's status as a blade in the hands of the five elders spread rapidly. Many formidable pirates and powerful figures within the Navy lamented Moro's fate. It was a rare opportunity for a Navy strongman with the potential to end the era of great pirates. Yet he was exploited due to his youth. In response, the five elders became even more delighted. A final showdown? No. After this, he must still contend with the pirates of the New World and fulfill his ultimate role. Given the Navy's extensive losses, can they truly defeat Dragon? There is no need for concern. If it comes to a decisive battle, it will hinge on the mightiest combatants. Moro will not falter, for he is akin to the peak of Whitebeard and Roger. Indeed, yet this war could leave him injured. No matter how formidable one's personal strength, it cannot withstand the wear of attrition and overwhelming numbers. That would be ideal. Let us hope he can vanquish Dragon and simultaneously resolve the pirate issue in the New World. In Mariewa, an atmosphere of jubilation prevails. Had Sengoku and Garp wielded their blades effectively back in the day, following Roger's demise and the Lioness retreat, with only Whitebeard remaining amidst the rise of numerous contenders, it might have truly been feasible to eradicate all. Now, I find it hard to believe in balance. Perhaps the best course of action would be the complete eradication of the Navy, pirates, and GM forces, followed by the reformation of a merciless legion of pacifists, the Seraphim. Humanity ultimately possesses emotions. Machines prove far more efficient. The five elders seem to forget that they too are human. In the New World, aboard the drifting Thousand Sunny, the Straw Hat crew has just emerged from a confrontation with the Wangua and, after narrowly escaping, found themselves embroiled in the battle between Law and Kid. Shortly after the fight concluded, they seized the opportunity presented by the Eight Nations turmoil to infiltrate Zou and acquire the historical texts. Now, with 3 fragments of the historical texts in hand, the ambitious Straw Hat pirates are heading toward the giant kingdom, Elbaf. Then a newspaper surfaced. Luffy, your father Dragon is set to duel with the new Admiral Moro. Nanny, will Sabo participate as well? Luffy, during his recent adventures, has learned that Ace and Sabo are both alive and has encountered each of them during battles. Of course, but the odds are low. Moro is a complete monster, and they currently boast powerful pacifists and Seraphim. Nami expressed her concerns. Sabo will surely prevail. Luffy grinned, unwavering in his faith in Sabo's strength. However, he remains unaware that Moro is even stronger now. Let us set sail, crew. To Elbaf. The Straw Hat crew quietly unveils the true historical narrative amid the tumultuous sea. Before the blank history is revealed, Moro will consolidate the forces of pirates, the Navy, and GM forces. The countdown to the final confrontation has begun. On White Earth Island, the GM forces have already amassed countless strengths. They are prepared to engage the Navy in a life-and-death struggle. Originally, this should have been a conflict between pirates and the Navy. However, the moment the five elders assumed they could use Moro as a weapon, the onset of war was inevitable. Dragon, why declare war on Moro? Such a course of action will only lead to mutual destruction, Ivankov questioned. He could not comprehend the significance of Dragon's actions. Does mutual annihilation truly serve any purpose? To him, Moro is certainly not a villain. He is, in fact, a rare good person among the Navy. Ivankov, trust in Dragon. Kuma understands the origins of this situation, having revived on Egghead Island. However, the implications are too vast. No one else can know. He only knows that after this battle, the GM forces will temporarily vanish from history. When they re-emerge, it will irrevocably alter this world. Xiong, ever since you returned to normal, you have become increasingly taciturn. Is there something amiss with your mind? Ivanov exclaimed in anger. Rest assured, everything will naturally fall into place. Sabo signaled with his gaze that Ivanov must not act on impulse at this moment. Nanny? Ivanov, feeling helpless, attempted to decipher the meaning behind that look. One by one, the officials of the GM army arrived. X-33 Ekim, the formidable FruitUser, was responsible for the stunning beauty Beatty of the EC, the giant race's ability user, who created the existence of Impel Down's 55th layer, was Mori, one of the only 2 giants hailing from the West Sea and a comrade of Ivanov. From the South Sea came Lindbergh, a technological genius suspected to belong to the Fur tribe. From the North Sea came Crow, a reticent individual who often forgets his past abilities. Each of them commanded a second-in-command, along with numerous officials and subordinates, overseeing different kingdoms and factions. Ivanov, alongside the Chop Chop FruitUser Lightning, was responsible for the Grand Line. As for the New World, it served as the headquarters of the GM army. Long, Sabo Bear, and Kila had long been stationed there. They possessed the true power to stand against the world government. This was also why Long was deemed the most notorious villain in existence. The Grand Line was a paradise for pirates, while the New World was their grave. Whether it was the four emperors, the main force of the GM army, or the Navy headquarters, all stood firm in this place. Being born here inherently signified a hellish level of difficulty. Is war about to commence? I truly wish to meet the new Fleet Admiral of the Navy. This is the strongest in the New World. Only by battling him can one truly comprehend their own strength. Everyone cheered, as they believed that to truly rid the world of the celestial dragons, such a battle was inevitable. It was not only us. The sea was also seeking answers from us. Long and Sabo exchanged glances, rising from the conference table to head towards the port. War is about to begin. This declaration silenced all laughter and chatter as they turned their attention to the imposing naval warships on the sea. Under the pretense of maintaining order, Moro commanded Fujitora, Green Bull, and others to guard various bases and headquarters. He personally arrived alongside Akiji and Peach Rabbit. The five elders were certainly involved as well. For after defeating the GM army, they would promptly send Moro to deal with the newly risen sea pirates, exhausting the Navy's last vestiges of strength. Moro welcomed this opportunity. As war approached, the communication via Din Mushi inevitably faced some issues. Stepping onto the deck, Moro unleashed the full force of his conqueror's haki, instantly knocking out several hidden sailors and officers aboard the warship. His Kinbunchika haki had already sensed that something was amiss with these individuals. Previously, when suppressing the Eight Nations Rebellion, CP0 had not yet infiltrated, but this time with Long, the five elders could no longer restrain themselves. Indeed, in their eyes, the Navy was merely a tool for the celestial dragons, a tool that could be easily replaced and doubted. This time, only 1/5 of their forces could be deployed. Moro's report was significant as he stated that the Navy's losses amounted to 4/5. Although the New World still had bases and stationed soldiers, this figure was enough to bring delight to the five elders. With only the remaining strength, they could once again eliminate the great pirates of the New World. Consequently, the five elders would have the pacifistas and the seraphim suppress the New World, replacing the original role of the Navy. Thus, the history of this era would be obliterated, ultimately becoming a prison for the celestial dragons. Understood. The others complied with Moro's orders and immediately began to make arrangements. They commenced landing, forming a siege, with Moro taking the lead. Moro leapt forward, casting aside his cloak. This was indeed the moment of their true meeting, Mr. Moro. Long's conqueror's haki erupted at that instant. Boom! The forces of the two tore a gaping hole in the sky. The sea trembled as powerful figures from the GM army gathered around. Simultaneously, the red-haired pirate crew made their appearance. Long time no see, Moro. Red-haired Shanks appeared beside Long. It seems that the old fourth emperor will soon vanish from history. Moro chuckled. Not necessarily. Boom! Red-haired Shanks and Long's conqueror's haki surged towards Moro. Countless individuals surged forward. In the face of overwhelming power, you stand no chance of victory. However, I am in a good mood today and can afford to use techniques I'm not proficient in. Moro wielded swords in both hands. Bang! The red-haired pirate crew's Ben Beckman and various officers, including Shanks himself, along with the GM Army's dragon, Sabo, Bear, Ivanov, and the four Navy commanders, all struck out together. Whoosh! The clash of blades and swords ensued. Although Moro's mastery of swordsmanship was far inferior to his physical combat prowess, he had no other choice. Without this, the war would conclude within 2 hours at most, leaving him with no way to report back to the five elders about his heavy losses. Your swordsmanship is commendable. In comparison to Shanks, it was evident that Moro could not rival Mihawk or Shanks in swordsmanship. However, with his foundation in physical combat, he managed to handle himself with ease. His swordsmanship was at least to the great swordsman level, combined with haki and speed, naturally allowing him to perform adeptly. Everyone, have you decided where to vacation? Thunder God Island undoubtedly hears thunder all day long. It must be hard to sleep there. Red-haired Shanks expressed his concern. Ice and Fire Island's climate is unsuitable for human habitation. Long also offered his suggestion. I say we should go to Soda Island, or perhaps the land of Wano. Sabo found this idea quite agreeable. Nanny, why not go to Zo Kingdom? I've wanted to visit there for a long time. Fishman Island is also nice. I could play chess with Jinbei. This group of individuals, seemingly embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, had actually devised their retreat plans amidst their exchanges. I had many misunderstandings in the past, Moro. Shanks swung his sword horizontally. I can only say that balance is absolutely not the future of the sea. especially since this era has long since denied me the opportunity for balance. You should understand this, given your position. Moro swung his sword, repelling everyone. In an instant, he drew 2 revolvers, challenging Jesus Burgess and Beckman in marksmanship. The battle persisted until 1 day and night later. Moro had relentlessly elevated both his gunplay and swordsmanship to a divine level, equivalent to the fusion of physical combat. Only then could he relent. Thank you, everyone. Shanks stood to the side, breathing heavily. He had not anticipated that Moro's swordsmanship would improve so rapidly during battle. In the blink of an eye, it reached the divine level. Truly a monster. Jesus Burgess and Beckman were at a loss. Who would have thought that their skills would be entirely learned by Moro in combat? Fortunately, this fellow is not truly a land dweller. It should come to an end. Long remarked from his side. A glance at White Earth Island revealed it had already become a wasteland. Countless individuals, presumed to be Navy soldiers and GM Army personnel, were frozen into ice sculptures or had lost consciousness. The CP-0 members hidden aboard Moro's warship finally regained consciousness. They staggered onto the island, swiftly broadcasting the scene to the 5 elders. At the same time, they were astonished into silence. In the office of the 5 elders, they had been waiting for an eternity, enduring the torment of a day and night. Strangely, there had been no news from the CP-0 agents sent to infiltrate alongside Moro. It seemed improbable that they could have all perished so swiftly. At last, the information from the Den Den Mushi and its projections emerged, with visuals and sound perfectly synchronized. The tragic scene revealed a landscape strewn with corpses and ice sculptures. The Navy had only a few, including Akiji, still standing. In stark contrast, the GM forces were reduced to a mere handful, including Dragon and Sabo. Upon witnessing this, the 5 elders undoubtedly felt a sense of relief. Everything aligned with their expectations. Suddenly, several figures captured their attention. Red-haired Shanks? This group had vanished after the pinnacle of war, only to reveal an alliance with Dragon. The 5 elders, incensed, remarked of, "What an unexpected delight. After this battle, Moro would surely be wounded, and the powers of the 4th Emperor and Dragon would be annihilated, allowing the remaining Navy to quell the turmoil of the New World and completely bury this era." Shanks had ultimately revealed his ambitions. It was indeed a brutal affair. Marking their misfortune, the 5 elders rejoiced. In their eyes, everyone deserved death. Boom! In the footage, Dragon, Shanks, and Moro unleashed their conqueror's haki once more. "Your ambitions are too grand. You should be the next king of the world." Dragon exerted all his strength, his conqueror's haki obliterating everything. "I am the king of the Navy." Moro's conqueror's haki surpassed the rest. Observing the live broadcast, the 5 elders could not help but comment once more. "King of the world? Moro will only meet his end after clearing the New World's pirates. He is merely a brute who knows nothing but combat, unfit for the grand stage." In comparison, the true threat remained Dragon. Yet, even he could not rival the brute's strength, akin to Whitebeard too, lacking intellect but possessing considerable power. The 5 elders arrogantly critiqued. Boom! The conqueror's haki of red-haired Shanks erupted, a powerful aura engulfing all, obscuring visibility in every direction. Black lightning and storms simultaneously erupted. As Shanks and Dragon joined forces, a blood-red storm emerged in the heavens, mingled with black lightning. Moro advanced with the speed of 1,000 steps, his conqueror's haki resembling a surging sea of blood, capable of annihilating everything in its path. The once formidable duo coughed up blood simultaneously. Clutching his chest, Shanks proclaimed, "Your conqueror's haki, I would call the strongest. Of course, for I am the king of the Navy, standing alongside you pirate kings." Moro declared his pivotal line. Bam! All fell to the ground. From the perspective of the 5 elders in the live broadcast, Moro's life chain transformed into myriad azure serpents, all soaring forth. The king of the Navy? Let him have that title. Just a fool. At least he provides some amusement before death. Yet, it seemed this move would leave no corpses behind. It was truly regrettable not to have the opportunity to trample Dragon's body. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed once more in the office of the 5 elders. Suddenly, Moro turned his head. At that moment, the 5 elders felt a lump in their throats, sensing that Moro appeared to be gazing directly at them, causing trepidation within their hearts. There was an undercover pirate. Was it Morgan's people? Moro feigned ignorance, calling out to the CP-0 agents assigned by the 5 elders, despite having previously rendered them unconscious. Dare to act recklessly before me? Without hesitation, Moro's life chain ensnared the CP0 agents, siphoning away their vitality. Soon, the Din Din Mushi ceased its broadcast. This fool, brainless, and has killed CP0. It drives me mad. If only he were a pirate, I would relish the chance to slay him. The five elders were left with throbbing headaches, having not anticipated that joy would arrive swiftly only to depart just as quickly. The following day, Moro returned to the court, with the new world awaiting his verdict. 3 days later, news resonated throughout the world. The GM forces were obliterated. Moro commanded the Navy to seize all territories previously belonging to the GM forces, including the turmoil of the 8 nations and the kingdom of the demi-humans. The red-haired pirates were annihilated, and the news of Dragon's demise left countless in mourning. The era of the old 4 emperors had come to a definitive close, with the GM forces vanishing into history. Moro ascended to greatness, hailed by the world as the king of the Navy. The populace deemed him the harbinger of peace, and many viewed him as a hero. Across the globe, individuals joined the Navy, determined to bring the pirates to justice. Meanwhile, the new 4 emperor, the Clown Buggy, proclaimed a bounty on Navy. Fire Fist Ace declared war on Moro, seeking vengeance for Sabo. The most notorious supernovas gathered in the giant kingdom of Elbaf. Straw Hat Luffy acquired 4 historical road signs and met with the supernovas in Clown Buggy. Fire Fist Ace made his appearance, forming the Straw Hat Alliance. The new pirates of the world were established, with Katakuri joining the Straw Hat Alliance. On Hive Island, the king of the Navy, Moro, Moonlight Moria cast the newspaper onto the ground. This fellow indeed possessed the strength, comparable to that of the Pirate King, Roger, in terms of his impact on the world. Crocodile glanced around. Among those of his era, only Moonlight Moria, Clown Buggy, and Mihawk remained. One unfortunate fate. Shanks. Buggy could hardly believe that red-haired Shanks had perished in this conflict. He fought against the evils of this world. Mihawk's expression was grave, deep within. He harbored a flicker of profound hatred. In the Grand Hall, various figures gathered. Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy sat together. Sabo would absolutely not perish. He would not. In this world, they were the only ones still clinging to hope, while also preparing for a fight to the death. In a corner, Katakuri remained silent, for no one understood better than him that in this sea, no one could stand against Moro alone. Even the formidable red-haired pirates and the GM forces from around the world could only engage Moro for a day and night. Thus, they had to unite. It truly dampened one's spirits. Kid lounged in a chair, displaying disdain. Having lost, the world could potentially revert to the era of Nolan hundreds of years ago. Locke calmly stated, Hive Island had reverted overnight to the era of rocks over 30 years ago, a time of formidable power. All of this was due to Moro. He alone dominated the world. On the Red Soil continent, in Mariehua, Moro stepped into the office of the 5 elders alone. There, another aged figure awaited him, the marshal of the world government. Theoretically, he presided over Impel Down, the Navy headquarters, and Judicial Island CP9. The 6 individuals had long awaited Moro's arrival. Steelbone Kong regarded Moro with pride, yet a hint of sorrow lingered. His happiness for Moro was genuine, but he also understood that this meant they had irrevocably lost the chance for a comeback. What a foolish child, being used as a mere tool. This should be our first genuine encounter. I am called Maluo. Understood? Please take a seat, the Wuluoxing remarked. They suppressed their inner fury. The blade had yet to be wielded to its fullest potential, and thus it remained valuable. Maluo did not sit down. Instead, he stood upright and declared, I have come not for respite. I intend to succeed Marshal Gangukong and become the Marshal of the World Army. Upon hearing this, Gangukong had anticipated the declaration, which only heightened his concern for Maluo. The Wuluoxing feigned ignorance, fully aware that this scheme was of their own design. Is that so? Do you comprehend what it means to be the Marshal of the World Army? I shall eradicate all pirates. Maluo proclaimed resolutely. Is that so? You must also be aware of the incident at Shunji Dao and the Rokus pirates. Huanchao Island is now more perilous than ever. I shall exert all my strength. Maluo was ablaze with fervor. Indeed, the Wuluoxing needed precisely this attitude from him. Truly, he is a brute who knows only how to use his fists. The ocean is vast. You had best be prepared to perish alongside everyone else. Should you succeed in obliterating the 4 emperors and annihilating the GM forces, your contributions would indeed qualify you to become the Marshal of the World Army. Moreover, Gangukong has grown old. It is time for him to retire, a notion he shares. The Wuluoxing, with their grizzled beards, spoke of Gangukong, a statement they themselves found hard to believe. Gangukong nodded. It was indeed time for him to step away from the stage, retreating into the shadows like Kapu. Regrettably, he was compelled to do so. Is that so? That is splendid, Maluo said, scratching his head. May I become the king of the navy? Let us bring an end to the era of the pirate king. As expected, the Wuloxing mused. Maluo's intellect seems quite limited. We are not pirates. How could we possibly use such a title? Yet, Morgan's newspaper has indeed referred to you as the king of the navy. From this day forth, you are the marshal of the world army. The news of your appointment will soon be made public. Familiarize yourself with your duties and the forces under your command as soon as possible. We aspire to restore peace to the world swiftly. For 20 years, the chaos wrought by Roji has inflicted despair upon countless souls. Do you understand? The Wuloxing continued. Maluo nodded. I shall incinerate all pirates in the new world until nothing remains. Maluo slammed his fist onto the table. Crack! The precious table shattered instantly. I apologize. The thought of those vile pirates ignites my fury, Maluo said apologetically. It is of no concern. You are still young, and such passion is natural. The world needs you. You are destined to be the strongest marshal of the world army in history. Go forth and enact your justice. The Wuloxing finally displayed a hint of a smile. Deep down, they were displeased with Maluo's act of smashing the table. Yet the more he behaved in such a manner, the more foolish he appeared, which was simply perfect. Understood. Maluo turned to leave, followed by Gangukong. By the way, what does your justice entail? Inquired the bald-headed, hook-bearded Wuloxing. Supreme justice. Maluo replied cheerfully. Go forth and let your supreme justice resonate throughout the world. The Wuloxing secretly rejoiced. Soon enough, your so-called justice shall be no more. Lacking strategy and relying solely on brute strength, you are ultimately a fool. Since ancient times, it has been said that when the cunning rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked. When the birds are gone, the fine bough is concealed. Upon exiting the grand hall, Maluo wore a persistent smile, his ears lightly quivering. It was only when he boarded the vessel bound for the Marine headquarters beneath the Red Line that Gangukong finally spoke. Foolish child, one must proceed with utmost caution. This world is not as simple as it appears. In that moment, Gangukong seemed to age decades. Of course, I shall uphold my own justice. Maluo turned his head, his earlier jovial expression replaced by solemnity. Supreme justice, which supersedes all, including the Wuloxing. Those ambiguous words altered Gangukong's expression. Upon arriving at the new Marine headquarters, Gangukong gazed at Maluo's seemingly naive silhouette, a shock reverberating within him. If the Wuloxing occupy the third tier of this world, then Gangukong resides on the second. Thus, Maluo exists on the 15,000th tier. This is true concealment, an unrefined brilliance. Gangukong murmured to himself, unaware of the hardships Maluo had endured to achieve his current stature. However, he understood that this young man had been treading this path from the very beginning. The Marine Admiral, the Marine Marshal, and ultimately the Marshal of the World Army are merely stepping stones in his life. Will you be able to uphold the position bestowed upon you? He could not help but call out to Maluo. Uphold? Why must I uphold? What I seek is to forge ahead without hesitation. Maluo turned around, a moment later, his serious demeanor transforming into laughter. Gangukong stood still, unable to suppress his mirth. He finally understood why Sengoku and Kapu supported Maluo, why Zifa chose to battle him in his final moments, and why Akiji chose to serve under him while Akainu, who espouses absolute justice, chose to resign after a mere 2 years. All of this had long been predetermined. In this vast world, there are still those engaged in a game of chess. All beings are but pawns, while only Maluo plays against an existence unbeknownst to him. Supreme justice, what a splendid notion. It seems I am indeed growing old. Perhaps it is time to have tea with Kapu and Sengoku. Gangukong exited the Marine headquarters, his mood inexplicably lifted. Maluo arrived at the former office of the Marine Marshal. He looked at Akiji and asked, "Are you ready to take on my mess? The way you say it, it seems as if you were the senior here." Akiji exhaled a puff of cold air and then inquired, "Did you succeed?" Maluo remained silent, merely nodding with a sense of relief. By the way, Maluo yawned. I sensed over a dozen repugnant auras in Maligieo, to be precise, 19. The elites of the Tenryubito? Akiji understood that the Tenryubito not only had their fearless guards, but also possessed formidable elites. Most of the 19 Tenryubito were inept. However, among them were a few haughty individuals, the true elites, possessing unparalleled strength. One could see this from Doflamingo. The elites of the Tenryubito ought to possess the qualities of a king, unmatched in power. Yes, although the Tenryubito despise the devil fruits, I still sense some familiar auras among them. The vibrations of the Gura no Mi and the Kuro no Mi cannot truly be concealed before me. Maluos Ken Bunchika Haki enables him to perceive various auras and dangers. The hostility from these individuals allowed him to detect them instantly, while his Kinbunchiku and Haushika Haki rendered him undetectable to them. They must be preparing a grand funeral for me. Maluo reclined with a smug smile. Are you not afraid? Akiji glanced outside, his expression grave. Though there may be millions in opposition, I shall proceed regardless. The following day, Akiji ascended to the position of the new Marine Marshal. The new trio of admirals, Fujitora, Ryakuju, and one still missing. Most astonishingly, Voat Log has been further promoted to the rank of Grand Marshal of the World Army, overseeing the Navy headquarters, Impel Down, and Judiciary Island. Concurrently, fresh news has emerged. In order to fill the vacancies, the Navy will initiate a new global conscription. It is indeed a moment of resurgence. However, prior to the commencement of this global enlistment, there remains much for Wooloa to accomplish. He has now become somewhat of a figurehead, as the Navy is under the command of Chingdur Kazan, while the scientific division is managed by Akinu. His primary focus is to swiftly harness his additional powers. As the Grand Marshal of the World Army, he commands the CP-9 stationed at Judiciary Island, as well as the prison forces of Impel Down. Setting sail for Judiciary Island, Tho boarded the vessel accompanied only by a select group of his subordinates, Tama, Daha, Yamato, Anin, An, Boni, Bani, Ruha, Hiri, and the adorable Xiaoyu, Koyoki. Meanwhile, Shinba, Jinbei, and Shangfeng, Shichibukai, are tasked with safeguarding the Navy base. Moolua's influence now dominates the New World, the Grand Line, and the Four Seas, having taken control of all territories previously held by the GM forces. Officially, these regions are under the jurisdiction of the world government. However, 1/3 has been designated as Navy bases, another third deemed unsuitable for human habitation, and the final third has been taken over by the remnants of the royal and noble families, now under the command of Olo's subordinates. Yet, the time for open confrontation has not yet arrived. The Celestial Dragon's guards, the formidable weapons in the possession of Imu, the elite nature of the Celestial Dragons themselves, and the power of the five elders all possess the capability to obliterate the world. If not, how could Joy Boy have faced defeat? The Grand Line is regarded as a haven for pirates, while Judiciary Island, forming a triangular stronghold with Marine Ford and Impel Down, is deemed an impregnable fortress. However, this reputation has long become a mere facade. Following the incident at Judiciary Island instigated by the Straw Hat Pirates 2 years ago, a new cohort of CP-9 has emerged. But their influence has waned significantly. As the Grand Marshal of the World Army, it is only natural that Vo'Lo has taken charge of these individuals. The leader of CP-9 is a youthful boy, accompanied by 8 other members and 5 additional recruits, all gathered around holding him in high esteem for his legendary exploits. They unanimously believe that as long as Vo'Lo draws breath, peace shall prevail in this world. The new members of CP-9, having undergone inhumane training since childhood, possess not only formidable strength, but also an unwavering commitment to obeying commands, akin to the dark justice of Rob Lucci. Allow me to present you with a remarkable gift, Vo'Lo said, extending his hand to reveal a devil fruit. The Bing Sik fruit, obtained from the Battle of the Pirate Expo, extracted by Blackbeard from the Grim Reaper's toxic grasp. After acquiring it, Vo'Lo had kept it for himself. Additionally, with his other hand outstretched, he unveiled an artificial devil fruit, originally intended for Taojuju, Tama, crafted by Vegapunk, and obtained from Judiciary Island. This fruit bears a significant toxicity. The third fruit is the Yongyan Guashur salamander fruit, which Moyoloa had procured after swiftly defeating its user during the obliteration of Ice Fire Island. Each of these 3 devil fruits is unparalleled, harboring unimaginable potential. Is this truly a devil fruit? The new CP-9 members exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, consume it and adapt swiftly. From now on, your sole duty is to heed my commands. Vo'Lo instructed, and the CP-9 members gazed upon him with reverent admiration. There exists an intrinsic distinction between CP-0 and CP-9. Even the leader of CP-9 cannot be compared to a mere member of CP-0. They do not take direct orders from the 5 elders, but serve the world government, with commands emanating from Woolo. In their quest for redemption, Rob Lucci and his peers had undertaken numerous endeavors. "Let us embark. I require your abilities," he commanded. As CP9 members are already adept in the Navy's 6 powers, acquiring these 3 devil fruits will significantly enhance their area of effect attacks, allowing them to synergize their strengths. Currently, as the warship cuts through the waves towards their destination, they first arrive at the Sabeti Archipelago, a haven teeming with pirates. Since the Fishman Island came under Woolo's control, a Navy base has been established there, deterring most pirates from passing through. Only during the height of the war did a group seize the opportunity to enter the New World, resulting in an influx of pirates at the Sabeti Archipelago. If the Grand Line is the paradise for pirates, then this archipelago is the epitome of that paradise. Test your mettle here. Swiftly eradicate all pirates on the Sabeti Archipelago. "I have verified that none among them are innocent," he declared. "In the vast ocean, adventurers akin to Nolan are few. Most are tyrants who prey on the weak, leaving trails of innocent bloodshed. Moalua is well versed in their intelligence." With a single command, the CP9 members followed Yamato, Rirfa, Hiyori, who had trained in martial arts and swordsmanship alongside Tama, and Ein, as they engaged in battle. Boani, however, appeared somewhat conflicted, donning a justice cloak that felt ill-fitting, yet remaining under Wo's command afforded her a sense of profound freedom. "Are you not concerned that there may be innocents among the pirates?" Boani queried, having never taken the life of an innocent, often reducing Navy personnel to mere children or the elderly. "There are no innocents left. Perhaps there were once, but they have dwindled over the past 2 years. I possess more intelligence than you realize. What grants you such confidence?" she challenged, because now, venturing out to sea easily grants permission for trade, exploration, or tourism. "I have extended protection to numerous kingdoms across the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. Indeed, it is all attributed to Woolo. He has quietly accomplished so much. At this juncture, there is no longer a need to risk everything for a sailing permit. Should one choose to become a pirate, they cannot blame him for his ruthlessness. Moreover, the new global conscription has once again attracted many former adventurers and bounty hunters from around the world, who had previously been wrongfully labeled as pirates. With Woolo now serving as Grand Marshal of the World Army, he is free to recruit without constraint. "You are severing the financial lifeline of the Celestial Dragons," Bunny remarked, concerned that such actions would only multiply the enemies that Woolo faces. "Pirates cannot be eradicated, just as the Celestial Dragons will eternally reign upon the Red Line. I do not slay pirates," Woolo responded, and Antato turned to him in unison. A shared understanding passed among them. Indeed, Woolo's true target has never been the pirates, but rather the malevolence itself. "You have ascended to the pinnacle of power," Bunny acknowledged. "Perhaps this is merely the beginning." Raising his gaze towards the Sabeti Archipelago, Woolo declared, "Let the battle continue." 3 days and nights later, the conflict came to an end. As all returned with weary bodies, naval warships emerged one by one, taking countless pirates to be imprisoned at Jincheng, 2A Jincheng. The growth of CP9 and others underwent yet another transformation in this battle, a result that pleased Molo greatly. "Take a moment to rest. We must proceed to our next destination," Molo declared as he stepped onto the deck, heading towards 2A Jincheng alongside the formidable fleet escorting the pirates. Along the way, he received several reports, including a newspaper produced by Morgans. The information in the newspaper is indeed explosive. Morgans had ignited the flames of speculation, specifically selecting a new emperor of the sea. Monkey D. Luffy, the leader of the Straw Hat Pirates, having inherited the territory of the red-haired pirates, rapidly expanded his influence. Following the events of the Battle of Whole Cake Island and the infiltration of Wano, he acquired the treasure of Captain John and conquered the giant kingdom of Elbaf, thus becoming the first emperor of the sea in this new era. Portgas Diaz, as the brother of the deceased Sabo and a bloodline descendant of the Pirate King, undoubtedly possesses formidable power. His victories in the Battle of Marineford and Fishman Island served as stepping stones, establishing his dominance over Hive Island and claiming all territories of the Whitebeard pirates. He has become a colossal force in this new age. Katakuri, longtime rival of Molo, underwent numerous transformations. After the fall of Big Mom, he faced the greatest challenges in the New World, and now, with his imposing demeanor, he systematically defeated his opponents. The territory of Whole Cake Island was his inheritance from Big Mom, marking him as the third emperor of the sea. Buggy the Clown, once a crewmate of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger and a sworn brother of Shanks, former warlord of the sea, finally revealed his nefarious true nature. Commanding 3 notorious figures, Dracul Mihawk, crocodile, and gecko moria. His strength remains a profound enigma. Daring to place a bounty on the Marines, he has set a precedent, being hailed as the undisputed emperor of the sea. As the old era's 4 emperors fell one by one, the new 4 emperors had already claimed dominion over the New World. This time, they converged upon Hive Island, forming a pirate alliance led by Luffy, unveiling an ancient legend long erased from history. The Rocks Pirates. Truly, Morgans deserves the title of News King for unearthing the God Island incident and exposing it all. Is he not afraid of the Gorosei's attention? In conclusion, Morgans added sensationally, can the world government defeat the formidable Straw Hat Alliance this time? Unlike the Rocks Pirates, their camaraderie was forged in battle, their bonds unbreakable. An indomitable alliance signifies an unassailable power. Molo thought to himself, what a master of incitement. He discarded the newspaper and picked up the intelligence reports. Intelligence 1. The Gorosei dispatched CP0 members to assassinate Morgans, but failed. This bird is not a mere paramecia, but an animal-type devil fruit user, adept at concealing his true identity as a journalist. His real identity remains a mystery to this day. Intelligence 2. CP0 now consists solely of Bruno, a user of the Dordor fruit, and Khalifa, a user of the Bubble fruit, rendering their rank scarce. They request Molo to hand over the strongest CP9 members for training as new CP0 recruits, preferably those who recently eradicated numerous pirates from Sabeti Archipelago. Intelligence 3 confirmed that the Hive Island pirates possess the complete historical texts and coordinates. They intend to journey to Laugh-Tale and must be eradicated swiftly. The request is for Akiji to expedite world conscription under Molo's leadership to confront the Straw Hat Alliance at Hive Island. How splendid! Molo mused, recognizing the Gorosei's meticulous plans. However, he did not mind. He already had a candidate for the 3rd new Marine Admiral in mind. The colossal iron gates swung open, and the warships proceeded in an orderly fashion towards 2A Jinsheng. This place had witnessed the escapades of Luffy and Buggy 2 years prior, with Blackbeard seizing the opportunity during the chaos. Just months ago, Kaido's intrusion had incited a significant crisis. During this period, Magellan was demoted due to the incident 2 years ago, only to be promoted again following the prison break orchestrated by Kaido. Upon entering 2A Jinsheng, Molo beheld a scene of devastation. Although repairs had been made, many areas remained incomplete, indicating that full restoration would take time. Awaiting him at the entrance were Magellan, Hannibal, Domino, and Suddy. Admiral Molo. Magellan stood at a rank equivalent to an admiral, but did not take orders from the Marine Admiral. Only the World Military Marshal held authority over him. Similarly, the CP9 head, despite lacking in strength, held a status comparable to an admiral because they were under the world military. CP0, however, answered solely to the Gorosei, their leader holding an equal status to the Marine Admiral. The last time they met was during the escort of the drought-stricken Jack and the celestial dragon Don Quixote Doflamingo. Molo casually remarked, however, the incident at 2A Jinsheng caused numerous prisoners to escape, some of whom fled to the Okama Kingdom. Magellan was furious. He had not anticipated that Funkray would have such a trick up his sleeve. No worries, Molo reassured him. The escaped pirates were eliminated in the Apex War. As for Funkray and others, they indeed reached the Okama Kingdom, where he is currently positioned as the king, arranged by Molo. Admiral Molo, besides escorting these crazed pirates from Sabeti Archipelago, do you have any other matters to discuss? Magellan inquired, delighted, as he knew that evil would ultimately face retribution. Molo's arrival in the Grand Line would ensnare these individuals, filling the void left in 2A Jinsheng. I came to have a heart-to-heart with you, Magellan. You're not getting any younger. Do you plan to stay in 2A Jinsheng for the rest of your life? Molo took a seat in the office, causing those present to fall silent. Magellan felt an overwhelming sense of tension, even fearing an upset stomach. Treat him. Molo pointed to the user of the sickness fruit. This CP9 member immediately stepped forward. As before, this cohort included CP9 members equivalent to the 3 major combatants of the Straw Hat crew. The leader consumed an artificial dragon fruit, while the other 2 had ingested the salamander fruit and sickness fruit, respectively. The remaining members were tasked with various combat support roles. I feel much better. The sickness fruit indeed possesses significant power with astonishing effects. My stomach no longer hurts. Magellan exclaimed in surprise. You have contracted a disease known as the ignored poison fruit side effect. The user of the sickness fruit stated gravely. Regrettably, if he were to be defeated, the fruit's effects would cease. Of course, If Magellan continuously trained and developed his hockey to an extraordinary level, he could overcome it. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Magellan. The new 4 emperors have emerged, 3 of whom have spent time in your 2A Jinsheng. Do you not wish to bring them to justice personally? Molo's remark enlightened Magellan, who had just found relief from his discomfort. Admiral Molo, I understand. 1 week later, the world conscription commenced, and countless formidable Marines emerged. This time, they could only contest a single position at the foot of the mountain. Gathered here were Tao Tu, Cha Tun, De He, Kubai Gue, Jiju, Si, Mo, Go, China, Ainjileke, among others. After numerous fierce battles, they finally arrived at the mountain's base from the island's edge. A day later, De He, Tao Tu, Cha Tun, and Si, Mo, Go landed at the mountainside. Kubai ultimately became the gatekeeper of the mountainside, and despite his decisive prowess and continuous evolution, he still did not qualify as a candidate for the admiral position. These individuals fought alongside Mo Luo, exhibiting formidable strength and constantly growing through various significant events. Regrettably, they had yet to reach that level. The likes of Kubai, Ai, In, Gue, Jiju, Tina, and Aleiko being able to stand against them, indicated their strength was above that of the Navy headquarters, yet they remained far from the admiral's rank. The following dawn, only De He, Tao, Tu, and Cha Tun stood atop the mountain. Even the formidable Si Mo Go, who had undergone significant transformations through numerous battles alongside Mo Luo, was eliminated. Who would have thought that the daughter of Kaido, the beast, would ascend to the level of a candidate admiral in naval strength? It was truly exhilarating. He raised her Wolfong club, filled with joy. She had already set her sights on a new goal. Mo Luo, Mo Luo was the true joy boy of this world, having transformed Wano and the entire world, allowing countless individuals to engage in trade, adventure, and navigation. He aspired to surpass and become a person akin to Mo Luo, with remarkable combat prowess. Cha Tun remarked on her exceptional growth over the past year, which surpassed his growth over the previous decades. Who could have imagined that he would feel inadequate before De He and Tao Tu? It was one thing for De He to be a monster, but how had Tao Tu become so much stronger? Cha Tun was astonished that Tao Tu could now slightly suppress him. Did you think that Mo Luo was an easy leader to follow? If one does not grow stronger, they will inevitably be left behind. Tao Tu felt helpless. Anyone who fought as many times as Mo Luo could not possibly remain weak. Even those from Orange Soda Island had learned a trick or two from the Navy's 6 styles. Their overall combat strength was terrifying. AIN and Ben C had become true monsters, proficient in the Navy's 6 styles, armed hockey, and observation hockey, with their abilities developed under Mo Luo's personal guidance. They had long since surpassed their former selves, now standing out among the elite vice admirals. So, are you ready to face that guy? He looked up at the figure atop the mountain. With toxins swirling, a step forward revealed Magellan. I must become an admiral of the Navy, living up to Admiral Mo Luo's expectations, and personally capture those evildoers. The toxins emanating from Magellan transformed into a colossal dragon. Poison dragon. Boom! As a candidate admiral selected by Mo Luo, his strength was indeed formidable. In this regard, Cha Tun had also grown significantly, yet he remained merely a supporting player. Tao Tu, having matured, was now nearly on par with De He in strength. They could be likened to the likes of Green Bull and Fujitora from a year prior, during the world conscription. However, standing before them was Magellan, the true monster. With the side effects of his devil fruit no longer hindering him, Magellan fought with the stature of an admiral. The 2 incidents at Impel Down had strengthened him repeatedly, leading to his transformation. This battle would truly mark a qualitative change. Go master your fruit, evolve. At the moment your fruit awakens, your body becomes the toxin. The pain of your previous ailments will transform into poison, and on that day, even without the illness fruit, you will remain immune to its side effects. Mo Luo stood atop the mountain, watching Magellan alongside Akiji. Magellan nodded, his body swelling until he transformed into an enormous poison dragon coiling around the mountaintop. The colossal poison behemoth, Hell's Judgment. The poison dragon morphed into a giant with immense wings and armor, a skeletal frame, arrogantly gazing down at the earth. This was the true boss. De He and Tao Tu felt immense pressure, yet leaped into action. Cha Tun, unfazed by death, accompanied them. Boom! Ice, sword energy, and toxins collided, morphing into a torrential black rain. As everything dissipated, the aftermath of the battle faded. De He and Tao Tu knelt on one knee, propped up by their weapons, while Cha Tun sat against a boulder, his weapon cast aside. Only Magellan stood triumphant at the mountain's peak. He had won. Akiji nodded, acknowledging the emergence of 3 new admirals, 3 candidates for the Navy's admiralcy, which was indeed commendable. Most surprising was that he had not anticipated such strength within the Navy and the entire military world following Zephyr's departure, clearly linked to Immortal. Admiral Montauk Luo. Admiral Akiji, I shall bring everything to justice, Magellan said wearily, having expended a significant amount of energy in the battle. You will succeed, Immortal reassuringly patted his shoulder. A day later, the news spread widely. The new admiral of the Navy had been appointed, known as the Poison Dragon Magellan. The once fearsome Immortal seemed to fade into the annals of history. The true adversary against the Straw Hat Alliance of Hive Island had become a navy led by Akiji. The seas appeared to return to their former tranquility. At the Orange Soda Island base, Immortal was enjoying grilled steak at a barbecue restaurant when the transponder snail suddenly rang. Admiral Montauk Luo, you have finally sent Ben C to be my aide, Admiral Green Bull exclaimed joyfully. Over the past year, his perspective on justice had shifted somewhat. Yet his shrewdness in assessing situations had only become more refined. If faced with an insurmountable opponent, he would retreat. If he could win, he would seize the opportunity to dominate. This was indeed a wise method of preserving his strength. Yes, he also needed to train. You shouldn't stay in Mariejoa all the time. Immortal hung up the transponder snail. In truth, Green Bull had requested this numerous times. And Ben C was also keen to go. Through repeated battles, Green Bull had come to idolize Immortal, much like the he, though many matters remained hidden deep within their hearts. Ben C went to train and support, effectively serving as Immortal's backup. Fujitora was accompanied by Chatan, the two of them inseparable since the world conscription, executing missions in the New World. Tao 2, the he, and their companions remained under Immortal's command. After consolidating CP0 and Impel down, Immortal had gained a significant boost in strength. However, this was also one of the essential tasks he needed to accomplish, for he could not allow CP9 to be utilized by the Gorosei to train CP0. As expected, the transponder snail rang again. The voice of the Gorosei emerged. The group from Hive Island is growing stronger. Immortal, when will you send CP9? The current CP0 is understaffed. No, moluo fermidijective. And as the Gorosei expressed their astonishment, he said, I believe we should send the 7 Seraphim to replace CP0. They are ruthless, obedient to orders, and can record data on bloodline factors during battle to become even stronger. Any secrets will be absolutely preserved. The Seraphim as CP0? The Gorosei were momentarily taken aback. What a brilliant idea. Moreover, this fellow occasionally displays a glimmer of intellect. If I may suggest, CP0 should appoint me to fill the position of Rob Lucci. Moreover casually offered a proposal. Are you dreaming? Who has ever heard of a world military marshal concurrently serving as the head of CP0? The 5 elders were rendered speechless. Expedite the dispatch of the Seraphim as the new members of CP0. Additionally, the Straw Hat Alliance on Hakanosu Island must be swiftly eradicated to prevent public panic. The 5 elders spoke in their usual scripted manner. Very well, Moriwa smiled, for the Seraphim had become his weapon, sent forth to serve as a decoy. The remaining members of CP0, Bruno and Khalifa, would soon find themselves marginalized. At this moment, it signified that Moriwa had entirely seized control of the world military and CP0. Only with such dominion could he truly commence the remainder of the game. It is time to set forth. Elimination of Hakanosu Island? That is the responsibility of Akiji, akin to the aftermath of Vegapunk's demise. Akainu and Kizaru are stationed at Future Kingdom, appearing to be in discord with Moriwa, yet in reality, they represent a formidable bombshell. Stepping out of the office, Ein reclined with his legs crossed, engaging in discussion with Peach Rabbit and Yamato regarding the Hakanosu Island incident. Is Ace also present? It has been a long time. Yamato seemed indifferent. She had heard Moriwa mention that a true war would not erupt between the two parties. This matter was entrusted to Akiji for resolution. As for Moriwa, he had already positioned Akiji as the fleet admiral, recommending Admiral Magellan. While Fujitora had long aligned himself with Moriwa, and Green Bull had Benz as his arrangement, CP9 had been directly incorporated under his command, and Impel Down had been reorganized. Coupled with his vast number of Navy soldiers, GM forces, and scientific units, he now had CP0 firmly in his grasp. Moriwa had thus attained the qualifications of a trump card. Yet before this, he needed to await the final moment, to witness the dawn of a new era. Moriwa, the Den Den Mushi rang, revealing Akiji's voice. "Let's commence." Moriwa decisively issued the command. The live broadcast, Din Mushi across the globe, had already activated. The encirclement of Hakinosu Island was about to begin. The Straw Hat Alliance had been surrounded by hundreds of Navy warships. A figure stealthily infiltrated Hakinosu Island. It was none other than Moriwa, traversing the island alone in search of historical documents and coordinates. Where could they be? After concealing himself, Moriwa unleashed his observation haki, sweeping across the entire island, his domineering presence detected by numerous individuals. However, as they sensed his approach, they were met with the overwhelming suppression of Conqueror's haki, rendering them incapable of locating him. Moriwa strolled leisurely through the streets, passing by each alley. A colossal skull loomed over countless struggling lives. There it is. After searching high and low, Moriwa finally pinpointed the exact location, a subterranean harbor beneath the melting cave where the Thousand Sunny was docked. The historical coordinates. Moriwa had learned the authentic ancient script from Kazuki Sukiyaki, and possessing them would enable true interpretation. He owed gratitude to Monkey D. Luffy, who had braved countless adventures to ultimately gather all historical texts and coordinates. Holding them in his grasp, Moriwa intended to depart quietly. "Where are you going?" At the ship's bow, bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro stood, sword in hand, his gaze fixed upon him. "Shouldn't you say, 'Long time no see'?" Roronoa Zoro. Moriwa regarded him with no hint of concern. Even if the entire Straw Hat crew and countless powerful allies were to confront him, he would remain unfazed. Genuine strength is the true source of confidence. "It seems we have become adversaries. You have changed." Zoro yawned, having just awoken from a nap. "Perhaps you never truly understood me." Moriwa shrugged. Figures began to emerge from the underground harbor, each a prominent figure within the Straw Hat Alliance. Hailing from the new Yonko pirate crew, they had nearly dominated the new world, instilling fear in countless hearts. "You cannot escape." Zoro rose, yawning. "Your discovery of my presence is inevitable, for I was bound to arrive here. You were merely lying in wait, and I never intended to brazenly take the historical documents." Moriwa looked at the crowd and could not help but smile. Many among them deserved death, yet some still held value. Before this era concludes, let him resolve everything with his own hands. "Are you ready?" "I intend to take down a Yonko with a single punch." Moriwa addressed the crowd. And in the next moment, waves of Conqueror's haki erupted forth, crashing towards them. "Gear 5th, Great Flame Ring. Go forth, my minions." Boom. Moriwa stood amidst it all, encircled by Conqueror's haki, as countless pirates, believing they had gained strength and freedom, surrounded him. The room of the Op fruit, the enormous magnet of the magnet fruit, the fragmented pieces of the clown buggy, the tempestuous lands swept by sand. Mihawk and Zoro wielded their respective swords. The transformations of Machi and Rubber occurred from all directions. Countless cannonballs and bullets rained down. The laser attacks of the mecha giants. Moria, having consumed thousands of shadows, emerged under the moonlight. Flames coalesced into massive fireballs, akin to a falling sun upon humanity. Boom! The underground harbor was obliterated. Figures emerged. Among them was Moriwa. However, he did not unleash Conqueror's haki. He stood there, allowing the powerful Conqueror's haki to encircle him, calmly stating, "Is this the new Yonko?" Rather unimpressive. As Moriwa chuckled, he walked forward with composure. What does true strength in this world entail? Is the ability to face all this seemingly insurmountable power without sustaining a scratch. Genuine integration means that one's very being is the haki. Upon closer inspection, one would find that within a radius of 10 zhong surrounding Moriwa, regardless of how potent their haki may be, none could encroach upon him. He strolled among them, as if a deity. So weak. You aspire to become the Pirate King with this? You wish to unveil the world's truth? Can you withstand the weight of centuries, the truths of the past? Haki reigns supreme over all, and this haki belongs to Moriwa. No matter how formidable the Yonko pirate crews unite or how the supernovas converge, what influence could they exert upon him? For Moriwa, the truly formidable foes reside upon the red line. They are the figures capable of unleashing catastrophic disasters upon the world. Earthquakes, storms, tsunamis, thunder, and light. Whitebeard, who wielded the Quake fruit, capable of instigating earthquakes and tsunamis, was deemed the strongest man capable of annihilating the world. Meanwhile, MS Weapon could potentially incite terrifying disasters wherever he deemed fit. Moreover, there are the Celestial Dragon S-Guard forces, the kings among the 19 elite Celestial Dragons. Like Don Quixote da Flamingo, they all possess the royal qualities passed down through generations. So weak. Moruo unleashed his first punch as Mihawk struck with his full might. He sought vengeance for Shanks. Whoosh! Moruo's fist met Mihawk's powerful slash, surprisingly holding its ground, unleashing black lightning. He drew another sword with his other hand, slicing horizontally. Bang! Shun wielded his twin swords to parry the strike from Molo, yet the master and disciple remained at a disadvantage. Surprised, are you? Molo effortlessly countered the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, and the king of hell, Zoro, with a singular punch and sword strike. Both had once held illustrious titles, one as a marine hunter, the other as a pirate hunter. Their formidable prowess had granted them the right to traverse the new world with their mastery in swordsmanship and armament hockey. However, at this moment they appeared beleaguered, unable to withstand Molo's might alone. Boom! A powerful tempest of lightning erupted, sending both warriors flying. Cough! Zoro and Mihawk simultaneously spat blood. Was this fellow a monster? His strength was simply overwhelming. Be cautious. Swish! After the two made their move, three more figures emerged. The serious crocodile, the boisterous moonlight Moria, and the perspiring, clownish Buggy, who was caught in a predicament. We meet again. I did not expect that Barrett the monster would fall to you. Crocodile said as his yellow sand transformed into a formidable sword, striking as he spoke. While you may have slain Kaido of the 100 Beasts, I had intended to deal with that fellow myself. Moria, enveloped by countless shadows, swelled in size, resembling his peak form. Truly, after Kaido's demise, everyone believed themselves to be the strongest creature alive. Watch me showcase my might, Buggy exclaimed, yet he had cleverly concealed most of his body parts, leaving only his head and hands visible, ready to split into multiple pieces to escape if necessary. Inwardly, Buggy lamented, damn it, this guy is known as the Marine King. Neither Shanks nor Kaido could match him. To think I am tasked with dealing with such an enemy, they truly overestimate me. He was already prepared to flee at the first sign of trouble, unwilling to play the part of a grand figure. Do you dare compare yourself to Kaido? That man fought against the Kainu during the Summit War and required the awakening of his devil fruit to defeat me after 2 encounters. Do you possess such qualifications? Boom! Molo unleashed a punch, causing Moria to spew a mouthful of dark blood. He attempted to block with both hands, yet the sheer force was overwhelming, rendering Moria's hands incapacitated. As the impact struck his abdomen, all the shadows he had consumed burst forth. Let's not speak of him. In the distance, Mihawk and Zoro trembled, acknowledging that they could only muster one more strike. Boom! Moria's towering form crashed to the ground, countless shadows escaping in succession. The Invisible Man and Perona rushed to his aid. It seems my elimination of Teach has allowed you to survive until today, Molo remarked, his observation haki already locking onto the Invisible Man. Not a chance. In that critical moment, Crocodile conjured a tempest of sand to shield Molo. Erosion rebirth. Within the swirling sandstorm, Molo's haki repelled all obstacles as he delivered another punch. Damn it, Lord Moria! Perona cried out, but Moria had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Curse be it! Buggy exclaimed, shocked that the once mighty Moria had only withstood half a punch under such overwhelming force. With Moria in his arms, Buggy swiftly retreated, escaping from storm. However, the Invisible Man had already revealed himself. The corpse lay in the tempest, its blood rapidly absorbed, transforming into a desiccated husk. This was the effect of Crocodile's ultimate move, Erosion Rebirth. Now I cannot even seize a fragment of vitality, Molo shrugged in resignation. Soft, glutinous rice. From a storm surged countless glutinous fists. Step by step, Katakuri had grown, now mastering the Conqueror's haki, significantly augmenting both his strength and prowess. But alas, the sandstorm rendered the glutinous rice's attempts to impede Molo utterly laughable. Everything was thwarted by Molo, who strolled through the tempest as if unscathed, until serpents of azure emerged from beneath his feet. Swish! 100,000 azure serpents. They shattered the sandstorm, surging into the sky to consume the glutinous arms. Curse be it, his might remains terrifying, Katakuri thought, unwilling to accept defeat, believing he now possessed power rivaling Big Mom's. Yet even Lin Lin had fallen to Molo. Truly a monster. Seeing his grand move countered, Crocodile immediately transformed in his sand to flee. At present, Molo had yet to unleash his true assault. The elite warriors had already expended considerable stamina, with some even falling out of the fight. Room, piercing wave. Another familiar figure emerged. Law activated his spatial control. Appearing above Molo, wielding his gamma knife, transformed into a massive blade, aiming to inflict genuine harm upon him. Electromagnetic cannon, a colossal blade, akin to the height of the skeletal structure of Hive Island, hurtled forth. Meanwhile, Kid hoisted the electromagnetic cannon, its magnetic force and haki roaring towards their target. Demon Wind Leg Beef Explosion. Sanji erupted with flames and lightning, his powerful exoskeleton enveloped in armament haki, executing a swift kick. This time, the trio united for a combined strike. Boom! The aftermath of their assault engulfed everything before them. Kicks, the electromagnetic cannon, slashes, a symphony of technology, devil fruits, and human strength intertwined. The 100,000 Azure Serpents. Molo wasted no time, unleashing the 100,000 Azure Serpents to robustly intercept the electromagnetic cannon and Sanji's flying kick. The haki enveloping the Azure Serpents forcefully repelled Law's attack. As long as one's haki is sufficiently potent, even the awakened powers of a devil fruit can be thwarted. However, given the 5 billion berry devil fruit, this maneuver was indeed formidable, compelling Molo to envelop it with dual-colored haki. The 100,000 Azure Serpents coalesced, slithering together, each resembling a dragon scale until they merged into a colossal azure dragon. Swish! The dragon's eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, a manifestation of the ultimate technique. The 100,000 Azure Serpents, the black dragon in the sky. Molo infused the black dragon with immense vitality. Simultaneously, as its eyes opened, merging with his observation haki, it turned crimson. The scales fused with armament haki, becoming pitch black. The Conqueror's haki enveloped it, forming an aura of dark red, akin to mist. This black dragon encircled Molo, roaring incessantly. Had he truly developed his devil fruit abilities to such a grotesque extent? Within Buggy's fortress, countless weapons relentlessly launched attacks. Truly, he is the strongest in the world. Urki twisted his neck, seizing the chaos as an opportunity. If he could withstand this blow, perhaps he could retaliate. With Molo's overwhelming power, should his causal force endure, he could strike back once more, not only inflicting tremendous damage, but also enabling his own transformation. Hawkins, Apu, and Killer similarly chose to engage. Although these 5 supernovas could not rival the 3 great captains, they have nonetheless grown to a stature comparable to that of the legendary figures. Kelly Jia and Hanzai Jieko. The formidable members of various pirate crews have commenced their offensive. From a distance, the powers of the fruits are unleashed. Robin's Hana no Mi, Usopp's sharpshooting, Frankie's laser beams, and Nami's lightning strikes. At that very moment, countless attacks are launched. It is time for us to engage. The immortal Bird Marco, Diamond Jaws, and the Swordmaster Vista, among others, make their appearances alongside the 5 supernovas. Damn it, I can no longer restrain my second persona. Cavendish, in a fit of madness, unleashes his fury. Luffy Senpai, it is time for me to draw attention. In this temporal realm, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet ultimately converges in the Kingdom of Giants, Elbaf, and after conquering the Straw Hat Pirates, they gather at Hive Island. With a swift motion, Zong, Usopp, Frankie, and Nami utilize projectiles, bullets, laser weaponry, and thunder to carve a path. Robin intertwines her hands, attempting to sprout arms for Moro, but is thwarted by the overwhelming haki that immobilizes her. Chopper, Brook, alongside the 5 supernovas and numerous captains from the Whitebeard Pirates and Straw Hat Grand Fleet, join the fray. With a swift strike, the immortal Bird Marco delivers the first blow, yet it meets the resistance of iron, proving ineffective. Amidst the hail of gunfire, Diamond Jaws delivers a powerful strike upon the Black Dragon. The flames of the immortal Thistle transform into a circular shield, endeavoring to withstand the might of the Black Dragon. The immense Black Dragon confronts the diminutive immortal bird. Blossoms appear on Vista's sword, yet ultimately, they fail to inflict significant damage upon the Black Dragon. Come on. Diamond Jaws struggles to maintain his stance, but finds himself coughing up blood. Let me take over. The hulking figure of the monk Urki, muscles taut, stands firm against the Black Dragon's assault, much like Diamond Jaws. Fire at will. Becky realizes that without breaching the Black Dragon's defenses, they cannot reach Moro's true form. Within the castle, countless members of the Fire Flame Pirates initiate their attacks. He is a one-man army against a storm of bullets. 2 years have truly transformed the landscape. The manifestation of demon slaying. The magician Hawkins expands into a giant strawman, having foretold the outcome. In this battle, Moro holds a 100 chance of victory. Retreat if you cannot win. The old Hawkins might have thought so, but now he must exert his utmost effort. To falter in fear would be to forsake his beliefs and lose his chance at a place in this tumultuous world. The massive scythe spins at supersonic speed. Killer, wielding his scythe, launches an assault on the black dragon, creating an illusion of piercing through it. As the second in command of the Kid Pirates, Killer once survived in a pirate-controlled kingdom in the North Sea alongside Kid. They both lost their beloved to the hands of pirates and subsequently allied with leaders from 2 other streets to vanquish those foes and set sail. This marks the origin of the Kid Pirates. Curse it, can this dragon hear my voice? Apple laments in frustration. He had once thrived under Kaido's dragon, yet now finds himself swept aside. His former comrade Drake, a Navy spy, has now fallen under Moro's command. After countless battles, he ultimately joined the World Pirates and now serves under Katakuri. He has long since gone solo, yet fond memories of managing the brutish overlords still linger. Boom! Explosion. Apu's fruit ability requires the opponent to hear his sound for maximum effect. Alas, it is futile against the deaf dragon. This beast is a deaf mute. Apu silently curses, feeling utterly helpless. With a swift stroke, Cavendish strikes as quick as the wind. Is this fellow truly human? Snag draws his sword, having survived the apex of war thanks to the wits of Katakuri and Samoji. Now, facing Moro, fear grips his heart. Do not fear. There are some enemies we're destined to be unable to defeat, but if we do not attempt to fight, we are guaranteed to secure no victory. Samoji speaks as if in riddles. Juice Giant. She extracts copious amounts of moisture, expanding into a juice giant, while her sword also grows to immense proportions. Boom! Blades and cannons rain down upon the black dragon, yet it remains unscathed. The roar of the dragon resonates, charging directly towards them. Barrier. Bartolomeo swiftly crosses his fingers, conjuring a massive barrier to shield against the impending threat. Bang! The black dragon collides with the barrier, failing to shatter it, yet the formidable haki still permeates through. I am ready. As Urki braces alongside the others, he has already sustained considerable damage. His body rapidly expands, muscles bulging. Karma. Bang! Seizing the moment as the barrier deflects the attack, he, alongside Diamond Jaws, breaks through. The black dragon pauses, then roars defiantly. The dragon's roar echoes. This creature is simply unbeatable. Without breaching this dragon, we cannot inflict harm upon it. Luffy Senpai, we must hold this creature at bay, so you can strike. Despite our strength, we can only hope to delay the black dragon. Enhanced by 3-colored haki, the living black dragon is a true monstrosity created by Moro through the awakening of his fruit, embodying 1/5 of Moro's life force. Its combat prowess is unparalleled. How could they possibly defeat it? It is already a feat to jointly hold it back. It is time to strike Luffy. Fire Fist Ace appears, standing before Moro. Ace, I intend to send this creature flying. Luffy, enveloped in the mist of Gear Forth, smiles at Moro. Oh, Moro glances at the duo and inquires, Luffy, do you recall Sabedi Archipelago? Back then, I was still weak and in my quest for justice. Took a life, and you were the scapegoat. Sabedi Archipelago? I do not recall anyone dying there, Luffy replies, unable to remember. Over the years, I have only owed 2 debts. Moro turns to Ace, stating, one was the debt of mentorship and life-saving grace, which I have repaid by saving someone. The other is the debt I owe today. From this moment forth, I shall have no further obligations to this world. Luffy, still puzzled, notices Ace understanding the implications of their exchange. Moro, what is your intention? Are you trying to prevent us from discovering the great treasure? Ace shouts, no, you need not seek the great treasure, for I shall pursue it myself. However, today marks the final act of my script, before you uncover the treasure. I shall settle this debt with you. Moro approaches Straw Hat Luffy, delivering a powerful punch. Incredible. Straw Hat Luffy gasps. Is this the might of the Marine King, Moro? Marine King, I will send you flying, just as I wish. Moro chuckles, advancing toward Luffy. Meanwhile, in a corner of the port, a shadow quietly departs. Cloaked in black robes and wearing a smile, the black dragon and Moro are creations of his life force, equivalent to the consumption of 2/5 of his power, utilized to engage in battle with these individuals. He is the true Moroa. Concealing his visage, Moroa smiles, merging into the annals of history. Reveal the truth of this world. Young one, I shall embark on my final journey, awaiting the arrival of the ultimate confrontation. Moroa silently departs from Feng Chao Island, with a singular purpose in mind, the Red Soil continent. As for Fengxiao Island, should Qingji and the new admirals confront the new four emperors alone, they would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Thus, he has left behind a black dragon and a life force avatar, both created from 2/5 of his vitality. These two entities are sufficient to maintain balance and protect the Navy from incurring losses. There are certain actions that the Navy cannot undertake, lest they be perceived as scheming against the world government. The Straw Hat Alliance serves as the most advantageous pawn in this game. At this moment, drifting upon the sea, Moroa retrieves a Din Mushi, which immediately projects an image. It reveals the scene observed by the Seraphim. They have located their targets. The individuals within the projection are none other than Bruno, the user of the Minto no Mi, and Califa, the user of the Bubble fruit. Both are positioned on the Red Soil continent, poised for action, each accompanied by a seraph. Their objective is to capture Vivi from Alabasta and Shirahoshi from Fishman Island. The Gorosei truly excel at scheming. In truth, today marks an exceptionally significant day. As the events on Fengxiao Island unfold, a monumental occurrence is also taking place. The World Conference. Moroa's emergence has accelerated everything in the New World. The Straw Hat Alliance, which was originally meant to assault Wano country, has transformed into a colossal force on Fengxiao Island. Meanwhile, the World Conference has only just begun. It is time for me to take action. Even with only 2/3 of my vitality remaining, Moroa remains invincible. His strategy now hinges on two pieces. First, to capture Bruno and Califa, thus rendering CP0 entirely under his control. Second, to allow a small portion of the Straw Hat Alliance to escape to the final island, unveiling the truth of the world. During this period, he will also issue orders for his naval bases worldwide, as well as the GM forces, to engage. In reality, only 1/3 of the Navy's strength has participated in the encirclement of Fengxiao Island. The remaining 2/3 are concealed throughout the world, with the GM forces naturally becoming part of his command. Before making a decisive move, Moroa must simultaneously subdue CP0 and expose the truth of the world. The Din Mushi rings. In each of his hands, Moroa holds a Din Mushi. "Mr. Moroa, may we commence?" Speaks Long from his left. "Moroa, hurry up and give the order. I am growing impatient," shouts Sakazuki from his right. Moroa remains silent as the two conversants begin to bicker. "Traitor! Long, you wretched traitor!" Sakazuki bellows. "Traitor? I am merely following my beliefs." Long retorts, their argument escalating. Moroa, unfazed, finds amusement in their quarrel. Red Soil Continent. Here I come. On Fengxiao Island, Qingji sets foot upon the land, closely followed by the new 3 admirals. On the ground, all those exerting their utmost effort still fail to truly vanquish the Black Dragon and Moroa's avatar. Yet, both sides have expended considerable stamina. Is this fellow a monster? Luffy gazes at the avatar created from 1/5 of Moroa's vitality, realizing that even in his Gear 5th state, his advanced 3-color haki can only manage a stalemate against it. It is worth noting that Luffy has ascended to his peak through countless battles and stands as the pinnacle among the 4 emperors, capable of contending with Shanks. However, had it not been for Ace's earlier assistance, maintaining equilibrium would have been impossible. "Luffy, hold this fellow off. I must confront Qingji," Ace declares, clenching his fists as he approaches the Navy. He perceives that Moroa seems considerably weakened, yet his combat prowess remains formidable. The Black Dragon spirals, facing off against the Black Blade. Its strength appears significantly diminished. Mihawk unleashes a sword strike. Both Eagle Eye and Zoro, having reached their peaks, find themselves challenged by the Black Dragon. It is a formidable opponent, yet they sense a notable reduction in its strength. Is this merely an illusion? Zoro too harbors doubts. However, such terrifying power could indeed be explained by Moroa's division into 2. Meanwhile, Buggy, Katakuri, Crocodile, and others seize the opportunity to engage. Before them stands a new navy. In the Ice Age, Qingji resolutely attempts to freeze the entire island. "Not on my watch." Ace interjects, flames surging from all directions as he shields himself. Green Bull confronts Crocodile, transforming into flying sand against the formidable user of the Mori no Mi Humph, Sand Crocodile. "Today you shall be a mere desiccated fish." Green Bull advances, his fruit powers typically countered by Crocodiles, yet with the support of the Mori no Mi, he might yet prevail. Boom! A meteor descends from the heavens. Fujitora slices through, targeting Katakuri's trident. A blind man, a killer with keen observation. The monster of an admiral faces off against the new 4 emperor who has mastered advanced haki. The meteor, enveloped in armed color, is shattered, and their battle enters a more balanced state. Gurgle, gurgle. The venom beneath Magellan churns, yet it poses no threat to the already concealed Buggy. Damn it. I encounter this monster again. Buggy bellows, hovering midair. It's you. Magellan, encountering an old acquaintance, seethes with rage, attempting to assault Buggy with toxic dragons. Yet Buggy deftly evades, sweating profusely as he skillfully dodges. Not far off, the remaining supernovas, led by Law and Kid, finally find an opportunity to engage in combat alongside Yamato, Momonosuke, Chopper, Bonnie, and Eustace. The officers of the new four emperors clash with elite vice admirals like Smoker and Tina, embroiled in fierce battle. At that moment, a pirate ship cuts through the waves. Standing at the bow is the Empress, entering the sight of the masses. I have come to rescue you, Luffy. On this ship, Rayleigh and Shaki are also present. This battle will result in mutual destruction. The young Moro is still too inexperienced, allowing the Gorosei to use him as a pawn. Rayleigh remarks, "Oh, I recall seeing you at the auction house in Sabati Archipelago. Now the Marshal of the World Army." Shaki exhales a puff of smoke. Indeed, he was quite secretive then. I presumed he would infiltrate the Navy to achieve greatness. I never anticipated he would ultimately become the very person he despises most. Rayleigh expresses his regret. As this group plunges into battle, they finally carve a path on the evenly matched battlefield. Dark King Rayleigh. Usopp exclaims in delight. Now, this is a proper fight. Nami quips, nearly terrified. Have even the four emperors and admirals now become mere normal combatants? Chopper sent an enemy flying with a kick, exclaiming in surprise. Children, do not linger in battle. Now is the moment to overturn the world. Your strength should not be squandered here. Rayleigh, Shaki, and the Empress united to storm into Hive Island, with an ever-growing number of followers slicing through the naval ships to forge a path. Let us go to the final island. Reveal the truth of the world to all. Do not stop, children. Rayleigh turned back with a smile as Luffy and Ace passed by him. He and Shaki turned to face the multitude of pursuing Marines. Indeed, I behold a magnificent future. Roger, Rayleigh mused, his eyes moistening as he gripped his sword tightly. It has been a long journey, and I am somewhat weary. Moro's clone rose from the ruins, wiping the sweat from his brow. The black dragon surged up from the earth once more, spiraling into the sky. Both bore immense wounds and were now returning to Moro's true form. The camera of the Den Mushi shifted to the fleeing pirates, focusing on Rayleigh, who was lagging behind. Rayleigh. Luffy turned, surprised that Rayleigh intended to take his final bow here. I am but an old relic of the bygone era. Fear not. It shall not be so easy for me to perish. Rayleigh, you must survive and reunite with us. Luffy yearned to continue fighting, but he had to reach the final island. Once they all uncovered the myriad truths of history, certain burdens would have unconsciously become responsibilities upon their shoulders. Indeed, Rayleigh nodded. He turned and strode toward the vast, indistinct navy. Is it true that the foolish red-haired one has perished? He shook his head, murmuring, Roger once claimed he would not die, yet this world has seldom granted us surprises. He seemed to hear Roger's voice echoing in his ears. Rayleigh, is this your ship? Our meeting was destined. Let us embark and turn this world upside down. Rayleigh, we shall set forth. Old friend, are you all well? Rayleigh regarded the adversaries before him. One man, one dragon. He charged forth with his sword, only to be sent flying alongside Shaki by Moro. The black dragon spiraling to take them into the heavens, vanishing from the sight of the world. Moro leapt as well, departing with a moonwalk. This scene caused countless pirates to look back in astonishment. That is the legendary vice captain of the Roger Pirates, the Dark King Rayleigh. Is this how it ends? Vice Captain Rayleigh. Buggy turned away, his eyes blood red. Shanks had fallen to Moro, and now even Rayleigh was gone. Such profound hatred was something he could not forget. Rayleigh. Shaki. The Empress turned, standing beside Luffy, her heart shattering. He was a man akin to her father, the one who had silently protected Amazon Lily since rescuing her from the Red Line. Rayleigh. Rayleigh. Luffy pounded the railing with his fists, tearing at his cloak, finally whispering, I understand now. I comprehend. The hockey can indeed be fused, correct? The Den Mushi camera broadcast this moment across the globe. A multitude of aged figures rose. They had once been the most unrestrained souls in this world, their lives a tapestry of both glory and infamy. At the entrance of the Grand Line, Twin Cape awaited the massive whale Laboon, while the ship's Dr. Kureha had long departed. Above Fishman Island, a small boat drifted. Many elders were shouting, Hurry, Mard. Vice Captain Rayleigh is near death. He cannot die. He has endured so many battles. Captain Roger is dead. What else is there that cannot perish? In a new world, on an island, Jabba stood at the port, quietly awaiting his crew's arrival, his axe gently lowered, feeling as though he had lost something. Had he truly perished? On a warship outside Hive Island, Carp, Sengoku, Steelbone Kong, and Crane were all taken aback by the sight. Rayleigh has aged. The powerful figures of their era had dwindled to mere old men hiding away, too fearful to show themselves. We too shall eventually meet our end. Carp, carefree, munched on his food. Is that so? Then why did you not attend Roger's execution? Sengoku's words left Carp momentarily speechless. Reflecting on the past, there were many regrets. The black dragon soared into the sky until it vanished into the clouds. After a considerable time, the weary elder awoke on a deserted island above the clouds. Are we dead? Shaki. Rayleigh found himself embraced by Shaki, gazing at the crowd before him, and it was none other than the red-haired pirates. Shanks. I did not expect even this dark king to arrive in paradise. This is not paradise, Mr. Rayleigh. Now it is our time to shine, Shanks smiled, extending a hand. Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback, observing that the black dragon and Moro's clone had long since disappeared. He still could not fathom why he had not perished, nor how Shanks could return from death. Beneath the red line, Sabo and the giant Mori from the GM army had already infiltrated this place using their fruit abilities. Mori carved an opening, and the ground parted as if it were water. Mr. Moro, do take care. Of course. Moro leapt forth, donned in a mask and a black cloak, the very attire he wore in his furious rampage against the celestial dragons. After he departed, Sabo and Mori concealed themselves underground, ready to assist Moro at any moment. Who would have thought Mr. Moro was the one in a rage? I truly admire him. He possesses such masculinity. Moro joyfully swayed, and even Sabo could not suppress a chuckle at the sight. Moro was indeed quite popular, loved wherever he went. As they infiltrated Mariewa, Moro concealed his presence using Kinbunchiko Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Upon reuniting with Sabo and the others, the life force of the Black Dragon and the clone returned entirely to its true form. However, a considerable portion had indeed been depleted. It was no easy feat to contend with the likes of the King of Hell Zoro, Hawkeye Mihawk, Straw Hat Luffy, and Fire Fist Ace, the new Yonko pirate crews. Merely surviving was an accomplishment. The World Conference was underway, taking place in a timeline that had been dramatically accelerated. The rhythm and pace were nothing short of terrifying. Just after the conclusion of the World Conference, as Princess Vivi and her father, the King of Alabasta, turned to leave, the door-to-door fruit user Bruno had stealthily followed with a seraphim resembling crocodile. Shirahoshi and Neptune were also on their way out of Mariewa, unaware that they were being shadowed by a seraphim resembling Khalifa and Jinbei. Go! Moro created a life force clone, and the two diverged paths. Boom! Shortly thereafter, just outside Mariewa, as they were about to board the elevator to leave the red line, an assassination attempt suddenly commenced. All members of the World Conference and representatives of the kingdoms were thrown into panic. This is Mariewa. Who dares to act here? Bang! The assassination unfolded in less than a minute. All actions came to an abrupt halt. Bruno of the Minmin Fruit did not even attempt to flee, as he never anticipated that the seraphim would intervene alongside a mysterious figure cloaked in black. I shall take your fruit ability, declared Moro. While the teleportation fruit was indeed impressive, the Minmin Fruit possessed the unique ability to conceal itself in another dimension and create doors for anyone to traverse, rendering it even more versatile. A black cloth was draped over Bruno's head, and even at the moment of his demise, he could not comprehend why he had been so easily seen through. Where did the traitor in CP0 come from? Moro dismissed. Your ability is of little use. Though I must say, Peach Rabbit often complains about not being able to enjoy her bubble baths at sea. With a swift motion, Moro's clone incapacitated Khalifa with a precise hand strike. Mr. Moro, Sabo and Mori emerged from an underground passage. Take them away, Moro commanded as he cast White Star, Neptune, and others into the depths, with his clone leaping down alongside Khalifa. Is this CP0? Sabo inquired, glancing at the unconscious Khalifa. No, it is the bubble bath creator, Moro's clone asserted. Let's proceed to reunite with my main body. The group swiftly infiltrated underground, rescuing the people of Alabasta while also taking Bruno's lifeless body. Moro's original form joined them as well. It is time to depart. Uniting with his original self, Moro absorbed Bruno's life force, acquiring a new devil fruit in the process. Sabo, this is the Minmin Fruit. I entrust it to you. We must orchestrate a covert arrival of considerable reinforcements from around the world, island by island. Understood. Having grown significantly stronger since the last battle on the Red Line, Sabo considered that if necessary, consuming a devil fruit would not be out of the question. Moreover, Mori's ability to render any material pliable made it the perfect fruit for stealth and infiltration. Coupled with the elusive Minmin fruit, it was indeed a flawless combination. You may go ahead. I must return to the Navy headquarters first. Moro glanced at Vivi and continued. You've already been marked. Upon your return, go with Sabo and your guard to Wano. A large ship will await you there. King Cobra of Alabasta looked at Moro in shock. Have you already? No need for further discussion. You understand well enough. Moro then addressed White Star. Do not be afraid. Upon your return, gather all the inhabitants of Fishman Island, along with Jean Bay and others, to command the great ship Noah. After relaying these instructions, Moro cast Bruno's body into the sea and exited the hidden space, carrying Khalifa. The current chaos in Mariewa would be immense. His task was to reunite with the Navy and feign weakness. The moment was ripe. He simply awaited the favorable winds. As the group dispersed, it was not long before Moro reunited with the Navy, carrying Khalifa with him. Above the ocean, Navy warships relentlessly pursued the Straw Hat crew. Following the conclusion of the battle at Hive Island, Moro had instructed Akiji to conceal half of the troops, infiltrating the islands along their route. Upon reporting to the Gorosei, he was met with immediate commendation. Well done. Although half our forces were lost, we have effectively brought an end to the era of great pirates. By the way, Moro, how is your condition? Reports indicate you infiltrated the enemy camp alone and sustained significant injuries. Was there no mention of the Mariewa incident? A smile crept across Moro's face. He knew that the Gorosei would bury any mention of the assassination failure. The Seraphim would not retrieve any records. And with Bruno's death sinking into the sea and Khalifa now in his custody, the Gorosei would be left seething. However, it was of no consequence, as Moro had already sold the information regarding the assassination to Morgans, earning a substantial sum of berries in the process. When the newsbird next delivered his papers, it would bring a hefty reward as well. What a stroke of luck, profiting from the News King's berries while flawlessly executing his plan. I am well and shall ensure that the remaining remnants of the Straw Hat Alliance are utterly crushed. Moro coughed twice, eliciting further delight from the Gorosei. No worries, you will undoubtedly succeed. The Navy has suffered greatly this time. We have faith in your strength to eliminate Roger's first mate, Silver's Rayleigh. Furthermore, many pirates from Buggy's crew, the Yonko pirates and the Whitebeard pirates have perished, and numerous others have been captured. Go forth and eradicate the Straw Hat Alliance. Though the Gorosei appeared to encourage Moro, their true intent was to obliterate the last of the great pirates and the Navy's strongest. As you command. Moro coughed again, generating more joy among the Gorosei. The communication ended. The Gorosei and Mariewa wore grim expressions. This assassination attempt had failed, and with the mysterious individual rescuing everyone, they were initially displeased. However, considering that among the missing was Bruno of the Minmin fruit and another CP0 member, Khalifa, their suspicions arose. Could it be that Bruno and Khalifa had betrayed them? Such a possibility was not out of the realm of reason. It was entirely plausible. With only the two humans remaining in CP0, the seeds of distrust were inevitable. Humanity was ultimately untrustworthy. The Seraphim were the perfect embodiment of CP0. Moro appeared to have sustained grave injuries, and with the Navy suffering significant losses, reaching the final island would prove meaningless. The truth would never be revealed. In the office, the previously ambivalent Gorosei suddenly regained their vigor. 19 figures entered, all in a state of upheaval, exuding an almost ethereal yet formidable conqueror's haki upon their arrival. As wielders of the three types of haki, they had also consumed the devil fruits seized by the world government from various locations. The legendary devil fruits, which should have been lost and rediscovered only after decades, were now firmly in their grasp. The soul fruit, the fish fruit in its azure dragon form, the quake fruit, the dark fruit, the float fruit, the combine fruit, the biscuit fruit, and the dragon fruit of the ancient no-tooth wyvern form, as well as the elephant fruit in its mammoth form. They were the elite warriors of the 19 bloodlines among the celestial dragons. Although only the Gorosei knew of Emu above the empty throne, they stood as equals to the Gorosei, the elite celestial dragons, the guard army, the Gorosei, and the hidden Emu, the celestial king. The essence of the celestial dragons is this. Even if the entire world turns against them, they can still annihilate it. There are two celestial kings. One was taken by Emu 800 years ago, becoming the celestial dragon's national treasure of destruction, while the other was the giant egg from Roger's pirate ship over 20 years ago. Unfortunately, Roger and his crew made their appearance too soon, preventing them from waiting for the new celestial king's hatching time. Gorosei, we need to discuss a matter with you. There's someone capable of concealing their aura, akin to red-haired Shanks. It is he who infiltrated Mariewa. Either this individual has grasped this incredible power, or he is indeed red-haired Shanks. What? Red-haired Shanks? Is there any possibility it could be someone else? The Gorosei rose, unable to believe that Shanks was still alive. We once harbored doubts that there might still be individuals in this world who wield such formidable power, notably the naval king, Maluo. However, it later became evident that those endowed with the abilities of the devil fruit could not sustain the fusion of haki for extended periods. Thus, it is highly probable that this individual is none other than Hong Fa, who has long since allied with CP0, concealing himself in the shadows of history, harboring ambitions of becoming the sovereign of the world. What? This fellow has been hiding so deeply. The five elders were incensed. They had not anticipated that Shanks would resort to such measures. Ultimately, he has become akin to the outsider Doflamingo. The 19 elites spoke in unison, understood. The five elders recognized that this signified the necessity for utmost vigilance to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. Mariewa must thwart any potential adversaries, particularly the seemingly dead Hong Fa Shanks. The ocean drifted. Maluo emerged from the cabin, gazing calmly out of the window, as composed as ever. We are nearly upon them. Yet those fellows appear singularly determined to reach the final island, showing no inclination for battle, Tao Tai remarked, glancing back at Maluo. Khalifa, standing beside Tao Tai, wore a reluctant expression. But upon seeing Maluo, she quickly composed herself. Ayin and Hiyori promptly approached Maluo to report the situation. Are we truly going to activate the live broadcast Den Den Mushi? Indeed. Maluo nodded, as hundreds of naval warships simultaneously initiated the live broadcast, transmitting the unfolding scene to the world. Big brother, must we truly engage in battle with Brother Ace? Xiaoyu tugged at Maluo's cloak. Fear not, you shall soon understand, Maluo reassured, gently stroking Xiaoyu's head, who, entirely trusting Maluo, ceased further inquiries. This time, I shall engage Ace in combat to ascertain how strong he has become. Yamato emerged from the cabin, scratching his nose, appearing rather foolish. Honestly, it seems the world remains oblivious to the truth that is about to be revealed. Bonnie took a bite of roasted meat and offered a piece to Maluo. The two savored the meat while quietly gazing toward the sea. Meanwhile, the five elders of Mariewa immediately turned their attention to the live broadcast. Where's Maluo? What is this broadcast about? Why is he not hastening to pursue the Straw Hats? Open fire. Command Maluo to fire. The five elders were in a state of alarm, bewildered by Maluo's transformation upon returning to the sea, adopting a demeanor that was calm and cautious. In the past, he would have been the first to engage in combat. The East Sea, West Sea, North Sea, South Sea, the Grand Line, New World from the Goya Kingdom to Alabasta, from Water 7 to Sabaody Archipelago, from Fishman Island to Dressrosa, from Wano Country to Hive Island. Countless eyes were fixed upon this imminent and grand campaign to eradicate pirates. Where is Admiral Maluo? I wish to see Admiral Maluo. Splendid. This mad era is about to conclude. Will there be everlasting peace to follow? How wonderful. The hearts of the people brimmed with hope, yet they remained unaware that the truth of the world was beginning to unfurl before their very eyes. Only the aloof five elders sensed that something was amiss. Suddenly, a pirate ship emerged, the vessel of the red-haired pirates. Following closely was another pirate ship, that of the Roger pirates. Standing at the bow were Hong Fa Shanks and the Dark King Rayleigh. This time, the five elders were utterly dumbfounded. Hong Fa Shanks had truly not perished. Their suspicions had been correct, yet something seemed off. Hadn't these two been slain by Maluo himself? Accelerate fully, Maluo finally commanded, and hundreds of warships surged forward. In the collective sight of the crowd, a colossal stone ship surfaced from the depths, laden with inhabitants of Fishman Island, Neptune, Shirahoshi. And Jinbei stood at the ship's prow. The mighty Sea King propelled the great vessel Noah, riding the waves. That was the promised ship, Noah. The five elders rose, their hands trembling, as a terrifying speculation began to bubble within their minds. Damn it, Maluo is pulling a fast one. The five elders pounded the ground in fury. The Sea King Poseidon had been born. Board the ship. The vessel, as described by Maluo, hailed from Wano, where Fu, Ashura, Hisong, and others had been waiting for a long time. He leaped aboard, followed closely by Yamato and Taodai. This immense obsidian warship was the ancient weapon known as the Dark King, capable of obliterating an entire island with a single shot. On board were the assembled Alabasta Guard, including King Cobra and Princess Vivi. Maluo crossed his arms, yet the true battle had yet to commence. In the next moment, a massive elephant, bearing the entirety of Zou, approached, accompanied by powerful fur tribes, such as the Cat Viper and Dogstorm. The Dark King, Noah, and the elephant appeared. As the mist dissipated, a vast island materialized. The entire world bore witness to this spectacle. The final island, Raftel, once known by countless names, the Kingdom of D, the Great Kingdom, the Ancient Kingdom, had served as a testament to the peace between the Moon People and the Blue Star People, where numerous wills converged. They had endeavored to forge an extraordinary kingdom, one that embodied peace, justice, and freedom. Maluo leaped forward, stepping onto the island. Buggy. His shout startled the clown Buggy, who was holding a live broadcast, Den Den Mushi, causing him to turn abruptly. Am I dead? Buggy gasped, taken aback, despite the many strong allies beside him. The presence of Rayleigh and Shanks instilled in him the surreal sensation of having been slain by Maluo himself. Connect this. Maluo tossed the broadcasting device to Buggy. All right. Buggy hesitated, but ultimately accepted it. As the scene pierced through the mist, the live broadcast unfolded before the eyes of the world. A vast coliseum, a civilization beyond comprehension. The Emerald City, the Valley of the Gods, the Golden City of Shandora, the Holy Land Mariewa, Water 7, and O'Hara all bore witness to the architectural wonders of this island. The shattered, colossal tree symbolized the demons of the past, a testament to those who defied the gods. The immense coliseum and advanced technology repeatedly narrated the era of countless races in conflict. Here, a banquet hall basked in sunlight awaited. The monumental historical texts stood tall beneath the fractured giant tree. Numerous historical records, left behind by the Roger pirates, were also present. We have returned, Roger. Rayleigh gently caressed the stone tablet, tears mingling with his smile. Shanks, Rayleigh, Sabo, Luffy, and Ace gazed at them in disbelief. Turning back, Maluo and other powerful figures had already arrived, standing beneath the stone tablet. The awakened three-eyed tribe member Bryn, Robin from O'Hara, and Maluo, who had learned from Wano, all simultaneously interpreted the historical texts, conveying the truth of the world to this world, 900 years later, through the live broadcast Den Den Mushi. The Future Kingdom. Akainu and Kizaru boarded their warships, departing with the scientific brigade towards the Red Continent, their gaze fixed upon the live broadcast, simultaneously preparing for the final battle. Sakazuki, it seems we must temporarily ally with GM forces. It is time to put an end to the Celestial Dragons. Akainu's response was completely off the mark. Meanwhile, warships heading towards the Marine headquarters began to appear. Akainu glanced at the vessels on either side of him, where Akiji, Fujitora, Green Bull, and Magellan had already turned their ships around, alongside those who should have perished, such as Dragon, Ivankov, Enel, and Bartholomew Kuma. What on earth has transpired? Sakazuki could no longer contain his astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Across the world, warriors who had long awaited this moment unveiled their cloaks. They were the Marines brought to the New World by Moro, the soldiers under Zephyr's command, the warriors of the GM army, and those hidden away by Moro. At this moment, they shared a singular objective: to overturn this world. Before the live broadcast, everyone felt a bead of sweat trickle down their brows. At the world's end, we shall recount the ancient history to you. Winged visitors from beyond the stars have arrived, bringing with them a power they call technology. Having exhausted their resources through warfare and understanding the value of peace, these celestial beings chose to ally with us to construct a magnificent kingdom. In their homeland, they refer to the celestial dragons as deities or sky kings, the pinnacle of technology and life. In truth, we have encountered betrayal. 20 kingdoms conspired to obliterate everything, and those who wield the power of the Sky King sought to plunge the world into perpetual servitude. I have concealed the young Sky King within the Valley of Gods, where it shall mature for 800 years before hatching. If we reunite, let us fulfill our destinies and host a grand global celebration here. Ancient mechanical giants rose from the earth, having slumbered for centuries yet still remembering their former glory. The great treasures are not mere illusions. They encompass the creations from the blank pages of history. Not riches? How could that be? The Emerald City and gold abound. How could Raftel lack them? Powerful weapons. The truth of history, super treasures, the island of parties, and advanced technology all converge here, narrating the splendid past of the past century. Luffy, we're already exposed. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. If, as Joy Boy suggested, the Sky King can indeed lock onto a location and launch a devastating attack anywhere in the world, then we must take our leave from here. Nami gazed at the island, reluctant to part with it. Fear not, we too possess a Sky King. Though it may be weaker, it is sufficient to withstand this strike. Rayleigh and Shanks appeared, as a true dragon soared into the sky. In the murals of the Moon People, there are colossal dragons revered as deities. Across the river of time, ancient myths have long been forgotten by the world. The people of Pandora worship a great python, resembling a dragon. In truth, there are those who have forgotten their homeland and descended from the clouds. Initially, there existed a divine nation upon the Red Earth continent, established by the Moon People. They divided into 3 factions. One part dwelled in the White Sea, eventually becoming the Sky Islanders who revere the heavens, believing that the true sea is the cosmos, like their ancestors. They belong to the neutral faction of the Moon People, unwilling to reach the Earth, preferring to reside in the White Sea, the White Sea. Another faction, akin to those of Pandora, descended to the Earth but maintained their ancient worship, bearing memories of the once great dragon, their deity buried within their bloodline, with rebellion ingrained in their very essence. Reverent yet resilient, they forged the eternal golden bell of battle. The final faction was the Lunaria tribe, who resided on the Red Earth continent before the Celestial Dragons, fighting to conquer the world by force. The Celestial Dragons believe that only by stepping upon the dragon's footprint can one truly become a slave. They also claim to be gods. Im and Joy Boy are both from the Blue Planet. They vanquished the warlike factions among the Moon People and allied with the peaceful and rebellious Sandians on the ground. In their mutual destruction, Im seized the Sky King and allied with the 20 kingdoms that had joined him, under the pretext of Joy Boy becoming the new king of the world. All their efforts were rendered futile. Time had passed, and Joy Boy had ultimately failed, while Roger had come too early 20 years ago. Not only had the young Sky King not yet emerged, but the Sea King had not been born either. Only the Underworld King remained, who could not possibly contend with them. The adversary could obliterate any island at will. To raise swords and blades would mean countless lives turning to ash. Whitebeard, renowned as the world's strongest due to the Gura no Mi, could incite earthquakes and tsunamis, turn the power to destroy the world. How much more so for the Sky King? However, the aged Whitebeard's numerous injuries were also a factor in this. To awaken the Sky King similarly demands a tremendous price, necessitating acceptance of the procedure for eternal life. This is the birth of the Sky King. Before his ambitions were revealed, he was regarded by Joy Boy as trustworthy, destined for eternal life and mastery over the Sky King. It can be said that within the will of D, he embodies Rocks and Blackbeard. To achieve their aims, they would stop at nothing. Deception, ambition, and patience would ultimately yield unparalleled strength. Friends, we have reached the final island, yet this world-class feast must be postponed. Luffy smiled and turned away. We must deal with one particularly irritating foe. Just before he turned, Moro had already left a silhouette behind. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Moro, here are the world's in to share with you what has transpired. Once upon a time, we had the chance for a world without emperors, slaves, or noble classes. After 800 years, those who have suffered hunger, endured blows, and are weary, raise your swords and grasp your muskets. Do not fear. This time, I stand with you. On the vast ocean, no individual's strength can rival that of the Tianwang, nor can it contend with the immense heritage of the Tianlongren. They conspire with the royal families of various kingdoms, attempting to eternally imprison this era. Therefore, to achieve this, I, Molu, must express my gratitude to all of you. What I require now is the strength of everyone. Molu paused momentarily, then leaped aboard the warship. He shouted into the Den Mushi, addressing the entire world, be it the Navy, the pirates, or the GM forces. I need your strength. From the 4 seas to the Grand Line, from a new world to the Red Earth continent, countless individuals rose in rebellion. For 8 centuries, despite the Tianlongren's attempts to permanently confine people to the era of slavery through various means, there have always been those striving to change it all. Navy warships, pirate vessels, GM military ships, scientific troops, exploration ships, and colossal trading vessels began to fill the seas. Upon the Red Earth continent, The Time Longren were already seething with rage. These madmen, have they lost their minds? How infuriating! I shall make them slaves forever, eternally. Exhausted, let destruction commence. At this moment, the silhouettes of 19 elite Time Longren emerged. For the Time Longren, consuming a devil fruit is deemed an affront. However, to combat impending threats, they were compelled to become devil fruit users. We have personally nurtured a monster, the greatest undercover agent in history. The Gorosei stood up. Fortunately, they had the Time Longren guards, the pacifists, and the Seraphim. 24 individuals stood shoulder to shoulder behind this impenetrable barrier. And atop the vacant throne, Im finally rose, sword in hand. Boom! The first cannon fired. The Pluton cannon unleashed a barrage that carved a gaping wound into the red Earth continent, aiming to obliterate it entirely, transforming it into a continuous landmass rather than a towering obstacle to the world. Countless formidable beings surged forth from Manoa, accompanied by the elephant god smashing into the sky, as the Tian Wang sought to intervene but was once again thwarted by the cubs. Crack! The tremors erupted as the elite Time Longren took action. Whoosh! Massive chunks of the red Earth continent floated amidst the sea. This was the power of the Moku no Mi. A colossal boulder transformed into a humanoid form, flames and lightning entwined around the sword. Housing a soul, this was the Horo no Mi roar. The azure dragon soared high, surveying the entire world. An unending tide of biscuit soldiers, mammoths on the ground, and pterosaurs in the sky. Syrup engulfed the earth, indestructible. The combined fruit transformed into an unprecedented giant that struck with a mighty fist. Boom! Darkness encroached, leaving the devil fruit users with no escape, the formidable shadowy void rendering anyone incapable of liberation. Threads of fate intertwined, attempting to control all lives, viewing everything as puppets. The 19 elite Time Longren wielded formidable martial arts, swordsmanship, and hockey. They were born believing themselves above all, their overwhelming conqueror's hockey allowing them to stand against thousands. Even now, with the revelation of Im's existence due to the events of the final island, it could not alter their innate sense of kingship. Each pacifist possessed the strength to suppress pirates with bounties over 100 million. The Seraphim could easily replace the warlords of the sea. Seraphim Buggy, Seraphim Law, Seraphim Bartholomew Kuma, Seraphim Boa Hancock, Seraphim Dracul Mihawk, Seraphim Crocodile, Seraphim Gecko Moria, Seraphim Whitebeard II, Seraphim Jinbei, Seraphim Blackbeard, and Seraphim Don Quixote da Flamingo. All 11 Seraphim exuded an oppressive aura. Coupled with the powerful, genetically modified guards designed to protect the Time Longren, the Gorosei, though aged, had each traversed their path to greatness. Moreover, there was Im, who had lived for over 8 centuries, alongside the Tian Wang he commanded. This is the power wielded by the Time Longren. Long time no see. Molu smiled as he gazed at the enraged Gorosei. Have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise? Do you truly believe such trivial tricks will be of any use? Foolishness. The so-called strong allies you have brought, whether they are admirals or emperors, cannot breach the defenses of the elite Time Longren. The remaining pirates and Navy strongmen will be systematically dealt with by the Seraphim. The pacifists and the guards shall slaughter all remaining weaklings, and you shall be jointly annihilated by us. What? Do you not believe it? Do not think that we, as old bones, are incapable of handling this. The Gorosei surrounded Molu, rolling up their sleeves and glaring coldly with their swords. Once I dispose of you old fools, I shall go after him. Molu felt no fear. At that moment, he donned the cloak of justice and put on the mask of rage. He secured the sniper rifle obtained from Van Augur and the 3 pistols of Teach, armed with the renowned sword from Kureha, the Raijin of Rain. He stood at over 3 meters tall, devoid of any sign of hockey. Avite M.A. Molu's muscles tightened, his strength surging to its zenith in an instant. Since you are aware of Lord Im's existence, allow me to inform you that in this world, no one can rival Lord Im, including you. One of the Gorosei, wielding the original Yoru, slashed down, cleaving the air. They transformed into 5 shadows, for clad in white cloaks and 1 in black. At this moment, it seemed I should reveal my hand. Molu's fist collided with the bald Gorosei's face. The tremendous force and hockey crushed his skull inward. Bang! The next moment, he stomped down, shattering the head. The azure serpent swiftly appeared, siphoning away his life force. Attack! With a single command, all the pacifists and Seraphim turned and converged upon Molu. Boom! The pacifists launched their assault against the genetically modified guards of the Time Longren. The Seraphim swiftly encircled the Gorosei. Did you think I was easy prey simply because I did not reveal my hand? Without being fully prepared, would I strike? Mola landed another punch, dispatching the Gorosei armed with a staff in a single blow. A bloody hole opened up in his chest as the azure serpent greedily burrowed within to extract his life force. Boom! The Seraphim joined forces, besieging the remaining 3 Gorosei. In an instant, they found themselves in a precarious situation. When did you master the Seraphim and the pacifists? What exactly did Vegapunk do? The hook-nosed Gorosei questioned, unwilling to accept defeat. Nothing much, just reached a little agreement after eliminating CP0. Molu replied, delivering a powerful kick. The dual-colored haki enhanced his striking power, yet the latter could not perceive his movements or murderous intent. As he sent the individual flying, Seraphim Bartholomew Kuma delivered a crushing blow. The azure serpent, cunning as ever, ascended to drain blood. Everything was according to your calculations. This plan to replace CP0 with the Seraphim has been under your control from the very beginning. Truly despicable. The short-bearded Gorosei retaliated, repelling Seraphim Moria. Despicable? How dare you utter such words? Molu chuckled as Seraphim Dracul Mihawk, Seraphim Buggy, and Seraphim Crocodile rapidly subdued him, dismantling him piece by piece. Whoosh! The azure serpent followed closely behind. X-33 Ekam was left with only one long-bearded Wulooxing, surrounded by 11 blazing angels. Moro advanced, sustaining his strength through battle, standing boldly before him. You, what do you mean by that? Moro's eyes glinted with coldness as he took a step forward. Bang! The last remaining long-bearded Wulooxing collapsed, kneeling on the ground. I pay my respects to my king. There is no need for that. Ultimately, humans cannot escape death. Why bow in submission? Moro gazed at the long-bearded Wulooxing and drew out Teach's flintlock. Bang! One shot from a flintlock revealed the highest authority in this world. Of course, I have long ceased to be human, Moro murmured as he looked towards Mariewa. Endless life, 100,000 green serpents. Whoosh! In the whirlpool, the chains of life erupted, instantly engulfing all enemies. You are unworthy of the powers of the Jinjin fruit. Bang! Moro delivered a devastating punch, obliterating the celestial dragon who wielded the Jinjin fruit. Dark acupuncture. The celestial dragon, empowered by the Anin fruit, attempted to strike, but Moro, in his devil fruit state, remained utterly unaffected. There are distinctions among men. Moro crushed his skull with his bare hands. The fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. The soul fruit, the line fruit, the float fruit, each dispatched with a single blow. Bang! Moro strode towards the last standing celestial dragon elite. He was a biscuit fruit user, unlike Cracker, not only commanding his biscuit minions, but also unafraid of the pain of close combat. You monster! I am a monster. Moro could scarcely recall how many times he had heard such words. He had long ceased to care. Your double standards are truly remarkable. With a swift stroke, he severed the elite's head, and the chains of life surged forth. Is there anyone left? I'm still not satiated. X-33 Ekam, a flicker of bloodlust flashed in Moro's pitch-black eyes. He advanced directly towards the empty throne. Akainu, Dragon, Shanks, Sabo, Ace, Luffy, and other formidable warriors followed closely behind. Garp and Sengoku also retracted their fists, eager to witness the most powerful being in this world. The blank history, the concealed world behind history's king, Is there no one? Moro glanced at the 19 swords plunged into the ground and then up at the empty throne. He ascended step by step, observed by all, until he turned, sat down, and crossed his legs. Occupying this position signified becoming the king of the world. The strong from the 3 great factions of the sea watched without objection. All understood that Moro did not require such a coronation. He was already the king of the world. Do you wish to become the king of the world as well? A figure clad in black robes and crown appeared. His spiraled eyes gazed at Moro on the empty throne with disdain. The position one occupies is inconsequential. What matters is whether one can maintain it. Not interested. Moro looked down at the newcomer from the throne, which was none other than him. The celestial dragons have been eradicated. Your era should conclude as well. It matters not. Their demise spares me the effort. In the future, I will merely maintain balance through scientific means. Spoke coldly. But the scientific forces are now under my command. Moro rose, sensing a hint of danger. To kill you and annihilate everyone here is all that is necessary. Brandished his long sword, advancing step by step up the stairs. Then let us see. Moro clenched his fists, unleashing his full strength at that moment. He could not afford to be negligent against this adversary. No need for me to intervene. Boom! Before him could finish his sentence, 16 beams of golden light descended from the heavens. Tian Wang. Thunder and laser light erupted simultaneously, shaking the red soil continent, causing tsunamis to rise. This was a calamity capable of sweeping across the entire world. The young Tian Wang can never rival the true Tian Wang. Him sneered. Yet, Moro descended from the throne. Brushing past him, everyone obstruct this fiend. He looked up at the sky, exuding an air of pride. Leave the Tian Wang to me. Roar. A black dragon spiraled upwards, soaring into the heavens. Steelbone, Garp, Sengoku, Rayleigh, Jabba, and other warriors of the old era sprang into action. Akainu, Akiji, Fujitora, Kizuru, Green Bull, Peach Rabbit, and T-Pork surged forward. Dragon, Kuma, Ivankov, and Sabo showed no signs of hesitation. Luffy, Ace, Red-Haired Shanks, Mihawk, Zoro, Sanji, Karakuri, and Buggy also acted without delay. Their target was but a single individual. No matter how strong you are, you cannot hope to contend with me. Regarded them, slicing with his sword. Your haki may accumulate over 80 years of training, but I've already trained for over 800 years. Tenfold, yet it was not merely a tenfold increase. Beyond mere accumulation, there was a qualitative transformation through the long passage of time. He alone was the most powerful Tian Wang in the world. It was the true Tian Wang, his power unparalleled among ancient weapons. A king. So formidable. Luffy spat out a mouthful of black blood, a potent aura emanating from his entire being. Fighting that guy has made me realize that haki can also be fused, akin to the awakening of devil fruits. Zoro, Sanji, Ace, all of you fuse your haki. The fifth gear activated, and Nika Luffy unleashed a punch. Strong warriors emerged endlessly. However, had it not been for their numerical advantage allowing for a swarm tactic, it would have swept through them all. Furthermore, no one dared to engage in a war of attrition, only able to launch relentless assaults. Whoosh! Im cleaved a corner of the red soil continent with his sword, an attack comparable to that of the Underworld King. Boom! Thunder and laser light intertwined, exploding above his head, unleashing indiscriminate attacks across the battlefield. This scene resembled the apocalypse. Im's might was not merely a conspiracy and a Tian Wang. It was also his own unmatched power, the ultimate boss of the pirate world, the ruler of annihilation. The king of the world had indeed descended upon the realm. Can the world, which has knelt for 800 years, rise again? Only the heavens know. In the sky, Moro stood atop the black dragon's head, locking eyes with the Tian Wang. If the Tian Wang controls you, then I shall sever the means of your connection. Roar! The Tian Wang, this dragon of the heavens, collided with the black dragon's head. Moro leaped, delivering a punch that unleashed all his power. Where lies the limit of human strength? Is it Moro? Or is it him? But what of nature? What technology? The rulers of the Sea Kings, the Elephant King, the Tian Wang, the Underworld King. How vast was the gap between Moro and them? He did not know. Only this battle could confirm it. Bang! A punch erupted, an attack capable of annihilating an island, landing squarely on Moro. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his body enveloped in darkness from the impact. Damn, how strong you are. If I were in your position, I would have likely been reborn a dozen times by now. After all, Moro was the strongest beneath him. Facing the Tian Wang strike, he was not yet at the brink of death. The black dragon immediately attacked the Tian Wang. Morua seizes the opportunity to unleash a powerful punch, his speed and strength intertwining with the essence of Busashoka Haki and Haushika Haki. In this moment, he is resolutely prepared to slay the dragon. It appears you have merged with Imo. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Morua acknowledges the prolonged battle that has left him utterly fatigued. This sensation of weakness has not graced him since the conclusion of the War of Supremacy. I will end you with this final blow. Grasping the horn of the black dragon, Morua is at his most feeble, channeling all his strength into this singular punch. His form begins to swell, the chains of life transforming into armor, subsequently merging with his body, evolving into a colossal being of vitality. At this moment, the black dragon seems no larger than a horse to Morua, truly becoming his steed. One could say that Morua's stature rivals that of a Grand Island. Morua's iron fist. With a swift motion, Morua delivers a barrage of punches, each striking the head of the Celestial King. Devil Fruit, Haki martial arts, and physical prowess. All his hidden cards coalesce into the ultimate display of power. This is Moroa's most formidable strike. The Celestial King's head begins to droop as he struggles feebly. Out of my way. Moroa exerts himself to deliver his most potent blow. He, the strongest of the human realm, second only to the immortal Emu, finally succumbs to exhaustion. Plummeting from the heavens. In a flash, the Celestial King is faster. The ground shakes as Moroa hears the sound of the Celestial King crashing down, and he finally finds solace in closing his eyes. He is dead. At this moment, all traces of life dissipate. To defeat the Celestial King, Moroa has entirely expended his strength. The Celestial Dragon lies fallen, its claw imprinting a massive footprint into the earth. Nanny? Emu, wielding a sword, strikes out. He too has fought for too long, yet retains the majority of his strength. No one remains unscathed before him. Carp, Sengoku, Dragon, red-haired Shanks, Akainu, and Luffy, the strongest of this era, can barely stand. That fellow is indeed a monster, yet he too is nearing his limit. Emu sneers and chooses not to attack the remaining warriors, instead directing his assault toward the deceased Moroa. Once the Shang fruit is fully developed, it possesses the power of near immortality. However, should its corpse be utterly destroyed, even the awakened Shang fruit cannot revive it. Having endured eons of battle, Emu is acutely aware of this secret. He must prevent Moroa's body from being completely obliterated. Sengoku spits out a mouthful of black blood, transforming into his Buddha form, and strikes out. Not a chance. Luffy activates his Snake Man form, his fists extending relentlessly. Hiss! Mihawk and red-haired Shanks simultaneously attack Emu. Akainu fights on, unaware of how much energy he has left, determined to battle until his last breath, even as his very breath fades. The call of absolute justice still echoes within him. How could you impede the rise of a human hero? The dragon's foot strikes with the fury of a tempest, attempting to thwart Emu. You wish to kill my disciple? Have you consulted me first? Iron Fist. Carp leaps high, delivering a downward punch towards Emu. Boom. All their might crashes upon Emu. Yet, he merely loses half of his strength, pausing momentarily. You lot dare to obstruct my path? Once I erase this era, there shall be no one to wield technology for another 10,000 years, perpetually imprisoned in the primitive age. With a single stroke, Emu sends everyone flying. This time, no one is left with the strength to rise and confront him. In this critical moment, the black dragon transforms into a green dragon, a manifestation of boundless life force. Roar! The green dragon charges towards Moroa's chest, fully merging with him. As Moroa descends rapidly, he suddenly opens his eyes, yet does not resist his fall. Instead, he adjusts his breathing to harness his power. Full revival. Quintuple enhancement. Boom! The earth is struck with a massive crater by Moroa's swift descent. Even Emu cannot sense Moroa's presence within a mist. No one can perceive him. He seems truly dead. Ultimately, I have failed. It is only natural. As a human, one must encounter their limits. Emu chuckles as he approaches the fallen Celestial King, intent on controlling the Celestial King's offspring. A crisp sound echoes as a formidable device is dismantled by bare hands. A towering figure emerges from the smoke, surrounded by countless green serpents that devour the colossal Celestial King. As 100,000 green serpents intertwine, they weave a great net to ensnare the king. In merely 2 bites, he is consumed. Such formidable vitality. A blinding light ignites in Moroa's eyes. I am now at least 8 times stronger. 3 times from the Celestial King, and 5 times from the transformative revival. With the replenishment of life force, my stamina has returned to its peak. He steps forth from the smoke and exchanges a disdainful smile with Emu. It seems your wishes have not come to fruition, Mr. Emu. No matter. Once I eliminate you, the realms of the underworld, the sea, and the new Celestial King shall belong to me. Is that so? This time, you may not get your way. Let's see. Emu brandishes his sword with one hand, his cloak billowing without wind. The conqueror's haki of the 2 sovereigns of the world erupts thunderously. One is Moroa, now 8-fold stronger, and the other is Emu, retaining 85% of his strength. Boom! The red earth continent trembles. Boulders are flung into the air, and everyone faints at that instant. Whether they be the 4 emperors or admirals, none can withstand the overwhelming might of these 2. Even the Din Din Mushi has ceased its broadcast. Across the globe, chaos ensues. Can Moroa triumph? In East Blue, the villagers of Fushia Village, including Dayton's family on the mountain, are glued to the live broadcast. Nanny? Why is there no footage? Moroa cannot lose, can he? Damn it. What kind of broadcast is this? Carp, hurry and fix it. In the Grand Line, the denizens of Sabati Archipelago are fervently scribbling, documenting everything for the latest newspapers to inform the masses. Do not lose Moroa. Cursed Emu. He shall not imprison us forever. We must not falter. Let the world nobles be damned. In the New World, on Orange Soda Island, all the islanders are bestowing blessings upon Moroa. They were once the efforts under the banner of the Pirate Alliance, had Moroa not been destined for a fleeting existence. From Moroa's victories over numerous formidable foes, ensuring their sanctuary, to his defeat of Big Mom, returning the souls of all. Across this vast ocean, countless souls have benefited from his grace. Each kingdom, every island. In this moment, the people offer their blessings to Maluo. With my life, I welcome Maluo as king. At this instant, King Maluo of the Navy has become the sovereign in the eyes of all beings across the seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. Some have lived for 8 centuries, manipulating history from behind the scenes to become the rulers of the world. Others have lived merely a decade or so. Yet with integrity and unwavering justice, they are hailed as kings by the world. Atop the Red Earth continent, this battle has gone unwitnessed. Perhaps even a millennium later, it will remain a legendary tale in the eyes of humanity. Maluo's fists clash against the long sword of Emu. Bang! The two engage in a fierce struggle, equally matched. With each transformation, Maluo's strength has multiplied, now rivaling Emu. This is impossible. Your power can match that of this king. The title of king belongs to me. Maluo feels no strain. The two are indeed evenly matched. If I were at my peak, you would find yourself at a disadvantage. Emu roars in fury. There are no ifs in this world. Everything that occurs is a necessity. Maluo speaks the truth. Had he not forged alliances along his journey, his strategic pieces, even if he now siphoned the life force of all the formidable beings from the 3 major factions, he would barely reach a third of Emu's power. Alone, facing the Celestial King and Emu, his demise would be inevitable. Just as in the war at the pinnacle, Maluo's opportunity for revival and the awakening of unity among all things was earned through the efforts of Akainu, Carp, and others. Similarly, without these allies, Emu would have struck first, tearing him to shreds, rendering revival impossible. Even the Black Dragon's descent would yield naught but futility. In this vast ocean, no one has ever stood invincible alone. Hence, I've always said, I require the strength of all. Maluo and Emu trade blows, locked in a relentless battle. Indeed, their speed of attack is so swift that they become mere shadows. The black-cloaked Emu and the white-caped Maluo, one dark and one light, embody the duality of good and evil in this world. You are too young. You do not yet comprehend that this world is not merely black and white. I too once harbored innocent dreams, only to realize, in the face of authority and power, this world is merely a shade of gray. Emu begins to preach in a manner of deception. What? Do you perceive me as the villain? Are you attempting to teach me a lesson? Maluo cannot be swayed by such rhetoric. In my view, this world has never known gray. Should one sincerely believe that black encounters white, it is merely the gray of reality. They're indeed naive. The truth is, darkness will taint any light that encounters it. Do not be deceived by their sweet words. Good and evil cannot coexist. Maluo rises, delivering a powerful punch. Emu feels a strain. If you and I were to join forces, we could dominate this world for eons. I apologize, but even if we were to conquer, it would be my affair, not yours. Maluo once again engages Emu in battle. The mere suggestion of alliance signifies that they stand on equal footing. Only with sufficient strength can one discuss cooperation. Without it, one would be consumed, leaving not even a bone behind. This fierce conflict rages on, enduring for far too long. 3 days and nights pass, and the Red Earth continent continues to tremble. The Conqueror's haki erupts in flashes of lightning. This is the mark of a true king. The Zoan king gazes upward, acknowledging that even he would appear feeble in the face of such power. These two have transcended the very concept of life. Maluo, Maluo, Maluo. Lady Vivi and Hoshi stand atop the throne of the underworld. Surrounding them, the Sea Kings exchange apprehensive glances. Such terrifying power. Can humanity truly reach this level? Indeed, it is frightening. Humans can harness technique and transformation, achieving great destructive power through mere bursts. Yet these two have surpassed us, even in stature. Two rulers who transcend the Sea Kings, walking embodiments of the underworld. The Sea Kings offer the most objective evaluation. They have witnessed the Red Earth continent crumble, leaving only a precipice. In the skies, Imu and Maluo have yet to cease their assault. During this time, more and more individuals awaken. Too exhausted to interfere in this decisive battle, they can only hasten their recovery through sustenance and healing. 10 days later, the evenly matched struggle finally ceases. The Red Earth continent, reduced to a cliff, now offers only a fragmented foothold. The Black Cloak and White Cape stand at opposing corners. Bang! A crown falls. The youth picks it up. The crown of the Celestial King. How intriguing. Maluo smiles at Imu. His fists bleed, while Imu's sword lies in 2 pieces. Blood dripping from his sleeves as well. You seem aged. This king is immortal. Imu mutters in despair. His vision blurs. For some reason, he cannot clearly see Maluo before him. If given the opportunity to attain immortality, wield the power of the Celestial King, and possess the mightiest strength, would you occupy the vacant throne? Imu questions Maluo, seeking an answer. I would, why not? Furthermore, I have already accomplished it. I need not strive desperately for it. Countless individuals shall elevate me. Maluo chuckles. How fascinating this can be. Imu shakes his head, bitterly laughing. He too is like this, yet he was unwilling. The Maluo before him begins to blur, reminiscent of the man who donned a straw hat. Joy Boy. You resemble him, yet are also distinctly different. Among those I've slain in my lifetime, one stands out as the most significant and fearsome to me. One is Joy Boy. I long for him, yet fear him. The other is you. I cannot eliminate you, for unlike Joy Boy, you are astute and calculative, always advancing with caution. Imu coughs, unable to maintain his stance any longer. With his broken blade supporting him, he kneels before Maluo, as if paying homage to the new king of the world. You possess the idealism of Joy Boy, optimism, as well as my realism and cunning. To stand above the masses in this era is well-deserved. Imu sighs, collapsing to the ground. He turns his gaze to the sky. At last, I can sleep soundly. With a swift motion, Maluo retrieves the tip of the broken blade, slicing through Imu's throat, severing his head. A finishing blow, yet it is my obligation. Maluo will never regard an enemy's forced epiphany or fleeting insight as worthy of mercy. Some things are inherently corrupt to the core. A green serpent slithers from beneath his cloak, quickly consuming Imu, leaving only a scatter of bones. Crack! Maluo deliberately stomps down, shattering the remains into ash. He discards the broken blade. Molo sat wearily in a secluded corner, not from physical exhaustion, but from an inner turmoil. After seizing Im's vitality, his physical strength had not only recovered, but had also increased by 50%, making him 12 times stronger than before, surpassing even Im at his peak by a fifth. What shall I have for lunch? Molo's stomach rumbled. The final island, Laugh-Tale, was bustling with a grand feast of unprecedented scale, gathering people from all corners of the world. A week prior, the Red Soil continent had been leveled and reconstructed into a supercontinent at the center of the seas. The doldrums had vanished, and the Sea Kings thrived beneath the waves. This marked the dawn of an extraordinary age of adventure. The innovations of Vegapunk proliferated, with food manufacturing devices and climate regulators being developed. The medical advancements of the Magnet Drum Kingdom were sought after worldwide, drawing countless individuals in pursuit and ushering in a new era. Concurrently, numerous maritime ventures were sanctioned. Anyone unwilling to embark on voyages or embrace the life of an adventurer, while still claiming the title of pirate, would face expulsion and assault from various nations. Nonetheless, influenced by Luffy and others, many still declared themselves pirates, a mix of noble souls and nefarious villains. This supercontinent formed from the original Red Soil continent, resembling a vast circular ring, with 3 concentric rings each housing expansive seas and islands. At its core lay the land of the former immense kingdom, the final island. Technology, devil fruits, and hockey coexisted in this world. Raise your glasses. The feast commenced. Amidst the lively celebration, Molo calmly indulged in fried chicken, roasted beef, and lamb chops. He observed the merriment around him from his corner. All weariness dissipated. With him, the celestial dragons, their elite knights, and the Gorosei gone. Molo now stood atop the pinnacle of global power. He was hailed as the Navy King, the King of the World, the Dragon Slayer, each title fitting. Intriguingly, the legendary title of Nika, which had persisted for centuries, had not been bestowed upon Straw Hat Luffy, but rather had become Molo's own. Cheers! Yamato clinked glasses with Molo. Hiyori played a melody on her instrument, while Shiyu quietly sipped red bean soup nearby. Momonosuke danced with his sword, enjoying his drink heartily. Bonnie and Ein discussed future plans. unanimously deciding to explore Sky Island, intrigued by rumors of a base on the moon. Molo paid little heed to this scene, his mind preoccupied with matters buried deep within. Molo, why aren't you drinking milk? You want tea grow tall. Luffy offered him a glass of milk, and Molo sighed, realizing that should he grow taller, he would no longer be human. Nanny, Molo, you're now the goal we all aspire to surpass. Ace laughed heartily as he threw an arm around Molo's shoulders. With a flick of his finger, Flames ignited a cigarette for Sanji as he approached with a large platter of grilled fish for Nami and Robin. Indeed, the GM Army and the Navy had completely merged. What are your future plans? Will you establish another world government? Sabo pondered the future. The world is vast, and in order to maintain peace, action must be taken. Shanks and Dragon exchanged amused glances at this. Mihawk approached the two. Have you decided what to do after reaching the peak? All three turned their gaze to Molo. Indeed, if there were mountains in the world of pirates, Molo was the sky above. Who wouldn't want to defeat him? This desire dwells deep within the blood of every strong warrior. This day has come rather early. Carp munched on roasted meat, while Sengoku chuckled alongside him. Seeing this, Crane felt a mix of disbelief, while in the distance, Sabo began to dance around the bonfire. Giants, the Dante tribe, long hands, long legs, sky people, fishmen, all peoples from the four seas, the Grand Line, and the New World gathered here. Among them were cyborgs, small robots, and even seraphims. Molo rose to his feet, his cloak of justice cascading down. He glanced back, but did not retrieve it, instead striding forward. He lifted his gaze to the immense coliseum left by Joy Boy. A subtle smile graced Molo's lips. He understood. Raise your glasses. Celebrate this moment of reunion and the joy that this day will bring to every household in the pirate world in the years to come. He smiled, reflecting on the journey he had taken. Rising in youth yet starving the seas, his first battle in the East Blue revealed the cruelty of pirates. In the Grand Line, he began to show his prowess as a dragon slayer, mastering the 6 forms along the way. The Sabidi archipelago witnessed his fury as he annihilated the celestial dragons. The Marineford War taught him the meaning of strength, and he was reborn, embracing armed combat. In the Golden City, he orchestrated a master plan, gaining renown. The battle on Orange Soda Island, where he escaped from a dire situation, showcased his resilience. On Raijin Island, he awakened his observation haki, battling the second commander and facing the 4 emperors, a solitary warrior against a nation. The world conscripted soldiers, and his battle on the deserted island determined fate. As his powers blossomed, the title of Admiral commanded respect, quelling flames and waters, defeating Joker, and capturing the drought. The battle concluded with a retreat against Teach, making acquaintance with the GM Army and forming clandestine alliances. At the Pirate Festival, he faced Barrett in a duel, slaying Blackbeard. On Fishman Island, he battled Shanks, standing against 3 emperors, becoming invincible. He traversed great distances to confront legends, his crimson spirit undeterred by defeat. The Peak War was a dragon slaying, a soul's destruction, and the slaying of the Golden Lion, unifying all to witness the world. In Wano, he eliminated the remnants, learning ancient scripts and uncovering historical truths. On White Soil Island, the alliance between Dragon and Shanks faced but a singular foe. In Hive Island, he battled the masses, daring the Black Dragon to consume the heavens. On Red Soil Continent, he executed a masterful deception, while Seraphims operated in secret. At the final island, he unveiled the truth, commanding nations worldwide. In Mariewa, he obliterated the heavens, vanquished the Gorosei, and slew him. The wind rustled, sending a green leaf fluttering past Molo's eyes. Ha ha ha! He laughed heartily, reminiscing about the myriad experiences of his life. Is this step the limit? Others might concede. Yet Molo refused to believe that humanity had limits. How exhilarating, how liberating. Molo stood outside the Colosseum, turning to face the world. He possessed no system, no alternate dimension. He emerged from an ordinary existence into this realm. He began with hunger, a single fruit turning the tide. Time flowed before him like a rolling tide, transforming into a whirlwind of red dust. Molo indulged in culinary delights from across the globe, relishing the moment. Let this fleeting joy continue, for when it all concludes, he shall personally usher in the next era. Bang! A toast. Molo downed a large glass of orange soda. He was no longer young. In a few months, he would turn 18. If he did not strive, time would slip away, leaving little room for youthful ambition. The sea churned, stars twinkled. 800 years had passed, with numerous eras changing. Some came, and some left. The dream of Qiao Yibo has finally come to fruition. Mo Luo and his subordinates remained until the banquet concluded after 3 days and nights. Two figures walked side by side towards the Colosseum of the final island. One was the world's greatest swordsman, the former Navy hunter, Eagle-Eye Mihawk. The other was the Hell King of the Pirate King's ship, the pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro. A new champion of the world's greatest swordsman was about to emerge. In the audience stands the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, and the red-hair pirates bore witness to this battle, where the victor among them would ascend to the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro, the user of the dual powers of the Nomi Nomi no Mi and the Moroku no Mi, unleashed a powerful sword strike, generating an immense sword aura. Eagle-Eye did the same, yet refrained from uttering the name of his technique. Mo Luo observed attentively, maintaining a calm demeanor as he watched the battle unfold. He aimed to refine the haki within him. The haki, already abundant within him like the vast sea, began to slowly circulate at that moment. Having trained in the pirate world system, Mo Luo had perfected his martial arts, swordsmanship, marksmanship, the 3 types of haki, and the powers of the devil fruit. What he sought now was to elevate his training by incorporating the methods from Blue Star. As a portion of haki flowed into his dantian, everything began to transform into the extraordinary. The fusion of the 3 types of haki continuously refined into 3 distinct colors of energy, ultimately coalescing into a shape reminiscent of a Dan embryo. As the 3 types of haki merged, Mo Luo adopted the techniques described in the novels and ancient texts of Blue Star, refining the haki as if it were a form of spiritual energy. In no time, the haki cascaded down like rain. Mo Luo's haki reserves, surpassing even that of him by 1/5, were terrifying. Soon, the haki transformed into liquid, all directed towards the Dan embryo. With a thunderous roar, Eagle-Eye and Zoro clashed fiercely as a bolt of lightning split the sky. The thunder rumbled, far more potent than that of Enel, Big Mom, or Nami. A final bolt struck Mo Luo, who calmly exhaled smoke, then ascended into the air, allowing the thunder to strike him repeatedly. Eventually, all the haki converted into liquid, coalescing within the Dan embryo, continuously bombarded by the heavenly thunder until the refining was complete. With a resounding boom, the last bolt of lightning, comparable to the entirety of the final island, descended. Mo Luo stood suspended in the air, withstanding all attacks. After exhaling a puff of smoke, the thunder dissipated entirely. Could it truly be? Mo Luo sensed the haki within him had successfully coalesced into a colorless haki Dan, floating within him. At this moment, his body began to undergo further transformation, maintaining his peak state permanently. His Kinbunchaku haki evolved, integrating perception, emotions, foresight, and distant awareness into one. Mo Luo opened his eyes, feeling a newfound strength coursing through him. Could it truly be? With a single grasp of his empty hand, he conjured colorless Dan flames. His longevity, invulnerability to blades and poisons, and immunity to diseases were now his. A powerful aura radiated from him, accompanied by an almost mythical perception. Without the need for external force, Mo Luo floated effortlessly, feeling a profound sense of relaxation. He descended to the ground, only to discover that the battle between Eagle-Eye and Zoro had already concluded. The two were evenly matched, with no clear victor emerging. Why have you stopped? Mo Luo inquired, puzzled by the scene. Stop? What do we have left to fight with? Your earlier display captured everyone's attention, including mine. Zoro replied with resignation, wondering what kind of power Mo Luo had just exhibited, akin to a deity. Moreover, he could fly without employing the moonwalk technique. Want to learn? I can teach you, Mo Luo offered, glancing at Zoro and the others, as time seemed to stand still. Why was he stronger than everyone else? Even M's accumulated power over 800 years could not surpass Mo Luo. This had always been a mystery, sought after by countless individuals without a solution. If you wish to learn, sit down and listen to my teachings. At that moment, all present were formidable figures within the pirate world. Hearing Mo Luo speak about the path to strength, even Moria, who was wheelchair-bound and about to be confined and impelled down after the banquet, leaned in to listen. There had long been rumors that Mo Luo bore no side effect from the devil fruit, even claiming he could swim and bathe. However, how the latter rumor emerged remained unknown. If one could truly master his techniques, it would signify the possibility of immunity to the devil fruit's adverse effects. Mo Luo took a deep breath. He understood that the pirate world differed from Blue Star. The former still held the potential for unlocking one's abilities, leading to the awakening of Haki. In contrast, Blue Star required the revival of spiritual energy. Otherwise, one would possess knowledge without utility. However, in the pirate world, once Haki was awakened, one could adopt the training methods of Blue Star, akin to condensing energy, by utilizing Haki to gradually refine the body until achieving Haki fusion, or foundational establishment. One could ultimately unite all things, reaching the pinnacle of Haki's quality and quantity to truly summon heavenly thunder, thus forging the Energy Dan. Mo Luo's Energy Dan was neither golden nor purple, nor of any rainbow hue. It appeared merely transparent, and even the Dan flames were nearly see-through. He could not comprehend the nature of it. Based on his understanding from novels and ancient texts, a transparent Energy Dan was not referred to as a golden Dan, purple Dan, fire Dan, or colorful Dan. It was simply called Dan, though it was slightly superior in every aspect. Mo Luo began to speak, first about Haki, then about devil fruits. He discussed the fusion of Haki, the integration of martial arts, the awakening of devil fruits, and the incompatibility between a user at their peak and Haki. When he reached the topic of unifying all things, everyone gasped in astonishment. So it could be done this way? But what if one could not endure it and perished? Of course, you have many advantages in the early stages as a user. The eventual unification must inevitably have its drawbacks, he replied. Fortunately, our red-haired pirates do not consume devil fruits. Red-haired's remark ignited a fire of anger in everyone's hearts. Mo Luo then proceeded to explain how to truly utilize Haki. His training method required the awakening of Haki before it could truly commence, condensing energy, establishing a foundation, and achieving the Golden Dan. When he spoke of the Golden Dan allowing for flight, longevity of 500 years, and fasting, Buggy raised his hand. Does that mean the Golden Dan can lead to the cosmos? Having recently mingled with Vegapunk's first model, he had learned much and entertained thoughts of venturing into space for treasure. Indeed, but you must possess a sufficiently robust physique, and your Haki must form a protective layer. Buggy pondered, while the nearby Shichibukai Buggy realized the implications even faster. He resembled a Yonko more than any other. I understand now. In truth, the three types of Haki can further fuse. Luffy suddenly grasped the concept, his entire face flushing as white vapor began to emanate from him. Yet this process was exceedingly lengthy and required considerable time. Mo Luo had completed his discourse on the Golden Dan martial arts. He rose and walked towards the Coliseum exit, taking a phone bug in hand to announce to the world. From this day forth, martial arts schools may be established across the globe, and combat arenas shall be erected, where I shall await your arrival at the final isle. This event is known as the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Following this proclamation, Mo Luo vanished. Subsequently, under the united efforts of Long, Chi Quan, and Sabo, a new world government was established, with all individuals fulfilling their respective roles. The highest position in this world is referred to as the Supreme Marshal, a title long held by the mysteriously missing Mo Luo. The technological advancements of Vegapunk, the medical expertise of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, Nami's navigation skills, and the maritime prowess of Water 7 have propelled this era towards rapid progress. Meanwhile, a rumor quietly circulated in the streets, suggesting the existence of a method that could grant one power akin to the World King, Mo Luo. Only those who awaken Haki are deemed worthy of this knowledge. The news of the world's greatest martial arts tournament resonated throughout the world, drawing countless individuals. A month later, the Age of Pirates came to an end. Warriors supplanted pirates, and adventurers began their journeys into this new and uncharted world. The newly named continent of Atlantis, also known as the New Red Soil, became a gathering place for innumerable strong individuals. To reach the final isle, one must conquer the formidable warriors residing in the outer, middle, and inner rings. The core, the final isle, exists almost like a myth. Atlantis is also referred to as the city of Mo Luo, where secrets to further enhance Haki lie hidden. The grand era of martial arts ushered in by Mo Luo had arrived. Half a year later, the first spacecraft was constructed, destined for the moon. However, whether it be the vast stars or the final isle, both became sacred lands in the hearts of many. On Sky Island, beneath the Golden Bell, Mo Luo and his companions were enjoying a picnic, witnessing the first spacecraft ascend into the starry sky. Didn't you mention that there's an Enel with the power of the Rumble fruit on the moon? Aren't we going to stop them from landing? Not at all. There are countless strong beings in the universe that we will inevitably encounter. Enel's current strength should be worth 1 billion berries. The person in charge of that ship is none other than Kizaru, Fujitora, Green Bull, and Akiji. Ah, and Binz is also aboard, Luo replied calmly. His current priority was merely to satisfy his hunger. Even away from the headquarters, the Din Din Mushi could maintain communication, keeping him informed of events around the world. Beside him, Taotu, Ein, Bonnie, Hiyori, and Yamado all had their respective duties, leaving Luo well-informed. Moreover, he had long grown weary of the so-called authority. The adventures of this time were the most exhilarating. Not only had he traversed the major seas, but he had also explored the ancient sunken cities beneath the sea, the sky islands of the White Sea, and even the White Sea. Luo felt a sense of fulfillment. He learned that many pirate crews had already disbanded, with individuals like Moria being imprisoned and impelled down. Shanks and Mihawk had established martial arts schools and swordsmanship academies, attracting innumerable powerful individuals. Crews like the Whitebeard Pirates and the Nation Pirates disbanded at lightning speed. Some pirates who had taken innocent lives were also imprisoned and impelled down. Luo gazed calmly at the sky, knowing that under the combined might of Akiji and Fujitora, a significant amount of water would emerge. Green Bull and Binz would construct ecological parks in record time. Even if Enel were present, he would ultimately be captured. Luo had stated that if Enel remained on the moon, he would be apprehended to serve as a perpetual motion battery for the ecological base. If not, they would seize the moon base and establish their ecological foundation. For many, this voyage was merely a journey. Yet for Luo, it represented the hope of returning home. The vastness of the universe was beyond his comprehension. He was uncertain whether he had traversed to a different world or simply to another side of the same universe. Logically speaking, if hell truly existed, then the souls of all living beings in the universe should eventually be collected and reincarnated across various planets. Luo did not believe in hell, nor did he perceive the existence of deities. To him, they were merely more potent life forms, or perhaps souls formed from condensed spiritual energy. As he bit into a piece of bread, Luo savored his lunch, when suddenly an incongruous voice echoed within him. Beep. Detection indicates that the host has reached the pinnacle of the pirate world. Your system has awakened. It is called the Supreme Martial Arts System. Luo was taken aback. A system? He had intended to become invincible in the world and return home via a spacecraft. Now, he was being informed that a system had awakened? Was this some kind of joke? He was already invincible. What use did he have for a system? This is indeed the condition for the awakening of this system, requiring 100% confirmation of the host's invincible status in this world. Oh, then you may self-destruct. Montauk Luo remarked. In terms of authority, strength, wealth, and reputation, he had reached the pinnacle and had no idea what use this system could serve. This system is the Supreme Martial Arts System, capable of randomly selecting various strong individuals from this universe for the host to challenge. Once the host becomes the strongest in the universe, they can further ascend to a higher dimension and reach the source of the myriad realms. Where is the source of the myriad realms? It was created by an ancient strong being, whose legend has long since faded from the myriad realms. And this world was formed by the fusion of 5 major worlds by this ancient being. 5 major worlds? Initially uninterested in the system, Luo's curiosity was piqued upon hearing about the 5 major worlds. He wished to know if his homeland, Launching, was among them. The 5 major worlds are as follows. First, the pirate world, encompassing the systems of Haki, devil fruits, and technology. Second, the Naruto world, an untouched world by the ancient strong being, featuring ninja chakra and a technology system. Third, the Dragon Ball world, confined to the Frisia era, possessing a powerful martial arts and dragon system, blending chi and bloodlines with technology. Fourth, the One Punch world, where monsters and heroes in the universe have never ceased their battles, incorporating abilities and technology. Fifth, the Launching world, where the resurgence of spiritual energy has birthed numerous strong beings, centered on the spiritual energy system. Launching truly exists. So, I was transported here from Launching. Luo never anticipated that this universe was formed by the fusion of 5 worlds. What kind of monstrous being could create such a vast universe? The intertwined systems posed a risk of uncontrollable chaos. No, the host merely traversed here. The system was activated coincidentally. The ancient strong being who fused the 5 major worlds has minimal information displayed in the database. Now, may I ask the host if they wish to truly bind with this system? I have one more question. Is the Launching you mentioned truly my homeland? This inquiry was of utmost importance to Immortal, and he felt compelled to ask. If referring to the world in which the host previously resided, then indeed it is the host's homeland. However, in the context of the myriad realms, the universe in which the host lives, including the pirate world, is also considered your homeland. It is true, this has indeed become my home. Immortal nodded, once again gazing at the system. The universe formed by the fusion of 5 major worlds was vast. To return home, he must utilize the system's power. Otherwise, he would exhaust his lifespan of several hundred years without ever being able to return. What impact will binding have on me? This system originates from the source, rather than being a mere extension of its host, so there is no need for concern. The system and the host exist in a symbiotic relationship. If I were to navigate through the universe normally, how long would it take to reach launching? At the speed of light, assuming the correct coordinates are found, it would require 45,000 units of time. Binding, Immortal stated decisively. The supreme martial arts system has been bound. Host, Immortal. Identity, overlord of the pirate world. Achievements, has seized the fate of the son of this dimension and the villain of the dimension. Conditions for the opening of the cosmic gate have been met. A random selection is underway. Opening complete, the first cosmic gate, the Naruto Gate. The host must defeat the enemies that come through the Naruto Gate to proceed to the Naruto world. Why do you have the time to not open the cosmic gate to launching for me? Before Immortal could finish speaking, the first gate had already manifested above the sky island of the White Sea. This gate took the shape of flames, with a mark resembling the ninja forehead protector of Konoha village etched at the top. The timeline of Konoha is currently during Pain's assault, and the characters being transported are Nagato and the 6 Paths of Pain. On the planet of the ninja world, in the land of fire, Konoha village, a great battle is erupting. Pain of the 6 Paths is sweeping through the area, enveloping the entire Konoha in darkness. The son of the dimension, Uzumaki Naruto, after gaining a brief upper hand in Sage mode, finds himself restrained. Naruto, with a gentle fist strike, Hinata Hyuga intervenes at a critical moment. Hinata, Naruto roars. But before Pain of the 6 Paths, Hinata stands no chance, not even as a worthy opponent. Let this world feel pain. Pain of the 6 Paths raises a hand, preparing to unleash an attack. Suddenly, a gate composed of seawater flashes into existence before him. Nanny? A gate blocks Pain's attack, and in the next moment, it transforms into seawater, engulfing him. This is not merely a natural water element, but a manifestation that twists space and time. Meanwhile, far beyond Konoha village, within a great tree in its hollow, Nagato coughs, and before he can prepare further, he is swept away by a coil of seawater. In Konoha village, all the shattered and damaged bodies of the 6 Paths of Pain are also carried off by the seawater, leaving nothing behind. Only a cosmic gate made of seawater stands amidst the ruins of Konoha village, with a skull emblem of the pirate world at the top. Nanny? Naruto looks around, utterly bewildered by what has transpired. Hinata, taken aback, quickly rushes to remove the black rods that bind Naruto. As everyone is drawn to this gate, they find that it cannot be destroyed, nor can it be traversed like Pain. Is this a sealing technique? Tsunade stands weakly, gasping for breath, while simultaneously summoning a slug for healing. This gate is extraordinarily tall, even exceeding the height of Konoha's protective walls. In the pirate world, on the sky island of the White Sea, when Nagato is transported here, he appears somewhat dazed, completely unaware of what just occurred. Strangely, as the seawater recedes, all the deceased and damaged Pains are fully restored. Even the chakra he expended has replenished. Where's this? Nagato surveys his surroundings, spotting only a tall, young figure. I didn't expect it to be you who was summoned here. Fortunately, after expanding the final island post, the Red Soil Continent, I can withstand your destruction. Immortal gestures towards the Naruto Gate behind Nagato. It was I who summoned you here for a duel. Win, and I will send you back. Who are you? Nagato looks at Immortal, puzzled. The completely reconstituted and healed 6 Paths of Pain stand before Nagato, shielding him, observing the unfamiliar world around him. Both the architectural style and the sudden revival of all Pains leave him perplexed. Jinjutsu? This is impossible. Jinjutsu does not affect me. Nagato coldly gazes at Immortal, then attempts to engage. Bang! With his attempt, he transforms into a cloud of smoke. Space-time ninjutsu can function like this? Immortal is taken aback. He has watched Naruto before, so he cannot be oblivious to the technique Nagato has employed. Whoosh! In the next moment, the seawater flows, casting Nagato out. It seems he did not succeed. If such a technique could traverse the vastness of space-time, It would be exceedingly unreasonable. Mo Luo strides towards Nagato, fist clenched. I never anticipated that I would carry forth justice into a second world. From here on, I shall be the arbiter of justice in the Naruto world, as will you. Nagato! Bang! With a punch thrown, the first move is made by Pain of the Six Paths Shinra Tensei. Boom! The potent repulsive force aims to send Mo Luo flying. However, having contended with numerous formidable foes, including the power of Conqueror's Haki and the might of the Goma Goma no Mi, Mo Luo is unafraid. The attack penetrates forward. Pain of the Six Paths exclaims, "Why is Shinra Tensei being penetrated? This should be a force that repels everything. Is there a problem in developing Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki to their utmost?" Mo Luo's punch does not even touch Pain's face, yet his Haki has already struck. The immense destructive force manifests instantly, causing Pain's visage to indent. Pain feels no pain and remains standing. The other Pains encircle Mo Luo. Bansho Tenin, unfazed by Pain. Pain of the Six Paths, who only knows to battle using ninjutsu, rises once more. A powerful gravitational force seeks to draw Mo Luo in. It resembles the power of the Yami Yami no Mi, though it is not quite the same. That fellow Blackbeard, when he reaches his peak, can even absorb entire islands. Mo Luo disregards this gravitational pull. He stands firm, immediately assuming the stance of the Rokushiki technique. After mastering the advanced three-color Haki, he uses the ultimate secret of the Marine Six Styles for the first time. Shiropath leaps forth. The lasers, spinning blades, and mechanical weapons manifest in a flurry. In life, he was a puppet master. In death, he remains a multifunctional puppet. Your physical structure seems to be inferior even to the second-generation pacifists. The pacifists are divided into first and second generations. The second generation, clad entirely in white, underwent numerous enhancements, drastically increasing their combat prowess. Bang! The Rokushiki strike lands, shattering the Shiropath. The others, including Yamato, wielding a wolf fawn club, yearn to join the fray. Bonnie, Ein, and Tantata also feel a sense of curiosity. Where did this gate originate? Is it Mo Luo's fruit ability? This is unprecedented, and it seems Mo Luo has known all along that a mysterious figure would appear. They do not wield Haki, yet an aura flows from them. Califa assesses calmly. Ever since being taken from the Red Soil continent by Mo Luo, she has been nurtured by Tantata to become one of the Mo Luo's 4 trusted aides. Ein, Bonnie, Hiyori, and Califa, with 2 capable fighters, Yamato and Tantata, alongside a companion in training, Xiaoyu. Originally, they believed they would eventually embark on a spacecraft to venture into the cosmos. Unexpectedly, they were confronted with a sudden turn of events. They were about to strike. Bonnie took a bite of her hamburger and turned her gaze towards the battle. Ren Jiandao appeared behind Ma Luo, poised to extract his soul. The Huan Huan fruit is merely a derivative of my Xing Xing fruit. Do you dare to claim my soul? Ma Luo pivoted, seizing Ren Jiandao by the neck. The life chains erupted instantaneously, ensnaring him completely. Chu Xingdao intervened, summoning over a dozen colossal summoning beasts in an attempt to stabilize the situation. Choman observed Ma Luo employing a technique reminiscent of ninjutsu. He immediately commanded a Gui Dao to act. This maneuver could absorb chakra. One sought to seize the soul, while the other aimed to devour chakra. For Ma Luo, neither presented a challenge. His Xing Xing fruit fundamentally appropriated the essence of corporeal form, soul, and latent potential. This was also the reason he could siphon vitality from the corpses of those he had vanquished. Thus, even though Ren Jiandao and a Gui Dao were in essence corpses, they could not thwart Ma Luo's relentless pursuit of vitality. He effortlessly grasped one in each hand, with azure serpents coiling around him. A massive vortex emerged beneath his feet, instantly engulfing the entire area. 100,000 azure serpents coiled around all summoned beasts above the White Sea. Before Chu Xingdao could react, every summoned beast was consumed in a single gulp. In the next moment, Ma Luo appeared amidst the ocean of life chains. Upon a closer glance, Ren Jiandao and a Gui Dao were left with naught but a heap of black rods, shattered inadvertently by Ma Luo. Chu Xingdao remained undaunted. After all, what fear could the dead possess regarding death? Ultimately, they were corpses, offering too little vitality. Ma Luo discarded them, shifting his gaze to the remaining Ren Jiandao and Diyu Dao. Quite formidable, yet this must come to an end. Tian Dao spoke, which was in fact Choman's voice. He believed that after Naruto entered Sage Mode, he had briefly subdued these pain. However, once Tian Dao Pain and Diu Dao Pain made their move, the ultimate victory remained indisputable. Tongling Yu Yin Wang, Diu Dao Pain commenced his attack. Ma Luo swiftly dodged, disregarding his ostentatious technique. He discerned nothing to fear. Simply closing his eyes, he delivered a crushing blow that obliterated Diu Dao Pain's head. He then turned his attention to Tian Dao Pain. Defeat him, and then I shall deal with you. Ma Luo indicated towards Tian Dao Pain and addressed Choman. You cannot achieve this. Choman glared coldly at him. From the onset of the assault on Konoha, he had resolved to embrace mutual destruction. Either he would succeed in seizing the Nine Tails, or he would perish utterly. Encountering Ma Luo, this unexpected individual merely introduced a modicum of uncertainty. Boom! Tian Dao Pain unleashed a grand technique. Yet Ma Luo merely observed him with calm composure. Pressing down on the golden bell with one hand, it was of no consequence. Whoosh! Clouds above the white sea were swept upward. High in the sky, a highly concentrated black chakra sphere was frantically drawing in the surrounding clouds. Ma Luo remained unperturbed, standing firm. I must say, Blackbeard's grand move also possesses this level of gravitational pull, yet he doesn't require the assistance of surrounding matter. Without rocks or such, merely clouds. Are they not insufficient? Curse it, where exactly is this place? Choman cursed vehemently, even doubting whether he had perished from chakra depletion, surrounded as he was by countless clouds, perhaps even in the heavens. Yet, having slaughtered so many innocents, could he ascend? At this moment, an increasing number of clouds were attracted, while Ma Luo stood unmoving. All right, it is time to conclude. Ma Luo clapped his hands, and the great dragon behind him spiraled. He stepped forward, and Choman could not discern Ma Luo's concealed presence. In the next instant, Tian Dao Pain was shattered by Ma Luo's fist and cast into the maw of the black dragon. The vitality extracted was significantly greater than from the previous 5 pains. Now it's your turn. Roar. The black dragon roared towards the heavens, infused with life, a manifestation of 3 types of domineering spirit, sufficient to contend with the challenge. Tongling Wai Dao Ma Xiang. The chakra dragon descended into this other world, unleashing a purple chakra dragon that collided with a black dragon. Boom! Your chakra shall soon be taken by the purple dragon. Choman coughed. Apologias y pusas no chakra. Ma Luo shook his head in resignation, utterly astonished that 2 world systems within the same universe could summon such entities. This thing contained vitality. Consume it. Roar. The black dragon excitedly opened its cavernous maw, enveloped in the will of dominance and armed spirit. In a single bite, the purple dragon was instantaneously devoured. Indeed, chakra in the world of Naruto equated to a manifestation of vitality. Ma Luo nodded in satisfaction. Only the Wai Dao Ma Xiang and the dazed Choman, adorned with chakra receivers, remained. He could not comprehend the state of this world. With such power, why not dominate the ninja realm instead of bullying a person who could barely walk? Forgive me. To avoid killing you, I shall refrain from using my full strength. Ma Luo gently struck Choman with a punch, withholding 90% of his power. You. Choman could hardly believe that such a punch could be restrained. Its lethality was akin to that of a monster. He could not prevent the blood from gushing forth. He collapsed to the ground, and the Wai Dao Ma Xiang vanished in tandem. Exhausted, Choman fell to the ground, bewildered as to why Ma Luo had struck him, pondering what enmity lay between them. All he felt was an overwhelming fatigue after being utterly suppressed. Who exactly are you? Choman asked, unwilling to concede. Ma Luo. In this world, justice and fairness, along with peace, are established by their creators. Ma Luo cast a glance at Choman, then sat beside him and began to eat. A group of individuals gathered once more, continuing their picnic. Fairness, justice? Are you jesting? Such concepts have long since vanished from the ninja realm and will never return. War is the only theme. Choman scoffed, having witnessed countless lies throughout his brief existence. This is not the ninja realm. It is a pirate world teeming with adventurers, and you may now refer to it as the martial arts world. Ma Luo awaited patiently until the system interface task refresh was completed. Host defeats the current timeline antagonist of the Naruto world, Choman. Revival of the Konoha individuals he has slain is imminent. The host must step through this gate to enter the Naruto world. Upon entering the Naruto world, the Hokage gate can be exchanged for a new location. After the host dominates the Naruto world with force for 100 days, the next world shall randomly unlock, and the host returned to Lanxing will draw ever closer. So it was. Malao began to comprehend the ultimate operation of the supreme martial arts system. By opening a world gate and defeating the current timeline's major antagonist, he could serve as a focal point for unrestricted passage. Once sufficient time has elapsed for him to dominate this world through sheer force, he can then embark on the next phase. In order for Malao to return to his homeland, launching, he must complete these two singular tasks. It is no wonder it is referred to as the supreme martial arts system. It emphasizes the supremacy of martial arts. System, upon my arrival in the Hua-Ing world, I shall transfer the Shinobi World Gate to the final island's martial arts arena. By the way, during this period, can individuals from both worlds communicate? Malao grasped the barely breathing Nagato. Yes, the host can facilitate the mutual transportation of individuals from both worlds during your time in the Shinobi world. At that time, a martial arts tournament will be broadcast live between the two realms. Will winning reduce my task time? No, it is merely a demonstration of martial arts. A life and death struggle? One must establish superiority, which may also involve life and death. Well, let them consider their own thoughts. Just before stepping through the threshold, Malao inquired once more. Can I bring others with me? Yes. However, before the host establishes dominance in the Shinobi world, those individuals will be transported back numerous times. Should the host perish in the alternate world, everyone will remain there permanently. This system indeed seems to care for nothing beyond martial arts. Malao rather appreciates this. He is a person of pure intentions. Beyond this door lies another world, filled with such characters. Do you wish to accompany me? I want to go with Big Brother. Xiaoyu was the first to raise her hand. She had followed Malao and was the first to master the techniques of shave and iron block, particularly the iron block, which could be deemed as having surpassed its predecessor. Naturally, Day and the others felt that their current world was rather dull. As they stepped through the Shinobi World Gate, the final island's martial arts arena emerged. The fiery Shinobi World Gate manifested, and a piece of intel from Malao was left for Akainu and the others. Within the martial arts arena, Zoro was diligently training, having recently dueled Mihawk again. Now, as the greatest swordsman of a new world, he constantly seeks to grow stronger. However, having only bested Mihawk in 1.5 moves, Zoro found no means to enhance his strength. Reluctantly, he sought out Luffy. Coincidentally, both were currently residing in the East Blue, eager to embark on new adventures. Unexpectedly, Zoro got lost and was the first to arrive at the final island. As he was bewildered, a fiery gate appeared before him, accompanied by a letter personally penned by Malao. Handed to Akainu, Zoro glanced at it before picking up the Den Mushi. Unbeknownst to him, the ensuing events would ignite battles between the two worlds. Shinobi World. Malao and his companions stepped through the watery gate, their bodies enveloped in the flames of the Shinobi World Gate. They materialized in Konoha Village. Nagato was already on the brink of collapse. Simultaneously, the King of Hell appeared instantaneously. The chakra within Nagato erupted. Outer path, samsara technique. One by one, the deceased were resurrected. Nagato did not anticipate that he would be forced to employ this technique in such a weakened state. Without the benefit of Naruto's verbal persuasion, he had no desire to revive these individuals. You actually compel me to use this technique, and you claim not to be from the Shinobi world? Nagato coughed, and Malao, unable to endure any longer, delivered a decisive blow. He casually discarded Nagato's lifeless body. Malao gazed upon this brand new world. I suppose this counts as a grand crossover into the two-dimensional realm. The ever-curious Day and her companions were the first to express their astonishment. Why is everything in ruins? Is this what an alternate world is like? Does this world possess devil fruits? Day's inquiries were numerous, her curiosity insatiable. There are no devil fruits, but there are chakra fruits. Malao's casual remark sent Day into a frenzy of excitement. Unfortunately, one can only consume one devil fruit. She lamented. No waities. Chakra fruits and devil fruits do not conflict. Should the opportunity arise, I shall treat you to one. Really? That would be splendid. What shall we do now? Day felt as though she had finally found some amusement after traveling the world. To dominate this world, Malao surveyed the aftermath of the battle-ravaged Konoha village. A single declaration transformed the gratitude felt by those resurrected towards the suddenly appearing Malao into immediate hostility. Who are you? Weary Kakashi and panting Naruto turned their gazes toward Malao. Tsunade had long exhausted her chakra and had fallen unconscious. They could not permit anyone to further jeopardize Konoha. Malao, your shinobi world is far too chaotic. Malao surveyed his surroundings and declared, I intend to seize control of all the great nations governed by the various daimyo, thereby eradicating war at its roots and simultaneously dominating the shinobi world. To dominate the shinobi world. This proclamation solidified Naruto and the others' conviction that Malyuo was indeed their adversary. Let us commence from here. Konoha is ideal for establishing a world military base. Malyuo has only 100 days. Even if he declares his intention to dominate the shinobi world now, it would be futile. He must substantively secure the shinobi world. Undoubtedly, the newcomer harbors ill intentions. Yet regardless of your strength, I shall defeat you. Naruto's complexion paled, yet he still yearned for a confrontation with Malyuo. Even if you become the new Hokage, the existence of the daimyo and the various kingdoms will perpetuate war. True peace will remain elusive in this world. Malyuo disregarded Naruto's current state. Even if one were to become the most powerful Hokage in history, it would not ensure harmony within the shinobi world. By the time of Boruto, countless threats would still loom, endangering the future of the shinobi world. Only by ensuring that the shinobi world embodies the same justice that Malyuo seeks to implement in the pirate world can true peace be attained. Why do you wish to dominate the shinobi world? If you incite war, it will only lead to more casualties, since you have defeated pain and saved so many. You must also cherish peace. Naruto rapidly engaged in verbal persuasion. I am not one to heed others' words. I only observe their actions. I eschew verbal persuasion. Come see me when you truly reach the pinnacle of your strength. Malyuo stood at the threshold of the pirate gate, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd. From this day forth, this place shall serve as my base. I declare war upon the entire shinobi world. Either join my world military or become my enemy. Effective tomorrow, all umbu from every shinobi village shall be disbanded, and Konoha's root shall also be dissolved. Furthermore, all daimyo and nobles shall be reduced to the status of commoners. Those who resist will be met with ruthless retribution. As Malyuo spoke, 9 life clones emerged behind him, each carrying a fraction of his power. Go forth and announce this message to all shinobi villages and daimyo. With a swish, the 9 life clones simultaneously vanished. Behind him, Momotatsu gripped her sword tightly, ever prepared for battle. Is this world truly so dire? Ain inquired with concern, as she firmly believed in Malyuo. From Malyuo's attitude toward Konoha village, it was evident that its inhabitants seemed oblivious to their predicament. Fortunately, this land is nearly whole, with only a few fragments adrift as islands. Since the dawn of civilization, countless individuals have strived for peace, yet due to the existence of various kingdoms, wars have persisted. Upon hearing Malyuo's words, the others began to comprehend. The pirate world possesses a world government. Though the era of the celestial dragons is tumultuous, it has long since evolved beyond the Navy and the GM forces. In contrast, the shinobi world is fraught with conflict and turmoil. They have numerous daimyos, just like the Land of Harmony, and compared to individuals like the Kong family, none are virtuous. Morowa's words resonate deeply with Ri-He and Xiaoyu. In a place dominated by tyrants, why is there no desire to dethrone these daimyos? Instead, engaging in relentless warfare that only serves to harm one another? Bonnie finds this utterly perplexing. It seems that purging this world has become an imperative. Califa adjusted her black-framed glasses, her demeanor turning serious. Then let us commence. Yamato raised his wolf fawn club, eager for battle. Amidst the ruins, ninjas began to descend. But Morowa remained oblivious. His first target was Danzo, who still hid within the root base at such a critical moment, followed by the daimyos of the Fire Country. The chains of life spiraled forth. In an instant, Morowa's observation Haki enveloped the entirety of Konohagakure. The next moment, Danzo was ensnared by thousands of azure serpents. Armed Haki obstructed him, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Is this Orochimaru's secret technique? Kakashi remarked calmly, having narrowly survived, while Tsunade lay unconscious. If Danzo were to perish now, with Naruto already exhausted, the war would undoubtedly tip in one direction. Who are you? Why have you chosen to strike against my Konohagakure? Danzo, bound by the azure serpents, attempted to utilize ninjutsu, only for Morowa to slash forth with his sword. His arm fell to the ground, and, simultaneously, the bandage covering his remaining eye was removed. Sharingan, his arm was adorned with Sharingan. Naruto, prepared to continue fighting, was momentarily stunned by the sight. Why are there Uchiha clan eyes all over Danzo's body? Kakashi, intending to speak, found himself frozen in place. He understood that Danzo's body, covered in Sharingan, rendered any justification or righteous argument utterly futile. Go forth, unveil all the secrets regarding Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, and Danzo, as well as the events of the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha from decades past. With a command, Moruo unleashed 100,000 azure serpents once more. Soon, the streets and alleys were filled with hidden documents concerning these matters in Konoha. The root and Umbu had already fallen into Moruo's grasp. At this moment, Kai was leading Niji and others on a mission. Otherwise, Moruo would have relished the chance to engage in battle. The 8 Gates technique sounds quite appealing. Host eliminates Danzo, reveals Konoha's secrets, activating a new physique, including companions. Everyone will unlock the 3 most suitable attributes of chakra. The host chakra will activate all attributes, including Yin release and Yang release, bloodline limits, wood release, sand release, liquid release, lava release, boil release, magnet release, ice release, bloodline elimination, dust release with a flash. A flicker of flame appeared on Moruo, the power of the Hokage world manifesting. This signifies that he must defeat an enemy in the main world to enter the alternate realm. Defeating another enemy in the alternate realm would grant him the power of that world. The methods of traversing alternate realms and mastering their powers were becoming clear. Alongside Haki, chakra was also born. Moruo's body had long contained the martial Tao golden core, and as chakra emerged, it fused with Haki, refining within the golden core. Simultaneously, his 9 life clones underwent transformation. With a simple grasp, flames, lightning, wind blades, and water orbs manifested. The ground beneath him shifted, sprouting tender shoots and vines. Yin release nourished his observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki, leading to further evolution. Yang release brought a new transformation and ultimate enhancement to his physique and armed Haki. With a sigh, Moruo expelled a breath, using dust release to erase all changes around him. He felt capable of transforming between various natural attributes and supernatural powers. Both chakra and Haki were birthed from within, the former innate and requiring no activation, thus allowing for early cultivation. The latter, however, demanded immense effort, transcending human limits time and again. Both had now merged into Moruo's martial Tao golden core, continuously bestowing him with power. It hurts. Danzo, ensnared by azure serpents, intended to use wind release. Moruo reached forth, nullifying the entwined dust release and Conqueror's Haki. With a single punch, all that remained of Danzo were 2 feet. Naruto could not comprehend Moruo's motive in eliminating Danzo until Hinata handed him a document shrouded in secrecy. The truth of the Uchiha clan's massacre night. From this moment forth, Konoha is under my jurisdiction. You may refer to me as Luo-ing, the Luo-ing of Konoha, and I shall also be the Luo-ing of the Fire Country and the entire ninja world. In that instant, Moruo strode past the crowd like a formidable villain. Naruto was hastening to recover from his injuries. Not only were his clones absorbing the natural energy from Mount Myaboku, converting it into Senjutsu chakra, but he himself was also exerting effort. Moruo glanced back at Naruto. Quite impressive, absorbing the world's power and transforming it into your own. Merely generating chakra and Haki within is insufficient. If I can master Sage Mode and convert natural energy, then I shall possess Senjutsu Haki and Senjutsu chakra. Take me to Mount Myaboku, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto activated Sage Mode once more, the accumulated energy sufficiently empowering him for another battle. No way. Should you continue to harm Konoha and strike against the ninja world, regardless of your identity, I will ensure your defeat. Uzumaki Naruto truly embodies the chosen one of the ninja realm, excelling both in verbal combat and personal strength. Allow me to confront him. Yamato swung his wolf Fang club. Having acquired chakra, he inexplicably sensed Itachi growing stronger. No need. If he goes berserk and attacks, you won't be able to withstand it. Moruo stepped forward. The trees behind him uprooted. The forest domain descends. The ruins of Konoha were instantly transformed into a verdant forest. Would release. Kakashi gasped in astonishment. This scene was simply unbelievable. He had thought that in this era, only Yamato of Konoha could wield would release. Countless trees surged forth, and the Nine-Tails, already averse to Sage Mode, grew even more incensed upon witnessing this. Would release and the Manjikyu Sharingan were lingering psychological shadows for him. Naruto activated Sage Mode and hurled a Rasengan. Moruo, atop the great tree, mimicked the action, albeit creating one that was several times larger. Boom! As one Rasengan was thrown, Naruto's paled in comparison. Moments later, he was struck, sent hurtling backward over 100 meters until he collided with the Konoha wall. Since learning from the battle-hardened Katakuri, replicating and pasting others' techniques had become significantly easier. Moruo recognized that the battle was far from over. Sage Mode Naruto was not his match, but the next opponent might be. Whoosh! Behind him, a colossal wood-release Buddha descended. Amidst the smoke at the base of the wall, Naruto erupted with crimson chakra. 9 tails. Tails manifested in rapid succession until the full form of the 9 tails emerged. The overwhelming chakra unleashed a terrifying aura. Quite intriguing. Moruo chuckled, unleashing his conqueror's haki to its fullest extent. With a resounding boom, all the resurrected ninjas of Konoha fell into a deep slumber. How formidable! Even Kakashi and the others succumbed to unconsciousness. The only one left was the frenzied Narain, who activated the Berserk 9 tails mode. Do not be arrogant before me. Moruo's conqueror's haki, empowered by the In release chakra's nourishment of the soul, grew even more potent. He forcefully suppressed the raging aura of the 9 tails, leaving only a small patch of ground beneath its feet. Attack! With a command from Moruo, the great Buddha of wood release behind him extended thousands of hands, striking down with fury. Not only would the Berserk 9 tails be defeated, but even the 9 tails clad in Susanu's might would surely falter. Boom! A mighty slap landed. The once rampaging 9 tails began to sink into a vast pit. Interesting. Moruo mused that the 8 gates and the 3 great sage modes were likely the powers he sought to master in the world of Hokage. Beyond that, there was little of worth for him to pursue. Of course, it would be remiss not to mention that prior to this, Moruo had already mastered countless ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu from Konoha, along with a plethora of metals, including the Flying Thunder God technique, the Impure World Reincarnation, Shadow Clone technique, and more contained within various scrolls. Unfortunately, in a ninja world, the ceiling for ordinary individuals learning jinjutsu is essentially Yuhi Koan. To advance further, one must possess special ocular techniques like the Sharingan. After acquiring In release chakra, Moruo's soul received further nourishment, leading to the evolution of his conqueror's haki and observation haki. It remained uncertain how strong his resistance to jinjutsu would be. At least, before encountering such an opponent, Moruo was still in the dark. Boom! The strike towards the peacock was a fist colliding with the air, generating flames through rapid friction. This blow bore immense destructive power. Moruo had already fused his 3 haki, combined with the amplification of In and Yang release. Thus, he attacked head-on. Boom! The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, with Moruo's punch shattering the flames. The shockwave clashed against Moruo's haki before dissipating. Compared to the shockwave from the great Buddha's mentality during the Warring States period, this was somewhat weaker. The power of this punch approached that of Kado's Thunderbagwa. Moruo rendered his judgment. However, you are ultimately flesh and blood. This is the power born from your outburst, and it cannot endure. The 8th gate, the gate of shock, opened. Daytime Tiger. Kai did not hesitate. He had no desire to hear Moruo's critique. The lives of the people of Konoha were uncertain. Moruo, this suspected rogue ninja from another village, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. He had noticed earlier that Moruo's aura was utterly elusive. Moreover, his attacks were effortlessly dodged, compounded by his superior speed and strength. Within Kai's heart, there was only the desire to fight. He must defeat Moruo to save Konoha. Sweat transformed into blue steam, representing the strongest power Kai could unleash while remaining alive. A high-speed air cannon surged forth. Moruo exerted himself and countered with a punch. Boom! After a fierce battle, Moruo remained unscathed. He merely wished to witness the true might of the 8 gates. Were it not for this curiosity, he could have easily subdued Kai through various means and overwhelming force. The world of Hokage has always been this way. Most are specialized practitioners. If Tsunade's 100 healings technique were combined with Raikage's lightning release training method and Hashirama cells, one could truly unleash the formidable power of the 8 gates. Kai had undergone countless training sessions, yet he ultimately lacked haki, unable to further forge his body from human to monster. Not bad. This move surpassed the power of Thunderbagwa, even excelling in explosive force, which was hard to fathom for a taijutsu ninja of flesh and blood. Moruo offered a higher evaluation. After this punch, Kai stood in place, panting heavily. He did not expect Moruo to be this strong. Not far away, Yamato faced Niji, Mamoru battled Lee, and Ein confronted Tenten, all engaged in oppressive level attacks. If not for their quest to master chakra, they would have triumphed long ago. What is Thunderbagwa? Kai gasped, looking towards Maluo. That fellow is Kadu. This move is his signature technique, albeit not his strongest. He is not human. Is that so? Kadu, with an extra character in his name, compared to Kai. Kai shook his head, his gaze growing ever more resolute. He understood that Kadu did not exist in this world. To him, Maluo was merely asserting that even if he, Kai, were stronger, he would not be his match. At that moment, the azure beast transformed into a blood-red monster. Kai roared, unleashing his chakra to its fullest. The 8th gate, the gate of death, opened. Sunset elephant. Boom! Blood ignited, transforming into red steam. This punch was sufficient to create a deep pit in the earth. At the cost of his life, not only would the power increase, but even speed would receive an amplification of 1 to 5. Very impressive. Maluo finally grasped the significance of the 8 gates. Indeed, only by facing it firsthand could one truly feel its weight. To him, the current state of Kai could easily possess the power to obliterate a kingdom. This means he could rival the peak of the Sea Emperors when they exert their full strength. A mortal body, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Even more terrifying was the speed of Kai in this world. If he reached the 5th tier of the 8th gate's fastest attack speed, he would possess power surpassing Kadu's strongest attack, the Flame Dragon Torch. You deserve my full haki. If you can withstand this punch, I shall deem you the strongest Hokage. Long before battling him, Maluo could annihilate a Sea Emperor with merely 1/5 of his vitality. How much more so now, having become 12 times stronger and condensed his martial arts essence. This time, with his haki fully unleashed, Maluo stood firm, allowing Kai to strike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kai, whose bones began to shatter, could hardly believe there was someone in this world capable of withstanding his attacks head-on. Remarkable. Your 5th-tier attack speed surpasses Kadu's most powerful strike, the Flame Dragon Torch. Maluo remained uninjured, countering with a punch that met Kai's challenge. Night Kai, pouring every ounce of strength into his attack. He recognized Maluo as an unprecedentedly terrifying opponent, incredibly powerful and inscrutable. Yet how could he relent? The space twisted, and the blood-red steam transformed into a giant dragon, an ultimate technique powered by life itself. At this moment, Maluo smiled. Excellent. The 8 gates is a commendable form of taijutsu. With this move unleashed, Kai reached the pinnacle of strength that surpasses royal combatants. I, Maluo, gladly proclaim you the strongest in the ninja world. The two clash with kicks. Maluo's terrifying strength, coupled with a physique akin to the divine, combined with the continuous life force from his yang release and the fruit of life. The strongest taijutsu, enveloped in haki. Boom! Momens late. Maluo landa satisfimpun. Kai was sent flying, crashing into the deep pit. Konoha. Kakashi. Kai felt a sense of despair. He breathed more slowly. Was he to perish just like this? Despite giving his all, was this truly the end? What peril had Konoha encountered? Are Kakashi and his comrades still alive? In the distance, all 3 of his disciples were defeated. The tall woman wielding a wolf fawn club appeared to be a peculiar Jinchuriki, who had just transformed into the visage of Daikokunin. The woman brandishing a long sword donned festive attire, yet her combat prowess was utterly terrifying. Another blue-haired woman reverted Tion to her childhood form. Is there still hope? Molu gazed at Kai, as over a dozen azure serpents morphed into green light and merged into his being. Under the persistence of Yangdan, a mere flicker of life force could erupt into boundless vitality. In an instant, Kai, who had been on the brink of death, beheld a flower blossoming before his eyes. He was healing. The fractured bones gradually mended. Who are you? Why have you invaded Konoha? Kai inquired with confusion, unable to fathom Molu's motives for saving him. The invader of Konoha is already dead. I killed him. Later, I proclaimed my ambition to become the sovereign of the ninja world. When your village opposed me, I rendered them all unconscious, Molu replied candidly. Kai was left speechless. This world ought to be swept clean. Molu never envisioned that his tale would unfold as an invincible saga. At this moment, the 9 avatars traversed the various kingdoms, uprooting the powers of the daimyos and seizing the forbidden techniques of the noble samurai. A day later, before the gates of the great ninja villages, the heads of numerous daimyos fell. Countless ninjas engaged in battle, while some samurai rose to resist. However, even elite jounin and the leaders of various ninja villages could not truly defeat Molu's avatars. Each of the 9 was an embodiment of invincibility, Yet none matched the prowess of 8th Gate Kai. Max-level Molu had unmistakably become the ultimate antagonist in both the pirate and Hokage realms. From this day forth, at the entrance of every ninja village, Molu stood surrounded by countless samurai. He emerged victorious. Some samurai perished. Others chose to flee and become ronin, while a portion submitted. The same fate befell the ninjas. Each ninja village lay in ruins, including the homeland, proclaiming to the entire ninja world that there would be only one empire, the Luo Kingdom, and only one ninja village, Luo Ing. I am the king of the world. No more daimyos, no more nobles. Who dares to claim the title of new king? Let them be eradicated. The following day, the world anticipated a cataclysmic disaster, expecting the removal of countless adversaries. Yet, no news emerged. Molu directly implemented a series of entirely new laws from the pirate world. Upon their introduction, people were astonished to find that everything seemed perfectly normal. In fact, conditions had improved significantly compared to the era of the daimyos. The various ninja villages remained intact, but were now designated as the ninja villages of the Luo Kingdom. Countless defeated ninjas could no longer endure their plight. The original conflict with Akatsuki transformed into a deep-seated hatred for Molu. Did you ever envision this day? Obito asked Conan. The world had changed too rapidly. We are merely like mantises attempting to catch cicadas. Conan understood that Obito was seeking the Rinnegan. Accompanying him was Kakuzu. At this moment, Kakuzu was supposed to head to Kumogakure to encounter Kai and the others. Unexpectedly, Molu's appearance had stirred a tempest within the ninja world. All the ninja villages united in their intent to confront him. As war loomed, we merely needed to remain in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Obito stepped forward, surrounded by rain, alongside Kakuzu, and with his mastery of space-time ninjutsu, he felt invincible. In reality, the collaboration between Obito and Orochimaru was on the verge of commencing. Once the Fourth Ninja World War erupted between the various ninja villages and Molu, Obito would seize the chance to unleash his reanimated army amidst their mutual devastation, reaping the benefits as a bystander. The only task at hand was to defeat Conan. The two launched their attacks, ninjas sprinting across the water's surface, occasionally stirring ripples. At the moment their figures converged, a silhouette suddenly appeared, both hands directed towards them. A fusion of domineering power, boiling release, fire release, and melting release erupted, transforming into two flamboyant magma dragons, enveloped in steam and flames. There was no alternative. The chakra, unleashed with numerous bloodline limits, was overwhelmingly potent. Conan and Obito, initially advancing, were abruptly forced to retreat. Luoing, they exclaimed in astonishment. Not anticipating Molu's assault at this juncture, they hastily attempted to block the attack. A series of strikes ensued, and just as the magma dragons were dispelled, a concealed azure dragon surged forth with ferocious might. Shinra Tensei, paper clone. The two sought to evade the azure dragon's onslaught. Yet, Molu remained unfazed. Three avatars simultaneously launched their attacks towards Conan, Kakuzu, and Obito. Am I also targeted? Kakuzu feigned readiness to counter. Molu brandished his weapon, a pretzel sword, with unparalleled ferocity. This is impossible. Kakuzu barely had time to react. Molu's speed and strength overwhelmed him. Against such an opponent, unless one was a sensory ninja or adept in space-time ninjutsu, even a chance to flee was non-existent. I should not use my max-level character to catch fish, but I have my own convictions to uphold. With a swift motion, Molu sheathed his sword. If you live in the pirate world, you might become friends with Jinbei. He is quite a decent fellow. However, achieving the perfect world you envision will require time and effort. With a thud, Kakuzu collapsed to the ground, and Molu turned his gaze to the formidable sword in Kakuzu's grasp. A demon blade, quite impressive. Molu seized it, resting it at his back. It possessed a certain spirit. Meanwhile, Conan's paper clone failed to obstruct Molu's advance. A swift figure lunged forward, grasping her throat. Do not think of using explosive tags. You ninjas are hired by various daimyos for missions. However, I reserve the right to sever your throat if I am in a foul mood. To Molu, were these individuals truly innocent? Scorpion had once obliterated an entire kingdom while executing a mission. He exerted his overwhelming power to control Conan entirely. God's paper manipulation technique. Conan swiftly formed hand seals. The ocean transformed into countless explosive tags. To be precise, this was an expanse of explosive tags disguised as the ocean. In the distance, Obito was taken aback upon witnessing this scene. What a surprise, waiting for him here. Boom! 6 trillion explosive tags detonated simultaneously. Molu, resigned, obliterated the explosion. His form was enveloped in a combination of domineering energy and magma, layered with robust steam. Not only was his domineering aura fortified, but his chakra cloak had also multiplied in layers. He allowed the explosive tags to detonate at will. To confront a formidable opponent like Abido, who possessed incredible speed and could warp space to evade, one must either exceed his speed or utilize space-time ninjutsu. A comprehensive and unrestrained assault is required. However, the explosive talisman cannot be drawn into another dimension. As for Molo, he merely needs to unleash his full defensive capabilities. Once everything settles, he will discard Xiao Nan's lifeless body. It is only then that Molo turns his gaze toward Daitu. You have aided me in eliminating numerous adversaries. Daitu appears before him, visibly pleased, still unscathed. All his enemies have perished, and Molo has likely expended a considerable amount of chakra. Not at all. I merely had a question for her, but I did not anticipate her intent to perish alongside me. Molo, feeling helpless, had never truly intended to eliminate Xiao Nan. The Akatsuki organization initially symbolized the dawn of a new era, reminiscent of the GM army before its corruption. It was a time when Xiao Nan and her companions roamed freely, accompanied by a spirited group of youths. He had hoped to persuade her to surrender in this world. Molo and Xiao Nan were meant to be kindred spirits. Unexpectedly, Xiao Nan decisively detonated her ultimate technique. Molo had no choice but to grant her a swift end. Oh, by the way, I also have a question for you. Molo's presence here is not solely to halt a battle. The true priority lies in confronting Daitu. Inform me of Do's whereabouts. It appears you possess considerable knowledge. Daido's expression shifts. He did not expect Molo to be aware of Do's situation. I do not have time to engage in combat with you. Daitu intends to make no delay, for Molo has indeed likely suffered a significant chakra depletion. As for Xiao Nan, Hashigaki Kisame is dead. He must seize the Rinnegan. Once the Fourth Shinobi World War commences, he could take advantage of the chaos to capture the chakra of the Kyuubi, or perhaps employ alternative methods. In any case, only 2 critically important components remain, the Rinnegan and Edo Tensei. Leaving? Where do you intend to go? Molo's 3 shadow clones have already activated the life laser cannon, combining wind, thunder, and fire chakra. Boom! I have a rather languid friend who once uttered a profoundly practical phrase. Speed is power. 3 laser cannon attacks are unleashed. Their might is terrifying. Daitu vanishes in an instant. Is that so? Yet your speed cannot match mine. Oh, Molo chuckles, maintaining his composure. Shortly after Daito's disappearance, with several slight spatial fluctuations, relentless electromagnetic cannon attacks are unleashed, all evaded by Daitu, who believes himself to be at the pinnacle of speed. Unbeknownst to him, Molo is growing increasingly adept at seizing the opportunity. Until the 5th appearance, just as he is about to strike Molo, the laser cannon activates preemptively. Daitu has just emerged from Kamui's space. Nanny? He is bewildered. Does Molo possess the foresight to predict his ambush, or is there truly someone capable of foreseeing the future? I have seen through all your maneuvers. Molo's Kinbunchika Haki has already mastered the ability to foresee the future. How could he not detect this subtle change? He has glimpsed a fragment of the future, perfectly predicting where Daitu would materialize. Boom! The force of the laser cannon is overwhelmingly fierce. With a single strike, it obliterates Daitu entirely. You are ultimately just flesh and blood. Molo gazes at Daitu, who is evidently on the brink of death. Are you not? Even if humans possess formidable ninjutsu, illusions are merely flesh and blood. Uchiha Itachi and Nagato also succumb to grave illnesses before their demise. Daitu smiles faintly. In his perception, no matter how powerful a human may become, they remain human. There are no true gods in this world. Perhaps. Molo does not comprehend that the shinobi world indeed possesses yin release and yang release, which can enhance the soul and body, along with various chakra attributes. Logically, by continuously absorbing the methods of refining body and spirit from the major ninja villages, one could ultimately forge a path to strength even more suitable than that of the pirate world. Haki requires relentless honing to awaken, while chakra is innate. This is the greatest advantage. Yet, through his encounters, he discovers that even the Reikage, though stronger in physique than most powerful beings, has not maximized all aspects. Speed, defense, vitality, and strength could all be fully enhanced through chakra, granting a physique beyond that of humans. Haki can achieve this, yet chakra is met with limitations. Does illusion have no effect on you? Daitu coughs slightly. He had attempted to employ illusion moments ago, but Molo was entirely indifferent. A blood-red aura enveloped him, as if an ocean of blood had erased the effects of the Sharingan. What did you see? A sea of blood. I cannot fathom how many lives you have claimed. Upon uttering this, Daitu realizes that Molo had just slain the daimyos of various kingdoms. Those ninjas and warriors loyal to the daimyos must have also perished in large numbers. Each day, countless individuals claim to have found the heirs of the daimyos in attempts to restore them. It seems, then, that the blood on Molo's hands is indeed overwhelming. In release further amplifies my Conqueror's Haki. According to my hypothesis, Conqueror's Haki and Kinbunchika Haki are inherently about developing the human soul and spirit, combined with In release. The effects are significantly magnified. Conqueror's Haki? What type of release is that? Daitu ponders, realizing he has likely been bested by this unheard-of release. It can anticipate my movements in advance and is immune to illusions. It must be a bloodline limit akin to the Sharingan developed from In release. You may refer to it as Kinbun release or Conqueror's release. Molo points his blade toward Daito's brow. You have little time left to live. I do not intend to save you. Tell me the location of Do. I am dying. Why would I tell you? Daitu scoffs, vowing never to forget the Kinbun release and Conqueror's release in his next life. You may yet meet Rin in death. It is not a loss. And it saves you from being used as a substitute by Uchiha Bido. You. Daitu coughs again, perplexed by how Molo knows so much. There's one more matter. What is that release of yours that even my multi-attribute chakra cannot counter? Bloodline elimination? He is left with a single question. As for Molo's identity, it is of no consequence. He is on the verge of death, destined to reunite with Rin. Meanwhile, Molo is poised to ignite the Fourth Shinobi World War, which will undoubtedly upheave this world. Armed release, perhaps? You may also refer to the three as Haki release. Molo finds the term somewhat convoluted. Perhaps Conqueror's release is more fitting? He is concealed within a barrier, imperceptible to the outside world. Daitu chuckles. Since he cannot create a world for Rin, he shall meet her instead. Even so, he must ensure Do remains to completely overturn this world. Indeed, as one nears death, their words may not be kind. Molo merely seeks to locate Do and inquire about the location of the Long Earth Cave. Setting fire to this place, Molo understands. After all, Tsunade is unwilling to summon the slug to divulge the location of the Wetbone Forest, and Naruto has not revealed the location of Myaboka Mountain. Never mind. If they wish to fight, let them. I must first find these three locations. If I do not learn sage arts, then my time in the shinobi world is wasted. Swish! Mo Luo executed the technique of shadow clones, conjuring thousands of versions of himself clad in white cloaks, embarking on a journey across the globe. In a single night, Luo Ing vanished. The prominent daimyos of the various kingdoms ceased to exist, their powers uprooted. The very places once inhabited by the daimyos no longer bore Mo Luo's presence, leaving only ninjas and samurais to guard them. The great ninja villages, while maintaining their original titles and secrecy, secretly allied to form the Ninja Alliance. At this juncture, an awkward predicament arose. With the daimyos gone, Mo Luo continued to supply them with resources, demanding they execute various grand infrastructural tasks. The laws promulgated were reasonable and equitable, benefiting both ninjas and commoners alike. Moreover, the former nations nominally became part of Luogwa, seemingly alleviating many barriers. Presently, they pondered whether to continue fulfilling the infrastructural tasks and adhering to Mo Luo's established regulations. A month later, Mo Luo remained absent, yet the great ninja villages successfully united. They declared the annulment of all that Mo Luo had claimed, reconstituting the various kingdoms and ninja villages, devoid of daimyos and their noble class. They had no choice but to elect the original Shadow as their new daimyo. The common folk voiced their grievances. The daimyos had returned, along with the oppressive rules that had once left them hungry and cold. The ordinary people sought stability and peace, devoid of the ravages of war, rather than the identity of their new daimyo. In the imperial capital of Luowa, Naruto returned from training in Yunin village, greeted joyously by Tsunade and others. It seemed the war in the ninja world was indeed about to commence. Yet now the question loomed. Where was Mo Luo? Their sole adversary had vanished without a trace for over a month. Only Kai had witnessed the unfolding events. He stood in a corner, devoid of his usual smile. Plagued by a question, was life during this period better or worse than before? This individual had accomplished what had eluded others for centuries with ease. Despite possessing the power to subjugate all, he refrained from indulging in life as the daimyos had. Was it possible that one who brought peace and justice could err? Kai and Kakashi's gazes met, each recognizing the other's uncertainty. The foundation of the ninja world was silently disintegrating. Another month passed. Mo Luo had been absent from the ninja realm for over 70 days. Alone, he had transformed this world, yet he had only appeared for 3 days, disappearing for the majority of time. Meanwhile, many regions reverted to the strategies of the former daimyos, only to shift back to Mo Luo's regulations amidst public discontent. The common enemy that the Ninja Alliance sought to combat had vanished along with Mo Luo, driving everyone into deeper despair. They even began to doubt whether Mo Luo had ever truly existed. His appearances were fleeting, and his disappearances abrupt. Even more alarming was the peculiar behavior of the ninjas following Mo Luo's absence. They began to study the regulations he had left behind and the text from the GM army, gradually recognizing their inherent wisdom. As for the commoners, they had never revered the daimyos or samurais. Their fear lay solely in the might of force. Within the Ninja Alliance, an astonishing disintegration was occurring in the 2 months following Mo Luo's disappearance. Mo Luo might have never existed, yet Luo Ying had become an inescapable shadow for all. Within a barrier, Kabuto was diligently crafting the final component of the Edo Tensei technique, satisfied as he gazed upon the scene. A monumental war was on the brink of eruption. In the shadows, Zhu stood silently in a corner, the last surviving member of the Akatsuki, observing the gathered-tailed beasts. If the war were to erupt, he felt a twinge of hesitation. If it commenced too early, would it benefit the long-vanished Mo Luo? The shifting roles of hunter and prey deepened Zhu's uncertainty. From within the dragon cave, a towering figure emerged, yawning and stretching, having finally grasped the sage arts of the dragon cave. Utilizing the haki of observation to conceal his presence and searching with the same ability, he had traversed the ninja realm through his myriad clones. Compared to the bizarre creatures of the pirate world, the ninja realm was undeniably more normal. Apart from the tailed beasts and certain summoning creatures, the majority of humans appeared quite ordinary. Can we inform Kabuto about this? Dian sin senzi inquit ansioli. Be quiet. Do you not have enough trouble already? That individual is not as simple as you think, the Whitesnake Sage scolded. He could hear of any events taking place in the ninja realm, and in his eyes, Mo Luo was entirely different from the superficial perceptions of the others. As Mo Luo's figure receded, the dragon cave relayed this information to Kabuto, who lay hidden far within the barrier. In Myobo-Kuzan, another of Mo Luo's clones withdrew his blade from the neck of the Great Toad Sage. Not long prior, the Sage of the Dragon Cave had experienced similar treatment. Mo Luo had just departed, and Shinazugawa and Shikamaru were released by another 2 clones. Hurry, notify Naruto. Someone has threatened us by mastering Sage Mode. Toad Gama was the first to leap into action. Who would have thought that in this era, someone could pose a threat to a sage? Mo Luo had located the 3 Great Sage lands over a month ago, concealing his presence and swiftly taking control of the various places of inheritance. No need. He will indeed become the true child of prophecy, the Great Toad Sage replied calmly. He had already dreamt of Mo Luo's arrival. In the wet-bone forest, Mo Luo patted the head of the slug sage. Thank you. Once the ninja realm undergoes its transformation, I shall ensure a lovely little statue of you is erected at the base of my temple. The slug sage sighed in resignation. I do not understand. How can your power as merely a clone threaten a sage's life, with chakra abundant as the ocean? Why seek to learn sage arts? It may not suit you, as converting energy from the natural world into sage chakra requires mental expenditure. The slug sage was perplexed. In her view, if Mo Luo were truly brutal, he would not have learned the arts of the wet-bone forest. Yet he not only mastered them, but also displayed astonishing talent. I seek to transform this world, Mo Luo declared, gesturing in a circular motion. Have you also learned the sage arts of the Dragon Cave and Myobo-Kuzan? The slug sage pressed, struggling to comprehend Mo Luo's intentions. Indeed, each sage art possesses its own unique characteristics, Mo Luo replied cheerfully. Through his training in the 3 great lands of inheritance, he confirmed that the internal chakra, combined with sage chakra, could undergo further metamorphosis. In truth, Mo Luo had not merely cultivated sage chakra, he had also awakened sage haki. I hope you can achieve this. I can sense the fervent heart within you. The slug sage returned to the wet-bone forest. Simultaneously, in the treasure vaults of various ninja villages, The hidden figures of the Moruwa had also returned after mastering their skills. Bang, bang, bang. As clouds of smoke dissipated, Moruwa re-entered the ninja world after acquiring various ninjutsu and sage techniques. The Dragon Cave granted him abilities such as levitation, invisibility, illusion transformation, thought projection, petrification, heightened perception, regional assimilation, and illusion negation. The Myobokuzen enhanced his fundamental attributes across the board, augmenting his perception, and in perfect mastery of Sage mode, the more he employed Sage techniques, the stronger they became. The wet bone forest provided an unparalleled vitality, sustaining youthful vigor and an inexhaustible supply of chakra. Indeed, the world of pirates is essentially a martial arts realm interwoven with technology and supernatural abilities, while the world of Hokage is merely a realm of chi concealed beneath mortal flesh, akin to Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality beyond the mundane. Moruwa felt a tinge of regret for Orochimaru. Had he been just a tad stronger, he could have engaged the three great sages in conversation to master their profound techniques. With a breath of cold air, Moruwa's mixed powers began to merge at that moment. He was perpetually in sage mode, akin to the fusion of the three great auras. The chakra within him continuously generated, merging into the golden elixir. The natural energy absorbed from the surroundings transformed accordingly. After a thorough refinement of his physique, it truly transmuted into sage, chakra, and aura, reintegrating into his being. Indeed, generating energy from within requires time, while drawing from the natural world is considerably easier. Moruwa returned to Konoha village, now the imperial capital of his Luogwa. Ever growing in strength, Moruwa had grasped a hint of the opportunity for the golden elixir to transcend into the primordial infant. It is no wonder that the cultivation of immortality necessitates the refinement of chi from the natural world, in the absence of sufficient heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This remains the most direct method. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Suddenly, Moruwa thought of the chakra fruit. In a sense, is the chakra fruit not the pinnacle of heavenly materials in the Hokage world? A super elixir. Otsutsuki Kagaya, rest assured, if your son does not rescue you, I shall. I will take a trip to the Otsutsuki ancestral home. Moruwa pushed open the city gates and stepped forward, drawing thousands of astonished gazes. Villagers, your king has returned. Waves of eyes greeted him. The city was densely packed with people. I knew you would welcome me. Moruwa had anticipated this. The area of Luocheng was merely the outer layer, equivalent to 10 times the original Konoha village, making it entirely reasonable to conceal the ninja alliance within. I have waited too long for you. Suchikage Inoki floated in midair, previously defeated one by you. This time, we shall engage in a thrilling battle. The Reikage exchanged a fist bump. This time, it will be a collaboration between Gyuki and Kurama. Killer Bee swiftly signaled. Before them, Naruto instantly activated the Nine Tails chakra mode. Oh, have all the masters returned? Moruwa clapped his hands, and figures swiftly appeared behind him. Yamato and Toka were already prepared. Is it not just about gathering people? Who cannot do that? From the dense forest behind, numerous figures emerged, all ninjas resurrected through Edo Tensei. Moruwa realized he had been schemed against by Kabuto. Destined for grand brawl, you would actually ally with Kabuto? Moruwa looked toward Tsunade. Tsunade disdainfully replied, those fellows outside the city are not your people? TSK. Kabuto truly knows how to scheme. Moruwa understood he had been used by Kabuto. Without further ado, those who wish to die, step forward. Whoosh. Before Moruwa could make a move, Team Hawk had already appeared atop the city walls, accompanied by the resurrected Orochimaru and past Hokages. If the plot continued in this manner, it would be utterly unremarkable. Moruwa shook his head. He stepped forward, and all the power he had garnered in the Hokage world over the past 2 months erupted in an instant. Boom! In the pirate world, this was enough to render even elite vice admirals and great pirates unable to stand against the overwhelming conqueror's haki. Coupled with the enhancement of Yin release to the soul and the training of the 3 great techniques, Sage Aura was born. The powerful conqueror's haki reached its zenith, instantly enveloping the entire area. What is this power? I have no strength left. Is it an illusion? In an instant, the Edo Tensei army outside the city had their souls ascended. The ninja alliance within the city could not endure a single breath and fell unconscious. Only the shadow-level powerhouses remained standing. Numbers mean nothing to me. Moruwa leaped and stood atop the city wall. He gazed outside, and the expressions of all shadow-level powerhouses shifted. They had not anticipated that Moruo had an army. From around the world, all life clones returned. One by one, upon returning to Moruo's main body, he exhaled a puff of smoke. In the next moment, he snapped his fingers, creating 3 clones. One in Dragon Cave Sage mode, one in Myobokuzen Sage mode, and one in Wet Bone Forest Sage mode. Go forth and surprise this world. The current 5 Kage leaped into action. Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Inoki, the 4th Reikage, and Gaara. The historical strong figures of each village were also resurrected through Edo Tensei. Among the few who had not been knocked unconscious, the historical 5 Kage, still with the strength to fight, would confront Moruo in Dragon Cave Sage mode. Wet Bone Forest Sage mode Moa would face off against Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Killer Bee, and other surviving strong individuals. Myobokuzen Sage mode Moruo would challenge the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who had emerged from Edo Tensei. 3 battlefields were established. Ultimately, it was left to the current 5 Kage to confront Moruo. You wish to battle me? It seems you're not worthy. Moruo looked towards the Universe Gate, standing tall in the center of Luocheng, which also housed a grand martial arts arena. He clapped his hands, and 4 figures appeared. Empress Hancock, Sand Crocodile, Fire Fist Ace, and the Pirate Knight Jinbe. The 4 figures in the projection appeared equally bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Leave this to me. Yamato swung at Terumi Mei. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Dissolution release. Dissolution monster technique. Terumi Mei excelled in water release, boiling release, and dissolution release, perfectly countering Yamato's ice-based illusion beasts in a decisive duel. What is this technique? Inoki cautiously observed the watery gate. No matter what, they must be defeated. The 4th Reikage gazed at Jinbe, who donned a righteous cloak akin to Moruo's. An imposing gaze surged forth. How powerful! It compelled the 4th Reikage to decisively choose Jinbe. In the next moment, Jinbe stepped forward, enveloped in flames. As the flames receded, Jinbe revealed himself. Moruo, Akainu says you have matters at hand, and we are ready to cooperate at any time. We did not expect to find you on such an unprecedented island. Haishashunting, while expressing his thoughts, sensed the battle intent emanating from the 4th Reikage. Well, he mused, this is indeed another world. Although this fellow possesses formidable strength, your physique as a member of the Fishman tribe, coupled with your mastery of martial arts and hockey, should suffice. The Fishman tribe is renowned for their inherent brute strength. Alongside Fishman karate and Fishman judo, not to mention Jinbei's powerful hockey, which would undoubtedly provide significant support. I seem to be sensing a different aura within me. Jinbei remarked curiously. Chakra, just use it as if it were water, came the response. Understood. Meanwhile, the Empress and Tsunade, as anticipated, chose to confront each other. Fragrant leg. With a flying kick, the Empress entered the world of Hokage. Painful heavenly foot. Tsunade lacked haki, yet she wielded in seals and the Baika no jutsu. In contrast, Inoki and Gaara had stepped into the world of pirates. Upon their arrival in the martial arts arena, Crocodile and Ace appeared as well, both shackled by chains from Impel Down, evidently captured after the battle on the Red Line. As the chains were released, Crocodile lifted his gaze towards his adversary. The swirling sands in his grasp immediately caught Gaara's attention. Damn it, it's been ages since I've breathed normally. The era of Moro has made it impossible for pirates to survive. I've already done what needs to be done, having discovered the meaning of life. It matters not whether I am an Impel Down or upon the surface of this earth. The flames enveloping Ace caused Inoki to feel apprehensive. The 4 battles were simultaneously broadcast through the Cosmic Gate, projecting massive screens in both worlds for a live broadcast. I wonder how Luffy is faring. I heard he hasn't been captured, Ace inquired amidst the skirmish. The Straw Hat crew is already hidden in various corners of the world. They won't stay put, Crocodile retorted. In the next moment, another figure was teleported to their location. Uchiha Sasuke, having activated his complete Susanoo. Just as he was filled with curiosity, a green-haired man brandished a sword at him. Where did Moro find these hapless souls without haki? Zoro swung his sword, having trained in the martial arts arena on the final island ever since. Lightning release. Kirin. Sasuke retaliated with equal fervor. In the world of Hokage, the boy donning a straw hat was transported to this realm, standing before Moro and Uzumaki Naruto. I've finally found you, Luffy declared, fixing his gaze on Moro, whom he had been seeking. Defeating him was essential to rescuing Ace and the others. Following the conclusion of the Grand War, under Moro's directive, all pirates stained with the blood of innocents were imprisoned and impelled down. The Straw Hat Pirates had disbanded prior to this. or else they would have long been neighbors with Crocodile. You two should be confined to impel down, Moro remarked, casting a glance at Luffy as he ascended to the highest point of the city. I will surely knock you down. Luffy remained oblivious to the fact that they were no longer on the same level. You lot seemed to lack unity. Uzumaki Naruto activated his Nine Tails chakra mode, gazing at the fully powered Luffy before him. Why unity? That guy's a Navy officer. And what about you? I am a pirate king. Luffy clenched his fists, feeling Naruto's fighting spirit surge. With a resounding clash, the figures engaged in battle. However, Moro found himself with no time to engage them. 3 life clones alongside the chaotic battle of the 2 worlds were sufficient. He entered the palace, ascending to the topmost level. Sitting there was an individual, and a blue dragon emerged, coiling around, exhaling clouds and mist. Once the combat concluded, his task would be complete. Before that, he needed to fulfill the final aspect he had learned in the world of Hokage. Kai climbed up, wiping the sweat from his brow before addressing Moro. Why do you wish to learn the 8 gates? To end the war. Yet you are clearly instigating it. Kai could not comprehend Moro's motives. I have eliminated those who needed to be eliminated. Soon, I will send away some others. Those who do not harm innocents may survive. While I will establish a kingdom that transcends all major villages, enforcing my supreme justice. Above the sea of clouds, sunlight illuminated the castle walls, where the word supreme justice shone brilliantly. Shadow clones will dilute your strength. Under such circumstances, you cannot possibly stand against all ninjas. Kai urged further. That is because you do not understand how powerful I truly am. Moro exhaled, a mix of sage art haki and sage art chakra wafting from him. Kai, entrust the 8 gates to me. Let me create a world devoid of hatred, a world where no innocents perish. Kai regarded Moro, his gaze unwavering. What kind of world is that? A world where everyone is treated equally as my children, with supreme justice reigning above all, freedom and fairness balanced on the scales of nations. Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom. Moro ceased his pursuit of the 8 gates. He would not force anyone. Instead, he silently sat cross-legged, drawing upon the natural energy surrounding him. Soon, having mastered the 3 great sage arts, Moro began to merge them into one. His form began to transform, with serpent-like scales, a pair of dragon horns, and amphibious skin, emanating heat. Once he devoured all the natural energy, all peculiar features vanished. He had already reached the realm of unity with all things. Now, he merely sought to further integrate it. As a white mist arose, the sage mode successfully fused with his physique. Following that, yin-yang release chakra also flowed into his body. The sage art haki and sage art chakra danced within him, merging into black and white auras, intertwining harmoniously. This time, the fusion was not merely between haki and the devil fruit, but rather the powerful energies of 2 distinct systems. Moro stood on the precipice of danger. Yet Kai refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike. Kai watched in awe as Moro unleashed indiscriminate attacks upon the Edo Tensei army and the Ninja Alliance. Throughout, he remained a powerful figure on a path few could comprehend. Black, white, and gray energies permeated Moro's being as he entered an unprecedented struggle. Despite this, an unending stream of natural energy continued to surge into his body, converting into sage art chakra. What are you doing? This will lead to your demise. You must release the excess chakra. Kai, regardless of the circumstances, did not wish to see Moro perish in vain. This man had earned his respect through strength. While he could not fully grasp Moro's intentions, he instinctively trusted him. For 2 months, Kai leaned toward Moro's faction, witnessing the choices made by commoners in relation to the daimyos and Moro. The 8 gates, I will teach you. Will the world you envision truly exist? It will, Moro affirmed, nodding as he began to accumulate chakra according to the training methods of the 8 gates and learning to release it. The battle raged on. Mo Luo had grown remarkably thin, his breath gradually dissipating until he appeared nothing more than skin and bones. Kai bore witness to this transformation. And though he could not fathom the depths of Mo Luo's suffering, he could only hope that Mo Luo would endure until the end. After a day and a night, Mo Luo resembled a mere skeleton, easily toppled by a gust of wind. Yet, in a sudden moment, he opened his eyes. An aura emanated from him that was entirely distinct from that of the pirate world or the world of Naruto. It was pure and profound, possessing the strength of haki while also merging with chakra to bestow various attributes. At that instant, both body and soul awakened. and an overwhelming vitality surged forth like a vast ocean. "You have succeeded," Kai exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Immortal. "Indeed," Immortal replied with a slight smile, prompting Kai to quicken his pace. But suddenly, a blade forged from a giant vine pierced through Immortal's body. Heiju had finally made his appearance. "Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that I would be the last one laughing?" Kai was incredulous. Just when Immortal had successfully broken through at his most vulnerable moment, he was ambushed by Heiju. "You are burning with youthful vigor, you filthy creature." Kai's body ignited with flames. "And what of it?" Heiju retorted, swiftly vanishing underground only to reappear. "Whoever survives until the end is destined to be the victor of this era. Whether it's Tobi or Uchiha Madara, they will all fall. And I alone shall be the one to laugh last." As he spoke, Immortal, who was barely clinging to life, had successfully integrated the powers of two worlds, ultimately departing peacefully from this realm. "Do you see? He is dead, and I'm the only one left to laugh." Heiju chuckled, indifferent to Kai's fury, which could not alter this grim reality. Immortal collapsed to the ground. Lacking any extraordinary bloodline, he was not worth further exploitation by Heiju. At that very moment, on the surface of the earth, 3 clones of Immortal erupted with the most resplendent green light, ceasing all battles with their overwhelming presence. "Nanny?" Upon witnessing this surge of vitality ascending to the castle's peak, all combatants halted. They rushed towards the source. In the sky, a howling prison emerged from the clouds, also flowing into Immortal's being. "Does this guy still have his summoning beast?" Heiju mistakenly assumed that the Life Qing Long was Immortal's summoning creature. With a dazzling display of green light enveloping him, Immortal's vitality surged explosively. After exhaling a puff of white smoke, he levitated into the air. The Ninja World War had persisted for a day and a night, during which many had awakened. Figures began to ascend to the rooftop, only to behold the fully revitalized monstrosity that was Immortal. "At last I have succeeded." Hovering in midair, Immortal smiled at Heiju and said, "Thank you." Having revived successfully, all of his powers were amplified 5-fold. Feeling an unending source of strength, Immortal clenched his fists. He absorbed the energy of the heavens and earth, transforming it into a transparent essence akin to a golden elixir. This power embodied Senjutsu Chakra and Senjutsu Haki, resulting from the fusion of ordinary chakra and advanced Haki. At this moment, all natural energy within a 10,000-meter radius surged into his being. The golden elixir within him shattered, and the power of his soul, including Kinbunchaku and Busasha, merged for the first time, birthing a pure and transparent Yuan-ing. In the instant the martial arts Yuan-ing was born, Immortal felt as if he could summon the energy of the world from all directions, transforming it into his unique essence. I shall call it Wu Dao Yuan Qi. As he gently descended to the ground, he sensed boundless vitality within him. Unlike Emu, who required the surgery of a FruitUser for immortality, he could live for 1,000 years. Moreover, every inch of his skin radiated a potent aura. Henceforth, even at his most vulnerable, attacks like those from Heiju would prove ineffective, indicating that reviving and growing stronger would become increasingly challenging. Immortal lamented, yet he soon clenched his fist. Behind him, a colossal figure began to form, transparent like his Yuan-ing. With the life chains enveloping it, it gained a layer of armor. What kind of power is this? Is it Susanoo? They felt no aura from it. Even standing before them, it could mask its presence. Uchiha Madara, enraged, glared at Immortal, contemplating the use of Genjutsu. However, Immortal, possessing the martial arts Yuan-ing, was immune to any illusion, remaining utterly unfazed. He slowly descended, and the giant transformed into chains that shot forth. Millions of azure serpents consume all the white Zetsu, with 100,000 white Zetsu against 1 million azure serpents. Immortal was more than capable of feasting to his heart's content, fully rejuvenated. Heiju attempted to struggle, but he realized that the surrounding space was contorted. "It's futile. With the Yuan-ing, I can teleport faster than flight, and I can summon the energies of this realm to make your existence unbearable. No, I have yet to acquire the powers of the 9 tails and 8 tails." Heiju had never experienced such despair. His mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, remained sealed away. "Oh, your mother is still sealed on the moon? Is she? No worries. I shall destroy the moon and rescue her." "Destroy the moon? What nonsense are you spouting?" "Wait. How do you know of my mother's existence? Heiju looked at Mo Luo, feeling an icy terror. He had always believed that Uchiha Madara was under his control, only to realize that everything had been Mo Luo's scheme. Even the ambush he had just suffered was part of the plan. Of course, I have grown considerably stronger for this. How much had Mo Luo truly strengthened? First, he had fused the powers of two worlds, reaching an ultimate breakthrough. In his moment of peril, he had indeed lacked strength. However, if he had grown more powerful, his physical vessel would have expanded as well. Thus, he was at least 3 times stronger. Adding the 5-fold increase after resurrection and the 5-fold transformation of the golden elixir into the martial arts Yuan Ying, he had achieved a terrifying total increase of 75 times. Even if Imu and the entire Otsutsuki clan stood before him, they would not stand a chance against Mo Luo. Martial arts Yuan Ying, how powerful is it? I can allow you to glance at it before you die. Mo Luo surveyed the countless strong figures in the ninja world. After a day and night of battle, they were all gravely injured, and standing before Mo Luo, they were utterly defenseless. What was even more astonishing was that Naruto and Luffy had developed an extraordinary rapport, even unlocking the Sage Mode of Kurama during their battle. It was absurd. The more they fought, the more in sync they became. In the end, upon hearing Luffy speak of the thriving pirate world, Naruto was left in awe. Conversely, Luffy wished to learn the power of chakra. However, at this moment, they had both been significantly weakened. If I were to unleash my Conqueror's Haki now, none present would remain conscious. The 75-fold intensity of Mo Luo's Conqueror's Haki would be enough to overwhelm even Otsutsuki Kagaya. Then let me put on a show with a single punch to the moon. Grasping Heiju tightly, Mo Luo stepped into the palace, leaping high into the air, charging directly towards the moon. All eyes were fixed upon this scene, rendered speechless. They were bewildered by what Moro intended to accomplish. Was it truly conceivable that he would obliterate the moon with a single punch? Silence enveloped the scene. Before their eyes, the round moon was abruptly reduced to a mere half. Otsutsuki Shinjiro lamented, "I haven't yet wed Hinata Hyuga. Must this truly be necessary? One punch, merely a single punch. What would be the magnitude of such power if unleashed upon them?" In an instant, the mightiest being on earth, Moro, re-entered the ninja world, having targeted another individual. There, sealed within the moon, lay Otsutsuki Kagaya, who remained blissfully unaware, her eyes still closed. "Mother, I never imagined I could rescue you this way. It is truly wonderful." Black Zetsu felt a profound sense of despair, realizing that his words were futile. He too had wished to save Otsutsuki Kagaya in such a manner. Having consumed the chakra fruit, Kagaya would not truly perish due to the passage of time. Yet no matter how formidable Black Zetsu was, he could never hope to shatter the moon seal with a single blow. "Are you satisfied?" Moro glanced at Black Zetsu, whose expression of hopelessness began to fade. "Thank you. No need for thanks." In the next moment, Moro stripped Black Zetsu of his final vestige of life. At that instant, Otsutsuki Kagaya opened her eyes. "Where am I?" Kagaya surveyed her surroundings, noting the fragmented half-moon in the sky. Clouds surrounded her, and upon the rooftops of palatial structures stood the formidable warriors of the ninja realm. "This is the world after your sealing in the ninja realm." Moro was attuned to Kagaya's power, which was immense, greater than any other in the ninja world, akin to a fusion of the nearly 1,000-year-old and the Heavenly King. However, it was merely 1/8 of Moro's own strength. "Who are you?" Kagaya disregarded the injured and chakra-exhausted warriors around her. She realized she could not perceive Moro's presence. Her Byakugan could not detect the flow of his chakra. "Moro, the architect of supreme justice in the ninja realm. What do you hold in your hand?" Kagaya inquired, eyeing the lifeless Black Zetsu. "Did you kill him?" "I may yet kill you as well." Moro smiled at Kagaya, perceiving her as an embodiment of coldness. His recollections indicated that in the anime, Kagaya had married a human. Though this was absent from the manga, the Sage of Six Paths and his brothers were essentially fragments of her power. It remained a mystery how this version of Kagaya differed. Presumptuous. "The ninja realm shall forever be mine. In this world, only a portion of Yui's chakra lingers in the ninja realm. You too shall become such a being, leaving not even a trace of chakra behind." Kagaya's gaze was frigid. The atmosphere was primarily responsible for the chill, as her Byakugan failed to discern his expression. At this juncture, Naruto and Sasuke had yet to acquire the power of the Sage of Six Paths. The moment he appeared, Moro would undoubtedly target him. "Is that so?" I initially sought to inquire about the ancestral land of the Otsutsuki clan, but it appears you have no intention of revealing it. As Moro's words fell, both combatants launched their attacks simultaneously. 80 God's Vacuous Strike. Iron Fist. One a formidable technique combining offense and defense. The other is simple, unadorned punch. 8 Gates. Moro executed the physical technique he had personally learned from Guy. Whether in the pirate world or the Naruto world, Moro had cultivated a habit of seeking the essence, ultimately merging all techniques into his physical prowess. 8th Gate, the Death Gate, open. Moro wasted no time, immediately activating the 8th Gate of the 8 Gates. His overwhelming aura surged in an instant. At that moment, his formidable foundation reached its zenith. The terrifying intensity of his presence became apparent to Kagaya, who realized the true horror of Moro's full power. How can you be so powerful? Because I am sufficiently diligent. A hard-working sailor must achieve such heights. Moro emanated a blood-red aura, indicative of his very lifeblood. At that moment, the surrounding space froze. Kagaya, initially poised strike, found her 80 God's Vacuous Strike utterly ineffective against Moro. Everyone appeared to be suspended in time, with only Kagaya able to perceive Moro's form. You are even more terrifying than the ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya believed that, having consumed the chakra fruit, she could undoubtedly defeat future adversaries like Taosher with Black Zetsu's assistance. Yet, when faced with Moro, she felt not an ounce of confidence. If you can withstand a punch from me, you may earn the right to become my servant. Moro clenched his fist, focusing all his might. Kagaya exerted her utmost effort to block the strike, yet even her space-time ninjutsu could not be executed. Everything was frozen, the space contorted. Kagaya's bloodline limit had no efficacy. If you kill me, the entire ninja realm shall accompany me to the grave. Then you shall have the opportunity to test that. Moro would not bypass Kagaya. He unleashed a punch, creating a gaping wound in her abdomen. Although Kagaya possessed rapid recovery capabilities, she could have healed her injuries in the blink of an eye. But Moro's vitality obliterated the chakra she relied upon for resurrection. Damn it! Kagaya spat blood, for the first time experiencing the specter of death. After your demise, I shall consume the chakra fruit. Fear not. With me in the ninja realm, I too can thwart the Otsutsuki clan. You are aware of the chakra fruit? Kagaya regarded Moro with a gaze full of skepticism. From the outset, the outcome of this battle was unquestionable. Moro was already amplified several-fold, and with the enhancement from the 8 Gates, his inherent power was more than sufficient to suppress Kagaya. Not to mention the augmentation from the 8 Gates, which utterly overwhelmed her. The chakra fruit, a potent elixir. I shall seize all chakra fruits from the Naruto world. You are formidable, a strength I have never encountered. It is hard to fathom how you arose in the ninja realm. Those people should not have afforded you such opportunities. Kagaya chuckled bitterly. What a pity. I hail from another world. Upon my arrival in this realm, I was nearly your equal. Moro spoke the truth. After entering the Naruto world, he combined the 3 great techniques, fusing chakra with haki, which propelled his martial arts mastery to unprecedented heights, culminating in his current terrifying prowess. Another world? I too can traverse between galaxies. Kagaya's aura grew increasingly feeble. Moro's vitality ravaged everything, destroying her internal organs as she began to disintegrate into ash. No, it is another world, beyond your imagination, where 5 universes have merged, forming an entirely new grand world. I see. Kagaya's gaze dimmed, her mind unable to conjure an image of 5 universes converging. Yet, upon hearing Moro declare himself the mightiest being of another world, she felt a sense of resignation. It appeared that her Otsutsuki clan remained the strongest in this domain. Defeated by Moro did not equate to losing. Transparent flames swept past. Moro's intangible flames had further evolved, settling in his warm palm as the essence of primordial fire. Otsutsuki Kagaya perished within the frozen expanse of time. Moro, too, released the 8 Gates. Without such a terrifying physique as his, one should refrain from recklessly attempting to open the Death Gate. As the flames subsided, only a single chakra fruit remained. Following the demise of Daitongmu Kagaya, it had been refined into a great elixir by Moro. Upon taking a bite, he discerned that it was indeed different from the devil fruit. The power it bestowed was truly extraordinary. Shortly thereafter, Moro felt a surge of strength coursing through him. With a crisp snap of his fingers, he released the frozen space. It was time to conclude this, everyone. The formidable figures of the shinobi world gazed at Moro in astonishment, still grappling with the unfolding events. Millions of azure serpents surged forth, devouring all of Baiju, including those resurrected through Edo Tensei, who fell prey to his refining grasp. At last, upon the palace's rooftop, only the survivors of the shinobi world remained. The shinobi alliance had been defeated. Even their combined might could not prevail against Moro. Would the shinobi world be plunged into darkness forever? Tsunade lamented. No, absolutely not. Naruto proclaimed resolutely, turning to Luffy. In another realm, they have not been destroyed. They even constructed a place akin to the Land of Waves. Moro, if you truly wish to forge a new world, then let us join forces. Let us create a brand new future. Naruto once again unleashed his verbal prowess. Moro regarded him with exasperation. In his previous life as an anime enthusiast, he too had been a fan of Luffy and Naruto. However, after traversing into this new existence and enduring numerous trials, he had come to understand that one must uphold their beliefs when immersed in such a reality. Over time, Moro had developed an aura befitting a grand antagonist. Impossible. Whether in the shinobi realm or the vast seas, I shall not ally with anyone. From this day forth, the era of daimyo shall cease to exist, and the shadows of the great ninja villages shall become relics of the past. You shall all become but a fraction of my dominion, executing supreme justice. No one shall stand above justice. Moro's words left no room for dispute. Yet such a world would be devoid of bonds and emotions. Naruto sought to sway him. Is that so? Bonds and emotions can coexist alongside supreme justice. I have always believed this. Without further ado, Moro unleashed a powerful strike, summoning a tempest that swept everyone away, casting them from the palace. Henceforth, there would be no daimyo in the shinobi world, only I, Moro, and the Land of Waves. Moro perched atop the palace, having concluded all conflicts. The shinobi alliance faced utter defeat. Soon after, the Land of Waves emerged as the singular authority within the shinobi world. Ninjas and samurais receded from the annals of history. The technological advancements of the pirate world began to infiltrate the realm of Hokage, heralding the dawn of a new era. 100 days quietly elapsed. Host has successfully dominated the shinobi world, completing the task 30 days ahead of schedule. The realms of the pirate world and the Hokage world are on the brink of fusion. The gateway to the world will soon be open. The host shall also be granted access to the next world, the One Punch world. In the One Punch world, a climactic battle between the monster Geru and Saitama is currently underway. Yawning, Moro exited the palace and immediately beheld the third gate, constructed from radiant golden light. The One Punch world awaited him. Simultaneously, a new portal appeared in the martial arena of the final island in the pirate world. As of now, only Moro possessed the ability to traverse this gateway. He remained unaware of who his first adversary would be, transmitting the first challenger to the host. Defeating him is requisite to advance to the One Punch world. Moro nodded, confirming his suspicions. The process was as straightforward as anticipated. The One Punch world, a realm teeming with monsters and heroes, had witnessed the emergence of professional heroes to safeguard humanity. Yet, Saitama remained an interest-driven hero, navigating life as any ordinary person would, even scavenging for discounted groceries. He was, in essence, a living embodiment of invincibility, having vanquished even high-dimensional beings in the aftermath of the Geru saga. For the first time, a sense of unease washed over Moro. How formidable had he truly become? A month had passed since the conclusion of the Shinobi War, and society began to acclimatize to the rapid advancements in technology. The pirate world had even begun to venture into space, discovering Enel and prehistoric relics on the moon. Following encounters with cosmic pirates, they initiated a struggle for supremacy over the entire star system, expelling the cosmic marauders. Those who once languished in boredom on Blue Star were now igniting the era of cosmic piracy anew. The Hokage world, however, was in its nascent stages of technological advancement, particularly in the integration of chakra and technology, which required further refinement. Those who had opposed during the Shinobi War assimilated into the Land of Waves, becoming integral components of this new society. The half moon above the Shinobi world continued to remind them that as long as Moro existed, the era of the 5 great ninja villages would never return. Times had irrevocably changed. Moro single-handedly held dominion over 2 realms. The radiant golden portal finally stirred, heralding the arrival of a figure cloaked in darkness. Geru, the unleashed monster. Where is this? Geru, having already bested numerous heroes, was unmatched in strength. Considered a mere cosplayer by Saitama, he utilized every ounce of his power in his battle against him. However, With the emergence of the golden light before him, Garu found himself transported to the Hokage world. What is this place? The surrounding space warped as Moro's presence manifested. Employing space-time ninjutsu, he cast Garu onto the fragmented half-moon. As the moon loomed overhead, Moro yawned. In Saitama's eyes, Garu, who would never intentionally harm innocents, even after breaking his limiter, still refrained from inflicting harm upon ordinary people or the heroes he had defeated. As one of the mightiest beings on Blue Star, second only to Saitama, Garu carried his own sense of pride. How could I possibly be bested by that bald head? In your original world, Moro refrained from elaborating, unleashing his formidable aura. Though merely a fraction of his power, it evoked boundless possibilities within Garu. You are strong. I must defeat you. Theoretically, it was possible. In your world, regardless of individual abilities or technological advancements, only by breaking one's own limitations could one attain infinite potential. To date, those who had shattered their limits were few and far between. Thus, you too possess infinite possibilities. Moro's assessment left Garu momentarily stunned. Hey, what are you talking about? What limiter? What infinite possibilities? Are you assessing me? Such hypocrisy. You must be a hero too. Garu clenched his fists, perceiving Moro as an adversary. No, I'm not a hero. Moro opted not to elaborate further. Henceforth, he would not employ any superfluous aura against Garu. It would be a pure contest of physical speed and strength. The limiter-broken Garu had indeed surpassed human limits, excelling in speed and strength beyond the heroic archetype. Although his bouts with Saitama had been brief, they far exceeded the world's expectations. Monster Extermination Fist. Iron Fist. Mo Luo sprang into action, two figures clashing fiercely upon the lunar surface, with the remaining half of the moon served as their battlefield. The first punch saw the fists of Elang and Mo Luo collide, producing a sharp sound, followed by the sickening crack of bones. In quick succession, Elang endured a second and a third blow. After several strikes, he was sent tumbling into a deep pit, his eyes rolling back in his head. Damn it, why are you so strong? He lamented, his arms falling limply as he succumbed to unconsciousness. I have only utilized a tenth of my pure physical strength. Mo Luo pondered. For according to the established norms, those who had broken their limits in the one-punch world should possess boundless potential, nearly invincible. Why could Elang withstand merely 3 punches? Even Otsutsuki Kagaya had endured one of his strikes. A realization dawned upon Mo Luo. That was my full power punch activated by the 8 gates. With a sigh of resignation, he could only hope that Saitama was sufficiently formidable. The host has defeated Elang, who broke his limiter and is now qualified to enter the one-punch world. Oh, Mo Luo stepped forward, returning to the Naruto world, lifting Elang and making his way onward. One-punch world. 2 doors materialized in this realm. One was composed of flames. The other formed from gathering seawater. Just moments ago, while engaged in battle with Elang, Saitama turned to discover Elang enveloped in golden light and whisked away. Shortly thereafter, a towering figure emerged, carrying the unconscious Elang. Mo Luo confirmed, glancing back. All 3 worlds possess gateways to the other 2. It is uncertain whether this is a boon or a bane. The host must break the limiter within 100 days to unlock the next world and permanently access the gates to the Naruto and Pirate worlds. A sudden realization struck Mo Luo. Alas, I forgot to bring Ein and the others along. It appears I am truly alone now. Nevertheless, while the Naruto world required him to dominate the ninja realm, the one-punch world merely necessitated breaking the limiter, which seemed considerably simpler. He needed to succeed swiftly. He had intended to delve into the depths of the universe to seek the Otsutsuki clan and acquire more chakra fruits. Mo Luo turned away, knowing that returning home would demand considerable effort. After conquering the one-punch world, the Dragon Ball world awaited him, followed by his return to the revitalized Blue Planet. Who knows if a powerful being from the cultivation realm would emerge, with monsters roaming freely. Are you from the door on the right? A bald voice suddenly echoed. Mo Luo turned to see Saitama, chuckling lightly. Indeed, you seem rather irked. He had harmed no one. The man merely appeared to be a cosplay enthusiast. Saitama earnestly confronted Mo Luo, stating, the other side of the door leads to 2 other worlds, and since you just entered mine, isn't it reasonable to defeat him? Mo Luo provided a logical explanation. That does seem plausible, Saitama nodded, acknowledging that if Mo Luo spoke the truth, there was little room for rebuttal. Another world? There is no evidence of these doors' origins. On what grounds do you assert the existence of another world? Could it not simply be your ability? Tornado hovered midair, accusing Mo Luo and expressing her disbelief. Oh, you have quite the attitude. Mo Luo clapped his hands, and a torrent surged from the seawater gate, sweeping Tornado away. Soon, a colossal mural appeared above them, depicting Fujitora and Tornado locked in combat. The two engaged fiercely, with Tornado showcasing her unimaginable powers, a trait Fujitora shared. But what was more alarming was his own formidable strength. They hurled meteorites at one another, neither able to vanquish the other, remaining evenly matched, until Fujitora's blade rested against Tornado's neck. Damn it, damn it! The scene abruptly ceased, revealing the passage from the Naruto world to the pirate world. It seemed that with the completion of their tasks, these two realms could traverse freely through the gates, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Tornado was once again transported back to the One-Punch world, forever haunted by the recent battle. She realized what had transpired. Was this a world brimming with immense powers and individual combat abilities? What a pity! She had hoped it would be a world of technology. The Child Emperor, intrigued by the parallel universe, was equally astonished by the scenes unfolding within the door. Yet, if it was another realm governed by supernatural abilities, it hardly warranted excitement for him. What a shame. Mo Luo casually waved his hand. The modified Seraphim, designed by Jinbei, appeared before the Child Emperor, and the two were poised for battle. As a technological creation, the Seraphim surprisingly gained the upper hand. This isn't fair. I had suffered significant losses in previous battles and cannot fight at full capacity. The Child Emperor expressed in frustration, but after a lick of his lollipop, he added with delight, "He is indeed a product of technology, integrating multiple powers. How marvelous." At that moment, when all eyes converge upon Mo Luo once more, a sense of awe enveloped them. Could there truly be a formidable being from another world? "You are strong," Saitama clasped his hands together. Given the multitude of powerful figures in the pirate world, Mo Luo was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. "Not bad. Your strength is commendable," Mo Luo remarked, glancing at Saitama. Yet his next inquiry left Saitama momentarily bewildered. "How did you break your limiter?" Saitama contemplated this and admitted he was unaware of what a limiter was. "Let me rephrase. How did you become so powerful today?" Mo Luo's question sparked an epiphany in Saitama. "Every day I do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run." This query was essentially futile for Mo Luo, as he was already familiar with Saitama's training regimen. The other heroes stood speechless. They had all been bested by Elang, yet Saitama appeared utterly unfazed, merely stating that Elang had been transported to another world just as he was about to unleash his full strength. Now, Saitama spoke of such a deceptively simple training method. Any one of them could effortlessly multiply their efforts tenfold. What a remarkable training method. If everyone could adhere to it daily, perhaps this world would be rid of monsters, as every individual would become one. Mo Luo mused, feeling resigned. It seemed he could not rely on Saitama's experience to break his own limiter. Indeed, Saitama scratched his head cheerfully. Despite not being able to assume the role of a hero, everyone could protect themselves, which he found quite satisfying. He then turned to Mo Luo with a serious gaze. "Shall we fight?" Saitama looked at Mo Luo, who too yearned for a true battle against a powerful foe. "Very well." Mo Luo cracked his knuckles, determined not to hold back this time. Since Saitama was also unable to unlock his limiter, the only option left was to engage in combat. It had been far too long since Mo Luo had experienced a true battle following his victory over him. Now that he had entered the One-Punch world, combat was inevitable. Boom! Mo Luo's aura erupted forth. This time he would unleash 100% of his strength, encompassing both his physical prowess and energy. So powerful. In an instant, the overwhelming Haushiko haki erupted, causing all present to lose consciousness. Longwan, Bongu, and the others fell without exception. The more powerful I became, the more I sensed an extreme solitude. At this point, the vast majority of people could not even remain standing after mere glance from me. Having experienced countless battles in my youth, I could no longer find the joy of growth through combat. What was the reason for this? Must one cease to advance upon becoming the strongest in the world? Moro found it curious that from the moment he stepped into this new world, he was already the strongest from his previous realm. This implied that each transformation he underwent signified the crushing defeat of all his former adversaries. Even upon arriving in the One-Punch world, only Saitama could stand against him. What would happen if he broke through his limitations? He would become invincible once again, with no one possessing the qualification to spectate. The only one eligible, Saitama, was indeed a combatant. Saitama felt a surge of excitement, sensing that Moro was the formidable being from his dreams. Boom! The two unleashed a punch simultaneously. A mere ordinary punch was futile against Moro's iron fist. With 100% of his strength, Moro was terrifyingly powerful, several times stronger than when he had obliterated the moon. Their fists collided with increasing speed, forcing them to leave Blue Star and appear upon the moon of the One-Punch world. On the soundless moon, they engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows. Saitama held his breath, adhering to his understanding that one must hold their breath in space. However, there was no need for concern. With a wave of his hand, Moro utilized Mokuton, Suiton, Katon, Doton, Futon, and Jiton to create an ecological base sprawling across the moon. Saitama, believing he could breathe, finally opened his mouth to inhale. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. I said, there's no need to worry about it. Thank you. The two fought each other with remarkable politeness. Their serious punches collided. Moro's iron fists. They clashed once more, and this time, Moro finally sensed a hint of being struck, prompting memories of his early days in the pirate world when he had just learned the iron plate technique. Back then, he often took hits, as all damage he endured could be converted into energy. Now, however, no one could inflict harm upon him, making such conversion a moot point. Yet at this moment, he finally felt a feedback of vitality. It had been a long time since he experienced the effects of the Shungxing fruit. With a hearty laugh, Moro and Saitama exchanged blows, whipping up gusts of wind on the moon. Their fists accelerated, each strike met with a counter. With every punch Moro took, he grew stronger, as the Shungxing fruit required him to endure damage to convert it into vitality. As he fought, he attempted to draw energy from the natural world. Boom! Their fists collided again, and a smile spread across Saitama's face. You are quite strong, Saitama exclaimed, delighted to sense that Moro was not holding back. Even while fully exerting themselves, they continuously released unyielding energy. It had been a long time since Saitama had enjoyed such an exhilarating battle. He could only experience this level of combat against the beings of his dreams. You have transcended the level of the underground beings. You are now the underground king. This assessment was the highest praise Saitama could offer. Thank you. I'm also growing stronger from our battle. Moro unleashed a flurry of punches, bolstered not only by the vitality feedback from the Shungxing fruit, but also by the energy he absorbed from nature, making him even stronger. Previously, even facing Otsutsuki Kagaya, he could not truly engage in battle. With a single punch, he had obliterated her, but now, having consumed the chakra fruit, Moro had become even more formidable. He could navigate the fight with Saitama with ease, even harboring the potential to grow stronger. How could he not be elated? Boom! Each punch and kick landed upon each other. Their blocking and attacks accelerated, creating an atmosphere of potential breakthroughs at any moment. Swoosh! Although Saitama showed no physical changes, his attack speed suddenly surged to 10 times its original rate. Impressive, Moro noted, recognizing Saitama's sudden amplification of strength. For Saitama, this merely represented a further unlocking of his serious series. Clenching his fists, he exhaled deeply, channeling the power of his martial arts essence, activating his true strength. This time, he matched Saitama, now twice as powerful. Sigwai, Saitama now truly acknowledged that Moro's strength far surpassed that of the hungry wolf. Though he felt something was missing from Moro, his power remained astonishing and unbelievable. One exhilarating experience. Moro continued to unleash punches, growing stronger with each strike. Saitama's fists and strength converted into vitality feedback. The martial arts essence grew steadily, exhibiting signs of transformation, and began to resemble Moro's youthful form. Serious consecutive punches, acceleration series. Saitama's attack speed increased even further. Simultaneously, the martial arts essence, now enriched by abundant vitality feedback, finally became indistinguishable from Moro's. Martial arts essence. Moro tightened his fists, temporarily repelling Saitama with a single punch. Are you still growing stronger? Saitama exclaimed in joy upon witnessing this scene. Yes. Taking a deep breath, Moro seemed to undergo a transformation, finally exhaling a surge of essence. The martial arts essence transformed into pure transparency, merging with his body. In that moment, Moro's power received a tenfold amplification. The martial arts essence, devoid of any spatial ninjutsu, could traverse through the void. With a single step, Moro appeared behind Saitama. He could survive for 3,000 years without consuming external energy, while his essence grew even stronger, enabling him to create a domain that could transmute the energy of the universe into himself. As Moro spoke, his entire area on the moon was enveloped by his essence field. His power surged further. The Xingxing fruit had long integrated into his bloodline essence, becoming a unique trait. This time, he absorbed not only the energy from the ecological environment, but also the energy from the cosmos. All forms of radiation could be assimilated by Moro, rendering him even more powerful. You have grown stronger. Saitama felt his own energy surge. Indeed, let us engage in battle once more. Moro struck again. This time, he inadvertently shattered the entire moon, causing the rivers on Blue Star to surge wildly like untamed horses. You have destroyed the moon. Saitama continued to fight, realizing the danger posed by numerous meteors falling on a Blue Star. No worries. With a firm grip, Moro's essence field exerted a tremendous pull, pulling the moon back together. This natural satellite was no longer sufficient for their continued combat. Indeed, as they contemplated where to battle next, Moro waved his hand, and their figures appeared on another planet in the galaxy, where the gravity had multiplied several times. Saitama surveyed his surroundings, attacking Moro without hesitation. At the same time, his strength multiplied several-fold. The two individuals found themselves ensnared in a life-and-death struggle, initiating a battle of utmost intensity. The thrice-enhanced Chiyu and the martial arts deity Moro were locked in an ultimate confrontation. The ground reverberated with explosive force, creating vast craters across the earth, even giving rise to what resembled artificial rivers and lakes. Immortal mode. With a mere gesture, Moro absorbed the cosmic radiation, entering his immortal mode, enveloped in a mist that made him appear ethereal, akin to a silken ribbon. Simultaneously, a halo reminiscent of a radiant lantern manifested behind him. An immortal? Chiyu inquired curiously, gazing at Moro. This is merely a characteristic born from the interaction of radiation and primordial energy, Moro replied with a smile, contemplating whether to refer to this fusion as immortal art's primordial energy. In this state, he experienced a significant enhancement. For primordial energy itself was a synthesis of domineering force and chakra. The battle resumed. Chu, exhilarated, relished the challenge. This was the essence of combat. Moro's seemingly endless array of hidden cards invigorated him. In a serious state of fourth enhancement, Chiyu's presence escalated further. The two exchanged fists, swiftly vanishing, their colossal forms colliding relentlessly, each impact leaving an astonishing crater in their wake. At the pinnacle of their onslaught, their mutual strikes were powerful enough to induce tremors upon the earth. 8 gates of Duanjia. The 8th gate, the Death Gate, opens. Under immortal mode, Moro's aura surged dramatically. A tempest erupted from him, causing the energy of the entire planet to surge wildly into his being. How fortunate I am to encounter you. Chiyu felt that Moro was simply reveling in the joy of combat, much like himself. The 5th enhancement surged forth. As the storm subsided, Moro, who had consumed the planet's energy, activated the 8 gates of Duanjia. With a punch thrown forth, Moro yearned to ascertain just how formidable Chiyu truly was, capable of vanquishing high-dimensional deities. The shockwave from their clash radiated outward instantaneously. The planet's surface began to fracture, mountains trembled, and molten lava surged forth. After 3 hours of relentless combat, the planet's surface emitted a thunderous roar before shattering into pieces. The planet was obliterated by the shockwaves of their confrontation. What a painful experience. You are the most exhilarating opponent I have ever encountered. With one final strike, they collided after 12 arduous hours. Moro slowly rose above the molten lava, while Chiyu was drenched in sweat, exhilarated by the battle. Suddenly, Chiyu underwent his 6th enhancement, lifting the molten lava into the air, rendering it uncontrollable. Coughing, Moro expelled a mouthful of black blood. He had reached the limit of his strength. Despite having ascended to the martial arts deity and activated immortal mode and the 8 gates of Duanjia, he found himself unable to defeat Chiyu. His breath grew increasingly feeble, feeling as if a mountain weighed heavily upon his shoulders. Moro realized that while he could obliterate any mountain in existence, this particular mountain rendered his breathing labored. This was a mountain that could only manifest in the world of One Punch Man. He understood that even in the worlds of One Piece and Naruto, no matter how strong he became, he would never encounter this mountain again. Each world possessed its own characteristics, and only in the world of One Punch Man could this mountain materialize. This mountain was known as the Limiter. Every individual harbors a limiter within, a curse left by deities, a suppression imposed at the dawn of creation. Some may break through after enduring countless hardships, while others may achieve breakthroughs effortlessly in a state of inner tranquility. Some may be invincible, yet never transcend. The Limiter is an invisible mountain, pressing down deep within the bloodline. In this moment, Moro extended his feeble hand, attempting to touch the mountain of the Limiter. He became so still that he could hear the whispers of his own heart. The myriad experiences of his journey began to replay before him. The battles fought, the foes who claimed to be invincible, and the relentless Chiyu, devoid of any peculiarities, drained his stamina. Indeed, strength does not equate to the absence of a limiter. On the contrary, breaking through a limiter does not guarantee instant invincibility. Only by pursuing the strength of the heart can one shatter the seals of the divine and become a true deity. At last, Moro's fingertips grazed the mountain. Instantly, the mountain crumbled into fragments. In that moment, it was as if Moro awakened, his aura surging dramatically. The limiter had been shattered. The already fractured planet trembled violently. Moro's aura climbed to new heights as he expelled a breath of primordial energy, fully merging his martial arts deity with his physical form. From now on, as long as he drew breath, as long as even a remnant of his body remained, he would be alive. This was rebirth through blood. Simultaneously, his primordial energy began to metamorphose, transforming into Immortal Art's primordial energy. Each breath he took allowed his skin to absorb energy from the natural universe surrounding him. He remained perpetually in immortal mode. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call this immortal power. Moro felt a profound transformation within himself. He clenched his fists, realizing that from this day forth, immortal mode would be his default state. He had ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts, ready to conquer the world. Having crossed the threshold beyond the martial arts deity, he had now achieved the peak of martial arts after breaking through the limiter. Once again, I have grown stronger, Chiyu exclaimed with delight. Indeed, thank you for your patience. With a mighty leap, the two launched themselves into the air, causing the entire planet to collapse into a shower of debris, scattering in all directions. Their figures appeared before the magnificent sun, dwarfed by its grandeur. As they unleashed a flurry of punches, Chiyu underwent his seventh enhancement. The simple yet pure essence of their battle propelled an exponential surge of energy. Initially, the sun remained indifferent. However, as their extraordinary power amplified, the sun began to accelerate and erupt on its surface. Moro furiously siphoned energy from the solar radiation, converting it into his life, force, and vitality. Chiyu, in turn, continued to amplify his strength, further fortifying Moro's physical form. They exchanged life energy from within while drawing energy from without. Moro grew ever stronger, discovering infinite possibilities within himself. Chiyu, too, relentlessly evolved, unwavering in his resolve to match Moro's every enhancement. The battle persisted until after a day and a night, when they finally paused, their auras settling into tranquility, impervious to the scorching heat surrounding them. During this time, Chiyu had enhanced himself 18 times. Moro, too, had undergone continuous amplification, transforming all primordial energy into immortal power, forging his physical form into that of an immortal, while his martial spirit evolved into an immortal soul. Ultimately, he achieved a harmonious union, culminating in the being he was now. I'm hungry. Chiyu gently rubbed his belly, echoing the sentiment of Mo Luo, who felt the same. Let us indulge in a meal before we resume our battle, he proposed. With that, the two turned and returned to Lanxing, the vast expanse of Lanxing. The moon, the colossal celestial bodies, and the sun witnessed a series of battles that spanned 3 days and nights. The battlefield had long been cleared, with the ravenous wolf fleeing midway, leaving only Chiyu and Mo Luo behind. What delectable offerings do you have? Mo Luo, known for his insatiable appetite, often found it difficult to feel full even after a day's worth of meals from a restaurant. Fried pork cutlet rice, Chiyu exclaimed with delight, glancing down at his tattered clothing in need of mending. Upon arriving home, Mo Luo purchased every morsel of food from a nearby establishment with gold. To their surprise, upon entering their abode, they found King, Genos, Bang, Tornado, and Fubuki had been awaiting them for quite some time. The sight of the two large trucks brimming with food left them momentarily speechless. Nanny? After such a prolonged battle, there is still no resolution. Genos expressed his incredulity, as he viewed Chiyur as an unparalleled force capable of overcoming anything. We both grew stronger as we fought, and he continued to ascend in power, akin to cheating in a video game, ultimately reaching the level of igniting solar storms. As Chiyur spoke, he devoured a generous bite of fried pork cutlet. Mo Luo remained silent, his focus solely on the food. This is absurd. Do you even comprehend the laws of science? How could a solar storm be instigated by humanity? That is a natural phenomenon, let alone the power of humans. Even creatures from the cosmos would be unable to achieve such feats. Fubuki dismissed the notion. At that moment, the television began broadcasting the latest news. We observed that a colossal planet in the galaxy appeared to have been struck by a cosmic assault and was obliterated. Furthermore, since yesterday, solar activity has intensified, with solar storms potentially destabilizing signals on Lanxing, leading to temporary power outages. As the power is out, the group turned in silence to Chu and Mo Luo, who were savoring their feast. Tornado, hands on her hips, cast a dissatisfied glance at Mo Luo, whose towering figure, enveloped in a misty, colorful aura, appeared almost divine with a glowing shield hovering behind him. "Who are you?" Tornado inquired, her brow furrowed. Mo Luo, he replied succinctly, continuing to indulge in his meal. After dinner, Chiyur and Mo Luo resumed their discussion about battles and alternate realms. "Will our world eventually connect with yours?" Chiyur pondered in disbelief. "Indeed," Mo Luo yawned. "I shall eradicate all aberrations, monsters, and the core of those empires, ultimately providing this world with resolution. Then true peace can be achieved, but what shall I do?" Chiyur mused, feeling that such a scenario would render him unable to fulfill his role as a hero. "From now on, you can traverse between 3 worlds to engage in combat. Shouldn't that bring you joy?" 3 worlds. Upon hearing their exchange, Genos found himself at a loss for words. These two were no ordinary warriors comprehensible by normal thought. Eradicating all aberrations? How could that be possible when some of them blend seamlessly among ordinary people? Tornado expressed her dissent, believing that while Mo Luo might be stronger than her, the sheer number of monsters in the world was overwhelming, making total annihilation impossible. "Your inability does not equate to my incapacity," Mo Luo retorted, rolling over to snore. The following day, the Hero Association dispatched representatives to Mo Luo, extending an invitation for him to join and offering him the rank of S-Class Hero. "I refuse. What purpose does becoming an S-Class Hero serve? My ambition is to seize the entire world." With that, thousands of life clones surged forth, each endowed with divine perception, including the abilities of observation, Conqueror's Haki, illusion, and spiritual awareness, all capable of detecting anomalies, especially the emotional and psychological perceptions within the observation Haki, forming an extensive net to capture all concealed aberrations. 3 days later, countless aberrations perished and many were apprehended. A week later, the Hero Association had recorded and eliminated all known and hidden aberrations. Soon, the human empire crumbled. Mission complete. Break limiter. In 3 days, the 4th world gate. The Dragon Ball Gate will open for the host. The Dragon Ball world is currently in the Frisia era, and the god of destruction, Beerus, is in slumber. During this period, there exists no Omni-King, as it has been separated from over a dozen universes by ancient powerful beings. 3 days? It seems that the completion time for this task is slower than before. Mo Luo was taken aback, realizing that even the system had begun to slack off. As for the Dragon Ball Gate, he was not particularly familiar with it. Considering it was during the Frisia era, it wasn't particularly terrifying. Beerus should be a cosmic-level being, though his exact strength remained uncertain. Currently, the few powerful figures Mo Luo was aware of included the Otsutsuki clan from the Naruto world, the higher-dimensional deities overseeing the One Punch world, and the god of destruction, Beerus, from the Dragon Ball world. While there were indeed cosmic pirates in the pirate world, they were not as formidable as most imagined, merely on a standard level. It was rumored they were in pursuit of some rainbow sea. He hoped they would find it and not fall prey to the red-eyed demon, ending up in a black hole never to return. Montak Luo Yaunit, gazing at the 2 towering gates on the earth. From this moment forth, these 3 worlds would be interconnected, and he wondered how many formidable beings would clash. Qiyu, I shall voyage to the other 2 worlds, and upon my return, we shall battle once more. Mo Luo intended to eliminate the Otsutsuki clan in the Naruto world and consume all the chakra fruits. He also planned to observe the cosmic pirates in the pirate world. Indeed, Chihiro expressed his desire to explore the other two worlds, hoping for delightful surprises. Stepping through the fiery gate, Mo Luo arrived in the Naruto world. Surveying his surroundings, it appeared the inhabitants were living quite well. Yamato and others, having traversed freely between the Naruto and pirate worlds, were reveling in their adventures. Now, with the opening of a new world, everyone began joyfully flocking to the One Punch world. You were right. Kai appeared behind Mo Luo, giving him a thumbs up. His broad grin revealed radiant white teeth. Not too bad, by the way, what's she doing here? Mo Luo glanced at Tsunade, who was drinking nearby. What? Konoha is gone. The ninja world has vanished, and I can't enjoy a bowl of ramen or a drink. Tsunade tossed a cup at Mo Luo. The world is vast. The ninja world has not disappeared but has evolved. Now everyone can train under certain conditions, learn ninjutsu, and with powerful technological assistance. This is an era where anyone can become a ninja, hence the disappearance of ninjas. Mo Luo downed a cup of sake and ordered 10 bowls of Ichiraka ramen. Oh, you speak so lightly of it. What are the efforts of hundreds of years? You even defeated Otsutsuki Kagaya. And now others revere you as the god of the Luo nation. Gangshu abruptly seized Moro, observing the flowing ribbons and luminous shield enveloping him. Perplexed, she questioned, "What is this? You always exuded an air of simplicity and profundity, yet now you seem oddly transformed." Witnessing this exchange, Kai hastily retreated, fearing the wrath of Gangshu. Moro felt a twinge of embarrassment. My current state is indeed peculiar, yet it is not within my control. It is merely a characteristic. Only by advancing further can I hope to return to normalcy. He could hardly admit to having ascended to the realm of celestial beings. Such a notion felt absurd. With the remarkable progress achieved after breaking through limitations, Moro had long become an enigma among the three realms. He was confident that his strength surpassed even that of the collective Otsutsuki clan, a force greater than the divine beings of his world. Fine, I am merely displeased. If this is how peace is to be attained, what then is the significance of Jiraiya's demise? As she leaned over the table, cursing while sipping her drink, Moro suggested, "Let's take a stroll, Gangshu." Jiraiya's life was indeed complete. Rising to his feet, he was unaware of how many shared in their sorrow. Yet dwelling on the past served no purpose. He had never been one for empathy. With a swift motion, he vanished from the shinobi world, passing by the fragmented moon, and ventured into the depths of the cosmos. He sought the Otsutsuki clan. Without the need for space-time ninjutsu, he traversed the void and navigated wormholes. With such a physique, it was no wonder the sun could not obliterate him. Perhaps with a bit more strength, he could even forge stars. If Moro were to define his power, it would be akin to that of a true, celestial being after years in the immortal realm, merely a step away from the realm of golden immortals. Suddenly, he halted, discovering an unimaginably vast planet. Growing under such intense gravity must mean that everyone was born as superhumans. It was no surprise then that the Otsutsuki clan resembled monsters. However, those who claimed to be gods were still vastly inferior to Moro. Submit. 3,000 azure dragons surged forth from behind Moro, while beneath him, 1,000,000 azure serpents swiftly advanced towards the Otsutsuki clan. He would claim all the chakra fruits. Historically, it was only the Otsutsuki clan that invaded the outside world. They had never been the ones to be invaded. The impending war was inevitable, yet they could not breach the boundaries set by Moro, confined to a radius of 100 miles. They were unable to penetrate the defenses of the azure serpents and dragons, allowing Moro to seize their chakra fruits, divine trees, and the life force of all Otsutsuki clan members. Moro felt as though he had become a villain. Who are you? This is the ancestral land of the Otsutsuki, nearly at the center of the universe. Take another step forward, and you shall face certain death. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, materialized in the air. As he did, all the power of the world converged upon him. According to legend, the art of immortality was a system developed within the shinobi realm's 3 great legacies, a method of utilizing chakra that surpassed ordinary techniques. Moro, now a genuine immortal, faced an Otsutsuki false immortal with little trepidation. Are you the Otsutsuki ancestor? And if so, what of it? Behind the youth stood a colossal tree, towering above any divine tree. Upon its branches hung numerous fruits, all in embryonic states. Yet they would not mature within the ancestral land, as that required immense energy. Instead, Otsutsuki clansmen, one master and one servant, would journey to various planets to plant and cultivate them. Thus, each fruit upon this gigantic tree had the potential to become a future divine tree. And the Otsutsuki ancestor was the vessel of this super divine tree. How many planets' energies have you absorbed to reach this level? In Moriwa's eyes, the Otsutsuki ancestor equated to a strength hundreds of times that of Kagaya. It was not merely a matter of quantity, but rather a qualitative transformation. Furthermore, as the vessel of the super divine tree, the combination of these factors rendered his power unfathomably immense. What a pity. Having shattered his limitations, Moriwa's strength had surged multiple times. He was no longer the same being. His martial arts had evolved from the embryonic stage to the pinnacle of combat. His power now incomparable. The longer your Otsutsuki clan lives, the more planets and lives you will claim as your offerings. Moriwa stepped forward. As 3,000 azure dragons and 1,000,000 azure serpents indiscriminately devoured all Otsutsuki clan members. The Otsutsuki ancestor was now seething with rage. Circles of Tomo formed behind him, culminating in the 6 paths of reincarnation as he wielded a long staff adorned with Tomo. Each circle of souls was tenfold greater than the last, ultimately enveloping the entire planet in a golden radiance. In this manner, Moriwa's immortal traits appeared rather mundane. It was time to strike. Moriwa leaped into the air, his fist erupting with unprecedented power. Boom! With one punch, devoid of any flashy techniques, only the speed and force he embodied. How could pure chakra possibly compete with the refined energy of various powers? The ancestor of chakra also retaliated, yet his efforts seemed feeble before Moriwa's might. Regardless of his struggles, he would ultimately be reduced to dust. What is this power of yours? The Otsutsuki ancestor questioned, bewildered. What made Moriwa truly terrifying was his ability to siphon life force from any being and endlessly draw energy from the universe's natural order. If harmed, he would convert it into strength. He was a monster that grew stronger by the second, thriving after breaking his limitations. Boom! With the second punch unleashed, the Otsutsuki ancestor's hands went numb. He realized he could not breach Moriwa's defenses. All his skills were rendered meaningless. With the third punch, you shall perish. Moriwa gazed at him, his expression devoid of mirth. An instinctual fear surged within the Otsutsuki ancestor. No, you lie. I have lived for countless ages, and I am but one step away from obtaining 5 more chakra fruits to transcend and become a master of the universe, a true immortal. Is that so? Moriwa replied, regarding the frenzied Otsutsuki ancestor. The third punch arrived as foretold. A single blow struck his chest, creating a gaping wound. Astonished, the Otsutsuki ancestor found himself unable to recover. What manner of power is this? Why can the damage not be healed? Turning to look, he saw the super divine tree behind him had been blasted open, creating a gaping hole. It was as if a single punch had defeated both the vessel and the tailed beasts. This is impossible. I am invincible in the universe. Universe? Do you comprehend the vastness of the universe? Your dominion extends merely over the Milky Way. Without hesitation, Moriwa delivered a punch that obliterated the Otsutsuki ancestor's head. In the next instant, chains surged forth from behind him like a black hole, consuming the Otsutsuki ancestor, the super divine tree, and all chakra fruits. A torrent of life force flooded into Moriwa's being, and he finally let out a satisfied belch. In these times, it was truly a challenge to find satisfaction in one's hunger. As the Otsutsuki clan met its demise, Moriwa instantaneously returned to the shinobi world. The chakra systems of the 3 worlds, the domineering system, the devil fruit system, the supernatural ability system, and the technological system are converging. No one could have anticipated such a day would arrive. Enormous airships traverse the space between the 3 realms. Ain and Tao 2 remained steadfastly by Moro's side. I wish to return to the world of pirates. Moro signaled that it was time for them to venture into the cosmos as well. Bonnie and Ri had long since returned to the world of pirates, and they also intended to revisit. Il smiled. Moro never expected that, after all these years, she would still have such a fondness for black stockings. Then let us return and see. Crossing through the portal of worlds, the 3 found themselves on the final island of the pirate realm. Upon learning of their return, Ri hurried over. Bonnie, munching on snacks, remarked, "That fellow Yamado has ventured into the universe, claiming he wishes to become a formidable warrior like you and bring all cosmic pirates to justice." Xiao Yu, standing nearby, tiptoed with a smile. "Big brother, something significant happened recently." "Oh." Moro turned to her, curious what major event could transpire in the pirate world. After the establishment of the lunar base, a man named Enel was defeated and became our cosmic navigation power source. However, the pirate king Luffy broke through the limits and impelled down and escaped, taking his former crewmates and friends into the cosmos, declaring his ambition to become the king of cosmic pirates. Moro had imprisoned Luffy and his crew and impelled down after the Great War between the world of Naruto and pirates. He never expected Luffy to escape. This likely indicated that Luffy had mastered further techniques of fusion. Having recently digested the super divine tree, Moro felt himself growing stronger. Cosmic pirates, is it? I too wish to see what treasures draw these individuals with such fervor. Moro yawned, seated in the martial arts arena. Before that, I must further elucidate the martial arts system. After reaching the pinnacle, Moro had developed various realms and cultivation methods that he intended to disseminate. Thus, he spoke for 3 days and nights. Carp, Sengoku, Dragon, Akainu, Akiji, and others all attended, captivated by his teachings. By the end of Moro's discourse, everyone was left in awe. Thus, martial arts possess such immense power. Sabo clenched his fists, now the head of the lunar base. The solar system was entirely under the control of the World Army. While they traveled via spaceships, cosmic pirates continued to attempt invasions. Yet, I constantly feel as if I am treading the path of others. Moro found this sensation peculiar. The stronger he became, the more pronounced this feeling grew. A day later, after a night of rest, Moro boarded a spaceship to the depths of the pirate world. The World Army could handle those cosmic pirates, and they would serve to test the newcomers. He was no longer young. It was time to cultivate the next generation. It was sufficient to eliminate the most significant threats, such as the Otsutsuki clan from the world of Naruto. Now, as Moro ventured into the depths of the cosmos, he aimed to eradicate the lurking dangers of the pirate world. In the blink of an eye, Moro, traversing the void, found himself before a black hole. He sensed the aura emanating from within. With a swift step, he entered. No matter how strong the gravitational pull, Moro remained unfazed after absorbing the super divine tree and the Otsutsuki clan. Being sufficiently powerful granted immunity to a certain degree of harm. In the One-Punch universe, he had fought until he could ignore the sun's gravity. The battle in the Naruto world ultimately led him to a point where he disregarded even the gravity of a black hole. Inside the black hole, it was not as terrifying as Moro had imagined. Instead, it was a riot of colors, home to an immense supercontinent, unfathomably vast. An ordinary person could spend a lifetime traversing it without ever reaching the end. If one were to navigate, the deeper one ventured, the stronger the gravitational force became. Spaceships could only allow entry to the outer layers of the black hole, where they would be destroyed. Thus, upon reaching the supercontinent, one must proceed on foot. Without sufficient strength, they would be filtered out. However, Moro merely vanished and reappeared at the heart of the land. Similar to the Otsutsuki clan, there was also a tree here, yet its fruits were diverse and unique, seemingly hailing from another world. Devil fruit. Moro sensed that the aura emanating from this tree was indeed that of devil fruits. Host, this is the cosmic devil fruit, a manifestation of the rules of the pirate world. The natural type consists of various dark matter and cosmic celestial bodies. The animal type encompasses various dangerous races and mutated beings within the universe. The superhuman type represents conceptual superpowers with immense danger. Please do not attempt lightly. Is that so? How does it compare to the chakra fruits of the Otsutsuki clan? One is pure energy, while the other condenses future abilities with differing emphases. It has stirred. That signifies it is consumable. Moro leaped, and chains of life shot forth, swiftly enveloping the cosmic devil fruit tree. He quickly identified a fruit that resembled the life fruit. It appeared indeed more potent than the life fruit. Yet in the course of his continuous strengthening, he had already transformed it into his bloodline and was evolving. Even the cosmic life fruit could not be compared. Without hesitation, he bit into it. The flavor was delightful. After consuming it, Moro did not experience the fragmentation of his genetic factors. From a moment, he began to condense the martial spirit. Moro was able to integrate this power into his bloodline and spirit. Moreover, he had already transcended into an immortal body, immortal soul, and immortal power. All things can transform into vitality. Everything can be fully integrated. Host, different cosmic devil fruits may repel each other. Even if you have already mutated, consuming so many devil fruits may lead to self-detonation. Then let it self-detonate. Is something I seek in vain. Moro devoured another devil fruit. It was not until the 100th that he felt the power within him mixing, beginning to reject him. By the 800th, his stomach felt a bit uncomfortable. By the 1500th, he began to feel somewhat dizzy. After consuming 3,000 cosmic devil fruits, Moro pondered how many powers he had grasped. Now, all cosmic devil fruits had been consumed by him. System, I wish to self-detonate. Do as you please, host. The supreme martial arts system was powerless. It could not stop Moro from devouring. Hosts differ from one another, especially when the host is already remarkably strong. Even without the system, one could break through the barriers of the world and venture into other realms. This is also why the system was helpless against Moro. Its greatest function was merely to serve as a tool for Moro's enhancement. Moments later, Moro suddenly self-detonated, transforming into clouds of dust. As he perished, each speck of dust seemed to possess a certain pulling force, drawing vitality from the surroundings and attracting one another. In less than a breath, Moro's body reassembled, emerging even stronger. A brand new Moro stood once more upon the earth. He stretched languidly, experiencing the perfect amalgamation of the 3,000 Yujo evil fruit, transforming into an array of 3,000 extraordinary powers. Had he become tenfold stronger? It appeared to be the consequence of the Yujo Shang fruit merging within him. Moro had grown stronger once again. He noticed that besides the smoke swirling around him like a flowing ribbon and the multicolored aura hovering behind, glimmers of golden light emerged upon his skin. Though faint, they were undeniably present. This golden light emanated from his internal organs and his celestial spirit, radiating onto his immortal body. What could this mean? Moro could not decipher the significance of the golden light, but he sensed an increase in his strength. With a single step, the powers of the Yujo Menmen fruit and the Yujo Shuni fruit activated simultaneously. The Yujo Enen fruit also disregarded the black hole. Moro left behind the Yujo evil fruit tree, knowing it would take a considerable duration to yield the next batch of evil fruits. These evil fruits were unparalleled in power, each surpassing ordinary evil fruits by several magnitudes. Consuming one was akin to having access to the benefits of ordinary evil fruits for an extended period. With only one day remaining to open the fourth door, it was time to eliminate the last lingering threat. Beyond the realms of pirates and the world of Hokage, there existed a peril in the one-punch world that could not be overlooked. This was not Saitama, the one-punch man, but a deity observing from a higher dimension. Specifically, it was a divine being bound to the one-punch world, unable to depart, possessing power comparable to that of the destroyer god, Beerus. However, it resided in a different dimension, rendering it more resilient. In the next moment, Moro manifested in the one-punch world, gazing at the celestial heavens. His celestial spirit erupted with diverse perceptual powers, penetrating the dimensional web to seek a faint trace. Found you. Moro opened his eyes and stepped forth. He arrived above the one-punch world, where a peculiar structure existed. All lower-dimensional beings appeared two-dimensional here, while only deities maintained their higher-dimensional status. It was as if a being reduced to a lower dimension was confronting a higher-dimensional existence. Apart from Saitama, no one in the one-punch world had achieved this level, much less defeated it. They could not even touch the deity. You are merely a captive here, not a true god. Moro raised his gaze toward it, his aura suddenly surging. His form truly erupted in this realm. Moro's exterior transformed, enveloped in a faint golden glow, as flowing ribbons intertwined with a halo, granting him the true visage of an immortal. To be precise, the lower dimensional Moro was under pressure. He had already reached the pinnacle of the true immortal realm, and was now progressing toward the golden immortal stage, displaying a faint golden body. No matter how strong the deity in the one-punch world was, it was merely a powerful being in a higher dimension, falling short of a true immortal. Why can you maintain your dimension here? The deity looked at Moro, its gaze filled with trepidation. Why can't I? Moro responded, puzzled. The already formidable Moro found himself increasingly perplexed. In his view, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Saitama should also have the potential to transcend dimensions. Yet the reality was that everyone, including him, was trapped in this grand universe formed by the fusion of 5 worlds. Even the deity of the one-punch world, this higher dimensional life, was ensnared. This meant that the supreme martial path had not lied. One must open the gates to the 5 worlds and genuinely merge them into a singular grand world to access the ascension portal and ascend to the higher dimensional realm. You resemble those monsters, those beings existing in the divine realm. Divine realm? Upon hearing the deity's words, Moroa grew more curious. Tell me everything you know. What exists above these 5 worlds? You actually do not know? How strange. Can a being from a lower dimension truly emerge as a higher dimensional powerhouse? The deity pondered. Yet it disdainfully withheld information from Moroa. A weak being from a higher dimension facing a powerful entity from a lower dimension. Its inherent arrogance remained unchanged. Then I shall compel you to speak with my fists. Moroa understood that these arrogant beings had always operated this way. Without a show of force, they would remain haughty. You cannot. Just as the deity was about to assert that Moroa could not possibly harm it, a gaping hole was blasted through its abdomen. Now you may speak. Moroa placed a foot upon the deity as head. How infuriating! A mere punch has inflicted a fatal wound upon me. How can this be possible? The deity glared at him, seething with rage. Spare me the pleasantries, or I will crush your skull. As Moroa spoke, he dislocated one of its arms. As a higher dimensional being, Moroa refrained from inflicting a mortal blow, allowing the deity to linger a while longer. I will speak. The deity bowed its head, prostrating on the ground. Long ago, I heard of a secret. That supreme ancient powerhouse intended to merge the 5 lower realms, or small worlds, into one. A great opportunity would be granted to whoever could accomplish this merger, becoming the sovereign of this grand world, thereby distinguishing themselves even among the myriad realms. The myriad realms? Upon hearing the deity's words, Moroa's curiosity deepened. Indeed, I believe that with my abilities, seizing the cosmic power of a small world would be effortless, and then I would take a long time to merge them. However, I infiltrated but became permanently imprisoned in this world. The deity sighed. Are there any more secrets? Who is that supreme ancient powerhouse, and why did he choose these 5 worlds? Moroa recalled the system mentioning related matters, and everything seemed to align. Yet he was even more intrigued. The creator of martial arts, the supreme elder, forged the myriad realms. And these 5 small worlds were said to be paths he once traversed, with one being his former homeland. The myriad realms, as the name suggests, are composed of countless small worlds, which in turn form larger worlds. In the myriad realms, being the world sovereign signifies dominance, while only the true sovereign can be called a towering giant. The creator of martial arts traversed these 5 worlds. Upon hearing this, Moroa's expression shifted. No wonder he always felt he was treading in the shadow of others during his martial cultivation. What was the name of that supreme elder? How would I know? He has long since become a myth, known by none. It is said he slumbered for an entire epoch spanning countless eras. And the myriad realms have existed from birth to destruction for but a single epoch. The deity no longer dared to act with impunity, realizing that Moroa's bravado had not provoked any backlash. This indicated that he had not offended the supreme elder. For a being of a lower dimension, this was already an extraordinary matter. Is there no core location within the myriad realms? There was once a place known as the Honghuang continent. But to become the pinnacle of the myriad realms, that elder did not care. However, the Honghuang continent ultimately perished due to the end of the era of magic. The deity understood that the end of the magic era had long since arrived. The current epoch is on the brink of conclusion. At that moment, all will face annihilation. None can evade this fate. What more is there to know? Mo has lost his patience, oblivious to the name of the elder, only grasping at vague tidings. Whether true or false, who can say? I understand that within each epoch lie numerous eras, each representing a cycle of souls. I have discerned that these 5 worlds are ensnared in a cycle of reincarnation. Were it not for your emergence, they would remain trapped in this cycle, and the myriad tales of yore would inevitably repeat themselves. Speak plainly. Montauk Lua detests riddles. For instance, the world of One Punch has birthed many iterations. Take Saitama, who has slain me time and again, only for me to age and perish. Yet how do you persist? Because the power of the world grants me rebirth. It seems I have become a part of this cycle. The deity humbly remarked. In the shinobi realm, the Otsutsuki clan is reborn repeatedly in attempts to transcend the confines of dimensions, leading to the incessant eruption of great ninja wars. The pirate world mirrors this. During the Great Pirate Era, powerful beings continually emerge. The deity spoke truthfully. He is perpetually resurrected, a component of the cycle, yet retains his memories due to his higher dimensional existence. Thus, is this the realm of parallel worlds in fanfiction? Mo Luo found this truth astonishing. He lifted his gaze beyond the world, and indeed, a colossal will spun ceaselessly, reminiscent of reincarnation, repeatedly enacting all that the illustrious elder once experienced. Am I still unable to escape? Mo Luo extended his hand, only to discover that no matter how far he reached, the cycle receded in equal measure, forever imprisoning him within. There is no need to attempt. You are far more powerful than I. As long as you remain here, you could be reborn time and again while retaining your memories. The deity looked at Mo Luo, hoping he would choose to stay. You are mistaken. Why not test if there exists a subsequent cycle? Mo Luo unleashed a punch, obliterating the deity, for if there were to be another cycle, he too would return. You cannot escape. The deity roared, fading into nothingness. How can one know without trying? Having resolved the final hazard of the three great worlds, Mo Luo felt a sense of satisfaction. Since escape is futile, let us first merge the 5 worlds. He is already the sovereign of 3 realms. And now his goal is to become the master of all heavens. Returning to the world of One Punch, Saitama was busy purchasing discounted cabbage. Mo Luo, however, placed a hand upon his shoulder. Do you wish to fight? There exists a formidable world. Oh, having satisfactorily acquired his groceries, Saitama followed Mo Luo's gaze into the distance. The 4th gate materialized, composed of an invisible barrier. The frame bore a Dragon Ball insignia. The World Gate has appeared. Dragon Ball World. The host may defeat the first entity to arrive in order to enter the Dragon Ball world. Enemy selection in progress. The god of destruction Beerus is currently slumbering during the period of battle against Frisia. Frisia has been selected. From the gate of energy emerged a bald fellow with a tail. He had just unleashed his 100 Frisia form, engaging in a life-or-death struggle with Goku. An overwhelming aura, impossible to oppose, suddenly enveloped him, drawing him into the world of One Punch. How dare you obstruct me? Insects truly know not their place. Frisia surveyed his surroundings. Saitama, another bald individual, appeared unremarkable. Mo Luo, adorned in flamboyant attire, with flowing ribbons and a luminous aura, glimmered with golden light. You seem somewhat formidable. Frisia fixated on Mo Luo, his fingers twitching slightly. Come here. I shall eliminate you for interrupting my battle with that wretched scion. Me? Mo Luo gazed at Frisia in confusion. At first glance, he perceived that Frisia's strength was considerable, likely comparable to the Otsutsuki clan before their destruction. After all, he had once been able to obliterate a planet with a single punch. During his battle with Emu, he reached the pinnacle of terrestrial might. In a confrontation with Kagaya Otsutsuki, he could annihilate satellites with a single blow. Later, in combat with Saitama, he surpassed the ability to destroy planets with his fists. Now, with the god tree of the Otsutsuki clan, the devil fruit of the universe, and the vitality of the deity from the One Punch world, Mo Luo advanced further, attaining a strength beyond his comprehension. Yet Frisia's level paled in comparison. What is your combat power? 10,000? Or perhaps 100,000? Frieza regarded Montag Luo. In his current 100 state, he possessed a combat power of 120 million. Death Sphere. In an instant, an energy sphere the size of a planet materialized. Mo Luo glanced at it. Although it lacked the internal strength of a true planet, in a clash, they could still perish together. He leaped upward, delivering a punch that sent Frisia's death sphere hurtling out of the One Punch world, confronting Frisia in the void of space. What? You destroyed my energy sphere. Frisia was bewildered. He had not sensed any aura from Mo Luo. Was it a fluke? Planet Piercer. By destroying the core of a planet, he intended to trigger an explosion, causing devastation. Having just utilized the death sphere, Frisia opted for a more cautious approach. Boom! A decisive strike. Mo Luo effortlessly delivered a punch that not only obliterated the planet Piercer, but also severed one of Frisia's arms in an instant. Atmosphere sphere. Frisia, unable to contain his frustration, was utterly bewildered as to why he had been unexpectedly drawn to this place and why such a formidable and terrifying opponent had emerged. Nevertheless, this ultimate strike in his 100 state would surely reduce Mo Luo to dust. A colossal atmosphere sphere hovered in the cosmos, comparable in size to the blue planet. Truly intimidating, yet in truth, it was rather average, necessitating a lengthy charge to amalgamate all of his power, and even then, it could only destroy a single planet. Mo Luo's current strength required no such buildup. A single normal punch sufficed. He was uncertain if the ability to obliterate a planet stemmed from his martial arts essence. Yet after that, he had engaged in prolonged combat with Saitama, during which he had grown significantly stronger. What, are you afraid? Frisia laughed heartily. He yearned to witness Luo's demise. One son Goku in the universe was already enough of a headache. There must not be a second. Dream on your next life. Luo leapt into the air. The shockwave from his punch obliterating Frisia's atmosphere sphere, distorting his expression into one of sheer disbelief. This punch's shockwave had dismantled his most potent attack. Even he himself was caught in the aftermath. His entire being succumbed to collapse, perishing utterly in the span of a breath. His head had been obliterated long ago. The lifeless body of Frisia, devoid of a head and an arm, floated in the void. The host has successfully defeated Furisa and obtained the qualification to enter the Dragon Ball world with companions. The host is acquiring the powers of the Dragon Ball world and beginning the fusion of world energy. The energy and the Scion bloodline have been awakened, revealing the host's innate combativeness, which will be further enhanced by the Scion bloodline. Luo casually acknowledges that he has gained a partial understanding of energy through Furisa. In essence, all paths lead to the same destination. Whether it be Haki, Chakra, or Ki, they ultimately converge. As for the bloodline, Luo, who is undergoing a transformation into a golden form, remains uncertain about the number of extraordinary abilities and bloodlines he possesses after consuming the 3,000 universe devil fruits. Saitama, prepare to journey to another realm. But my cabbage, Saitama, momentarily taken aback, is then transported behind the door by Luo. Meanwhile, new doors emerge in several other worlds. In the Dragon Ball realm, 3 doors appear, leading to the worlds of pirates, ninjas, and heroes. What? The Dragon Ball world. Super Saiyan Wukong is utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he was locked in a life-and-death battle with Furisa, and to his astonishment, upon the appearance of this door, Furisa vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a corpse emerges from the shimmering portal, the frame adorned with a bald emblem, representing Furisa's 100 bald form. However, the head has disappeared along with one arm. The crowd gasps in shock, wondering what kind of being could effortlessly slay Furisa. Following this, a bald figure clad in a cape and a flamboyant tall man appear, surveying the surroundings and rendering everyone breathless. The battle detectors explode at this moment. Saitama's combat power is measured at 100, quite ordinary, yet stronger than most humans. In stark contrast, Luo remains an enigma, causing the battle detector to explode. I'm increasingly struggling to control my own aura. My apologies. Luo reflects on his waning practice, realizing he cannot fully conceal his energy. However, after merging with Ki and the Scion bloodline, he senses some newfound essence within him. Regrettably, during this period, Wukong is far from his match. The only being capable of combat in the universe is the slumbering god of destruction, Beerus. If Luo refrains from utilizing any external forces and relies solely on his fists, he could defeat everyone except Beerus with a single blow. The host enters the Dragon Ball world. Task initiated. Master the power of Ki within 100 days and fuse all bloodlines to their utmost potential. Task reward. Unlock the 5th world door. Have we finally arrived at this juncture? Luo takes a deep breath, striving to consolidate his strength. Drawing upon the techniques he learned from witnessing the Conqueror's Haki, he integrates his aura within. This world is undeniably intriguing. Saitama gazes at the blue planet of the Dragon Ball world, noting its remarkable technological advancements, alongside the seemingly combative inhabitants. His cabbage feels light in his grasp. I intend to master the powers of this world. There will be no shortage of battles during this time, and I kindly ask for your guidance. What? You're already this strong and still wish to learn? Wukong, having reverted from Super Saiyan, queries Luo with curiosity upon sensing no malice. Indeed, we hail from another realm. If you are willing, you may engage in battles with individuals from other times. Luo gestures towards the 3 world doors, where the figures of Lu Fei, Naren, and Saitama materialize. Notably, Lu Fei, having escaped from Impel Down, has brought Naren and Sasuke with him. Once Luo finds the opportunity, he intends to capture them all. So, you are concealing your aura? Wukong observes the composed Saitama, brimming with fighting spirit. Fighting, you say? You are formidable, but it will be best to wait until after my lunch. Saitama chuckles, shaking his cabbage. With the conclusion of the battle, the crisis instigated by the cosmic emperor Furisa has been resolved. On the blue planet, a grand feast commences on a distant island. Saitama, relishing the banquet, is in high spirits. Luo seeks out Kame Sennin, commencing his studies from the basics of Ki. However, he learns at an astonishing pace. By the next day, he seeks Wukong's guidance, and by the 3rd day, he turns to self-discovery, finding no one capable of teaching him. Various bloodlines, including the Scion lineage, begin to merge. Ki is omnipresent, akin to the energies of celestial techniques, chakra, and haki. Throughout the myriad realms, energy is boundless. My task is to transform and integrate all forms of energy. Whether ki or bloodline, they must become integral parts of my power. As Maluo speaks, his ki subtly melds with his celestial energy. Various bloodlines intertwine with his celestial form, continuously honing his spirit. Why do I appear so flamboyant now? Is it a manifestation of formidable external traits or an uncontrollable superficiality? Maluo begins to evolve, and when he activates Super Scion, it stirs the attention of all. Is Mr. Maluo also a Scion? Wukong inquires, perplexed. Unfamiliar with the essence of Scions, Saitama assesses him objectively, noting his ability to traverse 4 worlds and his immense strength. Sugoi. Wukong gazes at Maluo in astonishment. Vegeta, however, remains skeptical, refusing to believe that an unexpected outsider could possess bloodlines purer than his own or Kakarote's. Boom! As they converse, Maluo activates Super Saiyan 2. How infuriating! Vegeta clenches his fists, relieved that he refrained from voicing his doubts. No wonder Furisa was easily vanquished. Wukong observes intently. Boom! In a third transformation, Maluo ascends to Super Saiyan 3. He remains steadfast as all bloodlines and 4 systems of power gradually converge, facilitating his further metamorphosis, until everything dissipates. The golden light of Super Saiyan remains undiminished, growing ever more resplendent. This is his golden form. When all presume they have witnessed the pinnacle of Saiyan power, Maluo once more emanates an overwhelming aura. Super Saiyan God. With blood-red hair, all bloodlines activated, Ki finally merges within Maluo. The golden radiance intensifies, and Ki from across the universe surges through the void, flooding into his being. This is impossible. Vegeta stands dumbfounded. Are they in the same version? Why does Maluo possess such formidable power? He senses a potential, yet it will require considerable time. Wukong ponders, determined to inquire how to attain greater strength for Maluo. He has reached the limits of Saiyan potential. Vegeta believes this is undoubtedly the extreme of extremes. Boom! Maluo undergoes yet another transformation, his hair turning blue. A Super Saiyan blue. How is this possible? Vegeta is left bewildered, questioning how many forms Maluo possesses. In reality, each time he activates his bloodline, Maluo channels all his power to achieve the desired effect. Only one final step remains. Maluo opens his blue eyes, and in an instant, everything returns to normal. However, he entered a state of utmost freedom and tranquility. The art of Zizai Ji. As he reached this realm, Molo merged all his strength with the 3 major systems he had previously mastered. The luminous barrier behind him vanished, followed by the silk ribbons that had once entwined his body. Finally, even the Zizai Ji Gong dissipated, leaving only a faint aura and a layer of golden skin enveloping him. At that moment, his entire being underwent a metamorphosis. His bones, meridians, internal organs, flesh, and skin merged during this 6-fold transformation, culminating in the complete refinement of his golden body. He exhaled a breath of pure energy, and Molo's golden form subsequently vanished, along with all superfluous manifestations. Indeed, all of his previous powers, including the so-called immortal body, soul, and energy, had been distilled into his pure essence. Whether it was chi or golden body, they were all manifestations of his strength. His combat power had vanished. Unlike the combat detector that registered as 0 for Molo, it was evident that he had transcended the realm of combat. The habit takes time. Molo chuckled and turned his gaze towards the crowd. The principle of one law encompasses all laws. What you just exhibited in terms of forms and powers, what exactly was that? Wukong looked at Molo with curiosity, his thirst for knowledge unmistakable. Do you wish to learn? Molo inquired, regarding Wukong with an indifferent demeanor. Yes. Wukong nodded affirmatively. Very well, I happen to have some time. Molo rose and imparted everything related to his awakened bloodline and the Zizai Ji Gong. For Wukong and the others, this was akin to an advanced study session. The host has gained mastery over the powers and bloodlines of the Dragon Ball world. The 5th world gate will open in 7 days. During this period, the host must withstand all opponents' assaults. 7 days? Molo pondered, uncertain of what formidable adversaries awaited him during this time. As expected, the following days were remarkably tranquil. For 3 consecutive days, he taught Son Wukong and Vegeta while Chiyu listened attentively. Initially, Molo anticipated that Chiyu would engage in battle, yet by the 5th day, there were no signs of such a confrontation. It seemed that everything was about to come to an end, and he was on the verge of entering the 5th world, the rejuvenated blue star. Molo was filled with joy. If one were to assess his realm, it would likely be that of a Tai Golden Immortal, transcending the Golden Immortal stage. He wondered what level of power awaited him on the blue star, presumably devoid of ascendance. On the 6th night, Molo lay down to rest, yet a powerful aura suddenly emerged above the blue star. Who is it? Who has roused me from my slumber? How infuriating! The god of destruction, Beerus, roared in anger. His sweet dreams were meant to be undisturbed by anyone until 6 years prior, when an unparalleled aura emanated a fragment of power, forcibly awakening him from his dreams, only to vanish thereafter. After searching the universe, he finally arrived at the last habitable planet. If he could not locate it, he would obliterate everything. The god of destruction, Beerus, having been awakened prematurely, had already obliterated numerous planets in his wrath, until he reached the blue star. Here, a faint trace of Molo's aura lingered, offering him the strongest likelihood of finding what he sought. Where are you? The advanced versions of the god of destruction, Beerus, were not meant to exist within this timeline. However, Molo's actions had caused the entire timeline to spiral out of control. It is I. Molo's voice resonated through the heavens. In the next moment, he appeared silently before Beerus. The attendant spoke cautiously. We have been severed from the Dragon Ball world. This is the price of attaining immortality. However, multiple world gates have recently opened, suggesting that the prophecy is upon us. Prophecy? I care not for such things. Beerus only knew that he hailed from the Dragon Ball world, having been severed by a supreme being and placed within this universe. Yet, he had remained in slumber, perpetually rebooting. Each time, his memories would be updated, but he had never truly encountered a world master of unparalleled strength. Please remain calm. The individual before us is very likely to be. Whis' words were interrupted by Molo. He smiled at the crowd, conjuring a luminous orb with a mere gesture of his hands. Boom! A strike was launched towards Molo, who remained motionless, allowing the impact to dissolve upon contact with his skin. In the vastness of space, the strongest gathered. Beerus, filled with fury, once more concentrated his energy. Purple light sphere. This time, Molo stood still, nullifying all attacks effortlessly. Too weak. Even the combined prowess of Beerus, the old Kai, Whis, and Super Saiyan God Wukong only amounted to that of a true world master. Yet, Molo's strength surpassed that of a world master. Scorching bullet. Another futile strike transformed Beerus's frustration into a flicker of fear. Destruction. Divine technique. Useless. Molo stepped forward, causing Beerus to feel the very fabric of time and space solidify around him. Whis also acted promptly, yet both found themselves immobilized, unable to move. Faced with a Tai Golden Immortal who had returned to his essence, their power was simply insufficient. Bang! Molo delivered a swift strike to both their heads, sending them hurtling through space, colliding with and shattering numerous planets. How infuriating! Beerus felt an overwhelming pain, completely devoid of the ability to retaliate. A true deity had been born. Whis found it hard to believe. He had anticipated that the emergence of a genuine world master would require the combined strength of many powerful beings. Yet, Molo's might far surpassed his expectations, instilling fear within him. It hurt so much. In his rage, Beerus felt compelled to annihilate all nearby planets. Silence. Molo appeared before him, making a shushing gesture. Beerus, initially intent on expressing his anger, found himself resembling a subdued kitten, forced to submit. Are the other 3 worlds beyond these 3 gates? Upon arriving on the blue star, Beerus had completely lost his temper. Yes. Molo nodded, and a bald figure suddenly appeared, capturing Beerus's attention. You are not from this world either. Beerus sensed the aura emanating from Chiyu. Currently, he held little interest in Wukong and the others, as they were far too weak. Yes. Chiyu nodded. A peculiar individual. Chiyu assessed Beerus, likening him to an oddity. Are you insulting me? Recently humiliated by Molo, Beerus felt anger surging within him. His aura erupted with determination to confront Chiyu. You wish to fight? Chiyu joyfully clenched his fists. Witnessing this scene, Wukong, who was diligently practicing under Molo's guidance, expressed his astonishment. Amazing. Boom! In an instant, Chiyu and Beerus clashed in the vastness of space, delivering powerful blows. Comparatively, even Beerus appeared flamboyant. With a single punch, Chiyu instilled a sense of terror within Beerus. Originally, the bald master possessed such formidable strength. Wukong, astonished, clenched his fists, determined to grow even stronger, aware that many powerful beings surely exist in other realms. I may not be able to vanquish the Lord of the World, but I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat you. Beerus roared, his divine techniques pushed to their utmost limit. Destruction. Serious, continuous punch. One planet after another erupted, as Saitama reveled in the exhilarating battle against Moro once more, emanating an unprecedented aura of power. Initially, Beerus, confident in his might, soon realized that he could not inflict harm upon Saitama as the fight progressed. The scale of destruction escalated from satellite to planetary, from stars to entire galaxies, until his advantages dissipated entirely, and he felt the sting of pain. Moro appeared unremarkable, yet his strength was unmatched upon engagement. Saitama, impervious to any attack, continued to ascend until he overwhelmed his adversaries. Beerus felt an ache throughout his body, recognizing that he was succumbing to despair. With a resounding crash, the final punch struck Beerus's abdomen, causing him to collapse. How painful! The priest Whis, stronger than the god of destruction himself, positioned himself firmly before Beerus, resolutely opting to continue the assault. Saitama's power surged with each new battle, until a day later, both warriors found themselves vanquished. You have performed admirably. Saitama smiled contentedly, while only Beerus and Whis exhibited expressions of embarrassment. Are the powerful beings from other worlds of this caliber? Beerus felt a twinge of fear. Was he truly ready to confront adversaries from other realms? He had indeed been intimidated by Moro and Saitama. I am unsure, but I consider myself quite ordinary. Saitama was not being modest. He genuinely believed this. When Beerus and Whis returned to Blue Star, they were in a state of disarray. A new portal manifested before them. Moro had long awaited this moment. He found that as he grew stronger, traversing different worlds became increasingly effortless. It took 100 days in the Naruto world, merely a month in the One Punch world, yet only 7 days in the Dragon Ball world. The foundational combat power of these three realms seemed to correlate, with the speed of progression accelerating. Blue Star, my Blue Star. Moro discovered a commonality. From the pirate world to the Dragon Ball world, all contained Blue Star, and he himself hailed from Blue Star. Perhaps this was the reason that the predecessor had traversed several worlds and integrated them together. Hosts successfully cleared the Dragon Ball world. The fifth portal is now opening. Spiritual energy revives Blue Star, the host's homeland. The first powerful being from Blue Star is about to be dispatched. Defeat them to enter the Blue Star world. Electrical currents converged, and this time the portal was not composed of seawater, flames, golden light, or pure energy, but rather a gate of thunder and lightning. The frame bore the emblem of the Tai Chi Bagua. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Moro was reassured that this truly was his homeland. As spiritual energy revives, the randomly selected powerful being is the current era's foremost demon, the Heavenly Demon Emperor, who has been sealed within the Blue Star world and escapes as spiritual energy revives, intent on destroying the world. A figure, radiant with golden hues, passed through the thunderous portal. His gaze was piercing, glimmering with a sharp brilliance. Technology lay in ruins before the demonic path. I am a supreme being of the demonic realm from 1,000,000 years ago. Are the humans not prepared to surrender? The Heavenly Demon Emperor appeared exceptionally charming, reminiscent of Golden Frisia, possessing 2 grand horns, yet his physique was incomparably more robust. Upon seeing Moro, he immediately displayed a look of disdain. Where is this place? Could it be that after the seal was broken, the humans exerted their utmost to seal me once more? The spiritual energy is depleted, leaving only a feeble presence in this world. The Heavenly Demon Emperor turned to Beerus, surprised. You are formidable, even injured, possessing the power to challenge the peak. Come, let's engage in battle. The god of destruction Beerus, already in a foul mood after being bested by both Moro and Saitama, finally found an outlet for his frustration. He immediately unleashed a punch. With a thud, the Heavenly Demon Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a powerful aura emanating from Beerus. Unlike spiritual energy, this was an essence derived from the cosmos itself, contained within the human body. It was akin to vital energy, but when compared to the formidable spiritual power, it was utterly negligible. The concentration and density of the two were not even comparable. More importantly, to continuously break through with vital energy until reaching the pinnacle required nearly the essence of an entire universe. And spiritual energy, as long as it exists, The energy of a single galaxy suffices to elevate one to the peak. A full-force strike from the nascent soul could obliterate an area of tens of thousands of miles, equivalent to an ordinary planet. The transformation to God stage was exponentially stronger, progressing step by step. Should one attain the perfection of transformation to God, their power could be multiplied by dozens. Upon reaching the void refining stage, it would equate to several times that of a perfected transformation to God. The merging of great powers into perfection could shake the solar system with a single strike. If one were to advance further into the Great Ascension realm, they would need to seize the spiritual energy of the galaxy to make the breakthrough. Otherwise, they would find it impossible to ascend. Those aspiring to reach the pinnacle must endure tribulations, seizing the vast energies of the galaxy. Even so, achieving the status of God of destruction, which requires the essence of an entire universe, is far simpler. The heavenly demon emperor had long since reached the pinnacle of aspiration and was confident he could ascend at any moment. This time, his breaking of the seal was to annihilate the newly revived humans and seize all their spiritual energy for a true, complete ascension. Little did he know that he would end up in this peculiar realm, severely injured by a practitioner of vital energy. Ultimately, vital energy was merely a form of high martial arts, still insignificant before my cultivation world. The heavenly demon emperor exhaled, attempting to gather the spiritual energy of the universe to deliver a fatal blow to Beerus. However, he soon discovered that the Dragon Ball world lacked spiritual energy altogether. Could this be a high martial arts world created by a pocket dimension? The heavenly demon emperor was taken aback, just as he was about to voice his thoughts. Beerus lunged at him, delivering a series of punishing blows. Even Whis could no longer bear to watch. They could not believe that the powerful beings from other worlds could best them. As expected, the heavenly demon emperor gradually found himself in a losing position during the battle. Nonetheless, his formidable physique and demonic soul kept him from defeat. Even after enduring numerous strikes, he could recover. This was also the reason he could only be sealed 1,000,000 years ago. Damn it, he seemed to focus more on mental cultivation, yet he also tempered his physique. Beerus felt helpless. He had finally encountered an opponent who could withstand a few blows, yet he could not defeat him. Indeed, it appeared he could not summon the vital energy of the universe. It seemed this was a different kind of power. Whis analyzed the situation. Only the heavenly demon emperor understood that, in this high martial arts world, he had encountered two beings whose physicality was nearly equivalent to his own, leaving him with no choice but to rely on his fists. Furthermore, while Beerus and Whis could harness vital energy, he could not. Doing so would only place him in greater peril and create immense danger. If he were to convert from spiritual energy to vital energy, it would mean that his realm would be diminished by this world. At that point, he would have no chance of victory. Unlike the natives, he hailed from the spiritual energy world. If he switched to using vital energy, both his consciousness and physique would suffer, and without time for recovery, it would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Infuriated, the Tianma Huang vowed to settle the score once he regained his spiritual energy. He turned his gaze towards the thunder gate behind him, ready to step through, but Immortal appeared before him in an instant. "Anth be gone," roared the Tianma Huang as he unleashed a fierce punch towards Immortal's face. With a resounding impact, Immortal retaliated, and in an explosive burst, the Tianma Huang's head was obliterated into a mist of blood. In the next moment, the body of the Tianma Huang disintegrated completely. Amidst the blood mist, a tiny figure floated, his demonic soul. Immortal seized it, noticing the terror reflected in its eyes. "How could you possess such strength, wielding the very laws that lead to the great Tao?" The Tianma Huang had never encountered such power, even in the realm of spiritual energy. To him, Immortal was akin to a mythical figure. Even in the world after ascension, such beings were rare. "It is no concern of yours," Immortal declared, tightening his grip. The Tianma Huang's demonic soul vanished completely, flickering out of existence. What a peculiar power! So pure and formidable, yet it carries a sense of corruption when manifested. Wukong found it astonishing, for he belonged to the path of demons. Having dispatched the Tianma Huang, Immortal stepped into the realm of spiritual energy, earning the right to enter this world. Mission accomplished, integrating the power of the world, activating the host's spiritual meridians. Mission initiated, destroy all technological civilizations within 100 days, and propagate the path of cultivation. Mission reward, unique fusion with the underworld of the 5 great worlds. This task appears rather daunting, yet the reward is even more intriguing. The underworld, indeed, each of the 5 worlds had its unique characteristics. In the pirate world, there exists the Yellow Springs, epitomized by Brooks' Yellow Springs fruit, which allows souls to return from the afterlife and harness the chilling power of the Yellow Springs. Zoro and his companions have encountered death itself from this realm. The Naruto world boasts the Pure Land, where the deceased dwell, and techniques like Edo Tensei can summon their souls back to the mortal realm, alongside the Shinigami, who seal the dead. In the One Punch world, there are deities in hell, where a god-level entity named Mora opened the gates of hell after the Hungry Wolf saga, leading to an influx of infernal troops. The Dragon Ball world sees the dead devoid of souls, but manifesting a small halo, reporting to the underworld, which serves as a realm for power enhancement, reducing many constraints. The spiritual energy world is no exception, as it features the 6 paths of reincarnation and transmigration. If within 100 days, Mo Luo were to obliterate all technological civilizations and impart the teachings of cultivation, the underworld of the 5 great worlds would likely merge promptly, creating quite the spectacle. With a swift step, Mo Luo surveyed his surroundings. He found himself on a cerulean planet, his former homeland. Upon his arrival, countless cameras were trained upon him. Please, utter a word, mighty warrior from another world. Have you captured the Tianma Huang? Is he alive or dead? What do these 4 gates signify? The incessant inquiries garnered no response from Mo Luo. He had come alone. Turning back, he beheld the 4 gates from the pirate, Naruto One Punch, and Dragon Ball worlds standing firm. Simultaneously, 4 more gates appeared in the other worlds, connecting the 5 realms. However, before this union could take place, Mo Luo needed to fulfill the mission of the spiritual energy world and completely integrate its power. No comment, he replied with a smirk, vanishing from sight. No device could trace his whereabouts. He moved with incredible swiftness, traversing the void, a journey through a wormhole demanding immense energy and advanced materials, which only technological civilizations could harness. After his departure, attempts were made to explore the 4 gates. Strange, do these symbols resemble something from comic? Could it be that the 2-dimensional realm connects with the 3-dimensional? How can you be so sure it's 2-dimensional? Perhaps it's a parallel universe. The resurgence of spiritual energy might have returned it to its former state. Curious hands reached out, but could not breach the barrier to another world. They lacked the necessary qualifications. On the streets, Mo Luo returned to his hometown, Jiuzhou, in a small city within Jiuzhou. He found a modest dwelling where he had once lived and worked. Upon entering this concrete structure, he noticed little had changed. Inside his home, everything felt as if it were just yesterday. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, and such circumstances were unlikely to alter even after his journey. Mo Luo paused, opening the door to find the calendar still marked 3 days after his departure. A sense of unease crept into his mind. He resolutely made his way to the comic store where he used to spend his time. He recalled that before his journey, he had been reading comics when a banana peel caused him to slip, leading to his demise beneath a passing truck. Upon arriving at the comic store, everything appeared unchanged except for recent renovations, likely due to the incident with the truck 3 days prior. Mo Luo finally grasped the situation. This was equivalent to the 3 days following his departure, during which the spiritual energy had resurfaced and the Tianma Huang had been resurrected. If only I had delayed a moment longer, perhaps I would have arrived at a more opportune time. Amused yet exasperated, he followed the clues to his cemetery. Standing before his gravestone, he placed a bottle of cola at its base. What a bizarre coincidence to die and return to the past of the pirate world. Mo Luo raised a toast with the cola, a drink he had relished in his previous life, only to meet an untimely end. Looking up, Mo Luo comprehended the awkward position of the spiritual energy world. The energy had just begun to revive, lacking a true cultivation system. Meanwhile, powerful civilizations across the cosmos had already awakened. Some sought mechanical ascension through technology, while others pursued spiritual ascension through cultivation. His mission was to guide all those yearning for mechanical ascension onto the path of cultivation. Let's begin. As he lifted his gaze, he witnessed the fabric of space distorting. Massive starships emerged from various points in the cosmos. Human civilization, we have discovered you, positioned at the epicenter of the spiritual energy resurgence. As your captors, you will be granted the opportunity to survive. However, the spiritual energy of Blue Star will become a resource for our Silicon Empire. The Silicon Empire, a dominant force in the Milky Way, made its presence known. Thousands of starships materialized through spatial jumps surrounding Blue Star. They aimed to seize Earth's spiritual energy, essential for their mechanical ascension. Humanity was incensed. They had barely begun to harness spiritual energy when the Tianma Huang had depleted 90% of Blue Star's weaponry reserves without sustaining scratch. Now a Silicon Empire emerged, threatening their very existence. You have 5 minutes to choose: submit as slaves or face annihilation. The leader of the Silicon Empire civilization stood in the command room of his battleship, a look of disdain etched across his face. In his eyes, launching was an inexhaustible reservoir of resources. Reducing humanity to servitude was merely a means to humiliate carbon-based life forms. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable. The leaders of humanity responded promptly, declaring their unwavering resolve to resist. Fire. Annihilate all surface dwellers and leave only launching intact. The spiritual essence will continue to flow abundantly. For this place is unique and must be claimed as a source of energy in the cosmos. The Silica Empire issued orders, unleashing countless energy beams. In the next moment, Maluo leapt into action, obliterating the entire Silica Empire with a single punch, leaving only devastation in its wake. However, the fabric of space twisted, birthing a multitude of cosmic warships. We are the foremost dominators of the Milky Way, the Carbon Empire. We have detected the presence of primitive intelligent life on launching and permit you to become our subordinate civilization. Depart from launching within 1 month. More warships emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, Maluo struck again. Yet, there were numerous civilizations in this universe that harbored aspirations of mechanical ascension. It was impossible to eradicate them swiftly. Go forth. Billions of azure serpents transformed into his life avatars, traversing the void under the guidance of 100,000 azure dragon avatars, scattering across the universe. If conflict was inevitable, then complete destruction was warranted. Maluo's true form returned to launching, revered by the populace as a deity. With his solitary strength, he had dismantled the might of 2 galactic overlords in just 2 punches. The cultivation civilization was indeed formidable. From this day forth, I shall teach you the art of cultivation. Maluo inspired fervent excitement among the masses. Henceforth, he was venerated as an ancestral figure. Simultaneously, his myriad avatars roamed the cosmos, seeking technological and spiritual civilizations. One sought to annihilate the physical form through technology to achieve mechanical ascension, while another rejected the corporeal entirely, believing consciousness could transcend the surface to attain spiritual ascension. A luminous orb appeared in the cosmos, intent on destroying Maluo. This entity possessed the capability to detonate stars, obliterating entire star systems. Maluo detonated it with a punch, following its trajectory directly. Moments later, as he intended to emerge, a 2-dimensional foil arrived, flattening the recently destroyed civilization, reducing it to a low-dimensional existence. To step into true immortality is to transcend the false. How can this mere sheet negate my existence? Maluo tore the 2-dimensional foil apart, once more locating the spatial distortions and hidden trajectories. He obliterated a colossal warship, traversing the void and laying waste to all in his path. 3 days later, all avatars returned. Maluo exhaled slowly. His true form transmitted the cultivation system, contentedly stretching. Host has completed the world task. The 5 major worlds can now traverse one another. The gates to the worlds have fully opened. Task reward: Hell Fusion. The host shall preside over the underworld, becoming its sovereign. Any being that perishes shall enter the netherworld. New task issued. The host shall become the sovereign of the worlds, truly refining the essence of the spiritual energy world. Task reward: Fusion of the 5 major worlds. Maluo gathered a dark, ominous energy in his palm, realizing it to be the power of the underworld. At that very moment, the 5 major worlds' nether realms merged truly. 5 gates converged, and as they were astonished, a statue emerged in the fusion site, depicting none other than Maluo himself. Anyone arriving here could only instinctively kneel, unable to refute. Were there indeed other hells? The rulers of hell exchanged glances. At this moment, the sole sovereign of the underworld was Maluo before them. Refining the essence? Maluo glanced around, continuing his silent meditation. Over these 3 days, he had organized the cultivation system, fully unlocking his spiritual veins. Before refining the essence, he needed to strengthen himself further. A rush of energy surged forth. Thousands of spatial passages appeared around him, drawing in spiritual energy from across the universe. Maluo sat in place, cultivating, and within moments, He began to ascend rapidly, until he had temporarily drained the spiritual energy from the universe. As the spiritual energy silently replenished, he nodded in satisfaction, feeling himself grow slightly stronger. At this juncture, with the refinement of spiritual power complete, Maluo truly sensed the essence of the spiritual energy world. It appeared as a compass, adorned with the Taiji and Bagua symbols. He took a step forward, retrieving a skeleton from the pirate world, a ninja headband from the Naruto world, a cloak from the One Punch world, and indeed, a Dragon Ball from the Dragon Ball world. Why refine them one by one, as dictated by the system, when he could refine them all at once? Maluo was acutely aware that he was no longer young. He needed to accelerate his training. He was now 18 years old, and in a few months, he would turn 19. According to the laws governing protagonists in two-dimensional realms, those who are 17 typically become invincible in their world, saving it. If one further ascends to become the protagonist of a novel, they usually attain the pinnacle of a grand world by 19. Maluo was determined not to squander this final opportunity. The essences of the 5 major worlds floated around him, and 5 azure dragons emerged from his being, each grasping a portion of the essence. They voraciously consumed the primordial power originating from this world. An unceasing stream of energy flowed into Maluo, enlightening him to the true meaning of world power. Previously, he had merely refined the ability to traverse seamlessly within a world. Now he was grasping the very essence of a world, an endless flow of energy. He inhaled deeply, allowing the spiritual energy's fluctuations to be wholly absorbed. Water, fire, metal, wind, and thunder. These 5 elements, combined with the earth of the underworld's power and his own ceaseless life force, would. The yin and yang of the 5 elements converged silently. Finally, a pattern emerged between his brows. As the 5 sources of energy gradually dissipated, Maluo exhaled a breath of clarity. He had succeeded at last. Estimating the time taken for refinement, he realized it had been half a year. He was now precisely 19 years old. Time waits for no one. Maluo reflected with a sigh. Host has fused with the essence of the 5 major worlds. Reward acquired. Fusion of the 5 major worlds. Transforming into one among the myriad heavens. Host has exceeded the task requirements. Reward. The cycle of the myriad heavens is broken. As the key to this cycle, the host will unlock the final seal of reincarnation, and this system shall transform into primordial power. Host, as the system transformed from the key to the myriad heavens reincarnation. It is indeed too late to meet you. In order to achieve the fusion of the 5 major worlds and break the seal of reincarnation, this system must seek the strongest being across dimensions to serve as the host. The host's earlier life was fraught with challenges. This system miscalculated, underestimating the host's potential. My apologies, the system is undergoing disintegration, transforming into primordial energy. Farewell, system. Before him appeared another essence, shaped like a small wheel, the reincarnation that imprisoned the 5 major worlds. It resembled what Maluo had encountered in the divine realm of the One Punch world. Upon refining this essence as well, a slowly revolving wheel manifested behind him. At a glance, the 5 great worlds have finally merged into one, becoming a true realm. Existing among the myriad realms, it stands as a paragon, one of the celestial domains that transcends all. The cycle of reincarnation, the great world, and the netherworld. These 3 elements unite to form the essence of the celestial domains. At this moment, the primordial force wielded by Maluo has truly transformed into the power of the celestial realms. He himself has undergone a metamorphosis, evolving from a Tai Jin Xian into a Luo Jin Xian. Looking up, he sees a colossal world tree amidst the myriad realms, with all worlds revolving around it, becoming an integral part of the celestial domains. The trunk represents the celestial domains, while the branches symbolize the myriad realms. Above the celestial domains lies the greatest world, known as Honghuang. Maluo feels a stirring within, how he longs to traverse the celestial realms. Yet before that, there is one he must challenge, Saitama, the One Punch Man. After all, Saitama exists within the realm of One Punch. How can he surpass the very essence of the world? Furthermore, Maluo is now the sovereign of the celestial realms, a primordial Luo Jin Xian. Although the strength of a primordial Luo Jin Xian in this era remains uncertain, it is unlikely to be lacking. With the passage of time and the ebbing of epochs, Even a Deluo Jinxian will transition from the great Dao Deluo Jinxian to the heavenly Dao Deluo Jinxian, eventually diminishing to the primordial Deluo Jinxian, and one day to the celestial Deluo Jinxian. This is the melancholy of epics, where every form of power disintegrates and exhausts, never to give rise to corresponding strong beings again. In this era, the great Tao perishes and the heavenly Tao shatters. At most, only primordial Deluo Jinxians may emerge, and Mo Luo is one of them. It is time to battle. Returning to the Dragon Ball world, Mo Luo finds Saitama has been waiting for him. You've grown significantly stronger, Saitama observes, noting the vast increase in Mo Luo's power since he defeated the Tian Mo Huang with a single punch. The comparison between the two is akin to that of a mammoth and an ant. I believe it is time for us to engage in combat. Montak Luo Smidis. Noticing that Saitama still lacks a defined realm. According to the narrative, he is indeed invincible. Yet what is this boundary? Is it granted by the world or by the celestial domains? Only through battle can it be proven. Mo Luo thrusts a punch forward, and Saitama meets it with his own fist. Their auras continuously escalate, surpassing even the likes of Beerus and Tian Mo Huang, the rulers of the universe. Saitama's strength surges again, reaching a world-class level, while Mo Luo harnesses the power of the world as sovereign. They stand above the celestial domains to avoid harming any worlds, for even the slightest ripple could devastate a realm. I seem to possess a bit more power. Saitama glances at Mo Luo, preparing for one final enhancement. He ascends to the celestial level. I see your limits, Mo Luo remarks with a smile. The two primordial Deluo engage in battle, devoid of any ostentatious techniques, relying solely on the relentless exchange of blows. Each moment sees thousands of punches landing, an exquisite torment that is hard to conceal. Mo Luo seldom experiences pain during battle anymore, and One Punch Man Saitama is exerting himself to the fullest. He continuously amplifies his momentum, his strength ever increasing. As an entity capable of absorbing power and vitality from the external world, Mo Luo endures the blows while simultaneously refining himself through the fight. In this era, every celestial domain and world is caught in cycles of reincarnation. Only by becoming the sovereign of worlds and celestial domains, seizing the primordial essence, can one stand out. Saitama is indifferent to reincarnation. In each life, he experiences the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death within the one-punch world. Mo Luo, however, grows stronger through continuous breakthroughs. To achieve this, he must not only seize the primordial essence of his own celestial domain, but also acquire the primordial essences from all realms. Beyond the primordial Deluo lies the primordial saint. Only by obtaining the primordial essence can one navigate the world tree. What lies beyond the world tree? What kind of scene awaits there? Mo Luo is determined to see it in this lifetime. With a resounding clash of fists, both combatants unleash their power. As the sovereign of the celestial realms, Mo Luo undoubtedly stands out even among the myriad worlds. He absorbs this force, integrating it within himself. And each breath he takes is filled with the purest essence of power. Their battle hinges on who can become stronger. Over the course of 10 days and nights, Mo Luo finally fuses all primordial essences within himself. He becomes the true pinnacle of the primordial Deluo. For the first time, Saitama's aura begins to wane. He can no longer grow stronger. Indeed, the constraints of reincarnation and primordial essence limit Saitama within the celestial domains, at most. He can match the primordial Deluo, but cannot surpass it. You are formidable, Saitama exclaims after their exhilarating battle. You bear a kind of restraint, a shackle stronger than the primordial reincarnation I wield, which is why you cannot advance further. Montak Luo feels perplexed. He has mastered the blue star great world, and has become one of the sovereigns of the celestial domains. Logically, Saitama, born within it, should not still be constrained. I do not understand what a shackle is. Nonetheless, I am thoroughly satisfied with our battle. Saitama chuckles, his aura beginning to weaken as he returns to his true form. He needs to return to the blue star great world, or rather, the blue star celestial realms. Wait until I unlock the greater shackles binding you. Then we shall fight again, Mo Luo declares, uncertain whether Saitama will age and die by that time. According to his character, he would not deliberately pursue immortality. Indeed, Saitama replies with a smile, content with having fought a fulfilling battle. Life, in its grand scheme, is merely a cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. In its simpler terms, it is about indulgence and merriment. In finer details, it is the mundane of daily living. Contentment breeds happiness, and nothing more. As he gazes up at the world tree, Luo's eyes become lost in thought. He senses a vast, circular wheel above him, one he cannot fathom. Why? Despite having become the immortal and indestructible primordial Luo and mastering the reincarnation of the blue star celestial realms, does he still feel this way? It seems as if his supreme righteousness is still being suppressed by another force. He walks towards the base of the tree. At the base of the world tree lies a vast continent, dotted with countless gates leading to the myriad celestial realms. Those who dwell here refer to it as the Qingling world. The gates of the celestial domains, the gates of the worlds, and the divine tree were all opened by him. It is said to have been forged by an existence of unparalleled stature, whose whereabouts are now unknown. In the Qingling world, Luo discovers an immense library filled with countless tales. These chronicles recount the repetitive stories of various worlds through each cycle of reincarnation. The library is vast indeed. Luo traverses its expanse, moving effortlessly through the void, covering a distance that would take an ordinary month to traverse. During this time, he finally encounters the first person reading a book, a bald man with a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder and an iron axe in hand. "From which world do you hail?" he inquires. "My world is called Guomanju Tian. Others call me Chang'e. I ascended with 2 bears, but they prefer foraging for honey over reading." With that, Chang'e resumes his reading. Luo did not inquire further. It was indeed a wondrous world. He hailed from Lanqing, where the realms were interconnected with 4 different two-dimensional worlds, and the Guoman realms were also related to Lanqing. He picked up a book and perused the myriad worlds contained within. Those realms of Guoman, Zhongman, two-dimensional worlds, mobile games, online games, single-player games, and even films and variety shows each possess their own unique universes. The formidable protagonists within those novels were the elite of their respective worlds. However, regardless of their immense strength, in this era, unless they seized the source and became the masters of their worlds, or even further, become the sovereigns of all realms, they were destined to vanish without a trace. At the base of the world tree lay the Qingling world, crafted by a long-lost predecessor. Luo discovered that even the realms of Lanqing were fashioned by this individual. Unfortunately, after searching the Qingling world thoroughly, he found no trace of this predecessor. It seemed they had long since passed away, or perhaps hidden away in some corner of the myriad realms. At the pinnacle of the world tree resided the true titans of the myriad worlds, the Honghuang realm. Beneath the Honghuang realm were the Longhan realms, Wuyao realms, Fengshan realms, and Shiyu realms. Each of these realms was enacting its own cycle of rebirth, while the Honghuang realm continuously reenacted all stories. It was indeed a grand endeavor. The predecessor of Qingling had transformed the impossible into the possible. Yet where was he? Luo could not comprehend why the realms of Lanqing would give birth to something unprecedented, a source that could only be integrated by the Luo. It was known that even among the sovereigns of the myriad worlds, the strongest were the Ben Yuan Tai E Golden Immortals, while the weaker ones were the Ben Yuan Golden Immortals, all considered paragons in their own right. The Ben Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, the true master of the realms, was undeniably the undisputed ruler among them. It was likely that their numbers barely reached 3 figures. The greatest number of the Luo Golden Immortals resided in the Honghuang realm, where it was said that there were even higher beings known as Ben Yuan Saints. Yet they numbered only 6. What was the purpose of orchestrating the cycles of each world? Was it merely to allow these successors to refer to them as instances? Moreover, the inability of Qiyu to advance further in strength left him perplexed. There must exist greater cycles and mysteries within the myriad realms. I shall shatter the cycle and glimpse the world beyond the world tree. Luo exited the library, transforming into countless avatars. Billions of avatars merged from the Qingxi, traversed various worlds. 100,000 avatars formed from the Qinglong, ventured into different realms. Ultimately, only Luo's original self remained, journeying to the pinnacle of the Honghuang realm. Being burdened by such cyclical constraints was truly suffocating. Supreme justice must transcend all. With unwavering resolve, Luo stepped through the portal to Honghuang. The Honghuang continent stood at the zenith of the myriad worlds, the sole domain of the Ben Yuan Saints. It was said that the strongest among the myriad realms could only ascend to the Ben Yuan de Luo and to further elevate to a Ben Yuan saint. One must venture to Hong Huang. Here, only 6 positions for saints existed, and none had been added since time immemorial. No matter how powerful at a Luo, they could never rival a saint, thus they could never usurp the positions of the saints. This ironclad rule established the saints as the apex entities within the myriad realms. They prided themselves on being the incarnations of the heavenly Tao and were the decision-makers of the myriad worlds. The Ben Yuan de Luo either submitted beneath them or seized the source of the myriad realms to secure a foothold. It was said that some Ben Yuan de Luo, by virtue of the source they acquired, created vast realms to withstand the saints using their own power alongside the power of the realms, allowing them to exist beneath the saints without perishing. Thus they were referred to as Ben Yuan quasi-saints. However, no matter how they feigned, they were merely mimicking. The false could never rival the true. Upon passing through the portal to Hong Huang, Mo Luo found himself on the boundless Hong Huang continent. Immediately, he was greeted by a notification sound. Within the detection system, there were no systems, no soul traversals, and no innate golden fingers. He was not a transmigrator. Identity verification confirmed that he had come from the Hong Huang portal as a guest of the myriad realms. Realm assessment, Ben Yuan de Luo. Presiding over the newly birthed realms of Lanxing, an invitation to join the ranks of the saints of the myriad realms would soon be extended. This could not be refused, for it was a rule set forth by the heavenly Tao of Hong Huang. If a guest of the myriad realms did not join the ranks of the saints, they would be erased. Remarkably, Mo Luo had not anticipated the multitude of rules in Hong Huang. No wonder many de Luo golden immortals had developed their own paths and cultivations. They still needed to join the ranks of the saints and become outer disciples. It appeared that Hong Huang did not permit guests of the myriad realms to act recklessly within the Hong Huang world, unless one possessed sufficient origin, like a quasi-saint, and remained concealed within their own realms, refusing to emerge. It mattered not to Mo Luo to which saint's sect he was assigned. After deliberation, it was determined that Mo Luo, as a guest of the myriad realms, excelled in unarmed combat, relishing in conflict, making him suitable to join the sect of the Tong Tian Dao Master. The current era was on the verge of initiating the Feng Shun catastrophe, and he was urged to promptly seek apprenticeship at Bayou Palace. Upon completion of his apprenticeship, according to the arrangements of the Tong Tian Dao Master, he would have to send forth an avatar into the calamity. Must I also send an avatar into the Feng Shun calamity? Mo Luo surmised the implications. A Ben Yuan de Luo would not easily be drawn into it, for it was understood that fundamentally the tribulations of Hong Huang were also embedded within cycles. Both saints and a Luo would refrain from direct participation. Nonetheless, each would dispatch an avatar. After the calamity concluded, those who completed the cycle of Hong Huang could yield feedback to the source. Another notification from the Ben Yuan Heavenly Tao emerged. I see. Who forged this system of Hong Huang? Mo Luo was curious, for the Ben Yuan Heavenly Tao was indeed akin to a system. In the age of Great Tao, the true Heavenly Tao was birthed after Pangu split the heavens and the earth, merging with the 3,000 Great Taos. The age of Heavenly Tao saw the Heavenly Tao coax Pangu into creation, emerging from the primordial. In the age of origin, the Heavenly Tao grew weaker, becoming a product similar to a system forged from a source. In the future, there would be the final age of the myriad realms, where the Heavenly Tao would be exceedingly weak, and there would even be the possibility of being supplanted by saints. During that time, the Heavenly Tao might not even be able to perceive systems. All systems are manifestations of the source, molded by the source, thus ever-changing. The more ancient the era, the more powerful it is. Systems, as products of the source, become increasingly feeble. The later the era, the stronger it becomes. The Heavenly Tao of the Age of Origin could easily obliterate systems, not to mention the Age of Great Tao. Even the De Luo Golden Immortals of the Age of Heavenly Tao could create numerous systems from the source to reap benefits across the myriad realms. The Heavenly Tao did not comprehend the words of the guest of the myriad realms. It was still not the age of the myriad realms, and the cycles persisted. The Ben Yuan Heavenly Tao ceased its notifications. Before long, a compass materialized in Mo Luo's hand, pointing the way to Bayou Palace. Mo Luo arrived, eager to comprehend the distinctions between the Ben Yuan saints and the Ben Yuan de Luo. He was acutely aware of these differences, having made his own deductions, not to mention the more detailed accounts recorded in the library of Qingling. Within the myriad realms, there existed cycles. Beyond the myriad realms lay the ages. Each age signified a decline, and with the conclusion of an age, even the Luo golden immortals would fall. The sage must sever himself with a blade and then undergo the cycle of reincarnation. We have now arrived at the twilight of the Benyuan Sherdai, transitioning into the Zuxianshan era. Even as Mo Luo ascended to the status of the Luo Jin Xian, he found it impossible to absorb the primordial power of the system. Even upon entering the Hongwang world, the system remained intact. This disparity illustrates the vast gulf in strength between the two epochs. Having traversed the Dao, the Tian Dao, and finally arriving at the Benyuan Sherdai, the Tong Tian Jiaozhu surely comprehends the intricate relationship among the three. Mo Luo, having crossed the void, took an entire hour to reach the Baiyu Palace. Within the palace, numerous the Luo Jin Xian awaited. In the main hall, the Benyuan Shengrun, Tong Tian Jiaozhu, had long been in waiting. Are you the celestial guest sent by the Tian Dao? The Tong Tian Jiaozhu appeared weary, preparing for his third performance. To consolidate his avatar and partake in the Feng Shunda Jia. It was indeed a tiresome endeavor. Mo Luo maintained a composed demeanor, recognizing that all were entities of the Benyuan Sherdai, none inherently weak. The sages of the Tian Dao wielded the power of the Dao, rendering them insurmountable. The sages of the Dao era were formidable enough to stand alongside the Tian Dao, a terrifying prospect. Now, in the Benyuan Sherdai, the sages possess the most primordial essence. It does not imply they cannot transcend. It is merely that gathering such a vast amount of primordial essence across the myriad realms is an arduous task. Just because others cannot achieve it does not mean Mo Luo cannot. Why? Do you refuse even the simplest greeting to your master? He mused. Perhaps you are still awaiting the Zuxianshan era. By then, even a system condensed from primordial essence could stand equal to the Tian Dao, and you would appear weak and easily manipulated. Yet, one must not forget that, as a Luo Jin Xian, you lack the qualifications to advance to the next era. The Tong Tian Jiaozhu's demeanor fluctuated. In the past, he was fervent, unafraid of perishing in the Feng Shunda Jia. Had he not been overmatched by a few old adversaries, he would not be in this predicament today. Who could have foreseen that this very scenario would evolve into a scripted narrative? In the Tian Dao era, the Tong Tian Jiaozhu, relegated to a subordinate role, was compelled to sign the Feng Shun Bang and consume the fallen sage pill. Now, he was reduced to merely playing a role. I wish to understand. You too can venture to the Qingling world and witness the records in the library. This affirms that everything is preordained, as the four eras are explicitly documented. Why then do you persist in your obstinate ways? Mo Luo bore no fear of the Tong Tian Jiaozhu. This time was different from the past. Should he perish here, any of his primordial avatars could immediately revert to his true form and be reborn. If someone foretold your demise on the morrow, would you not strive for survival? If you possessed the power to annihilate the myriad realms and obscure the heavens, would you believe there would come a day when you would be confined beneath the Tian Dao? If you could harness the power of the Tian Dao to erase all beings, would you trust that a mere primordial Luo would confront you without fear? Just because the era has changed and the Benyuan Sherdai lacks the power of the Tian Dao, the Tong Tian Jiaozhu understood that he could not eliminate Mo Luo. Even if the script was predetermined, whether he wished to act was his decision. Mo Luo regarded the despondent Tong Tian Jiaozhu with assuredness. You are truly naive. The Tong Tian Jiaozhu waved his sleeve. Do you see? Here too are Zhao Gongming and Dao Bao Daoren. Yet they are entirely the Benyuan Tai Yi and the Luo who have ascended from the myriad realms. My true disciples have long perished in the Dao era. You will soon acquire the identity of an actor. Each era undergoes countless cycles. You too must repeatedly play the roles assigned to you until you drive yourself to madness. All that I am has long been buried across two eras. The Luo and Tai Yi remained silent, evidently weary from their countless portrayals. Within this era, what alternative was there but to perform? If only the sages could survive to the next era, why must we the Luo toil in performance? Montag Luo was perplexed. He did not wish to assume any role. You have no choice, regardless of which celestial realm you inhabit. You will inevitably feel the irresistible pull to explore the Honghuang world, though it matters not if you do not. In the pursuit of primordial essence, you will incessantly assault other celestial realms. One day, when you believe yourself invincible and capable of rivaling the sages, you will arrive at the Honghuang world, seeking to dominate this era. Alas, it is all for naught, for even the incarnation of the Tian Dao, Hongjun Laozu, my master, must repeatedly sever himself. The Tong Tian Jiaozhu articulated clearly that no one who reached this juncture could remain unaffected, uncompetitive. The realm of cultivation was inherently a battleground of strife. The celestial guest. Mo Luo. The Feng Shun de Jie is about to commence. Your identity has been adjusted to Shun Gongbao. Please assume an avatar. First pay homage at the Yu Su Palace, and then, according to the script, defect to the Baiyu Palace. Hearing the voice of the Tian Dao, Mo Luo could hardly be bothered to respond. Instead, he turned to the Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Could you enlighten me on the disparity between the sages and the Deluo? Mo Luo sought to understand why the sages, also of primordial caliber, could transcend to the next era. Once again, the Tong Tian Jiaozhu reiterated, listen well, you impudent boy. In the Dao era, the 3,000 avenues and the Tian Dao all had sages, with the exception of the power of the Dao. Even so, there were still 3,000 sages, each more potent than all the strong ones in the Tian Dao era combined. Yet ultimately, only 6 of us, along with our master, emerged from the crucible of trials. Initially, we established an entirely new set of rules. However, in the aftermath, others sought to contend for the title of the true strongest, aiming to become the foremost among the 3,000 avenues. This culminated in the mutually destructive Feng Shun de Jie. As the end of the law approached, the myriad realms had undergone numerous cycles. When calamity struck, we discovered that only we had survived. The narrative unfolded similarly in the Tian Dao era. We became tense and anxious, realizing that even as sages, we had grown weaker. We began to quarrel once more, embroiled in the Feng Shun de Jie. To endure the tribulations, we meticulously orchestrated everything, causing the stories of the Dao era to resurface. Unexpectedly, in the Feng Shun de Jie, the only being capable of matching the strength of the Dao era was our master, who chose to restrain us all, initially hoping to escape suffering in the Tian Dao era. After the end of the law's calamity, we all survived. This time, even the Tian Dao was forged from the primordial essence, as were the sages. We merely acted in unison, and in this era, even the Hong Huang has begun to cycle anew. To survive into the next era is quite simple. Simply follow the script. This is my experience. Once the calamity ends, when you open your eyes, it will be the next era. The Tong Tian Jiaozhu spoke casually, prompting the other Deluo to ponder deeply. It was precisely because of this that they were compelled to seek the faintest glimmer of hope. In the final moments of the Dao era, Hong Jun Laozu and the 6 sages fought their way through. The Hong Jun Laozu of the Tian Dao era supplemented the Tian Dao, while the sages relied on it. Only the Benyuan Shurdai diverges. As long as there is sufficient primordial essence, whether sage or Tian Dao, they may all be replaced. This is precisely why they must assume their roles. It is quite simple. The Tao of Heaven declared from the outset that such actions would lead to the remembrance of the original source. The cycle of reincarnation is an ironclad principle, one that cannot be defied. Neither do I wish to, nor does the Tao of Heaven. For if the cycle of reincarnation ceases and the roles come to an end, none can foretell whether the catastrophic culmination of the end of the Dharma will grant us another opportunity for self-sacrifice. The words of Tong Tian Jiaozhu are straightforward. You, Mo Luo, must either play your role here, mingling with your original essence, or become adversaries of the Tao of Heaven of this era, Hong Jun Laozu, the 6 great saints, and the Deluo, Tai Yi. You understand, driven by fear, you have chosen to yield, entrapping yourselves within this vast cycle of reincarnation. Mo Luo raised his gaze, meeting the lifeless, pitch-black eyes. When the era of the myriad heavens arrives, the system will be as formidable as the Tao of Heaven, and your saints will reach their limits, for you are unable to contend with the Tao of Heaven. By then, will you have the chance to become saints? In the era of the original source, the system brought traversers back to the time of Pangu's creation, where they could be effortlessly cut down. Yet in the era of the myriad heavens, those traversers may possess the power to alter everything. Mo Luo comprehended that the unseen great cycle must indeed exist. Following the conclusion of the 4 eras, a new cycle would commence. Naturally, he could not extricate himself from this, nor could he ascertain whether he too was ensnared within the cycle, repeatedly arriving in the primordial world to converse with the disheartened Tong Tian Jiaozhu. But so what? You are aware that the era of the myriad heavens is a frenzied age, where the great path vanishes, the Tao of Heaven shatters, the original source perishes, and the system reigns supreme. Is it truly important to become a saint? As long as one survives to the next era, it suffices. for none can possibly outlive the era of the myriad heavens. Tong Tian Jiaozhu sat contentedly upon his mat. When that moment truly arrives, perhaps he would find solace. Mo Luo regarded Tong Tian Jiaozhu earnestly, saying, "In the current primordial world, it is you who repeatedly play your roles, yet remain aloof. When the era of the myriad heavens arrives, not even this minor cycle will allow anyone to survive. You will also be seized by the traversers, your souls displaced, or even replaced outright. Thus, the best fortune may only grant you survival for 1 yuan hui, which equates to 129,600 years. Of course, with sufficient luck, one may also transcend calamities repeatedly." Mo Luo's words rendered everyone ashen, all eyes turning to Tong Tian Jiaozhu. You speak nonsense." Tong Tian Jiaozhu was well aware that such an outcome was inevitable, yet he was reluctant to acknowledge it. When the era of the myriad heavens arrives, they will only be able to exist for 1 yuan hui, 12,960 years. In the present age of the original source, countless minor cycles have already passed, each spanning millions of years. Once upon a time, in the age of the Tao of Heaven, a yuan hui was merely equivalent to a single year in contemporary terms. The age of the Great Path. During that time, who cared about the passage of time? It was merely defined by the moments set forth by the Taoist of time. That fellow had long been subdued by Hongjun Laozu. Yet now, he began to worry whether he could survive even a yuan hui. There seemed to be little to worry about, for after all, this is still the age of the original source, where everything has hope. Mo Luo did not believe there exists a cycle that cannot be broken. Your current strength pales in comparison to a single hair of mine from back in the day, as a Luo of the original source. You possess barely enough audacity to speak before me. Should you advance into the next era, you would lack the qualifications to shout here. Even I, as a saint of the Great Path in that time, did not transcend an era. What qualifications do you possess?" Tong Tian Jiaozhu did not wish to continue debating with Mo Luo. In his view, a Luo existing in the age of the original source is merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Having never witnessed the true Tao of Heaven, he fails to grasp the enormity of the Great Path's existence. Whether you believe or not is your own matter. I shall naturally follow my own path. Mo Luo understood that the experiences of 3 eras had rendered Tong Tian Jiaozhu and the other saints too fearful to struggle any longer. As the ages transformed, they grew weaker. What qualifications do they possess to speak recklessly? I shall venture to the mortal realm. Mo Luo projected his true form into the primordial continent. Should you transcend calamities as your true self, if you fail to achieve divinity, the Tao of Heaven will obliterate you. In this era, the Tao of Heaven stands supreme, followed by us saints. As a Luo of the original source, you are even less than 1% of a saint's power. Erasing you would be a trivial task. Tong Tian Jiaozhu offered his final counsel. He had witnessed disciples struggle against an era, ultimately facing the most tragic defeat. Thus, Tong Tian Jiaozhu's resolve had long since been shattered. He understood that sometimes one must learn to be wise and not be self-righteous. Understood, Mo Luo replied, showing no interest in Tong Tian Jiaozhu's good intentions, as they provided no substantial assistance. According to Tong Tian Jiaozhu, the Tao of Heaven in the age of the original source is also condensed from the original source. There is no great path in this era. In contrast, in the age of the Tao of Heaven is the sole remnant of the Great Path, which continuously creates the original source. The age of the Great Path, however, possessed 3,000 great paths. During that time, the original source was merely a commonplace phenomenon, akin to today's spiritual energy. With a snap, in the blink of an eye, Mo Luo appeared at the gates of the Yushu Palace. The traverser Mo Luo shall assume the true identity of Shun Gongbao. Should he perish during this role, he will experience true death, unable to attain the original source. The traverser Mo Luo, once he enters the primordial continent, will form a barrier with the 9 heavens, his original source sealed, leaving only a portion of the assumed identity. The original Tao of Heaven warned Mo Luo. No need for further words. How can you seal what is mine? On what grounds? Mo Luo waved his sleeve, and the Tao of Heaven, intending to seal, found it utterly ineffective. Unable to seal, remnants of martial arts detected. The age of the original source lacks the great path. Only the power of the laws exists. The laws and the original source both stem from the great path, yet cannot reconstitute the great path. The shattering of the great path is an irreversible inevitability. The original Tao of heaven ceased to obstruct Immortal. To sense the remnants of the great path in this era is beyond the reach of this original source. The Traverser Immortal. You are about to acquire the identity and tools for role-playing. Proceed to the primordial earth. Complete your task to receive rewards from the original source. A long sword materialized in Immortal's hand, alongside a white-striped tiger, condensed from the original source. The 9 heavens and the primordial continent are separated. Upon leaving the 33 heavens, role-playing will commence. Immortal surveyed his surroundings, where a vast cycle, alongside the 33 heavens, revolved around the boundless primordial continent. This implies that the original source saints, Deluo and Tai, need only remain in the 33 heavens, sending an incarnation into the primordial continent to obtain the original source through repeated cycles. Understood. Immortal was disinterested in claiming any divine ranking. That was merely a formality. The 33 heavens exist eternally beyond the primordial continent. Only the original Tai, and the original Golden Immortal are qualified to venture there. Meanwhile, the primordial continent is also home to the 9 heavens. In the era of divinity, the primordial realm has yet to carve out the 33 heavens. This means that the primordial realm within the cycle is mired in repetition, endlessly cycling through the same narratives. The myriad beings can never escape this illusory bubble. In this realm, even the saints possess only the level of true immortals of the original source. A lifetime may never allow one to truly grasp the essence of the original Golden Immortals. Yet, this holds little significance. For every formidable being within the cycle of reincarnation plays the role of a celestial power. Here lies the Bo Palace, home to another master of the celestial realm. Of course, there's also the Yushu Palace, alongside figures such as Jiangxia. However, Immortal paid no heed to anyone, nor did he ambush Jiangxia on his way to Kunlun. Instead, he proceeded directly to Chaoga, seeking a quiet room to meditate. Even if the world were to face annihilation, he would remain unfazed. Despite his stillness and lack of engagement with any powerful figures of the GS sect, the mighty beings, in pursuit of their own tasks and the attainment of the original essence, would inevitably venture forth to face tribulations. As he traversed through scenes once vivid in dreams, Immortal could not help but feel a sense of regret. He lacked the opportunity to traverse ancient epics, residing in this era of origin. What he possessed was not a legacy of martial arts, but remnants of it. As the heavenly Tao proclaimed, the great path transforms into essence and laws, yet the two, though united, can never embody the true great path. Thus, he resolved to witness a grand performance that had played out countless times before. After a period of time in Chaoga, news reached him of an elder named Jiangxia, who was reputed to possess remarkable divination skills. Oh, is that so? Immortal remained indifferent. The essence within him was manifesting before him, merging with the laws. He sought to discern the essence of the laws and the original source, to trace the threads of the great path. As time passed, he heard of Jiangxia's failed attempts to counsel Emperor Xian, and how Su Daji was taken over by the 9-tailed fox, seizing control of the inner palace. In a fit of rage, Jiangxia departed for Shichi to fish. Immortal treated this as mere background noise, continuing his observations of the similarities between the laws and the original essence. Shichi had rebelled, and so had various feudal lords. Whispers circulated regarding the search for a figure named Shungongbao. Immortal paid no mind to the world's pursuits. He glanced at Chaoga, which seemed to have lost its former vibrancy, as the gazes of passers-by dimmed. The war escalated, and none could predict how many more years the Shang dynasty could endure. For the first time, Immortal opened his eyes. With a simple gesture, he consumed the essence and laws in one sweeping motion. Return. On the battlefield, remnants of the condensed essence returned. It turned out that Immortal had shattered his own essence, scattering it across the world, immersing it within the inner cycles of the primal chaos. It is worth noting that apart from the grand cycles of the primal chaos that repeated endlessly, there existed a hidden cycle within the continent of the primal chaos, a cycle born of the 12th ancestral which, Hot Tuesday, throughout these years of conflict. Immortal's essence transformed into remnants, entering the cycle, experiencing life and death repeatedly. Upon returning, Immortal memorized all the imprints upon these remnants of essence and cast them back into the cycle, intending to revisit them after another century. The 10 absolute arrays, the extermination array, and the 10,000 immortals array. Repeated slaughters ultimately brought forth the army's advance. Chaoga fell, and Emperor Xian perished. The calamity of the Fengshan concluded. Yet, Mo Luo remained in seclusion, as his essence avatars had not yet completed their journey. A century later, the great Zhou had already risen, replacing the Shang. The tales of yore, whether myth or legend, were of no concern to anyone. The Chaoga, where Mo Luo resided, had long since become a desolate ruin. He chose to dwell there alone, continuing his retreat, until a century later, when the avatars he had cast into the cycle returned. Mo Luo recorded their imprints once more and returned them to the cycle. From that point onward, every century, Mo Luo's avatars would undergo a cycle. They were among the very few who could traverse the primal chaos, living in solitude without predetermined roles, walking among humanity. They cultivated their qi, practiced martial arts, advanced technology, and expanded their thoughts. Subtly, the world transformed. The great Zhou too met its demise. Mo Luo found himself residing within a great mountain. Unable to recall when it had become such, day by day, he continued to observe the essence and laws. What is the Great Path? Why did the last remnants of the Great Path manifest as the heavenly Tao? Why did the heavenly Tao shatter, leaving only the laws and essence? What future awaits when the laws vanish, leaving only the existence of condensed essence reminiscent of a system? At that point, the system would surpass the heavenly Tao, while the heavenly Tao would dissolve into pure laws. Mo Luo had once possessed a system and had condensed essence. Now he was engaged in contemplating the laws, striving to penetrate their mysteries. The Qin dynasty emerged, yet it was but a fleeting moment before the cycles of time shifted once more, plunging into an era of strife and chaos. A demon monkey soared into the sky, traversing the 4 great continents. It was bewildering how the Earth had shrunk to a mere fraction of what it once was during the Fengshan era. These 4 great continents were but remnants. Mo Luo's avatars continued to walk among humanity, grasping the singular, complete laws of the myriad realms, the heavenly Tao of the primal chaos. The laws were withering. Each time Mo Luo's avatars returned after a century of reincarnation, they manifested within his palm, leaving only the purest essence. They engraved the process of the law's decline upon Mo Luo's heart. Was the disintegration of the laws not a path traversed by the great path of yesteryears? Observing humanity, Mo Luo perceived it as a cycle of blooming and withering. The great Tang dynasty and the journey to the west unfolded. The 4 great continents diminished further. Apart from the immortal beings, ordinary folk could only traverse from the southern Jambu continent to the western Nehezu once in their lifetime. Mo Luo's avatars thrived in the bustling Chang'an, witnessing the splendor of the Tang dynasty. They also resided in caves, embodying the minor demons of kings. The celestial soldiers of the heavenly court bore his likeness. As time eroded dynasties, the Tang dynasty waned until it vanished. The immortals began to transition into the divine realm, seeking incense and faith. Mo Luo seemed to glimpse the fears once experienced by those saints who wielded the great path. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each displaying their unique powers. In this era, even semi-immortals grew scarce as they guided the last wave of immortal beings. The aura of spirituality continued to dissipate. Dynasties rose and fell, and the incense of humanity grew more potent, devoid of the laws of heaven and earth. The essence gradually depleted, prompting the mighty immortals to seek a sliver of life. In their pursuit of faith and incense, they were compelled to completely seal the gates of heaven and earth. The last ascendant lived for several centuries. He was a prodigy who founded Wudong. Yet, in this era, ascension during the day was impossible. He who could only ascend his primordial spirit ultimately succumbed to the passage of time. The laws disintegrated, and the principles of cause and effect faded away. Meanwhile, human hearts transformed into demons, and the essence vanished entirely. Mo Luo witnessed humanity undergo a profound transformation, as if hell had turned inside out, revealing itself in the mortal realm. The age of technology dawned, and the ascension of the primordial spirit became a relic of the past. The incense became toxic. Immortals who had stepped into the divine realm began to fade, influenced by human greed, until they completely vanished. From the continent of primal chaos to the era of Fengshan, and now to a solitary planet. Each celestial body in the universe had once been a part of the 4 great continents. No one could condense it. It was the inevitable decline of an era. Mo Luo witnessed the transformation of myriad immortals into deities, leading to the twilight of the gods. Until the human race ventured into the vast expanse of the cosmos, they discovered remnants of a bygone era, marveling at the astonishing achievements of ancient civilizations. However, at this juncture, the essence, the laws, and the spiritual energy had long since faded away. Even the excavation of these ancient ruins could not propel them further. The lineage of the Walking Clan had reached its terminus, yet they expended their lives in vain pursuit of immortality. The ascensions through machinery and spiritual energy were but illusions. Behold, the end of the universe approached, the last vestiges of the primordial continent dissipating into nothingness. Within this turmoil, Mo Luo observed silently. His avatars traversed through innumerable cycles of reincarnation, yet ultimately they could not alter this fate. I have come to understand. In the midst of chaos, Mo Luo opened his eyes. Everything shall perish. This is the inevitability of spiritual energy, the laws, and the essence. The demise of the Great Path does not stem from the strife of sages, but rather because the Great Path can give rise to the essence. While sages cannot conceive the Great Path, the laws, seemingly an intangible existence, are in fact mere reflections of the Great Path. The essence signifies a part born of the Great Path, while the laws only possess a semblance. Thus, there must be a means to create the Great Path, with later generations merely grasping and comprehending it. The Great Path is destined to perish. Upon realizing this truth, Mo Luo was left without doubt. The Great Path has indeed died. This is entirely natural. The heavenly path perished in this era. In the next era, the essence will fade away, leaving only the system as its manifestation. Thus, following the myriad heavens, a fifth era will emerge. By that time, the essence will have completely vanished, initiating the dissolution of the laws. As the laws dissipate, the fifth era will also reach its demise. At that point, it will be impossible to forge a new era. Mo Luo concentrated the laws and essence within his grasp. He discerned from the heavenly path that after the demise of the ancient 3,000 great paths, the laws emerged as mere imitations. He fused his own essence with the laws, coalescing a seed. It did not birth a great path, only a seed. It appeared feeble, lacking the purity of the laws and the strength of the essence. Go forth, plant it. Mo Luo smiled as he sowed it. The seed transformed into a colossal egg, from which emerged a giant. He scattered countless seeds, each evolving into distinct entities. Originally, this was to herald a new epoch of primordial chaos, from which nothingness would give rise to 3,000 demonic gods. Yet, these seeds siphoned the essence and laws from them. Even Pangu was no exception, becoming a fragment of Mo Luo's seed. Zhu Tian Ku Mo Luo, what are you doing? I am sowing seeds. Yet essenza familia auda, an ancient presence that does not belong to this era. Heavenly path. Do you remember why you perished? Perished? No. I lost the power of the heavenly path. The essence of the heavenly path itself. No, you died in the previous era. The current you is merely a vessel and a program. Mo Luo gazed at the seeds. They began to grow until they stood upright, walking amidst the chaos. What does this mean? Deepdan Kiskiviko Molo. Why are the avatars of sages and the Deluo unable to play their roles? Your seeds are repelling the power of the essence. It is not repulsion. It is transcendence. You are merely remnants and echoes. The essence of the heavenly path. If a person were to create a body and implant corresponding memories, would that make it the same person? A soul is needed to seize control. Exactly, remnants and bodies, no matter how harmonious, can never embody a true human. You are such entities akin to an artificial intelligence robot, yet can never be the great path. It must be nurtured and shaped. Mo Luo looked upon those seeds, which indeed birthed demonic gods, Pangu among them. They clashed fiercely, shaking the very foundations of the primordial continent and drawing the attention of all the essence to Luo beyond. The 6 great sages, even the reclusive Hongjun, were stirred. That was a power not belonging to this era. The essence to Luo were astonished. Why did the 3,000 demonic gods and Pangu unleash a force unlike that of the laws and the essence? Despite the similarities, they could find no common ground. The Great Path. That was the Great Path, not mere remnants. It was a fragile Great Path. Why was this Great Path so weak? As if it had just been born? The sages were moved. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu gazed upon this scene, his eyes fixated on Mo Luo. An unspoken shock reverberated within him. Has it truly been achieved? Even the most fragile great path inspires awe. The primordial continent lay in chaos. Mo Luo silently watched this unfolding drama. He patiently awaited the 3,000 demonic gods to reach their zenith, to seize the essence and absorb the laws. In a mundane world, according to the laws, many plants require light and water. The laws are light, the essence is water. Yet this analogy is flawed, for light and water alone cannot directly give rise to plants, nor can decomposed plants revert to light and water. Mo Luo observed until they all matured to perfection. Pangu annihilated all 3,000 demonic gods. The fruits of the great path of strength had grown significantly, drawing from the remnants of the 3,000 great paths. Ultimately, a half-formed fruit of the great path of strength was attained. Mo Luo plucked it and consumed it in one bite. The flavor was delightful, capable of transforming decay into the miraculous. As he savored this fruit, he did not expect that even the path fruit could exist in a half-formed state. Yet his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. He radiated the pure force of the great path. Half-formed great path, that is the essence of the heavenly path sage. It seems I have inadvertently transcended this era. This statement sent the hearts of countless powerful beings observing this scene into a frenzy. They yearned to uncover the truth. Why could Mo Luo condense the great path? Let us try again. Mo Luo scattered another plethora of seeds, voraciously absorbing the essence and the laws. The sages and Luo merely saw Mo Luo sowing seeds that could yield path fruits. They failed to grasp the importance of water and light. The seeds in the soil are equally crucial. The soil is the world tree itself, but what are the seeds? Hongjun perceived a higher layer. The sages focused solely on that seed, for they had once wielded the great path. In the eyes of the Luo, this power seemed unattainable, and Mo Luo appeared invincible. Seeds? This was a secret unique to Mo Luo. Pangu and the 3,000 demonic gods coalesced once more, engaging in another fierce battle. This time, they again attained half a path fruit. Mo Luo consumed it, and once more, his being transcended. Two half-formed path fruits could never yield a complete great path. This time, he condensed a path fruit of 70%, transforming it into a seed. The seed once again gathered the power of the essence, seizing the laws themselves. It continuously refined. Another chaotic battle ensued, this time yielding an 80% path fruit. A path fruit must mature to become a great path. The great path itself also possesses strengths and weaknesses, determining how much one can wield. The great path can also transform into a towering tree, which in turn can bear more path fruits. Do you think that a path fruit can give rise to a complete great path? For a seed to grow into a great tree, it would likely require the entirety of a world tree. If this is indeed the case, the world tree itself is in a constant state of diminishment, rendering it impossible for anyone to condense an entire Tao as I have done. To consume a single Tao fruit is already an extraordinary feat. Mo Luo has planted Tao fruits time and again, reaping the harvest repeatedly. It was only on his 9th attempt that he finally obtained a complete fruit of the Tao of strength. Upon swallowing it, he finds himself merely a vessel of power. The Tao fruit itself is not inherently potent. It is the Tao that holds true strength. While consuming the Tao fruit grants one the ability to wield the Tao. In this era, the Tao of strength has long since perished. What I command is merely an individual force. Mo Luo feels a sense of regret, yet simultaneously experiences joy. The distinction between a Tao sage and himself lies in the fact that one is supported by the Tao, while the other is not. A Tao sage without a Tao? The Master of Heaven perceives Mo Luo's aura. Even if the Tao does not exist across the myriad realms, but rather resides solely within one's being, that individual is still a Tao sage. Mo Luo traverses against the current of time, yet he is not devoid of substance. You have transcended the primordial era, becoming a Tao sage. Even in this age devoid of the Tao, you remain the strongest. The primordial heavenly Tao is perplexed, questioning how Mo Luo has achieved this. Where does the seed originate? If one can acquire the seed, the 6 great sages, Hong, Jun, Lao Zu, and even the heavenly Tao could condense their own Tao fruits. It is meaningless to share this knowledge, for you have already proven through experience that even so-called Tao sages can be stripped of their power. It is quite simple, for even if one consumes the Tao fruit, They're still beneath the Tao. If the Tao itself is doomed to perish, how can there be a Tao sage? Mo Luo gazes upon the world tree. Though he currently possesses the Tao fruit without the Tao, it does not preclude the possibility of future attainment. Let me delve into the world tree and restore the essence of the Tao, for the age of the Tao has long dissipated, yet the world tree endures. Mo Luo seeks to comprehend the world tree, directing the Tao fruit to the pinnacle of existence. He begins once more to condense the seed. The Tao may be dead, but the world tree is sufficient. Even if he were to become a tree spirit, it would still represent progress. The seed is himself. Hong Yun Lao Tzu finally comprehends. The seed sown by Mo Luo is indeed himself. This implies that even as a Tao sage of this era, he lacks the qualification to enter the next age. Because the era has reached its end, the laws have withered, and the source will exhaust. Tao fruits that do not belong to this era will be obliterated. The cost of Mo Luo being the seed of the Tao is that he will be utterly erased at the conclusion of the primordial era. He has lost his sanity. The Master of Heaven has also arrived at this conclusion. Simultaneously, the 6 great sages have awakened to the nature of the seed, nourished by the world tree. The truth is simple, yet they dare not confront it. At the very least, to survive into the next era, they might experience another cycle, another epoch. 12,960 years indeed pales in comparison to a small cycle today. Yet, it is still existence. What if there lies an opportunity for further advancement? To live longer? World tree, with Mo Luo as the seed of the Tao, absorb your strength. I recognize your decline, your decay, yet you're also the creator of the myriad realms. I shall strip you of your Tao and transform it into a Tao fruit. I shall wield you as the Tao, steering this age. Should I succeed, it will herald your rebirth. Should I fail, you too shall become a Tao and perish in this era. Mo Luo understands that the world tree, no matter how powerful, is but a fragment of this grand cycle. When the cycle concludes, the life of the world tree will likewise cease. Suddenly, a flash of light ignites. The world tree resonates with Mo Luo. He immerses himself wholly within the world tree. Everything unfolds before him, as if returning to the very beginning. The world tree is but a seed. Mo Luo is that seed, witnessing the entirety of his existence. A blue-furred fox spirit planted the seed of the world tree, then yawned and departed. Is this the legendary Qing Ling? Mo Luo is astonished. The seed of the world tree takes root and sprouts, eventually growing into a towering tree. The fruits it bears are all Tao fruits, and when they mature and fall from the world tree, they astonishingly transform into entire worlds. Each world evolves into 3,000 Taos, and it is through the Tao that new fruits are born, which are the true Tao fruits. Each world is a manifestation of the Tao. The Tao nurtures chaos, and from chaos arise the 3,000 Taos and the void. The 3,000 Taos create Tao fruits and existence itself. Thus emerge the 3,000 divine beings and Pangu, marking the genesis of the world. Initially, the 3,000 Taos bore no distinction. They were merely manifestations of the same essence, including the heavenly Tao. At the outset, they were all part of the Tao. The Tao itself is without differentiation. It is the dispersed 3,000 Taos that exhibit distinction. The Tao fruits encountered by the world tree were the fruits of the Tao itself. Mo Luo is taken aback, marveling at how a single tree can give rise to such an extraordinary spectacle. Yet, where did the seed of the world tree originally fall? What lies beyond the world tree? Mo Luo is filled with curiosity, yet he cannot reach beyond. Immersed in the world tree, he can only marvel at the fox spirit Qing Ling who sowed the world tree. To shatter the cycle, he must further integrate with the world tree to enter the next era. At this moment, I am the world. Mo Luo extends his hand, grasping the expanse of the blue star and the myriad worlds. The familiar faces within lift their gazes to see Mo Luo's visage. Friends, fret not. I shall freeze this moment in time and await the next era alongside you. The blue star and its myriad realms are suspended in time. The cycle is halted at this instant. Mo Luo surveys the vast array of worlds, both great and small, ensnared by the cycle. If there exists another grand cycle beyond this world tree, it would be akin to countless small gears turning, ultimately driving the great wheel of existence. For the world tree, as the world tree remains eternal, so too shall I endure. Mo Luo closes his eyes. He prepares to witness the next era, the era of the heavens, an age ruled by systems. He descends into slumber. In the primordial world, the master of heaven expresses envy. At this moment, in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Laozu gazes upon the six great sages. They have loved and battled, leaving behind countless legends. Yet, as each era passes, they find themselves at the end of their journey. Are you willing to become seeds, to condense the Tao? Hongjun Laozu offers them this opportunity. If unwilling, even exhausting their essence will only return them to the status of Tao sages. The guide Taoist chuckles self-deprecatingly. In the previous era, we fought fiercely to become heavenly Tao sages. Yet today, the Tao has vanished, and the greater Tao has long since dissipated. To become a Tao sage now is akin to being a false sage without a true connection to the heavenly Tao. The cunning Taoist also lays aside his grievances. To compete? Absurd. What is there to contest? In the next era, there will be more cycles, yet we struggle to even navigate the first cycle. Niu understands that. At that time, the source will be unable to coalesce the heavenly Tao, for the heavenly Tao is the embodiment of the rules. The remaining celestial principles shall transform into a system akin to a golden finger. Even if the six great sages were to endure until the next era, they would have to begin anew. Without the assistance of a system, they would likely perish at the hands of the travelers. The passage of time merely signifies a cycle of reincarnation. Laozi did not struggle. In his eyes, everything was the best arrangement. With the advent of the next epoch, we shall once again open the heavens. Yuanshi, Tianzuan laughed heartily. I shall strive once more to contest the Fengshen Bang. Tong Tian Jiaozhu thought, since there is no future, let us live freely in the present. Would we, after the conclusion of the next era, embark on yet another cycle of reincarnation? Hongjun Laozu pondered. If given a second chance, he would certainly abandon the treachery of the past. Even if such treachery exists, it would not pertain to the you and I of today. Laozi believed that even if another grand cycle were to occur, what of it? We do not remember the events of the previous grand cycle, nor will the next grand cycle recall our deeds. Thus, the past and future of reincarnation are not the past and future of you and I. After Sai, Hongjun Laozu and the six great sages gazed upon the world tree. They yearned to seize control and merge with the world tree, yet had never received affirmation. Even during the era of the great Tao, they could not achieve this at the culmination of their existence as great Tao sages. When they first faced a great calamity, they had made efforts and fought for their survival. However, the might of the world tree was like that of a towering giant, impossible to destroy or seize. Hence, they envied Immortal even more. After 48,000 cycles of reincarnation, the primordial era reached its conclusion. A small world was obliterated, followed by the disappearance of a great world. Ultimately, it was the Honghuang world that remained. They approached the world tree for the last time in search of Immortal. Tao friend, this era is about to conclude. Have you found the answer? The tree remained silent. Darkness descended. They began to disintegrate gradually. In the next moment, light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. The world restarted. Pango had fought against the 3,000 demons, and Hongjun Laozu, the Sanqing, Niuhua, Jin, and Juni once again emerged into existence. They realized they were still alive, yet felt astonished. This time they did not follow the script of the past, but instead gathered together at the first opportunity. A traveler was attempting to seize Jin. Juni roared. In the era of the heavens, any cultivator, regardless of their pinnacle, could only comprehend and master the power of the laws. The source is a power unique to the system, and even the system itself was consuming the source frantically. This is also why the system can bestow various rewards upon its host. I am on the verge of passing away. Jane was the first to reach this state. The next reincarnation of Jane would be a new existence. He at least retained his dignity, having not been seized by a traveler. The land of Honghuang was filled with powerful beings. Hongjun Laozu tirelessly sought out those travelers, while the system's hosts were becoming increasingly weary. The power of the laws, without the assistance of the source, was merely a hollow shell with countless gaps to exploit. One day, a traveler blocked the entrance to the Niuhua Palace. As a traveler, his mission was to gather all the beauties of Honghuang. At this point, only one remained. When he triumphantly barged in, he found only a meditating Niuhua. The Sanqing convened once every 100 years. Yet, suddenly, on one occasion, Yuanshi Tianzuan did not arrive. Laozi exchanged a glance with Tong Tian. He had been seized. Laozi sighed. Shortly thereafter, Zhuanti and Yuanshi Tianzuan engaged in a battle of wits, exchanging banter, "You old rascal," due to the intricacies of fate. It turned out that among the former companions, only Hongjun Laozu, Laozi, and Tongtian Jiaozhu remained. Without waiting for the next reincarnation to arrive, we were destined to become formless. Laozi did not linger, dispersing himself on the spot. Why cling to the world any longer? Master, Tongtian Jiaozhu gazed longingly at this scene. The old friends had departed. It was now his turn. Master, Dao friend Mo Luo must have been erased by the great calamity. Otherwise, with his character, he would not have failed to emerge in this era. Tongtian Jiaozhu held no expectations. Tongtian, since there's only one Yuan Hui left to live, why not become a seed? Hongjun Laozu said, but Tongtian Jiaozhu felt even more despair. Master, you are confused. Becoming a seed requires possessing the source. Where would this era find a source? The system only consumes the source recklessly, and the heavenly principles are formed from the convergence of rules. In the era of the heavens, the source will eventually be exhausted. The rules will begin to gradually unravel. Very well, it is time to search. Hongjun Laozu looked towards the world tree, attempting to step out of the Hongwang world, only to find he could not even escape the chaos. Without the source, chaos is boundless, let alone stepping out to glimpse reincarnation. In the era of the heavens, no living being could exit their world. The source could transcend worlds universally, while the rules were confined to a singular world. I, poor Taoist Hongjun, request an audience with Dao friend Mo Luo. Amidst the chaos, Hongjun Laozu called out to the heavens. At last, they had painted themselves into a corner. Tongtian Jiaozhu drew forth his sword, determined to strike down all travelers, erasing every host supported by these systems. However, travelers from all realms continued to emerge, an endless stream that could not be extinguished. Tongtian fought until the last moment, utterly exhausted. He dispersed his essence, finally resigning. Rather than be bullied by travelers, he preferred to dissolve into nothingness. Hongjun Laozu continued to wait, having traversed the same path. As one who once embodied the heavenly principles, he understood that Mo Luo must be merging with the world tree, surviving in a unique manner. Dao, friend Mo Luo, when I merged with the heavenly principles, I nearly lost myself. The world tree is the strongest yet also the most terrifying. If you do not awaken soon, you too will lose yourself. A hearty laughter echoed from beyond the chaos. Dao friend Hongjun, I have become the world tree and shall proceed to the next era. The great Dao, the heavenly principles, the source. After the era of the heavens, there will be a final age where even the rules vanish, often referred to as the age of twilight. I shall venture to that era to witness the end of reincarnation. The next era? Hongjun Laozu chuckled. That is far too distant. Each time a heavenly principle is traversed, the power of the world diminishes. That I have survived to the fourth era is already my limit. Dao friend Mo Luo, should you reach the end of reincarnation and see the next grand cycle, please inform me. Do not merely chase after power. Letting go earlier is the path to liberation. I will. Mo Luo's response led Hongjun Laozu to finally close his eyes. He too dispersed his essence, dissolving into nothingness. Who was Hongjun Laozu speaking to just now? How curious. I heard it too. Such a powerful existence. Did it come from beyond the chaos? Impossible. Chaos is boundless. While the travelers were discussing, a colossal hand casually appeared from the heavens, erasing Hongwang. One by one, the systems began to struggle. However, that existence merely flicked its fingers, and all was swept away. Countless systems have been utterly obliterated. Without adherence to rules, one remains mundane. Without grasping the essence, all things dissolve. Without merging with the heavenly principles, calamity is inescapable. Without transforming the great path, life and death face annihilation. Behold, Mo Luo has eradicated all systems of the celestial era. These systems, which coalesce from the primordial essence solely to accelerate its consumption, could not evade the might of Mo Luo's hand. Let us transition to the next era. I am weary. At Mo Luo's command, 100,000 small cycles commenced simultaneously. This era hastened towards its demise. Countless systems emerged, fostering one host after another, only to dissipate at a certain moment. This world entered a countdown to destruction. Until a specific moment, it plunged into eternal night. Subsequently, rebirth commenced. The age of lost laws, the twilight era. In this epoch, the primordial essence ceased to exist, and no systems remained. Only a singular, pure principle prevailed. As time unfolded, this principle gradually disintegrated. There are no myths, no legends. Only a scant few attained enlightenment and sought to comprehend the principle. Alas, as the principles dwindled, Only fragmented rules remained. The aspiration to perceive as the ancients did grew increasingly difficult. Those ancient sages gradually became new myths. Ultimately, the principles vanished. Humanity entered an entirely new era. The understanding of principles became known as metaphysics. The rules began to be meticulously analyzed by the populace. They discovered laws. Yet, these laws were merely remnants left in the wake of the principles' collapse. Dead laws, of course, remain immutable. However, this also signifies that humanity cannot resonate with them and can only evolve according to the rules. Science became the prevailing paradigm of this era. Regrettably, sentient civilizations, in their lifetimes, could not escape their own star systems. The vast universe had its resources scattered. The most lamentable fate was when humanity uncovered an incredible law, deriving astonishing rules. Yet the stark reality was that to utilize these rules necessitated possessing a certain substance. If that substance existed solely in other star systems, it would herald the inevitable decline of human civilization. Fortunately, the imagination of humanity always astonishes. In this pitiful era, there were still those who envisioned incredible possibilities. They transformed their visions into novels, unleashing their creativity in hopes of rekindling the spirit. All was lost. Everything became an illusion. Even if one yearned throughout their life, the so-called spirit would not manifest. That was merely the past of an ancient era. There were no systems, for they belonged to the previous age. The notion of enlightenment was but a fanciful delusion, as even the principles ultimately dissipated in this era. Mechanical ascension and spiritual ascension both ultimately failed. The ancient myths approached their final twilight. Until a certain moment, the entire world fell silent, ensnared in eternal night. The last era concluded. This eternal night was exceedingly prolonged. The world tree withered and faded until it became a fruit, collapsing into a seed. This seed fell upon the earth, surrounded by an immense cycle. It was confirmed that even the world tree was trapped in a colossal cycle, repeating endlessly. Yet this time, the esteemed Qing Ling did not appear. The seed grew on its own, transformed into a grand tree, and bore fruit. This time, not only did countless infinite worlds sprout forth, but also a solitary figure. He yawned, holding a sphere in his hand. Within the orb lay the world he once inhabited. At last, he beheld the cycle beyond the world tree. Mo Luo stretched languidly. This slumber was truly refreshing, though his stomach rumbled with hunger. Mo Luo reached out and devoured all the fruits, including those from the Qingling world. Ultimately, only the Hong Huang world remained. Mo Luo patiently awaited the emergence of Pangu and witnessed the birth of Hong Jun Laozu. He whispered softly, "Do not spend a lifetime pursuing power. It is all illusory." Mo Luo conveyed the former Hong Jun Laozu's last words to this cycle's Hong Jun Laozu. Nonsense. Could it be that a demon of the heart is intruding upon my mind? Hong Jun Laozu showed no interest. He was born with the appearance of an elder, yet his heart remained youthful. How could he heed another's advice to refrain from growing stronger? I knew that the insights of Hong Jun Laozu until his death were not aligned with his youthful choices. Mo Luo seized the world tree and transformed it into fruit. Swallowing a whole, he then turned to the world tree and consumed it as well, claiming the great path. Finally, he gazed upon the indomitable cycle. I have consumed all. Yet, is there no one to thwart me? Is there anyone out there? Mo Luo's inquiries went unanswered. He extended his hand and touched the cycle, unexpectedly tearing away a piece and swallowing it whole. Is it truly edible? With his hunger unabated, Mo Luo grew increasingly elated, devouring the cycle entirely. Is there nothing left? With a partial sense of satiation, Mo Luo looked beyond the cycle. He had envisioned countless times what lay beyond the cycle, a vast expanse of white or perhaps an abyss of darkness, utterly devoid of substance. Instead, upon consuming what lay beyond the cycle and lifting his gaze, he beheld a colossal sea of waves. An unprecedentedly gigantic wave. The waves surged, crashing into the ocean. The so-called Great Cycle existed merely within a sea of waves. He surveyed his surroundings. Waves surrounded him, and this was an endless ocean. Within each wave resided a cycle, and within each cycle lay myriad worlds. Yet none could rival the size of the world tree Mo Luo once inhabited. He turned to see a massive supercontinent behind him. Beyond the beach lay a forest, and at the heart of the forest stood a snow-capped mountain. Qingling, Mo Luo observed a bald figure by the shoreline, casting a flatboat into the sea. I am not a friend of Qingling Master. Do you know the origin of my world? Where is that esteemed Qingling? Mo Luo's mind was awash with questions. Why was the great cycle merely a ripple? What was this vast ocean? Qingling enjoys repose. He must be sound asleep. The world you inhabit is merely a ripple evolved from one of his beads, and this is a colossal ripple I have never witnessed before, rising and falling no less than 5 times. 5 times? Mo Luo recalled 5 eras. Could it be that a single ripple signified an era? Indeed, Qingling possesses remarkable prowess. I wonder what path you follow. Path? Here, the term path likely refers to that which can nurture the fruits of the great path, each of which can evolve into 3,000 great paths. After merging and consuming the world tree, he felt even hungrier. Does enjoying food count? Of course it does. The monk glanced at Mo Luo, refraining from further inquiries, as there was a bald figure in a cloak aboard his boat. The bald man had long lost consciousness, lying in an unresponsive state. The monk intended to guide him to another reincarnation. Chiyu? Mo Luo did not anticipate encountering Chiyu here. No wonder the Chiyu from the myriad realms of Blue Star was not particularly formidable. The true Chiyu resided beyond the world. Upon arriving at the opposite shore, he had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. After speaking, the monk pointed towards the vast sea, which was also known as the World Sea. Beneath its surface lay countless colossal creatures. Only by surpassing these gigantic beings could one reach the other side. After uttering these words, the monk departed in a small boat. Why can I not step onto the opposite shore? Mo Luo grasped the pearl of his world and took a step forward, only to discover a thin veil of mist obscuring the path to the other side. No matter how hard he tried, he could not cross this threshold. Indeed, it was utterly impossible. Mo Luo felt a wave of despondency wash over him. After escaping the cycle of reincarnation and carrying away his beloved world, he found himself unable to even set foot on the opposite shore. Disheartened, he was compelled to turn his gaze towards the World Sea. Beneath its depths, he indeed spotted a multitude of enormous creatures lurking. They feasted upon worlds and drew sustenance from the waves. Feeling somewhat peckish, he pondered whether he might consume these beings instead. Mo Luo descended into the depths of the sea and beheld these colossal entities, only to realize that each one harbored the essence of countless realms. They lay in wait, striving to consume continuously in order to preserve their myriad worlds. You have arrived. Do you wish to become a titan like us? The titans exclaimed joyfully. Not at all. My sole ambition is to grow stronger, Mo Luo replied, shaking his head. In this pitch darkness, he saw little reason to linger. Do you know that at the end of the world, sea lies the opposite shore? The titans regarded Mo Luo, perceiving him merely as a new neighbor. Indeed, I have come from there, yet I cannot set foot upon the other side. His words prompted the titans to exchange glances. They were entrenched in darkness, their myriad worlds long since decayed, yet they persisted in their existence through this decay, transforming into an undying and enigmatic presence. Ha ha ha! Finally, we have found one who understands. The opposite shore is merely a ruse. Do not be deceived. You must, like us, consume the World Sea and become the mightiest titan. Only then can you devour the opposite shore and attain true supremacy. The titans chimed in, as if attempting to enchant him. Supremacy? Then why have you not achieved it? You squander this opportunity and offer it to me freely? Mo Luo found their words as absurd as the sound of flatulence. Our forms have grown so immense that we can even command the dark currents of the sea, stirring waves and ushering in new eras. We are the World Sea. You, frail as you are, have no right to speak so brazenly before us. The titans roared in fury, firmly believing that they would eventually supplant the World Sea. Hearing Mo Luo's candid remarks displeased them. Nonsense. Mo Luo shot them a glance. To command the dark currents is to be the World Sea? If you remain here, you will inevitably be reduced to ashes or perish from overindulgence. The ocean is vast. Hiding in its depths is akin to being a frog in a well. Yet you aspire to usurp the World Sea. Rather than waste your time, you would be better off reincarnating and starting anew. Mo Luo found their situation laughable. To squander any more time with them was less appealing than to venture forth on his own. Clutching the pearl, which contained his world, he felt a greedy desire to retain it. No matter how high a wave might rise, even if it reached the heights of the esteemed Qingling, it would ultimately be meaningless. Waves may rise and fall, eternally cycling, yet there will always be those who break free from the cycle. Such endeavors would only serve to increase one's troubles. I shall attempt to create an eternal realm of my own. With unwavering resolve, Immortal departed the seabed. Leaping from the water's surface, the pearl in his hand gleamed ever more brilliantly. You are far too arrogant. You must either become the world sea or relinquish everything to reach the opposite shore. You shall never transcend. The titans beneath the sea roared, perceiving Immortal as a fool. How tiresome! Immortal suspended the pearl of blue star amidst the heavens. Alone, he re-entered the ocean. With a single punch, he struck at the titans lurking below. The azure dragons surged forth, devouring the titan as if it were mere sustenance, consuming all its vitality on the spot. The myriad worlds that dwell within you have long since decayed. Immortal then turned his gaze to another direction, observing that these titans, in their misguided belief that they commanded the path of supremacy and controlled the dark currents of the sea, were simply lost in their delusions. Why are you able to devour titans? The remaining titans were astonished. They were the strongest beings aside from the opposite shore. None could consume the other. So why was Immortal able to effortlessly devour them? This defied logic. I have a greater appetite. Is that not sufficient? Immortal could consume one. Thus he could consume them all. As he traversed the seabed, Immortal systematically devoured each titan. He had lost all sense of his own strength, feeling as if he could accomplish anything. This illusion must have been the same as that which had previously led the titans to believe they could transform into the world sea. Immortal dismissed this delusion with a flick of his hand. It was time to create an eternal blue star. As he gazed towards the opposite shore, it appeared exceedingly distant. He was uncertain whether he could ever set foot upon it. At this point, Immortal cared little. In his eyes, only the world he had once cherished remained. His homeland, Blue Star. With a thought, Immortal summoned forth a tempest, causing the sea to rise in colossal waves. It was a surge rivaling that of the world tree, capable of shaping a powerful era. By repeatedly invoking these waves, cycles could be formed. The world within the cycle would undergo 5 epochs before restarting. Yet, this was not eternity. I do not require it. Immortal shook his head. He could not accept such a world. It was merely a repetitive cycle, devoid of meaning. The waves were inconsequential, and cycles were irrelevant. With a mere gesture, Immortal dispelled this monumental wave. The world I wish to create is thus. I shall transform you into a single drop of water. There is no need to become the ocean. I shall not contemplate the future. I will advance unimpeded, unbound by the constraints of cycles. I shall name you the river of time, flowing eternally, with each world harboring boundless possibilities. I shall retain but a single blossom, that which represents the world I once knew. In that moment, the radiance of the pearl was unparalleled, transforming into a single droplet that cascaded down. Rushing forth with unstoppable momentum, the unceasing river of time descended, devoid of a world tree, yet blooming with a myriad of worlds. The flowers would bloom and wither, all in accordance with nature, requiring no cycle. I desire my flower to shine forever. The boundless expanse of the world sea, upon hearing Immortal's words, swiftly merged with him, breathing new life into the river of time. Since ancient times, rivers have flowed into the sea. Yet it is for the first time that the vast ocean transforms into rivers. One can observe the river of time, swirling through the sky, eternally separate, akin to a dragon in search of its own tail, a pursuit it can never achieve throughout its existence. This is my river of time. Infinite vitality emanates from above the river of time. The blossoms of the world exude an astonishing power. I shall embody supreme justice, guarding the river of time. Those who dare to act recklessly shall face judgment. Immortal cast the myriad heavens of Lan Xing into it, becoming the first blossom of the world. Only then did he gaze upon the other shore. Upon the ocean, a monk in a solitary boat cast Chi-Yu into a wave. Chi-Yu transformed into a flower. Returning to the myriad heavens of Lan Xing, fellow cultivator, such divine power will alter the landscape of the world's sea. Tread carefully. The monk's address to Immortal had shifted from benefactor to fellow cultivator. I stand guard here, willingly. Immortal looked towards the myriad heavens of Lan Xing. He had long desired a true battle with Chi-Yu. Now that his true form has returned, a confrontation is inevitable. Fellow cultivator, you must venture to the other shore. The world sea is an endless sea of suffering. Do not succumb within it, for the cycle of birth and death, the blossoming and withering of flowers, is but reincarnation. In this world, there is no reincarnation. All possibilities abound. Please convey my regards to Senior Qing Ling on the other shore. After my battle with an old friend, I shall visit him." Upon finishing his words, Mo Luo transformed into a particle of light, leaping into the river of time. A blossom of the world sea bloomed. This flower had numerous petals. A punch of the world. Qiyu awoke from his slumber, his memories frozen in the moment after Mo Luo departed from the myriad heavens of Lanxing. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. "Have you finished fighting in the Dragon Ball world?" Mo Luo inquired Qiyu. "Yes, the victory was rather unexciting," Qiyu replied, scratching his head, realizing he could not fathom Mo Luo's power. It was strange. He had previously perceived Mo Luo as unmatched in strength. Why then did he now seem ordinary? "Qiyu, I have come to invite you for a battle. I too wish to measure my strength against yours." At this, Qiyu was elated. The last time he fought Mo Luo, he was ultimately defeated due to the restrictions imposed by the myriad heavens of Lanxing. Now, for some reason, he felt a more potent force within him. If it were the Mo Luo of old, the Lord of the myriad heavens, he would undoubtedly not be his match. Very well, Mo Luo unleashed a punch, prepared to engage in battle with the complete form of Qiyu, unbound by any rules or grand principles. Both struck at the same time, devoid of any techniques, merely throwing punches and kicks. Each blow reached the level of a great saint. The blossom of the world trembled at this moment, encompassing all realms. Yet, it was still insufficient. Mo Luo had transcended to the level of a great saint while devouring the cycle of the world tree. Presently, this strength was hardly a concern. The strongest among the waves, those who emerge from the reincarnators, are the supreme beings. Before he could finish his sentence, Qiyu had attained this level. This was a realm where one could sink to the ocean's depths, becoming a titan of the abyss. It was the power Mo Luo possessed when he first broke through the cycle of the world tree. However, the distinction lay in the fact that before Qing Ling created the cycle, the waves upon the world sea were merely the old pushing the new. They would not constantly rise and fall. Titans of the abyss were born in the previous era. Thus, even when stepping beyond the world, titans could not compare to the supreme. This was also the reason Mo Luo could slay and devour the titans of the abyss. Although this realm was formidable, it still could not lead to the other shore. Qiyu had already stepped into the supreme realm, becoming sufficiently powerful. When he exchanged blows with Mo Luo, he felt his bones resonating. How powerful! The two transcended the world sea, rising above the river of time, continuously striking. A step further, Mo Luo, having devoured all titans of the abyss, advanced in strength once more. In his enlightenment, he could create a realm beyond the river of time, existing above the supreme, an eternal state. One could reach the other shore, but could not journey further, only sleep upon the bank. Qiyu unleashed all his strength. He could not grow any stronger, embodying the realm of eternal existence. The supreme requires stepping beyond reincarnation, while the eternal does not plummet into the abyss. Mo Luo beheld Qiyu, who existed in eternity, finally grasping the extent of his potential. No one had nurtured his potential. The strongest he could be was merely the Lord of the myriad heavens. Yet, if he fully unleashed his power, he could advance further, qualifying to step onto the other shore. The existence of eternity. Mo Luo unleashed a punch, compressing his own realm to the level of eternity, striving to match Qiyu for a fair battle. What a thrill! Qiyu and Mo Luo battled from the river of time to the world sea. Each punch stirred up a tempest. The endurance of eternity would never wane, nor would their strength diminish. Those definitions had long become ephemeral dreams to them. Boom! After 3 days and nights, Qiyu remained fervently eager, wanting to battle Mo Luo once more. Yet, Mo Luo stood firm, delivering one final punch. This battle was exhilarating. Yet I must say, Qiyu, in this world, the supreme reigns as the sovereign, the eternal as the titan, and above them lies another realm. Or perhaps, one could say, a realm that cannot be confined by existence. Transcendence. After Mo Luo created the river of time, his strength reached this pinnacle. He could traverse the other shore, continuing to explore and carve his own path in existence. Even existence itself could not adequately describe them. Realms? In Qiyu's eyes, Mo Luo seemed to vanish, yet he was still present. He stood before him, yet felt as though he possessed no power. Qiyu exerted all his effort to engage in battle, only to discover he could no longer harm Mo Luo. You can no longer define strength in terms of power. Why behold you in this state? I have no desire to fight. Those beneath eternity require combat. while transcendence is likely free from such need. Chi felt a sense of ennui. Suddenly, he remembered an old acquaintance, gazing at Mo Luo in astonishment. Once, I recall a friend who was remarkably powerful, unexpectedly so. His name was Qing Ling. He defeated me and transported me to a realm called the Other Shore, where many similar beings resided. As Chi spoke, he looked towards Mo Luo. Eternity is not without its merits. Death is merely a pause, and eternity knows no concept of death. Chi yawned. He had lost to the transcended Mo Luo and Qing Ling, yet he had never been defeated in the realm of eternity. In truth, no matter how many times he awakened, he would never step into transcendence. This was a limitation of his own path. In the realm of eternity, none could claim victory over the other, yet you cannot attain transcendence. Mo Luo also felt a tinge of regret. This battle was still somewhat unsatisfactory. In the future, someone shall defeat you in the realm of eternity. He extended a hand, conjuring a blossom of the world from thin air. It seemed to harbor a peculiar world within. When it encounters you, you shall undoubtedly be vanquished. Is that so? Chi smiled joyfully, unaware of whether he would remember Qing Ling and Molo in the future. Your ability to awaken is inconsequential, for I shall remain steadfast upon the river of time. When you seek me, I will recount all that has transpired. Molo gazed towards the other shore. Chiyu, I shall traverse to that distant realm. I feel rather fatigued, so I will not accompany you. Chiyu sensed a wave of weariness wash over him. He returned to the blossoms of the world and surrendered to slumber. When Chiyu awakens, all memories shall be lost. The titans of the deep surpass the beings that emerge from the waves. The supreme existence transcends even the titans of the abyss. Eternity shall not be buried in the ocean of the world. In this realm, no being can vanquish another of equal strength. Even as eternity grows stronger, the counterparts become weaker, yet they forever surpass those of the supreme realm. The price to pay is akin to what Chiyu faces. It is all too easy to succumb to slumber, and that is the cost. Without transcending, one can only become a so-called invincible entity like Chiyu. Molo stepped onto the other shore. The monk had long since arrived to dock the vessel. He hoisted a solitary boat and pressed onward. What a peculiar individual. Molo could not comprehend why one would carry a boat. As he journeyed, he encountered numerous disciples of the sage, the ancient Laozi riding a green ox, and even Zhuangzi, who lay beneath the snowy mountains. He held no interest in them. Their paths were irrelevant to Molo. He was indifferent to the other shore as well. He ascended the snowy mountain in search of the predecessor who created the world tree and the great reincarnation. At the summit of the snowy mountain, there lay a vast stone bed, upon which rested a nine-tailed azure fox clad in a black robe, deep in slumber, entirely unconcerned by Molo's arrival. Qingling, Molo recognized the figure's silhouette, having glimpsed it in ancient memories while transforming into the seed of the world tree. It was indeed Qingling who had sown the world tree. In retrospect, it was merely a manifestation of his incarnation. Even the Qingling who fused the myriad heavens of Blue Star was but a reflection cast upon the world tree. The true essence remained in slumber. Unlike Zhuangzi, Qingling's slumber was merely a preference. Like Molo, the Great Path held little significance to him. He delighted in fine cuisine and aspired to uphold his supreme justice. That was all. A pearl appeared, and Molo placed it within Qingling's paw. This was the seed of the world tree and the essence of Qingling's realm. It was this very pearl that had rolled into the ocean of the world, giving rise to the world tree and the great reincarnation. Before Qingling, every wave in the ocean of the world represented an era devoid of reincarnation. There had never been a wave that could rise again after its demise. Similarly, just as Molo condensed the myriad heavens of Blue Star into a pearl, devising the river of time, Qingling condensed his Qingling realm into a pearl, transforming it into the myriad worlds. They both yearned for their pasts and their worlds to endure eternally. This could be considered a form of self-expression among cultivators. A seed appeared in Qingling's grasp, and he felt a warmth envelop him upon the snowy mountain. Gradually, Qingling opened his eyes, stretching and looking at Molo. That was a refreshing slumber. Has the pearl returned? I wonder how everyone in the Qingling realm is faring. Qingling inspected the pearl, then turned his gaze back to Molo with a sense of relief. You, the later generation, from which wave do you hail? From the world created by the predecessor. Is that so? Qingling looked beyond the other shore, where the world tree and the great reincarnation had vanished from the ocean. Only the swirling river of time remained. Indeed, I have accomplished what I never envisioned. Qingling chuckled. How delightful, is it not? He snapped his fingers, declaring, "There are only 6 transcendental numbers on the other shore, and you have become the 6th. Transcend?" Molo shook his head. "I have no interest in the other shore. I am enamored with the river of time. That is where I wish to pursue justice throughout my life." He was indifferent to how many transcendents existed on the other shore. It held no relevance for him. How intriguing, yet alas, I feel drowsy again. Qingling yawned. "I sought to create a variable which led to the great reincarnation. Indeed, those who can escape reincarnation are extraordinary beings. Yet, you have only relinquished one spot. You could create your own river of time and become transcendent. The later generations must inevitably vie for this last position. That is their concern." Molo felt the transcendents were indeed powerful, yet it did not pertain to him. "That is true." Qingling regarded Molo earnestly. "For so long, I have sought someone to challenge me. Are you capable? The predecessor wishes to battle me?" Molo looked at Qingling, pondering that if the two resided within a book, Qingling would likely be the protagonist of the era preceding his own. Logically, he should also be an invincible entity. A battle between the two would defy definition in terms of victory or defeat. This fox has no particular hobbies. I simply enjoy sleeping in warm weather, napping in the rain, and dozing during heavy snow. Aside from that, I relish the occasional spar." Qingling gestured towards the 4 transcendents nearby, who were lost in their own paths from an ancient era, long since entranced by their own pursuits. "Look at the sage, forever journeying with his 3,000 disciples. Sharing laughter. Laozi, riding the green ox, eternally strides towards the boundless path. Zhuangzi sleeps, making it unclear where he resides. A mere touch can transform him into a multitude of butterflies. The monk stands on the other shore, proclaiming one should not carry a boat. Yet, he strives tirelessly to guide later generations away from suffering in the ocean of the world. Only Qingling and Molo remained uninvolved. The other shore will freeze you in time. It may seem supreme, transcending eternity, yet is also an invisible constraint. To sink into it is to be boundless in the great path." Qingling smiled at Molo as he spoke. "But enough of that. Are you prepared to battle me? I am ready at any moment." Molo paused, then added, "I merely wonder, is this what transcendence truly resembles? Each has their own pursuits, yet it seems as though they are frozen in time, repeating endlessly, pursuing the great path while becoming ensnared by it. Does that not suggest the great path does not exist? Is it merely a fleeting blossom?" Molo found the other shore to be anything but appealing, and he held no interest therein. The great path was merely a designation they bestowed. "I have no path of my own." Qingling rose, surprising Molo with his height. "Let us engage. Do not hold back. After our battle concludes, I intend to rest properly." Qingling yawned, and the power within him suddenly transformed. Countless beings struggled in the ocean of the world across countless lifetimes, all yearning for the day they could transcend to the other shore. Only those within it truly understand that transcendence is merely a change of scenery for rest. The ocean of the world, the other shore, the river of time. One may choose where to transcend. Such a stalemate shall eventually be broken. The black robe on Qingling billowed, revealing an altar rising upon the ocean of the world. "Senior, is that altar your creation?" Molo had never perceived that beneath the world sea lay an altar. No, it was a remnant left by an ancient being predating us. There existed a transcendent force that sacrificed all the transcendence of that era, ultimately escaping from his predicament. Qingling, upon uttering these words, adopted a serious demeanor. Predicament? Molo found the notion of the other shore to be true, but he preferred the river of time. To him, entering the transcendent realm was the epitome of true freedom and liberation. The sky is boundless, the sea unfathomable. The other shore is beyond the mundane, transcending the dust. How could it have become a predicament? What do you see the other shore as, and why are those transcendents fixed in place? Qingling pointed at Molo's brow. Molo looked down from his height. The other shore resembled an octagonal altar, and the altar upon the sea mirrored this form. In Qingling's view, the transcendents, seemingly carefree, were in reality trapped within individual cells. These cells were the paths that granted them transcendence. We are not truly transcendent. This other shore is but a false shore. With a single strike, Qingling plunged the altar into the deep sea. The other shore is merely an altar, a colossal base left by an ancient existence that once sacrificed all transcendence. He may have escaped from his predicament, or perhaps he did not. If a few transcendents could free him from his plight, it would be too simplistic, unless, through the passage of time, he sacrificed thousands upon thousands of transcendents. Then it might be possible. Qingling gazed at the world sea. The phrase "the passage of time" resonated within Malua's heart. Sooner or later, the world sea too would wither. At that moment, the altar beneath the sea would merge with the other shore, sacrificing all transcendence. He hides within the world sea, akin to the Eternal One, fundamentally untraceable, only to emerge when the tides of time shift. Malua recalled Chiyu. Since the Eternal One could attain eternity in such a manner, so too could they, the transcendence. The notion that there were only 6 slots for transcendence, as Qingling had previously stated, conveyed this very meaning. One day, the 6th transcendent would step upon the other shore, heralding the passage of time and the merging of altars. At that moment, the one who sacrifices will reveal himself, and we remain unaware of his true strength. Qingling's initial questioning of Malua stemmed from this reason. So it is. Malua nodded. His ability to forge the river of time does not imply that future generations can do likewise. Qingling ascended to the peak of the other shore, thus maintaining lucidity. This was a position only a sacrificer could occupy. Malua's solitary creation of the river of time indicates that he is not truly part of it. I have been waiting for the 6th transcendent or the sacrificer. Qingling yawned. Shall we engage in battle, Malua? Senior Qingling, I am grateful for this fortuitous encounter. It is indeed the predicament within the cycle that has instilled in me the resolve to create the river of time. Malua's gesture of cupping his hands affirmed his desire for a confrontation. One clad in a black robe, representing the 9-tailed Qing Hu, one bearing a cloak, a formidable figure of the human race. How old were you when you attained the Tao? Not yet 19. Malua clenched his fists, finally able to fulfill his wish for a duel once more. Is there any question? Qingling also prepared to strike, 6 hands emerging from beneath the black robe, the 9 tails swaying in unison. I wish to understand why this place is a predicament. The passage of time, the slots for transcendence, the altar, these Malua could comprehend. Before this battle of transcendence, he merely could not fathom why they found themselves in a predicament. I, too, only realized this in a dream. Qingling gazed intently at Malua, speaking earnestly. This world appears vast and boundless, the world sea and the other shore, and the heavens. Even we cannot touch the boundaries. It is precisely this that renders it absurd. If it were true transcendence, how could one be trapped within dimensions? Whether one-dimensional or 11-dimensional, they are merely dimensions. Transcendence should not be thus. Finally, after a grand dream, I perceived the boundaries of this dream. Qingling pointed, and a small gap appeared before them. Malua looked, only to see a scene where someone was typing furiously on a keyboard. Their perspective was akin to that of a single eye. Our transcendence here is not true transcendence, but merely a predicament, an infinite and boundless realm. I believe you should understand what this means. Qingling's action sent a shiver through Malua's heart. Malua attempted to forge a perspective of his own, but found himself incapable at this stage. Until you make further progress, you cannot join me in unveiling all perspectives. Qingling understood that Malua was not yet capable of this. Thus Malua swallowed hard. The two spoke in unison. Our transcendence is defined. The other shore is merely a delineation of a realm given by him. Some have already seen through this layer, striving to break free from the predicament. This predicament can also be termed a mental labyrinth. Escaping is quite simple. One must sacrifice the myriad realms as that ancient being concealed within the world sea did. Qingling's words sent a jolt through Malua. Are we truly to reach this step? Malua sighed. His gaze then grew ever brighter. What if I refuse? Then you will inevitably become ensnared, and when the next powerful being strikes, the other shore will be shattered, summoning the sacrificer. Qingling replied with a smile, yawning lightly, gazing casually at the river of time. Your river of time ultimately resides within his mental labyrinth, unable to escape. When the ages change and the other shore is sacrificed, how could you possibly remain uninvolved? Then I shall never consent. Malua stepped back. Senior Qingling, if you truly are such a person, you would not have created the cycle and the world tree. The justice I intend to uphold in this life is the utmost righteousness, and I have never perceived any grand path. Be a mental labyrinth or a predicament, a glimmer of hope shall surely be found. Is that so? On what basis? On the strength of your river of time? Qingling silently regarded Malua. I shall command the river of time, and one day, like you, open another eye of the mental labyrinth. Regardless of how formidable the being that sacrifices the world sea may be, I will not retreat a single step. Malua turned it apart. He would grow stronger until one day he steps into that legendary and elusive realm. If transcendence is indeed a conception within a mental labyrinth, then he too shall carve out his own path. Go, until the day you awaken. Qingling waved farewell, watching Malua leave. He reclined back onto the stone bed, yawning. Glancing around, everything appeared as mere illusion. The Tao, transcendence, the other shore, all were but ephemeral phantoms. In his eyes, Malua was merely a half-real, half-illusory shadow. The other four transcendents remained. The old monk trapped on the shore, rowing his boat forward. The sage teaching his disciples, never departing the path of the forest. Laozi rides the azure bull, merging with the Tao, yet finds himself ensnared within the confines of his own mind. Zhuangzi dreams a grand dream, yet remains in slumber to this day. The most profound sleeper, Qingling, paradoxically, is the most awakened of all. In his eyes, the world of Mo Luo is but a blend of reality and illusion. Awaken, youth, for there will come a day when you shall rise. As the mist dissipates, Qingling yawns and continues to drift into a deep slumber. In the river of time, Mo Luo sits high upon the world, unaware of how many years he has guarded this past. Suddenly, he feels a wave of fatigue wash over him, and his head droops. He succumbs to sleep. Time passes, and Mo Luo has long forgotten who he is. In his dream, he resides on the Blue Star, an ordinary youth in the throes of adolescence. Each night, he dreams of floating on an endless river adorned with vibrant flowers. He yearns for a life that diverges from the mundane. One fateful morning, while living on the 19th floor, a speeding truck collides with him, forcing him to traverse realms. As he awakens, Mo Luo finds himself amidst the battlefield of Marin Fanduo. Transformed into an elite marine, a towering figure stands before him, commanding attention. When the battle commences, ensure your own safety. Mo Luo feels an uncanny familiarity with this person. At your command, General Mo Luo. The name strikes him. This individual shares his name. Yet, he appears entirely different. Fear not, for I am destined to become the king of the Navy. The imposing man leaps forth. The title of king of the Navy resonates deeply within Mo Luo. He is more intrigued by why this figure shares his name. Suddenly, the earth trembles as three colossal pirate ships emerge. Is that Whitebeard's vessel? Have I entered the world of the Pirate King? Mo Luo sets aside his curiosity about the man bearing his name. If he has traversed realms, surely a system must accompany him. He embarks on a journey to reach the pinnacle of existence, to become an indomitable force. Beep! Your fruit replication system has awakened. Commencing replication of the Gura no Mi. This system will awaken any devil fruit consumed by the host, granting a mutated physique. Mutated physique. The power of Whitebeard II, the defense of Big Mo. No side effect from the devil fruit. No risk of self-detonation. Indeed, Mo Luo rejoices, channeling the power of the Gura no Mi, feeling himself swell in stature. In an instant, he grows to 2 meters tall. The might of his mutated physique and the devastating power of the Gura no Mi flood his mind. My era has begun. Main quest: defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Quest reward: awakening of the Mara no Mi. Mo Luo joyfully steps forward from the defensive formation, noticing that the other Mo Luo, also standing at over 2 meters tall, pales in comparison to him. Their strengths are not of the same caliber. With a mutated physique and an awakened Gura no Mi, and without any side effects or weaknesses to seawater or kairoseki, there can only be one Mo Luo upon these seas. That is I. I shall be the king of the Navy. Mo Luo leaps into the air, discovering that his mutated physique indeed possesses strength beyond the ordinary, rivaling the might of Whitebeard II and the indomitable defense of Big Mo. With a resounding crack, he delivers a punch that shatters the colossal waves conjured by Whitebeard's Gura no Mi. You are aging, Whitebeard. Mo Luo stands triumphantly at the harbor. Akiji, initially attempting to freeze the waves with his ice age, finds his efforts thwarted by Mo Luo. Kid, what was that power you just displayed? Whitebeard, brandishing his sword, leaps onto the harbor, confronting Mo Luo directly. Of course, it is the Gura no Mi. Surprised? As Mo Luo speaks, he mimics Whitebeard's stance. With a thunderous crash, their fists collide, sending tremors throughout Marin Fanduo. Watch out! A figure appears before Mo Luo. It is none other than General Mo Luo. A spurt of black blood escapes. As Diamond Jozu sends General Mo Luo flying, the latter collapses, gasping for breath before succumbing to stillness. Under normal circumstances, General Mo Luo would have resurrected. Yet without having infused his life force into another object first, he is lost. This sudden turn leaves the untrained General Immortal utterly shattered. Why did you save me? Immortal cannot comprehend why this man, sharing his name, would protect him so fiercely. You are one of my Marines. I have always felt a lingering regret. I thought I was the protagonist. Indeed, how could a traveler without a system be the main character? You must possess one, for you are one of the two in the world who hold the Gura no me survive and become the king of a navy, upholding supreme justice. Before General Immortal can finish, Diamond Josu's foot descends, sealing his fate. No, Immortal erupts with fury. He vows to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates, leaving none alive. It turns out that General Immortal was also a traveler, yet his weakness rendered him systemless, vulnerable to demise at any moment. He sacrificed his life to protect Immortal from Josu's strike. I shall become the king of the navy, and I will eradicate the evil in this world. Immortal roars, reflecting on a lifetime where he has never been shielded by anyone. The only person who showed him kindness now lies dead. Josu, you should not have intervened in this battle. Whitebeard coughs up black blood, clearly weakened. Despite wielding the awakened Gura no me, his frail body no longer matches Immortal's strength. Father, Josu scarcely glances at the fallen General Immortal. To him, the general is merely a Marine rookie. What does it matter if he lives? Can he truly ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral? Damn it, you all shall perish. Immortal unleashes a flurry of strikes, wielding the monstrous strength akin to Whitebeard and the defensive prowess of Big Mom. His agility allows him to evade attacks with ease. Conversely, Whitebeard's strength has waned with age, and his Gura no me remains hindered by illness. In direct confrontation, he has no advantage. Do you truly believe I have grown weak? Whitebeard throws another punch, which Immortal blocks entirely. He must avenge General Immortal. He cannot afford to lose. Father's body cannot withstand such an intensity of assault. The immortal phoenix, Mark, expressed his concerns. It is time for us to act. The flower sword, Bista, was eager to engage. Dare you harm my father? Jaws, witnessing Whitebeard's decline, clenched his fists and transformed his arms into diamond, preparing to strike. Jaws, this is not your battle to interfere in. Whitebeard was about to intervene when a figure appeared before Diamond Jaws at lightning speed. With a single punch, an overwhelming aura and force shattered Jaws' diamond arm. How is this possible? Jaws could hardly believe it. His arm was diamond. In this world, nothing is impossible. The willpower surpasses all. The speaker was none other than Iron Fist Carp. You dare to strike my disciple, Moro. Have you considered how you will meet your end? Carp directed his gaze at Diamond Jaws, whose expression twisted at that moment. Carp, Whitebeard felt helpless, as he was still being hindered by Moro. Boom! Punch after punch landed. Jaws felt his entire body dismantling. After 3 strikes, he coughed up black blood and collapsed to the ground. Carp, Whitebeard was filled with rage. He had come to rescue Fire Fist Ace, yet now Jaws lay dead here. Well done. Moro, witnessing Jaws' fate, unleashed another punch. The sea trembled. In terms of defense, speed, and strength, he was unmatched, showing no concern for his stamina. You little brat, are you courting death? With Whitebeard's hockey empowering him, he attempted to break through Moro's assault. Is that so? I will send you to your grave. Moro's strength surged even further. Splurt. This time, Whitebeard faltered first, spitting out black blood. His hockey could no longer sustain such combat. To breach Moro's defenses was akin to penetrating Big Mom's iron balloon. It would require hockey at the level of flowing cherry blossoms and entanglement. If Whitebeard could still unleash such peak power, he would not have perished in the Marineford War. Boom! Moro's fist grew even mightier. He resolved to take Whitebeard's life while he was weak. Moro, as Carp's disciple, should have gained formidable hockey in martial arts had he not perished at Jaws' hands. We would become close allies in the pirate world, eradicating all you pirates. Yet, it was precisely because of your emergence that everything was ruined. Moro unleashed another full-force punch, causing Whitebeard to cough up black blood and stumble backward. The most terrifying aspect was that an adversary possessed your strength and template, while you languished in a state of age and illness. He stood at his peak. Whitebeard, prepare to meet your end. The tremor of powers collided once more. Marineford shook violently, and the sea fissured. The attacking Whitebeard pirates were thrown into utter chaos. Kill! Moro roared, rallying the Marines. His punch landed squarely on Whitebeard's head. Though it did not shatter, The internal damage caused by the tremor fruit was undeniable. Dumbrat. Whitebeard gasped for breath. He raised his long sword, aiming to pierce Moro's abdomen. Dream on. With a firm stomp, Moro pinned the sword into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a punch to Whitebeard's abdomen, sending him crashing into the air from the ground. The fist could not cease. Moro's relentless barrage continued, when suddenly, a large ship appeared in the sky. It was a battleship. The individuals who had just boarded, intending to seize Impel down, quickly realized the war had turned overwhelmingly one-sided. Save Ace at all costs. Whitebeard wished to intervene, but he had already lost the strength to engage in other battles. The captains of the three admirals were mere fodder, easily dealt with. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Ace, Luffy's voice echoed, unleashing his conqueror's haki. Moro, however, was eager to eliminate him with a single punch. Do you wish to intervene? Not a chance. Whitebeard recognized Moro's intent through his gaze. He swung his sword again, attempting to keep him at bay. At this moment, he was battered and bruised. Continuing this way would surely lead to his demise. Yet saving Ace made it all worthwhile. Even if he perished, the Whitebeard pirates would have the potential to grow and dominate the seas. Then I shall eliminate you first and eradicate all remnants of your Whitebeard pirates. Moro gritted his teeth and struck again. Whitebeard's strength had waned. Illness and injury made him increasingly feeble. Gradually, with every few exchanges, Moro's fists would find their mark. Conversely, his sword strikes were easily evaded by Moro. This battle had become utterly unbalanced. Moro held the absolute advantage. My era has come to a close. The battlefield was rife with conflict. Whitebeard, worn from sustained assaults, could fight no longer. He was battered and bruised, his injuries reaching a critical state. Ace, run! Whitebeard bellowed. Suddenly, Akainu seized the opportunity to strike, killing Fire Fist Ace with a single blow. Whitebeard's fury erupted. He wanted Akainu to perish. You want to get the chance. Moro would not allow him to interfere in this battle. The final punch crashed into Whitebeard's head. With all his might, he was utterly defeated. Despite Whitebeard's desperate attempt to stand with his sword, blood continued to pour from the corners of his mouth. Mission completed. Defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Reward obtained. Awakening of the Flame fruit. In the blink of an eye, Moro radiated an intense heat, nullifying Whitebeard's final strike as he neared death. Whitebeard's punch had gathered the power of the Tremor fruit, armed haki, and Conqueror's haki, capable of breaking Moro's defense. However, he did not anticipate that Moro would transform into flames at that moment. Ace's flames? Whitebeard was momentarily stunned. He had no time to use observation haki to track Moro's true form. Boom! One hand wielded Tremor, the other flames. Moro's strike obliterated Whitebeard's last vestige of life and further scorched him. Silence engulfed Marineford. Whitebeard was defeated and killed by a young Marine in a miraculous display. A new task has been issued. Defeat the Blackbeard pirates. Task reward. Dark fruit. Moro took a deep breath. He gazed at the fallen, lifeless carp beside him. From now on, I shall be you. He stood up, only to feel a gravitational pull from behind. Dark hole. Blackbeard. Tiki laughed heartily, seizing the moment to draw Moro in while covering Whitebeard with a black cloth. Courting death, Moro, without using the Tremor or Flame fruits, struck Blackbeard squarely in the face. The force sent him crashing to the ground in pain, while Moro remained completely unharmed, akin to an indestructible steel balloon. He lifted his gaze to the members of the Blackbeard pirates. With a single punch, the power of the Jinjin fruit erupted, causing everyone, including Blackbeard, to spit blood. How dare you attempt to steal before me? Damn it, Inksuedo. Blackbeard tried once more to dissipate the tremors inflicted by Moro's attack. However, another fist from Moro transformed into flames and struck directly against his arm. It hurts, you wretched fool. How dare you ambush me? Blackbeard realized that his attacks had no effect on Moro. Instead, it was Moro who could inflict damage upon him. Another blow from the Jinjin fruit sent everyone reeling, blood spewing from their mouths. Moro's assault showed no signs of ceasing, relentlessly targeting Blackbeard's abdomen, causing him to stagger. Once defenses were breached, he would employ the burn fruit to further incinerate him, leaving no possibility for healing. At last, the final punch landed squarely on Blackbeard's head. He struggled momentarily. Fire Fist. Moro unleashed a flaming strike. The entire Blackbeard pirates fell in defeat. They faced a true monstrosity, speed and strength overwhelming all. The natural burn fruit, the destructive Jinjin fruit, and the impenetrable steel balloon. In the blink of an eye, he took advantage of Blackbeard's carelessness to secure victory. Ding! Task completed. Defeat the Blackbeard pirates. Reward obtained. Dark fruit. Moro took a deep breath, feeling a third power within him. He clenched his fists, flames igniting around him. One hand wielding the Jinjin fruit, the other the dark fruit. He then turned toward the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Ensuedo. The dark fruit devours all. The Jinjin fruit annihilates everything, and the burn fruit incinerates all. A series of attacks plunged the entire Whitebeard pirates into darkness. Just then, in a critical moment, red-haired Shanks intervened with a sword, blocking Moro's assault. Young Marine, you have already achieved victory. Do you still wish to fight? Red-haired Shanks glanced toward the fallen bodies of Whitebeard, Blackbeard, and other notorious pirates. He appeared as a harbinger of death, annihilating all. Nonsense. You pirates deserve to die. Without a moment's hesitation, Moro unleashed his full strength. The red-haired pirates surged toward him as well. In the absence of any injuries among the three admirals, and with the Whitebeard pirates severely weakened, the three main forces of the red-haired pirates found themselves immediately thwarted, lacking any advantage. Except for Beckman, who faced Kizuru with relative ease, the other two were at a disadvantage. Sengoku and Garp approached the icy battleground. So it was you who led Luffy to become a pirate, Shanks. Garp clenched his fist. Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form. This scene made even Shanks feel a bit anxious. He had gained no advantage in his battle with Moro, and was even depleting his stamina. Retreat. Shanks gritted his teeth and slashed out. The red-haired pirates, initially coming to mediate, quickly fled. I will venture to the New World and capture you all. Moro flexed his fists. This time, Shanks chose silence. He knew that remaining would lead to a fate similar to that of Whitebeard and Blackbeard. Full pursuit. Observing the Navy's minimal losses, Sengoku opted for a relentless chase rather than a ceasefire. Upon reaching Moro, he remarked in astonishment, "Young Marine, your strength is not that of a mere elite Marine." Moro glanced at the equally serious Garp beside him. Who I was before is inconsequential. For now on, I only wish to uphold justice. My name is Moro. Moro's words caused Sengoku and Garp to exchange glances. They recalled the fallen Commodore Moro, who had sacrificed himself to save him. They understood the situation's implications. It seemed that Moro intended to forsake his past self and live on in the name of the one who saved him. Garp patted Moro's shoulder without further comment. The war concluded. Moro was exceptionally promoted to the rank of Elite Rear Admiral at Marine Headquarters, becoming a new hero. A new task has been unlocked. Defeat the Don Quixote family. Task reward. Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Regarding this reward, Moro was indifferent. His hands were filled with various intelligence reports and newspapers, all about Commodore Moro. His life was short-lived, marked by being saved by Garp in the East Blue, exuding a strong sense of justice, and repeatedly defeating enemies. Just as he was poised for greatness, he died, saving him. A toast to you. Before the gravestone, Moro raised a glass of wine in honor of the Commodore who had saved his life. Exiting the cemetery, Moro made his way directly to the port, stepping onto the deck without hesitation to head towards the New World. At sea, he experienced the same dream once more. In the dream, he sat by a river adorned with blooms of countless varieties. Yet this time, the dream was different. Dream Moro became Commodore Moro, who not only survived the war at Marineford but also shone brilliantly. Step by step, he advanced into the New World, steadily defeating pirates and declaring war on the world government, ultimately becoming the king of the world. The dream abruptly ended. Moro awoke, drenched in sweat. Was it guilt that prompted him to relive the life of Commodore Moro in his dreams? Moro murmured to himself, finding many aspects of his situation perplexing and bizarre. Throughout his life, he had dreamt the same dream, but this time felt distinctly different. Supreme justice and a love for gourmet food. Moro mused. Who does not enjoy fine cuisine? In this regard, he was quite similar to Commodore Moro. Departing from the Red Line, he journeyed toward Dressrosa. Upon his arrival on the island, Don Quixote Doflamingo stood at the port, prepared to obstruct him. However, unlike in a dream, Moro was not hindered by Doflamingo, striding directly toward Dressrosa. What do you intend to do? Fufufu, I am the king of Dressrosa, a warlord of the sea. Should you intrude without permission? As an elite rear admiral of Marine Headquarters, you may encounter some difficulties. Doflamingo began to speak. Ensuedo. Moro extended his hand, and a powerful gravitational force seized Doflamingo. Feeling his strength sapped, Doflamingo, whose string fruit was rendered ineffective, instinctively feared. In this tumultuous era of the sea, should you strike against one who is a warlord of the sea, it could upset the balance of the world. Doflamingo continued to boast. Is that so? What concern is that of mine? Moro activated the Jinjin fruit, lifting a massive fireball, the Flame Emperor. Boom! Doflamingo unleashed his full haki, awakening the String fruit. Desperately trying to resist, after the inferno subsided, he left not even a trace of a corpse. 10 minutes later, the Don Quixote family was uprooted entirely. The task has been completed, the defeat of the Tang Ji Kuda family. The reward is the Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Mo Luo has adapted to his newfound power and is no longer gripped by fear. This night, the world is in shock. Yet Mo Luo finds himself plagued by nightmares in the palace of Dressrosa. In these dreams, he is confronted by the soul of the Commodore Mo Luo, and they engage in a fierce battle that ends in mutual destruction. Awakening with a start, Mo Luo finds the warm sunlight unnervingly vivid. Everything feels strikingly real, yet excessively so. The main quest has refreshed. Invade Wangua, with a reward of the awakened flash fruit. Mo Luo pauses to take a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure. The people of Dressrosa are celebrating, proclaiming him the greatest of all. Hearing such praises, Mo Luo boards a battleship, feeling a strange sense of bewilderment. The dreams began to shift after he encountered Commodore Mo Luo in his journey. Why does he witness a life where the latter did not perish? How can someone without a system possess such fearlessness towards the sea? For a traveler, shouldn't the system be the most formidable asset? Why do they battle in dreams? With a deep exhale, Mo Luo picks up the Eternal Pointer and sets his course for Wangua. Commodore Mo Luo, are you certain? That is the territory of the Yonko Big MOM, the sailors say with palpable tension. Attacking Dressrosa has exposed Doflamingo's schemes, but Big MOM is different. She is the Empress of the Sea. The forces of Wangua are numerous. An intrusion could lead to certain demise. It matters not. I will take action, Mo Luo replies, gazing into the distance of the sea. He merely hopes that tonight will not be marred by nightmares. Reflecting on the past, he recalls a dream where he sat by the river, watching the flowers bloom and wither, a much more pleasant thought. After some time, dusk descends. A soldier tasked with distant observation hurriedly rushes into the cabin. Commodore Mo Luo, we are approaching Wangua's domain. Should we invade? Montauk Luo responds, there is no need for an incursion. I will return shortly. With a leap, he transforms into a fiery figure, soaring confidently into the sky. The next moment, he lands on an island. The main quest has been completed. Invade Wangua, with the reward of the flash fruit. Mo Luo's body is now half light and half flame, wielding the powers of the quake and dark fruits. Scanning his surroundings, he finds no worthy adversaries. The main quest has refreshed once more. Defeat a Star of the Sea, with the reward of Advanced Observation Haki. Another new task. Mo Luo clenches his fists, feeling his heart race with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Only through battle can he find peace and avoid those haunting dreams. With a thunderous roar, the conqueror's haki erupts. All those on the island faint instantly, devoid of any consciousness. A Star of the Sea? Who might it be? Montauk Luo waits in silence, pondering whether it will be Snag, Cracker, or perhaps the foremost star, Karakuri. It matters not. He will overcome them regardless of their number. Soon, 3 figures approach. Upon their entrance, it is revealed to be Snag and Cracker. Their immediate appearance suggests they regard him with some level of seriousness. You shall soon find no resting place. Snag draws his sword, casting a cold glare at Mo Luo. Kill the intruder in Wangua. Cracker follows suit with his army of biscuit soldiers. With a powerful punch, Mo Luo unleashes the force of the quake fruit, shattering all biscuit soldiers in an instant. The next moment, the dark fruit engulfs the area, weakening Snag and his allies. The speed granted by the flash fruit allows him to deliver a laser kick directly to the vulnerable Snag's face. Flames from the fire fruit intertwine with the conqueror's haki, manifesting as a devastating blow to Snag's visage. He is caught off guard. The combination of speed, power, and the weakening effects of the dark fruit culminate in a cataclysmic explosion of his head. The main quest has been completed. Defeat a Star of the Sea, with the reward of Advanced Observation Haki. The swiftness of Snag's demise leaves not only him, but also those hidden in the shadows in shock. Upon acquiring the Advanced Observation Haki, Mo Luo swiftly seeks out Cracker's whereabouts. Once locked on his target, he vanishes in a flash. The 3 pirate ships are obliterated in an instant. Cracker is bewildered as to how Mo Luo has pinpointed his true form. He lifts his gaze, astonished at Mo Luo's presence. Fire Fist. The ocean boils as Mo Luo's punch sends Cracker into a daze. The The next moment, combining the Conqueror's Haki with the Quake Fruit, he strikes Cracker's abdomen. As Cracker's internal organs shatter and his veins rupture, he spits out a mouthful of black blood, incredulous at Immortal's might. He is a star of the sea. Even Yonko's attacks should be within his capacity to withstand. Why then does he feel so powerless against Immortal? Perish. Immortal exhales deeply, feeling a newfound lightness. The host has completed the main quest early. Defeat the second supernova, earning the reward of advanced armament Haki, flowing cherry blossoms. Can the task be completed ahead of schedule? Immortal clenches his fists, sensing the formidable power of having mastered all 3 Haki forms. The main quest has refreshed. Defeat the Star of the Sea, Katakuri, with the reward of the Fish Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Dragon Form, Awaken level. After feeling the completeness of his Haki, Immortal had just wished for a Zoan-type fruit, and now it seems he has received it swiftly. Let us engage in battle. He thinks, knowing that only through combat can he escape those peculiar dreams. On the island, the corpses of the Wangwa pirate crew lay strewn about. Immortal sits atop a mountain of bodies, eagerly awaiting his opponent's arrival. Finally, Katakuri approaches, wielding his trident. You have slain my brother, which means you are beyond redemption. He declares, his gaze fixed on Immortal. I shall eradicate all pirates and uphold my justice. Immortal recalls the dying words of Commodore Immortal, reminding him of his mission. Is this your justice? Katakuri surveys the surrounding corpses, hoping they do not invade his dreams. Immortal responds with a smile. The night has fallen, and the full moon rises. Thousands of Big Mom's pirates come forth, yet I am unafraid. After this battle, I shall surely have a good dream. The 2 individuals unleashed their conqueror's Haki simultaneously. Katakuri advanced towards Moro, yet his conqueror's Haki was forcefully suppressed by Moro. With a resounding crash, Katakuri was swept aside by Moro's overwhelming presence, painfully spitting out a mouthful of black blood. How could someone like you possess such formidable conqueror's Haki? Katakuri began to question, only to realize that Moro was already launching a punch. My other Haki is equally potent, Moro chuckled, gazing at Katakuri. Both possessed the foresight of observation Haki, but Moro had the advantage of the speed bestowed by the glint fruit. As they clashed, every attack from Katakuri was evaded by Moro. With each strike, Katakuri found himself devoid of any capacity to resist. As he became distracted, Moro's armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki coiled around his fist. The power of the Tremor fruit erupted. A single punch connected with Katakuri's body, inflicting such tremendous damage that he rolled his eyes back, exhaling a wisp of white smoke before being utterly incapacitated. Moro hurled him towards the pile of corpses, eradicating every pirate in the vicinity. Is there anyone left? Main quest completed. Defeat Katakuri. Reward obtained. Awakening level of the Azure Dragon Fruit. Feeling an enhancement in his physique, Moro transformed into the battle form of the Azure Dragon. All 3 types of Haki were unleashed. I have grown immensely strong. The nightmare shall surely return, Moro rejoiced. Believing the nightmare was a manifestation of his previous inadequacies and subconscious fears. Now, as the sovereign of the pirate world, how could he possibly feel fear? Main quest updated. Defeat the Emperor, Big Mom. Quest reward. Awakening level of the Soul Fruit. At last, he faced the true challenge. To defeat an emperor? Moro felt his unparalleled strength coursing through him as he gazed up at the monstrous figure in the sky. Standing upon the storm clouds, he pointed his sword, Napoleon, at Big Mom. You dare to slay my star, you wretched little thief. Big Mom glared at Moro with disdain. Imperial Slash. With a single stroke, a blade of energy swept the battlefield, powerful enough to obliterate half an island. Heavenly Cloud Sword. Moro effortlessly conjured the radiant sword of light with both hands, effortlessly blocking the attack. Big Mom, I aim for your head. With a swift motion, Moro soared into the air, executing a slash. He possessed the power of Whitebeard at his peak and the formidable defenses of Big Mom. What was there to fear? As their swords clashed, Moro's speed accelerated relentlessly. Prometheus. Big Mom roared, launching a massive fireball. Flame Emperor. Moro countered with a fireball larger than an island. Zeus. Big Mom attempted to unleash a lightning attack. Jata no Kagami. Moro retaliated with a barrage of radiant orbs. Napoleon, the Hat Sword, was repelled by Moro's Heavenly Cloud Sword. Your Soul Fruit has been weakened. As he attacked with the Tremor Fruit, Moro simultaneously diminished Big Mom's power with the Dark Fruit, thwarting her frenzied assaults until he struck her down from the sky. With no advantages in the devil fruit, haki, or physical prowess, Big Mom fell into a deep pit, seething with rage. To her, Amir Moro had no right to defeat her. It's all mere coincidence. Pure coincidenza. You have lost, old hack, Moro proclaimed, hovering in midair. Dark path. Tremor break. Each strike bore the essence of haki and flowing cherry blossoms. Jata no Kagami. Flame Emperor. Roaring 8 trigrams. The awakening level meant Moro could unleash his full potential. With all advantages on his side, the power of the Tremor fruit, the Azure Dragon battle form, combined with 3 advanced haki types. And Moro's mutated physique enhancement positioned him in complete dominance. A series of powerful combos unleashed like currency without value. Big Mom coughed blood in a frenzy. Even the 4 emperors could not withstand the combined might of 2 admirals. Yet how was it that 2 admirals would unite to besiege a single emperor? Moro's ultimate moves flew freely, akin to 2 emperors assaulting Big Mom. With a resounding crash, the iron balloon finally broke through. As night approached, Big Mom endured wounds from the radiant orbs, burns from flames, internal injuries from tremors, and the erosion of the dark fruit, leaving her on the brink of collapse. You damned little brat. Even in her dire state, Big Mom continued to curse vehemently. You will not ruin my Wano. This is the most peaceful place on the seas. Before her words could dissipate, Moro delivered a crushing blow, obliterating her already bleeding head. Main quest completed. Defeat Big Mom. Reward obtained. Awakening level of the soul fruit. Moro surveyed the islands of Wano, swiftly departing. As dawn approached, he had uprooted all the forces of Wano and returned to the ship's cabin. The Marines stared at him in astonishment, unable to fathom how one could single-handedly annihilate the 4 Emperor faction. I shall rest for a while, informed the headquarters. Moro collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Soon, the sound of his snoring filled the air. In his dreams, which blurred the line between reality and fantasy, Moro wandered through a realm of slumber and beheld Rear Admiral Moro atop the red earth, coldly observing him. This instinctive fear instilled a sense of caution within him. Suddenly, a face emerged from the sea, one that originated from the skies, the reflection of Moro above the river. He witnessed himself, who should have been admiring the blooming flowers by the river, now identical to Rear Admiral Moro. You are merely a figment of our dreams. A false illusion. Moro gazed up at the 2 figures, retreating continuously. Dream? How could that be? They are the true dream. Begone. Leave my dream. Moro shouted vehemently, only to awaken abruptly from his slumber, drenched in cold sweat. Admiral Moro, a voice called, snapping him back to reality. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming he had arrived at the Navy headquarters port. We must head to the headquarters, the Marines said joyfully. Moro pondered what awaited him. He had previously vanquished the Don Quixote family and the 4 Emperor Big Mom. What reward would he receive? Donning his cloak, Moro noticed nothing amiss. He took a moment to restore his composure before stepping towards the Navy headquarters. In the office of the Fleet Admiral, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku had just stepped down. Present were the other 3 admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru. It is truly astonishing that you led your subordinates to expose the conspiracy of the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo and the 4 Emperor Big Mom pirates. According to our latest discussion, the World Military Marshal Gongu Kong has decided to elevate you to the position of the new 4th Admiral of the headquarters. Nanny? Molo scratched his head in bewilderment. Was he truly being promoted to a new admiral within less than a week? Such a rapid advancement was unprecedented. Yet, the seas of a new world were still rife with pirates vying for dominance alongside the emperors of the Dark World. In 3 days, we shall determine the new marshal of the headquarters. Before Sengoku could finish his statement, Molo interrupted, declaring, I too wish to ascend to the position of marshal. Ding. Main quest updated. Promotion to marshal of the headquarters. Quest reward. Awakening level strength fruit. With his already mutated physique, the Azure Dragon form, and the Tremor fruit. The addition of the awakened strength fruit would render Molo capable of overpowering even the 4 emperors. However, his qualifications were still insufficient. Sengoku could not possibly allow a youth who had just been promoted to admiral to ascend to marshal so swiftly. Such a decision would be difficult to justify. Moreover, Sengoku had little understanding of Molo. Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Big Mom. The mere utterance of these 4 names sent a shockwave through the assembly. Qualifications? 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea and 2 of the 4 emperors. Was that not enough? I need to report to the Gorosei and Gongu Kong, Sengoku resolved. attempting to mediate the situation. Suddenly, the door to the office swung open with a bang. Carp strode in, exclaiming, "I endorse Molo as the new marshal of the headquarters." Carp, do not let the loss of your disciple cloud your judgment. Sengoku felt this was a moment of madness from his old comrade. Whether it was a disciple or a grandson, they had all perished in the War of the Best. Carp's heart ached deeply. In his eyes, the Commodore Molo should have been a rising star, brimming with potential. Since Commodore Molo had chosen to embrace this path, he could not let him down. Rocks, Golden Lion, Barrett. Carp merely mentioned a few achievements. Like Molo, both were exceptionally qualified. "I will consider it," Sengoku began, but Carp interjected, "I demand to meet the Gorosei personally." With that statement, there was no room left for rebuttal. 3 days later, merely 10 days after the White-Beard pirates' demise and the conclusion of their funeral, the big MOM pirates were likewise obliterated. One of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, was uprooted entirely. The New World plunged into an unprecedented state of chaos, and the instigator of it all was none other than the newly promoted admiral. While everyone speculated about his identity, Molo boldly declared his candidacy for the new marshal of the headquarters, personally recommended by the hero Carp. Instantly, he found himself in a standoff with Akiji and Akainu. The 3 agreed to a decisive battle on Punk Hazard. The clash was imminent. On Punk Hazard, Molo, Akainu, and Akiji stood in a triad, with only the victor able to claim the title of marshal. As magma and ice erupted, Molo enveloped his hands in flames, his feet aglow with brilliance. This battle was supposed to last 10 days and nights, but Molo's arrival hastened its conclusion. The sea overturned in an instant, and the earth became vulnerable. The molten lava and icy blasts became trivial. "Dark Meridian," Molo bellowed, as darkness swiftly consumed the land. The ground trembled, and waves engulfed the entire island. The brilliance disregarded the magma, and flames melted the glaciers. The conqueror's haki surged across the island, unleashing terrifying shockwaves. With foresight, he evaded both attacks. The fusion of flowing cherry blossom and the tremor fruit unleashed unparalleled power. Mingu, as Akainu initiated his assault, Molo utilized the soul fruit to imbue the glacier with a soul. The ice giant's fist struck forth, blocking Akainu's advance. Ice Age, Akiji attempted to obstruct Molo, and the magma giant was also infused with a soul, delivering a powerful blow. Strangely, Molo felt an unusual ease in wielding the soul fruit. Transforming into the Azure Dragon, he soared high above. Something about the characteristics of the soul fruit felt inherently suited to him, yet he sensed a missing element of strength. What could it be? He could not fathom. After a day and night of battle, Akainu and Akiji grew increasingly weary under Molo's oppressive presence. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Molo wielded the Heavenly Cloud Sword, executing a move that unleashed a torrent of power. With one blow, Akainu was sent flying, and Akiji followed suit. The two exchanged glances, astonished by each other's inner thoughts. Molo was exceedingly powerful. Had they not been allies, they would have been defeated, perhaps even perished. "Greetings, gentlemen." Molo's towering figure stood at 9 meters tall, amidst the barrage of flames. Dressed in the imposing forms of Akainu and Akiji, both towering over 3 meters. "Is there any dissent?" Molo flexed his fists. Should there be any further objections, the two would surely meet their demise. "I hope you do not stray from the justice of Old Man Carp." Akiji rose unsteadily, while Akainu advanced slowly, uttering not a word. He could not comprehend how, after striving for this day with all his might, Akiji had neither obstructed him nor seized the opportunity, allowing this fledgling newcomer to gain the upper hand. How could he not feel a pang of bitterness, even a hint of unarticulated rage? Whitebeard, when Molo struck, Akainu felt an illusion that the one standing there should have been him. Even the position of Marine Marshal ought to rightfully belong to him. "I will uphold my justice in the New World," Molo declared, turning away. The 3 walked in different directions. Soon, the name of the new Marine, Marshal Molo, resounded throughout the New World. As everyone marveled and acknowledged him as the strongest in the New World, only he himself was ensnared in nightmares. In his dreams, Commodore Molo and the Molo who admired flowers continuously told him, "You are an illusion. Your life is but a dream. When you awaken, it shall be the moment of your ephemeral existence." Molo often found himself grappling with an unsettling sense of anxiety after awakening from these nightmares. Over time, he even began to doubt, am I truly living in a dream? Am I merely a fabrication? Yet, every experience he had endured felt so vividly real. The life before his crossing and the experiences thereafter spanned over 20 years. Each moment was etched into his memory. How could it be a dream? Molo had murmured this to himself on numerous occasions. Main quest completed. Promotion to Marshal of the headquarters. Reward obtained. Awakening level strength fruit. He clenched his fist, feeling an incredible surge of power. With a mutated physique, the Azure Dragon form, the Tremor fruit, the Strength fruit, Conqueror S Haki, and Flowing Cherry Blossom. Molo had grown to a level of strength that even he could scarcely comprehend. A brand new mission has been refreshed. The annihilation of the 100 Beast pirate crew. The task reward is the awakening of the Shuimpa fruit. Moro's heart was considerably more tranquil. The stronger he became, the more at ease he felt. As long as he remained invincible, he would surely banish all nightmares. Time and again, Moro reminded himself to grow even stronger. A day later, the newly appointed Fleet Admiral of the Navy boarded a warship, accompanied by several elite vice admirals, en route to Wano Kuni. The recent war at Marineford had just concluded, and the headquarters had yet to recover its vitality. Moreover, the numerous fugitives who escaped from Impel Down still required pursuit. The Gorosei and Steelbone Kong denied Moro's request for this expedition. Fortunately, as the Fleet Admiral, he wielded his own authority. Without the support of the admirals, so what? In Wano Kuni, the Fire Mountain turned to Moro and inquired, Admiral Moro, the 100 Beast Kaido's crew is formidable. Besides the 3 calamities and the Flying 6, they also command the warriors of Wano Kuni. Understood. Moro ascended into the air. You need not engage, simply encircle Wano Kuni. Anyone attempting to flee shall be dealt with mercilessly. Understood. The likes of Onizuka had initially supported Akainu. However, with all 3 admirals occupied with tasks outside, pursuing the madmen who escaped from Impel Down, Moro's personal expedition was merely an inconvenience to them. In a flash, Moro transformed into a beam of light and landed in Wano Kuni, leaving the vice admirals hesitating amongst themselves. Was Admiral Moro's undertaking too perilous? He had previously single-handedly vanquished Don Quixote Doflamingo and Big MOM, yet this time, annihilating an entire nation overnight was truly unfathomable. While they were still in doubt, Moro had already charged towards Onigashima. Only strength can terminate my nightmares. If you claim I am false, then I shall be invincible in this world. The 4 emperors. The Gorosei I am. When I have trampled them all beneath my feet, you will understand who is truly real. Moro sought to prove to the 2 shadows in his dreams that he was the one and only reality. Moro transformed into flames, radiating golden light, hovering in midair as he soared towards Onigashima. Kaido, come forth. The roar jolted the drunken Kaido awake as if from stupor. Little brat, seeking death. The Azure Dragon swiftly ascended, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath. Is this the caliber of flames? Fire Fist. Boom! The dragon breath collided with the true power of the Mera Mera no Mi, leaving even Kaido astonished, not to mention it was awakened level strength. Frustrated, he unleashed a bolt of lightning. Moro, now a being of light, effortlessly dodged it. A flying kick. Is lightning faster or light? Thud. A laser kick completely roused Kaido from his drunken stupor. You are truly infuriating. The Soso no Mi amplified Moro's will and Conqueror's Haki, while the mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form and the Rumble fruit enhanced his strength and armament Haki. Witness my dragon breath. Moro transformed into the same Azure Dragon. Yet this dragon breath encompassed the power of the Mera Mera no Mi Boom. Compared to Kaido's earlier dragon breath, it was even more domineering. The entire Onigashima was engulfed. What kind of power is that? Jin swallowed hard. How could he possess Kaido's fruit ability? Queen feared nothing. Neither the 4 emperors nor the admirals intimidated him. Yet only Kaido genuinely instilled fear. Is this the new Fleet Admiral of the Navy? Jack's pupils trembled in disbelief. And this? Moro smiled at Kaido, unleashing a column of light, swifter than a bolt of lightning. Boom! The light dragon blast struck Kaido in his Azure Dragon form, causing him to cough up a mouthful of black blood before plummeting from the sky. Trying to flee? Dark hole. Swish. Kaido, who was originally descending, was abruptly drawn back by the power of the Yami Yami. No Mi Jin sensed the gravity of the situation and attempted to soar upward to intervene, only to feel the ground tremble. Crack. The power of the Gura no Mi. Once captured, Kaido spat blood from the force of the blow. His rolling eyes quickly regained focus, and he began to awaken slightly. The Haki of Conqueror and Flowing Cherry Blossom enveloped his fists, maximizing his power to its zenith. ensuring that he could prevail against his foes. A barrage of attacks swiftly broke through Kaido's defenses. You wish to act recklessly? Moro seized Jin, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, creating an unprecedented oppressive force upon Kaido. A phrase from the Soso Nomi echoed, survival or death. Jin, as the second in command of the 100-beast pirate crew, had never feared other emperors. Yet, witnessing Kaido being ruthlessly beaten, he felt an overwhelming dread at Moro's terrifying presence. Jin's soul was forcibly extracted, causing him to age over a decade in an instant. The next moment, a tremor surged from his chest. The Azure Dragon form was already formidable, further augmented by the Rumble Fruit's strength. With dual-colored Haki entwined and the destructive force of the Gura no Mi, Jin could not withstand the blow. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing onto Onigashima. As the dust settled, Jin lay unconscious, his eyes rolled back in a daze. Boom! Another punch sent Kaido flying, crashing into a large pit, immobilized. The Gura no Mi, Jami no Mi, Ise no Mi, and the Uo no Mi. Moro could be said to possess the abilities of 4C emperors, coupled with the strength of the Rumble fruit, the speed of the Pika no Mi, and the high temperatures of the Mara no Mi. All three advanced Haki were unleashed. Who then can truly claim to be the Sea Emperor? My strength is so considerable. How could it be false? Once I seize Kaido's title of the strongest creature, I shall be invincible, and those nightmares will cease to haunt me. Moro smiled at Queen and Jack. The two transformed into their most powerful Zoan forms. However, as their fists struck, Moro effortlessly twisted their arms, eliciting anguished cries. The Flying Six had now appeared on Onigashima, witnessing Kaido and Jin's uncertain fates. Jack and Queen, both overwhelmed by dread, felt their hearts race. Survival or death. Moro's Conqueror's Haki enveloped all of Onigashima, even stirring the waves. The shockwave rendered all the minions of the 100-beast pirate crew, including the Flying Six, unconscious. Only the Flying Six and the three executives managed to retain a flicker of awareness. Survival. It was unclear who spoke first. As he aged rapidly, Jack and Queen knelt before Moro. Boom! As Moro's feet trampled over them, they became lifeless corpses. He turned his gaze towards Kaido, who, with great effort, stood up, glaring fiercely at Moro. You little brat, earlier I was merely intoxicated. Now, you shall undoubtedly perish. The three disasters are, without a doubt, the subordinates that the old man values the most. Before Kaido could finish his words, Moro appeared before the unconscious Jin. With a resounding crack, a single punch obliterated Jin, causing Onigashima to shatter completely. The devastating power of the Jinjin fruit unleashed a tidal wave that surged toward Onigashima. It was evident that Jin was utterly and irrevocably dead. Kaido, consumed by rage, witnessed the demise of his three disasters before his very eyes. The Flying Six, paralyzed by fear, lost their souls and aged prematurely. The fierce fighters and ruffians of the crew were rendered unconscious, leaving Kaido alone to uphold the battlefield. Just one Moro possessed the strength to annihilate an entire Yonko crew. The rumors from the outside world proved true, inciting even greater fear. Kaido transformed into his beast form, unleashing all three colors of Haki. With a thunderous roar, he swung his kanabo. Moro remained steadfast, showing no sign of fear. His fists became the finest weapons. The clash echoed with a resounding boom, tearing the sky apart in an instant. The ocean crashed against Onigashima, only to be further disrupted by the shockwave, redirecting its fury toward the land of flowers. Why do you possess the power of my fruit? How can your strength be so formidable? As a member of the Navy, why do you wield Haki? Kaido was plagued by numerous questions. However, Moro remained silent, focused solely on defeating his opponent to grow even stronger. In that moment, Kaido found himself at a disadvantage in speed, strength, and destructive power. With both wielding equal Haki, he had no upper hand. As the strongest creature, it was unfathomable that he would be so thoroughly overpowered by a mere young marine. Infuriated and humiliated, Kaido unleashed a flurry of attacks with his kanabo, yet Moro effortlessly countered each strike. When they clashed once more, Moro seized the kanabo, and with a burst of Jinjin fruit and dual-color Haki, he shattered the weapon into pieces. Gasping for breath, Kaido realized he faced an unprecedented enemy. Do you know? Those who once thought themselves unreachable have ultimately fallen to my hand. Flames enveloped Kaido as he transformed into his Oni form. His smile gradually vanished, his will crumbling in that moment. The soul of the Sarayu fruit merged with Kaido's essence. It is meaningless. Your strength is far too weak. Moro mocked Kaido's grotesque smile, poised to unleash a devastating blow. With another clash, their fists collided. Kaido's devil fruit, haki, and all his power were matched by Moro's. The powers of the Yami fruit countered abilities, a luxury Kaido did not possess. The Rumble fruit and Jinjin fruit amplified the damage, while the Soul fruit and Light fruit enhanced the speed of observation and attack. Kaido lacked all of these advantages, even in his frenzied Oni form. Kaido's attributes were thoroughly overwhelmed by Moro. With a sickening cough, Kaido spat out black blood as Moro levitated before him, gripping his neck. What? Is this what it means to be the strongest creature? Upon hearing Moro's words, Kaido attempted to muster his strength, but his injuries left him unable to fend off the encroaching darkness of the Yami fruit. He felt his vigor waning, succumbing to weakness. Farewell to this world, Kaido, Moro stated coldly. In the next moment, Kaido was flung backward, crashing into a massive crater on Onigashima. He coughed violently, striving to rise, but Moro's relentless punches continued to rain down, fracturing the very island until the colossal skull shattered. He had lost all capacity for resistance. With one final strike, Onigashima was doomed to sink beneath the waves, reduced to mere ruins. Kaido bled profusely, his consciousness fading. Until his last breath, he unwillingly exhaled, the strongest creature, dead. On the surface of the water, Kaido gazed at Yamato, who stood alone aboard a pirate ship. From now on, you shall be a marine, casually discarding his chains. Moro turned his attention back to Wano. He felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had once subdued Yamato. Where had it occurred? Perhaps in a dream, where the Commodore Moro had survived the Marineford War. Damn it, do not let nightmares haunt me. Moro sensed a moment of suffocation. Despite possessing the soul fruit, he should have wielded a powerful spirit, rendering nightmares impossible. Yamato, still astonished by the earlier battle, marveled at the surreal nature of it all, as if it were a fleeting illusion. Regaining his composure, Moro picked up the Den Mushi. Hello. The beast pirates have been annihilated. They have numerous factories in the Land of Flowers. Proceed to eliminate them. Nanny? Commodore Moro, is this true? We felt the remnants of the battle, but that was the beast pirates. The elite vice admirals gasped in disbelief. Moro simply replied, no more chatter, move swiftly. Understood. 10 minutes later, Navy warships breached the shores of Wano. In the Land of Flowers, Kaido's subordinate, Orochi, was indulging in a drink when Moro forcefully burst through the door. Who are you? Do you know where you are? As the surrounding servants prepared to retort and expel Moro, Orochi staggered back, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Others might not comprehend the news, but he was well aware of it, having conducted business with CP0. Upon seeing Moro, he understood that the Navy had arrived. Where do you think you're going? Moro stepped forward. Orochi transformed into 8 heads, one of which was crushed underfoot. The remaining 7 were consumed by the flames of the Mara fruit. Toki, astonished, witnessed this spectacle. Is the quest for vengeance over just like that? Moro intended to declare that the land of Wano was now his, but the dreamlike Commodore had acted in precisely that manner. A wave of disgust surged within him. He would not allow himself to mirror the actions of that dream figure. Do as you please. Without casting a glance at those around him, Moro departed Wano. On the vast ocean, Moro stood at the prow of the ship. Ding! Main quest completed. Annihilation of the beast pirates. Reward obtained. Shumpa fruit. Moro took a deep breath and returned to the ship's galley, indulging in a feast. He dined alone while a dozen elite vice admirals stood around, watching him. Now, among the Yonko of the seas, only Shanks remained. The rest had been obliterated by the young man before them, who ate quietly, appearing unremarkable aside from his appetite. The exhilarated vice admirals could not hold back their tears. They had finally achieved it. They exchanged glances, hearts swelling with inspiration. Upon returning to headquarters, they would inform the 3 admirals and commence the world's conscription. We must select 5 formidable generals to eradicate Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, Wang Ji of Hive Island, and all the supernovas from the era of great evil. Understood. This time, not a single soul dared to question the decree. In their eyes, the day of annihilating all the malevolence within the new world was drawing near. 3 days later, a tremendous announcement reverberated across the globe. The era of the 4 emperors was unequivocally at an end. The new admiral, Moro, single-handedly obliterated the pirate crews of the 3 Great Sea Emperors and initiated a worldwide conscription to completely eradicate all pirates. The world hailed Moro as a hero, referring to him as the king of the Navy. A month later, the global conscription concluded. In the early morning, within the conference room, Moro strode in, exuding an overwhelming aura that left everyone gasping in awe. Akainu, Akiji, Kazu, Fujitora, and Green Bull stood together, the new and old five admirals united. In the corner, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru sat quietly. Without a doubt, this was an exceptionally pivotal moment. The five admirals divided their forces. Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, the notorious Supernova, Wang Ji of Hive Island, and the Golden Emperor, Tezalo. A single statement from Sengoku caused his expression to shift. The Golden Emperor, Tezalo, is a member of the World Conference. What we are proposing may not be prudent. Is that so? Moro picked up the Den Den Mushi. It was a call from the five elders. Moro, following the conclusion of the Marineford War, the balance of the seas has been shattered. We have decided to appoint Whitebeard II as the new warlord of the sea, alongside Buggy. Before the elders could finish, Moro interrupted. That fellow? We have already dispatched forces to eliminate him. Nanny? You dare defy orders. What if I do? I merely wish to uphold justice. Moro hung up the Den Den Mushi and turned to Kazuru. Then we shall refrain from targeting the Golden Emperor for the time being and focus on Whitebeard II instead. Understood. Kazuru chuckled, surprised by the new admiral's audacity to defy the orders of the five elders. Set sail. With a command from Moro, battleships began departing the coast. He sat quietly in his chair, unable to close his eyes for even a moment's rest. The nightmares had intensified. For the past month of global conscription, he had been plagued by recurring nightmares. In these dreams, two versions of himself stood upon the river of time as a colossal hand reached out and obliterated a flower. That flower represented all of existence. Within it, the pirate world was but a speck of dust, and Blue Planet was so minuscule it was almost invisible. Yet he, Moro, was merely a strong individual within this vastness. The immense pressure and fear had deprived Moro of sleep for an entire week. He kept his eyes wide open, fearing that even a brief moment of closure would plunge him back into those horrific visions. A week later, good news began to arrive. The red-haired pirates had vanished, apparently collaborating with the GM Army's dragon and completely hiding from the New World. One by one, former great pirates and the once arrogant supernovas were apprehended. The New World, the Grand Line, and the Four Seas seemed to return to tranquility. Yet Moro had not rested for half a month. He kept his eyes wide open, knowing that the moment he closed them, nightmares would ensue, reminding him of those terrifying scenes. Fujitora also returned, gazing at Moro with admiration. All right, let them rest. We shall embark on a more formidable campaign in a month. Understood. For a month, Moro remained vigilant. This overwhelming fatigue led him to question whether he was truly alive. Main quest updated. Infiltrate Red Soil Continent. Annihilate the Celestial Dragons. Quest reward. Awakening of the Shatter Fruit. In the conference room, Moro forced himself to summon his energy, smiling at the gathered individuals. Let's set forth, everyone. One by one, figures emerged. Garp, Sengoku, Akiji, and even Zephyr remained, having not departed following the death of Whitebeard II. Akainu, Akiji, Karu, Fujitora, Green Bull, Mamonosuk, and Tantetta, along with elite commanders like Ghost Spider, Burn Mountain, Doberman, and Smoker, all stood ready. Their warships sped across the seas, making their way toward the Red Soil Continent. With Moro now the admiral, the new marine headquarters remained in Marineford. Upon reaching the base of the Red Soil Continent, he leaped forth. Strong individuals from the Grand Line ascended, all tacitly aware of the mission at hand. Yet none dared to vocalize it. Only Green Bull, drenched in sweat, had already devised an escape plan. However, with Moro and Akaina present, he had no chance to become a deserter. In the New World, others were also climbing upward, namely the GM Army and the red-haired pirates. In an instant, figures surged toward Mariewa. The audacity, the five elders, the holy knights, the pacifistas, and the seraphim all joined the fray. The Navy and GM Army united. Battle was imminent. The clash raged on for an extended period. Though Moro was exceedingly fatigued, the battle invigorated him. As comrades fell around him, the Celestial King also took action. Moro finally stood before him alongside Garp, Sengoku, red-haired Shanks, Akainu, and Dragon. You're not as powerful as in my dreams. Moro sensed his strength. It was formidable. Yet it was nothing compared to the nightmarish him he had envisioned. Hope flickered within him, but amidst the Celestial Dragon's counterattacks and the King's assaults, the losses were still grievous. 3 days and nights passed. The losses exceeded 80%. Powerful warriors perished. The five elders and the holy knights had finally exhausted their foundation, all falling in battle. The Celestial King ultimately perished alongside Garp and the others. The battlefield was left with but a scant few survivors. Bang! Moro's fist struck him's face, sending him crashing to the ground, fear of death evident in his eyes. You are not as terrifying as my dreams. Ha ha ha. Moro laughed joyously. Is that so? Perhaps you are not as formidable as you believe in your dreams. Fixed his gaze on Moro, scrutinizing his weary yet fervent blood-red eyes. I know not how powerful you are in your dreams, but your weakness is palpably evident. Have you won? Because of your frailty, they have all perished. Would they have died in your dreams? Im laughed heartily, blood pouring from his mouth. You lie. Moro, infuriated, delivered a devastating blow that obliterated Im's head. Ding. Main quest completed. Annihilate the celestial dragons. Reward acquired. Awakening of the Shatter fruit. Moro felt an entirely new power coursing through him. Now, he could not only teleport, but also wield the abilities of the Shatter fruit. He could go wherever he desired. Yet, the fatigue that followed the battle caused him to lose consciousness completely, collapsing to the ground. Im was indeed not as powerful as the 1,000-year Im from his nightmares. Of course, Moro too was not as powerful as his nightmare self. In his endeavor to carve his own path, he had chosen to diverge from the strength depicted in his nightmares, leading to a lack of preparedness and ultimately resulting in severe losses. Bang! Moro collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he was drenched in sweat as feelings of insignificance, humility, and unrest roamed within him. A mere speck of dust in the vast universe, a solitary flower adrift in the river of time, he felt utterly inconsequential. He was not even the Moro who once reigned over the currents of time. 1 year after the war on the Red Soil continent had ceased, the Navy and GM forces faced near annihilation. Pirates re-emerged in droves, and no force remained to halt their resurgence. Green Bull survived by clinging to a tender sprout, assuming the role of an admiral guarding the New World. Yet, he soon became a new celestial dragon, residing atop the Red Soil continent. The Golden Emperor Tezelo and the sovereigns of the Dark World continued their reign of terror, with tyrants from various kingdoms as brazen as ever. Moro remained in a state of deep slumber, plagued by recurring nightmares. Another year passed. The ocean stirred with tumult. The Straw Hat crew's voyage shattered the existing order. They overcame numerous challenges, growing stronger until they uncovered all historical coordinates. The final island revealed the truth of past battles. The name of Pirate King Luffy echoed across the seas, and the Dark World, the Golden Emperor, and the mighty Green Bull all faced defeat. However, once everything appeared idyllic, the world found itself devoid of a governing body, a navy, or GM forces. Even as Straw Hat Luffy ascended to the title of the freest pirate king, the New World, the Grand Line, and the Four Seas remained lawless. Confronted with the chaos of an unbridled sea, the Straw Hat crew realized that this world had become a runaway stallion. Until one day, Moro awakened. In level 6 of Impel Down, he stretched lazily, finally roused from his slumber, and thus, his physique had significantly diminished. Exiting his confinement, he ignored the gazes of onlookers. Is he really awake? Ha ha. He surely has no idea what the outside world has become. The Green Bull, who had imprisoned him during his slumber, had perished at the hands of the Pirate King, foolishly aspiring to become a new celestial dragon. We should be escaping soon. I've heard Magellan has set sail to uphold justice. The clamor around him was discomforting to Moro, who had grown numb to such noise. What is this talk of right and wrong? In the grand scheme of the universe, the myriad realms, and the river of time, it is merely a drop in the ocean. He departed Impel Down, using the powers of the Shun, Nomi awakening from his nightmares. He fell into silence, shouldering his pack and embarking on a journey across the world. His legend eventually faded, becoming an obscure tale. 3 years later, in the East Sea, in the kingdom of Goa, at the village of Fusha, a band of pirates stormed into a local tavern. In a corner sat a disheveled man with long, unkempt hair and a scruffy beard, devouring his meal. No one knew who he was, nor did he engage in conversation. He never spoke of his past. Bring me everything delicious and refreshing. Today marks my departure to sea. The leader of the group slammed his flintlock onto the table, glaring menacingly at the tavern owner, Makino. Captain, this is the hometown of Pirate King Luffy. We should leave quickly. A clever-looking pirate beside him cautiously urged. Nanny? The captain, angered, rose to his feet. What Pirate King? The Navy and the world government are no more. He may be the Pirate King, but what can he do to stop us pirates from reveling? He sits in a new world. Where can he go? He sat back down, gulping down spirits. This is the age of flintlocks. My flintlock is said to originate from the Grand Line. An ordinary pirate can be dispatched with a single shot. The man lounging in the corner crossed his legs, disdain evident on his face. What pirate king? He is merely a figure confined to the new world, easily replaceable. An 8 million berry bounty does not make him invincible. You shall not speak of Luffy that way. Makino's eyes blazed with fury. In this world, Fusha village was undoubtedly Luffy's last bastion. In the corner, the disheveled man continued to drink alone. Over the past 3 years, he had grown accustomed to the world's turmoil, surrounded by countless madmen. Is that so? Then perish. Bang! The tavern door was kicked open, and a villager stormed in, shouting in anger. He bore wounds from a pirate attack, bandages wrapped around his body. If Garp and that red-haired fellow were still alive, you would not have the right to step foot here. He shouted, leaning on his cane, but he was racked with coughs. This is the birthplace of the Navy hero Garp, the leader of GM, Dragon, and Pirate King Luffy. Dare to lay a hand here, and you shall meet a gruesome end. His loud cries were met with the pirate's flintlocks. Oh, you seek to uphold justice? How amusing. Bang! A bullet shot forth amidst the explosion of flames. The figure in the corner slowly rose. In the next moment, the bullet fell to the ground, and he returned to his original position. The villagers scanned the surroundings in astonishment, realizing he was unharmed. Nanny? The pirates were bewildered, thinking they had misfired. Bang! Another bullet was fired. The man in the corner pointed, imbuing the bullet with a soul. In the next instant, it soared back, piercing through the pirate's forehead. Luffy? Is Luffy back? Makino exclaimed in delight at this sight. Yet, as she searched for him, no answer came. Seeing their captain fall, the pirates scattered in terror. All fled, leaving behind a calm man who continued to eat and drink. His long, unkempt hair obscured his eyes. Gradually, the tavern fell silent, save for the sound of his chewing amidst the pounding of hearts. Who are you? Why did you save us? The villager and Makino gazed at the man in astonishment. Time never grants us a moment's reprieve. Do you understand? The man abruptly uttered words that no one could comprehend. I have missed too much. To this day, I remain oblivious to the truth of those dreams. If given another chance, perhaps I would not act so rashly. He lifted his head. A gust of wind outside the tavern tousled his hair, revealing a gaunt face and deep, dark eyes. Despite the pronounced dark circles, it was evident he had not rested well for an extended period, yet he still emanated an overwhelming aura. Those eyes possessed the power to instill fear in all the strong across the seas, eradicate all 4 emperors, the world's strongest under the celestial dragons. The Navy King. Molo, are you still alive? Magino gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. This legendary figure was presumed to be deceased. That battle had left the formidable warriors of the 3 major factions nearly decimated. By the time the Straw Hat crew ascended to become the Pirate King once more, the sea had long since entered an era of unbridled chaos, teeming with pirates, rendering anyone powerless to reclaim the past. Once, Green Bull had aspired to become the new M, and a fleeting balance had enveloped the world. Yet, all of that had been shattered. You're still alive? Why do you not intervene against those madmen? Why? The village chief coughed, standing with tears streaming down his face, his eyes bloodshot. I do not know if what I have done is right or wrong. It has been so long since I have thought for myself. Molo blinked, his eyes heavy with fatigue. He dared not sleep. The moment he closed his eyes, nightmares would ensue. Right and wrong, you should have made a decision long ago. You are the Navy King, the hope of this world. The village chief pounded his chest in frustration, both elated and enraged. If this world is merely a piece of paper, a figment of existence, then even I am but a dream. Is there any need for conflict? Let everything drift away. Is it not better to live within a dream? Nonsense. The village chief seized his cane, intent on driving Molo away. He did not retaliate, but stood and exited the tavern. Outside, tranquility reigned. The streets were devoid of life. For years, pirates had run rampant, and the vibrancy of the past had vanished. No warships graced the ocean, only a small boat remained. Whose boat is this? Molo reached out, caressing the bow. I do not know. I have not seen it this morning. Magino followed him out, casting a puzzled glance at the small wooden vessel. Perhaps it belonged to that band of pirates from earlier, but they should not have occupied such a humble craft. The village chief, dizzy with anger, nonetheless provided an explanation. Such a familiar sensation. Molo sat upon the small boat, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief. He yawned and drifted into slumber. This sleep was peaceful, free from nightmares. He even found his breathing to be considerably more comfortable. In his dreams, he beheld the unfolding of a new tale. Vice Admiral Molo ascended to become the Navy King. the sovereign of the world. He returned to his homeland and, after battling Saitama, journeyed through the myriad realms. What a splendid story. Molo rubbed his eyes and awoke. The nightmare had ended, transformed into a beautiful dream. Perhaps it was merely his self-revelation. In that fleeting moment, Molo seemed to perceive countless things. Buzz! The sound of naval vessels resonated in his ears. He was famished, his body weak and feeble. The only object he found in his hand was a devil fruit. At this ultimate juncture, he faced starvation, until he was rescued by a man named Carp aboard the ship. With a start, Molo sat up. He was still on the small boat, which had now drifted far from Windmill Village. Had he just experienced a continuous dream? Am I still myself? He gazed at his hands, taking a deep breath to regain lucidity. Vice Admiral Molo is indeed me. In an instant of enlightenment, Molo rose to his feet. The nightmare had concluded. It was time to bring everything to an end. Molo yawned, invigorated. A day later, the chaos in Rogetown subsided. A contingent of over 100 naval soldiers emerged. 3 days later, a naval branch was established once more in the Goya Kingdom's Windmill Village. Molo led nearly 1,000 sailors, igniting the war in the East Sea. A week later, after 3 years of turmoil, the once peaceful East Sea welcomed a rare tranquility. At this moment, Molo's ranks swelled to over 10,000. The Four Seas, the Grand Line, the New World. The former subordinates rallied, igniting an unprecedented war. As the conflict escalated, Molo's presence was felt across the Four Seas. A month later, he had conquered the Four Seas. A formidable fleet of warships set sail for the Grand Line. 3 months later, Marineford, the former naval headquarters, was re-established. Pirates from all over the world gathered in the New World. Marshal Molo, the war has commenced. We are poised to invade the New World. Indeed, the long-awaited peace is at hand. Those pirates must pay the price. The crowd buzzed around Molo. Farewell. Molo raised a glass in Marineford. Hundreds of warships followed suit, advancing towards the New World. Here, once bounty pirates had progressed significantly, with some even amassing bounties in the billions. Pirate King Luffy, Law, Captain Kidd, they dominated this realm, each claiming their territory. The trio awaited Molo's arrival in silence. Is he not the former Marine Admiral? Rumors suggested he had been gravely wounded in his battle with them. Surely he must have fallen into obscurity, a mere shell of his former self. And thus, what is there to fear? Set sail, let's eliminate the Surgeon of Death, Law. In the New World, Molo commanded. 3 days later, Hive Island was annihilated. Law's entire army stationed there was decimated. He collapsed, utterly weakened. You are unscathed. Have you been recuperating for the past 3 years? Law looked at Molo in astonishment, struggling to suppress his agony, finally spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The entire Hive Island lay in ruins. Set sail for Wano. We must confront Captain Kidd. A day later, as the warships docked outside Wano, Captain Kidd, who had replaced Big Mom, along with his 3 commanders, Killer, Urki, and Beiji, approached. Navy King Molo, it has been a long time. The last encounter was during the Marineford War. At that time, you were invincible. Now, I possess the strength to defeat you and claim supremacy in the New World. Kidd roared, causing countless metallic objects to fly through the air. The immense magnetic force from the Magnet Man sent shivers down the spines of all present. The powerful conqueror's haki erupted, reminiscent of Big Mom's might. Alas, you still fall short of Big Mom. It appears that without the old era strong as a sharpening stone, your claimed growth lacks substantial depth. Molo quickly discerned that both Kidd and Law had awakened their devil fruits. Their 3 types of haki were formidable, yet without the 4 emperors as a crucible. Their haki had not reached a higher awakening. Such strength would barely suffice to qualify as a Shichibukai in the past. Moreover, the mighty figures of the bygone era, the 4 emperors and the Shichibukai, had all been severed by Molo's hand. The prowess displayed by these fledgling villains in merely 3 years was indeed commendable. Dark Cavern. Molo exerted force, drawing the base toward him. In the next instant, he transformed it into a powerful punch. The haki merged with the tremor of his might. What is the essence of your power, and what of this formidable aura? Kidd spat a mouthful of black blood, realizing that his strength had far surpassed that of his crew. Yet in the presence of Moro, he felt like a mere novice facing a master, entirely out of his league. You might as well descend into hell to inquire of others. With another powerful punch, Moro swiftly ended his life. 3 days later, the 2 great emperors of the seas during the era of great evil met their demise. The Straw Hat Pirates, residing in the land of Wano, remained undaunted, fully prepared for the ultimate battle. As hundreds of pirate ships gathered, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet assembled. The giants and the fishmen also joined the fray. What should have been Moro's forces were now aligned with the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. The battle was imminent. Hundreds of warships converged at the scene, with formidable warriors stepping forth, intent on utterly vanquishing their foe. Moro advanced. Jata no Kagami. Enka Kadu. Shattering. NTI. 4 grand techniques instantly vaporized the land of Wano, leaving only the 3 formidable forces of the Straw Hat Pirates standing. What manner of monster is this? Sanji exhaled a plume of black smoke, and in the next moment, the Moro who appeared before him, courtesy of the Shumpa fruit, delivered a heavy blow. Crack! The conqueror's haki entwined with the armament haki flowed like cherry blossoms. With the tremendous might of the strength fruit unleashed, it directly injured Sanji's bones. Lion's Song, the world's greatest swordsman of the New World, struck with his sword. Moro transformed into his dragon form for battle. Thunderclap. Boom! Without the training from the likes of Hawkeye, Zoro, despite his strength, appeared to struggle. This strike was effortlessly parried from a distance, and the ensuing haki overwhelmed Zoro, rendering him unable to continue fighting. Only the Pirate King Luffy remained with the strength to battle. You are indeed powerful. Luffy, enveloped in steam and wearing the form of the sun god Nika, activated Gear 5th. Moro awakened the powers of the split fruit. He vanished, and in the next moment, the entire land of Wano transformed into a sky full of suspended fragments. Boom! Nika's form versus the split fruit. The powers of the two clashed fiercely, neither yielding an inch. However, as the battle raged on, Moro's fundamental attributes proved overwhelmingly superior. The conflict endured for 3 days and nights. Luffy, performing sit-ups, resurrected multiple times, causing his 3-color haki to reach a high level of awakening. Bang! Moro instantly decomposed into fragments, only to merge back into form before Luffy once more. A punch landed squarely in his abdomen. Speed, strength, healing, endurance, destructive power, haki. Each aspect was inferior to Moro's. If it were another formidable foe, perhaps they could have exhausted him to death. I might be fortunate enough to possess such abilities, never having succumbed to despair. Moro unleashed the full extent of his power. The final blow utterly shattered Straw Hat Luffy. This time, the Pirate King would not rise again. Observing the battlefield, Moro tossed Straw Hat Luffy to Magellan. In 1 month, we shall execute him in Lobetown. With those words, Moro returned to his warship. Over the course of 2 weeks, the Navy, under Moro's leadership, pacified the New World. The war had truly come to an end. A new world government was established. To definitively conclude this era, Moro announced the public execution of Pirate King Luffy. 1 month later, in Lobetown, in this world devoid of pirates, Moro, as the king of the Navy, became an object of admiration and reverence for countless individuals. The sun on this day was gentle. As Moro walked through the streets of Lobetown, he reflected on his life. He had not experienced any nightmares recently, fully perceiving Rear Admiral Moro as a manifestation of an alternative self. Yet, he felt an inexplicable void in his memories. Eyes were cast upon him, filled with adoration as they gazed at Moro's retreating figure. The word justice on his cloak shimmered with a blinding radiance. This era belonged to the Navy, and it belonged to Moro. Step by step, he approached the execution platform, and the number of admiring gazes grew ever greater. King of the Navy Moro, after you defeated Im and annihilated the celestial dragons, where did their treasures go? Do you wish to know? Moro smiled as he stood at the foot of the execution platform. Then go and seize them. I have placed them beneath the seat of the fleet admiral. Boom! Ascending the steps, he felt a stirring within as he beheld the scene before him. What should his life entail next? Tending to horses and chopping wood? Or fishing and felling trees? Moro heard a rustle. The wind brushed against his face, and a vision suddenly surged in his mind. He returned to his initial starting point. Adrift upon the sea, he had starved amidst the waves, consuming the life fruit just before his demise. That summer, Moro recalled the day he perished at sea. Tears streamed down his face. So that was it. Memories flooded back, and Moro etched both Rear Admiral Moro and Transcendent Moro deeply into his heart. What is real and what is false? They are merely different possibilities of myself. Perhaps he would never forget. On his way to the execution platform in Lobetown, where Pirate King Luffy awaited execution, echoes of the day he starved at sea lingered in his thoughts. The silence in Lobetown deepened. Moro sat at the edge of the execution platform, smiling as he shouted, "Execute!" Whoosh! 2 long spears pierced forth, conclusively ending the life of Pirate King Luffy. Both men smiled, one embracing death to be reborn, the other welcoming the passage into the afterlife. In that moment, their smiles were eternally frozen in time. Across the river of years, a small flower suddenly bloomed to its fullest extent, only to wither in the next instant. Sitting atop the river of time, Moro abruptly opened his eyes. One interesting life, though he never anticipated awakening in such a manner. The right and wrong within his dreams had once led Moro to doubt himself. He nearly succumbed to confusion, becoming trapped with no escape. Looking up, the world sea was nearing desiccation. The other shore expanded into the world sea. Only by awakening could he avoid being ensnared by the other shore. Moro surveyed his surroundings. The world sea, the river of time, and the other shore all appeared as substances existing between truth and falsehood, poised to vanish at any moment. Only the Qingling atop the mountain on the other shore remained a clear and unmistakable presence. It seemed he had misjudged Senior Qingling. Moro felt a sense of wonder. Who could have imagined that he would inadvertently fall into this labyrinthine creation of the mind, negating the entirety of his life and deeming it a mere dream? It could even give rise to inner demons, allowing those demons to seize control of him. Stepping onto the other shore, Moro made his way toward the summit. This time, he observed the transcendent beings along the roadside, completely lost within themselves, oblivious to their plight. Only the Qingling at the mountain's peak remained unchanged. With a yawn, he rubbed his eyes and sleepily regarded Moro. "How are you? Have you awakened?" Qinglong stretched and spoke. "Qingling, I almost fell into the abyss of my own thoughts, even denying my own existence. Fortunately, some individuals relish this sense of ambiguity. In truth, the peculiar and unfamiliar feelings we often experience are merely deceptions crafted by our imagination. In this grand dream, who can awaken first to see through it all? Molu and Qingling are no different. They too were once obsessed with systems, origins, laws, and the great path, ultimately left with just themselves. Senior, I have slumbered for too long. It seems the ocean of the world is on the verge of drying up. Will the sixth transcendence still be born?" The transcendence Molu refers to pertains to the 6 places on the other shore. Indeed, Qingling gazed at the vast, nearly desiccated ocean of the world. The most improbable times often present the most probable opportunities. The 6th transcendence, seemingly absent in this apocalyptic era, has in fact been biding its time. Do you see it? Qingling pointed with a fox-like paw. A colossal altar reappeared, and, simultaneously, a figure erupted from the parched ocean of the world. He did not glance at the two. His gaze lacked Qingling's tranquility and Mola's fervor, possessing only a pair of profoundly sinister eyes. The 6th transcendent is, in fact, the sacrificer. Molu was astonished. Who would have thought that the 6th transcendent is indeed the sacrificer? If no 6th transcendent emerges before the conclusion of the ocean of the world, he will manifest himself. Commence the sacrifice. However, the one who was meant to become the transcendent of the other shore has instead created the river of time. This compelled him to initiate a contingency plan. Qingling appeared to be fully aware of everything. With a wave of his hand, Molu followed suit. The two respectively opened their own visions, which finally combined to form a pair of eyes, allowing them to see beyond the confines of their imagination. A pair of hands swiftly struck the keyboard, inscribing the words "The Grand Conclusion." Once he successfully completes this chapter, we shall be frozen here, eternally lost to ourselves. Qingling's words heightened Molu's vigilance. Who could have imagined that our lives would be imprisoned by the creative whims of others, who dare to dream of rendering us eternally static? Molu would not permit anyone to constrain his infinite potential. Is this the reason that Fellow seeks to sacrifice countless beings from the ocean of the world and innumerable powerful figures from the other shore? The two looked towards the enigmatic sacrificer, who wore an imposing black robe, and smiled at them. The immense altar soared from the ocean of the world, landing steadily atop the mountain. You have merely reached the point of perceiving the future beyond the ocean of the world, the constructs of imagination, yet remain unable to escape the fate of being frozen by his grand conclusion. A man appeared before Molu and Qingling. Do not be so fearful in his presence. We ought to be allies united. How many transcendent beings have you sacrificed throughout the ages? Why have you not been frozen in the past? Is it because your story has no ending, thus lacking a grand conclusion? Molu understood they were trapped within the imagination of a creator. Once the creator pens the grand conclusion, they will be eternally fixed in this moment. Yet this sacrificer has lived through countless eras. perhaps even witnessing the tides of the ocean of the world numerous times. Why has he not been permanently frozen by the grand conclusion? My name is of no consequence. You may call me the Demon King, as they do. The Demon King downed a flask of fiery liquor. This tale is lengthy. At that time, I was still feeble. Throughout my life, I have traversed the mundane paths of humanity, unaware of how many have walked them. In my youth, brimming with vigor, I battled across the myriad realms. In adulthood, I saw through the rise and fall of tides, the cycles of life and death. In my twilight years, I comprehended life and death, realizing my true self. In my era, entering the realm of transcendence was a rarity, each one a formidable being, much like myself, an ultimate sovereign. Resolute in battle, ruthless, I emerged from the sea of corpses and rivers of blood, leaving behind a legend of my own. What you now refer to as the three great realms of the Supreme, the Eternal, and the Transcendent are all confined within the limitations set by the Creator of imagination. To truly enter the realm of the Supreme, one must master their own primordial world. Only by grasping the indestructible primordial realm can one attain the Supreme. The Demon King spoke lightly, a bead appearing in his hand. Molu and Qingling glanced over. It turned out that the bead was connected by a translucent thread, each bead representing a world. In my time, there was no ocean of the world, nor were there cycles through the heavens. It was merely a gradual ascent to the highest infinite realms. I traversed from my homeland to a world filled with oceans, step by step, reaching the pinnacle of the myriad realms. Only you can freely wield an indestructible realm to genuinely step into the Supreme. In this realm, even within the confines of the Creator's imagination, the world you possess can endure the tides of time, existing eternally. This eternity, however, is confined beneath your supreme realm. Your supremacy is not everlasting, but your primordial realm is eternal because of you. Your supreme is merely a relative supremacy, not the true supreme. I see, Mole amused. Even the true supreme is bound by relative conditions, not the imagined immortality. Instead, in relation to one's primordial realm, they have entered the genuine supreme. Molo looked at Qingling. Each held a luminous pearl, one capable of transforming into the flowers of time, the other into the world tree of reincarnation above the ocean. They too were called transcendent, but were in truth the genuine supreme realm. Qingling had long since condensed his primordial realm from the world of Hokage into eternity, encompassing all he had experienced within it. Molu, upon comprehending the river of time, had also reached this stage, enabling his primordial realm, originating from the world of pirates, to exist eternally, undying. We were merely in the supreme realm, and this supremacy is but a relative one. There is no true supreme in this world. That may not be entirely accurate, for what constitutes the true supreme is perhaps difficult to define. Does the Creator of imagination count? If one day we leave this place, will we not become like him? If so, does he still remain supreme? The Demon King stood upon the altar, guzzling down a large jug of liquor. He wiped the remnants of drink from his lips, spreading his arms with a laugh. You ought to ponder this as well. Supremacy is indeed relative. The Creator of imagination birthed this world, granting it eternal existence, and for this world, he is supreme. Indeed, that is correct. Supremacy is a relative concept. The true supreme should not be known to us, for once perceived and regarded as supreme, it ceases to be the true supreme. But how many eras of false transcendence have you sacrificed? Qingling's foxtail swayed as he grew weary. Sensing the Demon King's lack of hostility, he wished to take a brief respite. How could I recall? In my youth, I traversed the heavens, playing countless roles and gathering origins. In adulthood, I feasted upon those origins, seizing the fruits of the celestial path. In my elder years, the fruits of the path no longer sufficed for my drink, and I became intoxicated in the infinite heavens, losing myself. When I awoke, I had transcended the heavens, becoming what is called a transcendent. At that moment, I beheld the five great transcendents, witnessing the confusion and ignorance in their eyes. I have refined my initial realm into an eternal world. Only after traversing the supreme heights did I come to perceive the truth of this world. Everything appears both real and illusory, necessitating the sacrifice of entire eras to glimpse the distant future. Merely relying on my own strength, even the sacrifice of numerous pseudo-transcendent beings cannot extricate one from a sea of suffering. Thus, I find myself in a cycle of slumber, awaiting the emergence of new supreme beings. After an indeterminate passage of time, perhaps due to the ample sacrifices I have made, I unexpectedly stepped into the realm of eternity through a fortuitous encounter. He collapsed beside the altar, as if recalling his past. To my astonishment, upon awakening, I beheld two companions who were infinitely close to the eternal realm. Are we truly so near to eternity? Mo Luo expressed astonishment. In his perception, he had already attained a vision akin to that of the creator of the realm. It could be said that he was on par with Qing Ling, far surpassing the supreme realm. Furthermore, having awakened from the dream, he would no longer be confined by the creator's design. Why had he not yet truly entered eternity? Do you believe that true eternity is merely the ability to maintain a state of consciousness within the confines of the creator's design? The figure in black chuckled softly before turning to Qing Ling. Though somewhat fatigued, Qing Ling nodded, suggesting he had lived longer than Mo Luo and possessed considerable knowledge. Senior Qing Ling, how far are we from the eternal realm? Mo Luo inquired, perplexed. He believed that by sacrificing the heavens, he could genuinely transcend and escape the confines of the realm. Logically, this should equate to true eternity. However, after hearing the words of the figure in black, doubt crept into his heart. Could it be that this matter is not as straightforward as it seems? Indeed, it is so, Qing Ling affirmed. You should be able to sense that although we can glimpse the Creator's vision and understand his actions, we remain reliant on conjecture, believing that only through accumulation can we transcend this world. So, does the realm truly have limits? Or is it, indeed, an isolated existence? After speaking to Mo Luo, Qing Ling gestured. The world tree burgeoned, with each branch representing a myriad of worlds. Just as the branches of a tree or the petals of a flower, they grow and blossom, yielding infinite possibilities. If we were to refer to the creator as the writer, there would also be the reader, individuals akin to the branches outside the trunk, seemingly unrelated, yet capable of flowering and bearing fruit, impacting the trunk. One could argue that the realm is not finite, but is rather an expansive creation by the writer, enriched by the reader, ultimately culminating in a perfected primal realm. Thus, relying solely on accumulation to achieve breakthrough is utterly futile. It would lead to a lower state. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change, ultimately forming limitations. As you can see, to transcend from the supreme to the eternal cannot rely on mere accumulation. Rather, it is through moments of insight and opportunity that one transitions from the supreme to the eternal. We merely possess the chance to comprehend this opportunity. The realm is an infinite expanse shaped by the writer and perfected by the reader. Therefore, to step into eternity requires not accumulation, but a waiting for opportunity. Mo Luo gazed at Qing Ling, silently acknowledging the wisdom of his senior. How does one encounter such an opportunity? What is the true nature of eternity? Esteemed Signor, as the conclusion approaches, I can sacrifice myself, but my dear friends and family within the initial realm cannot perish. Mo Luo, burdened by concern, was not alone. Qing Ling harbored worries, and so too did the figure in black. Throughout the ages, many powerful beings have ultimately lost themselves after reaching the pseudo-transcendent state due to such attachments. The path is merciless, yet humanity is filled with affection. Should one truly merge with the path, they would ultimately become a part of it, unable to transcend. Moreover, it is impossible to become a supreme existence to ensure the eternity of the initial realm, let alone to await the opportunity to pursue one's own eternity. However, those who merge with the path, entranced by it, may remain oblivious even in death. They're the path itself, the cycle of existence and extinction merely an external manifestation. Yet, Mo Luo and his companions cared deeply, each forging a different path. Should they relinquish their pursuits and merge with the path, they could continue blissfully in the pseudo-transcendent realm, unperturbed until the day the path perishes. In such a case, they would fully become part of the path, devoid of self, and thus free from the anxieties of life and death. To have reached this point, one wonders whether it is fortune or misfortune. Qing Ling gazed towards the other shore, reflecting that the four pseudo-transcendent seniors bore no trace of suffering, perhaps even finding joy therein. Walking one's own path is not without merit. The figure in black, seated upon the altar, turned his attention to Mo Luo. Gentlemen, raise a glass. I shall share with you the essence of eternity. This time, he presented them with 2 flasks of strong liquor. Mo Luo and Qing Ling did not refuse, indulging heartily. They drank deeply. Senior, why is this liquor so potent? Perhaps it is due to my life of indulgence, the figure in black replied, his arms crossed contentedly as he leaned against the wall, legs crossed. He began to expound upon the nature of eternity. Eternity, in truth, is a relative concept, applicable only to the primal realm. As we previously mentioned, after the writer, the creator of the realm, establishes a primal realm. The reader imbues their thoughts and consciousness into it, ultimately leading to its infinite expansion. Thus, the concept of eternity is not a matter of quantitative change, but rather an opportunity. Since this realm is infinite and continually expands, any attempt to touch its boundaries will be counterproductive, much like asking a sage to pursue the edges of chaos. As long as one has not attained the pseudo-supreme, they cannot escape chaos. Without ascending to the pseudo-eternal, one cannot leave the sea of worlds. To reach the other shore, one must ascend to the pseudo-transcendent. The infinite realm holds the same truth. We are mere figures within a painting. Desiring eternity is tantamount to engaging with the realm itself. What is required is the complete immersion within the realm, allowing every part of oneself to blend into it, ultimately becoming every inch of the realm. Unless all the writers and readers who have opened the realm depart, even at the conclusion, you will continue to exist. Indeed, one day, as long as a reader perceives this realm, we will endure, that is eternity. To embody the realm, even at the conclusion, as long as someone remembers it, even subconsciously, we shall remain eternal. Thus, it is no wonder that opportunities are essential. The senior, through countless sacrifices, unconsciously merged himself into the realm. The larger the realm, the stronger one becomes. The realm knows no boundaries. Eternity signifies perpetual existence. In this sense, it appears that Mo Luo is still lacking an opportunity. Indeed, even if that individual crafts a grand conclusion for you, your stories will persist. That is the essence of eternity. Of course, there are drawbacks. Time erodes, and we cannot predict when the vessels housing the realm may vanish. Therefore, if one does not transcend, they will ultimately face extinction. Finally, the topic of transcendence arose, and Mo Luo felt a surge of joy. Transcendence aside, as long as one can achieve eternity, one can exist in a state of fearless tranquility. In that case, it would take countless cycles of the world's transformations for one to be obliterated. By then, I might have lived enough. However, before that, I shall savor the exquisite culinary delights of the world and ensure the legacy of my supreme justice endures. Mo Luo contemplated this principle and felt profoundly satisfied after living through one cycle of the world's changes. If he were to endure 7 such cycles, he feared he might perish. Indeed, upon awakening from slumber, I would find myself at the brink of death, and the realm of eternity would be sufficient. Qing Ling stifled a yawn, his thoughts somewhat aligned with Mo Luo's. Even those old acquaintances and disciples from his initial realm would surely have lived enough by that time. You two truly leave me speechless. The dark-clad demon king discerned that Mo Luo was unlike Qing Ling, yet upon learning the true essence of eternity, their interest in transcendence waned. Do you not wish to venture beyond the confines of your imagination? To endure alongside one's thoughts is to grasp eternity. Yet this merely signifies enduring with one's thoughts and is not akin to the genuine transcendence of the Tao that persists with the Great Way. We find ourselves ensnared within the realm of imagination. The demon king felt helpless, realizing that the 2 companions he had awaited so eagerly had no intention of departing with him. I have discovered the opportunity for eternity. What of you? What purpose does transcendence serve? You ought to understand that. Can success truly be achieved, or is it worth the endeavor? Qing Ling's essence gradually transformed as he integrated into the cycles of the world, becoming part of the imagination itself, thereby surpassing the fixed conclusion of Mo Luo's fate. Prior to this, he had evaded his own destiny through slumber, crafting a realm of his own from the pearls left behind. Yet, if true eternity cannot be attained within the conclusion of Mo Luo, then it is ultimately a fading existence. The emergence of the 6 transcendences signifies the impending end of this era. Senior Demon King, I too yearn to explore the realms beyond imagination. Such a world should be intriguing, right? Breaking through the dimensional barrier alone brings joy. Yet I also perceive the price. It is not fear of striving, but will the sacrifices return? Mo Luo had no qualms about self-sacrifice. He worried, however, that the sacrifice of his initial realm would lead to its complete annihilation. He transformed into countless avatars and ventured into the world's sea, quietly unlocking eternity. It appears you two have glimpsed the opportunity for eternity. I once considered that after living through numerous cycles of the world's transformations, my initial realm would be sufficient. Then, I could pursue transcendence without reservation. Reality has proven that this is unattainable. The dark-clad demon king gazed upwards at the infinite realm of imagination. As he extended his hand, he became part of that very imagination. Opening his arms, he embraced the heavens, and where he tread became the other shore. This is true eternity. As long as imagination exists, eternity endures. Transcendence necessitates the sacrifice of self and initial realm, which entails relinquishing both eternity and supremacy. Success may lead to transcendence, while failure will result in oblivion. Our names will no longer echo in the world sea. Those who write and read will forget us. Qing Ling sighed. It was not reluctance, but rather that he had not yet reached a satisfactory state of slumber, a true awakening. The same could be said for his initial realm. Stepping into eternity allows for transcendence. I have no issue with sacrificing myself, yet that would mean the dissolution of my initial realm. At the very least, a few more cycles of the world transformations are needed to ensure they have lived enough. Mo Luo concurred. He had indulged in enough culinary delights, and the beings within his initial realm had led vibrant lives. Naturally, he could sacrifice everything for true transcendence. Very well, go ahead. The dark-clad demon king observed as the two entered eternity, realizing he had companions now, and life would not be so tedious. Of course, the true revelry lay within his initial realm, which was quite fascinating. Mo Luo and Qing Ling each cherished their respective pleasures. One was loath to part with delectable food, while the other hesitated to relinquish delightful slumber, akin to the demon king's reluctance to forsake fine wine. Furthermore, all three equally treasured their initial realms, which is precisely why they found themselves unable to advance further into transcendence. Such a leap demands complete sacrifice. If one were to muster the resolve to do so, the dark-clad demon king would have already transcended. He chuckled softly and shook his head. If she were to be abandoned, what significance would transcendence hold? Sacrifice. Let this era be. The three ceased their musings and spoke in unison. With a resounding crash, the waves stilled. The triumvirate of eternity sacrificed this era, bringing it to a close, thus ushering in a new epoch. Otherwise, should the cycles of the world fall into utter silence, it is likely that they would be temporarily forgotten by the minds of those who read. Recognizing the importance of seizing the moment to sacrifice to the heavens is crucial. With a thunderous roar, the world's sea dried in an instant, the other shore shattered, and the river of time vanished. Yet in the next moment, the other shore collapsed to become a new world sea, while the original world sea ascended, transforming into a new other shore. The river of time flowed from the other shore into the world sea, swirling and drawing the world sea back to the other shore. The cycles of the world, sacrifices to the heavens. The three eternal beings gazed at the altar, departing from the new other shore, returning to the world sea. Each held their own pearl. Mo Luo returned to his own river of time. Qing Ling lay atop the towering, snow-capped peak. The dark-clad demon king returned to the world sea, becoming countless fragments. They seemed to have relinquished the desire for further sacrifice and complete transcendence. Sacrificing to the heavens allows for the cycles of the world. Sacrificing oneself enables crossing the realm of imagination. Sacrificing the initial realm can lead to true transcendence. Ultimately, in this realm of imagination, nothing will remain, forgotten by those who read and discarded by those who write. What failure? All that is cherished will vanish. In a certain sense, stepping into eternity is already half a transcendence. They can sacrifice the cycles of the world, and certainly, they can also sacrifice themselves and their initial realms. They merely choose not to. Only by breaking through imagination and its confines can transcendence be achieved. On the other shore atop the high mountains, Qing Ling uncomfortably stifled another yawn. He awoke. The one who once relished deep slumber now found himself unable to sleep. Should I sacrifice myself and venture out to sea? Qing Ling pondered, but shook his head. No, if I were to depart, my initial realm would be destroyed in my absence. Frustrated, he cradled his head in his hands, using them as a pillow, staring into the void beyond. Before him, the perspective of the writer materialized. It appeared that the last few individuals who typed the conclusion had not uploaded it. They seemed to be enjoying tea. In truth, even if the writer had crafted a conclusion, they would not be fixed in time. A curious thought lingered. What could possibly lie beyond the realm of imagination? With a sudden motion, the writer stood, downed a bottle of soda, and foolishly laughed while reading a comic. It seemed the reality beyond imagination was no different from an ordinary human world. In that case, is transcendence truly worthwhile? Above the river of time, Mo found himself perpetually unsatisfied, feeling an unrelenting hunger. He decided to open the writer's perspective. Upon discovering this individual engrossed in a game, it appeared to be quite similar to the games from launching. Is the world beyond the confines of imagination truly so splendid? Even if it is a fantastical realm born from the depths of one's mind, it must undoubtedly be more dreamlike and bizarre, hence exceptionally intriguing. In contrast, the reality of the author seems rather mundane. After much contemplation, he still finds it difficult to digest. In a vast ocean of existence, the mysterious figure cloaked in black perpetually observes the two. He has traversed through initial turmoil and has endeavored to exist in an eternal state, relinquishing transcendence. Presently, what Maluo and Qingling are experiencing is precisely this phase. Ultimately, they are likely to pursue a similar path. He smiled knowingly, aware of their impending choices, for he himself had once made the same decision, that is, to sacrifice oneself and leave behind the initial realm. Two silhouettes emerged in the firmament. Qingling cast a glance at Maluo. They exchanged no words, but each struck a blow towards their own fates. If the initial realm cannot be severed, then let half of my essence reside within the confines of imagination, while the other half is sacrificed, transcending beyond the realm of thought. They both resolved within their hearts. Thus, when the realm of imagination concludes, should the other half within it refuse to sacrifice its essence for the initial world, it would signify the complete annihilation of the half that ventures beyond. Indeed, our choices are aligned. The dark-cloaked figure erupted in laughter. Just wait. The half of your essence that remains will yearn for the initial realm even more. This mirrors my present predicament. The figure shrugged. He was once the Dark Lord, daring to be the first to sacrifice an era, ultimately leading to his own self-sacrifice. However, like Maluo and Qingling, he was reluctant to sacrifice everything and wished to experiment. In the end, he sacrificed half of his essence, yet the remaining half remains eternal. Only the sacrificed half attains transcendence. The price is that the departing half of the essence bears no reservations, while the remaining half should inherently feel more reluctant. This duality explains why they are able to take this step, yet cannot wholly transcend. Elder, shall we meet beyond the realm of imagination? Maluo inquired curiously. Of course. Sacrificing half allows for a connection with the half within the realm of thought, yet one cannot return directly. Sacrifice is irreversible, the dark-cloaked figure replied with a smile. Will there eventually be 3 eternities residing within the realm of imagination until their dissipation? Should we be joyous or sorrowful? What shall we become beyond the realm of thought? A person, a mere page, or perhaps nothing at all? Maluo was beset with questions. A soul requires awakening to restore its memories. However, one must be cautious, for any lapse may be perceived as delusional. I hope that when you awaken, the 3 of us shall reunite, and by then, this realm of imagination shall still exist, said the dark figure. Having severed half of themselves, Maluo and Qingling transformed into beams of light, vanishing from their place. After the sacrifice, their essence was entirely erased from the realm of imagination, as if they had never existed. The 2 silhouettes quietly disappeared within the confines of thought. In launching, a small town welcomed its first children today in 2 neighboring households. One was born a sleepyhead, appearing rather dull-witted, yet possessing fox-like eyes. The other, a glutton, was imbued with a strong sense of justice from a young age. They grew up together and were regarded as prodigies. Curiously, they seemed to possess a touch of delusion, searching for various web novels since birth, seeking answers they desired. In reality, countless web novels updated daily. Despite their fervent searches, Qingling and Maluo found themselves lost in the vast sea of information. If they had truly transcended, they should have arrived in the realm of the creator of imagination. The dark-cloaked figure must have crossed over long before them. Yet, they tirelessly sought answers, only to find nothing. Their ability to communicate with the world of imagination was what allowed it to persist in their minds. This realization confirmed they were free from delusion. The world was unremarkable, devoid of spiritual energy, devil fruits, chakra, extraordinary abilities, or cybernetic enhancements. Nevertheless, Qingling and Maluo rose above the ordinary. They possessed knowledge far exceeding that of the average person. effortlessly amassing wealth that ordinary individuals could scarcely dream of during their youth. Their primary goal was to seek out the dark-cloaked figure and the novels of the imaginative realm. In this world, how could they locate the author? Unfortunately, their understanding of the author's perspective was limited, leaving them unaware of his true appearance. Consequently, they were informed by the dark figure that they seemed to inhabit different timelines. The era of the dark figure still bore the scars of war, suggesting that Qingling and Maluo existed several decades after the dark figure's arrival in this world. Surely, he must have had his own identity here. My essence ventured to seek ancient relics and has vanished, while in my time, there was no internet, let alone the emergence of web novels. What? Maluo and Qingling were left bewildered. Has he truly disappeared in search of ancient relics? Is this merely an ordinary planet? Even with immense wealth, they could only live for around a century. Their sole desire was to find the author before their lives concluded, to acquire his works, and utilize their amassed wealth to engrave the realm of imagination in the memories of more people. Thus, even if their essence perished on launching, the essence within the realm of thought and the initial world could endure longer. What secrets does the Dark Lord possess? He discovered the truth of this world, an unimaginable realm where true paths exist, ineffable and profound. The dark figure addressed them. Where? We shall seek him forthwith. Atop the snowy peaks of Kunlun. The two ceased to hesitate upon hearing this, and, armed with their accumulated knowledge and keen intuition for commerce, set forth. Maluo and Qingling's wealth was sufficient to support their immediate journey to Kunlun. A helicopter awaited them at the base of the snow-capped mountains. The two youthful figures raced toward the summit. Besides their knowledge and wealth, they had also cultivated a robust physique through technology and training. Elder, where is your essence? Atop the snowy peaks behind the stone gates. As the oxygen thinned in the heights, following the dark figure's guidance, they finally reached their destination. The so-called stone gates had long been sealed for decades. Is your essence still alive? Maluo felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing this scene. Decades had passed. Could the Dark Lord's essence have perished? Impossible. I can still sense his presence. He is merely in seclusion. Seclusion? This term was foreign to them after their partial transcendence. For in this world, there existed traditional martial arts, combat techniques, health practices, and yoga to delay aging and enhance vitality. Yet none possessed effects akin to seclusion. Bai Shui discarded her reservations, and the two, accompanied by their subordinates, toiled for 3 days and nights before discovering a stone door. With a resounding command, they urged a dozen robust men forward, who strained to lift the massive slab, weighing 1,000 pounds. As the door creaked open, a faint, cool light emanated from within, accompanied by an ethereal voice. Have you arrived? It was undoubtedly the voice of the dark-robed Demon King. Senior? Mo Luo clenched his fists. According to the lore of his world, if the dark-robed Demon King were still alive, he would be over 120 years old. Yet, this voice sounded remarkably youthful, an enigma that defied comprehension. Qingling tugged at Mo Luo, urging him to proceed with caution and to restrain his impulsiveness. They walked side by side into the cave, not daring to glance back, for they could hear their subordinates collapsing one after another behind them. This place was indeed peculiar. I know not its name, but I shall call it Dao, the Demon King's voice echoed. He slowly turned, revealing a torch in his hand. The light they had seen from outside the cave was merely that of a torch. Demon King, what has become of your appearance? Mo Luo and Qingling were astonished. They understood that on Lan Xing, many individuals could maintain a youthful visage well into their 50s through various means. Yet to see the Demon King, at the age of 120, possessing the countenance of one in their 20s was utterly unfathomable. Congratulations on exiting the cave. I have awaited your arrival for far too long, the Demon King said with a smile. As Mo Luo and Qingling stood in awe, the ground beneath them shifted. They turned to face the Demon King and the torch he held, discovering that the cave's end opened up to a vast expanse. Upon glancing back, they realized that the interior of the cave was merely a reflection cast by the torch. Where is this place? Montauk Luo exclaimed, unable to comprehend that the world he had barely transcended was merely a projection illuminated by the Demon King's torch. Did you think the author dwells solely in the real world? The Demon King strode toward the true exit of the cave. Who could have imagined that the cave was the true world beyond the mountains? This was the authentic realm of reality. The Demon King extended his hand. Long ago, this had been the only genuine world beyond dimensions. All so-called fantasies and realms were mere reflections of the real world. The The world of authors and our imaginative realms were but shadows of this singular reality. He had merely collaborated with the authors to project a portion of the real world. At some point, the world within the cave had become estranged, forming a mere reflection. Now, as the three of us arrived, this door would finally open fully, and all the ephemeral illusions would be manifested into reality. The Demon King reached out, and the three stepped forward simultaneously into the cave's terminus. Immortal glanced back and beheld three small dots upon the stone door, interwoven into a triangular formation. Throughout history, this shape has harbored countless meanings as a secret symbol. Enveloping the triangle was a circle. Crossing through this door would reverse the worlds of imagination and authorship into reality. Suddenly, everything before them transformed into a fleeting illusion, as if on the verge of dissolution. Then, the scene shifted to reveal a vast land. The heavens were round and all dimensions fantasies, and realms of imagination coalesced into celestial bodies. The earth stretched infinitely, devoid of deities or rulers, existing solely as the ineffable Tao. The Tao bore no name and was not referred to as Tao. It was merely an enlightenment left for humanity by those who had discerned the truth. The Demon King surveyed this world, observing that within each bubble dwelled their original realms. The three each selected a pearl, which revealed three distinct figures, their true selves. Immortal merged with his other half's essence. The void and reality bore no intermediary. Should they return to the void, it would be mere fantasy, imprisoned within illusions, dimensions, and imagination. The void, when reached, could extricate all that was associated with it. The Demon King glanced aside, spotting a small pearl wherein an author scribbled fervently. The author's realm of Lanxing was experiencing a resurgence of spiritual energy. Immortal observed that pearl, which began to connect and merge with many others. Indeed, the author might never grasp this truth. Yet, with our departure, his Lanxing would receive an infusion of the real world, linking their so-called fantasy realm and igniting the resurgence of spiritual energy. The Demon King appeared to have foreseen all of this. In truth, no world is devoid of substance. Much like the triangle within a circle, reality and void coexist within us as 3 points. There is no judgment of good or bad between the void and reality, merely a reversal of perception. The circle, nameless in its exterior, exists and does not exist, ineffable in its essence. Even the Tao is but a name bestowed by predecessors. Qingling understood that this was not the so-called Grand Tao. The Tao knows not the distinctions of reality or void, large or small. Moreover, the three of them held no interest in immersing themselves in the Tao. The worlds imagined by the author, whether original or derivative, each exist as distinct realms, merely situated within the void, lacking connection. We merely facilitated the connection of these worlds, enabling the author's realm to awaken to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Whether anyone could emerge and traverse the real world was their own affair. The Demon King ceased his words and waved his hand, sending forth all the acquaintances he had longed to see into the realm of reality. Upon witnessing this, Immortal and Qingling felt a sense of unease. They hailed from the worlds of pirates and shinobi, and among those summoned were individuals from those very realms. Strangely, upon entering the real world, each was far more beautiful than in their original worlds. At a glance, every person and every tree revealed their entirety, their inherent beauty. The real world was peculiar. In the void, everything is merely a reflection, requiring learning and nebulous comprehension. In the real world, all is laid bare before the eyes. In the void, upon seeing a beautiful person, one must appreciate their beauty, attire, demeanor, and wisdom. Here, beauty, attire, demeanor, and wisdom all exist in their true form, visible at a single glance. The Demon King spread his arms, lifting a cup of wine in homage to this realm. What a feast for the eyes this world is. Immortal, in a fit of indignation, summoned his companions from the initial realm. Come forth, my disciples. Qingling also called forth his students. Farewell, everyone. In this singular, true world, the heavens are boundless, and the earth is infinite. Here, each individual is as weak as they are strong. We share no differences, yet possess great contrasts. Behind the Demon King followed several hundred individuals, yet not a single one was a companion. He carried a jug of wine, rising with the wind to wander the vast expanse of the heavens. Though it seems rather convoluted, it indeed encapsulates a profound truth. Qingling yawned, casually instructed her disciples, and sought out a tree to indulge in a deep slumber. The comfort of sleep here was unparalleled. The realms of consciousness and dream, brief naps and deep slumber. Haziness and drowsiness intertwined, existing simultaneously yet eluding description. Are you two adapting so swiftly? Mo Luo remarked with a hint of exasperation. What else could we do? Perhaps you should accompany the riders in the Blue Star. In their world, the revival of spiritual energy is still eons away. Currently, there are only faint signs. Yet few engage in physical training, meditation, or introspection. By the time true spiritual energy erupts, they will have long since perished. The demon king waved his hand, leaving only the lingering scent of wine in the air. Let it be. The writers themselves lack intelligence, content to indulge in comics, video games, and soda, hardly surpassing those who merely read. Montag Luo Schulget. Behind him, Tao Tu, AIN, and others exchange glances. This is the real world. Here, it bears no distinction from the original realm. Should you find it dull, we can return at any time. Mo Luo neglected to mention that only the three of them could traverse freely between the two realms, as the others had merely returned to the singular reality. They had arrived here through their own efforts, becoming the sole embodiment of reality. That was true transcendence. Mo Luo understood that had he and Qingling not been unwilling to take that final step of transcendence to venture into the writer's world, the dark-clad Demon King would have achieved true transcendence, for their reluctance stemmed from an inability to comprehend that true letting go is the essence of release. Let's return. The original realm is currently quite lively. Tao Tu and AI and tugged at Mo Luo's sleeve. He cleared his throat, stating, "Let us discuss matters upon our return to the original realm. A lifetime of supreme justice, yet unable to enjoy a few epics?" Mo Luo transformed into a beam of light, returning to the original realm. The 5 worlds within the original realm had merged, along with the dimensions of myriad realms, forming a cohesive whole. The Blue Star had expanded 100-fold. On the final island here, the first martial arts tournament continued unabated. Numerous contestants were present, including Luffy, Naruto, Saitama, Goku, along with powerful figures from various worlds. In this universe, justice was upheld not only by the Navy but also by Ultraman, Kamen Riders, and a multitude of formidable beings. Within the Swordsmanship Hall, Zoro was engaged in a duel with Inuyasha, Ichigo Kurosaki, and Tanjiro, showcasing their skills. In the Martial Arts Hall, old veterans like Carp, Bangu, Master Rashi, and Captain Yamamoto were sipping tea. Witnessing this scene, Mo Luo felt a profound sense of uselessness. Was this a grand reunion? Mo Luo pondered. Since the fusion of the 5 hells, he had yet to pay a visit. It was indeed time to take a look. The 10 kings of hell from the Blue Star, the 18 levels of hell, the 6 paths of reincarnation, the hell of Dragon Ball, King Yama, the hell of One Punch, the Hell Army, the pure land of Fire Shadow, the Shinigami, the yellow spring road of the pirate world, the king of the underworld. These realms had long since merged into one. Mo Luo strolled through, observing the vastly expanded hell. In the underworld of Yomi, souls were dragged away by the black and white impermanences, while others were taken by Shinigami wielding scythes. Some walked away adorned with halos, clad in white. A Shinigami with horns stood frozen in place, with Solomon guarding the front. There were also numerous armored hell army soldiers who had once battled Saitama. Where to first? The current Yomi was centrally arranged. Mo Luo chose to visit the Shinigami with the scythe, a path once trodden by Brook, responsible for guiding souls from the pirate world. Upon arrival, Mo Luo beheld a multitude of deceased souls, many of whom he had slain, along with several former enemies still engaged in combat. Blackbeard, Barrett, Kaido, Shiki the Golden Lion, Big Mom, and the Gorosei clamored for retribution. Before Mo Luo could act, they froze in place. It turned out Whitebeard and Roger had long since perished, thriving in this realm, their powers having grown immensely, overpowering the others. Impudent. Just then, Rox made his entrance, having died even earlier and possessing greater strength. Roger, Whitebeard, and Kazuki Oden turned and clashed. Witnessing this, Mo Luo continued onward without hesitation. The Shinigami with the scythe guided Mo Luo along this chilling path in silence. To conquer death is to inevitably arrive here, a voice echoed in his ear. Mo Luo glanced over to find an old man, his hands bound by chains, raving madly. "I am the previous wielder of the life fruit. Had I not encountered Carp in my youth and met my end, I would have surely conquered death." He shrieked, only for the Shinigami to swiftly sever his head with a scythe. Mo Luo pressed on, soon spotting a figure cloaked in black. Imu, what are you looking at? Imu snapped, turning her head. She was surprisingly a woman. Mo Luo, taken aback, approached the end of hell. He curiously inquired of the Shinigami, why are there no ordinary souls here? Since the fusion of hell, all ordinary beings have been sent to the 10 kings of hell, tasked with reincarnation. These individuals are all those who took countless lives in their previous existence, while others, unwilling to reincarnate, have become Asuras. So was Montak Luo Muzit. Finding the revelation intriguing, he began to grasp who had emerged victorious in the last battle for hell. Departing from the underworld of the pirate world, Mo Luo arrived at the hell of the fire shadow world. The scene here was unique, as all souls were frozen in the moment before death. Even the Shinigami could be summoned. The Shinigami floated ethereally in the air, leading Mo Luo forward, where Senju Hashirama, Uchihamadara, and others resided. Unlike the pirate hell, the Pure Land here allowed all deceased souls to dwell only with their loved ones, free from entanglements with others. This was also how the couple, Minato and Kushina, recognized each other after being reincarnated through impure world reincarnation. Yet Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara remained adversaries, as if unaware of the reasons behind the deaths of previous Hokage. One was the cold yellow spring of Azura, the other the eternal stasis of the Pure Land. Mo Luo then turned towards the Hell of One Punch. The Hell Army had once clashed with the powerful beings of the One Punch world, and even the strongest of Hell had been vanquished by Saitama. This indicated that the existence here was a different kind of existence, not true death. Or perhaps, life from birth to death is an integral process, all part of existence itself. Upon Mo Luo's arrival, the Hell Army knelt in reverence. There were no souls left here, for after the Hell Army was defeated by Saitama, the souls had moved on to the 6 paths of reincarnation. The surroundings were filled with molten lava, where the Hell Army, stripped of their armor, lived in abject misery. Maluo found himself in a state of bemusement, having been vanquished by the living without even a chance to retaliate. Departing from the realm of Punch Hell, he arrived at the Dragon Ball Hell, where a luminous halo adorned his head. The processes in this realm were remarkably technological, with business being scarce of late. Only those formidable warriors who perished in battle returned here, yearning to continue their cultivation. If successful, they could resurrect and return to the realm of the living, even forging connections with the Azura warriors from the world of pirates. However, those ruffians had no intention of resurrection. They reveled in the brutal combat that consumed their days. The King of Hell served Maluo a cup of tea, and after taking a sip, he proceeded toward the core of this infernal domain. Along the way, he was met with an eclectic array of sights, as everything conceivable was present. The black and white impermanents, along with the ox head and horse face, were busily engaged in their duties, ferrying souls hither and thither. Only by traversing these steps could one reach the end. The 10 kings of hell presided over the 6 paths of reincarnation. Maluo, however, held little interest in the cycles of reincarnation. He merely observed the powerful beings within the netherworld, each representing emperors and overlords from various eras, all occupying positions of authority, managing the affairs of the human race. Why? After experiencing countless tortures in their past lives, would they continue to perpetrate evil upon reincarnation? When Maluo inquired, the 10 kings of hell suddenly surrounded him, responding, "To be reborn, one must consume Meng Po's soup, which causes the loss of memory." This suggested a perpetual inability to learn from past mistakes, which Maluo found somewhat unreasonable. "Indeed, you are correct, revered master," the 10 kings replied, unable to counter his logic, yet they could not conceive of a better solution. Should mortals abstain from Meng Po's soup, they might seem to retain their memories, but in truth, they would go to great lengths to appease the entities of the netherworld. The accumulation of memories could lead to significant problems in the mortal realm. It appeared that those who no longer committed evil deeds would, through their innate intelligence, become even more cunning and calculating. Maluo discerned the root of the issue. The situation was indeed complex. Live broadcasts? That would not suffice. Would not those who reincarnated watch the recordings as they grew? For such warnings to be effective, people must recognize who they were in their past lives and the evils they committed. Perhaps mortals would leave a path for their future selves to seek the wealth accumulated in previous incarnations. A solution began to crystallize in Maluo's mind. He turned to the 10 kings of hell, proclaiming, "In my future cycles of reincarnation, I shall not allow evil to persist. all who have committed transgressions shall be erased. Furthermore, let it be known in the mortal realm that those who perpetrate evil shall not be allowed to reincarnate. This statement left the 10 kings momentarily bewildered. Surely, they could not allow wandering souls and restless spirits to roam freely. Those who had committed evil should face immediate obliteration of their essences. Maluo's words resonated with thunderous clarity. No process is necessary. They shall be reduced to ashes without a trace. They would not even merit the status of beasts. Yet if such was the case, would not those who committed evil become even more reckless? The 10 kings of hell contemplated that denying evildoers a path of redemption was indeed prudent. It could drive them to madness. Is that so? Maluo glanced at the mortal realm. The 6 paths of reincarnation were governed by karma and sin. Yet this merely offered a choice. Future karmic debts should not be repaid in the next life, as that would be unjust. If a reincarnated individual consumed Mangpo's soup, they should not bear the sins of their past life. Henceforth, there shall be immediate retribution for wrongdoings. Those who commit evil shall face consequences in their current lives. With a single proclamation, Maluo altered the laws of the netherworld and transformed the rules of the primordial realm. Henceforth, retribution would manifest swiftly and increasingly so. No. The 10 kings of hell were thrown into a panic. Why can't this be allowed? Maluo felt a headache coming on. Those who killed for wealth and power, no matter how deeply they schemed, would ultimately face divine retribution. Was that not a fitting outcome? What if they hid underground? Then they would be consumed by the flames of the earth. But what if they were unafraid of fire or water? They would be annihilated by the laws and principles of existence. Maluo was not one to easily abandon his convictions. Yet, if things were to proceed in this manner, future generations might perceive it as a cruel manifestation of the heavenly order, viewing the mortal realm as an oppressive prison where every action was monitored by divine authority. Indeed, I desired this effect at the age of 9. If they do not act recklessly, would there not be any evil consequences? Maluo feared this. Humanity would find themselves stymied, believing that the heavens were an insurmountable barrier. The 10 kings of hell grew increasingly troubled. If Maluo's vision were to come to fruition, the netherworld would be rendered obsolete. This domain was under my dominion. Do you dare to surpass me? I dare not, they replied, silenced by his words. However, merely allowing this is far too unjust. Maluo's proclamation ignited a flicker of joy within the 10 kings of hell. It seemed there was still room for negotiation. In the future, regardless of race or status, anyone who commits unjust acts shall face calamities, with karmic debts remaining in this life alone. Upon hearing Maluo's decree, the principles of the primordial realm instantaneously adapted across the myriad worlds, leaving the 10 kings of hell speechless. They had not anticipated that Maluo considered this injustice. Such a fate would indeed seem unfair to the deities who had painstakingly achieved their status. What alternative is there? Supreme justice must prevail above all, except for myself. Maluo was disinclined to elaborate further. Thus, he effectively instilled the essence of supreme justice throughout the myriad realms. Let me take a journey and observe the effects. Immediate retribution. Devoid of karmic ties, Maluo's declaration shattered the myths of Ur as he forged a brand new world with his own hands. Before venturing into the one true reality, he decided to traverse the primordial realm. In a world of pirates, amidst a minor cycle of reincarnation, the sea had once again returned to the tumultuous 20 years following the demise of the Pirate King. Conflict reigned in the mortal realm. On an island in the East Sea, a band of pirates had just landed, intent on annihilating all inhabitants and seizing their treasures. Attack! Leave no one behind. With weapons drawn, they struck with malice, unleashing their intentions into action. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. The pirate ship sank to the ocean floor in an instant. Those who had just set foot on the shore swallowed hard, only to be engulfed in flames moments later. In no time, they were reduced to ashes. Maluo stood quietly in a corner of the village, silently observing the scene. He took a bite of bread as he made his way to the village warehouse, a smile creeping across his face. Here, he had nearly met his end and had first witnessed the true meaning of iniquity. Before long, a warship arrived. Kapu surveyed the seemingly unscathed village, and, upon spotting a few charred corpses, left in confusion. The sea was littered with fragmented planks. The pirate ship had already succumbed to the depths. In the Grand Line, at Mogu Town, a tremendous sea current surged at intervals, capable of transporting individuals to the sky island above. A group of pirates was engaged in fierce combat. their skirmishes failing to summon the wrath of heaven or the fires of the earth, until one of the pirates, unable to accept defeat, struck a fatal blow towards an innocent vagrant by the roadside. Thunderclap. A bolt of lightning struck, extinguishing his life on the spot, which left all the pirates present in shock. Following this incident, rumors intensified, suggesting that a certain will existed in this world, one that punished all evil. In the New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship, the 4th Division commander, Saki, obtained a devil fruit during battle. It appeared to be the Yami Yami Nomi Delighted. He picked up the fruit, feeling a surge of curiosity. Meanwhile, behind him, Teach smirked quietly, harboring sinister thoughts. In the stillness of the night, he stealthily entered Saki's room. Teach, I never expected you to come here. I was just about to consume the devil fruit. Is that so, Saki? Teach replied with a sly grin, silently approaching Saki from behind. A sharp dagger, cloaked in haki, was aimed to deliver a fatal strike. With a swift thrust, a flame ignited amidst the darkness. Teach, who could feel double the pain, screamed in madness until he was reduced to a pile of ashes. The formidable members of the Whitebeard pirates arrived at the scene, bewildered as they gazed upon Teach's tragic demise. Saki, in disbelief, repeatedly explained how Teach had been chatting only to become nothing but ashes. The immortal Marco glanced at Teach's dagger on the ground and chose not to speak further. The fact that haki couldn't even withstand such flames was indeed peculiar. All eyes turned to Ace, the Fire Fist. Even he was unable to comprehend the true nature of the incident. The 10 Kings of Hell followed Moro, quietly departing from the Whitebeard pirates. They exchanged glances, realizing that this plan might work, though it still lacked a crucial element. Punishment for evil. But what of good? Should goodness be rewarded in return? The 10 Kings of Hell looked curiously at Moro, aware that he held the authority over this matter. Moro journeyed to Wano country. Kaido, the beast, laughed heartily as he tormented the weak, glaring at a servant who had accidentally shattered a plate. He pulled the trigger of his firearm, roaring in anger, "Die, you worthless fool." Bang! A bullet was fired. Toki, lowering his head, drew his sword, slicing through the bullet while simultaneously hitting the servant, attempting to evade Kaido's gaze. However, when he turned back, Kaido was already howling in agony. His 8 heads were gradually engulfed by flames, causing the warriors and ninjas of the Kaido clan to feel a sense of impending doom. Who could be behind this? Terrifyingly, the flames did not extinguish, targeting only Kaido while leaving everything else untouched. Meanwhile, at the prison, Leopard 5 was laboring when he accidentally fell to the ground. A guard lashed out at him. "D, you old fool, do you think this is still the past?" Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and the guard fell dead before he could even react. Leopard 5 turned, bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. Unbeknownst to him, the world had changed. On the Red Earth continent, Moro and the 10 Kings of Hell traversed the area, observing their surroundings. Thunder and fire erupted incessantly. Those caught outside were struck down by lightning, while those hidden within buildings were consumed by the flames. In less than a day, more than half of the celestial dragons had perished. No wonder. They have accumulated too much malice, and this has triggered their demise, Moro reflected. He recalled the earlier inquiry, as the 10 Kings of Hell had mentioned. If evil must be punished, how should good be recompensed? Should it be immediate? Would a shower of gold and berries fall from the heavens, or perhaps a devil fruit, or even a doubling of chakra? None of these seemed appropriate. Contemplating further, Moro stroked his chin and stepped away from the Red Earth continent, embarking alone towards the One Punch world. This realm differed from his initial world of eternal cycles and, like the previous pirate world, existed within a smaller cycle. Occasionally, travelers would cross over into this world, living extravagantly and believing themselves invincible, when in reality, they merely thrived within a fleeting cycle due to the system's advantages. The inhabitants were yet unaware that in the future, even travelers would need to abide by his rules. Previously, the system was a rare boon granted only to the fortunate few. The Nameless Knight was diligently working, having saved yet another ordinary person today. He remained oblivious to the countless professional heroes who were growing complacent. Exhausted, the Nameless Knight returned home, shedding his clothing and setting aside his bicycle. He retrieved a discounted meal and sat at the table, watching the news that reported yet another S-class hero saving millions. While no one cared about who stood up when houses collapsed or when little monsters bullied the innocent. As the top C-class hero, the Nameless Knight felt no envy towards others. As a professional hero, it was his duty to protect others. No matter how weary he became, he would never complain. Unbeknownst to him, after today's heroics, a faint aura of fortune began to envelop him. This was the destiny attached by the heavens. A permanent gift of luck that could not be seized unless one surpassed the heavens themselves, akin to sharing tea with Moro. In Moro's initial world, transcending the heavens meant no longer being trapped in the small cycles and being able to enter the realm of eternal cycles that he had initiated. This realm possessed the characteristics of an almost singular true world. However, traversing between the void and reality required Moro as permission. Master, such fortune is something we could only dream of, but what use is it if it merely enhances his luck in battle or ensures lottery wins? Inquired the 10 kings of hell, puzzled. That is not the case. It is merely a reward granted by my supreme justice, which can subtly alter what he requires. Moro explained. But what if the nameless knight one day becomes a great villain, committing heinous acts? Then he would be struck down by lightning without hesitation. Moro replied confidently. Would his previous righteous deeds count for nothing? If he has committed numerous wrongs, surely his accumulated merits would have long vanished, Moro thought, growing weary of the conversation. He sensed their concern about potential unemployment. Aren't you still able to observe the reincarnations of those virtuous and neutral individuals? His words left the 10 kings of hell speechless. Master, what if, just what if, for ordinary people, time is merely a shade of gray, not strictly black and white, for that would be too simplistic. The heavens should also embody grayness. If they were so clearly defined, it would defy reason. Just as within yin and yang lies power. As soon as the 10 kings of hell finished speaking, Moro understood that they had originally existed in a realm of black and white, merely colored by the good and evil of humanity, resulting in this grayness. First, even if there is light within darkness and darkness within light, one has never heard of yin and yang giving birth to gray. Secondly, it matters little whether the heavens are fair. The heavenly path I establish in the future will be just. Finally, it must be said that individuals of such a great disposition deceive those who yearn for beauty. If no one is willing to yield, then their malevolence and ambiguity cease to exist. Should a person of neither virtue nor vice utter such words, one might wonder whether, in times of injustice, they would seek assistance from the gray or the pure white. The answer is white, though gray may suffice as well. In truth, there exists no gray. It is merely darkness cloaked in a guise of white light, a tactic they employ to instill fear in others. Mo Luo continued, asserting that henceforth, the cycle of cause and effect should be concluded in this world. The virtuous shall reap fortune, with the capacity to alter their endowments and lives, liberated from the constraints of reincarnation. No, from now on, there shall be no more lives, only the struggle for fortune, which cannot be stripped away. To perform good deeds without inquiring about the future is paramount. Mo Luo proclaimed the earthly consequences, the resolution of karma, and the contention for fortune, thus altering the cycle of reincarnation and leaving the 10 halls of Yin Luo incredulous. It seems that the esteemed ruler may find it challenging to gain the respect of the populace, for they firmly believe in the recompense of karma. That wealth and prosperity lie within themselves, leading them to no longer kneel before heaven and earth, nor to revere their sovereign. What need have I for such respect? Is it worth pursuing? You exist beneath the heavenly path, and their fortunes cannot compare to yours, let alone the journey to the eternal primordial realm I have created. Everything one could desire is already present. Why seek further troubles? Should you refuse to comply, you shall return to the cycle of reincarnation, each to their destined fate. Once, heaven and earth were unkind. Henceforth, I alone shall embody fairness. Mo Luo yawned, pleased with the prospect of a promising future. We shall obey. The 10 halls of Yin Luo ceased to dispute. Henceforth, they would cleanse themselves of the gray aura that clung to them from the past. Go forth, then. Mo Luo concluded the trifles of the myriad realms, contemplating a genuine return to his eternal primordial realm to behold the ongoing grand martial arts tournament. Having trained diligently, formidable warriors from various worlds had gathered. Great Tao and the Luo golden immortals were not in short supply. The 3,000 Tao saints had also undergone renewal, and any duel would inevitably be suppressed by the grand cycle of reincarnation. Even the mightiest Tao saints could not escape the grand reincarnation. This was not a limitation imposed by Mo Luo, but rather a consequence of their insufficient cultivation. The Tao saints must ascend to pseudo-supreme to escape the chaos and grand reincarnation. Pseudo-eternity permits one to traverse the grand reincarnation within the eternal primordial realm, ensuring perpetual existence. Pseudo-transcendence signifies their integration with the paths of the eternal primordial realm. As for true supremacy, true eternity, and true half-step transcendence, even he cannot restrain them, unless one were to obliterate the eternal primordial realm. Alas, birthing another being of their caliber is as challenging as reaching the heavens. Even half-step transcendence is but a dream. In the eternal primordial realm, Mo Luo sat in the audience, savoring popcorn. On the arena, Nika Luffy had commenced combat with heavy particle Naruto. Fivefold. In Luffy's perception, the Nika form essentially embodies his fifth gear. In essence, this Nika form is referred to as the Sun God, a result of the ancient rubber fruit user's immense fame. The onomatopoeia of Nika signifies the Sun God. Essentially, the awakening of the rubber fruit leads to an exaggerated rubber form, exerting a significant influence over its surroundings. Steam ribbons entwined, enveloping him in white, emanating a faint glow. This was the initial color of rubber upon its extraction from the rubber tree. Heavy particle mode. Naruto's chakra collided with Kurama's, unleashing a terrifying reaction that emitted astonishing power. In the past, employing this form would have easily led to his demise. However, with Mo Luo's cultivation method made public, Naruto, Luffy, and Kurama had all trained their own energies. Thus, they could sustain this pinnacle state for prolonged periods without the threat of death. Suddenly, Luffy vanished, his feet moving in a rapid circular motion reminiscent of anime. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Naruto. What incredible speed! When Naruto activated heavy particle mode, all aspects of his physicality surged dramatically. His entire being transformed into a crimson hue, enveloped in chakra. Each strike could obliterate the opponent's energy. If Luffy's Nika form embodies unrestricted combat, then heavy particle mode signifies the complete eradication of the enemy's energy while inflicting severe injuries. It could be said that both forms were extraordinarily formidable, each possessing distinct advantages. Particularly after mastering Mo Luo's energy cultivation techniques, their combat prowess soared again. This martial arts arena spanned tens of millions of miles. After all, their battle capabilities had evolved beyond comparison. Boom! Another collision, one radiating white light, the other crimson. Rubber, the rubber balloon. Naruto struck Luffy with a palm, sending him hurtling away. Rubber escape balloon. Their powers were terrifyingly immense. Luffy swiftly grasped the tail formed by Naruto's chakra cloak. Rubber jump rope. As Naruto was used as a jump rope, he unleashed thousands of strikes in rapid succession. The brilliance surrounding Luffy dimmed rapidly as he was stripped of a significant portion of his energy. Naturally, this ferocious combat mode was a double-edged sword, inflicting harm on oneself while dealing lethal blows to the enemy. So powerful, Luffy laughed heartily, even his eyebrows adorned with the patterns of the devil fruit. You are the same, Naruto chuckled, suddenly vanishing, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Both had reached their peak in their youth. Mo Luo's emergence had accelerated everything. Otherwise, both Naruto's heavy particle mode and Luffy's Nika form would have required much longer to truly perfect in every aspect. Rubber Giant. Luffy transformed into a colossal figure. Naruto's heavy particle mode entered an unprecedented form. He morphed into a blood-red Nine Tails, with Nine Tails and both hands transforming into fists, coalescing into an enormous blood-red Rasengan. Rubber Ape God Spear. Heavy particle Rasengan. Boom! This strike unleashed all their power, an unstoppable shockwave rapidly expanding, until it reached the audience, where it was halted by some formidable force. No one knew what had transpired. It was all too swift. In the audience, Mo Luo calmly munched on popcorn, having also procured a large bucket of super chilled cola. Next up, Roronoa Zoro versus Vegeta. Swish! The battle arena instantly rejuvenated, as if untouched by any previous conflict. Upon entering, Vegeta activated his divine technique, Destruction. Zoro transformed into the Hell King Ashura of the Nine-Sword style. Their murderous intent resonated through the air, fists and sword energies intertwining. After the amalgamation of the myriad realms, Mo Luo meticulously crafted this eternal primordial realm. During this time, numerous powerful beings emerged from the minor reincarnation. In truth, the eternal primordial realm stands resolute against the tides of time. Boom! A sword struck out, blocked by a punch. The two were ensnared in a life and death struggle, with neither willing to retreat. Without Mo Luo's intervention, their combat strength would have reflected the disparity between a star and its satellite. Yet now, within the fusion of worlds, they had attained a higher level. Ah! Vegeta roared, entering Super Saiyan 3. Song unsheathed his sword, infusing his entire being with a formidable aura. In the next moment, there stood a newly manifested god of destruction, Vegeta, and the pinnacle of the king of hell, Swallow. As the blades sliced through the air, the clash of their might concluded their fierce confrontation. Witnessing this scene, Moro took a hearty sip of cola. Not far away, a girl selling curry fried chicken and beer appeared to be a staff member at the Spectator-S platform. Moro purchased a generous serving of fried chicken and a large cup of beer, resuming his observation of the battle. Next to enter the fray were the peak versions of Carp and Whitebeard. Carp hailed from the same time-space as Moro. This particular Whitebeard seemed to be the sole, true self, emerging from the cycle of reincarnation. Although everyone appeared ensnared in the cycle, each blossom bore its own unique essence. Only the ultimate awakeners from the grand dream could claim to be the true self. Carp's most potent haki clashed against the sword of the peak Whitebeard, and they exchanged a blow from afar. In the next heartbeat, a figure wielding a long sword approached. Carp, Newgate, how could this battle unfold without me? Roger leapt into action, grasping his famed sword ace. Shinbai, damn it. Carp turned to look. Nanny? Whitebeard's expression was one of amusement. The three engaged in a chaotic melee. Fists, swords, and blades colliding, causing the ground to tremble while waves of sword energy erupted forth. Not far away, the Battle of the Grim Reaper continued, with the peak Captain Yamamoto facing off against Aizen. This confrontation, characterized by their profound understanding of each other's techniques, was equally matched. In a corner, Tanjiro was locked in combat with Chainsaw Man, both driven by the desire to protect their loved ones. Which would prevail? The blade that embodies conviction, or the unyielding chainsaw that could reclaim a past beloved? The audience was far from ordinary, as most were awaiting their turn to enter the fray. This was a battle of the myriad realms. Before long, Gundam engaged in battle with Ultraman, while Kamen Rider faced off against Armored Warrior. Moro, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle, yawned and turned to depart. This was an unending melee across the realms, where there would always be those striving to grow stronger. As Moro turned, he found himself in a quaint village on Blue Star. The village was replete with various amenities, pristine and serviced by an autonomous bus traversing its streets daily. It boasted hot springs, bookstores, coffee shops, and a street lined with culinary delights. Moro arrived at a barbecue restaurant run by Peach Rabbit, where patrons reveled in grilled meats, toasting with drinks. Glancing around, he noticed that even the servers and the owner bore striking resemblance to the customers, all manifestations of Moro's life force. Ein, sporting a blue ponytail. Serve a bowl of wonton noodles to Moro. In the kitchen, Moro savored a freshly fried spring roll. Upon noticing Moro passing by, the chef offered a friendly wave. Bonnie operated a hot pot restaurant, indulging in more than even Moro. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, wagering on who could eat longer. Yamato, enjoying Odin, was drawn in by the enticing aroma of hot pot, only to be spotted by Moro, who discovered that Hiyori was preparing sushi. In the vicinity, a commendable fried chicken shop caught Moro's eye, and just as he was about to enjoy it with honey mustard sauce, a grown-up Xiaoyu dashed from her red bean soup shop and snatched the chicken away. Familiar faces were indulging in their meals, some cooking, others feasting. Moro smiled. Beyond these manifestations of his life force, many of his incarnations thrived across the myriad realms. Moreover, even in the realms of the Demon King and Qingling, several of his avatars were relishing grand feasts. In a corner, before a wonton shop, the Demon King took a sip of wine, turning to him with a grin. Not bad, but nothing compared to my own. Care for a visit someday? The Demon King laughed, his aura still menacing. That might take a while. Moro took a skewer of grilled meat and bit into it, only to discover an avatar of Qingling peacefully dozing on the table. Each had their own passions, yet they shared an unspoken bond. Senior, I must admit, I have never heard her tale. Me? The Demon King sipped his strong liquor. My name is Yizhua. In my time, I traversed alone, and it is indeed a long story. The two exchanged their narratives, only to realize that many details had never been penned by the author. Senior Demon King, will the author ever venture into the one true world? Impossible. He will never recognize his own plight. This is the conundrum of the one who is ensnared, yet their world is quietly undergoing a resurgence of spiritual energy. The Demon King, Yizhua, raised his glass, engaging in jovial conversation. As dawn broke, Moro awoke from slumber, finding the absence of Qingling and Yizhua. He returned to a room, lying on a small bed, reflecting on the myriad experiences of his life. It dawned on him that everything was merely a result of perseverance colliding with opportunity. Yet this restless contemplation rendered him unable to find peace and sleep again. The tedium within him made it increasingly difficult to remain in the village. In truth, Moro's emergence as the sole true existence occurred slightly later than Yizhua and Qingling. He yearned to glimpse that ineffable world, the authoress world, since he has crafted our existence, ultimately enabling us to emerge from his imaginative realm. Why not endeavor to transform their world? Moro found this notion intriguing, contemplating the prospect of wielding authority over the author's domain, a fitting reciprocation. At that very moment, as this idea blossomed within him, a genuine transcendent being in both Qingling's and the Demon King's realms opened their eyes. Why do we not create a more fascinating world? Moro transmitted. Are you suggesting we assume the roles of creator deities? The Demon King Yizhua was amused. Oh, then who shall we portray? Qingling pondered her character selection. Based on personal preference, we could forge our own civilizations and ultimately converge in the author's world. Witness their world's resurgence of spiritual energy and the awakening of abilities. That should be immensely entertaining, bursting with boundless possibilities. Agreed. The three vanished simultaneously, arriving in the author's world. They traced back time, altering the past. Just as Qingling was about to make her move, the Demon King interjected, I arrived in this world before you. In the author's blue star, there truly existed powerful beings who even had predecessors that ventured into the one true world. Oh, is that the reason you have maintained a youthful appearance for 120 years in this realm? Qingling had anticipated this. The author's world held profound depths. Indeed, Blue Star has always been a nexus of the myriad realms, regardless of the origin of any existence. There are countless secrets here, even with significant ties to the existence of the one true world. Moro grasped the threads of time. Let us journey to the realms of our predecessors. Very well. Shall we call ourselves the Triune Wisdom? Alchemy, perhaps? Quite intriguing. Ha ha ha, amusing indeed. As the three of us took action, we discovered that the door to the world of the authors was left by none other than ourselves. Unexpectedly, we too have moments of being ensnared by our own tricks. Every step we take may evoke different outcomes, akin to the subtle lines of a grass snake. Perhaps, if merely a thought had crossed our minds, we might never have encountered one another. Yet the mere fact that we emerge from the same realm of fantastical voids is a matter of fate. Lo and behold, the three of us appeared in the skies above launching, retracing the timeline of the past. Molo arrived at a desert oasis, guiding the people in the construction of pyramids and the observation of celestial and terrestrial phenomena. Qingling ventured into an ancient forest, where the sun also erected pyramids, leaving behind his own wisdom. Yizhua found himself in the frigid lands of the far north, yet transformed into a deity, passing down the ancient tales. They left behind countless legends across the globe. Before their arrival, the civilization of this world revered the circle as the pinnacle, until their emergence heralded the advent of the triangular triune wisdom civilization. The ancient lands of the two rivers once bore witness to their presence, while the buried pyramids, lost in the currents of history, inscribed their tales. Among the 12 deities of the Mediterranean, 3 were their enduring marks. The myth of the world tree was crafted by their hands. Fragments of the past, intertwined with their peculiarities, were etched upon emerald stones, revered by countless alchemists as sacred texts. They witnessed the demise of epochs and the decline of civilizations. Throughout these ages, they even observed the severance of their own myths from the continuum of tradition. By the time of the authors, the triune wisdom had long faded from memory, yet some still unearthed the truth within the annals of history. These ancient civilizations were birthed by deities with ebony pupils and hair. One day, the Emerald Tablet shall see the light of day once more. Molo, Qingling, and Yizhua, however, remained shrouded in obscurity, forgotten by humanity. In the year 2025, 13 crystal skulls were discovered within tropical rainforests, astonishing the world. Through energizing these artifacts, vast reservoirs of previously unknown knowledge were unveiled. Some speculated that ancient civilizations likely shared wisdom through the crystal skulls, enabling them to deduce astronomical calendars and transcendental calculations. This revelation astonished many, dubbing it the Ancient Cloud Computing Center. Shortly thereafter, 13 emerald tablets re-emerged, and upon deciphering the inscriptions, humanity was left in disbelief. We are, it seems, a civilization in captivity. A month later, after thorough examination, an extraordinary force and aura manifested within the air and magnetic fields. Should humanity harness this power, we could very well enter a new epoch. On television, a reporter was broadcasting. After a night of assessment and research, along with literature comparisons, we tentatively postulated an astonishing conclusion. The spells, chi cultivation, alchemy, sorcery, and magic of antiquity may have genuinely existed. The so-called chi may very well originate from the novel energies permeating our current atmosphere. Ancient humanity had experienced a rupture in civilization, suggesting that during that era, society was quite advanced, giving rise to a time where spells and magic coexisted alongside chi cultivation and alchemy. Even more astonishing was the notion that the new special magnetic fields of launching could potentially be manipulated through specific incantations and formations. As we sought to master the power of chi and magnetism, a week later, even more astounding reports emerged. In a secluded mountain, a giant white python ascended to the heavens, transforming into human form after withstanding 9 bolts of divine lightning, and has since vanished into the world. Unbelievably, an old Taoist divined that an era of great conflict had arrived, urging the populace to pursue immortality. To everyone's amazement, a monk displayed immense strength, shattering a boulder with a single punch. Numerous posts began circulating online, blurring the line between reality and fiction. I have opened my meridians and am striving to attain the foundational realm. I seek the assistance of all heroes. Trust in my V50. How infuriating. The methods of Pengzu have arrived. Do you long for eternal life? Enroll quickly. The Huangdi Neijing conceals the great methods of the 5 elements elixir. Only I have uncovered it. Many have chosen to believe these claims, completely unaware of the depths to which they have sunk. A seemingly frail youth clad in a hooded sweatshirt strolled by, a small cat peeking out from his backpack. How strange. In this day and age, it seems even more absurd than what I write in my novels. The youth entered a fast food establishment. Boss, I would like a portion of spicy shredded pork over rice. Certainly. The eatery was packed, save for a solitary table in the corner where seat remained. The youth gestured to inquire if he could occupy the spot for a moment. The 3 individuals nodded in acknowledgement. They appeared to have a penchant for cloaks and robes. One, draped in a green robe, was soundly asleep, utterly indifferent to the presence of others. Another, clad in a white cloak, was devouring his meal with gusto, as if participating in a competitive eating contest, with plates piled high. The third, donned in a black cloak, consumed only sporadically, primarily indulging in drink. The trio paid no heed to the youth, who took out his tablet, hoping to write a bit more before his meal arrived. His head throbbed. He wished to finish their story before moving on to other matters. Yet the spiritual energy of launching had awakened. He sipped from a cup of tea brought by the server, feeling an intensifying headache, completely oblivious to the extraordinary nature of the 3 beside him. When his meal arrived, he devoured it ravenously, leaving no remnants. Upon finishing and settling the bill, he discovered that the 3 had vanished without a trace. The youth realized he was being followed. The trio trailed him without pretense. His heart raced with anxiety, contemplating alerting the security of his community. However, the guards claimed to have seen no one following him. In the surveillance room, the youth glanced back intermittently, yet saw no sign of anyone. Suddenly, he turned around to find the 3 staring at him. Hey, they are right here. Don't be ridiculous. There is no one else. The guards ushered the youth out. There was clearly no one present besides them. As expected, the youth discovered that no one but him could perceive these peculiar individuals. Upon returning home, he shut the door only to find that the trio had arrived even faster than he. Only a can of beer? The man in the black cloak inquired, puzzled. I don't drink. That was left by a friend. All instant food? The man in the white cloak took it upon himself to fry a portion of fries in an air fryer. I'm not much of a cook. The youth nervously retreated a few steps, feeling something behind him. Turning around, he found a figure in a green robe sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep. In a moment of peril, his mind raced, and suddenly he recalled something. Such distinctive features. How could he forget? You are the protagonist for my book. How is it possible? Clearly, these characters belong to the realm of the second dimension. How can they exist in reality? Why must the beings within books be inherently fictitious? Do you truly believe that the entities depicted in literature and comics are necessarily confined to the second dimension? Perhaps it is you who resides in the second dimension. Yizhuo reclined on the sofa, casting a glance at the author. If I have conjured such remarkable beings, does that not imply my own greatness? The author exclaimed with delight. You are mistaken, Mo Luo interjected, dipping a morsel of food into ketchup. Theoretically, we emerged from the ink of your pen, interwoven with the imaginative realms of other writers, achieving eternity within this illusory world. And what of you? Few will remember you throughout your lifetime, unable even to take our first steps. It is only after this that we gradually liberated ourselves from your grasp, attaining a state of semi-transcendence. This is akin to the highest realm, following the revival of spiritual energy in your world, transcending the path. Beyond that, there lies an existence that represents the singular, authentic reality above countless realms of imagination. Upon hearing his words, the author was momentarily taken aback. But I created you. How can you possibly be more powerful than I? The author was bewildered, for within his worldview, he was the genuine entity, while the characters and worlds within his books were mere illusions. Why could they transcend while he could not? The answer is simple. All worlds, including the realm of spiritual revival you inhabit, along with the worlds crafted by exceptional individuals within books and illustrations, exist in parallel with this reality. Your world of spiritual revival and the illustrated realms have birthed beings like us from the worlds of literature. We, like you, have become part of this void. Am I also a fabrication? The author was stunned. Having just satiated his hunger, he found it hard to accept that he was being labeled as false by these protagonists. Indeed, in the face of the singular, authentic reality, whether it be the world of spiritual revival, the literary realm, the illustrated domain, or the realm of imagination, all are but ephemeral illusions existing within the void, referred to as the infinite void world. Qing Ling, who had been asleep, could be likened to one awakening from a terminal illness, shocked by a single statement that left the author in astonishment. I never anticipated this, he mused, then brightened. Nevertheless, once you possess your own personalities and character arcs, you will act according to your own styles. I cannot fully dictate your actions. After all, this world cannot merely consist of stacking boxes. Your eventual escape is also a matter of your own fortune. He gazed out the window, inhaling deeply. Do you wish to become a true existence? The singular reality. Mo Luo looked at the author, for they had come to assist him. No need, the author replied, looking at them. To me, life is defined by its beginnings and endings. Living through this life is sufficiently marvelous. Of course, witnessing your present is exhilarating, even if I cannot fathom your power. Yet, I'm quite content. Now, allow me to chronicle this world of spiritual revival. He smiled brightly as he turned to the trio. The three, once devoid of form and shadow in the mirror, gradually took shape. They had always been there. Indeed, they had never truly departed. Surprised, they realized this choice existed. Mo Luo, Qing Ling, and Yizhua exchanged smiles as they departed from the world of spiritual revival, hoping that the author would craft a tale of sufficient brilliance. They had finally returned to the singular, authentic reality. With all my effort, the author declared as he approached the desk, opening his computer and typing 3 grand characters at the end of this chapter. The end. The singular, authentic reality. Amidst the river of time, Mo Luo plucked a blossom of the world, gazed at it, and then cast it back into the stream. Before him, however, blossomed a flower of the eternal primordial world, forever blooming and undying.